Chapter 1. A Glimpse into Eternity, a Sudden Realization. In the sacred realm of Qingxian, within the grand hall of the sect, an atmosphere of utmost tension prevailed. Master, today all the celestial cranes of the Peak have perished. It was Guxiu who deliberately mixed in bone-dissolving powder. I witnessed it with my own eyes and can testify. Master, I have also investigated. The celestial cranes indeed died from the bone-dissolving powder. I even discovered this vial of it within Guxiu's residence. The accusations echoed in Guxiu's ears, pulling him from his momentary daze. Guxiu, tell me, is what they say true? A stunningly beautiful woman, adorned in a phoenix robe and exuding a regal demeanor, sat in the position of the sect master, her expression grave as she gazed intently at Guxiu. Was I just trapped in an illusion? A dream spanning eons? Guxiu murmured to himself, taking in the surroundings that felt both familiar and foreign, his eyes filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been fervently defending himself against the accusation of poisoning the celestial cranes in the Grand Hall. Yet, he was abruptly drawn into a realm of illusion. In that dreamlike state, he became a mere observer, witnessing the entirety of his life unfold before him. Guxiu, now that we have irrefutable evidence, what further excuses can you muster? You must believe that the sect's directive for you to nurture spirit beasts is beneath you, and thus resorted to such extreme measures to vent your frustrations. Am I correct? Master, I have previously stated that Guxiu is unworthy of remaining at Peak, let alone tending to spirit beasts. The younger sister, Lu Qingyao, raged, while the third sister, Su Wanqing, shook her head in disapproval beside her. Guxiu, over 500 years ago, you were indeed a respectable figure. Yet who could have foreseen your current state? If you were unwilling to remain at Peak to care for spirit beasts, you could have simply stated so. Why resort to such radical tactics? I once thought that in the span of 5 centuries, you had merely lost your cultivation and innate talent. Yet I see now that you have forsaken your very path. Both women were Guxiu's senior sisters. The younger sister, Lu Qingyao, was a renowned beastmaster, while the third sister, Su Wanqing, held the esteemed title of chief alchemist of the Qingxian sacred land. As for the woman seated as sect master, she was Guxiu's revered mentor, Master Guan, a supreme being of the great ascension stage, known for her cool demeanor and lack of frivolity. This moment, the trio's gazes were astonishingly unified. Disdain. The way they looked at Guxiu seemed not to regard him as the sect's hero who had bound himself to the forbidden grounds for 500 years, ultimately suffering the loss of cultivation and innate talent. Instead, they regarded him as a wretched being that should perish immediately, lest he taint the sect with his presence. These piercing gazes compelled Guxiu, who had grown accustomed to such scrutiny over the past 3 years, to once again reflect upon the visions he had witnessed in the illusion. In the external world, mere moments had passed. Yet within the realm of illusion, millennia had unfolded. In that dreamlike existence, Guxiu had become a silent observer, or perhaps a listener of tales, absorbing the stories that transpired in this realm over countless years. The events of the present moment were but a trivial fragment within that vast narrative. The demise of the celestial cranes was, in actuality, orchestrated by the very third sister present, with the younger sister's assistance, and their motives in order to expel herself from the humble abode of Peak, as that place was to be repurposed for the construction of a beast pen for the junior disciple, Jiang Sun. She found herself in a predicament. As a direct disciple of the esteemed Qingxian sacred land, one could not simply seize the residence of another disciple without just cause. At the very least, a legitimate reason was required. Whether that reason was flimsy or whether the victim would accept it mattered little. After all, Guxiu had been rendered powerless, his cultivation completely obliterated, leaving him incapable of resistance. According to the subsequent developments within the illusion, Guxiu certainly would not concede to this unjust framing, instead seeking every possible means to uncover evidence for his defense. However, to his astonishment, when he finally procured proof after great toil and presented it to his master, Guan, in hopes of vindicating himself, he discovered that she had already discerned the truth. Even the third senior sister, Su Wanqing's poisoning of the celestial spirit crane had been orchestrated by Guan herself. She was the mastermind behind it all. Although Gu Xiu witnessed these events in that ephemeral illusion, the cold and indifferent gaze of Guan Xuelan left him with the unsettling realization that this was likely not mere illusion, but rather an unsettling reality. Master, Gu Xiu has always been responsible for nurturing the spirit beasts. If something were to happen to the spirit beasts, it is inherently his duty according to sect regulations. Moreover, he has actively poisoned and harmed the spirit beasts. He must be severely punished. The junior sister Lu Qingyao proclaimed with righteous indignation. Master Guan Xuelan furrowed her brow. Gu Xiu, you have previously rendered great service to the sect. Speak honestly, and I shall not impose excessive punishment upon you. This time, Gu Xiu fell silent. Jiu Xiu Guan Xuelan was about to continue when Gu Xiu suddenly lifted his gaze. It is the disciple who has erred at O? Guan Xuelan was momentarily taken aback by his prompt admission, but nodded nonetheless. Then explain, why did you poison the celestial spirit crane? I did not poison the celestial spirit crane. Have you changed your tune? It is not a change of tune. Gu Xiu shook his head, speaking calmly. I have always been responsible for feeding the celestial birds. Although the celestial spirit crane has been poisoned, I do indeed bear negligence in my duties. Upon hearing this, Guan Xuelan seemed to be mocked and instantly erupted in fury. You dare to toy with me. Since you are so obstinate, you shall be punished in the water prison. I hereby sentence you to 7 days of punishment in the water prison. Furthermore, you are to vacate Zhua Peak immediately and must not approach the spirit beasts any longer. Her words elicited relieved smiles from both Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao. Jiu Xiu cast a glance at them. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely retracting his gaze and departing from the grand hall of the sect. Within his heart, there was no sense of grievance for being wronged, nor was there indignation for being slandered. He merely found it somewhat laughable. He felt a sense of absurdity for having cautiously maintained the sect and treated his master and senior sisters with such care over the past years. He was an orphan taken in by the previous Grand Master of the Qingxian sect. Upon his arrival at the sect, the Grand Master entrusted the young boy to the care of Guan Xuelan. That period marked the happiest time of his life. He became the cherished disciple of the Grand Master's heir, receiving boundless affection from his mentor, while his 7 senior sisters showered him with indulgence. During that time, Gu Xiu was a paragon of excellence, embodying the hopes of the sect. However, 5 centuries ago, the Fuyuan Forbidden Land emerged, and the Qingxian sect faced imminent destruction. Someone had to represent the sect and endure the torment of the Forbidden Land for 500 years, striving to seize the immense fortune within the holy son of the sect. Gu Xiu stepped forward. He offered himself as a sacrifice, willingly binding himself within the confines of the Forbidden Land. Over the course of 500 years, Gu Xiu endured inhumane suffering, persevering through excruciating trials for the sake of the sect. Ultimately, he emerged victorious. He seized the entirety of the fortune, and in a mere 5 centuries, the Qingxian sect ascended from a third-rate organization to a first-rate holy ground. Yet, Gu Xiu paid a tremendous price. The battles and bloodshed left him with countless wounds, nearly shattering his very soul. Although he managed to cling to life, his cultivation was scattered, and his innate gifts were utterly destroyed. The lingering injuries inflicted upon him caused him unbearable pain and suffering. In Gu Xiu's eyes, all of this was worthwhile. After all, this was his sect, a place filled with those he cared for deeply. But 500 years is but a fleeting moment. 500 years can also bring about profound change. The Qingxian sect transformed into the Qingxian Holy Land, and Guan Xuelan became the supreme Xuelan. Even his senior sisters gained immense prestige in various disciplines such as alchemy, talismans, and weaponry. Everything had changed. Upon his return, the anticipated flowers and applause were absent. Instead, he was met with a disheartening declaration. Gu Xiu, your dantian has been utterly destroyed, and your innate talents have been completely wasted. You can no longer cultivate. We have bestowed the position of holy son upon another. He is your junior brother, Jiang Qin. His cultivation may not be particularly high yet, but his talents are not inferior to your former self, possessing the potential to surpass even you in the realms above, leading the Qingxian Holy Land to greater heights. In the future, you may reside at the sect in peace. Rest assured, the sect will care for you in your twilight years. These words caused Gu Xiu profound distress, not from the attitudes of his mentor and senior sisters, but from the realization that he could no longer contribute to the sect's glory. Little did he know at that moment that he had become the most superfluous burden of the sect. Initially, upon his return, people were somewhat courteous, but it wasn't long before he became an ignored and despised outcast. This alone was already tragically sorrowful. Yet, the glimpses of the future he had seen in the illusion suggested that his plight would only worsen. Ironically, despite his current condition, he would ultimately sacrifice himself for the sect. How absurd it all was that he sacrificed his life for the sect, yet not a single person within the entire congregation mourned for him. Instead, they turned to cheer for the breakthrough of the junior disciple, Jiang Exuying, and Owen. Not even a single tear was shed for him, but it was only when that young disciple revealed his true nature, turning mercilessly against them, leading to the complete destruction of the Qingxian sacred land, and with no one left to offer aid, that they finally felt regret. But what significance does that hold now? If that illusion reflects the future, then upon reflection, my life is indeed tragic. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu organized his thoughts. Had it not been for this fleeting dream, perhaps I would have faithfully followed the path to death as depicted in that vision. However, having glimpsed the secrets of heaven, that I must not repeat the same mistakes. As for this sect, it is best left behind. Once a man of foolish loyalty, Gu Xiu had a sudden epiphany and wished to transform everything. If that fleeting glimpse of eternity was his past life, then in this life, he need no longer live for the Qingxian sacred land. He yearned to live for himself. With his thought, Gu Xiu hurried towards his dwelling. That if he wished to live for himself, the first step was to extricate himself from the Qingxian sacred land. Yet before he could do so, there were two items he needed to reclaim. Opportunities that belonged to him. As he rushed back, Gu Xiu encountered several disciples of the Qingxian sacred land, but all of them chose to selectively ignore him, pretending not to see. This was the norm. By seniority, he was considered a granduncle, yet it was evident that these inner disciples, at least at the foundation level, were reluctant to acknowledge immortal whose cultivation had been crippled and was distant from their masters and seniors. Gu Xiu paid no mind to this moment. His thoughts were solely fixated on his two treasures, especially one of them. For according to the timeline of the illusion, his precious item was slated to be taken by someone else today, that he must safeguard his opportunity. Rushing forward, Gu Xiu finally arrived at his residence on Jua Peak, but as he reached the entrance, his brows furrowed in dismay. Despite his frantic return, his opportunity had already fallen into someone else's hands. The individual holding his fortune noticed Gu Xiu's hurried approach and immediately adopted a worried expression. "Senior brother, are you all right? I heard that you were punished by the master. Your junior brother was very concerned and specially came to check on you." This person, clad in a blue robe, with a countenance as refined as jade, though his cultivation was not particularly high at the moment, exuded an inherent aura of Tao. He was none other than Gu Xiu's deeply concealed and profoundly thoughtful junior disciple, Jiang Sun. Chapter 2. What I do not give, you cannot seize upon observing this seemingly harmless junior disciple. It is difficult to fathom that this individual could be the same one who, within the realm of illusion, snatched away his fortune, deceived the entire Qingxian sacred land, and ultimately resorted to the ruthless act of driving all his senior sisters and even the master to their demise or blood sacrifice to achieve his goals. However, Gu Xiu understood that everything within that illusion was likely true, for according to the subsequent developments in the illusion, upon his return to the sect, he would find himself in continuous conflict with his master and senior sisters, and suffer unbearable pain from his injuries every night at the hour of the rat. All of this, it seemed, was orchestrated by this very junior disciple. He had already begun plotting long before Gu Xiu's return. Why would the junior disciple concern himself with him? Before Gu Xiu could respond, an impolite voice interjected from beside him. "A waste like him, remaining in our Qingxian sacred land, is nothing but a disgrace and a burden to our sect's development. If I were in his position, I would not only commit self-termination for the sect, but at the very least, leave the sect to fend for myself." The speaker was none other than the seventh senior sister, Lu Qingyao, who had previously conspired against Gu Xiu in the grand hall of their sect. At this moment, with Guan Shuolan absent, Lu Qingyao displayed no pretense of disdain for Gu Xiu. as if she were looking at a bitter enemy rather than the brother who had once cared for her deeply. Jiang Jin, however, defended Gu Xiu, senior sister. Although Gu Xiu's cultivation has been rendered ineffective, he is still my senior brother. You are far too kind, junior brother. Remember, kindness should be bestowed upon the virtuous. For someone like Gu Xiu, a waste and a villain, one must not display even a hint of compassion, otherwise, it will only lead to one's own downfall. Lu Qingyao interrupted Jiang Jin. But senior sister, Jiang Jin seemed poised to offer further counsel. Yet he could only let out a resigned sigh and apologetically address Gu Xiu. Senior brother, please do not take offense. Gu Xiu had heard such remarks numerous times before and, to be honest, he once found Jiang Jin to be quite admirable. But now, upon hearing it again, Gu Xiu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. For all of this was merely Jiang Jin's performance. Ignoring the banter between the two, Gu Xiu's gaze shifted to the object in Jiang Jin's hand. Are you holding my belongings? Huh. Jiang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Clearly unprepared for Gu Xiu's sudden cold demeanor, yet he managed to smile. I found this bamboo stick of yours quite unique, so I thought I would play with it. Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Have you played with it enough? Huh. If you have, could you return it to me? This caught Jiang Jin off guard, and he looked down at the stick he was holding. It appeared to be an ordinary green bamboo stick, entirely emerald in color, seemingly lacking any distinguishing features. Yet, in truth, this bamboo stick had accompanied Gu Xiu when he guarded the forbidden area, emerging alongside him from that place. It seemed to possess a power of regulation, capable of restoring itself no matter the extent of damage it endured. Upon Gu Xiu's return to the sect, the members devoted considerable time to studying the green bamboo staff. Ultimately, they discerned that, aside from its remarkable ability to self-repair, it possessed no other noteworthy attributes, leading them to relinquish it back to Gu Xiu. Initially, Gu Xiu was oblivious to its true potential. Serendipitously, he was tasked with tending to the celestial birds and thus utilized the staff as a tool for herding ducks, appreciating its ability to mend itself. It was only after witnessing the illusion that Gu Xiu comprehended its genuine purpose. It was not merely a tool for driving poultry, but an unsealed divine artifact. However, Jiang Jin appeared somewhat reluctant. I have heard that this item was brought back by you from that dreadful forbidden realm, and it is indeed wondrous. I dare to request its temporary use. Might you be amenable to this, senior brother? Absolutely not, Gu Xiu replied without hesitation, shaking his head. I am not fond of others handling my belongings. I have developed an attachment to this bamboo staff over time. But Jiang Jin's reluctance was evident as he cast a pleading glance toward Lu Qingyao, who did not disappoint him. She immediately retorted, Gu Xiu, it is merely a broken bamboo staff. If the junior brother takes a liking to it, that is its fortune. Do not be ungrateful. Whether it is a broken staff or a fine one, it belongs to me. Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow, disregarding Lu Qingyao's words, and turned his gaze intensely toward Jiang Jin. Should I choose to give it to you, you may take it. But if I choose not to, you shall not seize it. As he spoke, a formidable killing intent erupted from Gu Xiu's eyes. Though his cultivation had long since dissipated, the 500 years spent in the Forbidden Realm had been steeped in slaughter. Despite his lack of power, this murderous aura was indelible, deeply ingrained. In that moment, it surged forth unabashedly. Even Jiang Jin, a gifted individual with a profound aura, found himself momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xiu swiftly reclaimed the bamboo staff. Gu Xiu, what are you doing? Lu Qingyao was the first to react, glaring at him with fury. How dare you? You would unleash murderous intent upon a junior brother? You would dare to seize something he cherishes? Her words were laced with lethal intent, and as she spoke, the terrifying pressure of her golden core cultivation was unmasked, as if it sought to engulf Gu Xiu entirely. However, regrettably for her, Gu Xiu was unafraid of anyone's killing intent. As for the oppressive aura, to be frank, although his cultivation was in ruins, the mere pressure of a golden core practitioner was hardly formidable in his eyes. In the face of Lu Qingyao's wrath, Gu Xiu clung tightly to the green bamboo staff, his gaze calm and unwavering as he met her furious stare. This is my possession. Your possession? Are you aware that our entire sect must devote all resources and treasures to support junior brother Jiang? He is currently usurping what rightfully belongs to him. Do you intend to jeopardize the future of our sect's prodigies? Lu Qingyao questioned. This heavy accusation caused Gu Xiu to furrow his brow in discontent. Nevertheless, he remained resolute. I will not relinquish this green bamboo staff to anyone, least of all him. Do you not fear for your life? Lu Qingyao retorted, filled with resentment. Gu Xiu replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Are you brave enough to kill me? You. Just as Lu Qingyao was about to respond, Jiang Sun interjected, seeking to mediate. Senior sister, please, let it go. I am merely curious about the green bamboo staff and have no intention of forcing anyone. Since senior brother values it, I shall not pursue it, and we must not allow this to damage our camaraderie. His words provided an opportunity for Lu Qingyao to relent. She truly dared not harm Gu Xiu. Infighting among fellow disciples is a grave taboo, especially since Gu Xiu is, after all, a contributor to the prestige of the Qingxian sacred land. It is better to remain indifferent. However, if she were to slay him on the spot, it would tarnish the reputation of the Qingxian sacred land irreparably. Gu Xiu, look at yourself and then at Jiang Sun. The disparity is evident. Gritting her teeth, Lu Qingyao muttered a curse before addressing Jiang Sun. Junior brother, do not be anxious. I shall seek out Master. Once I have Master's decree, not only will that mere bamboo stick be returned, but even if you desire the entirety of the bamboo grove on the cliff of the clumsy, he would not dare to obstruct you. Jiang Sun replied, well, your intentions are appreciated, senior sister, but I truly do not need the green bamboo staff. Lu Qingyao huffed. Need or not, some individuals lack decorum, and I must teach him a lesson. With that, she summoned a cloud and departed, evidently on her way to seek Master Guanshuolan's guidance. Jiang Sun, not wishing to delay, swiftly retrieved a flying sword and tossed a parting remark to Gu Xiu. Senior brother, my apologies, I shall persuade senior sister Lu to return. Please do not take offense. With that, he soared away on his sword. Once Jiang Sun had vanished from sight, Gu Xiu couldn't help but marvel at his performance. Remarkable. Such acting skills are truly impressive. Were it not for his keen observation revealing traces of disdain and animosity in Jiang Sun's eyes, one might genuinely believe that this junior brother was amiable. However, as the two figures disappeared from view, Gu Xiu shifted his gaze back to the green bamboo staff in his hand. This staff possesses a terrifying ability revealed in the illusion. It can fish through the heavens. This was originally Gu Xiu's own fortune, which he had subsequently gifted to Jiang Sun. Now, this opportunity has returned to him. Yet, this is not the time to study the bamboo staff. He hurried inside and immediately spotted an ancient tome on the desk. He swiftly concealed it within his robe. This is Gu Xiu's second great opportunity, also acquired from that forbidden realm. At the moment of his return to the sect, he presented it to the elders. However, just as swiftly, it was examined and subsequently dismissed as waste, returned to Gu Xiu. Now, with two significant opportunities in hand, Gu Xiu finally took up pen and paper, writing with deliberate slowness, each word carefully crafted. After a considerable period, akin to the duration of a tea break, he inscribed the final character. Simultaneously, a formidable pressure descended upon him within the confines of his dwelling. Soon after, the cold voice of Guanshuolan pierced the air. Gu Xiu, do you know your crime? Under ordinary circumstances, Gu Xiu would have likely been thrown into a state of panic and unease. Yet this time, upon hearing her words, he felt not a flicker of disturbance within, calmly grasping the paper and stepping out of his wooden abode. His gaze fell upon Guanshuolan, who stood with a furrowed brow at the entrance of his courtyard. Behind her stood Jiang Sun and Lu Qingyao. Jiang Sun wore a mask of excessive apology, a sight that could easily incite disgust, while Lu Qingyao regarded him with an expression of smug derision, as if to say, look, you have offended me. Now you shall suffer. Gu Xiu felt no anger. Instead, he recalled the tragic fate of Lu Qingyao within the illusions, and a smile tugged at his lips. The cycle of heaven truly enacts its justice. Gu Xiu, you dare to laugh. For reasons unknown, Lu Qingyao found his smile deeply unsettling. Turning to Guanshuolan, she declared, Master, Gu Xiu is simply envious of junior brother. He is a man consumed by jealousy and deserves severe punishment. Jealousy? Gu Xiu found this notion laughable. In the 3 years since returning from the Forbidden Grounds, he had never harbored jealousy towards his junior brother. Rather, he had consistently sought to selflessly assist him. Yet now, simply refusing to offer him the green bamboo staff had transformed into an accusation of envy. Gu Xiu chose silence, directing his gaze towards Guanshuolan. eager to discern how his revered master would adjudicate this matter. After all, she was his mentor, and to claim he held no expectations would be disingenuous. Alas, Gu Xiao, as an elder brother, you ought to support your junior. Yet you exhibit jealousy towards Jiang Sun and have deliberately provoked this incident. I am quite disappointed in you. Chapter 3. Abandoning the sect, the spirit pact. The dragon enters the sea. Disappointment? Did Master express disappointment in me? This remark from Guan Shuolan elicited a bittersweet smile from Gu Xiao, tinged with a sense of liberation. Well, Gu Xiao, your master is reprimanding you. And yet you can still manage a smile. Lu Qingyao scolded from the side. Master, Gu Xiao is provoking you. He must be severely punished. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brows, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. Gu Xiao, why do you smile? Disciple recalls a rather amusing incident, Gu Xiao replied. Guan Shuolan's expression turned icy. At such a time, you still have the heart to think of frivolities. Do you truly harbor no sense of remorse? Master, may I ask why I should feel remorse? Gu Xiao questioned. Is it because I did not provide the younger disciple with that broken bamboo pole? Or perhaps it is because I remain in the sect, hindering the younger disciple's future succession to the position of sect leader? What? What did you say? Guan Shuolan exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at Gu Xiao, while even Lu Qingyao beside her gasped, covering her mouth. They never anticipated that Gu Xiao would bring this matter to light. Before we entered the forbidden area, Master, you promised that if I returned safely, the position of sect leader would be passed to me. Gu Xiao spoke slowly, retrieving a jade token from his bosom. At that time, you presented me with the sect leader's token as a token of your sincerity. Guan Shuolan replied coolly. At that time, you indeed had the potential for succession, but the current situation. Am I now rendered useless? Gu Xiao inquired with a smile. Guan Shuolan frowned slightly. You are aware of your own limitations, yet you still cling to the sect leader's token? Lu Qingyao, unencumbered by caution, directly rebuked. What you are doing is akin to a mangy dog. Qingyao, silence. Guan Shuolan immediately admonished. Master, if you scold me, then I too must speak. Lu Qingyao, fired up, continued chastising Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, do you think the current Qingxian Holy Land is still the same as the Qingxian sect of yore? Do you believe you have any qualifications to inherit the Qingxian Holy Land now? You are merely a wastrel, stripped of all cultivation, talent, and potential. Even a lowly rogue cultivator could easily slay you. Do you truly fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation? Do you genuinely not realize that your best fate lies in dying valiantly in the forbidden area, becoming a hero remembered by all? I said silence. Guan Shuolan could no longer contain herself and scolded once more. This time, she exerted the oppressive aura of a Mahayana cultivator. Lu Qingyao, a mere golden core practitioner, found herself instantly subdued, unable to utter a word, though her furious gaze remained fixed on Gu Xiao. And faced with that gaze, Gu Xiao suddenly understood. So, it is because of this. Guan Shuolan cast a glance at Gu Xiao, hesitating for a moment before saying softly, Gu Xiao, your junior sister's words were indeed somewhat unpalatable. The master, however, the disciple felt that her remarks resonated profoundly, akin to the resounding chimes of a grand bell, evoking deep reflection. Gu Xiao replied gently, raising his gaze once more, his eyes sweeping across the three present. In response to his gaze, Jiang Jun maintained her apologetic demeanor, exuding an air of a pure white lotus, while Lu Qingyao unabashedly met his stare, her eyes betraying unmasked resentment. As for Guan Shuolan, her eyes remained as tranquil as water. Gu Xiao smiled faintly, the last flicker of nostalgia in his eyes dissipating entirely, as he softly stated, in truth, I had initially intended to sacrifice my life to sever the bond of the sect's jade token once junior brother Jiang ascended to the golden core stage and secured the position of sect leader. This declaration took Guan Shuolan by surprise, while Lu Qingyao scoffed dismissively, clearly skeptical of Gu Xiao's words. Gu Xiao did not expect their belief, and he smiled again before continuing. However, my thoughts have since changed. I now value my life. This pronouncement caused Guan Shuolan to furrow her brow, and even Jiang Jun momentarily revealed a flicker of venomous resentment. Gu Xiao, unfazed by their gazes, extended a piece of paper he had prepared earlier. What is this? Guan Shuolan inquired, her brow knitting in confusion. Gu Xiao responded, the abandonment of sect spirit agreement. Upon hearing this, Guan Shuolan's outstretched hand trembled slightly. She looked up at Gu Xiao, her eyes reflecting a hint of emotions beyond mere indifference. You wish to abandon the sect? Indeed, Gu Xiao affirmed with a nod. Once this abandonment agreement is signed, I shall automatically sever ties with the sect, and there will be no further connection with the Qing, Xian Holy Land. Consequently, the bond established with the sect's jade token will be severed as well, sparing you, sect leader Guan, from any further distress regarding this matter. The three of them stared in disbelief. Although the abandonment agreement is typically utilized by disciples wishing to leave their sect, it is rarely invoked. For signing such a document signifies a complete and irrevocable end to all grievances and ties with the sect. Even if one were to leave, they would usually retain some semblance of sentiment and camaraderie. After the initial shock, Lu Qingyao was the first to display a look of excitement, while Jiang Jun, though more reserved, could not entirely conceal her delight. This bothersome individual was finally preparing to depart. However, Guan Shuolan frowned, casting an unsatisfied glance at Gu Xiao. Is this truly your method of resistance? Resistance? Gu Xiao replied, perplexed. You are well aware that I shall not consent. Yet you present such a thing. What else could it be but defiance? Guan Shuolan inquired coldly. Do you believe that my punishment of you is excessive? Or do you feel that the sect has wronged you? I must admit, your tactic of retreating to advance is indeed formidable. Gu Xiao, perplexed, responded, retreating to advance. Is that not the case? Have you taken me for a fool, or perhaps for a blind man? Guan Shuolan chuckled icily. As a core disciple of our sect, celebrated as a hero in the outside world, you are well aware that if you were to abandon the sect, it would undoubtedly provoke public outcry, accusing our Azure Xian sacred land of betrayal. Presenting this sect abandonment pact now, what other purpose could it serve but to threaten me? Hiss. This statement caused Lu Qingyao's gaze towards Gu Xiao to grow increasingly disdainful. Initially, she thought her junior brother had some sense. Little did she expect his cunning to run so deep. He dares to threaten the sect in such a manner. Despicable. As for Gu Xiao, he was somewhat astonished. Although he had little expectation from Guan Shuolan since the onset of her inquiry, he never anticipated that upon revealing the sect abandonment pact, her first thought would be this. Truly, his master is remarkably astute, he mused with a sigh. Humph. Guan Shuolan scoffed. Though your various performances over the past 3 years have left me utterly disappointed, I still harbored a glimmer of hope for you. Yet, I did not expect your jealousy to run so deep. In light of this, you need not suffer in the water prison. Instead, you shall be sent to the reflection cliff for 3 years to contemplate your transgressions today. Gu Xiao remained unmoved. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow. Are you still dissatisfied? The disciple wishes to sever ties with the Azure Xian sacred land and hopes for your approval, Sect Master Guan. Noting Gu Xiao's steadfastness, Guan Shuolan's eyes flashed with intensity. Do you wish to continue threatening me? A terrifying pressure from the great ascension stage descended upon him. Even Gu Xiao staggered, nearly kneeling. However, Gu Xiao did not kneel. Instead, he bore the oppressive weight and slowly bowed in respect. I hope for your approval, Sect Master Guan. Do you truly think I am someone you can manipulate? Guan Shuolan's fury surged, her pressure intensifying. The overwhelming force caused Gu Xiao's bones to creak, and he felt a heaviness in his chest, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. As if sensing this was insufficient, Guan Shuolan let out another furious huff. Gu Xiao felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. His white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, yet he still did not kneel. He merely stepped back half a pace, his posture still as resolute as a spear, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and boldly repeated, I hope for your approval, Sect Master Guan. You. Guan Shuolan's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, but in the end, she let out a cold snort. Very well, excellent. You are indeed remarkable. Once the overwhelming pressure dissipated, Gu Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, Gu Xiao was beyond caring. For he witnessed Guan Shuolan truly pick up the discarded sect's spiritual contract, subsequently transforming her qi into form, inscribing her name upon it. As she approached the final stroke, Guan Shuolan cast a glance at Gu Xiao, her expression icy. If you believe that I am someone who can be manipulated or threatened, then you are gravely mistaken. I shall ask once more, are you truly willing to abandon the sect? What was there to hesitate about? According to the transformations witnessed in that illusion, this sect was merely a cage confining him, a den that drained him of his vitality. In that moment, There was no hesitation. He loudly proclaimed, "I hope Master Guan will grant my wish." This time, it was Guan Shuolan who hesitated. Yet upon seeing the hopeful expression on Gu Xiu's face, she ultimately steeled her resolve and completed the final stroke. In an instant, the ordinary white paper that had merely held the abandonment contract erupted in a golden light, slowly ascending into the heavens above the Qingxian Holy Land, where a manifestation of the laws of the universe emerged. Gu Xiu could sense something being stripped away from him, the fortune bestowed upon him by the sect. As the sect's fortune was severed, the sect master's jade token in Gu Xiu's hands soared into the air, landing in Guan Shuolan's grasp. Having abandoned the sect, Gu Xiu naturally lost any qualification to inherit it. To the eyes of the sect's disciples, this scene represented a tremendous opportunity lost, but to Gu Xiu, this severance was nothing but a liberation. He felt no sorrow. Rather, an unparalleled lightness enveloped him. The tiger roars in the deep mountains while the dragon lies in the shallow waters awaiting the tide. Now, the wind has arrived, and the tide is here. The tiger returns to the forest, and the dragon plunges into the sea. Ahead lies nothing but a clear path. Thank you, Master Guan, for your benevolence. Gu Xiu immediately bowed once more, exclaiming, "According to the sect's regulations, one who abandons the sect must return the sect's treasures and relinquish its teachings. Fortunately, I have already returned all the treasures 3 years ago, and my cultivation has long been rendered void. Thus, we are even, and I shall take my leave." With that, Gu Xiu turned and walked away, leaving no trace of attachment behind. As Gu Xiu departed, Lu Qingyao and Jiang Sun finally reacted. Lu Qingyao, brimming with excitement, gazed at Gu Xiu's receding figure, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Jiang Sun, however, felt the need to temper her enthusiasm, appearing troubled. "Master, Senior Brother Gu is merely confused at the moment. We should not speak of this matter again." Guan Shuolan waved her hand, her demeanor icy and resolute. "If he wishes to threaten me, then let him understand. I am never one to be threatened. Pass down the orders. From this day forth, Gu Xiu and my Qingxian sacred land shall have no further associations. All disciples are forbidden from providing any form of assistance or protection to Gu Xiu. I am keen to observe how he will manage to survive without the sanctuary of the Qingxian sacred land." This proclamation was not uttered softly. Even Gu Xiu, who had just stepped outside the mountain gate, could hear it distinctly. Nevertheless, he merely smiled faintly. He cast one last glance at the mountain gate of Qingxian sacred land before finally averting his gaze. This parting, may it be everlasting. As for the road ahead, there is nothing to it. One simply must stride across. As Gu Xiu completely departed from the mountain gate, a stunning woman clad in a dark robe, with exquisite features, suddenly coughed up blood. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What has happened? The blessings that have nurtured our sect for 500 years, why have they suddenly dissipated? Has the sect committed some act that has incurred the wrath of heaven? Chapter 4. Innate Sacred Melody. Supreme Dalbon. This individual is the esteemed master sister of Gu Xiu, the head of the lineage of the Qingxian Holy Land, Nian Chaoshi. She possesses profound knowledge of celestial mechanisms and divination, having accurately foretold numerous auspicious and inauspicious events for her sect, earning her great reverence. Even the sect leader, Guan Shuolan, treats this seldom-seen disciple with utmost respect. Yet now, this revered head of the lineage is engulfed in fear and trepidation. This cannot be. There must be a mistake. Nian Chaoshi murmurs to herself, hastily producing 6 copper coins. However, as the 6 lines divination progresses only halfway, the coins shatter into dust, as if crushed by an unseen hand. Nian Chaoshi, unwilling to concede defeat, retrieves a turtle shell, but just as the divination begins, the shell suddenly collapses, as though smashed by a fist. Gritting her teeth, she takes out a star-patterned chessboard, only for it to horrify her further. The board fractures the moment it appears, as if cleaved by a sword. These are all precious tools she has painstakingly cultivated, and their successive destruction causes her to involuntarily spurt blood. She is suffering from a backlash. Yet at this moment, Nian Chaoshi cannot afford to dwell on her injuries. A flicker of resolution flashes in her eyes. She then produces an ancient copper mirror from her bosom. The mirror remains intact, yet her vital essence continues to wane. She dares not hesitate and employs the celestial technique once more. This time, she succeeds. Before her, a figure materializes upon the surface of the mirror, a person clad in white, with white hair, standing with their back to the mirror, exuding an air of solitude and transcendence. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the figure turns to glance at the mirror. In that instant, the mirror shatters with a thunderous crash. Nian Chaoshi spits out a mouthful of essence blood and collapses to the ground. Rendered unconscious by the backlash of the copper mirror, time passes, and a voice filled with urgency calls out, Master Sister, how are you? Please wake up." Nian Chaoshi opens her eyes to see her third junior sister, Su Wanqing, gazing at her with palpable concern. Upon noticing her awakening, Su Wanqing anxiously states, "Master Sister, the technique of celestial divination is inherently against the heavens. Had you not halted at a critical moment today, you would have surely exhausted your lifespan and perished. What could possibly warrant such a perilous inquiry?" Nian Chaoshi hesitates, ultimately refraining from revealing the truth. The mere act of divination nearly cost her life. If the omens were to be disclosed, not only would she suffer retribution, but Su Wanqing before her would likely face the same fate. However, recalling the fleeting glimpse from the final omen, Nian Chaoshi abruptly regains her composure, hastily rising to leave. "Master Sister, you have suffered great depletion of your lifespan today. You need to recuperate. There is no time. I must see him." "What do you mean there is no time? Who do you wish to meet?" "I shall assist you in finding him. I need to find my junior brother." "Your junior brother has already entered the sword pavilion to cultivate. You will not find him if you go now." "Gu Xiao has gone to the sword pavilion?" Nian Chaoshi furrows her brow. "Gu Xiao? He is no longer our junior brother. I speak of Jiang Jun. He is now our only junior brother, not a junior brother." "But what does that mean?" Nian Chaoshi was perplexed. Su Wanqing explained, "Sister, you were in seclusion today and may not know that Gu Xiao has signed the renunciation contract with Master, leaving the sect." "What did you say?" Nian Chaoshi exclaimed in astonishment. Su Wanqing continued, "Gu Xiao was jealous of Jiang Jun, feeling that Master and we, the senior sisters, favored the young junior brother. He threatened to leave the sect, and Master, unable to bear it, agreed to his renunciation contract on the spot. Thus, he no longer counts as a disciple of Qingxian sect, nor as our junior brother." Nian Chaoshi could not hear the subsequent words clearly. At that moment, her mind involuntarily recalled the figure she had seen in the divination technique, and then she thought of the dissipating fortune of the sect. She immediately inquired, "When did Gu Xiao leave the sect?" It seems to have been around the time of the sea hour." "The sea hour?" Nian Chaoshi calculated the time. It coincided with the departure of the sect's fortune. Her conviction grew stronger. "Where is Gu Xiao now? Where has he gone?" "Sister, you?" Su Wanqing was somewhat taken aback, but seeing Nian Chaoshi's anxious expression, she replied, "Gu Xiao used the renunciation contract, and within the sect, it is impossible to trace his whereabouts. Moreover, it is likely that no one is paying attention to where he went after leaving the sect." Nian Chaoshi was enraged. Gu Xiao is a person who has endured 500 years of torment for entering the forbidden area of the sect. Now he is allowed to leave the sect, and even afterwards, no one is dispatched to protect him? That is Master. Su Wanqing hesitated. "Gu Xiao just left today. Without cultivation, he is merely immortal and certainly cannot go far. His only destination would be Qingxian City at the foot of the mountain. If you..." Before she could finish her sentence, Nian Chaoshi had already vanished from Weniange in a flash. She needed to find Gu Xiao. Regardless of why the person in the mirror was Gu Xiao or why the sect's fortune suddenly betrayed them, all of this was evidently related to Gu Xiao. She had to locate him and bring him back to the sect. Unfortunately, her endeavor was destined to be in vain. For after leaving the Qingxian sacred land, Gu Xiao did not head towards Qingxian City as one would expect. Instead, he turned and ventured in the opposite direction, towards the perilous Tianqi mountain range, where danger lurked and fierce beasts roamed. Having glimpsed the future in the illusion, Gu Xiao would never underestimate his young junior brother. In the illusion, he had been oppressed by the sect, and Jiang Jun had constantly sought to kill him, fearing his resurgence. Now that he had exited the sect, Gu Xiao was even less certain that Jiang Jun would spare him. Thus, for safety's sake, Gu Xiao preferred to head towards the seemingly more treacherous Tianqi mountain range. In truth, though deemed perilous, it was so only to others. 500 years ago, Gu Xiao had undergone trials in the Tianqi mountain range numerous times and was exceedingly familiar with the area. Although 500 years could alter people's hearts, The landscape of the beast-ridden Tianqi mountain range had not changed significantly. Just like at this moment, Gu Xiu found himself within an exceedingly concealed cavern, where he kindled a campfire and prepared his meal. This sanctuary, established 5 centuries prior by Gu Xiu himself, was chosen for its seclusion, as he often sought refuge here for training and occasional meditation. The site was fortified with several formations, intended to deter inadvertent intrusions from those of the Qing Xian sacred land. In anticipation of such an event, Gu Xiu had even placed a few spirit stones within the cavern for the convenience of his fellow disciples. However, over the passage of 5 centuries, aside from a colony of snakes, insects, rodents, and ants that had made it their home, no one else had ventured here. Remarkably, the spirit stones he had stored remained untouched. After clearing away the vermin, he activated the concealment formation with the spirit stones and tidied the area, rendering it a relatively secure hideout. While awaiting his food to cook, Gu Xiu busied himself by examining 2 items laid before him, a bamboo fishing pole and an ancient, nameless tome. These artifacts had accompanied him from a forbidden realm, yet he had never known how to wield them, leaving them to languish unused. Even his sect, after a brief study, had ultimately discarded them. However, having witnessed the passage of millennia within that illusionary realm, Gu Xiu had finally glimpsed the true significance of these treasures, realizing they represented immense fortune. First, the bamboo pole, reputed to have the ability to fish across the heavens, could be employed once every 10 days. But it required a specific technique to activate. Alas, bereft of spiritual power, Gu Xiu found himself unable to utilize it for the time being. Setting this aside, he picked up the ancient tome. Opening the first page, he read, "To harmonize with the cosmos, one must grasp the principles of the universe. Essence is substance. Wandering souls are transformation. Thus, one understands the conditions of spirits and deities." The words were familiar to Gu Xiu, having committed them to memory over the past 3 years. He had previously grasped them only superficially, yielding no tangible results. In that illusory realm, the tome had been in Jiang Sun's possession for years, yet it had brought no revelations until Gu Xiu found himself on the brink of death, suddenly comprehending its meaning. It was through this ancient book that he had begun anew on his path of cultivation, nearly ascending to immortality. Regrettably, calamity befell the Qing Xian sacred land, prompting him to hastily emerge from his meditation. In a desperate attempt to save his sect, he unleashed uncontrollable powers, ultimately leading to his demise alongside a formidable adversary. The nature of that illusion remains a mystery. If it were a complete narrative, Gu Xiu would surely be cast as a tragic side character destined for sorrow from the moment of his birth. Fortunately, he would no longer be compelled to follow that lamentable path. Gu Xiu murmured to himself, casting one last glance at the ancient tome. Ultimately, he shook off his distractions, retrieved a dagger, hesitated for a moment, and plunged it into his heart. He had become a mere mortal. In that instant, the remaining fragments of his lifespan swiftly dissipated, and the agonizing pain left Gu Xiu gasping for breath. Yet he dared not pause. Instead, he dipped another finger into the blood from his heart and, gritting his teeth, began to inscribe upon the blank cover of this nameless ancient tome. Within the illusion, he had performed this act to relinquish the sect leader's jade token. Subsequently, with the blood from his heart, he etched 2 characters onto the ancient text: "No regrets." This was meant to convey to others that he harbored no remorse for his actions. In hindsight, how absurd it seemed. However, this time, as the last stroke was completed, Gu Xiu's heart, enlightened by fortune, transformed the character he had intended to write for regret into one for guilt. No guilt. In that moment when the final stroke fell, Gu Xiu's vitality was utterly extinguished, his hands drooping weakly. Yet, just then, the 2 characters he had inscribed, "No guilt," suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden radiance. It appeared as though the tome was drawn by some unseen force, rising gently above Gu Xiu's head. Soon after, the ancient book began to disintegrate from one corner of the first page, its fragments swirling like a multitude of butterflies, cascading down upon Gu Xiu. Once the last page of the tome was obliterated, those butterfly-like fragments seemed to respond to an unseen summons, slowly infiltrating Gu Xiu's very being. Upon entering his body, the fragments of the ancient tome began to traverse along his meridians. Where they passed, withered branches were rejuvenated. The previously shattered channels rapidly mended, and not merely restored. They grew even more formidable. His meridians expanded gradually, and patterns of intricate Tao rhythms began to emerge upon them. This was the innate Tao rhythm. It was said to be a rare and exceptional cultivation body, seldom seen throughout the ages. Gu Xiao's little junior brother possessed the innate Tao rhythm, granting him superior cultivation speed and future potential compared to ordinary individuals. Yet even Jiang's son was merely adorned with the Tao rhythm, unlike Gu Xiao, whose rhythm was subtle and intertwined with his meridians. Strictly speaking, this was no longer an innate Tao rhythm. This was an innate sacred rhythm. Moreover, after the meridians were restored and perfected, the fragments of the ancient tome did not cease their journey. Instead, they burrowed into Gu Xiao's skeleton. 500 years of torment in the Forbidden Land had left his battle-worn bones riddled with cracks and scars. Yet, as the fragments of the ancient tome danced around him, the cracks did not vanish. Rather, they transformed into marks. As the fragments fluttered, these marks gradually began to form intricate patterns. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would surely gasp in astonishment. This was supreme Daobon. For an ordinary person, possessing even a single piece would guarantee their ascendance to supremacy, barring unforeseen circumstances. Yet, Gu Xiao, with a total of 206 bones, found them all evolving into supreme Tao bones. What was even more terrifying was, after the transformation of Gu Xiao's entire skeletal and muscular structure, the ancient text butterfly continued to flutter without pause, gracefully drifting toward Gu Xiao's Dantian Sea of Qi. Chapter 5. The Wordless Secret Manual. The Fusion of Techniques. The Qi Sea of the Dantian. This is the foundation of a cultivator's practice. For a mortal to embark on the path of cultivation, the foremost requirement is to open up the Qi Sea of the Dantian. If this cannot be achieved, the prospect of cultivation in this lifetime is rendered impossible. For Gu Xiao, his Qi Sea of the Dantian is the most severely injured part of him, having been utterly ruined. In the 3 years since his return from the Forbidden Land, he has contemplated its restoration more than once. Alas, the injuries are too grave to mend, and even Guan Xuelan, a supreme being at the great ascension stage, had examined it 3 years ago, ultimately declaring it beyond salvation. However, now, with the arrival of this ancient text butterfly, the once utterly depleted and destroyed Qi Sea of the Dantian begins to mend, albeit gradually, under this mysterious power. Moreover, it is not merely a restoration. The ancient text butterfly appears to be expanding its territory. Everywhere it goes, restoration occurs, and its domain rapidly extends. A common person's Qi Sea of the Dantian resembles a small pond, while those of exceptional talent can cultivate theirs into vast rivers. Yet at this moment, Gu Xiao's Qi Sea of the Dantian astonishingly heads towards the vastness of an ocean, seemingly with a tendency to expand further. Awakening, Gu Xiao was instantly engulfed in ecstasy. But before long, the smile on his face began to solidify, giving way to a sense of trepidation. For as his Qi Sea of the Dantian expanded infinitely, comparable to the sea, it showed no signs of halting. Naturally, a larger Qi Sea is advantageous, as it forms the foundation of cultivation. The greater the Qi Sea, the more substantial the spiritual power, enabling one to overpower peers of the same level in both consumption and combat. However, conversely, an excessively large Qi Sea raises the difficulty of cultivation and the requirements for advancement correspondingly. Without the support of top-tier techniques, the speed of cultivation could become exceedingly slow. This is easy to understand. If we liken an ordinary person's Qi Sea to a cup of water, the cultivation process involves filling that cup drop by drop. Once the cup overflows, one enters the realm of perfection, after which one can strive to break through to the next level. But if the Qi Sea transforms from a cup into a bucket, and the rate at which water is added does not increase, the time required to achieve perfection will naturally extend significantly. The only variable that can change is the cultivation technique itself. The more superior the technique, the more it can accelerate the rate of water filling, akin to opening the floodgates. Yet, even with the most exceptional techniques facilitating the influx of spiritual energy, as if releasing the floodgates, if the Qi Sea is too vast, the accumulation required for each stage will also be monumental. Fortunately, as the Qi Sea of the Dantian expands to an oceanic expanse, the ancient text butterfly finally pauses its endeavor to cultivate the Qi Sea and begins to converge towards the central position. Gradually and methodically, The ancient tome began to reassemble itself, suspended above the Dantian's energy sea. Curiously, Guxiu paused for a moment, somewhat perplexed. Where is the technique? According to the vision he had witnessed within the illusion, this ancient text was supposed to transform into an extraordinarily profound celestial-level technique. Upon opening it, one would expect to find detailed instructions inscribed within. Yet now, the two characters Wu Kuei still lingered upon the tome, but once opened, all the words had vanished, replaced instead by blank pages. What could this mean? Had the celestial technique simply vanished? Was it possible that by writing Wu Kuei instead of Wu Hui, a transformation had occurred? Nevertheless, if there were no technique, why did this ancient tome still float above the Dantian's energy sea? Could these blank pages be written upon? With a spark of determination, Guxiu decided to give it a try. Utilizing his will, he began to inscribe upon this nameless tome. In ancient times, the true sages breathed in the duality of yin and yang, and all living beings revered their virtue. Each word materialized upon the pages, and Guxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. He could indeed write the technique upon this tome. Furthermore, as he completed this initial passage, a gentle breeze stirred within the Dantian's energy sea, and Guxiu experienced a sudden clarity of thought, illuminating his eyes even further. He continued to write. The ancients were unbound by scrolls, ruling the world with their virtue, which flourished without causing death. This was a cultivation technique known as the Tongxian Jing. It was said to be authored by a certain ancient sage, renowned not only for its utility in cultivation but also for its ability to enlighten and illuminate wisdom in others, thus becoming widely disseminated. Many had inadvertently stumbled upon the path of cultivation relying on this very Tongxian Jing. Now, having departed from his sect, Guxiu could no longer practice the Qinxian sect's techniques, as it would taint him with karmic repercussions or even invite divine retribution. Although the Tongxian Jing might not rival the Qinxian sect's teachings, it served as a temporary bridge until he encountered a superior technique to adopt. Initially, Guxiu held this thought. Yet, with each character inscribed upon the nameless tome, a profound insight blossomed within him. His prior comprehension of the Tongxian Jing, which he had thought to be thorough, now seemed somewhat superficial. As these realizations surged, he instinctively closed his eyes, and the scattered spiritual energy from the outside world began to be explored by him, gradually being absorbed into his body. Naturally, it flowed along his meridians. Boom. At the moment the final character of the Tongxian Jing was inscribed, the first wisp of spiritual energy completed a full cycle through his meridians, surging into the Dantian's energy sea and transforming into his own essence. Guxiu opened his eyes, filled with a sense of delight. He could cultivate. In the realm of cultivation, the essence lies solely in one's prowess. The principle of the survival of the fittest is an immutable truth that has persisted through the ages. This realization has profoundly resonated with Guxiu during the 3 years since his return from the Forbidden Land. More than once, he has been engulfed by sorrow due to his inability to continue his cultivation. Yet now, he has finally embarked once more on the path of cultivation. Even if it is merely a wisp of spiritual energy or a rudimentary spell that he cannot yet wield, it is sufficient to fill Guxiu's heart with unrestrained joy. Amidst this exhilaration, Guxiu lets out a soft gasp, for he observes that several pages inscribed with the Enlightenment scripture have inexplicably detached themselves, transforming into a pristine tome that floats beside the wordless manuscript. It bears 4 grand characters, scripture of the enlightened path. What is the meaning of this? How has the Enlightenment scripture metamorphosed into the scripture of the enlightened path? As Guxiu turns the pages, he is momentarily taken aback. The content has undergone certain alterations. The scripture of the enlightened path is now more concise and intuitive than its predecessor. When Guxiu resumes his cultivation according to the methods outlined in the scripture of the enlightened path, he is astonished to discover that the previously sluggish pace of his cultivation has significantly accelerated. The Enlightenment scripture lacked any discernible rank, yet now, it appears to have reached the threshold of the yellow rank techniques. Could it be that this wordless manuscript possesses the ability to autonomously elevate the rank of the cultivational techniques? Guxiu ponders this notion. He promptly begins to transcribe the characters from the Enlightenment scripture onto the wordless manuscript. Yet this time, as soon as he finishes writing, the characters vanish as if they are prohibited from being inscribed upon its surface. Is it because the technique has already been upgraded in rank, rendering it incapable of further enhancement via the nameless manuscript? Perhaps I should try a different tome. With this thought, Gushio begins to mentally inscribe another technique: existence and non-existence, transformation and non-transformation. The non-existent can give rise to existence. The non-transformative can transform. This is another technique akin to the Enlightenment scripture, known as the scripture of void transformation, which, like the Enlightenment scripture, has long been disseminated and is accessible to all. This time, the transformation indeed manifests. Upon completing the entire scripture of void transformation, several pages begin to materialize, transforming into a technique titled the Scripture of the Void Path. Upon perusal, it is evident that, like the scripture of the enlightened path, it has become even more refined and potent. With the foundation established by the previous text, Gushio experiences a profound clarity and comprehensive understanding after reading through it. Moreover, just as he fully comprehends the scripture of void path, he witnesses it gradually soaring towards the scripture of the enlightened path. Subsequently, the two techniques astonishingly merge into a singular, entirely novel technique, the mysterious void scripture. Can techniques truly be fused? Gushio's eyes widen in astonishment, his heart brimming with awe. It is essential to recognize that the inception of every technique requires an exceptionally profound insight and understanding of the path of cultivation. Even after the initial creation, countless attempts and modifications are still required. A slight misstep may lead one astray into obsession. The fusion of two martial arts appears deceptively simple. However, the actual difficulty is considerably higher, as it necessitates not only a profound understanding of the cultivation path, but also an intimate familiarity and comprehension of both techniques. The challenge is indeed formidable. At this moment, with the aid of the nameless tome, these two martial arts have merged. If fusion is possible, does that imply that should I combine all techniques into one, I would ultimately become even more powerful? Gushio speculated. He reopened the nameless tome, and to his astonishment, the previously well-used pages automatically replenished, presenting an appearance conducive to further writing. Gushio no longer worried about exhausting the pages. He promptly took out another text entitled Huangting Jing, a widely disseminated cultivation method, and upon transcribing it, Huangting Jing transformed into Huangting Dao Jing. However, this time, the two techniques did not amalgamate. Gushio instantly realized that it was due to his lack of understanding of the two new techniques, rendering fusion impossible. Subsequently, Gushio began to peruse and comprehend. Huangting Dao Jing was almost wholly understood after a single reading, and a golden light emanated from it. Gushio then commenced his comprehension of Xuanqiu Jing, which was even more powerful than the previous three techniques. Nevertheless, the core principles were similar. Gushio only required a brief moment to thoroughly grasp it, and a golden light also emerged from this text. At the instant the golden light appeared, the two techniques indeed began to merge once more. Before long, they coalesced into a brand new technique, Shinting Su Jing. Upon examination, Gushio could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. This technique is a profound tier martial art. It is worth noting that even the Qingxian sect's Qingxianju, imparted to inner disciples, is merely a profound tier martial art. Yet here he was, possessing a technique that rivaled Qingxianju. More importantly, this was a fusion of three already widespread techniques. If he were to subsequently merge even more powerful techniques, what might the outcome be? Moreover, if martial arts techniques can be fused, could other sword techniques and methods also be amalgamated? Gushio boldly conjectured. Unfortunately, he lacked such items at present. Previously, Gushio had learned numerous sword techniques, all sourced from the Qingxian sect, which were closely guarded secrets. Now, having signed the abandonment contract with the sect, any further cultivation or leakage would invoke divine retribution upon him. Currently, he was unable to pursue this avenue. However, Gushio was not in a hurry. The immediate priority was to cultivate diligently, at least to reach the third level of qi refinement. His gaze shifted toward the nearby green bamboo pole. To wield this green bamboo pole, one must employ a particular technique, which can only be accessed upon reaching the third level of qi refinement. Thus, the immediate priority is for him to cultivate himself to the third level of qi refinement. Chapter 6. Drawing Boundaries, Severing Ties. While Gushio was engrossed in his arduous training, in the grand hall of the Qingxian Holy Land, the sect leader, Guan Shualan, sat in her prominent seat, her expression clouded and her heart troubled. Is there still no news of Guxiao? Reporting to the sect leader. There is no news as of yet. What of Qingxian City? Qingxian City has conducted a thorough investigation. It has been confirmed that Guxiao did not enter the city within the past 5 days. And the more distant cities? Currently, both Suaisher City and Datong City have also been verified to have no trace of Guxiao. Where could a mere mortal, whose cultivation has been entirely wasted, have gone after leaving the sect? Guan Shualan exclaimed in frustration. Her words rendered the several elders in the hall into a profound silence. Guan Shualan, increasingly agitated, inquired, What of Nian Chaoshi? How is the situation? Chief Su just relayed a message. Although the pavilion master suffered backlash from the heavenly mechanism and has yet to awaken, timely medical attention has ensured that there are no severe complications. The reporting elder hesitated before continuing. However, it is said that after falling into a coma, Pavilion Master Nian has been incessantly calling out for junior brother Guxiao. Guan Shualan was instantly consumed by rage. It had been 5 days since Guxiao signed the spirit contract of abandonment. Initially, Guan Shualan had not taken it to heart. Not only did she disregard it, but she also commanded her disciples not to assist Guxiao. In her view, the spirit contract was merely a tactic to compel her submission. He could not genuinely wish to sever ties with the sect. Surely, once he faced hardships outside, he would return obediently. However, 2 days after Guxiao's departure, an accident befell Nian Chaoshi, nearly costing her life. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that the eldest disciple, Nian Chaoshi, had suffered divine retribution while searching for Guxiao and probing the heavenly mechanism excessively. Had it not been for the timely medical intervention of the third disciple, Su Wanqing, she would have perished. This incident finally prompted Guan Shualan to recall her wayward disciple. Calculating the passage of time, she deemed it fitting to extend a stern reminder, allowing him to return to the sect. At that point, she would rescind the spirit contract of abandonment and confine him to the cliff of reflection for 3 years as a form of punishment. Yet, Guan Shualan had not anticipated that the task of locating the seemingly easily found Guxiao would consume the sect 3 full days, yielding not a single clue. This was the first time in 5 centuries that Guan Shualan felt a sense of loss of control. Such a feeling was deeply unsettling. After much contemplation, Guan Shualan declared, What of the Moran? I recall she is within the sect. Summon her. Qin Moran, Guan Shualan's 5th disciple, though not exceptionally powerful, was the chief elder of the sect's talisman-making division, renowned for her expertise in crafting talismans. Before long, Qin Moran, clad in a simple gray-white dress, approached gracefully, performing an impeccably standard bow before Guan Shualan and gently inquiring, Master, did you summon me? Do you have any news regarding Guxiao? Guxiao? Qin Moran found it peculiar that there had been no news of his disciple. Is that truly the case? Absolutely, he affirmed. Moreover, my disciple has no connection with Guxiao, as you must be aware, Master. Guan Shualan appeared skeptical, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Qin Moran. I recall that in years past, you held Guxiao's literary and calligraphic talents in high esteem, and you spent a considerable amount of time in his company. That was simply the innocence of my disciple 500 years ago, Qin Moran replied candidly, shaking his head. Since Guxiao returned, enveloped in an aura of malevolence, he has lost the brilliance he once possessed. I have avoided him at all costs. How could I possibly maintain contact? When he departed from the sect, did you provide him with any talismans, such as a breath-holding talisman or a disguised talisman? Guan Shualan inquired, her brow furrowing with suspicion that Guxiao might have received assistance in evading the disciple's relentless pursuit. Qin Moran shook his head. In the 3 years since Guxiao returned to the sect, he has sabotaged my talismans. My disdain for him has reached its zenith. How could I possibly grant him any talismans? This deepened Guan Shualan's frown. If Qin Moran did not intervene, then who could it be? Are you concerned for Guxiao's safety, Master? Qin Moran asked. Why would I worry about a forsaken disciple? Guan Shualan replied, shaking her head. Yet he was once a prodigy of our sect, and 500 years ago, he ventured into the forbidden lands for our sake. If we were to disregard him now, how would the world perceive our Xian sacred ground? Qin Moran remained silent, merely shaking his head slightly. Do you harbor a different perspective? Guan Shualan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, my thoughts diverge from yours, Master. Oh, please, elaborate. Though Guxiao was once a prodigy, he is now but a broken man. The sect has shown him great mercy by sustaining him for 3 years. As for his venture into the Forbidden Lands 500 years ago, Qin Mo Ran shook his head. Forgive my frankness, but while the Forbidden Lands are said to be a source of fortune for the sect, the true nature of that fortune remains uncertain. In truth, the prosperity of the sect over the past 5 centuries has been due to the guidance of our master and the diligent efforts of our senior and junior sisters. As for the so-called fortune, I have yet to witness it. To label Gu Xiu as a hero of the sect is excessively hasty. Guan Shuilan hesitated, realizing the merit in his words. This topic had indeed been broached multiple times since Gu Xiu's return. So what is your conclusion? My conclusion is singular. Qin Mo Ran stated. What is it? Guan Shuilan asked, intrigued. After a brief contemplation, Qin Mo Ran spoke with a measured tone. To draw a line in the sand and sever all ties, to forsake emotions and friendships entirely. Might that be too heartless? Guan Shuilan questioned hesitantly. Qin Mo Ran shook his head. Gu Xiu's talents have been squandered. He has no hope of cultivation in this lifetime. This signifies that he and we exist in entirely different realms. Departing from the sect and facing his fate alone is the rightful destiny of a mortal. Furthermore, Master, you have asserted that Gu Xiu threatened the sect with his abandonment, which is a grave taboo. If that is the case, let him be. The sect owes him nothing and need not trouble itself further. Moreover, to speak candidly, the disciple feels that Gu Xiu will soon beseech to return. Oh, Guan Shuilan raised an eyebrow. Gu Xiu, having grown up in the Qinxian sacred land, has no kin or acquaintances in the outside world. Now, as a mere shell of his former self with little time left, the sect's ability to sustain him is a tremendous act of kindness. His venture into the world is nothing short of reckless, and he will undoubtedly endure the harshness of life. When the time comes and he can no longer bear it, he will surely find a way to seek the sect's forgiveness. Qin Moran analyzed. As a well-versed scholar, she was previously the sect's strategist, and her words resonated with Guan Shuilan, who found them quite reasonable. Indeed, Gu Xiu is courting misfortune. Should he truly find it impossible to survive outside and seek to return, let the true master deal with him as he deserves. Guan Shuilan declared with indignation, send a message down the line. From this day forth, recall all those searching for him. No more sect resources shall be wasted on this individual. These cold words caused the elder to hesitate slightly. Guan Shuilan frowned. Is there something on your mind, Elder Qin? This. Elder Qin hesitated but ultimately shook his head. I shall obey. Though he was an elder in charge of managing the inner disciple's resources, he was merely a minor figure with little influence. Despite having differing opinions, he held no authority to voice them. However, as he exited the main hall and glanced at the distant peak where Gu Xiu had departed, Elder Qin let out a soft sigh. It seems that Master Gu will not be returning. Gu Xiu, at the Dan peak of the Qinxian sacred land. With a sudden exclamation, Nian Chaoshi, awakening from a long stupor, sat up drenched in cold sweat. Senior sister, you have finally awoken. The third senior sister, Su Wanqing, hurriedly approached, grasping Nian Chaoshi's wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, her brow relaxed somewhat. Fortunately, while still weak, your injuries have healed without leaving any lasting repercussions. Senior sister, you must take good care of yourself in the coming days and refrain from any divination. Nian Chaoshi disregarded her advice and inquired, where's Gu Xiu? Has he returned? Su Wanqing smiled wryly. Senior sister, why are you still concerned about Gu Xiu? He has been away from the sect for half a month now, and the sect leader has already ordered that he no longer be sought after. Why do you still hold him in your thoughts? What? How long have I been unconscious? Nian Chaoshi gasped in shock. It has been 13 days. 13 days. Nian Chaoshi was taken aback, her expression turning cold. Then why hasn't Gu Xiu sought me out? Did I not insist that he must return to the sect? This. Never mind. I shall find my master. Observing Su Wanqing's hesitation, Nian Chaoshi hastily stood and made her way toward the main peak. Today, Guan Shuilan was attending to sect affairs. Upon seeing her eldest disciple awaken, a warm smile spread across her face. Chaoshi has awakened. How do you feel now? Thank you for your concern, Master. I am well now. Nian Chaoshi eagerly inquired, Master. I wish to understand why the sect does not seek Gu Xiu. Upon hearing the name Gu Xiu, Guan Shuilan furrowed her brows. When the time is ripe and he has endured enough suffering, he will return on his own. What is there to seek? But what if he does not return? Nian Chaoshi pressed. If he chooses not to return, Then so be it, Guan Shualan replied coldly. His presence in the sect merely burdens us, consuming precious resources without purpose. This indifferent response left Nian Chaoshi momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at her master. Master was an adept at the art of divination, having cultivated the way of heavenly secrets, a path that inevitably leads to solitude due to the entanglements of karma. Thus, she had seldom ventured outside in recent centuries, rarely interacting with her fellow disciples. Nian Chaoshi had heard whispers that her master and the other disciples were not particularly fond of Guxiao, but she had not anticipated such a heartless declaration from her mentor. Master, he is Guxiao, she exclaimed, unable to contain herself. 500 years ago we. Yet, as the words began to escape her lips, Guan Shualan interjected coldly, do not dwell on the past. The path of cultivation concerns the present and the future. Immersing oneself in bygone events ultimately leads to self-entrapment and is of no benefit to one's practice. Nian Chaoshi felt as though struck by lightning, gazing at her master, who appeared unchanged since 5 centuries ago, a moment of disorientation washing over her. Of no benefit to one's practice. What a poignant phrase. Chaoshi, 500 years ago, you and Guxiao did not share a deep bond. The karmic ties were minimal. Though I do not comprehend why you are so preoccupied with him, one must always move forward. Those who linger in the past are destined to be forsaken. It is not cruelty on my part. It is simply the nature of this world, Guan Shualan stated plainly, her demeanor remaining as cold as ever. Seeing that Nian Chaoshi struggled to grasp her words, Guan Shualan sighed. As the leader of the Qingxian sacred land, I must consider not only my personal feelings, but also the well-being of the entire sect. Guxiao's powers are diminished. He consumes a significant amount of sect resources each month for healing and sustenance. Many disciples have voiced their discontent regarding this matter. His departure, from the perspective of the sect, could indeed be seen as a favorable development. This was the truth. Upon Guxiao's return from the Forbidden Grounds, burdened by severe injuries and spiritual wounds, his suffering necessitated the expenditure of considerable sect resources for his healing. Many of the junior disciples had expressed their grievances about this situation, and Nian Chaoshi had heard of their discontent but had not given it much thought. She never anticipated that Guan Shualan would bring this issue to the forefront. Nian Chaoshi felt a surge of anger rise within her, and she mustered the courage to confront her master. But he is a disciple of our sect, your personal disciple. He ventured into the Forbidden Grounds for the sake of our sect's fortune, fighting for our resources. In such a vast sect as the Qingxian sacred land, is it not disheartening that they are unwilling to bestow even a modicum of resources upon one who nearly sacrificed his life for the sect? Just a mere fraction of resources? Guan Shualan expressed her dissatisfaction. Do you understand how much Guxiao receives as his monthly stipend? Elder Chun, please enlighten him. Her voice was icy as she directed her gaze towards the elder in charge. Elder Chen hesitated slightly. Sect master, this matter. Speak candidly. Guan Shualan urged coldly. Elder Chen glanced at the sect master and then at Nian Chaoshi, hesitating before bowing his head. Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu's monthly stipend is 10 low-grade spirit stones. Did you hear that? Guxiao consumes 10 spirit stones from the sect each month. Guan Shualan was poised to continue when she abruptly halted, staring at Elder Chen. Did you say his monthly stipend is how much? 10 low-grade spirit stones. Elder Chen withdrew his head slightly. Of course, there are times when it is even less, at its lowest. Senior brother Gu has received only 3 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Guan Shualan stood frozen in place. Nian Chaoshi gasped in disbelief. The most junior disciples in the inner sect receive a monthly stipend of 200, ordinary elders earn thousands monthly, and direct disciples at least 10,000 spirit stones. How could Guxiao receive so little? Chapter 7. Master, he is also your direct disciple. Faced with Nian Chaoshi's inquiries, Elder Chen glanced at the sect leader, Guan Shualan, seated at the head, then lowered his gaze to the ground, fumbling for words. What is happening? What do you see me doing? Although Guxiao is considered a failure, he is nonetheless a direct disciple. Could it be that you have embezzled his meager stipend? Guan Shualan furrowed her brow, pressing for answers, incredulous at the situation. Elder Chun, terrified, immediately knelt before her, exclaiming, I assure you, I have never embezzled any funds. Even if I harbored such intentions, I would not dare to act upon them. Please, sect leader, judge me fairly. Then explain why Gu Xiu receives such a paltry monthly stipend? Guan Xuelan demanded. Well, that was determined by you, sect leader. Elder Chen stammered. These words sent a shiver through Guan Xuelan, and Nian Chaoshi beside her furrowed her brow in astonishment. Nonsense. When did I ever? Guan Xuelan's fury ignited, but as she attempted to retort, her words faltered. As a cultivator at the Mahayana stage, she had reached a level of memory retention that was beyond ordinary. While she had not recalled the details immediately, Elder Chen's reminder now sparked a fleeting memory. However, the infuriating Elder Chen, in his bid to clear his name, continued. 2 years ago, Gu Shirshu was penalized for damaging spiritual stones, and you, sect leader, decreed a reduction of his stipend by half. Even with a halved stipend, how could it possibly amount to only 10 spiritual stones? Nian Chaoshi interjected, her brow furrowing in disbelief. Well, Elder Chen glanced at Guan Xuelan, hesitating before continuing. 3 years ago, when Gu Shirshu first returned to the sect, the deacons did not recognize him. Observing him cleaning the main hall daily, coupled with his lack of cultivation, they classified him as a miscellaneous disciple. Thus, his stipend was set at 20 spiritual stones, halved to 10. Such a significant matter, and you did not inquire about it? Nian Chaoshi clenched her teeth. We did inquire. Elder Chen cast another glance at Guan Xuelan, speaking softly. I had asked the sect leader about this matter. And 7th Shirshu Lu Qingyao was present as well. She stated that Gu Shirshu was merely a miscellaneous disciple, and at that time, you did not refute it. Sect leader, so what? Nian Chaoshi erupted in fury, glaring at Guan Xuelan before turning her ire toward Elder Chen. And what happened afterward? Did you not discover Gu Xiu's true identity over the course of 3 years? Of course we knew, but once the sect stipend is established, altering it requires the sect leader's command. At that time, the sect leader stated that Gu Shixiang was merely a failure and that it was unnecessary to waste too many spiritual stones on him. A modest amount sufficed, and there was no need for any special adjustments. What? Nian Chaoshi could no longer contain her outrage, her gaze toward her master now laced with icy contempt. The esteemed one. I had assumed that he was being compensated according to the standard stipend for ordinary inner disciples. Yet how could I have known that he was regarded as a mere servant disciple? Guan Xuelan's gaze faltered momentarily, and after some contemplation, she defended herself, stating, moreover, Gu Xiu is merely an unremarkable individual devoid of cultivation. Within the sect, all necessities are sufficiently provided, rendering spirit stones useless to him. This assertion indeed holds merit. However, he is your direct disciple. A distinguished direct disciple, despite his loss of cultivation, receives a monthly stipend that is even less than that of a servant disciple. While it is true that in the QX Holy Land daily expenses do not require spirit stones, that pertains solely to daily necessities. Should he require anything beyond that, be it medication for an ailment or other items, he would need to expend spirit stones or barter with fellow disciples. Surely, Master cannot refute this point. Nian Chaoshi inquired, each word deliberate. Her heart had turned icy, and she felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. She was aware. She had always been aware. Gu Xiu was not favored within the QX Holy Land. Master and the junior sisters regarded him with indifference. Yet, she had never anticipated that Gu Xiu endured such a plight within the sect. A distinguished direct disciple, yet treated worse than a servant disciple. Why does he receive only 10 spirit stones monthly, and can it diminish further? Suddenly, Nian Chaoshi recalled Elder Lu's earlier words. Gu Xiu's monthly allocation could indeed be even less. This, Elder Lu stammered once more. There was no need for inquiry. It was the esteemed one's doing. At this moment, Guan Xuelan conceded, Gu Xiu's behavior is reckless, often leading to mistakes. Thus the esteemed one has frequently halved his monthly stipend. In that instant, Nian Chaoshi felt a piercing chill. He is your direct disciple, the one you nurtured from the beginning. The esteemed one. I am often preoccupied. How could such trivial matters weigh on my mind? Guan Xuelan replied somewhat awkwardly, then continued. Furthermore, as a mere mortal, if he seeks not indulgence, spirit stones are of no use. What purpose do they serve? Besides, when he first returned to the sect, he consumed a substantial amount of resources for healing. And those spirit stones were not few. This, Elder Chen hesitated before lowering his gaze and spoke. In truth, The resources expended for Gu Xiu's initial healing amounted to no more than 1,000 spirit stones. What? Nian Chaoshi was rendered speechless. Guan Shuolan frowned even more. Nonsense, how could that be? The sect leader personally treated Gu Xiu, and upon realizing his lack of potential for cultivation, relinquished him. Yet did indeed instruct for medicinal stones and nurturing. However, at that time, junior uncle Jiang Sun was on the brink of a breakthrough, and many resources overlapped with those utilized by Gu Xiu. For this reason, junior uncle Su Wanqing had sought Gu Xiu and spoken to him. Though the content of their conversation remains unknown, yet, since then, Gu Xiu ceased to request any medicinal stones. In truth, the value of 1,000 spirit stones might have been an overstatement. At this very moment, Nian Chaoshi stood in the grand hall of the sect. Yet she felt an icy chill envelop her, sending shivers down her spine. This was swiftly followed by a surge of anger. Master, Gu Xiu, he is your cherished disciple and a hero of the sect. Are you truly unafraid of disheartening the disciples with your treatment of him? Faced with such questioning from her own disciple, Guan Shuolan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and coldly retorted, "Are we to dwell on this matter again? Gu Xiu is merely a useless individual devoid of cultivation, and his injuries are beyond remedy. By not squandering the sect's resources, he demonstrates a degree of self-awareness. Does he not? The sect has already provided him with shelter, a privilege that many can only dream of." Nian Chaoshi was taken aback, gritting her teeth as she pressed. What of his status as a hero of the sect? 500 years ago, he ventured into the forbidden grounds, risking everything for the sake of the sect and its fortune. Fortune? Can you truly clarify the existence of this fortune you speak of? Guan Shuolan frowned. Of course it exists. Ever since Gu Xiu entered the forbidden grounds, the sect's fortune has continually gathered, leading to its prosperity. This is the most compelling evidence. Do you still refuse to acknowledge it, Master? I find this matter to be irrelevant to the so-called fortune. Master, Nian Chaoshi was utterly stunned. Do you not even trust your own disciple? Chaoshi, I naturally believe your words. You have divined the sect's future more than once. But the matter of fortune is far too nebulous, and thus far, no one has been able to prove its existence. This so-called fortune remains an enigma, even to those of the highest cultivation level, and none can elucidate its origins or its departure. Seeing that Guan Shuolan remained skeptical of the concept of fortune, Nian Chaoshi felt at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Master, I cannot convince you of the existence of fortune. However, I wish to remind you of something. When Gu Xiu departed from the Qingxian sacred land, the fortune accumulated over 500 years began to dissipate. This was a statement she had previously withheld due to its connection to the heavenly secrets, which should not be divulged. Yet now, in her desperation to awaken her master, she cast aside her reservations. However, Guan Shuolan seemed unfazed, replying, Since you claim this fortune has dissipated, let us observe what unfolds next in the Qingxian sacred land after this supposed fortune has vanished. I, for one, am curious to see what this fortune truly is. Master, while fortune endures, it accumulates over time to bolster the sect's destiny. Should it dissipate, the sect will face calamities. Such a jest cannot be taken lightly. Nian Chaoshi cautioned. It was unwise of you to allow me to cultivate in the realm of heavenly secrets. Guan Shuolan paid no heed to Nian Chaoshi's earnest entreaties, instead shaking her head resolutely. You must understand, cultivators inherently defy the heavens. Relying solely on so-called fortunes is ultimately akin to chasing after flowers in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water. What you must believe in is that human determination can conquer the heavens. Her words were imbued with unwavering confidence. Nian Chaoshi hesitated, yet ultimately shook her head. Disciple takes her leave. She comprehended that her master was utterly unresponsive to her words now. Further contention would prove futile. She left the sect's grand hall in a daze, casting a glance at the sky above. The source of fortune was rapidly dissipating, and if this continued, it would likely vanish completely in a matter of moments, erasing 500 years of blessings. But what was to be done next? Senior sister, how are you faring? I heard you had a quarrel with master. Are you all right? Gu Xiu was indeed infuriating, managing to sow discord within our esteemed Qingxian holy land even in his absence. Why does such a person not face divine retribution? Indeed, that accursed Gu Xiu. At that moment, several junior sisters approached. The warmth that had just blossomed in Nian Chaoshi's heart turned icy upon hearing their vitriol against Gu Xiao, junior sisters. When did you harbor such animosity toward Gu Xiao? Her question left everyone momentarily stunned, soon dismissing it. Gu Xiao is inherently despicable. Is it wrong to be hostile toward him? We were merely Na'vi 500 years ago. Indeed, senior sister, you have failed to perceive Gu Xiao's malevolence. A chorus of voices arose among the junior sisters, portraying Gu Xiao as an utterly nefarious villain. Nian Chaoshi felt disoriented. She realized the profound bias her master and junior sisters held against Gu Xiao. If she wished to persuade her master, she must first find a way to convince these junior sisters, at the very least making them understand that Gu Xiao was not as wicked as they claimed. But how could she prove it? Meanwhile, as Nian Chaoshi pondered how to vindicate Gu Xiao, a faint ripple of spiritual energy suddenly flickered in the uninhabited zone of the Tianqi Mountains, vanishing in an instant. Within his cave abode, Gu Xiao opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight illuminating his gaze. He had broken through. After spending an entire month, he had finally ascended to the third layer of qi refinement. To be candid, if one were to merely consider the speed of his breakthrough to the third layer, Gu Xiao's progress could hardly be deemed rapid. Yet, this was solely due to the vastness of his Dantian SGC, which impeded his ascension. In truth, the spiritual energy accumulated within Gu Xiao's Dantian now rivaled that of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator at the 7th layer. Viewed from this perspective, Gu Xiao's cultivation speed was indeed astonishingly swift. However, Gu Xiao was not overly excited by this. After all, he had effortlessly reached the 3rd level of qi refinement before, so this slight enhancement was hardly a cause for celebration. What truly captured his attention was only one thing. His green bamboo pole was now ready for use. Chapter 8. Drawing Bamboo as a Rod. Celestial Glyphs. The refining qi stage marks a pivotal juncture between mortals and cultivators. In the preliminary 3 layers of refining qi, the distinction between cultivators and ordinary individuals is not particularly pronounced. At best, cultivators possess slightly greater strength, enhanced stamina, and a more efficient recovery of physical vitality, rendering them less susceptible to illness. During this phase, a cultivator's Dantian and Qi are merely in their nascent stages, with insufficient reserves of spiritual energy, rendering them incapable of actively manipulating the Qi within. Their reliance lies solely on the passive nurturing of their body by the internal spiritual energy. However, upon reaching the 3rd layer of refining Qi, a transformation occurs. At this juncture, the Dantian and Qi have fully formed, and there is a noticeable accumulation of internal spiritual energy. Moreover, cultivators can now actively channel this energy to perform simple spells. What Gu Xiao requires is precisely such a spell. At this moment, Gu Xiao sits cross-legged, a green bamboo rod laid horizontally before him. With a series of intricate hand gestures, he initiates the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians. In an instant, he opens his eyes, which flash with a brown luminescence. Vine Drive. Accompanied by a hushed incantation, Gu Xiao continues to execute the hand movements with his left hand, while his right hand, with 2 fingers poised, rests upon the bamboo rod. An extraordinary spectacle unfolds. The previously inert bamboo rod begins to tremble violently upon the contact of his fingers. Waves of regulatory power surge forth, fiercely resisting Gu Xiao's spell. This is the Vine Drive technique, a spell of the wood element, allowing for rudimentary control over ordinary plants. Albeit at a sluggish pace and with limited efficacy, it is considered rather mundane and largely impractical, seldom utilized by practitioners. Yet now, as Gu Xiao employs this technique with his right hand, he simultaneously forms another hand gesture with his left. Spirit Thread. In an instant, a filament of spiritual energy materializes above his left hand. Without hesitation, he engages in a dual effort. The right hand continues to manipulate the bamboo rod, while the left hand weaves the spirit thread around it. Each encirclement is strategically positioned. However, the bamboo rod does not idly submit to Gu Xiao's control. In fact, the laws governing it flicker and resist, severing the spirit thread time and again. Gu Xiao remains undeterred. Each time the thread snaps, he simply recommences, entangled in a relentless tug-of-war with the bamboo rod. At long last, just as Gu Xiao's internal spiritual energy nears depletion, the spirit thread finally reaches the very tip of the bamboo rod. Now, without a moment's delay, he flicks his right fingers, and just as the bamboo rod seems poised to break free, A drop of his essence, his blood, descends upon the rod 7 inches from its base. In an instant, the bamboo rod struggles diminish, and it begins to acquiesce once more. Success. With the blood oath established, the bamboo has been transformed into a rod. The spirit thread, which initially required Gushio as constant infusions of spiritual energy, now appears to have fused with the bamboo rod, remaining entwined even as he relinquishes his hand gestures. Transforming into fishing line. The green bamboo pole transformed into a slender fishing rod. As Gushio picked up the rod and examined it closely, he discovered that it remained as unadorned as ever. Yet, when held in his grasp, it exuded an enigmatic aura that was ineffable. Was he to fish among the heavens? Let me give it a try, Gushio murmured to himself, and with a swift flick of the rod, the line immediately descended, its end seemingly vanishing into thin air. At first glance, it appeared as if Gushio were fishing in the cavern, conjuring fish from nothingness. As he waited, he muttered to himself, I wonder if this method is correct, and whether the rod requires any bait. The technique for using the bamboo pole was something Gushio had witnessed as a bystander in a dreamlike state. 1,000 years after Jiang Sun had taken the rod from him, it was in that ethereal realm that the proper method of its usage was inadvertently revealed. Gushio was uncertain of its validity. Just as doubt gnawed at him, the rod suddenly felt heavy, reminiscent of a fish biting the hook and tugging at the line. Gushio's eyes brightened, and he lifted the rod. To his surprise, he could not hoist it up. A tremendous force surged from the other end. Akin to a great fish thrashing in struggle, Gushio pulled a few times, but to little effect. Patience, he reminded himself, is paramount in the art of fishing. It is a contest of wits against the great fish. With this thought in mind, he ceased his impatience and engaged in a tug-of-war with the creature. When it fought fiercely, he would relax his grip, and when it eased, he would pull with vigor. In this manner, half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye, and it was evident that the fish was beginning to tire. Just as it had recently struggled, Gushio seized the opportunity. Now is the moment. He exerted a sudden force to lift the rod, and faintly, he could hear what sounded like an ancient deity's roar. However, as he finally raised the rod completely, the roar was abruptly silenced. Gushio looked toward the line, where he found a tome with a cover of dark hue. A technique? His heart raced. The ancient texts he sought for his dantian were precisely what he needed. Without hesitation, he grasped the book, but upon closer inspection, he froze in disbelief. For on the cover, there were only 4 grand characters, heavenly script talismans. Could it be real or merely a mirage? Was this truly the legendary tome? Had it not vanished from existence eons ago? Gushio found it hard to fathom. In the realm of cultivation, talismans comprised one of the 6 pathways. Talisman masters could inscribe symbols, each with its own unique efficacy. In the world of cultivation, talisman masters were held in high esteem, for the talismans they crafted could not only be employed by themselves, but also used by ordinary cultivators for protection and survival. Their applications were boundless. Moreover, powerful talisman masters were referred to as talismancers, and it was said that the most exceptional among them could inscribe supreme power within the confines of mere inches. A single talisman, to conquer a city and annihilate a nation. Gushio's former 5th senior sister, Chin-Mo Ran, was a formidable talisman master. 5 centuries ago, Chin-Mo Ran shared a close bond with Gushio, imparting to him numerous insights into the art of talismans. Among these was a saying regarding the path of talismans. Those who possess the heavenly book of talismans may ascend to the pinnacle of talisman mastery. According to legend, the heavenly book of talismans embodies the principles of the Grand Tao and contains the essence of talismanry, as well as the intricate patterns of all talismans in existence. Historically, conflicts of cataclysmic proportions have erupted over the heavenly book of talismans. Alas, since the ascension of the talisman master Su Mozi a millennium ago, the heavenly book has vanished without a trace. Some say he carried it into the celestial realm, while others believe he concealed it with formidable barriers. Regardless of the rumors, the heavenly book remains elusive, and no talisman master of supreme caliber has emerged in the last 10 millennia. When this topic arose in the past, Chin-Mo Ran expressed her self-pity. Gushio had vowed then to exhaust his efforts in assisting her to locate the heavenly book. Little did he anticipate that after departing from the sect, severing all ties with it through a renunciation pact, he would inadvertently come into possession of this very tome. Chin-Mo Ran, it seems you are fated to be without this book in this lifetime. Gu Xiao mused, shaking his head as he began to peruse the heavenly book of talismans. Upon delving into its contents, Gu Xiao was struck with awe. The heavenly book of talismans was indeed powerful, yet exceedingly complex. It not only instructed on the crafting of talismans, but also delved into the very essence of talismanry from its origins in the myriad manifestations of the cosmos. The text was profoundly intricate, challenging to comprehend, and one would require an immense investment of time to fully grasp its teachings. It was no wonder that those who had previously acquired the heavenly book dedicated centuries to their studies, as the book's content alone demanded extensive contemplation. Gu Xiao lamented this unfortunate circumstance. His current predicament required him to hasten his cultivation, for his lifespan was dwindling, and only through rapid advancement could he extend his years. He could not afford to devote an inordinate amount of time to the study of talismanry. Just as he was lost in thought, Gu Xiao suddenly recalled, "I wonder if my undaunted ancient tome could transcribe this heavenly book of talismans?" He had witnessed the remarkable potency of the tome within his dantians, which, when inscribed with cultivation methods, not only facilitated the progression of techniques, but also expedited comprehension. If he were to inscribe the heavenly book of talismans, it might not only refine the book further, but also significantly reduce the time required for understanding its profound teachings. With this determination, Gu Xiao promptly took action, turning his focus inward to his dantian, opening a page of the undaunted ancient tome, and began to wield his intent to write. Gu Xiao's thoughts were straightforward. Regardless of the outcome, one must at least make an attempt. However, what Gu Xiao remained unaware of was that while he meticulously transcribed the arcane symbols and inscriptions onto the venerable pages of ancient texts, the world outside was undergoing monumental and earth-shattering transformations. Chapter 9. The Grand Worship of 10,000 Rhythms. The Emergence of the Ink-Cold Tower. In the sacred land of Qingxian, atop the ink-writing peak, Qin Moran, the foremost talisman master of the Qingxian sacred land, stood adorned in her elegant Incan white gown, elucidating the principles of talismans to a gathering of disciples below. The path of talismans, she began, is to draw upon the divine spirit, intertwining the rhythms of heaven and earth, inscribing the laws upon the sacred talisman paper. The rhythms of heaven and earth are the inherent forces that govern the universe, and as a talisman master, one must comprehend these rhythms and transcribe them, employing techniques to unleash their boundless potential. To become a talisman master, one must first attain proficiency in the art of calligraphy, followed by a reservoir of divine spirit energy, and ultimately, a profound understanding and perception of the rhythms of heaven and earth. The Qingxian sacred land places great emphasis on the cultivation of its disciples. As the chief talisman master, Qin Moran not only crafts formidable talismans for the sect, but also occasionally imparts the knowledge of talismans to her students. As she spoke, she reviewed the characters inscribed by her disciples on paper. After a brief glance, she could not help but shake her head in dismay. The current cohort of disciples was truly lacking. Their handwriting was deplorable, devoid of even the most fundamental grace of calligraphy. Reflecting on this, she recalled that in all her years, the only exquisite handwriting she had encountered belonged to Gu Xiao. Oddly, why did this person suddenly come to mind? Such a wastrel had long departed the sect. She should have forgotten him entirely. Perhaps it was because her senior sister had recently mentioned him frequently. It would be best to help her sever this attachment and embrace a path of detachment. Regaining her focus, Qin Moran continued to guide her disciples and began teaching them how to craft their first talisman. However, the more she instructed, the more her expression darkened. Not a single disciple could produce a complete talisman. Even 5 centuries ago, when Gu Xiao first studied talismans, he had not been so inept. Shaking her head, she forcibly banished thoughts of Gu Xiao from her mind and produced her vibrant, multicolored glazed pen. Pay close attention. The essence of crafting a talisman lies in the comprehension of the rhythms. With every stroke, you must channel your divine spirit energy to harmonize with the rhythms of heaven and earth. As she spoke, Qin Moran began to inscribe. Her innate brilliance shone through, and as her brush moved, the rhythms of heaven and earth were drawn forth, gradually manifesting and being attracted to the talisman. The spectacle elicited gasps of awe from the disciples. How remarkably fluid. Elder Qin is truly a once-in-a-millennium talisman prodigy. This is astonishing. So this is how talismans are created? Yet, These exclamations caused Qin Moran to shake her head internally. The art of talismans requires a tranquil mind. If one's thoughts are scattered, true achievement remains elusive. As her contemplation arose, she completed the final stroke. The talisman was formed. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth surged, and the ethereal resonance of the universe, already drawn forth, cascaded onto the talisman. The moment of fusion signified the culmination of the talisman's creation. Qin Moran was exceedingly familiar with this scenario, eagerly awaiting the moment when the talisman would be fully formed. However, just as the talisman was on the brink of completion, an unforeseen disruption occurred. The resonance of the universe, which was poised to merge with the talisman, suddenly trembled violently. In a startling twist, it broke free from the talisman, soaring upward before shifting its direction towards an unknown point. What on earth was happening? Qin Moran was utterly perplexed. Even more bewildering was the fact that not only did this singular resonance display such anomalous behavior, but a multitude of new resonances began to manifest one after another. Much to her astonishment, the resonance of the universe, being a manifestation of the laws of nature, should remain constant as long as the world itself does. Theoretically, these resonances are inexhaustible resources. Yet, they are typically invisible to ordinary individuals, and even the most skilled talisman masters require special means to summon them. So, what was transpiring now? Why were the resonances autonomously materializing? What could have caused such an extraordinary occurrence? Panic began to settle in as traces of fear flickered in her gaze, for the scene before her had transcended her comprehension. Compounding her anxiety was the fact that as numerous resonances emerged, they simultaneously oriented themselves towards a certain direction, and then, astonishingly, they performed a slight bow. It was as if these resonances were welcoming the arrival of a revered old friend. This was a universal homage. Qin Moran's eyes widened, and she could hardly contain her trembling. These resonances seemed to wish to be inscribed by someone, manifesting themselves in a display of goodwill, drawn towards reverence. But how could such a phenomenon occur? Was it possible that a supreme master of talisman crafting had appeared? This was unfathomable. Could it be that an unparalleled prodigy had been born, a natural master of talisman crafting? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, leaving her utterly disoriented. A surge of inexplicable fear washed over her. Many believe that talisman masters manipulate the resonances of heaven and earth. Yet only those who have truly become talisman masters understand that they do not merely control these forces. Rather, they collaborate with them. It is the talisman master who draws forth the resonances, which in turn recognize the master and willingly assist in the creation of the talisman. Thus, the key to assessing a talisman master's potential lies in their affinity with the resonances of the universe. Qin Moran's talent was indeed remarkable. The resonance with the rhythm of heaven and earth is remarkably strong. Years of diligent cultivation have swiftly advanced her mastery in the art of talismans. Yet, even she lacks the ability to harmonize with such an abundance of celestial rhythms. It is utterly impossible for her to achieve the reverence of myriad melodies. Since the ancient practitioners established the path of talismans as one of the 6 realms, there has been no record of such an occurrence until now. Even though the notion of myriad melodies revering one another has been speculated by talismanic masters, it has remained merely conjectural. Such an unprecedented phenomenon has manifested. What does this signify? It indicates a transformation in the cosmos, a shift in the celestial rhythms, or perhaps a change within a certain individual. Who might that be? Where are they? Why has this come to pass? In this moment, Qin Moran is utterly unaware of the answers, yet her emotions are in tumult. A complex blend of fear, admiration, and a profound sense of reverence. Many share Qin Moran's thoughts. The reverence of myriad melodies is indeed astonishing. It must be investigated promptly. What has triggered this phenomenon? Has a terrifying existence descended upon the world? In this moment, I find myself engulfed in fear. If a person is indeed responsible for this, could they render me incapable of even inscribing talismans? It is hard to fathom. If it is indeed a person, how potent could their affinity be? On this day, countless talismanic masters set aside their pressing affairs, stepping outside to gaze towards the east. They all comprehend the gravity of the situation. Something monumental has transpired. While the ordinary talismanic practitioners remain in shock, speculating about the cause of these events. At this very moment in Zhongzhou, beside the forbidden zone of the Valley of the Immortal Burials, Within an ancient palace that has stood for countless years, an elder, who appears to have long since entered a state of transcendence, suddenly opens his eyes. He gazes eastward, as if striving to pierce through the veil of reality. Moments later, the elder bursts into wild laughter. He has arrived. After 3,000 years of waiting, I have finally witnessed the emergence of the fated one from the Mohan Tower. Chapter 10. A New Journey. Essence Stone Powder. At this moment, Guxiu remained oblivious to the changes occurring outside. He was still immersed in the transcription of this celestial tome of talismans. Though termed as transcription, it was, in fact, more of an insightful experience. The power of this ancient text transcended mere advancement techniques or the amalgamation of martial arts. It possessed an additional function, an ability to facilitate rapid comprehension. Guxiu had previously discovered this while transcribing 3 sacred texts. As long as he inscribed the techniques from the ancient tome, he could attain a deeper understanding. However, since he had already meticulously studied those 3 texts, the effects were not particularly pronounced. In contrast, this celestial tome of talismans was remarkably distinct. To grasp this celestial tome through conventional methods would typically require at least a year, and to fully master it would demand even more time. Yet, with the assistance of the ancient text, each character he inscribed deepened his perception of the celestial tome. After merely a day and a night, Guxiu inscribed the final character. In that instant, the ancient text within his dantian erupted with radiant light, and the pages began to float upward, ultimately coalescing into a complete volume that hovered beside him. However, its cover bore only 2 characters, talismans. As Guxiu opened it, he was taken aback. The talisman book, at this moment, surpassed the already formidable celestial tome of talismans in power. A cursory glance revealed to him an epiphany. The conventional path of talismans involved awakening the rhythms of heaven and earth to collaborate with them, thus transforming them into one essay. In contrast, the celestial tome of talismans not only awakened these rhythms, but also enabled them to autonomously harmonize and even actively assist the talisman master, embodying a deeper comprehension of the rhythms of heaven and earth. As for the talisman book, even with a fleeting glance, Guxiu discerned that its contents extended beyond the existing rhythms of heaven and earth. It contained insights on how to construct these rhythms. This revelation left Guxiu astonished. The rhythms of heaven and earth were, after all, manifestations of the forces of cosmic law. Even a supreme being of the great ascension stage would not dare to fabricate such powers out of thin air. The techniques within this talisman book were akin to divine methods. However, Guxiu soon shook his head and closed the talisman book. It was not that the talisman book lacked potency, but rather that its complexity far exceeded that of the celestial tome. Guxiu had once reached the pinnacle of cultivation. He understood well that, for a cultivator, the most critical aspect remained oneself. At present, he was far too weak, merely a nascent cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement. Attempting to comprehend something of this caliber was utterly impossible. The more he read, the more it could hinder his current progress. Exiting his introspection, Guxiu glanced at the green bamboo staff beside him, his eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. This bamboo staff was extraordinarily powerful, according to his observations within the illusion. The azure bamboo pole had been utilized by Jiang Sun on numerous occasions, yielding a variety of celestial treasures and spiritual herbs. However, more often than not, it was merely a vessel for unworthy refuse. This time, Guxiu harbored little hope. He merely desired to reel in some resources for cultivation. Yet, to his astonishment, on his very first use, he managed to catch such a wondrous tome. He was tempted to continue his angling endeavors. However, upon attempting further, the azure bamboo pole exhibited no activation, clearly adhering to the same limitation as in his dreams. It could only be employed once every 10 days. Any attempt beyond that would prove futile. Guxiu felt no regret, for a cultivator embarking on a secluded retreat that could span several months. 10 days was but a fleeting moment. Setting aside his thoughts, Guxiu began to pack his belongings. It was time for him to depart. Over the past month, he had immersed himself in rigorous training to break through to the 3rd layer of chi refinement. With that success achieved, he could no longer remain in this cave dwelling. Not only was this location perilously close to the Qing Xian sacred land, potentially exposing him at any moment, but the spiritual energy here was also exceedingly sparse, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged habitation. In the realm of cultivation, the essence lies in spiritual energy. In areas rich with spiritual qi, progress is naturally expedited. This cave, however, was deficient in such energy. During the preceding month, Guxiu had relied on the spiritual stones he had previously amassed for his training, but now they were depleted, compelling him to vacate. After restoring the cave to its original state, Guxiu cautiously exited. Yet, as he stepped out, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Above him, a streak of radiant light flashed across the sky. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Guxiu recognized the figure. It was his former senior sister, Nian Chaoshi. What could she possibly be doing here? He frowned, not believing that she was in search of him. His impression of Nian Chaoshi had always been rather shallow. She had been reclusive 500 years prior, and their paths had seldom crossed. After his return from the sect, their interactions had dwindled even further. Despite his confusion regarding Nian Chaoshi's presence, Guxiu deliberated and decided to rearrange the cave's interior once more before making his cautious exit into the forest, endeavoring to avoid any encounter with her to avert unnecessary complications. He had his own aspirations now, Yunshao City. This city lay far from the Qingxian sacred land and was a haven for loose cultivators, free from the grasp of any dominant factions. Upon leaving the Qingxian sacred land, Guxiu had resolved to embrace the life of a wandering cultivator, seeking to live solely for himself without the burdens of the past. This place seemed an ideal refuge. More importantly, if the vision he had glimpsed through the eternal illusion held true, Yunshao City would soon be the site of a significant opportunity, one that would ultimately aid Jiang Sun in his pursuits. But for now, as a free-spirited cultivator, Guxiu was determined to seize his chance. Half a day after Guxiu departed from the cave dwelling, a place that had seen no visitor for 5 centuries, it found itself graced by a second presence, none other than Nian Chaoshi. It had been a full month since Guxiu left the sect, and during this time, Nian Chaoshi had tirelessly searched for him. Although she often succumbed to unconsciousness due to the backlash of her divination techniques, leaving her injuries still unhealed, her perseverance bore fruit at last. Gazing at the cave before her, Nian Chaoshi felt a surge of excitement. The traces of formations here confirmed her divination was accurate. Guxiu had not gone to Qingxian City, but had instead come to this very place. With her determination solidified, Nian Chaoshi took a deep breath and refrained from recklessly entering the cave. Instead, she called out softly, "Junior brother?" Silence enveloped the cave, with no response. Unable to contain herself, she spoke again, "Junior brother, it's me, your senior sister, Nian Chaoshi." Yet, the stillness persisted. "I have something I wish to discuss with you. May I enter?" Her voice trembled, and the eerie quiet of the cave tightened her chest. Could it be that something had happened to her junior brother? With worry gnawing at her, Nian Chaoshi hastened into the cave. However, to her astonishment, there was no sign of her junior brother. The cave was shrouded in dust, devoid of any trace of habitation. How could this be? She mused, for the cave bore the unmistakable hallmarks of Guxiu's handiwork, and her divination had indicated he was indeed here. Was there a flaw in her divination technique? No, she corrected herself. There was something amiss with this cave. Though thick with dust, how could it remain untouched for so long without even the presence of insects? Moreover, the formation bore signs of recent activation. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. It must be my junior brother. Always cautious, he likely employed measures to evade pursuit before departing. He is nearby? Having cultivated her divination skills to avoid causing harm to others, Nian Chaoshi had seldom formed close bonds. Yet, she harbored a deep understanding of Guxiu. 5 centuries ago, he had always been a careful and prudent individual, so his actions were not entirely unexpected. With her suspicions confirmed, she began to meticulously search the cave for any sign of him. In this search, she indeed discovered something. In the corner of the cave, amidst the dust, there appeared a blue powder. This is spirit stone? A spirit stone completely drained of its energy? Nian Chaoshi was somewhat astonished. Spirit stones are directly usable for cultivation, and once all the spiritual energy within is absorbed, the stones would shatter spontaneously. This is not surprising. What is truly perplexing is why the spirit stone has crumbled into such a powdery form. Typically, when used to power magical artifacts or activate formations, spirit stones deplete their energy rapidly, resulting in chunk-like fragments upon breaking. However, If a cultivator absorbs the spiritual energy slowly for the purpose of cultivation until it is entirely exhausted, it could indeed take on this appearance. Could it be that the junior brother has restored his cultivation? Has he resumed his practice? Nian Xiaoxi felt a surge of astonishment, followed by a sudden pang of heartache. When cultivators absorb the energy from spirit stones, they often worry about the stones shattering and soiling their garments. Thus, many would discard the stones when only a trace of spiritual energy remains. It is typically the less fortunate cultivators who, unable to spare any energy, would resort to such actions. Considering the monthly stipend Gu Xiu received at Qingxian sect, at this moment, Nian Xiaoxi felt an overwhelming sorrow. Junior brother, I will find you. I will make amends. Nian Xiaoxi resolved, ultimately leaving the cave, stepping into the air with determination. He must not have been gone for long. Just as she intended to resume her pursuit, however, the sect token hanging at her waist suddenly emitted a hum. Nian Xiaoxi furrowed her brow. The master is summoning me urgently. Upon glancing at the message it bore, the content was succinct. Return swiftly. Nian Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment, then sighed, casting one last look at the seemingly endless Tianxi mountain range before turning towards the Qingxian Holy Land. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the forest, Gu Xiu, having halted his steps, suddenly sensed something. He glanced back over his shoulder. Yet, almost immediately, he withdrew his focus, frowning as he gazed ahead. Before him, a malevolent being obstructed his path. Chapter 11. The master calls the disciple back. Is it just for this matter? Before him stood a one-eyed wolf demon, its limbs robust and powerful, with a ghastly wound marring its face, from which blood trickled down. It evidently regarded Gu Xiu as prey, drooling as it fixated its singular eye upon him. The sight of this wolf demon made Gu Xiu furrow his brow. It was common to encounter ferocious beasts in the Tianxi mountain range, yet this area belonged to the periphery, where the strength of ordinary demons was typically not formidable. However, the wolf demon before him emanated an aura characteristic of a second-tier demon beast. The cultivation levels of human practitioners can generally be categorized into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, and great ascension. The cultivation methods of the demon race differ from those of humans, leading to different classifications in the early stages. Nevertheless, a second-tier demon beast possesses strength comparable to that of a practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement. Judging by the aura exuded by this demon, its power was akin to that of an 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Yet, faced with the wolf demon's fierce gaze, Gu Xiu felt no trepidation. Instead, he shook his head and softly murmured, "Your cultivation has not come easily, and you hold no value for me. I do not wish to slay you." Alas, the wolf demon's intelligence was evidently low, and in that moment, a cold glimmer flashed in its eye as it lunged towards Gu Xiu. Seeing this, Gu Xiu could only shake his head and retrieve a wooden stick he had picked up along the way. Concentrate, steady your mind. The bloodthirsty aura accumulated from 5 centuries of battles began to subtly surface. Although his cultivation level was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, the relentless warfare over 500 years had endowed him with countless experiences. What of a second-tier demon beast? If it obstructed his path, he would cleave it down. Just as the wolf demon was about to reach him, however, Gu Xiu's imposing aura suddenly receded. In the next instant, a red-tasseled spear flew from the distance and landed right before the wolf demon. Had the demon not sensed the impending danger and halted in time, it would surely have been impaled by the spear. Gu Xiu turned his gaze to the source, and not far away, a woman clad in a crimson battle robe appeared. Her beauty was striking, with an air of heroism in her brows, and her long black hair, tied in a ponytail, danced in the wind, adding to her commanding presence. After casting the spear, she swiftly rushed forward, almost reaching Gu Xiu in the blink of an eye. With a flick of her hand, the red-tasseled spear emitted a low hum and leaped into her grasp. She deftly swung her arm, positioning the spear as a barrier between Gu Xiu and the wolf demon. Having completed her actions, the woman gently nodded to Gu Xiu, expressing her apologies. "I beg your pardon. I was in pursuit of this demon and did not intend to drive it to the outskirts of the mountain range. Are you harmed, fellow Taoist?" Gu Xiu shook his head, glancing at the intricately designed jade token hanging at her waist. It was a remarkably ancient and ornate identity token, inscribed with 2 archaic characters, Tian Su. As Gu Xiu assessed her, the woman too scrutinized him, her gaze filled with curiosity, surprised by Gu Xiu's head of white hair. The woman was suddenly interrupted as Gu Xiu spoke. The wolf demon is about to launch a surprise attack. The woman paused, turning her head to see the wolf demon, which had become exceedingly vigilant upon her arrival. It had quietly amassed its strength and was now unleashing a blade of wind towards her. This wind blade evidently represented the full force of the wolf demon. Just as she was about to evade, the thought of Gu Xiu's presence compelled her to grit her teeth and brace herself with her spear against the oncoming attack. After a considerable effort, she managed to block it. However, upon glancing back, she noticed that Gu Xiu had somehow already positioned himself out of the wind blade's reach. Was this mere coincidence? While she remained in a daze, Gu Xiu alerted her again. It is about to flee. Turning her head, she indeed witnessed the wolf demon attempting to escape the moment its surprise attack had failed. You think you can flee a second time after getting away once? With a cold snort, she flung her spear and, in a flash, appeared before the wolf demon. In just 3 moves, under the fierce onslaught of the crimson-clad woman, the wolf demon fell to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. Instinctively, she turned to gauge Gu Xiu's reaction, only to find that her spectacular battle had seemingly captured none of the white-haired man's attention. He had already turned and departed, having moved quite some distance away. What an odd individual. Yi Hongling felt a strange sensation. After a brief hesitation, she decided to temporarily abandon her spoils and pursue him. My name is Yi Hongling, from the Tiansa mansion. I am unaware of your loose cultivator. Loose cultivator? Yi Hongling was taken aback. Gu Xiu had faced the wolf demon with such composure, exuding an air of ease that did not resemble that of a mere loose cultivator. However, given the eccentric nature of many cultivators, she refrained from pressing further and simply stated, "The wolf demon was disturbed due to my pursuit, and as an apology, I would like to offer its corpse to you." Gu Xiu expressed surprise, but ultimately shook his head. "Your kindness is appreciated. But this wolf demon holds no value for me. Since it was slain by you, it rightfully belongs to you. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Ah, very well." Yi Hongling instinctively stepped back, watching as Gu Xiu gave her a slight nod before continuing on his way. She regarded his retreating figure with intrigue, sensing that he was anything but ordinary, despite his cultivation being merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. His demeanor conveyed an unusual quality. Meanwhile, Gu Xiu had no such contemplations. Upon noticing that Yi Hongling had averted her gaze, he quickened his pace, weaving through the forest. After several hours of running, ensuring no one was in pursuit, he finally allowed himself a moment of relaxation. It is not that I harbor any doubts about the illustrious Tiansa mansion, but rather, in these desolate wildernesses, the most perilous threats are not always the formidable beasts. The true danger lies in humanity itself. As a wandering cultivator, one must possess the awareness that comes with such a path. Distrustful of all, especially when one's safety cannot be guaranteed, maintaining vigilance towards one's surroundings is indeed the most prudent course of action. With resolve, Gu Xiu's journey proceeds towards the city of Yunxiao. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred ground, Nian Chaoshi raced back to the sect. "Master, what is the urgent matter that necessitated my swift return?" she inquired. "Chaoshi, you have finally returned. After so many days of your absence, I was beginning to worry that something had befallen you," Wishualan expressed with concern. "Thank you for your care, Master," Nian Chaoshi replied, promptly pressing for the details. "Is there something you wish to discuss? Please, do tell." "I indeed have an important matter that requires your assistance," her master stated. "Your junior brother has just returned from the sword pavilion, having undergone a month of rigorous training there. His swordsmanship has significantly improved, and I intend to gift him a sword. I hope you can use your heavenly insight to bestow it with an enhancement." Upon hearing this, Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback. "Is this truly the reason for such urgency? What do you mean by that?" Wishualan inquired, puzzled. "Is there truly an issue?" "Of course there is an issue. Merely bestowing a sword enhancement warrants a summons of such gravity?" Nian Chaoshi's expression soured. Wishualan frowned in response. "What do you mean by merely? Your junior brother is now the most vital person in our sect, and indeed the future of Qingxian sacred ground. With his accomplishments in swordsmanship, the sword he wields must be chosen with utmost care. This matter is of paramount importance to our sect." Nian Chaoshi took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. She wished to admonish her master. "You have another disciple who has been missing from the sect for a month. Do you not harbor even the slightest concern for his safety? He too was once the pride of our sect, a beacon of its future, and has contributed immensely. Yet, ultimately, those words remained unvoiced. She understood that in her master's eyes, Gu Xiao and Jiang Qian were worlds apart. Especially considering Jiang Qian's current status as a key focus for cultivation within Qingxian sacred ground. Gu Xiaolan's assertion was irrefutable. In the ensuing silence, Nian Chaoshi acquiesced softly. I will heed your command, master. Where is the sword? I can assist my junior brother with the enhancement now. There is no rush. Your second junior sister is still in the process of forging it. It should be completed shortly. It has yet to be completed? It is not so simple. The sword wielded by my junior disciple is a culmination of countless rare materials painstakingly gathered by me and your fellow disciples. Even though your second senior sister has mastered the art of weapon forging, it will still require considerable time and effort. These words rendered Nian Chaoshi once again silent. You should return to your Weniyanch. When your second senior sister completes the forging, I shall summon you. By the way, remember not to leave the sect. You should understand better than I that the enhancement of magical artifacts must be performed immediately upon completion. Delaying this process significantly diminishes its effectiveness. After imparting a few more instructions, Guan Shuolan waved her hand, signaling Nian Chaoshi to withdraw. Nian Chaoshi hesitated for a moment. She had urgent matters to address and was on the verge of locating Gu Xiao. However, in the end, she could only sigh, bow slightly, and turn to leave the grand hall of the sect. Perhaps it was the glaring sun outside that caused her discomfort. Upon stepping out of the hall, she was immediately overwhelmed by the intense sunlight, and her eyes even felt a bit moist. Junior disciple, it is not that I do not wish to find you. Rather, I hope to avoid any discord between you and our master due to your affairs. It is not out of self-concern, but rather my fear that our master might unjustly direct her ire toward you. Since the last time she had a debate with Guan Shuolan, Nian Chaoshi had carefully pondered how to persuade their master. Yet ultimately, she realized that her master was quite stubborn and could not be swayed with mere words. Speaking up for Gu Xiao rashly would only deepen her master's disdain for him. Gu Shidi, wait a moment. Once I have resolved this matter, I will immediately come to find you. Nian Chaoshi murmured to herself, but the nearby chatter of several disciples suddenly reached her ears, stirring up the turbulent emotions she had just tried to calm. Have you heard? The house on Zhuo Peak has already been demolished. Chapter 12. When people leave, the tea grows cold, and bamboo cannot fully chronicle it. Zhuo Feng? Is that not the dwelling of Master Gu? Hush. Master Gu has already departed from the sect using the abandonment of sect's spiritual pact. We can no longer refer to him as master. We must address him by name. I believe Master Gu is quite a good person. Even if he has left, there is no need to dismantle Zhuo Feng. Is there? Alas, do you not understand that when people depart, the warmth fades? Moreover, this matter is not ours to decide. We must not speak recklessly. The conversation among several disciples gradually faded into the distance. However, upon hearing these words, Nian Chaoshi froze in place. Master Gu's dwelling at Zhuo Feng is to be dismantled? Regaining her senses, Nian Chaoshi swiftly intercepted the two ordinary inner disciples. Master Uncle, Nian's sect leader. The two disciples were startled, quickly bowing in respect, their hearts filled with confusion, as this Nian master uncle was known for her aloofness. In the past, even when they crossed paths, she would never initiate conversation. What could have prompted her now? But just as they were pondering, they heard Nian Chaoshi's voice, cold as frost. Did you say Zhuo Feng's house is to be dismantled? The two disciples were momentarily taken aback, but hurriedly replied, reporting to Master Uncle, yes, it is. Who intends to dismantle Gu Xiao's dwelling? Nian Chaoshi inquired frostily. The two disciples hesitated. It is Master Wu and Master Qi, Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. Nian Chaoshi's brows furrowed tightly. Noticing the two disciples' fearful expressions, she pressed on. They each have their own dwellings. Why must they dismantle Zhuo Feng's house? The two disciples hesitated, yet under Nian Chaoshi's penetrating gaze, they ultimately confessed. It was Master Qi who said that to teach Master Jiang the art of beast taming, a place is required, and Zhuo Feng happened to be vacant. So they decided to use that location. Master Wu also mentioned that he would use talismanic power to assist Master Jiang in constructing a perfect domain for beast taming. These words were spoken with great difficulty, as they felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, almost compelling them to kneel. It was the oppressive aura emanating from Nian Chaoshi. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the two disciples fell to their knees. Master Uncle, spare us. We dare not speak recklessly about Master. We shall no longer mention Gu Xiu's name. They sensed that Nian Chaoshi's anger was likely due to their earlier conversation, and upon uttering their pleas for mercy, the suffocating pressure around them suddenly eased. The two disciples hurriedly expressed their gratitude, but after a long while without a response. They looked up to find that Nian Chaoshi had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nian Chaoshi had no time to linger on the two ordinary disciples. She was hastening towards Zhuofeng. Although Gu Xiu had already departed from the sect, Nian Chaoshi's thoughts remained solely focused on finding him and bringing him back to the sect. If it were now, even the dwelling of Zhuofeng had been dismantled. How could she explain this to Gu Xiu? How could she face him? It was a pity, despite her desperate haste. Deploying all her cultivation to achieve an astonishing speed, she ultimately arrived at Zhuofeng only to find it too late. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the modest wooden house that had never been considered luxurious collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a heap of ruins. Before the fallen structure stood Gu Xiu's junior sister, Lu Qingyao, joyfully dancing and bouncing around, while Qin Moran, though less exuberant, wore a smile on her face. Sister, now that this dilapidated house is gone, shall we proceed with our plan to prepare a beast pen for our junior brother? Let us first destroy these filthy remnants. The beast pen for our junior brother must be crafted with utmost care, leaving no room for error. You are right, sister. I shall go and obliterate all the debris at once. Why make it so complicated? Allow me to use a fire talisman. It will naturally reduce this place to ashes. As Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao conversed, Qin Moran produced a talisman from her robes and casually activated it. Instantly, a merciless heavenly fire surged forth, intent on incinerating the ruins of the wooden house. Upon witnessing this scene, Nian Chaoshi, who had been standing in a daze, finally regained her senses and rushed to block the flames. Stop! Her sudden action startled both Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. Qin Moran hurriedly redirected the talisman, forcing the previously raging fire to burn into an adjacent empty space. Sister, why did you suddenly appear? Sister, luckily I just used the talisman, otherwise you would have been harmed. Both Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao voiced their concerns, still shaken. However, as their words flowed, they felt a chill in the air. For Nian Chaoshi was glaring at them with an icy expression, causing both girls to shudder and hastily apologize. Sister, we are sorry, we did not see you. So, we nearly harmed you. Sister, it was not our intention. As the eldest sister, Nian Chaoshi held a reputation among the junior sisters second only to their master, Guan Xuelan. Under her piercing gaze, both Qin and Lu felt trepidation. In response to their apologies, Nian Chaoshi coldly inquired, "What are you two doing?" Huh? The two girls were taken aback. Yet, Nian Chaoshi pressed on. Do you not understand that Zhuofeng belongs to Gu Shidi, and this wooden house is his residence? The two were momentarily speechless, until Qin Moran spoke up first. Sister, Gu Xiu has already signed the abandonment agreement. He is no longer one of us at Qing Xian Holy Land. Indeed, eldest sister, Gu Xiu has left. It would be unreasonable for him to occupy the space after he is gone. Lu Qingyao chimed in, nodding emphatically. Nian Chaoshi coldly remarked, Gu Shidi has signed the abandonment of sect spirit contract, which is merely a misunderstanding with master. He will undoubtedly return. If you destroy Gu Shidi's dwelling now, where do you intend for him to reside upon his return? Even if he were to shamelessly come back, he could simply stay in the outer sect, couldn't he? Lu Qingyao softly replied, What did you just say? Nian Chaoshi was incredulous. Beside her, Qin Moran interjected, Senior sister, you may not be aware, as you have been absent from the sect these past few days, but master has already issued an edict. Should Gu Xiu return and wish to rejoin the sect, he shall be relegated to the outer sect as an ordinary disciple. Indeed, Lu Qingyao added, he believes that by brandishing the abandonment of sect spirit contract as a threat, the sect would regard him with favor. That is nothing but a delusion. Upon his return, he won't even qualify for the inner sect. The exchange between the two left Nian Chaoshi stunned. She found it hard to believe. She could somewhat comprehend her master's bias against Gu Xiu, as well as the harshness stemming from his unwavering nature. However, this was Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. You two were once the closest to Gu Xiu, weren't you? Moran, Didn't you often insist on having Gu Xiu accompany you for calligraphy practice? Qingyao, weren't you the one who would cling to Gu Xiu, seeking his comfort even after being scolded by master? You even enlisted his help to exhaust the powers of the beasts you wished to subdue. Nian Chaoshi inquired incredulously. When did you both become so heartless? Regrettably, in response to her queries, Qin and Lu merely frowned. Senior sister, you speak of events from 500 years ago. Why bring them up now? Indeed, senior sister, Lu Qingyao concurred. Back then, we were young and naive, unable to discern Gu Xiu's true nature, deceived by his facade. Why do you still hold on to such memories? 500 years? A facade? Nian Chaoshi found it hard to fathom. Though she had remained in the Weniyange, she had sensed that her junior sisters had developed some discord with Gu Xiu regarding his attitude. Yet, she never anticipated that such a transformation could reach these extremes. Senior sister, you rarely leave Weniyange, so your understanding of external matters is limited. Gu Xiu is no longer the same Gu Xiu from 500 years ago, Qin Moran remarked, noticing Nian Chaoshi's expression. Yes, senior sister, you must be unaware of the current circumstances, which is why you express such sentiments. Lu Qingyao nodded in agreement. Since Gu Xiu's return, he has committed countless misdeeds. He has even caused the demise of my newly tamed spiritual beast. And he ruined the celestial talisman that fifth senior sister had attained enlightenment with, wasting her moment of realization. The wrongs he has done are beyond reckoning. Such a person is nothing short of a villainous scoundrel. In hushed tones, a few of us senior and junior sisters expressed a fervent wish for Gu Xiu's demise. What? Nian Chaoshi widened her eyes in disbelief, casting a glance at Qin Moran, whom she believed, with her extensive literary knowledge and scholarly pursuits, would surely hold a different perspective. However, to her utter astonishment, Qin Moran nodded in agreement. Although junior sister Lu's words may seem somewhat extreme, we have indeed long harbored discontent towards Gu Xiu. At that moment, Nian Chaoshi found herself at a loss for words. Just as she struggled to formulate a rebuttal, Lu Qingyao suddenly gasped softly and dashed towards the remnants of the wooden hut. With a swift motion of her small hand, she swept aside a considerable amount of debris, revealing the foundation of the structure. Before them lay a dense array of blood-red patterns, exuding an eerie aura that was unsettling even under the blazing sun. Look, my two senior sisters. Gu Xiu must have engaged in some nefarious deeds, employing dark sorcery to threaten our Qingxian sacred land. This formation is undeniably malevolent. Lu Qingyao, though lacking in knowledge about formations, could still sense an ominous presence emanating from the traces left behind, sending chills down her spine. Yet, as they gazed upon the patterns, both Qin Moran and Nian Chaoshi furrowed their brows in unison. This formation is Chapter 13. The earthly evil soul binding array? Is this a sacrifice of souls? Indeed, it is the earthly evil soul binding array. To think that Gu Xiu has set up such a malevolent formation within the sect. Qin Moran, being a talisman master, naturally possesses profound knowledge of formations. Although she has only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of this array, she immediately deduced its nature, her face etched with astonishment. Lu Qingyao, filled with curiosity, inquired, Elder sister, what is the earthly evil soul binding array? It is a sinister formation. A sinister formation? Yes. It is an exceptionally vile and malicious array. Qin Muron replied gravely. The earthly evil soul binding array is a formation commonly employed by the demon sect. Upon hearing the term demon sect, Lu Qingyao felt an ominous chill. Indeed, Qin Muron continued, as the name suggests. The earthly evil soul binding array is an evil formation designed to bind and dispatch souls at the earthly evil location. This array is exceedingly malicious. Any wandering soul within this vicinity will be immediately absorbed into the formation and refined into sustenance to nourish itself. What? Lu Qingyao exclaimed in shock. Why would Gu Xiu employ such a formation, and why would he set it up within the sect? Perhaps he is unwilling to resign himself to a life of mediocrity and seeks to cultivate. Qin Muron's expression darkened like a stormy sea. It is unfathomable that a disciple of our Qingxian holy land would learn the array of the demon sect. Lu Qingyao, filled with indignation, protested, Moreover, this is our sect. Does he intend to bind the souls of our disciples, treating us as mere nourishment for himself? Qin Muron offered no reply, merely glancing at Nian Chaoshi. Elder sister, if there was doubt before, Surely this array reveals Guxiu's true character? This matter required no further elaboration. Setting such a vile formation within the sect leaves little room for doubt regarding its purpose. In response to Qin Muron's words, Nian Chaoshi furrowed her brows, lost in silence. Her intuition whispered to her that it was impossible for Guxiu to have set this up. He could not truly wish harm upon the sect. But what then is the nature of this formation? Especially considering the spirit stone powder she had observed in that cave. Guxiu very likely has restored his cultivation. Why? When Xuelan had clearly stated that Guxiu had no opportunity to regain his powers, had he suddenly done so? And why is this formation conveniently located here? Could it be he has truly resorted to some demonic means? I refuse to believe that Guxiu would commit such an act. Nian Chaoshi finally spoke. Although her previous interactions with Guxiu had not been extensive, she had always harbored a fondness for this junior brother. Moreover, she had consulted him on multiple occasions. While unsure about many matters, his fate had always indicated a deep reverence for his masters. She could not believe that someone with such a destiny would engage in such treachery within the sect. As she observed the resolute demeanor of Nian Chaoshi, both Qin Muron and Lu Qingyao found themselves somewhat exasperated. "Senior sister, this formation has already revealed everything," Qin Muron remarked. "Indeed, senior sister. We are well aware of Guxiu's true nature," Lu Qingyao added. "This is merely a fragment of the formation. Do you truly believe you can comprehend the entirety of it?" Nian Chaoshi posed a question to Qin Muron, who hesitated momentarily. "Well, I possess some understanding of formations. Many share commonalities, and to discern the grand design from just a fragment seems rather hasty, does it not?" Nian Chaoshi asserted. This time, Qin Muron found it difficult to refute her, for the elder sister's words were indeed grounded in truth. However, did it require further observation? Although it was merely the tip of the iceberg, it was evident that this formation was undoubtedly related to the 7 souls and 6 spirits. The mere presence of such a formation in this location was, in every respect, highly suspicious. Nian Chaoshi was not oblivious to this reasoning, yet she remained obstinate. Since this formation has been revealed, why should we not investigate it thoroughly? With that, she approached the remnants of the wooden house, meticulously collecting the debris into her storage ring, as if she intended to excavate the entirety of the grand formation. Qin and Lu exchanged glances, both filled with a sense of helplessness. How could their senior sister be so stubborn? It was all Guxiu's fault. His acting was so convincing that even the senior sister had been deceived. They thought to themselves, yet they could not permit Nian Chaoshi to toil alone. So they joined her in the effort to clear the wooden ruins. In truth, both of them believed that simply setting the place ablaze would suffice. There was no need to expend such effort on cleanup. However, Nian Chaoshi would not allow it, and thus they mirrored her actions, painstakingly gathering each fragment of the wooden house into their storage rings. In the process, they uncovered numerous items. I wondered why my talisman book was missing. It turns out Guxiu had stolen it, Qin Muron exclaimed, her brow furrowed in frustration. Lu Qingyao, equally indignant, added, "Look, senior sister. Isn't this the horn of my deceased spirit beast?" He had the audacity to deny any involvement. Both discovered various items, some even linked to other senior sisters, inciting their ire further. Listening to their inventory, Nian Chaoshi felt a growing sense of disbelief. Guxiu could not be like this. He simply could not. Gritting her teeth, she found herself unable to counter their claims, choosing instead to cast aside these disordered thoughts and hastily gather all the remnants of the wooden house without further classification. As she did so, the grand formation gradually began to take shape. When 30% of the array was revealed, Qin Muron shook her head. "Senior sister, I believe we need not investigate further. This formation is clearly the soul-binding array. It is an intact soul-binding array. I refuse to believe it." Nian Chaoshi responded and continued to tidy up. Before long, the entire formation manifested 60%. Qin Muron spoke again. "Senior sister, this is the earthly fiend soul-capturing array. This part transcends mere soul capturing. It is the fusion of soul and spirit. Once the souls ensnared by this formation are captured, they will directly become nourishment." Nian Chaoshi felt uncertain, yet gritted her teeth and declared, "I refuse to believe it." However, as 90% of the formation materialized, her heart plummeted into despair. "Senior sister, this portion gradually transforms the refined souls into sustenance. The practitioner of this formation has even deprived the captured souls of their chance to reincarnate, maximizing their utility as nourishment. I believe it is unnecessary for us to continue this endeavor. Such a malevolent array should be destroyed outright, Qin Moran asserted. Beside them, Lu Qingyao erupted in rage. That Guxiu is utterly ruthless. We have catered to him with care, and our sect has invested resources to nurture a useless individual. Not only does he show no gratitude, but he also engages in such despicable acts. This is our sect. To set such a formation here is clearly intended to harm others. Such a person deserves death. Nian Chaoxi's complexion fluctuated between ashen and pale as she contemplated defending Guxiu, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Gazing at the remaining 10% of the formation, she clenched her teeth and insisted, "I still do not believe it. I will see for myself." This declaration elicited vigorous headshakes from Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. However, they refrained from further persuasion. The truth might be harsh, but it was better for the senior sister to discern Guxiu's true nature. Yet, when the remnants of the wooden cabin were completely cleared away, and the entire formation was revealed, Nian Chaoxi suddenly burst into tears. "Senior sister, do not be sorrowful. It is not worth it for someone like Guxiu." Lu Qingyao hurriedly consoled her, feeling an increasing disdain for Guxiu. If it were not for him, how could the senior sister be in such distress? No, Guxiu never intended to harm anyone. He has always cared for the sect. I know he does. Nian Chaoxi repeatedly shook her head. As she spoke, she succumbed to tears once more, her heart-wrenching grief leaving Lu Qingyao bewildered. Given the circumstances, why did the senior sister still refuse to believe? What kind of enchantment had Guxiu cast upon her? Just then, an incredulous voice pierced the air. How is this possible? How can this be? It is clearly the earthly fiend gathering spirit array. Why? Why can it still transform? Lu Qingyao, confused, turned to see Qin Moran staring at the formation with an expression of utter disbelief. Transform? What does that mean? Isn't this the earthly fiend's soul-binding formation? What has it transformed into? Just as I was about to inquire, I noticed Yin Chaoxi, with reddened eyes, asking, "Junior Sister Qin, can you discern the nature of this formation now?" This. Qin Moran glanced at the formation, then at Yin Chaoxi, and finally whispered, "This is the dissipating power and transforming soul formation. Dissipating my power, transforming my spirit, solely to bless the region. This is not the earthly fiend's soul binding. It is not a malevolent formation. This is a grand array willingly undertaken for the sect, a sacrifice of life, so that one's spirit may contribute to the sect's legacy. Those soul-binding and soul-refining formations, Guxiu's targets, are all himself. His intention is to bind his own soul upon his death, to dissipate his essence, paying the price of avoiding reincarnation and scattering his soul. It is a martyrdom of the spirit, a prayer for the sect as prosperity." Upon uttering these words, Yin Chaoxi could no longer contain himself, bursting into tears once more. Even Lu Qingyao stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend. What? This sinister formation is directed entirely at Guxiu himself? How? Is that even possible? How could someone of his ilk possess such enlightenment? Chapter 14. Encounter with Hong Ling. The goose passing by my spiritual wounds are indeed grievous. On the other side, within a cave nestled among the trees, Guxiu murmured to himself, his pallid visage reflecting his torment. His appearance was most disheveled, his robes stained with sweat, and his very essence felt utterly enfeebled. He had just endured a harrowing ordeal, the anguish of spiritual injuries. 5 centuries of warfare in the Forbidden Realm had inflicted upon Guxiu a spiritual affliction that was nigh impossible to mend. 3 years since his return, Guxiu occasionally experienced debilitating flare-ups of pain, each episode compelling him to grit his teeth and endure. Although an ancient tome had previously transformed into a butterfly to restore his physical form, it had done little to heal his spiritual wounds. Just moments ago, while traversing the forest, the affliction had suddenly recurred, forcing him to hastily seek refuge in a cave to withstand the torment. Now that the anguish had subsided, a lingering trepidation still clung to him. Fortunately, since leaving the sect, he had only suffered 2 episodes in this extended period. A far cry from the relentless occurrences of every few days he had faced at Jua Peak. My dear junior disciple truly possesses remarkable prowess. Though Guxiu's spiritual injuries remained difficult to heal, with a modicum of caution, they need not manifest so frequently. All of this was due to Jiang Sun's interference at Gu Xiu's residence, a vendetta he had not forgotten. Stealing his resolve, Gu Xiu donned a fresh set of garments. He must hasten to Yunshao City to seize that fortuitous opportunity. Setting forth once more, it had been 5 days since Gu Xiu's encounter with Yi Hongling. During this time, he had traversed the fringes of the forest. At this pace, with a bit more urgency, he ought to reach Yunshao City within a month. However, after another half-day of travel, a frown creased Gu Xiu's brow. Before him lay a scene of devastation. Trees and underbrush were obliterated, and even stones bore signs of destruction. With ethereal fluctuations palpable in the air, blood and footprints marred the ground, indicative of a formidable practitioner besieged by foes, who likely employed poison, suggesting that the adept had made a hasty escape. Analyzing the remnants of the scene, Gu Xiu surmised the grim reality. Conflicts among cultivators were perilous affairs for a solitary practitioner. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take a detour, opting for a longer path that should allow him to evade danger. The cultivation realm is rife with peril. As a wandering cultivator, one must possess the awareness of their status. Meddling in affairs beyond one's strength could lead to one's demise, ultimately resulting in becoming nothing more than dust. Yet, at times, when one seeks to evade trouble, it seems that trouble follows like a shadow. Not long after, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a metallic scent of blood, prompting Gu Xiu to furrow his brow. Just as he contemplated altering his course, an all-too-familiar voice pierced the air. "Wait. Help me." Gu Xiu turned his head and, to his astonishment, beheld the renowned female warrior of the Tiankai mansion, Yi Hongling, whom he had encountered just a few days prior. She was now bloodied and concealed within a thicket. It was evident that her condition had deteriorated significantly. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, her complexion was as pale as parchment, and her internal energy was in utter disarray. Upon noticing Gu Xiu's gaze, Yi Hongling spoke. "You have indeed found me, fellow cultivator. Could I trouble you for a favor?" "Not a chance," Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head resolutely. Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "Why not?" "I am merely an ordinary rogue cultivator. I do not know you, nor do I wish to. I prefer to avoid unnecessary calamities," Gu Xiu stated with forthrightness. Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned, utterly at a loss for words. With a resigned smile, she continued, "Since you are a rogue cultivator, you must be lacking in resources. If you assist me, I can offer you a reward." Gu Xiu pondered for a moment before shaking his head again. "That won't do." "Why not?" "Your strength far surpasses mine. If you cannot resolve your own troubles, it would be foolish for me to attempt to help." Gu Xiu shook his head once more before turning on his heel to depart. Yi Hongling gazed at his retreating figure, biting her lip in frustration. Ultimately, she could only watch Gu Xiu leave, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet understanding his stance. His cultivation was indeed not high, and it was prudent of him to avoid trouble. However, just as despair began to envelop Yi Hongling, Gu Xiu returned. Ignoring her surprised expression, he directly inquired, "What benefits do you offer me?" 800 spirit stones, along with some elixirs. "That is insufficient. The risk is too great." "Is your life worth merely this paltry sum of spirit stones?" I only possess this much spirit stones," Yi Hongling replied, somewhat embarrassed. "Moreover, I merely need you to protect me. I have been poisoned and require urgent assistance to detoxify. During this process, I need someone to guard me. If you find this amount lacking, feel free to name your price, and once I am safe, I shall compensate you further." Meeting Yi Hongling's hopeful gaze, Gu Xiu finally acquiesced, nodding, "Very well, 800 spirit stones. Please hand them over now." Yi Hongling was momentarily speechless. When she first met this white-haired rogue cultivator, she found him to be quite remarkable, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, reminiscent of a reclusive sage. Yet she had never anticipated such behavior from him. Nevertheless, putting aside her complaints, Yi Hongling promptly produced a storage ring and tossed it towards him. "All my spirit stones are within." Gu Xiu received it and probed with his consciousness, confirming the presence of 800 spirit stones, along with 2 vials of basic recovery elixirs. Observing his serious demeanor, Yi Hongling curiously asked, "Did you not just express a desire to avoid trouble? What has caused this sudden change of heart?" "Because I am already embroiled in trouble," Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head. He then added, "Those pursuing you have already arrived." Yi Hongling. Gu Xiu remarked, I can either kill my way out or move forward, but I will inevitably be discovered, and trouble will be inescapable. Yi Hongling interjected, so. It's not that you've suddenly developed a benevolent heart, but rather because there's no way to extricate yourself from this predicament that you chose to return. A sudden realization struck her. Then why do you still need my spirit stones? If there's a chance to profit, one should seize it. I can't avoid trouble, but I can at least earn something from it. Gu Xiu replied candidly, devoid of any deceit. Yet, Yi Hongling felt a twinge of hurt upon hearing his words. This fellow was merely taking advantage of her misfortune, plundering her resources. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Gu Xiu had already approached her, urging, "Can you walk? If so, we must move quickly." "I can," she replied, pushing aside her discontent over Gu Xiu's opportunism. Given the urgency of their situation, there was no time for such reflections. Thus, they began to navigate through the forest. Yi Hongling found herself bewildered, for Gu Xiu's movements seemed erratic, as if they were wandering aimlessly through the woods. They encountered no one, nor did she sense any presence nearby. Yet, Gu Xiu would suddenly call for a halt and change direction, meandering through the trees for 2 hours. "What are we doing?" Yi Hongling questioned, perplexed. Gu Xiu barely glanced at her, remaining vigilant of their surroundings as he replied, "Those pursuing you are drawing near. We must be cautious in our evasion." Yi Hongling was taken aback, observing the dense foliage around them, devoid of any signs of life. How could Gu Xiu detect the presence of others? Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xiu, despite sharing her inability to sense anyone, had his own means. His greatest asset was his natural affinity with the rhythms of the world around him, a skill he acquired after comprehending the celestial texts. Though primarily applied to talismanic arts, this ability allowed him to discern potential dangers to a certain extent. This was why he had traversed the woods for 5 days without incident. Initially unaware of Yi Hongling's presence, he had been preoccupied with guarding against more significant threats. They journeyed until midnight, when Gu Xiu finally halted. "We are surrounded. Unless we break through, there's no way out." "How much time do we have?" Yi Hongling inquired. Gu Xiu attuned himself to the natural energies. "If we remain here, we'll likely encounter them within 2 hours." 2 hours? Yi Hongling took a deep breath. "I need to heal. I must tend to my poison first." "Very well." Gu Xiu nodded and led her into a relatively concealed cave. "Let us take refuge here." "All right." Yi Hongling nodded, although she remained unaware of how Gu Xiu could be so certain of these matters. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The fact that they had traversed half a day without encountering dangers served as the best testament. The most pressing concern now was healing. As Yi Hongling began to sit cross-legged and consume her medicine, gradually expelling the poison, Gu Xiu produced 2 spirit stones, cradling them in his palms, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy within. Compared to 5 days prior, Gu Xiu had made notable progress in his cultivation, despite the arduous journey. He had not neglected his practice during moments of leisure. The cave fell into silence. This tranquility endured for less than 2 hours when both suddenly opened their eyes, exchanging a glance before directing their attention towards the cave entrance. Someone was approaching. Indeed, it was not long before voices emerged from outside. "What happened? Where did that woman go?" "I don't know. She must have run this way, and there's another person's trace along the path. They should be nearby. Search thoroughly." After a brief discussion, 3 cultivators dispersed, beginning a meticulous search of the surroundings. Yi Hongling's expression darkened. She had underestimated the toxins within her body. Even after nearly 2 hours of concentrated detoxification, the poison clung to her like a parasite, proving impossible to expel in such a short time. Just then, a presence drew nearer, causing Yi Hongling to hold her breath and steal a glance at Gu Xiu, who remained seated in meditation, a wooden stick resting on his lap. His countenance impassive. The footsteps drew closer. Yi Hongling quietly gripped her spear, bracing herself for a potential confrontation. Yet, just as the figure was about to approach the cave, it suddenly halted and turned away. Yi Hongling exhaled softly, glancing at Gu Xiu once more, only to find him still motionless, his expression unchanged. This person exuded such a calm demeanor. At that moment, Gu Xiu's voice broke the silence, asking, "Can you still fight at full strength?" "If I disregard the consequences, I can manage to strike with my full power twice at most," Yi Hongling replied. Gu Xiu pondered for a moment. "Twice? Once will suffice." "Huh." Yi Hongling was puzzled, wondering why Gu Xiu posed such a question when the person had already departed. Suddenly, Gushio stood up and stepped towards the entrance of the cave. Chapter 15. When did this monk become so easy to kill? Gushio moved with an unusual lightness, taking a few swift steps to the entrance of the cave. Yet he did not step out immediately. Instead, he stood quietly in place, still holding the wooden stick he had picked up but never utilized. With his back turned to Yi Hongling, his disheveled white hair glimmered in the moonlight, giving him an air of arrogance. For some inexplicable reason, this word sprang to Yi Hongling's mind, igniting her curiosity towards Gushio. Despite their limited interactions, this being merely their second encounter, each meeting revealed an extraordinary charisma that intrigued her. I remember your name is Yi Hongling, correct? Gushio suddenly spoke. Huh. Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Gushio continue. When I call your name, you must strike towards me with all your might. Yi Hongling was bewildered. Strike at you? Yes. Just do as I say. Do you understand? I understand. Although she still harbored some hesitation, Gushio's composed demeanor inexplicably fostered a sense of trust within her. It was peculiar. Despite Gushio being merely a cultivator at the third level of chi refinement, she instinctively overlooked his cultivation realm in his presence. Since the three of them have arrived, let us invite them in, Gushio suddenly called out loudly. Yi Hongling was startled, her heart racing with alarm. It was only then that she became aware of the three faint yet distinct auras outside the cave, which had manifested without her noticing. The previous individuals had clearly sensed something amiss, retreating quietly to avoid alarming them, only to covertly summon their companions. Unable to restrain herself, Yi Hongling looked at Gushio in astonishment. How had he discerned this? At that moment, voices from outside the cave reached them. So there really is another person. And they are with that wretched woman. You certainly know how to hide, making us search for so long. Kid, you have some skill to remain concealed at the third level of chi refinement. But unfortunately, now that you've encountered this woman, you cannot escape death. Blame your ill fate. Yi Hongling, unable to see the three outside, felt the palpable danger surrounding them. She could distinctly sense that the three possessed formidable strength, one at the peak of chi refinement, and two at the 7th level. And Gushio? Merely at the 3rd level. This was not just a numerical superiority, it was a crushing advantage in power. However, in the face of these three individuals whose cultivation levels could easily overwhelm him, Gushio remained remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected by their presence. He calmly inquired, which of you shall enter first? Or perhaps, shall we all enter together? This seemingly placid statement betrayed no hint of emotion, yet it left the trio outside in a state of uncertainty. They were certainly not intimidated by Gushio. Rather, the true source of their hesitation lay in the fact that another formidable figure, Yi Hongling, was concealed within. This woman possessed immense strength, and had she not been poisoned, she would undoubtedly have dispatched them with ease. Even in her weakened state, the three were still unsure of their victory. Nevertheless, those who dared to hunt Yi Hongling could not afford to remain indecisive for long. Soon, footsteps echoed, and judging by the aura, it was one of the chi refinement stage 7 cultivators. The individual approached with utmost caution, every step calculated. Yi Hongling felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Her grip tightened around her spear, ready to strike as soon as the intruder crossed the threshold of the cave. Closer, closer. She could even discern the shadow of the approaching figure. Yet, it appeared the opponent remained wary, hesitating at the entrance for a moment. In the next instant, the figure suddenly accelerated, rushing into the cave with purpose. Yi Hongling's nerves were at their peak. In her haste, she prepared to act. But in the following heartbeat, thud, the person collapsed abruptly, their body rolling forward due to the momentum of their earlier dash. As they came to a halt, Yi Hongling gasped in shock. This individual was dead. A gaping hole had been pierced through their heart, a fatal blow delivered by a sword. Life had been extinguished in an instant. Startled, Yi Hongling turned her gaze to Gushio, who stood silently at the entrance of the cave, clutching a wooden stick, motionless. If not for the blood dripping from the stick, she might have doubted his involvement. How had he accomplished this? She had failed to witness the moment of his attack. Not a trace of spiritual energy had been sensed from him in that instant. This was a cultivator at the chi refinement stage 7, a practitioner well into the later stages of refinement. And Gushio? He was merely a novice at the chi refinement stage 3, a fledgling in comparison. By all accounts, the other should have effortlessly overpowered him. How could it be that this white-haired wanderer had slain the man so inexplicably? As Yi Hongling grappled with her astonishment, the two remaining individuals outside the cave also sensed that their companion had encountered trouble. Their breathing grew erratic with the realization. The woman is indeed inside. She must have struck. Proceed. Her injuries will prevent her from mounting another attack. Enter and eliminate her. Voices of deliberation reached her ears, followed by another Qi refinement stage 7 cultivator stepping cautiously into the cave. Yi Hongling concentrated once more. However, this time, her gaze was fixed upon Gu Xiao. As she sought to comprehend the means by which he had just accomplished his feat, the second cultivator approached at a slower pace. Yet even at that leisurely speed, he ultimately reached the entrance of the cave. Yi Hongling could not restrain herself from focusing intently once again. At that moment, the second individual suddenly surged forward into the cave. Yi Hongling held her breath, eager to witness Gu Xiao's intervention. However, just then, Gu Xiao called out, "Yi Hongling." Confused as to why Gu Xiao would summon her at such a critical juncture, she nonetheless recognized the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, she hurled her spear towards him. In that instant, the purpose of Gu Xiao's call became clear to her. The 7th layer of Qi refinement was merely a ruse. The cultivator, who was supposed to be the finale, seized the opportunity to charge in while the 7th layer cultivator drew attention away. As the latter entered the cave, Gu Xiao had already stepped back. At the moment the spear arrived, the perfected Qi refinement cultivator seemed to meet Yi Hongling's spear head-on. Yi Hongling's prowess was indeed formidable. The cultivator's expression shifted to one of horror and dread, leaving him with no recourse. Bang! In the next instant, he was impaled against the rock wall of the cave by Yi Hongling's spear. What kind of scheme was this? How could the timing be so precise? Yi Hongling was incredulous, but when she turned her head, she was suddenly taken aback. Where was Gu Xiao? Just a moment ago, he had merely taken a half step back without making a move, yet now he had vanished without a trace. By the time Yi Hongling realized this, she saw Gu Xiao stepping back into the cave, his wooden staff still dripping with blood. Did that 7th layer cultivator outside perish? As this thought crossed her mind, Yi Hongling's pupils constricted, for in Gu Xiao's other hand was an unfamiliar storage bag. Moreover, upon entering the cave, he immediately began to rummage through the storage bags of the two corpses. Did he just kill them? Had he gone outside to eliminate the 7th layer cultivator with such ease? Was that not akin to slaughtering cabbages? How could someone die without a sound, without a trace? Yi Hongling's heart raced with astonishment. As a prodigy of the Tianzi mansion, she had witnessed the triumph of the weak over the strong before. Yet, the effortless nature of this encounter was utterly unprecedented. Stop hesitating. This is merely one team. If we wish to break through, we must depart immediately. Gu Xiao's voice broke through her thoughts. Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned, then suddenly snapped back to reality, summoning her waning strength to rise. Drawing her long spear, Yi Hongling caught sight of the cultivator outside, who had not even had the chance to rush into the cave, a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Much like the first individual, his heart vein had been pierced, leaving a gaping hole. Turning her gaze to the other two corpses within the cave, Yi Hongling was suddenly struck by an absurd realization. When did these cultivators become so easily slain? Chapter 16, Subtlety. He once destroyed me. For a moment, Yi Hongling's gaze towards Gu Xiao shifted dramatically. Yet, in response to her look, Gu Xiao suddenly clutched the storage bag tightly. Let me be clear, although you were the one who killed this person, I also played a part in luring him. Therefore, I must take at least half of the contents from this storage bag. Yi Hongling replied, It's all right. I do not require the storage bag. If you need it, you may have it. She said this with a hint of resignation. Gu Xiao then smiled broadly. Indeed, the Tian's manner is quite affluent, so I shall not be courteous. With that, he truly accepted all 3 storage bags. Yi Hongling sighed. Could you please refrain from speaking? Every time you open your mouth, I am left unsure whether to regard you as a master or a mere opportunistic rogue. Gu Xiao clearly misunderstood, and upon noticing her unwavering gaze, he clarified, Do not look at me that way. This storage ring contains no antidote. The one who aimed to kill you is likely concerned that you would slay for the antidote. I understand. Yi Hongling replied with exasperation. Shifting the topic, what shall we do next? This question was, of course, redundant. The pursuit was still ongoing, and their only option was to continue their escape. Immediately, the two resumed their flight into the forest, embarking on a new round of evasion. However, This time, they quickened their pace. Occasionally, Gu Xiu would lead Yi Hongling in a change of direction before they continued their swift retreat. During their escape, Yi Hongling noticed another peculiar aspect of Gu Xiu. He rarely utilized his spiritual energy. Or rather, whenever he did wield it, he employed an exceedingly minimal amount, just enough to suffice without wasting even a trace. This revelation astonished Yi Hongling. Do not underestimate Gu Xiu's ability. In truth, the deeper one's cultivation, the more one comprehends that the greatest challenge for a practitioner lies not solely in training, but in the application and control of their own spiritual energy. This technique is often referred to as subtlety. Only those with extensive experience and a mastery over their spiritual energy can achieve such a level. Reflecting on Gu Xiu's previous actions within the cave, Yi Hongling realized she had never sensed any fluctuations in his spiritual energy. This only indicated one thing. It was not that Gu Xiu had refrained from using his energy when he acted, but that each time he did, his control over the spiritual essence was so refined that not a single trace escaped. Unable to help herself, Yi Hongling cast another glance at Gu Xiu. Who exactly is this person? Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred land, on Mo Shu Peak, Qin Mo ran, with a face full of helplessness, addressed Nian Chaoshi, senior sister. Asking me to plead for Gu Xiu is truly beyond my capacity. He has already departed, having signed the sect's spiritual contract, which means he is no longer bound to the Qingxian sacred land. There is no way to compel him. Since the discovery that Gu Xiu's residence was not the earthly evil soul capturing array, but rather the soul dispersion array, senior sister Nian Chaoshi became fixated on persuading Qin Mo Ran. Her singular request was to seek their master, Guan Xuelan, to intercede on behalf of Gu Xiu, even hoping for the sect to take action in locating and protecting him. However, how could Qin Mo Ran possibly acquiesce to such a demand? Yet, senior sister seemed resolute, persistently urging her as if she were determined to convince her. At this moment, facing Qin Mo Ran's firm refusal, Nian Chaoshi implored, fifth junior sister. Among those who were closest to Gu Xiu back then, you were one of them. You are well-versed in literature and possess profound understanding. When it comes to reasoning, Master will certainly heed your words. If you are willing to persuade Master, you can undoubtedly sway her. Even if a renunciation of the sect's spirit contract is signed, a new contract for his return can still be established. This was Nian Chaoshi's strategy. She realized that her own influence was woefully inadequate to overturn their master's decision based solely on her own words. However, if she could enlist the support of others, particularly that of Qin Mo Ran, who excelled in articulating lofty principles, it would undoubtedly have an impact. Alas, Qin Mo Ran eventually shook her head, resolutely stating, Senior sister, let me be clear, I cannot plead with Master regarding Gu Xiu's matter. Why not? Nian Chaoshi pressed. Because I actually wish for Gu Xiu to leave the sect. In fact, I would be pleased if he no longer lingered in the Qingxian sacred land. What? Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Meanwhile, Qin Mo Ran clenched her teeth, deciding to elucidate her stance. I know you might argue that I had a close relationship with Gu Xiu in the past, and now that he is gone, I should desire his return. Is that not so? Is it not? Nian Chaoshi inquired. Absolutely not. Qin Mo Ran countered, shaking her head. I have previously stated that at that time, I was simply too young and naive, easily deceived by Gu Xiu. Moreover, even if I was not deceived, 500 years have passed. I have not changed, but Gu Xiu has long since transformed. He is no longer the person who treated everyone kindly and regarded us as family, sacrificing everything for the sect. This statement prompted Nian Chaoshi to furrow her brow in rebuttal. Junior sister, have you forgotten the soul dispersion array that we recently witnessed set up by Gu Xiu? Of course not, Qin Mo Ran replied. Then that proves my point. Nian Chaoshi retorted passionately. If Gu Xiu had no attachment to the sect, how could he possibly have arranged such a perilous array in his own dwelling? He would even forsake reincarnation, choosing instead to sacrifice his soul for the path. How could someone like that possibly change? Nian Chaoshi argued vehemently. She was perplexed as to why her junior sisters suddenly harbored such animosity towards Gu Xiu, and she wished to persuade them with all her might. However, senior sister, I do not deny the efficacy of the dispersing power and transforming soul formation, but there is indeed a flaw in that formation. If you examine it closely, you will find a particular area that has been deliberately damaged. If Gu Xiu were to truly employ this formation, The dispersal of power and transformation of the spirit would indeed occur, but it would not benefit the sect. It would merely annihilate his own soul. This suggests that while Guxiu may have once harbored intentions of serving the sect, he has evidently changed his mind. Qin Mo Ran articulated each word with precision. Nian Shaoxi could not help but furrow her brow. Indeed, the grand formation had been intentionally sabotaged at its most critical juncture, rendering it incapable of bestowing blessings upon the sect. Do you not find this troubling? Nian Shaoxi pondered aloud. If Guxiu has truly altered his intentions, why would he retain the formation's ability to obliterate the soul? Should he not have simply destroyed the formation outright? Who can say? Perhaps he desires to perish within our sect, cursing it with the power of his soul. Qin Mo Ran replied, shaking her head. Nian Shaoxi was poised to counter, but Qin Mo Ran continued, Senior sister, you have no idea what Guxiu has done to me. Otherwise, you would understand the depth of my resentment towards him. Nian Shaoxi was taken aback, gazing at Qin Mo Ran in disbelief, for she realized that at this moment, Qin Mo Ran exuded no trace of grace or scholarly demeanor. On the contrary, her eyes were filled with hatred, and her presence was steeped in malevolence. Senior sister, you remain ensconced in the lofty heights of the Asking Heaven Pavilion, detached from worldly affairs, and now you reproach me for not cherishing our past friendship. But have you ever considered that if Guxiu had merely experienced a fall in cultivation, how could I possibly look down upon him? Am I truly that kind of person? Qin Mo Ran enunciated each word deliberately. Meeting her gaze, Nian Shaoxi felt a twinge of discomfort. Fifth junior sister. Senior sister, do you know? Qin Mo Ran abruptly interrupted, her gaze piercing. The junior brother you have been tirelessly searching for during this time. The one who would even self-destruct for the sect, once, she hesitated, once destroyed me. Chapter 17, The Six Paths Technique, Invoking the Divine. What? Destroyed Qin Muron? Nian Shaoxi was momentarily taken aback, grappling with disbelief. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Are you referring to that incident from 3 years ago? It turns out you, senior sister, are aware of it? Qin Muron offered a cold smile, tinged with sarcasm. In response to her sardonic expression, Nian Shaoxi fell into silence. Although she had rarely ventured out, as the senior sister of the sect, she had inevitably heard whispers regarding sect affairs. The conflict between Guxiu and Qin Muron had indeed reached her ears, as it had caused quite a stir at one point. Qin Muron had nearly taken Guxiu's life 3 years prior, when Guxiu returned from the Forbidden Grounds. His complete loss of cultivation rendered him incapable of resuming his path in the practice. However, as the direct disciple of Guanshuolan, despite the arrival of a junior disciple to succeed him, it was impossible for him to be utterly inept. Thus, Guanshuolan resolved to have Guxiu study the 6 paths. The 6 paths denote 6 specialized avenues outside the conventional cultivation realm, akin to a secondary profession. These paths include the way of alchemy, the way of artifice, the way of talismans, the way of beast control, the way of puppet manipulation, and the most unique, the way of source observation. Among these 6, save for the way of source observation, mastery of the other 5 paths necessitates a foundation in cultivation. Yet, this does not imply that one cannot learn without cultivation. In fact, even mortals, given their willingness to endure hardship and a modicum of insight, can embark on these paths to some extent. Guanshuolan's intention was clear. While Guxiu could not cultivate, he should not be rendered a useless individual within the sect. Coincidentally, each of the senior sisters excelled in their respective disciplines. Hence, Guanshuolan instructed Guxiu to study under the other 6 senior sisters, except for Nian Shaoxi. For a period of time, among them, Guxiu had once studied the way of talismans with Qin Muron. The way of talismans is particularly unique, grounded in the resonance of the heavenly and earthly principles. Although it sometimes requires cultivation to assist, it is distinct from the other paths in its lesser dependency on cultivation. The essence of the way of talismans lies primarily in obtaining the acknowledgement of the heavenly and earthly principles. The resonance of these principles is categorized into 9 tiers. With each ascending tier, the resonance becomes increasingly rare, more difficult to be recognized by the talisman master, and correspondingly more formidable. The rank of a talisman master is intrinsically linked to the tier of the heavenly and earthly resonance. The cultivation of a talisman master involves a continuous quest for this acknowledgement, and only by attaining the corresponding tier's recognition and successfully inscribing the relevant talisman can one progress. Qin Muron was a powerful 6th-tier talisman master, a figure regarded as a cornerstone within the talisman master community, capable of establishing her own sect. A further ascent would elevate her to an extraordinary realm, placing her among the pinnacle of talisman masters. However, this step represents an immense chasm between heaven and earth. To advance further, she must obtain the acknowledgement of the 7th-tier resonance of the heavens and the earth and successfully inscribe a divine talisman of that rank. This endeavor is fraught with difficulty, for the resonances of the heavens and the earth above the 7th tier are exceedingly rare, shrouded in mystery, and formidable in power. Most crucially, these resonances are seldom inclined to recognize talisman masters. While there are many talisman masters, those who have attained the 6th tier are few, and the number diminishes drastically beyond that level, 1 in 100, if that. Prior to reaching the 6th tier, with sufficient effort, persistence, and guidance, coupled with a measure of tenacity, talent, and luck, advancement is not beyond reach. However, the journey beyond the 6th tier is markedly different. The resonances of the heavens and the earth at this level demand destiny itself. At this juncture, these resonances cannot be swayed by mere tricks or schemes. They require genuine acknowledgement. Some individuals ascend to the 6th tier after a decade of toil, yet may languish for a millennium thereafter, ultimately passing away without attaining further advancement. Meanwhile, others endure centuries of hardship, barely grasping the 6th tier, only to attract the affinity of the 7th tier resonance on the very night of their ascension. Stepping into that realm overnight. This phenomenon is dictated by fate. It hinges on whether the subsequent 3 tiers of resonance are willing to form an affinity with the talisman master, ready to serve their needs. The process of attracting such divine resonance is referred to as invoking the divine. For the average person, encountering such an opportunity even once in a lifetime is a rarity, while a fortunate few may encounter it just once throughout their existence. Qin Mrn is among the fortunate, having experienced an invocation 3 years prior. Yet, she is also unfortunate, for she failed during that attempt. The invocation can indeed fail, and the odds of failure are considerable. The initiation of the invocation is merely the resonance of the heavens and the earth expressing a willingness to approach and understand a particular talisman master. However, understanding alone is insufficient. Ultimately, whether this divine resonance consents to serve the talisman master requires ongoing affinity and even communication of the spirit. Subsequently, the talisman master must inscribe a divine talisman corresponding to this resonance on a pre-prepared blank talisman, thereby formalizing a contract. Only then can the invocation be deemed successful. This path is undeniably arduous. I have indeed heard the sect leader speak of this matter. Nian Chaoshi nodded in acknowledgement. 3 years ago, Qin Mrn, blessed with a keen spirit, unexpectedly received an opportunity for invocation. It was a sudden occurrence. Fortunately, since her elevation to the rank of 5th-tier talisman master, she had already prepared the necessary elements for both 6th-tier and 7th-tier talisman masters. Although the invocation came unexpectedly, she was well prepared and promptly commenced the process. Reports suggest that the experience proceeded smoothly, and Qin Mrn had even garnered the affinity of the resonance of the heavens and the earth. Yet, just as she was poised to inscribe the divine talisman recognized by that resonance, binding herself to it irrevocably, an unforeseen complication arose. Nian Chaoshi sighed softly and murmured, "It is said that Guxiu inadvertently intruded upon your spirit summoning, startling the Tao rhythm and ultimately causing you to fail in your endeavor, Mo. Surely, you are well aware of this, senior sister." Qin Mo scoffed repeatedly, her tone laced with palpable resentment. She had every right to feel this way. The opportunity to summon spirits was a rarity that most individuals might never encounter in their lifetime. To miss such an opportunity was akin to severing one's path to advancement, rendering her aspiration to ascend to a 7th-tier talisman master nearly impossible. I understand your hatred for Guxiu. Anyone in your position would undoubtedly harbor resentment and struggle to find solace. Nian Chaoshi sighed, hesitating momentarily before continuing. However, I have heard that the incident was not intentional on his part. You intend to suggest that he was driven to madness by the exacerbation of his Tao injuries, inadvertently disrupting my chance to summon spirits? Qin Mo coldly interrupted Nian Chaoshi. Taken aback, Nian Chaoshi eventually nodded in agreement. Indeed, This matter was mentioned by our master. You are aware of Gu Xiu's Dao injuries. At times, they are indeed unpredictable. I comprehend the fury, the anger, and the grievances that reside within you, immortal, and I empathize. Yet, if you were to lay the entirety of the blame upon Gu Xiu, that would be unjust. He was not in control when his injuries flared, and I have heard he made considerable efforts to regain his composure, even leaving deep claw marks upon himself in the process. This indicates that he truly tried not to interfere. Nian Chaoshi recognized that her words might come across as somewhat detached from the emotional turmoil. Nevertheless, compared to Qin Mo Ruan's enduring hatred for Gu Xiu, she still hoped that Qin Mo Ruan could find a path toward forgiveness. The summoning of the Dao rhythm is indeed a singular event in one's lifetime. However, you, Mo Ruan, possess an innate affinity with the Dao rhythm of heaven and earth. There will undoubtedly be another opportunity in the future. This moment is merely the darkness before dawn. You need only prepare yourself and await the arrival of the light. Senior sister, Qin Mo Ruan once again interrupted Nian Chaoshi, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Suddenly, a complex smile emerged, tinged with self-mockery, compassion, and a hint of hatred. Nian Chaoshi sensed impending trouble. As expected, Qin Mo Ruan spoke. It is common knowledge that Gu Xiu suffers from Dao injuries. Yet why is it that he does not experience a relapse at other times, but rather at such a critical moment? Well, the occurrence of such chronic ailments is inherently unpredictable, Nian Chaoshi instinctively replied. You are mistaken. Qin Mo Ruan shook her head. What do you mean, senior sister? At the outset, Gu Xiu's Dao injury was indeed genuine, Qin Muran remarked, though the timing seems too fortuitous, casting doubt upon it. I was certain that he had truly succumbed to his Dao injury. Nian Chaoshi's eyes sparkled with realization. Doesn't that imply? No, I must clarify, senior sister. You are mistaken. What do you mean? If it were truly due to a Dao injury, while I might harbor grievances, I would not harbor hatred. I would merely lament that fate intervened. You mean? What I imply is that Gu Xiu acted with intent, deliberately sabotaging my Dao affinity. Wow, what? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback. But didn't you just say that Gu Xiu was in a daze due to his Dao injury? What I stated is that he indeed suffered from a Dao injury, and it was not insignificant. Qin Muran spoke with a haunting tone. Yet, in truth, before Gu Xiu shattered my opportunity, he had already regained his clarity. He was not only lucid but fully aware of how crucial that moment was for me. What? Nian Chaoshi was struck with disbelief. How could this be? Didn't Master say? Master? Qin Muran laughed bitterly. Master merely believed that Gu Xiu, as a direct disciple, was despised by other senior sisters at that time. She feared I might reveal the truth, leaving Gu Xiu without a place to belong. But in reality, when Gu Xiu destroyed my opportunity to summon the divine, he was entirely aware, more so than ever before. He, from the very beginning, sought to ruin me. Chapter 18. Parting Ways, Cultivating One's Own Virtue. Gu Xiu, you have shattered my path and severed my future. For eternity, I wish never to lay eyes upon you again. Today, I spare your life solely in remembrance of our bond from 500 years ago. However, from this day forth, I shall harbor hatred for you for a lifetime. I will curse you to endure endless cycles of reincarnation, forever bereft of a resting place in death. In the dead of night, within a cave nestled in the mountains, Gu Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Had he dreamt once more of the people from the Qingxian sacred land? With a sigh, a tumult of emotions stirred within him, and he softly murmured, In this life, I owe nothing to anyone. The only one I owe is myself. Upon uttering these words, the turbulence in his heart gradually subsided. Yet, even though his thoughts had settled, Gu Xiu could not help but reminisce about Qin Mo Ruan, who had once delighted in composing poetry and transcribing literary works alongside him 5 centuries ago. His mind then wandered to the myriad of attitudes Qin Mo Ruan had displayed towards him over the past 3 years. Shaking his head, he spoke to himself. Though I have ruined one of your opportunities, it was solely to save you. Our fates have run their course. From now on, we owe each other nothing. With this declaration, Gu Xiu's heart found complete tranquility, no longer stirred by even the faintest thought of Qin Mo Ruan. Just then, footsteps echoed in the cave, and shortly after, Yi Hongling returned, brandishing her red tassel spear, her face alight with excitement. We have successfully shaken off our pursuers, she exclaimed. 5 days had passed since that fateful night of the 3 assassinations. In this span, Gu Xiu and Yi Hongling had been fleeing and evading capture in the woods, encountering enemies a few times. Yet each encounter had been fraught with danger, but ultimately surmountable. By the 3rd day of their escape, the poison within Yi Hongling had been entirely dispelled, and their adversaries seemed to have taken notice, as the pursuit had noticeably diminished over the next 2 days. As of today, they had not encountered a single foe. Yi Hongling had ventured out to assess their surroundings and confirmed that they were no longer being followed, signifying that they had successfully broken free from their pursuers. This revelation brought a profound sense of relief to Yi Hongling, filling her with joy. However, upon glancing at Gu Xiu, she found him unchanged, his expression as placid as ever, as if nothing could disturb his inner peace. Truth be told, Yi Hongling had grown accustomed to this demeanor. Not discouraged by his continued aloofness, she produced several freshly caught wild rabbits. Benefactor, I have specifically captured these rabbits for us to enjoy a hearty meal today and to let you savor my culinary skills. During their 5 days of relentless flight, they had endured hardships, and merely eating to their fill was a luxury. Gu Xiu did not refuse the offering, yet he remained ever vigilant, attuned to the natural rhythms around him, prepared for any impending danger. Yi Hongling was unaware of these matters. At this moment, she was skewering several wild rabbits over the fire while taking out some seasonings. Benefactor, do you have any particular culinary preferences? I am not picky. Anything will suffice. Gu Xiu replied. Yi Hongling nodded, and after a moment's hesitation, could not help but inquire, Benefactor, where are you headed? Nowhere in particular, just wandering about. This response elicited an eye roll from Yi Hongling. Over the past 5 days, her understanding of Gu Xiu remained at a complete standstill. This was evident from her persistent address of him as benefactor. She did not even know his name, let alone his origins, destination, cultivation level, or sect affiliation. She had attempted to inquire about his name before, but Gu Xiu's only response was, "We are merely engaged in a transaction. There is nothing worth remembering." This statement deterred her from further probing. Before long, the wild rabbits were cooked, and Yi Hongling suddenly asked, Benefactor, it seems you have not inquired about those pursuing me? I am not interested. Gu Xiu shook his head. Why not? He replied, as a roaming cultivator, one must possess the awareness of a wandering practitioner. Excessive curiosity is not beneficial. Do you have friends? Once I did. Once. Gu Xiu offered no further explanation. Yi Hongling was increasingly intrigued. The more time she spent with Gu Xiu, the less she seemed to learn about him, which only fueled her curiosity. The white-haired wandering cultivator before her appeared to be shrouded in countless mysteries. However, she was aware of the unspoken rules and refrained from asking further. Suddenly, Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Someone is approaching. Yi Hongling's expression tightened, but moments later, upon hearing the somewhat muffled sound of hooves, she relaxed. It is the sound of the barefoot Wuji's hoofbeats. It must be my fellow disciples. Indeed, shortly after, 3 riders arrived near the cave, guided by the special markings Yi Hongling had left. Seeing that they were indeed allies, Yi Hongling stepped forward. Upon seeing her, the 3 riders rushed over. Hongling, are you all right? Have you been injured, junior sister Yi? The message said that the Qishui sect was pursuing you. Why did they suddenly act against you? The 3 individuals were formidable, especially one middle-aged man who exuded an unmatched powerful aura. He was at the golden core level. The other 2 were equally strong, both at the foundation establishment stage, like Yi Hongling. While the 3 were catching up with Yi Hongling, Gu Xiu's attention was not on them, but rather on the steeds they rode. The horses were entirely black, with blazing red flames emanating from their hooves, leaving a unique mark wherever they trod. These were the exclusive demonic beasts of the Tiant's mansion. Despite the Foundation establishment cultivators being able to fly with their artifacts and golden core practitioners capable of soaring through the air, the presence of such creatures was indeed noteworthy. However, the steeds of the Tiansu Manor possessed not only remarkable speed, but also the enhancement of martial arts during combat, which is truly enigmatic. Master Uncle, esteemed brothers, allow Hongling to elaborate on the matters concerning the Qishui sect upon her return. As Yi Hongling spoke, she recalled the presence of Gu Xiu beside her. This individual is the benefactor who rescued me. Had it not been for him, I would surely have perished in the Tianqi mountain range. In an instant, the 3 became aware of Gu Xiu. Although they were curious about how a mere 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator could have saved Yi Hongling, they still nodded politely in acknowledgement. Among them, a handsome young cavalryman with a refined visage could not help but frown upon seeing Yi Hongling and Gu Xiu standing so close. Yet he chose not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he approached Yi Hongling with a concerned expression. "Junior sister, are you injured?" "Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhao. Hongling has already recovered significantly," she replied, instinctively distancing herself and avoiding giving him the opportunity to draw closer. This reaction only deepened Brother Zhao's frown, especially as he observed Yi Hongling retreating from him while moving closer to Gu Xiu, which prompted him to cast a glance at Gu Xiu. "The Qi Shui sect's aggression towards us in the Tiansu manor is a grave matter. We must return swiftly to report this incident," interjected a golden elixir cultivator. The three immediately mounted their horses. Brother Zhao was the first to extend an invitation to Yi Hongling. "Junior sister, ride with me. Thank you for your kindness." "But Hongling will follow behind you," she declined once more. Brother Zhao's expression stiffened at this, but another person intervened. "Haha, after all, Hongling is a girl. How about this? Hongling, you can ride with me, and I shall ride with Brother Zhao." With that, he willingly offered his steed, the swift-footed Wuzhua horse. This time, Yi Hongling did not refuse. However, after she mounted, she immediately turned to Gu Xiu with a proposal. "Benefactor, mount your horse. I will take you away from this place." This statement left the other three momentarily stunned, particularly Brother Zhao, whose gaze swiftly shifted to Gu Xiu. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Gu Xiu declined to mount and instead frowned, stating, "Do not ride." "Huh." All four were taken aback. Yi Hongling smiled and explained, "Benefactor, this is the unique Wuzhua horse of our Tiansu manor. Its speed rivals that of flying treasures, while conserving spiritual energy. Given that those who pursued us are aware of your identity and have failed to locate us thus far, they will undoubtedly anticipate reinforcements and be cognizant of your Wuzhua horses," Gu Xiu countered, shaking his head. Yi Hongling was taken aback. "Benefactor, are you suggesting that our pursuers have not given up? To dare pursue you must stem from an insatiable need to eliminate you. Thus, do you believe they would simply relent?" Gu Xiu retorted. This left Yi Hongling furrowing her brow in concern. Yet again, Gu Xiu spoke. "If I were in their position, I would certainly lay an ambush targeting your Wuzhua horses." The words left Yi Hongling astonished. Setting an ambush? However, beside her, senior brother Zhao could not suppress a chuckle. "Do you think we are merely low-level Qi refinement practitioners?" The other two companions also struggled to contain their amusement. They believed that Gu Xiu might not even be aware of their true cultivation levels, a golden core leading 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Such strength was not something an ordinary person would dare to scheme against. Yi Hongling, equally curious, glanced at Gu Xiu, eager to discern his thoughts. Yet, to her surprise, Gu Xiu directly proposed parting ways. He offered no argument, no debate. He simply stated his intention to take leave. "Benefactor." Yi Hongling was taken aback. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, Gu Xiu continued, "I promised to assist you once, and now that you are safe and reunited with your fellow disciples, I have fulfilled my obligation. It is time for us to part." With that, Gu Xiu turned and walked away hastily. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Hongling felt compelled to stop him, but senior brother Zhao urged her, "Junior sister, the matters of Qi Shui Gate are of great importance. We must leave swiftly." "Indeed. Junior sister, let us hurry," echoed the others. Though this individual's cultivation is not high, he is exceptionally vigilant. Having him accompany us would only hinder our ease. Hearing this, Yi Hongling hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded, calling out to Gu Xiu's back, "I am deeply grateful for your assistance these past few days, benefactor. Should you require aid in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at Tian's mansion. I shall do my utmost to help." Upon finishing her words, the trio urged their steeds, the sound of hooves echoing as they quickly departed. Meanwhile, Gu Xiu, having confirmed that the three had moved far away, unexpectedly changed direction and continued onward. As a wandering cultivator, one must possess the awareness of their status. Self-preservation is always the wisest choice. In a scenario like the earlier one, had it been 500 years ago, Gu Xiu might have argued his case, attempting to persuade the others, perhaps even provoking an unnecessary conflict with senior brother Zhao. However, his mindset had transformed. He felt compelled to offer a word of acknowledgement due to Yi Hongling's decent character. But no further persuasion was necessary. Moreover, glancing at the encroaching twilight, Gu Xiu promptly sought refuge in a secluded cave, retrieving his green bamboo fishing pole. This particular pole allowed for fishing once every 10 days, and now, the 10 days had elapsed. Chapter 19. The Divine and Demonic Finger Bone, all rhythms aligned. What? I wonder, shall I catch this time? Indeed, I find myself lacking in numerous essentials, be it spirit stones or various cultivation resources. A technique would be quite welcome as well. Within the cave, Gu Xiu continued to fish while contemplating the necessities for his journey ahead. While it may appear that a rogue cultivator enjoys a carefree existence, this fade belies the stark reality. Without a sect to rely upon, the disadvantages are painfully evident. Guidance from a master and access to cultivation resources must be sought independently, and without the protection of a sect, one could easily fall prey to ambush, with death being the ultimate consequence. Gu Xiu, however, had no need for sectal guidance. Not only had he once stood at the pinnacle, but now, embarking anew, he possessed ample experience. Moreover, Gu Xiu had in his dantian an ancient tome of unknown origin. Any technique or secret it contained could be fully comprehended without the need for external instruction. As for the protection of a sect, with sufficient caution and prudence, he would manage just fine. What Gu Xiu truly lacked was but one thing: cultivation resources. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, partners, techniques, and environment are of paramount importance, with wealth taking precedence. The abundance of resources, particularly spirit stones, ensures that even those of lesser aptitude can flourish rapidly with ample support. For Gu Xiu to cultivate effectively, resources were indispensable. Relying solely on the meager spiritual essence of heaven and earth, given the vastness of his dantian, would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, his need for resources was even more pronounced than that of others. With the green bamboo rod in hand, what Gu Xiu most fervently desired was a bountiful acquisition of cultivation resources, ideally spirit stones or elixirs. Suddenly, as if summoned, the rod quivered in his grasp, igniting a spark of excitement within Gu Xiu. He swiftly composed himself, prepared to lift the rod. Anticipating a struggle akin to his previous experience, he was pleasantly surprised to find the resistance much less formidable this time around. Before long, Gu Xiu raised the rod, revealing what lay at the end of the line, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is this? Contrary to his expectations of reeling in spirit stones or medicinal herbs, what emerged from the end of his fishing line was a fragment of a finger bone. Is this mere refuse? Disappointment washed over him. He recalled visions from the illusion where Jiang Sun had encountered bizarre and worthless debris on multiple occasions. He had hoped that his first catch would yield some celestial script or talisman. But the appearance of this finger bone made it clear to Gu Xiu that the green bamboo rod did not discriminate. This finger bone, is it drawing upon the essence of the heavens? Just as Gu Xiu contemplated discarding the bone, he froze in astonishment, his gaze fixated upon the peculiar fragment. He noticed that at the tip of the green bamboo rod, threads of spiritual essence began to intertwine. At first glance, the seemingly unremarkable fragment of a phalanx gradually began to attract the ethereal harmonies of the universe the moment it appeared. This spectacle was faint, almost imperceptible. Even a masterful talisman master, well-versed in the art of talismans, might overlook it unless they scrutinized it closely. However, Gu Xiu had long since comprehended the heavenly script of talismans and possessed an extraordinary affinity and sensitivity towards the celestial harmonies. He keenly observed that the previously harmonious celestial essence began to slowly gravitate towards this fragment of the phalanx. It is noteworthy that even talisman masters often struggled to draw the essence of the universe, let alone a mere fragment of bone. Yet, this very scene unfolded before Gu Xiu's eyes, igniting a profound curiosity within him. He decided to remove the phalanx from the spiritual thread for a closer examination. To be candid, to the naked eye, it appeared utterly mundane. This fragment presumably belonged to a human's right index finger and seemed ancient, as it bore the marks of weathering. A mere glance might lead one to suspect that a slight squeeze could reduce it to dust. However, when Gu Xiu employed the heavenly script of talismans for a meticulous inspection, he discerned something extraordinary. It appeared to harbor the power of rules. Surprised, Gu Xiu hesitated for a moment before applying pressure, yet the anticipated image of the phalanx disintegrating into powder did not materialize. On the contrary, the fragment remained entirely unscathed. Despite Gu Xiu being merely at the third level of qi refinement, his strength was considerable. He could easily deform a metal rod. Yet, in the face of this seemingly weathered fragment of bone, he could not elicit even the slightest movement. Upon reflection, Gu Xiu attempted various methods, burning, drowning, and even forcefully employing spells to destroy it. Yet, without exception, all attempts met with failure. The fragment remained utterly undamaged. After several more attempts, Gu Xiu arrived at a conclusion. It was enveloped in rules that permitted it to be influenced solely by the power of time. No other force could affect this fragment of bone. This revelation astonished Gu Xiu. What kind of being did this fragment once belong to? Even after thousands of years, with its body long decayed, this mere piece of bone remained impervious to destruction. Was it a divine or demonic entity? Or perhaps an immortal? Gu Xiu murmured to himself, having once stood at the pinnacle and possessing an understanding of the powers of cultivators. Based on his knowledge, such power was beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Even as the great Tao shatters and the sun and moon cycle, my essence remains undying. Gu Xiu muttered, his heart profoundly shaken. Such power was truly unparalleled. However, he also felt a sense of awe towards the power of time, realizing that even such an extraordinary being could not escape its relentless erasure. How lamentable! How regrettable! At that moment, Gu Xiu suddenly made another discovery. This fragment of a finger bone, can it absorb spiritual energy? Although this bone is an inanimate object, when Gu Xiu had just activated his spiritual energy for inspection, he discovered that the energy, upon entering the bone, was silently absorbed. Gu Xiu was somewhat astonished. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a piece of spiritual stone and placed it beside the bone, observing that the bone remained motionless. However, as Gu Xiu activated the spiritual stone, directing its energy towards the bone, he immediately realized that the energy vanished into the bone as if it had sunk into a bottomless sea. Intriguing. Despite the fact that the bone appeared utterly lifeless, it could autonomously absorb spiritual energy once it entered. What purpose do you have in absorbing this energy? Gu Xiu muttered to himself, subsequently producing several more spiritual stones in an attempt to uncover the secret of the bone. Yet, as each stone turned to fine powder, entirely consumed by the bone, Gu Xiu began to feel a pang of regret. After all, he was merely a rogue cultivator, although he had fortuitously amassed 800 spiritual stones from Yi Hongling. A small fortune in his eyes, he could not sustain the bone's insatiable appetite. 20 stones, a full 20 stones, had been squandered without a trace of their expenditure. The bone was like a bottomless pit, welcoming everything that came its way. However, just as Gu Xiu contemplated giving up, he suddenly sensed a shift in the celestial rhythm. Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow, an instinct surging within him. Without hesitation, he pricked his fingertip, causing a drop of his essence blood to fall. Before the drop could hit the ground, it was swiftly intercepted by his finger, which then became the brush and the blood the ink. As he hastily inscribed a series of runes upon the fragment of bone, in an instant, the weather outside the cave changed dramatically, with fierce winds howling. A bizarre force surged toward Gu Xiu, seemingly intent on preventing him from inscribing this rune. This was divine guidance, and these obstructions were manifestations of that guidance. Had an ordinary talisman master been caught off guard, they might have missed the opportunity. But Gu Xiu was no ordinary individual. He had fought fiercely in secret realms for 500 years, his malevolent aura formidable. At this moment, he merely scanned his surroundings and let out a soft snort. Humph. In that instant, the terrifying and bizarre forces dissipated into fine powder with his disdainful sound, while the remaining strange energies quivered, too fearful to advance. Witnessing this, Gu Xiu no longer hesitated and hastened his writing. Moments later, as those bizarre forces stirred restlessly, Gu Xiu completed his final stroke. A complete talisman was inscribed. Yet, without pausing, Gu Xiu manipulated the incantation, then called out, "All." Immediately, the incantation was bestowed upon the bone. In an instant, the blood talisman erupted with resplendent radiance, gradually merging into the bone. In the next moment, the tempest has calmed, the torrential rain has ceased. Yet the sigil inscribed by Gu Xiu with blood has completely vanished, leaving only the occasional flicker of light. Simultaneously, a connection has begun to form between Gu Xiu and the finger bone. This bond was forcibly established by Gu Xiu, who harnessed the sudden resonance of the world's Tao to create it. This resonance, known as jia, possesses the profound ability to comprehend the human heart, bind the body, and control the soul. In simpler terms, this misfortune bears a resemblance to the commonly seen master recognition talisman, which enhances the likelihood of successfully claiming a magical artifact as one's own. However, the jia sigil is undoubtedly far more powerful than the ordinary master recognition talisman, capable even of compelling an artifact to acknowledge its master. The finger bone before him is not a magical artifact, yet under the influence of the jia sigil, Gushio has managed to forge a connection with it. Upon further inspection, Gushio swiftly comprehended the secrets contained within the finger bone, and as he unraveled these secrets, a glimmer of astonishment danced in his eyes. This finger bone is an extraordinary weapon, for within this fragment lies the essence of its original owner's power, intimately bound to it. The reason it has absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy is that once this energy enters the bone, it is immediately captured by the lingering power retained within and held in abeyance, seemingly awaiting the moment when sufficient energy accumulates to be unleashed. Moreover, Gushio discovered that this finger bone has already stockpiled a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Clearly, over the ages, many like Gushio have recognized its uniqueness and contributed some spiritual energy to it. However, after fruitless contemplation and the exhaustion of countless spirit stones with no results, they ultimately relinquished their attempts. Gushio, however, is different. Empowered by the jia sigil, he has established a connection with this finger bone, enabling him not only to unveil its secrets, but also to awaken the latent power within. This power is enigmatic. Its true strength remains elusive, yet it is likely formidable. Gushio refrained from recklessly testing it, for the intensity of the dormant spiritual energy alone suggests that the release of this power would be exceedingly potent. More crucially, Gushio realized that once this power is activated, the accumulated spiritual energy will be entirely expended, necessitating a fresh infusion of energy for subsequent uses. This presents a challenge for Gushio, as the finger bone appears to be a voracious consumer of spirit stones. Based on his estimations, even if he were to offer all of his remaining 700 spirit stones, it would likely fall short of the current reservoir of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, Gushio remains invigorated. Spirit stones may be depleted, yet they can be earned anew. This artifact, however, represents a formidable weapon for safeguarding his life. Chapter 20. The Barefoot Black Horse. Regret comes too late. While Gushio busied himself with fishing for that segment of finger bone on the other side, Yi Hongling and her companions were swiftly navigating through the forest. The other three seemed untroubled, yet Yi Hongling occasionally glanced back, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Noticing this, a golden core cultivator inquired, "Junior sister, are you perhaps worried about that wandering cultivator?" "Well," Yi Hongling nodded, then shook her head. "It's both yes and no." "Oh." The golden core cultivator expressed curiosity. Yi Hongling continued, "Though that fellow's cultivation is not formidable, he possesses a unique ability to gauge his adversaries. If he wishes to conceal himself, I believe he could do so with ease. I am merely pondering whether we should heed his earlier advice to avoid riding the barefoot black horse." Her words momentarily stunned the other three, who exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of amusement. "Haha, Junior Sister Yi, you can't possibly be taken in by that trifling chi refinement cultivator, can you?" Zhao, the eldest among them, was the first to break into laughter. The other two remained silent, yet their eyes mirrored a shared sentiment. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow and said, "Brothers, do not underestimate that white-haired wandering cultivator. He is not to be trifled with." "Not to be trifled with? In what way?" they queried. "I cannot articulate it precisely, but I sense he possesses great strength. Even what? Even what?" "Even." Yi Hongling pressed her lips together, her gaze stern as she addressed her three senior brothers. "If I were to confront him, the outcome could very well be his demise and my severe injury." "What?" The three brothers were taken aback. Despite being the weakest among them, with merely initial foundation establishment cultivation, Yi Hongling's lack of experience was the sole reason for her current state. In truth, her innate talent was exceptional, having been recognized as a prodigy of the Tianzi mansion. Furthermore, she was seasoned in combat, comparable to a female war goddess. She could contend even with mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, this prodigy, possessing the capability to completely dominate Gushio in cultivation, proclaimed that a duel with him might yield such a dire result? Hongling, you have already reached foundation establishment. A mere flick of your hand could subdue that wandering cultivator entirely. How could you possibly be his match? Indeed, you possess an invincible mindset. Such a state of being cannot falter against someone of merely chi refinement third layer. How could he possibly possess such abilities? The trio voiced their thoughts, believing Yi Hongling had exaggerated Gu Xiu's prowess. However, she shook her head in earnest, her expression grave. I understand that you do not believe me, and to be honest, I find it hard to believe myself. However, this truly encapsulates the sentiment that arose within me when confronting that wandering cultivator, who is undoubtedly not as simple as he appears. My 3 senior brothers expressed a degree of helplessness. Ultimately, it was senior brother Zhao who, with a genial smile, remarked, "Very well, we trust you. However, Hongling, even if what you say is true, the words of that wandering cultivator cannot possibly hold any truth. The chi-footed Wuzhu, a spirit beast unique to our Tiansa mansion, is not so easily manipulated by others. Moreover, with senior brother Chun, a golden core expert, overseeing us, the Chi-Shui sect would not dare to act against us unless they were utterly mad. Rest assured." This statement garnered nods of agreement from the other 2 senior brothers, leaving even Yi Hongling unable to refute it. Indeed, the chi-footed Wuzhu is an entity exclusive to the Tiansa mansion, nurtured from a young age through special secret techniques. Its innate power already rivals that of a second-tier demonic beast, harmoniously attuned to the cultivation methods of our mansion. The synergy between rider and steed is impeccable, enabling them to unleash potential far surpassing their individual strengths. The prospect of employing any underhanded tactics is nearly impossible, as protective measures against poisoning and beast control techniques have been meticulously integrated into the rearing process of the chi-footed Wuzhu. Furthermore, with a golden core master stationed alongside 3 foundation establishment cultivators, their formidable strength would deter any ordinary individual from provoking them. Yet, despite such reassurances, Yi Hongling could not entirely suppress her unease. The trio continued their rapid journey for an entire day. The speed of the chi-footed Wuzhu is indeed remarkable. As night fell once more, they arrived beside a small stream. "Let us rest for an hour. Once we have recuperated, we shall resume our journey," aiming to depart the Tian Chi mountain range before dawn. The Tiansa mansion, adept in military maneuvers, inherently understands the value of swiftness in warfare. They did not intend to rest for the night, merely pausing to regain their strength before continuing. Without hesitation, the 4 of them began to tend to their horses while retrieving spirit stones to restore their energies. They remained vigilant. While traveling, they would not allow the chi-footed Wuzhu to consume anything indiscriminately, as all provisions were sourced from their storage rings. A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a refreshing chill. "Junior Sister Yi, do you still maintain that the words of that wandering cultivator hold any truth?" Senior brother Zhao inquired with a smile. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow in silence, but senior brother Zhao continued, "That cultivator may possess some skill, yet ultimately he is merely a wandering cultivator. His experience and cultivation level are far too lacking." He felt discomfort at the closeness between Yi Hongling and that minor cultivator and sought to undermine the latter's impression in her eyes. However, Yi Hongling merely shook her head. "Senior brother Zhao, I recall the words of the commander. One must never underestimate anyone, regardless of the circumstances." Brother Zhao was about to voice his rebuttal when he noticed a golden core cultivator suddenly rise to his feet, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" The other 3 were startled. In the next moment, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. "Form ranks," the golden core cultivator bellowed. Yi Hongling and the others immediately sprang into action, readying themselves for battle. However, as they stood, their expressions shifted in unison. Holding their breath, they realized the grave danger. It's poisonous. Unfortunately, their realization came too late. The toxin had already infiltrated their bodies, severely hampering their abilities. Fortunately, the golden core cultivator was still formidable. With a sweeping gesture, he managed to shield them from the relentless downpour of arrows. After fending off the initial wave, he shouted, "Mount up, prepare to break through." Without hesitation, the 3 mounted their horses. It was only at this moment that they noticed, seemingly out of nowhere, a throng of assailants surrounding them. The Redwater sect truly dared to make a move against them. Moreover, after the arrow storm, one of the enemy cultivators had already leapt into the air, charging towards the Golden Core practitioner of the Tiansong Mansion. He too was a Golden Core cultivator. The two engaged in fierce combat. Fortunately, we have the Redfoot Wuzhu. Brother Zhao remarked, the implication clear. Although they were encircled, the presence of the Redfoot Wuzhu meant they could employ their battle skills to break free and dispel the toxins swiftly. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing at the Redfoot Wuzhu, her heart heavy with concern. Yet, that single glance proved fateful. Suddenly, the Redfoot Wuzhu went wild, uncontrollably bolting to the side. Yi Hongling barely managed to stay mounted. As she steadied herself, she was met with a scene that filled her with dread. Brother Zhao's Redfoot Wuzhu had also gone berserk, throwing him off balance and nearly unseating him. Meanwhile, the encircling Redwater sect seemed to have anticipated this. A poisoned arrow shot forth, striking Brother Zhao squarely in the back. It pierced through his heart. As Yi Hongling turned to face the assailant, their eyes met, filled with despair and regret. Alas, those emotions swiftly morphed into lifelessness as his meridians were severed. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator could not escape death. At the same time, while the Tiansong Mansion was under siege, Gu Xiu sat cross-legged in another cave. After a moment, he seemed to sense something. Glancing in a particular direction before shaking his head, he felt the resonance of the natural laws in that area surge with unusual intensity, indicating a fierce battle was underway. Though he was unaware of the combatants involved, nevertheless, it was of no concern to him. Withdrawing his thoughts, Gu Xiu resumed absorbing the spiritual energy in his palms. As yet another spiritual stone was absorbed and transformed into fine powder, Gu Xiu experienced a fluctuation in his cultivation. He had ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement. While this advancement was not particularly slow, the consumption of spiritual stones was rather excessive. Gu Xiu mused to himself. His dantian was exceedingly vast, and his rapid progression relied entirely on spiritual stones. Although this method of cultivation was indeed effective, it was undeniably costly. This was merely the mid-stage of qi refinement. Should he continue further, the resources required would multiply, rendering his current stock of spiritual stones insufficient. It was imperative to hasten his journey to Yunshao City. Having resolved this in his heart, Gu Xiu refrained from acting rashly. Instead, he dedicated half the night to solidifying his foundation at the 4th level of qi refinement. The path of cultivation emphasizes steady progress. At times, haste is counterproductive. It was not until the following dawn that Gu Xiu emerged from the cave, his cultivation firmly established. With a clear sense of direction, he set forth once more. Thus, Gu Xiu journeyed for another 7 days, having traversed half the distance to his destination, Yunshao City. However, during his passage, he suddenly halted, pivoting his form to navigate through a thicket, arriving at a narrow path. As he approached, the pungent scent of blood compelled him to furrow his brow. Before him lay numerous corpses, strewn haphazardly, victims of a merciless and swift assailant. Most had been cleaved in half. The surroundings bore the marks of devastation, the scene grotesquely sanguinary. Yet, what seized Gu Xiu's attention was one particular corpse, which clutched a wooden box tightly in its embrace. The box appeared exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate array patterns, clearly imbued with prohibitive enchantments to prevent theft. Upon sighting this box, Gu Xiu's gaze sparkled with intrigue. However, as he focused on the wooden box, a chilling arrow was aimed directly at his back. Chapter 21. The Mantis and the Cicada, the dual foes of spring and autumn merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. He dares to venture here alone. It is indeed a path to self-destruction. Brother, shall we kill him? Not far from Gu Xiu, 2 figures concealed themselves in the shadows. One of them drawing a bow and aiming an arrow at the vulnerable back of Gu Xiu. These 2 individuals possessed remarkable abilities. One had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, while the other, though slightly weaker, had attained the 8th level of qi refinement. Both were formidable practitioners in the latter stages of qi refinement. However, their auras were chaotic, clearly indicating they had just emerged from a fierce battle. In truth, the bloody scene Gu Xiu had witnessed was the result of their handiwork. These 2 were known as Cin Chunshan and Cin Xiushan. Infamous for their notorious title, the dual foes of spring and autumn. They were well-known brigands in this region, specifically targeting those of weaker cultivation. Whether wandering cultivators or disciples from prominent clans, even merchant caravans occasionally fell victim to their ambushes. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, they were exceptionally elusive. especially when it came to their escape techniques. They consistently preyed on the weak, retreating without hesitation when faced with stronger opponents, which incited deep-seated hatred amongst many, yet rendered them powerless. Today, upon hearing that a merchant caravan from Wanbao Tower was passing through, they quickly set an ambush, successfully slaying numerous individuals. However, Wanbao Tower was indeed formidable. Although it was merely a small team, they had a foundation establishment cultivator among them. Fortunately, the brothers had prepared in advance, and with their sneak attack and seamless cooperation, they managed to slay the early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Still, they had sustained considerable injuries and expended significant energy, allowing many from the caravan to escape. Aware that they should not linger in this place, they were nevertheless drawn to the treasures within the Wanbao boxes, which were safeguarded by prohibitive spells that outsiders were forbidden to touch, let alone open. As they busied themselves with how to dismantle the restrictions of the Wanbao boxes, Guxiu arrived. Already on edge, they hid immediately. Upon Guxiu's appearance, they realized that the figure before them was not from Wanbao Tower, but rather a mere 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Responding to his brother's inquiry, Sin Chunshan narrowed his eyes in observation for a moment before nodding. "Let us kill him." Sin Xiushan prepared to act, but Sin Chunshan suddenly restrained him. "Wait." Sin Xiushan, puzzled, followed his brother's gaze to Guxiu, who appeared to possess some skill, as he was in the process of dispelling the restrictions. Squinting, Sin Xiushan saw that Guxiu, oblivious to their presence, was engrossed in his writings, while the Wanbao box intermittently emitted a faint glow, though the luminescence was gradually waning. Unanticipatedly, I underestimated this young man. Despite being merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he possesses knowledge of how to this sort of restriction. Could it be that he is a talisman master? Regardless of whether he is or not, this indeed presents us with an opportunity akin to a mantis stalking its prey, while the yellow bird waits in ambush. Precisely, I was troubled about how to break this restriction, and unexpectedly, I have encountered this young lad. Once he exhausts himself unraveling the restriction, we shall play the role of the yellow bird. In mere moments, the two had devised a plan. They decided not to hastily strike, but rather to keep a vigilant watch on Guxiu while gradually recuperating from their injuries. However, after waiting for quite some time, Sin Xiushan, still fixated on Guxiu, could not help but frown. Is this young man truly capable? Why is he so slow? What if he doesn't manage to unlock it before the people from Wanbao Tower arrive? Brother, why don't we just eliminate him and solve it ourselves? Otherwise, this fool is wasting our time. Let us wait a little longer, Sin Chunshan replied, while shaking his head. He too felt a sense of urgency. However, recalling how helpless he and his brother had been against the Wanbao box earlier, he doubted they would fare any better than this Qi refinement 4th-level cultivator. Yet, the wait dragged on for some time. Brother, it's been quite a while. I suspect the people from Wanbao Tower are drawing closer. Sin Xiushan urged again. If we allow this fool to squander more time, we shall lose our chance. Previously, some individuals from Wanbao Tower had managed to flee, and if reinforcements arrived, the two brothers would find themselves in a very passive position. Enough waiting, this foolish boy, Sin Chunshan cursed, preparing to wave his hand. Sin Xiushan readied his arrow immediately. But, wait. Sin Chunshan suddenly halted Sin Xiushan once more. Sin Xiushan, puzzled, looked back only to see Guxiu once again unraveling a layer of the restriction. Shortly thereafter, he muttered to himself, "Only 4 layers remain. Alas, my cultivation is insufficient. If only I had reached the later stages of Qi refinement. I surely wouldn't need this much time." Guxiu's words were spoken softly, and had it not been for the spring and autumn twin killers' unwavering focus on him, they would not have caught it. The two exchanged glances, conveying the thought that this Qi refinement 4th-level cultivator genuinely can unlock the restriction, but his progress is slow due to inadequate cultivation. If only someone could assist him. At present, it was uncertain how long it would take for help to arrive. Suddenly, Guxiu spoke again, causing the two brothers to hesitate once more. However, while they hesitated, Guxiu rose with a sigh, saying, "Well, what is meant to be will be. If I achieve it, it is my fortune. If I do not, it is my fate. I shall take my leave." With that, he stood up, preparing to depart. This provoked a sense of urgency in the spring and autumn twin killers. After fumbling for so long, they were utterly clueless about the restriction. If Guxiu were to leave, how could they unlock the Wanbao box? Fellow Taoist, please wait. Without a moment's hesitation, Sin Chunshan leapt forward, obstructing Gu Xiu's path. This sudden appearance clearly took Gu Xiu by surprise, and he appeared somewhat bewildered before becoming wary. Sin Chunshan found this expression amusing. After all, what use was caution to a mere 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator? He had observed Gu Xiu for quite some time. Had he not made his presence known, would Gu Xiu have even noticed him? Nevertheless, Gu Xiu's demeanor confirmed Sin Chunshan's suspicion. He was entirely oblivious to Sin Chunshan's existence. Fellow cultivator, I noticed you seem to be deciphering the restrictions on this box, Sin Chunshan inquired with a smile. Do you have business? Gu Xiu hesitated slightly. Rest assured, I merely happened to pass by. However, I overheard your muttering. Do you require someone with formidable cultivation to assist you in breaking these restrictions? Sin Chunshan pressed, eager to get to the point. Yet, Gu Xiu's brow furrowed in response. After a moment of silence, he finally asked, How do you propose we divide it? Divide it? Sin Chunshan chuckled. Fellow cultivator, how do you wish to split it? 7 for me, 3 for you? That is certainly acceptable. You don't mind? Gu Xiu inquired. Of course not. If you possess true skill, I shall merely contribute brute force. Let us hasten, Sin Chunshan urged, all the while suppressing a sneer. 7-3? What a delusion. Once the treasure box was opened, he would swiftly eliminate this 4th-level cultivator on the spot, and then share the spoils. He would be better off seeking judgment from the King of Hell. However, it appeared that Gu Xiu was oblivious to Sin Chunshan's true intentions. After confirming the division of spoils, Gu Xiu promptly said, Since you are here, please assist me. Your spiritual power is profound, and you should be able to accomplish this. What must I do? Sin Chunshan asked. Quite simple, Gu Xiu replied, gesturing towards a segment of finger bone that had inexplicably appeared atop the box. You need only pour all your spiritual energy into this finger bone. What is this finger bone? Sin Chunshan queried, puzzled. He had previously studied the treasure box and had not noticed this segment of bone. Gu Xiu, meanwhile, pointed and explained nonchalantly, It manifests after a few layers of restrictions are lifted. It is the focal point of the restrictions. Sin Chunshan nodded. Although he found it peculiar that the focal point of the restrictions was a segment of finger bone, he did not hesitate and immediately began to channel all his spiritual power into it. However, Sin Chunshan was taken aback as he realized that when his spiritual energy was fervently poured into the finger bone, it was absorbed instantly, as if it had vanished into an abyss. Was this truly the focal point of the restrictions? Fellow cultivator, do not lose focus, exert all your strength. I am about to commence the unsealing of the restrictions, Gu Xiu urged at that moment. Sin Chunshan, feeling utterly helpless, complied. Yet he could only obediently infuse his spiritual energy into his finger bones, fearing that his efforts might not be sufficient to aid Gu Xiu. However, this frenzied expenditure of spiritual energy caused Sin Chunshan's already scarce reserves to diminish rapidly. Were it not for Gu Xiu's unwavering efforts to dismantle the restrictions before his eyes, having unbound 2 layers of seals in quick succession, Sin Chunshan might have doubted whether this young cultivator, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, was merely toying with him. Nevertheless, despite this uncertainty, Sin Chunshan found himself struggling. Friend, is it not yet complete? Wait a moment. Your spiritual power is still inadequate, Gu Xiu cautioned. You must not hesitate at this juncture. Otherwise, all will be for naught. This response made Sin Chunshan grit his teeth in frustration. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Just a moment, he exclaimed, promptly retrieving a handful of spirit stones from his storage ring. Gritting his teeth, he began to replenish himself, followed by hastily consuming a vial of elixirs. Even if he felt he could not endure any longer, he had no choice but to persevere, spurred on by the young cultivator's words. After all, once the box was opened, all the resources within would belong to him. No loss at all. However, at that moment, Sin Chunshan failed to notice that while he was engaged in this frantic endeavor, Gu Xiu had cast a lingering glance at his storage ring. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit. Just as Sin Chunshan's spiritual energy reached its nadir once more, the shimmering restrictions of the treasure box finally unraveled. At the moment the seals were broken, a triumphant smile graced Sin Chunshan's face. His gaze towards Gu Xiu was rife with mockery. Yet, to his surprise, Gu Xiu happened to turn around and meet his gaze, wearing a smile that mirrored his own. Chapter 22. The Cycle of Destiny. He may already be deceased in the Qing Xian Holy Land. Within the One Tian Pavilion, a copper mirror levitated in midair, drawing in the ethereal rhythms of the universe and streams of rich spiritual energy towards its surface. Nyang Chaoshi sat cross-legged beneath the mirror, her hands weaving intricate incantations. Yet, in the next moment, a mouthful of blood escaped her lips, and the hovering copper mirror shattered instantaneously. Nyang Chaoshi herself seemed to have been drained of all strength, collapsing limply to the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment. However, after a brief respite, she retrieved yet another pristine copper mirror, her gaze resolute. Junior brother Gu, I believe you have been wronged. Wait for me. Wait for me. Once I successfully forge the Mirror of Destiny's cycle, I shall surely help you clear your name. I assure you I will. With determination, Nyang Chaoshi gritted her teeth and once again activated her incantations, causing the copper mirror to rise anew, manifesting layers of profound power. Before her lay a veritable mountain of shattered copper mirror fragments, a testament to her countless failures. Yet, she persisted, unwavering. What she sought to forge was the deeply enigmatic Mirror of Destiny's cycle, capable of glimpsing the future and probing the past, a marvel of profound mystery. Her relentless endeavor was driven by a singular purpose: to vindicate Gu Xiao. Nyang Chaoshi felt immense sympathy and understanding for Qin Moran's plight, yet deep within, she could not bring herself to believe that Gu Xiao could be such a person. However, she found herself at a loss for words. Her hopes pinned solely on this Mirror of Destiny's cycle, yearning for its success to help absolve Gu Xiao of his unjust suffering. Meanwhile, as Nyang Chaoshi continued to expend her lifeblood in pursuit of a chance to vindicate Gu Xiao, in another part of the Qing Xian Holy Land, within the sect's great hall, the sect leader, Guan Shuolan, was engrossed in administrative duties when she suddenly furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is your senior sister still preoccupied with forging that Mirror of Destiny's cycle?" "Indeed, master. Please persuade her. She has become almost possessed, refusing to heed anyone's words, insisting that we have misunderstood Gu Xiao. Nothing we say makes a difference. The forging of the mirror not only requires the cultivation of a destiny master, but also consumes her lifespan. Each failure costs her a decade of life, and hundreds, even thousands of years of lifespan can vanish in an instant. If she continues this way, she will ultimately be drained of her very essence and perish." Standing beside Guan Shuolan were Gu Xiao's three senior sisters: the third sister, Su Wanqing, skilled in alchemy; the fifth sister, Qin Moran, adept at talismans; and the youngest sister, Lu Qingyao, proficient in beast mastery. At this moment, all three bore expressions of deep concern, mirroring the frantic worry for Nyang Chaoshi. The mere mention of Gu Xiao's name caused Guan Shuolan's expression to darken. Indeed, it is all Gu Xiao's fault. This man has caused immense harm, afflicting so many of us within the sect. Now that he has left, he has also ensnared our senior sister in her obsessions. Lu Qingyao was the first to voice her anger. Beside her, Su Wanqing and Qin Morden, though silent, wore expressions that spoke volumes, clearly echoing Lu Qingyao's sentiments. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where is Gu Xiao now?" The three senior sisters were momentarily taken aback. "What? You three truly do not know?" Guan Shuolan expressed her surprise. Lu Qingyao curled her lip in disdain. "He has departed from the sect. I almost wish to set off firecrackers in celebration. Besides, I am busy preparing a place for our junior brother to practice beast mastery. I have no time to concern myself with Gu Xiao." Guan Shuolan then turned to Su Wanqing and Qin Morden. "I have been preoccupied with alchemy for our junior brother, thus I have not paid much attention," Su Wanqing replied. Shaking her head, Qin Morden echoed her sentiments, stating, "I have been occupied with crafting talismans for our junior brother." Faced with such responses, Guan Shuolan could not help but frown. "After all, Gu Xiao was once your junior brother. I had thought you might discreetly assist him." "Assist him in what? He has left, severing all ties with us. Why should we aid him?" Lu Qingyao retorted, her disdain evident. Though Su Wanqing and Qin Morden remained silent, their expressions mirrored Lu Qingyao's thoughts. "This poses quite the dilemma," Guan Shuolan said, her brow furrowed. "Your senior sister is now ensnared in her obsessions, and it seems only Gu Xiao could help her break free from them. Without a trace of him, even I would be unable to persuade her." The three senior sisters frowned in unison, their animosity towards Gu Xiao deepening. "It is all his fault. He has left yet continues to cause harm. If master wishes to locate Gu Xiao, Perhaps she could search the Tianqi mountain range. As senior sister had previously used divination to probe there, Su Wanqing suggested. Tianqi mountain range? Guan Shuolan frowned. Gu Xiu lacks cultivation. Would he not be courting death by venturing there? Su Wanqing shook her head, indicating uncertainty. However, Qin Morton hesitated before speaking. I recall senior sister mentioning that she suspected Gu Xiu might still be training. What? The revelation startled Guan Shuolan and the others. Gu Xiu's cultivation has been restored? How could that be possible? I'm not certain of the details. I merely overheard senior sister mention it in passing. She did not elaborate, and I did not inquire further. However, I imagine that if Gu Xiu is indeed training again, it would not be a smooth path, Qin Morton explained, shaking her head. Su Wanqing speculated. Since Gu Xiu returned 3 years ago, he has been unable to cultivate anew. Perhaps he is simply unwilling to accept his fate and continues to try. Guan Shuolan nodded, considering this possibility. Then it is futile to search. We shall surely not find him, Lu Qingyao remarked, shaking her head. The others were left in confusion. However, Lu Qingyao remarked, if Gu Xiu were content to live as an ordinary mortal, seeking a place in the mortal realm to experience life and death, perhaps he could extend his years. Yet, should he overestimate himself and yearn to embark upon the path of cultivation once more, his life would certainly be cut short. Observing that her master and 2 senior sisters remained unconvinced, Lu Qingyao sighed and continued, consider, what kind of person is Gu Xiu? How long has it been since he roamed the world? Over 5 centuries, he has been confined in the forbidden grounds for 500 years. And it has been 3 years since his return. A person like him is even less prepared than a fledgling cultivator. If he were to confront the formidable beasts of the Tianqi mountain range, it might be a swift death. However, should he encounter other cultivators, his meager experience in the world would likely lead him to be deceived and exploited, ultimately resulting in a fate where he would find no resting place for his remains. This statement elicited nods of agreement from the 3 of them. The cultivation realm extends beyond the Qingxian sacred land. Within sects, there is a degree of tolerance. But once outside, one encounters individuals with treacherous intentions. Gu Xiu, having been absent from the world for so many years and distanced from the sect, regardless of whether he resumes his cultivation journey, the outcome is bound to be unfavorable. Perhaps he has already met his demise. Meanwhile, at the Tianqi mountain range, before the Wanbao box, Sin Chunshan, wearing a broad smile, inquired, my friend, the restrictions on this Wanbao box should have been entirely lifted, correct? Indeed, they have been removed. Gu Xiu affirmed with a nod. Sin Chunshan then asked, oh, so it follows that we may now directly open it and retrieve its contents? Certainly, Gu Xiu confirmed, promptly opening the Wanbao box to reveal 3 storage rings within. The sight of these rings ignited a fervent gleam in Sin Chunshan's eyes. Suddenly, the box snapped shut once more, leaving Sin Chunshan somewhat displeased. Turning his head, he found Gu Xiu grinning at him. My friend, since the Wanbao box is now open, shall we proceed with the distribution as agreed? How does my friend wish to divide it? Sin Chunshan responded, unperturbed, his smile unwavering. Did we not come to an agreement? Gu Xiu stated, I shall take 7 portions while you take 3. That was indeed our prior agreement. Yet I have a small issue, Sin Chunshan replied. Oh, what issue? I believe 3 portions are rather insufficient. Gu Xiu inquired, how many portions does my friend desire? As a 9th layer Qi cultivator, I believe claiming 9 portions should pose no problem, Sin Chunshan declared, his aura surging dramatically as he articulated each word. Moreover, the final portion belongs to my younger brother. As for yours, you must seek it from the king of hell. With that, Sin Chunshan gathered his strength, and in an instant, raised his palm, striking towards Gu Xiu's face. It is the strike of a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. This blow possesses the power to take a life. It can sever souls. Chapter 23. Spring perishes, autumn escapes. The fisherman gains on the other side. While Sin Chunshan and Gu Xiuzhou were engaged in a delicate dance to dismantle the restraints, Sin Xiushan was vigilantly guarding their surroundings. His watchful eye was naturally fixed on the imminent threat posed by the personnel from Wanbao Tower. The longer they waited, the more anxious he became. After all, his elder brother had been gone for quite some time. If they delayed further, the arrival of Wanbao Tower's forces might render their escape nearly impossible. As for that white-haired cultivator of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, that was hardly worth his concern. Such a feeble individual could be easily crushed under the weight of his brother's finger. What was there to worry about? Fortunately, just as Qin Xiushan was on the verge of losing his patience, a surge of qi emanating from the ninth layer of qi refinement suddenly erupted. His brother had made his move. Qin Xiushan's spirits lifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed towards his brother's location, intent on reuniting with him for their escape. As he hurried along, Qin Xiushan reflected on the illustrious reputation of Wanbao Tower. Their inventory undoubtedly contained numerous treasures. If luck were on their side, they might even stumble upon foundation-building pills, enabling both brothers to ascend to the foundation establishment realm. Just envisioning the prospect of two foundation establishment bandits sent a thrill through him. The fearsome names of the spring and autumn twin fiends would surely instill dread in the hearts of many, and with a trail of bloodshed and plunder, they might even achieve the golden core stage in the future. How bright the days ahead seemed. Suddenly, as Qin Xiushan reveled in his daydreams of the future, he spotted his brother's figure, standing still and gazing down at something. He must be examining the spoils. However, as he glanced towards Qin Xiushan, a sense of confusion washed over him. Brother, where is that young man's corpse? You didn't obliterate him into dust, did you? Your skills seem to have sharpened again. As he spoke, Qin Xiushan approached his brother. A sideways glance revealed that Qin Xiushan was holding the previously untouchable Wanbao box. Qin Xiushan's eyes sparkled with fervor at the sight. Just then, a drop of crimson blood fell from above, striking the Wanbao box and blossoming into a beautiful crimson flower. This, Qin Xiushan froze, his gaze shifting upward. In an instant, a chilling dread surged through him, coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. Leaving his legs weak, he collapsed onto the ground, for what he beheld was an unimaginable horror. His elder brother, the feared spring fiend of the twin fiends, the ruthless and infamous cultivator of the ninth layer of qi refinement, was dead. A gaping wound marred his brother's left chest, a shattered heart-esque cavity from which fragments of the heart were faintly visible. The drop of blood had fallen from that very wound. Brother? How could this happen? At that moment, Qin Xiushan felt his calves cramping, an icy dread enveloping him, driving him to the brink of terror. Who was it? Who had slain his elder brother? The white-haired cultivator from earlier? But he was merely a small cultivator of the fourth layer of qi refinement. Suddenly, a stone was hurled towards him, producing a sharp sound that startled Qin Xiushan. He turned to look, but saw no one who had thrown it. Instead, he noticed a group of cultivators clad in the attire of Wanbao Tower, hastily advancing towards him. They had evidently spotted him as well, and one of them bellowed with fury, "Thief, halt! You dare to kill our Wanbao Tower member? You seek death." Qin Xiushan was terrified, his soul nearly fleeing his body. Although he was baffled by the origin of the stone, with formidable foes now approaching, he hesitated no longer. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, rapidly fleeing to the side. Upon witnessing this, several members of Wanbao Tower immediately pursued him, while many others hastened towards the Wanbao box. The cargo was of utmost importance. However, when they arrived at the lifeless body of Qin Xiushan and observed that the box's restrictions had been undone, with 3 storage rings vanished, a grim expression fell upon the group of cultivators. The spring and autumn twins have turned against each other. Qin Xiushan has killed his own brother and stolen our cargo. Pursue him, bring him back. Damn it, spread the word and issue a bounty. No matter where he flees, he must be eliminated. How dare he touch our Wanbao Tower's belongings? This scoundrel must be dealt with. Soon, a chase ensued through the Tianqi mountain range. However, none of this concerned Guxiu. At that moment, he was traversing a forest path, unhidden and unashamed, boldly making his way towards Yinxiao City. Indeed, he had been imprisoned in the Forbidden Land for 500 years. After returning, he had spent his time in the Qingxian Sacred Land. Yet, this did not imply that he was devoid of experience in the martial world, foolish enough to be sold and then help count the money. After all, not only had Guxiu wandered extensively before entering the Forbidden Land, accumulating a wealth of experience, but the visions he had witnessed in that dream lasting an eternity had also imparted him with profound knowledge. Although Guxiu had merely observed as a bystander, he had gleaned much and could not possibly be entirely inexperienced. In fact, due to his affinity with the Tao rhythm, Guxiu had discerned the presence of the spring and autumn twins from the outset. Everything that followed was meticulously orchestrated by him, including depleting Qin Xiushan's spiritual energy and seizing the moment of his relaxation to strike. Furthermore, it all culminated in framing secession. Halt. At that moment, a radiant beam shot forth, prompting Gu Xiu to halt abruptly, his gaze fixed with caution upon the approaching figure. The individual, wielding a flying sword, descended gracefully before Gu Xiu, signifying their status as a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, the attire adorned by this person was unmistakably that of Wanbao Tower. Despite his vigilance, Gu Xiu remained composed and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, esteemed senior?" The stranger did not respond verbally, but instead immediately assessed Gu Xiu's cultivation level. Upon discovering that this solitary cultivator was merely at the 4th stage of qi refinement, the stranger visibly relaxed. "Have you seen a cultivator at the 8th stage of qi refinement employing the wind escape technique?" Gu Xiu shook his head, indicating he had not. With this response, the stranger lost interest and, without further ado, took flight on his sword, departing swiftly. Clearly, a 4th stage qi refinement cultivator, leisurely traversing this thoroughfare, posed no connection to the notorious spring and autumn dual evildoers, rendering any further inquiries pointless. Gu Xiu was not taken aback after the figure left. He resumed his journey in silence. Subsequently, he encountered several more inquiries, all from cultivators of Wanbao Tower. Yet, without exception, they abandoned their suspicions upon assessing his cultivation level. However, as night began to descend and Gu Xiu sought a place to rest for the evening, another beam of light approached. As with previous instances, upon receiving Gu Xiu's uninformed response and realizing he was merely a 4th stage cultivator, the newcomer seemed ready to depart. Yet, just as the figure was about to leave, an idea seemed to strike him. He suddenly turned, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Gu Xiu. "Do you possess a storage talisman?" Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow, filled with trepidation. Nevertheless, he eventually nodded, gesturing towards the storage pouch at his waist. "Esteemed senior, this is my storage pouch. I wonder if senior." "Hand it over." The individual extended a hand. "I suspect you may be affiliated with that rogue secession, and I now require you to surrender your storage talisman." The proclamation was delivered with righteous indignation, yet a glint of greed flashed in his eyes, betraying his true intent. Gu Xiu frowned slightly, one hand discreetly clutching a fragment of a finger bone. This fragment had been something Gu Xiu had hesitated to use, even in the face of a 9th stage qi refinement cultivator like secession. After all, while the finger bone contained potent techniques, employing it necessitated a considerable expenditure of spirit stones for recovery. Gu Xiu had been reluctant to resort to it without dire need. However, the current situation perhaps left him no choice. Yet, he pondered whether the power concealed within this fragment could indeed vanquish the Foundation Establishment cultivator before him. Chapter 24. The Foundation Establishment Confrontation. The Punishment of 10,000 Treasures. "What? Could it be that I have indeed seen through you? You are undeniably in cahoots with that secession and his ilk?" As Gu Xiu remained silent, the Foundation Establishment cultivator before him revealed a chilling intent in his eyes. Stepping forward, he clearly harbored intentions to strike. Seeing this, Gu Xiu sighed, reluctant yet prepared to channel the power of the finger bone in his grasp. His combat experience transcended the ordinary, enabling him to deliver a fatal blow even against the unprepared secession, whose spiritual energy was nearly depleted. However, this did not guarantee success against the robust and formidable Foundation Establishment cultivator before him. But then, just as Gu Xiu was poised to take the initiative, he suddenly sensed something, halting his movements. "Kid, I shall grant you one final opportunity." The Foundation Establishment cultivator, oblivious to any change, inquired once more, "Will you hand over that storage bag or not?" In the face of the pressing question, Gu Xiu shook his head. "Though I am but a minor cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement, I refuse to be a mere lamb for slaughter. Yet, as a member of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, how can you engage in such brazen acts of murder and robbery? Are you truly unconcerned about tarnishing the pavilion's reputation?" The Foundation Establishment cultivator scoffed coldly. "You are quite the silver-tongued orator, but alas, if you were to perish here, who would ever know the reason for your demise?" With that, he ceased his words and, without further ado, pointed decisively at Gu Xiu's brow. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy locked onto Gu Xiu, rendering him immobile. Gu Xiu's expression hardened, yet he clutched the finger bone tightly, refraining from unleashing its power. Finally, As the finger was about to strike his brow, a commanding voice rang out, "Renqing, halt." The words carried a soul-stirring authority, freezing the Foundation establishment cultivator, who was prepared to kill for gain, in his tracks. At the same moment, a graceful figure swiftly appeared, landing beside Gu Xiao, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. She immediately grasped his arm, pulling him away from the cultivator. As Gu Xiao came to a stop, the Foundation establishment cultivator regained his composure. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically. The newcomer was a woman clad in a purple dress, her figure alluringly curvaceous, with a veil obscuring much of her face. Yet, the brows and eyes that were visible exuded an innate charm that captivated the heart with a mere glance. In the presence of this enchanting woman, Renqing became exceedingly nervous. Surume. The woman raised an eyebrow. Renqing hastily corrected himself. Manager Su. Renqing, what were you just? Surume inquired softly. I was just following orders to search for the whereabouts of Xinshioshan. What is Xinshioshan's cultivation level? 8th layer of qi refinement. However, Surume suddenly inquired coldly. Since you are searching for a cultivator of the 8th layer of qi refinement, why did you take action against a fellow cultivator of the 4th layer? I. Renqing swallowed hard. My subordinate suspects that this person. This person what? Before Renqing could finish his sentence, Surume coldly interjected. Are you implying that this fellow cultivator of the 4th layer is connected to Xinshioshan? Or are you suggesting that the legendary spring and autumn twin killers are actually a misunderstanding, and they are indeed the spring and autumn trio, with an additional 4th layer cultivator assisting them? Faced with her interrogation, Renqing stammered, unable to respond. Surume scoffed. Renqing, you are well aware of the rules of Wanbao building, that killing and plundering are strictly forbidden, yet you still chose to act against the law. Therefore, in my capacity as the manager, I shall impose a punishment upon you. You shall lose a finger. What? Upon hearing this, Renqing looked up in disbelief. Lose a finger? Even Gu Xiao cast a surprised glance at Surume. Since you knowingly committed an offense, attempting to kill with your finger, you shall pay the price by losing a finger. Do you have any objections? Surume stated indifferently. Objections? Of course I object. Renqing replied immediately. I admit I was momentarily blinded by impulse, but he is merely a small cultivator of the 4th layer, and I did not succeed. How can you possibly make me lose a finger? Once a cultivator reaches the divine transformation stage, they can regenerate severed limbs. However, if a limb is severed before reaching the golden core stage, even if one eventually attains the divine transformation realm, regeneration will no longer be possible. This punishment is quite severe. It seems you still do not understand. Surume spoke coldly. Wanbao building gathers treasures from all directions, welcoming guests from all walks of life. Whether they are cultivators or not, they are guests of Wanbao building. You have abused your power to oppress a guest, even attempting to commit murder and robbery, tarnishing the reputation of Wanbao building, which is a grave offense. Losing a finger is merely a light punishment, should you remain dissatisfied. The severing shall not be limited to just a finger. As she spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Surume. Golden core. She is a golden core cultivator. Faced with Surume's overwhelming presence, Renqing felt as though struck by lightning. His expression was complex, and after much hesitation, he finally lowered his head. I willingly accept the punishment. Upon finishing, Renqing gritted his teeth, transforming his qi into a blade, and after a moment's hesitation, he cut towards his left pinky. In an instant, the finger was severed. Blood gushed forth. Yet Renqing did not dare to utter a sound, only casting a nervous glance at Surume. After receiving her nod, he turned and swiftly flew away on his sword. Throughout the encounter, he did not dare to harbor even the slightest resentment, not even towards Gu Xiao. As Renqing departed, Surume turned around and slightly bowed her head in apology to Gu Xiao. She then produced a storage ring and offered it to him, saying, "Friend, I sincerely apologize for the mismanagement at Wanbao Tower that nearly led to a grave disaster. I present this storage ring to you, hoping you will not take offense." Gu Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He had heard of the esteemed name of Wanbao Tower 500 years ago, recognizing it as a time-honored establishment with an impeccable reputation. He had anticipated that they would safeguard him, yet he was astonished that they not only protected him, but also dealt so stringently with the assailant. Thank you, Senior Su, for your timely rescue. Wanbao Tower truly lives up to its reputation. However, I must decline this storage ring. Despite his refusal, Su Rumei remained courteous, stating, "Today, it is Wanbao Tower that has wronged you. If I can amend your perception of our establishment, it would be a significant achievement. Please do not be modest. Furthermore," she added, "a mere storage ring pales in comparison to the peril you faced. I implore you to accept it." One could not help but admire Su Rumei's demeanor and eloquence. Seeing her steadfastness, Gu Xiu eventually nodded and accepted the storage ring. In truth, he had been concealing 3 storage rings he had just acquired, but to avoid any special tracking methods by Wanbao Tower, he had refrained from revealing them. Now, with Su Rumei offering him a ring, it was fortuitous for him. As for the 3 rings he had acquired, there was no reason to return them. Not only could revealing them invite trouble, but they were also hard-won possessions that he had no intention of relinquishing. Upon Gu Xiu accepting the storage ring, a smile graced Su Rumei's face as she inquired, "Are you headed toward Yinxiao City?" Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. "There is no need for concern, as our journey also leads to Yinxiao City. Being known as the city of loose cultivators, the path is fraught with perilous brigands. Indeed, Wanbao Tower often recruits cultivators to accompany us. If you do not mind, you may join us. It would provide mutual support and a certain remuneration, making it a win-win situation." Su Rumei extended the invitation, which piqued Gu Xiu's interest. His purpose was solely to reach Yinxiao City, and he did not wish to squander time along the way. He had heard that as one approached Yinxiao City, incidents of robbery and murder increased. Traveling with Wanbao Tower seemed a favorable option. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiu promptly decided, "If that is the case, I would be honored to accept your invitation." As Gu Xiu joined the Wanbao Tower entourage and set forth toward Yinxiao City, on the other side, the Qingxian sacred land, at the Winianch Pavilion, awaited. A radiant spectrum of colors illuminated the sky, subsequently drawing forth a multitude of celestial harmonies that converged upon an exquisitely crafted bronze mirror. Nian Chaoxi's spirit soared. It has manifested. The Wheel of Destiny's reincarnation mirror has come to fruition. Junior brother, elder sister shall seek justice for you. Chapter 25, Autumn Frost and White Hair. All of this is worthwhile. The Celestial Cycle Mirror, a divine artifact revered as one of the 3 sacred treasures within the realm of celestial mechanics. The process of its forging consumes the lifespan of the celestial artisans, and the probability of success is exceedingly low. Many celestial artisans have perished without ever succeeding in creating this item, underscoring its rarity. Furthermore, even if one were to successfully forge it, most celestial artisans would hesitate to utilize it. This is because the item not only demands the expenditure of lifespan during its creation, but also requires a significant sacrifice upon its use. This further explains the reluctance among celestial artisans to forge it. Even among those who succeed, few are willing to employ such a creation. However, the Celestial Cycle Mirror, forged at such a tremendous cost, is undeniably formidable. This artifact allows one to glimpse the future and explore the past. When wielded with celestial techniques, it can unleash extraordinary powers, particularly in the art of divination, where its strength is unparalleled. Were it not for the immense toll it exacts on one's lifespan, the Celestial Cycle Mirror could easily be deemed the most powerful treasure of the mightiest celestial artisan. At this moment, upon acquiring the Celestial Cycle Mirror, Nian Chaoxi's eyes sparkled with delight. Although she had sacrificed hundreds of years of her lifespan for this mirror, to her, it was all worth it. Without a moment's hesitation, she made her way directly to Mo Shu Peak. Upon her arrival, many disciples were engrossed in their studies of talismanic arts. When they spotted Nian Chaoxi, they all rose in unison, exclaiming their respects to their esteemed senior. However, their astonishment was palpable. Unperturbed by their gazes, Nian Chaoxi quickened her pace, heading straight for the Grand Hall of Mo Shu Peak. The timing was fortuitous. Not only was Qin Moran present, but so were Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao. "Sister, your hair. Sister, what has happened to you? Sister, why is your hair white?" Upon seeing Nian Chaoxi, the 3 women could not contain their exclamations, with Lu Qingyao breaking down into tears. For Nian Chaoxi, who once had 3,000 strands of black hair, had in just a few short days transformed into a cascade of snow-white locks, from black strands to white as snow in the span of a day. This sight weighed heavily on the hearts of the 3 women. Yet, Nian Chaoshi merely smiled. Black hair or white hair, it matters not. Gu Xiu also possesses a head of white hair. He cannot be compared to you. Lu Qingyao, ever straightforward, retorted. Her words, however, caused the smile on Nian Chaoshi's face to fade, and she replied earnestly. Junior sister, Gu Xiu's white hair was a sacrifice for the sect. 3 years prior, when Gu Xiu returned from the Forbidden Grounds, his hair had already turned entirely white. Reflecting on it, it was curious that no one had expressed surprise or even discussed the fact that Gu Xiu had returned with a head of white hair. In the present moment, the heart of Nian Chaoshu increasingly aches for her junior brother. Following this sentiment, a resolve emerges. 3 junior sisters, how fortuitous that you are all present. Nian Chaoshu is aware that they may not believe her assertions regarding the sect's fortunes, and thus she promptly unveils the heavenly machine reincarnation mirror. This mirror has been successfully refined. Indeed, upon the emergence of the mirror, the 3 sisters gasp in astonishment. Yet, without exception, after their initial shock, each of them furrows their brows. If elder sister has refined this mirror solely for the sake of Gu Xiu, then I would rather that you had not crafted it at all. The price is far too steep. Is it truly worth it, elder sister, for just one Gu Xiu? The 3 chime in one after another. In response to their remarks, Nian Chaoshu merely smiles brightly. It is worth it. Undoubtedly worth it. Her smile is radiant and sincere. It is absolutely worth it. Junior brother Gu has already endured too much suffering. Not only has he sacrificed 500 years of his life, but he has also forfeited all his cultivation, and now he has departed from the place he once cherished most. In comparison to his plight, her own few hundred years of lifespan pales into insignificance. Observing her, Qin Moran and the other 2 exchange glances, unable to suppress their headshakes. Elder sister, this is an obsession. Nian Chaoshu, however, is undeterred by such thoughts. After expressing a few more words, she eagerly declares, since this mirror has been successfully refined, I hope that the 3 junior sisters will patiently observe the scenes that will unfold within it. The 3 glance at one another, ultimately letting out a sigh. The elder sister's obsession runs too deep. They cannot persuade her otherwise and can only agree for the time being. Seeing them nod in acquiescence, Nian Chaoshu's heart leaps with joy, and without hesitation, she immediately invokes the incantation. In an instant, the heavenly machine reincarnation mirror levitates into the air. Devoid of any spiritual power, yet waves of the essence of heaven and earth begin to surge forth. The 3 sisters are left in awe. This object is indeed extraordinary. Among them, Qin Moran is the most astonished. She is well acquainted with the essence of heaven and earth, and as she gazes upon it, she cannot help but exclaim, I have long heard that the heavenly machine reincarnation mirror can be deemed a divine artifact, and now witnessing it confirms its nature. This object possesses the power of time. It can trace back through time to reveal that which one seeks to behold. But will this operation consume lifespan? Su Wanqing inquires. Indeed, it will. Qin Moran nods. However, to glimpse the past, unless obscured by heavenly secrets, the consumption of lifespan is not excessively daunting. Should one wish to use this object to peer into the future, however, the cost will be unimaginable. As they converse, suddenly, under the incantation's influence, an image materializes upon the surface of the bronze mirror. It depicts a remarkably simple and humble sect nestled within lofty mountains. This is our sacred land. No, this is our Qingxian sect, over 500 years ago. Wow, has 5 centuries truly passed? The transformation of our sect is indeed monumental. The 3 women immediately recognized the scene reflected in the mirror. It was once the sacred land of Qingxian, 500 years ago, the Qingxian sect. How astonishing. I was merely 3 years old back then. That was the eldest senior sister. She must have been only around 15 or 16, right? Ha. I can see the second senior sister. She indeed had a fiery temper even as a child, playfully wrestling with a little pig. Oh look, the 6th senior sister has always adored playing with dolls. No wonder her puppets are so remarkable now. Ha. 3rd senior sister, look, that's you. You spoiled the medicinal field and got scolded by master. How amusing. And 5th senior sister, I didn't realize you were so mischievous back then. The youngest junior sister, Lu Qingyao, has an exuberant personality and would exclaim at anything she saw in the bronze mirror. Even Su Wanqing and Qin Moran, standing beside her, couldn't help but break into smiles. The air was filled with nostalgia, as each scene concealed countless cherished memories. Observing the smiles on their faces, Nian Chaoshi couldn't help but smile as well. Those were the days, truly wonderful. The images began to shift rapidly, and soon a swaddled infant was cradled by the old master of the Qingxian sect, then handed over to Guan Xuelan. Guan Xuelan became flustered, while the other 7 senior sisters were filled with curiosity about this newcomer. It was Gu Xiu, who had just entered the sect at that time. Nian Chaoshi remarked with a smile. However, this statement was met with a profound silence from the 3 women. The reminiscence and laughter that had filled the air moments ago vanished, as if they were reluctant to revisit that person, even from the past. Nian Chaoshi sighed, hastening the flow of the images in the bronze mirror. Within the mirror, Gu Xiu began to grow, experiencing his first role, his first steps, and his first words. The very first phrase he learned was sister. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions on the 3 women's faces became somewhat strained, yet their gazes softened in unison. Observing all of this, Nian Chaoshi felt a sense of relief. Her intention in displaying these moments was to evoke the fond memories the 3 junior sisters held of Gu Xiu, and now it seemed to be effective. The imagery continued to unfold, as Gu Xiu, under the watchful eyes of the group, grew day by day. Chapter 26. The exquisite carvings and jade structures remain, yet the youthful visage has changed. In his early years, Gu Xiu was immensely endearing, not solely for his porcelain doll-like charm, but also for his remarkable intelligence and obedience. While ordinary children were still babbling their first words, Gu Xiu spoke fluently. When typical children resorted to tears to express their needs, Gu Xiu could earnestly persuade his senior sisters and masters. Although many of his arguments elicited laughter, he rarely cried or fussed, often displaying a serene demeanor. Furthermore, his innate talent was exceptional. Though he fell slightly short compared to the legendary prodigies of lore, his abilities were undeniably rare. Mastering any discipline came effortlessly to him, and eventually, he was capable of guiding Lu Qingyao, who was merely 3 years his senior. Most significantly, Gu Xiu treated each of his senior sisters with utmost kindness. He remembered every one of their birthdays, crafting personalized gifts for them. Even when Yin Chaoshi began to distance herself, having embarked on the path of celestial mechanics, Gu Xiu did not forget her. In his childhood, he delighted in sculpting lotus flowers, likening her to the snow lotus atop a snowy mountain. Yin Chaoshi retrieved a wooden lotus carving, filled with nostalgia. At that moment, Su Wanqing and Qin Moran also produced their own wooden sculptures, lost in contemplation. These memories stirred numerous recollections, even awakening long-buried sentiments within them. In those days, Gu Xiu was truly wonderful. He was sincere towards each senior sister, preparing gifts for them, remembering their preferences, and standing up for them when reprimanded by their master. As they matured and developed their own interests, Gu Xiu accompanied each sister in her pursuits, watching sunrises and sunsets with the eldest sister, clandestinely forging tools with the second sister, gathering herbs and flowers with the third sister, studying peculiar stones with the fourth sister, composing poetry with the fifth sister, disassembling dolls and wooden figures with the sixth sister, and fishing and shrimping by the creek with the seventh sister. This was the childhood they all shared, as well as Gu Xiu's own. Growth, of course, was not without its challenges. Joy was interspersed with tears, and surprises often came with anger. Yet, without exception, Gu Xiu consistently lowered his head to admit his faults, helping his sisters wipe away their tears. As Qin Moran and the others reminisced about these moments, their gazes softened, and Su Wanqing, the third sister, struggled to hold back tears. They could not help but remember the stories that belonged to them and Gu Xiu in their youth, filled with warmth. Within their hearts, an unbidden thought emerged. How could it be that something so splendid in the past has transformed? Has Gu Xiu truly changed, or have they themselves altered? The exquisite carvings and jade structures should still remain, yet the youthful visage has faded. Qin Mo Ran murmured, and after a moment, regained her composure, shaking her head and stating, "Senior sister, there is no need to dwell on these remnants." "Why?" Nian Chaoshi inquired. Yet, Qin Mo Ran merely shook her head. The hearts of old friends change so easily, yet we often claim that their hearts are fickle. The past has dissipated into smoke. These memories should serve only as reminiscences. Why must we resurrect them in such moments? Ultimately, I do not wish for the future to be tainted with malice when I recall the person from my childhood. This sentiment brought Xu Wanqing, and Lu Jingyao back to reality. Indeed, the memories of Yer were undeniably beautiful, and Gu Xiu was truly remarkable then. However, memories are ultimately just that, memories. The Gu Xiu of today is no longer the person he once was. He has irrevocably changed. Gu Xiu was once admirable, but 5 centuries in the Forbidden Land have irrevocably transformed him, Su Wanqing sighed. Lu Jingyao added with a hint of malice. Perhaps 500 years ago, he was merely pretending. Such words pierced Nian Chaoxi's heart. Why? Why do they still harbor such prejudice against Gu Xiu? Even resorting to the most unflattering thoughts to speculate on Gu Xiu from 5 centuries past? She comprehended Qin Mo Rant's implication. Their biases against Gu Xiu are not rooted in the past, but rather in the present, stemming from his return from the Forbidden Land. To attempt to invoke memories from a century ago to awaken their sentiments towards Gu Xiu and rectify their perceptions of him is fundamentally flawed. With this thought, Nian Chaoxi pressed her lips together and glanced once more into the mirror. Just then, Gu Xiu, who was engrossed in carving wood, seemed to sense something. Lifting his gaze towards the window as if locking eyes with Nian Chaoxi. His eyes sparkled with clarity, innocence, and hope. Then, he broke into a smile. Yet, this smile caused tears to stream down Nian Chaoxi's cheeks, especially as she recalled the fleeting glimpse of the white-haired Gu Xiu's gaze from the past, which pierced her heart with pain. With a wave of her hand, she ultimately dispelled the images from 500 years ago. If her junior sisters believe that Gu Xiu has changed during the 5 centuries in the Forbidden Land, then let us witness who he has become after 500 years. Nian Chaoxi spoke, followed by a cough of blood as she activated the celestial cycle mirror. A drop of blood escaping from her lips due to the passage of her lifespan. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 women furrowed their brows, yet ultimately shook their heads, refraining from dissuasion. The senior sister's obsession lies with Gu Xiu, perhaps by witnessing the changes he has undergone over 5 centuries. She will truly see him for who he is. From that moment forth, the obsession dissipated. Yet, as the 3 women held this thought in their hearts, the image reappeared in the mirror, leaving them momentarily stunned. For at that moment, the scene had transformed. The once warm yet somewhat dilapidated Qing Xian sect had evolved into the magnificent Qing Xian Holy Land, teeming with disciples and a constant stream of visitors. It was then that the long-existing fissure in the forbidden area, which had endured for 500 years, began to ripple. This signified the impending closure of the forbidden zone. 5 centuries prior, they had yearned countless times for this fissure to vanish, for the person within to emerge. Yet now, when this scene truly materialized, no one knew, no one cared, and no one paid attention. In fact, it was not until Gu Xiu, with hair as white as frost, grievously wounded and entirely devoid of spiritual energy, stepped out that not a single soul was there to greet him. Su Wanqing's complexion turned unnatural as she spoke first. I recall that I was refining pills for my junior brother at that critical moment, unable to be distracted. I was comprehending the rhythms of heaven and earth, inspired and unable to divert my focus. Qin Moran added, his gaze evasive. In an instant, the pressure shifted to Lu Qingyao. Stammering, she finally confessed, I was with my junior brother. I was just concerned that if I left him to see Gu Xiu, it might upset him. How was I to know that none of you went? Senior sister, did you not also stay behind? Lu Qingyao directed her accusation at Nian Chaoxi. Unfortunately, she had misdirected her frustration. Nian Chaoxi merely sighed. On that day, I was away from the sect. Upon hearing the news, I hurried back, arriving that very night. Did you truly not know this? Lu Qingyao stuck out her tongue, falling silent. Nian Chaoxi then glanced at Su Wanqing and Qin Moran, both of whom felt uneasy under her gaze, instinctively lowering their heads. The truth was, even if they had been busy, how could they not have known about the closure of the forbidden area and Gu Xiu's return while still within the sect? The reason for their inaction, even their failure to welcome Gu Xiu, lay in their uncertainty about how to face him. When Gu Xiu ventured into the forbidden area, I promised him that upon his return, I would prepare an inexhaustible supply of exquisite pills for him. However, upon the arrival of the junior disciple, many elixirs were bestowed upon him, and I found myself lacking anything of worth to present. Thus, Su Wanqing was the first to speak, her expression betraying her discomfort. I had assumed everyone had attended. I truly did not expect that none of you went. Qin Moran stammered, I too. I did not attend, nor did I fulfill the promise of talismans to Guxiao. We merely failed to greet him promptly. Is that truly something to be concerned about? Lu Qingyao retorted, her face showing signs of unease. Moreover, we did gather that very evening, shared a meal together, which could indeed be considered a warm welcome, could it not? This statement prompted Su Wanqing and Qin Moran to nod in agreement. Yet, Nian Chaoshi could only manage a bitter smile, ultimately shaking her head. In that case, let us continue to observe. In the scene, Guxiao finally encountered his first interlocutor, a disciple assigned to the menial task of cleaning the sect. Soon after, Master Guan Shuolan arrived. She assessed Guxiao's injuries and then took him to Zhua Peak, promptly notifying the senior sisters from various peaks to assemble that evening. Coincidentally, someone had previously inquired of Guan Shuolan regarding the necessary specifications for this banquet. Her response was succinct. With Guxiao's return, any casual gathering would suffice. This pronouncement left the three feeling rather embarrassed. What further deepened their chagrin was the atmosphere at the banquet. Chapter 27. Who speaks of old friends? The gentle wind and fine rain need not return. The most modest of feasts is merely an ordinary gathering. A simple meal devoid of any need for esteemed elders or disciples from sects to convene. Naturally, there are no grand celebrations, no sumptuous delicacies. Indeed, there is even a palpable absence of warmth at the table. The atmosphere is particularly frigid, as Guxiao finds himself seated in what should be the limelight, yet conspicuously. He is utterly alone. All the senior sisters have distanced themselves, while the one closest to him is the junior disciple, Jiang Sun. However, even this proximity is fraught with significant space. At the time, the women present felt no sense of discomfort, but now, witnessing this scene, an unsettling thought arises simultaneously in their minds. Have we inadvertently isolated Guxiao? It is indeed perplexing. What should have been a lively welcoming feast is instead marked by lackluster dishes and inferior wine, with everyone deliberately keeping their distance from Guxiao. In this moment, the very focus of the banquet appears to have been relegated to a desolate island. Moreover, it is not solely the physical isolation of seating. The conversations with Guxiao are sparse. Despite his earnest attempts to engage, he is met with nothing but perfunctory responses. This scene does not resemble a warm reunion with a cherished old friend, but rather feels like an intentional avoidance of a loathed adversary. Yet, Guxiao has only just returned. 500 years ago, when he entered the Forbidden Grounds, there was no discord among them. The senior sisters, who once shared everything with Guxiao, now find themselves speechless upon encountering him after such a long separation. Their exchanges are fewer than those between Jiang Sun and Guxiao. It is not until the banquet nears its conclusion that Nian Chaoshi rushes back. Her excitement upon Guxiao's return is palpable. In a moment of emotional spontaneity, she envelopes him in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. Ironically, despite the fact that Nian Chaoshi's bond with Guxiao was arguably the weakest among the senior sisters, she exhibits the most profound joy and heartfelt sentiment at his return. This poignant moment leaves the three women in a contemplative silence. Were it not for the impeccable memories of cultivators, they might have been led to exclaim that this entire scene was a fabrication. Yet, this is no illusion. They are genuinely acting to ostracize Guxiao. Not only at this welcome banquet, but in the subsequent days, they continue to isolate him. As the banquet concludes, Guan Shuolan begins to examine Guxiao's physical condition, intent on healing his injuries. However, in the dead of night, merely hours later, Shuolan declared with finality that Guxiao had irrevocably become a wasted being, devoid of any potential for cultivation. With that, she turned to depart. For the next 3 days, Guxiao remained in solitude atop Zhua Peak. Why Zhua Peak? You may wonder. It was because the previous peak he inhabited, Shuyun Peak, had been bestowed upon his junior disciple, Jiang Xian. During these 3 days, aside from Nian Chaoshi, who visited Guxiao once before venturing back out of the sect, no one else came to see him, not even for a fleeting moment. Upon witnessing this scene, Nian Chaoshi was left in tears, her gaze incredulous as she looked at the 3 junior sisters before her. Why do you not go to see Guxiao? She implored. Yet, no one responded. The 3 young women bowed their heads in silence, as if the question posed by Nian Chaoshi was one they found too difficult to answer. Overwhelmed by their silence, Nian Chaoshi could not contain her rising anger and suddenly exclaimed, "He has returned. He is Guxiao. 5 centuries ago, we watched with tears in our eyes, heartbroken, as he bound himself in isolation, enduring torment for the sake of the sect. He has undeniably returned. Why? Why do you treat him this way? Are you not willing to even steal a glance at him? Now, tell me, has Gushio changed, or have you? Who is this changed old friend you speak of? Is it Gushio, or is it you? In the Tianqi mountain range, amidst the caravan of Wanbao Tower, the moonlight poured down like water. Engrossed in his cultivation, Gushio suddenly felt a stirring within his heart and lifted his gaze to the heavens. In that moment, he seemed to hear the anguished roar of a woman. Yet, after a brief pause, Gushio shook his head, retracted his gaze, and closed his eyes once more to continue his practice. Letting go was the essence of release. He relinquished the past, the memories, the obsessions, and the entanglements of love and hate. The highest virtue is akin to water. In an instant, a vortex of spiritual energy manifested around Gushio, as torrents of celestial essence began to converge uncontrollably towards him. Soon after, a second, third, and fourth vortex appeared, summoning immense amounts of surrounding spiritual energy. Beyond this ethereal energy, a mysterious force continuously flowed into Gushio's body, nurturing his very soul. This extraordinary spectacle instantly captivated the attention of several onlookers, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Is this the path to enlightenment? Indeed, it is the path. But wasn't he merely a loose cultivator at the fourth level of chi refinement? How could such a cultivation level possibly reach enlightenment? This was a rare opportunity, a fortuitous encounter that could scarcely be sought after. Only those attuned to the Tao and possessing profound enlightenment could encounter such a moment. A tremendous boon. The path to enlightenment not only significantly enhances one's cultivation realm, but also greatly benefits one's state of mind and Tao heart. The commotion stirred the entire caravan, eliciting a spectrum of reactions. Some expressed envy, others nostalgia, while a few harbored jealousy and contemplated interference. However, before those with ulterior motives could act, the response from Wanbao Tower was swift. They promptly commanded the caravan to halt. Shortly thereafter, several foundational stewards appeared, each taking their place beside Gushio, while those who had initially shared the carriage with him were gently dismissed. Manager Su has issued an order. Entering the Tao is a momentous opportunity. No one is permitted to recklessly interfere with the one who has entered the Tao. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a provocation against Wanbao Tower. No one dared to oppose this decree. As they stabilized the situation, Su Rumei approached, her gaze fixed in astonishment on the carriage. Such a formidable entry into the Tao. Who was this individual? Unaware of the identity of the one who had entered the Tao, she attributed the protective command to Wanbao Tower's long-standing practices. For Wanbao Tower, fostering good relationships was always preferred over creating enmity. Thus, as long as their interests were not compromised, they extended extraordinary kindness to others, establishing a unique reputation. Reporting to Manager Su, it is said that the individual is a loose cultivator named Feng Bugue. Feng Bugue? Su Rumei paused, unable to suppress her astonishment. Isn't he only at the fourth level of chi refinement? Indeed, her subordinate affirmed. The cultivators in the same carriage have confirmed his identity. Su Rumei nodded, dismissing her subordinate. Yet, a look of shock began to creep into her gaze as she regarded the carriage, for Feng Bugue was none other than Gushio himself. This was the alias Gushio had adopted to evade pursuit by the Qingxian Holy Land, embodying the essence of fleeting winds and gentle rains that require no return. Chapter 28. Is this the reason for your isolation of Gushio? Come back. Not long after dismissing her subordinates, Su Rumei beckoned them to return, lowering her voice to inquire, have you uncovered the details about Feng Bugue? Her subordinate appeared somewhat troubled. Su Rumei raised an eyebrow. What? Can't you find anything? Indeed. The subordinate forced a smile. Feng Bugue seems to have materialized out of thin air. We cannot ascertain his origins, affiliations, or connections. We have not even gathered a shred of information regarding the name Feng Bugue. Cannot find anything? Su Rumei furrowed her brow. Wanbao Tower is not averse to doing good deeds and fostering benevolence. Yet its longevity suggests it cannot solely be an establishment of altruism. At the very least, they would certainly investigate the backgrounds of individuals. The fact that they could not uncover anything about Feng Bugue's identity is astonishing. Seeing her frown, her subordinate immediately bowed his head in shame. It is my failure in duty. Please punish me, Manager Su. This is not your fault. Su Rumei shook her head. He claims to be a loose cultivator on his way to Yuntian City, indicating that he has only recently become one. As for the name Feng Bugue, it is likely a pseudonym he has adopted. Not returning, not returning. Like the wind, unrestrained yet not returning. The implication is quite clear. He is likely a disciple who has severed ties with a certain sect, wishing to dissociate from his past. Given his intent to conceal his identity, it is only natural that information about him remains elusive. Su Rumei's position as the manager of Wanbao Tower is not solely reliant on her cultivation level. Her astute intellect plays a far greater role. She was quick to analyze much from the situation. However, her subordinate found it somewhat amusing, Manager Su, a mere 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Even if he has distanced himself from sect influence, is it truly significant? Does he really need to adopt a pseudonym? Insignificant? Su Rumei shook her head. If he were truly an inconsequential individual, he would not be able to stand unfazed before a foundation establishment cultivator like Rinqing. If he were indeed trivial, he would not have reached the state of Dao entry at this level. This individual, I fear, is not merely insignificant, but rather exceptionally unique. Her words left her subordinate momentarily speechless, before he inquired, "Then, Manager Su, should we continue to accompany him on his journey?" "Why not?" Su Rumei retorted. "Well, this person's origins remain unclear. He may bring us troubles." "Troubles?" Su Rumei smiled. "I believe we should not only accompany him, but also treat him with respect. Once he completes his Dao entry, we should arrange a private carriage for him." Her subordinate was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. A private carriage is reserved for those who have at least attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement. A cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Does he possess such qualifications? The Wanbao Tower is renowned for fostering exceptional talents from across the world, not for associating with mere mediocrity. If he were an ordinary mortal, perhaps he would not warrant special attention. Yet, this individual is extraordinary. Even if he is not a hero, he is certainly not common. If one does not seize the opportunity to befriend him before his rise, should one wait until he has ascended and then struggle to attach oneself to him? As for your comments regarding his realm, Su Rumei glanced at the carriage and questioned, "Can you truly be certain that once he enters the Dao, he will remain merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement?" Her words left her subordinates momentarily stunned, only to then grasp the implication. Indeed, while entering the Dao primarily benefits the establishment of one's Dao heart, the whirlpool of spiritual energy at the 9 extremes is continuously absorbing spiritual energy. Such a terrifying rate of absorption, how far might Guxiu ascend? It is exceedingly rare for someone to enter the Dao from the Qi refinement stage, and unheard of for one at the 4th level to do so. Typically, those at the foundation establishment or golden core stages who enter the Dao can achieve at least a minor breakthrough. Yet a mere 4th level Qi refinement cultivator possesses a rather limited energy reservoir. The potential for growth must be staggering. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred land, atop Imoshu Peak, the 3 women, Qin Mo Ran and her companions, found themselves in an excruciatingly awkward predicament as they faced Nian Chaoxi's fervent inquiries. With heads bowed, they stared at their toes. Rendered speechless, they had always believed that Guxiu had changed. However, in this moment, gazing into the images reflected by the wheel of fate, they realized that it was they who had transformed in relation to Guxiu. For a fleeting moment, each of them felt a pang of confusion. Is this truly myself? How did I become this way? 500 years ago, I wept as I watched Guxiu enter the forbidden grounds, praying for his safe return. Yet why? When he finally returned, did everything change? Where did it all go awry? Speak up. Why have you suddenly fallen silent? After her piercing accusations, Nian Chaoxi's voice softened somewhat. Yet her words still left the 3 women at a loss for response. I at that time. Ultimately, it was Su Wanqing who broke the silence first. The powerful alchemist appeared flustered, unable to meet Nian Chaoxi's gaze. With her head lowered, she stammered for a time before finally confessing, "I simply did not want to upset the junior brother." Upset the junior brother? Nian Chaoxi couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Is that your justification? What could possibly trouble him? Why should he be upset? Sister, Qin Mo Ran hesitated before speaking. This is truly Guxiu's fault. What? Blaming Guxiu? Nian Chaoxi was taken aback, staring at Qin Mo Ran as if she were a strange creature. She could not comprehend why Qin Mo Ran would utter such words. The fault lies with them. I understand that when Guxiu first returned, we indeed neglected and slighted him. However, from a different perspective, can we truly say that Guxiu was without fault? Qin Morian pressed her lips together and spoke. Sister, Guxiu was in the Forbidden Realm for 500 years, a full 5 centuries. During this time, every time we sisters spoke of Guxiu, we would weep bitterly, consumed by anguish. We were unable to eat or sleep, our hearts entwined with sorrow. Ultimately, we had no choice but to convince ourselves that Guxiu was dead, which spared us from complete despair. Her words prompted Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao to nod in agreement. Even Nian Chao, she felt a deep resonance with their sentiments. Then, the junior brother arrived. And Qin Morian continued. We have projected all our longing for Guxiu onto the junior brother, bestowing upon him all that we wished to give to Guxiu. In essence, we have treated the junior brother as a mere substitute for Guxiu. This is undeniably selfish. Elder sister, have you ever considered what it feels like to be regarded as a stand-in? If Guxiu were to return, what a devastating blow it would be for the junior brother. Nian Chao, she furrowed her brow, beginning to grasp Qin Morian's intent. They had indeed viewed Jiang Kun as a substitute for Guxiu, yet they feared the moment he realized his role as merely a replacement, which would undoubtedly bring him sorrow. But, is this truly the reason for your isolation of Guxiu? While I comprehend your reasoning, it does not mean I can accept it. Do you not find it absurd? Because you wish to spare the junior brother from feeling like a mere substitute. You treated Guxiu in such a manner? You are all concerned about Jiang Kun, yet have you forgotten everything Guxiu has done for you? Everything he has sacrificed for the sect? This line of questioning was met with a heavy silence among the 3 women. Initially, they felt no particular weight in their actions. But now, confronted with Nian Chaoxi's inquiry, they found themselves at a loss for words. They simply could not answer this question. Chapter 29. The Grudge of the Broken Path, Binding Oneself. Regardless, the situation has reached this point. What more is there to say? Furthermore, Guxiu's previous actions, are they not sufficient to illustrate that our choice was indeed correct? It is still Lu Qingyao. She cannot confront Nian Chaoxi's inquiries. Yet she comprehends how to justify herself. Perhaps we did initially neglect Guxiu, indeed isolating him, which was our fault. But does Guxiu truly bear no responsibility? Senior sister, look at what he has done afterward. If he resorts to targeting us solely because we neglected him, then I believe our actions are entirely justified. This statement left Nian Chaoxi in a state of disbelief. She instinctively glanced at Su Wanqing and Qin Morian, hoping for an alternative perspective from them. Yet, to her disappointment, Guxiu's subsequent actions were undeniably wrong, Su Wanqing asserted, shaking her head. Qin Morian nodded emphatically. I previously stated, after that incident, I could never forgive Guxiu in my lifetime. At that moment, Nian Chaoxi felt an acute pang of heartache. Looking at her 3 junior sisters felt akin to gazing at strangers, as if for the first time, she truly saw these 3 girls she had watched grow. Taking a deep breath, Nian Chaoxi refrained from rebuking or raising her voice. After a moment of silence, she softly spoke. You say Guxiu has wronged you. If that is the case, let us observe how Guxiu has indeed wronged you. With that, Nian Chaoxi prepared to activate the celestial cycle mirror to delve deeper into the matter. However, unexpectedly, Lu Qingyao interjected, I still have matters to attend to, senior sister. Even if you continue to show me, I currently lack the time. I must assist our junior brother in completing the beast taming technique's beast enclosure. I must take my leave. Having uttered those words, Lu Qingyao hurriedly departed. Su Wanqing, prompted by this, also rose to bid farewell, senior sister. My batch of pills should be ready now. I must return to oversee it. As for what you mentioned, we can discuss it next time. Both girls left in succession, even depriving Nian Chaoxi of the chance to speak. By the time she realized it, only one of the 3 remained. Nian Chaoxi understood that they were unwilling to continue watching. Or rather, they likely already knew what the forthcoming scenes would entail. Yet, despite this understanding, Nian Chaoxi found herself powerless to intervene. Turning her gaze to Qin Morian. 5th junior sister, you do not have any matters to attend to as well, do you? Qin Morian furrowed her brow. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to be forthright. Senior sister, I know what you wish to say. You hope that we can join you in seeking the Master's intercession to reinstate Guxiu back into the sect, to bring him back. I do not oppose this point, yet I cannot endorse it either. Given your awareness of the transgressions committed by Guxiu against me, you should comprehend the enmity I harbor. He has irreparably shattered my path, and under no circumstances can I grant him forgiveness. His actions have left my talismanic journey in a state of complete stagnation. Regardless of the circumstances, forgiving Gu Xiao is out of the question, nor can I harbor even a modicum of guilt towards him. Nian Chaoshi is acutely aware of these sentiments. However, at this moment, she does not feel despondent. Rather, she states, I have always believed that junior brother must possess his own grievances. Since you, fifth junior sister, feel wronged by Gu Xiao, why not utilize the heavenly cycle mirror to unveil the truth of that time? Is it truly necessary, senior sister? Qin Moran furrows her brow. It is essential. Nian Chaoshi nods earnestly. I firmly believe that Gu Xiao is not as despicable as you portray him. Qin Moran's brow remains knitted. In truth, she does not wish to argue with her senior sister. Yet this is Ma Shifeng, her territory, and Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao could easily excuse themselves. But where could she go? This mirror not only reveals the past, but can also respond to inquiries. The heavenly cycle mirror will provide answers based on the questions posed. Since you, fifth junior sister, believe Gu Xiao has wronged you, I shall not deliberately control the heavenly cycle realm in search of answers. Instead, I will directly pose a question to the mirror, Nian Chaoshi declares, simultaneously beginning to invoke the incantation. This is the paramount function of the heavenly cycle realm, the inquiry mirror. Soon, resplendent lights emanated from the heavenly cycle mirror as Nian Chaoshi took command, seeking the bygone truths and uncovering the reality of Gu Xiao's disruption of Qin Moran's summoning. The images swiftly materialized. However, to Nian Chaoshi's astonishment, rather than displaying the scene of Gu Xiao's interference with Qin Moran's summoning, the mirror's imagery began to rewind, transporting them back over 500 years. Junior brother, as we embark on our exploration of talismanic arts, the first step is to memorize all the common rhythms of heaven and earth. Then, we must continually write and contemplate. This tome of talismanic scriptures I procured from my master, and I have transcribed a copy for you, so we may learn the art of talismans together. In the future, we shall become talisman masters. The scene within the mirror reveals the youthful Qin Moran and Gu Xiao. It depicts the moment 500 years ago when Qin Moran commenced her studies in talismanic arts, accompanied by her junior brother Gu Xiao. Nian Chaoshi is perplexed. She sought to uncover why Gu Xiao disrupted Qin Moran's summoning, yet unexpectedly, the mirror presents this scene instead. What does this signify? Is Gu Xiao's disruption of Qin Moran's summoning linked to his initial encounter with the talismanic arts? Nian Chaoshi is bewildered as the imagery continues to unfold. Young junior, do not gaze behind you. The talismans recorded in that section pertain to divine rhythms beyond the 6th level. No matter how much you observe them, it will yield no benefit. These divine rhythms only manifest when one invokes the spirit. We should focus on the earlier teachings. Young junior, why are you lost in thought while looking at the divine rhythms again? Quickly turn your attention to the front. We must progress step by step. We cannot hope to devour a whole feast in one bite. The two began their journey into the path of talismans, yet for reasons unknown. The youthful Gu Xiao did not adhere to a gradual learning process. Instead, he fixated on the later divine rhythms from the very start. Qin Moran remarked, he is too impetuous, yearning for rapid ascension, but the path of cultivation abhors such lofty ambitions. Thus, he has made little advancement in the art of talismans. Nian Chaoshi pursed her lips, feeling that Gu Xiao was not truly such a person, yet the scene before her left her at a loss for words. Soon, the imagery within the mirror began to shift. This time, it showcased an aged Gu Xiao, clearly indicating that 5 centuries had elapsed since his return from the Forbidden Land, residing at Jua Peak. However, Gu Xiao remained engrossed in the talismanic tome that Qin Moran had gifted him in his youth, still fixated on the latter pages. What was he doing? Nian Chaoshi found herself perplexed. His cultivation had come to naught, and this was the moment he should have begun his studies in the art of talismans at Imoshu Peak. No wonder he had made no progress in this field over the years. It turned out he had been preoccupied with the later pages all this time. Qin Moran spoke coldly, her eyes betraying her disdain. Nian Chaoshi frowned. She sensed the situation was more complicated. Instantly, she felt a spark of inspiration and began searching through her storage ring. Previously, when Gu Xiao's wooden cabin at Jua Peak was damaged, all his belongings had been stored by Nian Chaoshi. After a thorough search, she soon unearthed the talismanic tome that had appeared in the mirror. This was an introductory text on talismans, encompassing a vast array of known talismanic rhythms. It had been pinned by Qin Mo Ran herself. Following Gu Xiu's example, Nian Chaoshi flipped to the latter pages. Indeed, as Qin Mo Ran had asserted, the contents were exclusively comprised of divine rhythms of the highest order, all exceeding the 6th level. These rhythms would prove useless to an ordinary person, for unless one successfully invoked the spirit, all efforts would be in vain, regardless of how much one wrote. Even the current Qin Mo Ran's writings would be similarly futile. Nevertheless, this tome was relatively comprehensive, featuring not only a wealth of known talismanic rhythms, but also detailed descriptions, particularly concerning the divine rhythms beyond the 6th level. Were there truly so many distinctions among the divine rhythms? Did each possess unique capabilities? Nian Chaoshi expressed her astonishment. Qin Mo Ran nodded in affirmation. Divine rhythms are inherently singular, naturally differing from other rhythms. Her expression remained grim, especially as she scrutinized each rhythm within the tome. As Nian Chaoshi lowered her head in contemplation, she discerned that Qin Muran was observing a divine aura known as Jia. Could this possibly be the divine aura that 5th junior sister had once missed while attempting to summon the divine? This palpable energy. It is indeed the summoning of the divine. 5th junior sister is engaging in the act of invocation. How splendid, how splendid. 5th junior sister has finally attained the opportunity to summon the divine, and upon success, she shall irrevocably step into a brand new realm. While Nian Chaoshi was lost in thought, she beheld in the mirror Gu Xiu, who was engrossed in carving wood within the room. Suddenly sensing something, he began to speak to himself, his face alight with astonishment. Anxiety welled up within Nian Chaoshi, for she understood that the moment in the mirror was nearing when Qin Muran would invoke the divine. This meant that Gu Xiu was on the verge of being ensnared by the affliction of divine wounds, plunging into madness. Indeed, as these thoughts crossed her mind, she witnessed Gu Xiu, who had initially planned to depart for Ma Shifeng, suddenly let out a muffled grunt, nearly collapsing in distress. The torment of the divine wounds had manifested, and Gu Xiu, racked with pain, clutched his head and writhed frantically upon the ground. In fact, it seemed the agony had rendered his gaze unfocused, teetering on the brink of madness. Just as this realization settled in, Gu Xiu abruptly rose to his feet, intent on rushing out the door. Yet, upon reaching the threshold, he suddenly gripped the door with both hands, his eyes flickering between clarity and madness as he struggled to articulate. Today is the most pivotal moment for 5th junior sister. I cannot succumb to madness. I must maintain control. With a grim determination, he clenched his teeth and forcefully closed the door, subsequently ensnaring himself with chains in a desperate bid to restrain himself. He was resolute in his endeavor to avoid disrupting Qin Muran's invocation of the divine, striving to bind himself in a manner that would prevent any interference. Chapter 30. Self-destruction and failed summoning. In this scene, Nian Chaoshi was moved to tears, and even Qin Muran's expression subtly shifted upon witnessing such a moment. Were it not for the heavenly cycle mirror, no one would have anticipated that Gu Xiu would resort to such self-binding measures to avoid disrupting Qin Muran's summoning. Unfortunately, all of Gu Xiu's efforts were in vain. Just as he was on the verge of completely locking himself away, the clarity in his eyes faded entirely, plunging him into a state of madness. Subsequently, Gu Xiu, adorned with chains, burst through the door as if guided by an unseen force, heading straight towards Mo Shufeng. His journey was fraught with stumbling, as he appeared to be engaged in a relentless struggle against the affliction of his soul. Occasionally, he would awaken momentarily, attempting to halt his own advance. Yet, how could a mere mortal contend with the wounds of the spirit? Ultimately, he continued step by step until he arrived at Mo Shufeng. Nian Chaoshi was overwhelmed with sorrow, feeling as though all of this was inescapably fated, unable to resist even as Gu Xiu fought with all his might. Qin Muran's expression was equally intricate, but soon, that complexity was replaced by a chilling coldness. For in the mirror, Gu Xiu had reached the threshold of a courtyard, where Qin Muran was presently engaged in her summoning. However, just as Gu Xiu was about to step inside completely, one of his hands suddenly clawed fiercely at his own chest. The intensity of this grasp was such that it tore flesh and drew blood. He sought to awaken himself through self-harm and pain. Nian Chaoshi instantly deduced Gu Xiu's intention. Indeed, the Gu Xiu in the mirror was resolute in this plan, his fingers clawing at his body like hooks, each grasp removing a piece of flesh. He further forced control over his body, violently ramming his head against the stone wall. The scene was grotesquely bloody. In mere moments, Gushio's body appeared to be reduced to a mere rag doll, utterly battered by his own hand. At this juncture, Nian Chaoshi was already in tears, desperate to prevent Gushio from inflicting harm upon himself. Yet, this was merely a reflection of the past, an event that had transpired long ago. Now, she was powerless to intervene, forced to watch as Gushio nearly tortured himself to death. Even Qin Morn, with her typically indifferent gaze, could not hide a glimmer of compassion. This spectacle was too harrowing, leaving her at a loss as to how to continue harboring resentment. It was evident to anyone that Gushio harbored immense determination. Within the mirror, amidst such frenzied self-torment, Gushio's consciousness seemed to reclaim control over his body. Yet, he had no time to catch his breath or even cry out in pain. Merely casting a fleeting glance, one could observe that throughout the entire process, Qin Muron remained with closed eyes, a hand delicately inscribing the essence of the divine Tao rhythm. How perilous! It appears that the fifth senior sister has successfully garnered the recognition of this rhythm. I nearly jeopardized her opportunity to summon the divine, Gushio murmured to himself. He then gently withdrew from the courtyard, pulling the door closed with the intent to leave. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had not once regarded his own injuries. His thoughts were solely occupied with the need to preserve Muron's divine summoning. Nian Chaoshi sighed sorrowfully. Qin Muron's expression seemed slightly unnatural. Yet she quickly shook her head. Has the senior sister ever pondered why, despite Gushio regaining consciousness, my summoning still faltered? Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon her. Indeed, since Gushio had managed to regain control over his spiritual injuries, why then did Qin Muron still encounter failure? As she contemplated this, just as the courtyard door was on the verge of closing, Gushio suddenly froze in place, his gaze fixed intently on the talisman in Qin Muron's hand. In the next instant, he unexpectedly pushed the door open again, striding purposefully towards Qin Muron. What is he intending to do? Nian Chaoshi felt a sinking sensation in her heart, a foreboding sense of dread. She could discern that Gushio, as reflected in the mirror, wore a furrowed brow, yet his eyes were remarkably clear, indicating he was not under the influence of his spiritual injuries. He was lucid, but why would a conscious Gushio suddenly exhibit such behavior? While Nian Chaoshi grappled with her confusion, Gushio had already reached Qin Muron's side. At that moment, Qin Muron was engrossed in summoning the divine Tao rhythm, enveloped in a state of sensory deprivation. Although one hand continued to inscribe the essence of the rhythm, she remained completely oblivious to her surroundings, unaware that Gushio had approached her, his gaze intensely scrutinizing the talisman she was crafting. In the next heartbeat, Gushio abruptly made a move, attempting to seize the brush from Qin Muron's grasp. What is happening? Why this sudden turn of events? What transpired? Nian Chaoshi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and incredulity. Just moments ago, Gushio had been desperately trying to awaken, striving not to disturb Qin Muron. Why then did he suddenly act in such a manner? Senior sister, should we continue to observe? Qin Muron inquired coldly. Nian Chaoshi's lips moved, understanding the implication of Qin Muron's words. From the moment Gushio made the decision to intervene, Qin Muron's summoning had already met with failure. For the essence of summoning hinges upon the acknowledgement of the divine Tao rhythm by the heavens and earth, followed by its complete inscription. Should this process be interrupted, the summoning would irrevocably fail. Indeed, as Gushio made his move, a wave of struggle appeared on Qin Muron's face, and soon the sky grew overcast. In the next moment, suddenly, Qin Muron spat out fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. In the instant she fell, a crimson rainbow light surged from her body before swiftly dissipating. Qin Muron's divine summoning had failed. How could this happen? Why did it unfold this way? Senior sister, I cannot fathom why you hold Gushio in such high regard, but now that you have witnessed it with your own eyes, you should understand. My feelings towards Gushio are filled with nothing but hatred. Qin Muron spoke coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. However, Muron, Nian Chaoshi wanted to say more, but saw Qin Muron sigh and say, Senior sister, I am weary. Could you leave now? Nian Chaoshi opened her mouth, yet ultimately found herself too exhausted to argue. She could only bite her lip, retract the wheel of heavenly secrets, and turn away in a daze. Behind her, Qin Muron's indifferent voice echoed, Senior sister, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Gu Xiao is not a good person. He is merely a cunning and scheming individual adept at disguise. Do not be deceived by his facade. His departure is the best outcome for our sect. Nian Chaoshi trembled at her words. But then, a thought struck her, and she turned back to inquire, Junior sister, regarding your divine summoning. Why has there been no sign of any other sect members throughout this entire ordeal? Huh. Qin Muron was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Nian Chaoshi, with her brows furrowed, pressed on. Gu Xiao is but an ordinary person without cultivation, yet even he could discern your divine summoning. Is it possible that none of the other sect members noticed? How could Gu Xiao traverse from Zhua Peak to your Mashifu without any hindrance along the way? Do you not find it peculiar that this entire matter seems rather strange? Chapter 31. The revelation of truth. Previously, while feeling a deep sympathy for Gu Xiao, Nian Chaoshi sensed something amiss, yet did not dwell on it extensively. It was only now that she began to comprehend the peculiarity. Why had Gu Xiao encountered no one at all? Qin Moran's divine summoning was detectable even to a mere mortal like Gu Xiao. Why, then, did no one from the sect perceive it or come to investigate? Logically, during such an event, masters, sisters, and even the disciples of the sect would instinctively protect Qin Muron. So why was there no one to safeguard her? Had her senior sister forgotten so swiftly? Qin Muron responded nonchalantly. That day was the grand birthday celebration for the old patriarch of Yintian's sacred land. Master took the sisters there. Did you not accompany us as well? The grand birthday of the old patriarch of Yintian's sacred land? Nian Chaoshi recollected this and confirmed its accuracy, yet she remained perplexed. What about the other disciples? Although we were not present in the sect, how could none of the numerous disciples and elders of Qingxian's sacred land have gone to provide protection? What are you implying? That I should blame others for my failure in divine summoning to absolve Gu Xiao? Qin Muron inquired with a furrowed brow. Of course not. Nian Chaoshi hastily shook her head. I merely find this entire situation exceedingly strange. What is so strange about it? Qin Muron's brow knitted tightly. Regardless, I failed in my divine summoning, and it was Gu Xiao who personally sabotaged it. Did you not witness it with your own eyes? This left Nian Chaoshi momentarily at a loss for words. Moran, my senior sister understands that you do not wish to revisit the matter of the failed divine summoning. Yet this incident is perplexing. I believe there may be an underlying reason. Whatever the reason, it does not change the fact that Gu Xiao ruined my divine summoning. Does it? But, Nian Chaoshi attempted to continue, only to be interrupted by Qin Muron. Eldest sister, I hope you will refrain from discussing this matter further. My path has been destroyed, and it was Gu Xiao who caused this destruction. What more is there to say? But, Nian Chaoshi parted her lips. Yet upon witnessing the unmistakable impatience on Qin Muron's face, she ultimately fell silent. For reasons unknown, she sensed that Qin Muron seemed reluctant to delve deeper into the underlying causes. Could it be that there was indeed some hidden truth? However, with Qin Muron having effectively dismissed her, Nian Chaoshi could no longer pursue the inquiry and departed the grand hall, filled with doubt. Upon exiting the hall, she found that the talisman class had just concluded. Elder Zong, I have a question. Just then, a disciple approached the teaching elder and inquired. I noticed that in the talisman scriptures, descriptions of Tao rhythms beyond the 6th layer often include the phrase if it were a normal divine summoning. Does this imply that there exist alternative methods of divine summoning? Ground yourself and contemplate these matters. Are they truly within your capacity for reflection? The elder admonished with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback. She once again opened the tome that had been in her grasp, a compendium of talismans meticulously transcribed by Qin Moran. This very tome had appeared multiple times in the Mirror of Heavenly Mechanisms, and Gu Xiao had been engrossed in it for quite some time. Just moments ago, Nian Chaoshi had also perused it and noticed this specific description, albeit without much consideration. However, at this juncture, Elder Zong, Nian Chaoshi interjected, halting the talisman instructor who was still berating his disciples. Upon seeing her, the elder immediately bowed in trepidation, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed master uncle. How may I be of service? I wish to inquire about the same matter as that disciple earlier." Nian Chaoshi posed her question. Elder Zeng responded with surprise. Unable to fathom why the head of the Asking Heaven Pavilion suddenly exhibited interest in such a topic. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, "To answer, Master Uncle, the essence of talismanic arts lies in harmonizing with the rhythms of heaven and earth, utilizing these celestial harmonies to one's advantage. While it is traditionally understood that the acknowledgement of these rhythms by heaven and earth naturally results in the descent of divine guidance, some individuals, harboring dissatisfaction at not receiving such opportunities, resort to unconventional means to attract divine guidance. However, we talisman practitioners generally do not endorse such methods, as they may indeed summon divine entities, but the costs are exorbitant. Costs? Nian Chaoshi inquired with curiosity. What kind of costs might one incur? That is not definitively ascertainable. Elder Zeng shook his head. Observing that Nian Chaoshi was intent on further inquiry, he continued to elucidate. It truly varies, for the divine rhythms attracted are disparate. Yet, it is certain that such practices will significantly impact the talisman master. In truth, unless the divine rhythms descend autonomously, even if one succeeds in attracting divine guidance, the talisman master will invariably experience some degree of consequence. Some may find their lifespans drained, while others may suffer a decline in their cultivation level, rendering further advancement impossible. More commonly, however, their dispositions undergo drastic transformations, rendering them almost unrecognizable. Indeed, many talisman masters of the 6th rank and above exhibit peculiar temperaments, a consequence of the influence of divine rhythms. What? Is that so? Nian Chaoshi exclaimed in astonishment. While she had extensively studied the art of heavenly mechanisms and possessed some understanding of formations, she had not previously encountered such assertions. However, upon reflection, she recalled that many high-ranking talisman masters she had encountered, aside from a few who were quite ordinary, exhibited remarkably eccentric behaviors. Some indulged excessively, others were consumed by lust, and some were even prone to violence, akin to madness. Could it be that they forcibly attracted divine entities through unconventional means? Suddenly, an idea struck Nian Chaoshi. She swiftly reopened the talisman manuscript and pointed to the character representing Zhou within the rhythmic context, asking what side effects might arise from forcibly attracting divine guidance using this rhythm. This is the Zha character? Elder Zeng cast a glance and was immediately taken aback. This talisman must not be forcefully invoked, otherwise it would lead to calamity. What? Nian Chaoshi was startled. Elder Zeng elucidated. My dear junior, you are unaware that this Zha character is a remarkably unique entity within the 7th-tier divine talismanry, capable of subduing souls, sealing demons, and vanquishing evil, immensely powerful. While the ordinary invocation of spirits may pose no issue, forcibly drawing forth one using the Zha character would spell disaster for the talisman master. For although this talisman is designed to exorcise malevolence, attempting to forcibly summon a spirit would incur the wrath of the malevolent entities, resulting not only in the talisman master's lifespan being drained significantly, but also in a perpetual string of misfortunes henceforth. Historical records recount that several individuals have attempted to forcefully invoke spirits with the Zha character, and without exception, they all met untimely and ominous fates within 1 to 3 years. As Elder Zeng continued to speak, Nian Chaoshi suddenly had an epiphany. With a swift motion, she returned to the grand hall. Qin Majan, deep in thought, noticed Nian Chaoshi's sudden reappearance and furrowed her brow. Is there something else, senior sister? I wish to ask you to examine one more thing. Nian Chaoshi replied. Before Qin Majan could decline, she presented the celestial cycle mirror and swiftly activated it. However, cough cough, just as she began to invoke the divination technique, Nian Chaoshi was seized by a violent cough, her aura diminishing to an alarming degree in an instant. For a brief moment, she nearly succumbed to obliteration. She almost met her demise on the spot. Senior sister? What? What did you inquire about? Please stop. Qin Majan exclaimed in shock, hurriedly supporting Nian Chaoshi. Nian Chaoshi, equally astonished, had intended to directly ask what gu she had sacrificed for the sect, for her master and for her sisters. But before she could articulate the question, she was met with backlash. This indicated that the heavenly mechanism was obscured, impervious to scrutiny. I am fine, Nian Chaoshi thought in alarm, though she dared not voice it, and promptly reformulated her question. This time, she asked a simple inquiry. Gu Shi, why did you disrupt Qin Majan's spirit summoning? With this question, the youthful Gu Shi from 500 years past reappeared within the bronze mirror. Gu Shi, the path of talismanry requires a methodical approach. One must start from the beginning, for what lies beyond holds no value. Within the mirror, Qin Majan was seen advising Gu Shi to study the talisman scripture from the beginning rather than merely focusing on the latter sections. Gu Shi did not respond, but instead murmured softly. At that moment, the words were magnified within the bronze mirror, allowing the two outside to hear clearly. In truth, senior sister, I do not wish to learn the path of talismanry. What I desire is simply to grow up and be able to assist you. Chapter 32. Gushio's actions are all for your salvation. The words of the young man carried a hint of youthful innocence, coupled with an audacious naivete. Yet, at this moment, this innocence radiated an unwavering determination. Nian Chaoshi and Qin Moran were momentarily taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. It turned out that Gushio's relentless examination of the contents at the back of the Talisman Classic was not due to lofty aspirations or a lack of self-awareness. Rather, from the very beginning, he had no intention of pursuing the path of talisman cultivation. His meticulous study was solely driven by a pure desire to one day assist his senior sister, Qin Moran. As the two women were still in shock, the scene in the mirror shifted once more. Gushio had matured a bit and had learned of the concept of forcibly summoning deities and the backlash it could entail. Subsequently, he began to delve deeply into the various effects and powers of the divine rhythms documented within the Talisman Classic. Additionally, he pondered the consequences of forcibly summoning deities. All of this was meticulously etched into his mind. At one point, Gushio even inquired of someone, if a sixth-tier talisman master is unable to summon a deity, what method might I employ to bear the backlash upon myself, allowing the sixth-tier master to successfully summon the deity without harm? This inquiry was undeniably naive. Yet, it was precisely this innocent question that caused Nian Chaoshi to break down in tears once more. She understood why Gushio posed such a question. He had grasped the difficulty of summoning deities and sought to know if he could sacrifice himself to aid Qin Moran in the future. Even Qin Moran's expression shifted with emotion upon hearing these words. Ultimately, the mirror once again displayed the scene of Qin Moran's deity summoning. However, this time, the image began with Gushio waking up, closing the door, and preparing to leave. Just as the courtyard gate was about to shut, Gushio's expression suddenly changed dramatically. No, this is forcible deity summoning. Senior sister is not summoning normally, she is forcing it. After much hesitation, he chose not to retreat, but instead pushed the door open once more and walked toward the direction where Qin Moran was summoning the deity. He moved swiftly yet quietly. Why is my senior sister so foolish? She clearly understands the risks of forcibly summoning deities even better than I do. I hope what she summons is not an unbearable divine rhythm. I hope it is not. Gushio murmured to himself as he finally reached Qin Moran's side. However, upon seeing the talisman she was inscribing, his expression darkened completely. He had memorized all the divine rhythms and instantly recognized what this particular divine rhythm was. The Tath Gata talisman. How could it be the Tath Gata talisman? What should I do? How will my senior sister endure this? Gushio stood frozen, countless thoughts racing through his mind. These thoughts, which were meant to reside within my heart, are now articulated aloud through the celestial mirror of fate. Should the incantation character forcibly summon the deity, my senior sister would undoubtedly meet her demise. Even the methods I have learned, which involve sacrificing one for another to counteract the backlash, would prove utterly futile. No, I cannot allow my senior sister to tread the path of despair. I must apologize. Dear sister, once this thought flashed through my mind, Gushio resolutely seized the talisman brush from Qin Moran's grasp. The summoning of the deity faltered. The incantation character began to drift away from Qin Moran, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Junior sister, do you still believe that Gushio intends to harm you, to sever your path? Nian Chaoshi inquired, almost syllable by syllable. Qin Moran lowered her head, remaining silent. Gushio has always wished to assist you. He was the one who discerned your attempts at forcibly summoning the deity, and he recognized that you had inadvertently drawn forth the incantation character of certain death. It was he who intervened to halt your reckless endeavor. He did not seek to sever your path. He sought to save you. Nian Chaoshi spoke these words through clenched teeth. Everything has become clear. The reason no one noticed Qin Moran's summoning was that she deliberately concealed her actions from others. She employed special means to obstruct the scrutiny of her fellow disciples. In fact, she likely awaited Guanshuelan's arrival with other disciples before commencing her reckless summoning. Gushio interrupted her summoning not to destroy her path, but to prevent her from courting death. At this moment, Faced with Nian Chaoxi's every word, Qin Mo Ran's body trembled slightly. Yet ultimately, she returned to her indifferent demeanor and softly uttered, "Did I ask him to save me?" "What?" Nian Chaoxi was taken aback. "I did not request his assistance." Qin Mo Ran continued, "I do not require him to save me. I do not need anyone's help." "What? What are you saying?" Nian Chaoxi was incredulous, finding the junior sister before her strangely foreign. Qin Mo Ran, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, "Sister, you should understand that summoning a deity relies on destiny, not mere effort. I have been a 6th-tier talisman master for 300 years. For 300 years, I have exerted countless efforts, yet I have been unable to summon a deity, not even experiencing a hint of its allure. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means my 300 years of toil have been in vain. My sacrifices have become a farce. More critically, it implies that if I wait any longer, I may never encounter another opportunity to summon a deity in this lifetime. I must strive. I must fight. Regardless of victory or defeat, I am prepared to accept the consequences. I had meticulously prepared for everything. I was on the verge of completing the summoning, yet it was all ruined because of Gu Xiao. It is all his fault. However, he is hindering your demise." Nian Chaoxi exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, he is indeed obstructing my death, but how does he know that I am unwilling to perish?" Qin Moran retorted, "One may hear the truth in the morning and perish by evening. It is my own choice, so what right does he have to interfere? To speak frankly, I have contemplated this matter more than once. I have regretted it countless times, yet not once have I lamented my forceful summoning of the deity. My only regret is why I did not eliminate him sooner. My only regret is why, despite my meticulous planning to shield myself from all who possess cultivation and to conceal my circumstances, I overlooked this useless, unrefined wretch." At this moment, Qin Moran's face was contorted with ferocity and resentment. Observing her in such a state, Nian Chaoxi stood petrified, her expression one of utter disbelief. You are utterly unreasonable." Yet, Qin Moran snorted, "Indeed, I am unreasonable. Sister, have you only just realized this?" Nian Chaoxi stammered, You. Just then, a troubling realization struck them. Why does the backlash of the talisman still persist? A sound emerged, drawing the attention of the two women, who then discovered that the scene within the cycle of heavenly secrets had yet to conclude. After disrupting Qin Moran's forceful summoning, Gu Xiao did not depart immediately. Instead, he carefully lifted Qin Moran, intending to place her upon a bed to rest. However, as he gently set her down, he noticed a peculiar crimson glow illuminating her face, accompanied by flickering symbols, causing the unconscious Qin Moran to display signs of anguish. Upon witnessing this glow, the Qin Moran outside the mirror felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Backlash. This is the backlash of the talisman. Although the summoning was forcefully interrupted, she had still been afflicted by the backlash, which, albeit faint, was potent enough to bring her to the brink of death. Yet soon, Qin Moran found herself puzzled. If she were indeed experiencing backlash, she should have sensed it by now. But why? Lost in thought, Qin Moran suddenly froze in place. Chapter 33, A Life for a Life. Ink-stained tears. In the mirror, Gu Xiao sat cross-legged upon the ground. Soon producing the talisman brush he had just wrested from Qin Moran's grasp, he then spread it open in the palm of his hand, meticulously inscribing the essence of the Za character, stroke by stroke, upon his palm. As Gu Xiao wrote, the latent backlash of the Za character emanating from Qin Moran began to emerge, as if drawn by an unseen force, slowly writhing out from her body and attaching itself to Gu Xiao. This was using oneself as bait to reverse the backlash. This was a life for a life. Gu Xiao was aiding Qin Moran by absorbing all the backlash that was meant to torment her, taking it upon himself. He was bearing the burden of the backlash. At that moment, Qin Moran, who had been fuming from her earlier dispute with Nian Chaoxi, stood frozen in shock. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to utter something, yet words eluded her. This scene was utterly astonishing to her. This was the backlash of the Za character. Even if the backlash wasn't overwhelmingly severe, it was still enough to inflict tremendous suffering. Even cultivators could hardly withstand it, let alone Gu Xiao, who was merely a mortal. How could he possibly endure? He was fully aware. He had known what the backlash of the Za character entailed. Qin Moran murmured to herself, panic flickering in her eyes for the first time. She was at a loss for what to do. This truth was too heavy. Nian Chaoxi, however, was unconcerned with her thoughts and urgently pressed. What will happen if he absorbs this backlash? Qin Muron hesitated. Nian Chaoshi insisted, speak. I don't know. Although the interruption of the divine summoning will weaken the backlash, even if it's diminished, it will still be excruciating. Especially because this is the Za character. If a cultivator were to suffer the backlash, they would endure relentless torment from vengeful spirits day and night. What? Nian Chaoshi gasped in horror. Relentlessly plagued by vengeful spirits day and night. This meant that since Qin Muron's failure in summoning the divine, Guxiu had been tormented daily by these resentful souls. Even cultivators would struggle to endure such suffering. How could Guxiu possibly bear it? I may not understand why, despite Guxiu saving your life, you still harbor such prejudice against him. But I hope you remember, he is trading his own suffering for your chance at life. Nian Chaoshi glared coldly at Qin Muron, delivering this statement before swiftly turning to leave. She could wait no longer. She had to find Guxiu, no matter what. She could not allow someone like him to wander the Tianqi Mountains and face danger. After Nian Chaoshi departed, silence enveloped the grand hall of the Mo Shu Peak, leaving Qin Muron's eyes still wide with shock. Still filled with incredulity, she harbored a deep-seated loathing for Guxiu, though she had always understood, at some level, that Guxiu was indeed saving her. She could not shake the feeling that he was obstructing her path, meddling in her affairs. Yet now, at this very moment, Qin Mo Ran's heart was suddenly engulfed in turmoil. She reflected on her attitude towards Guxiu over the past 3 years, her prejudices against him, and recalled the harsh and cutting words she had once hurled at him. Had she truly erred? A solitary tear cascaded down Qin Mo Ran's cheek. This was the first time she had wept for Guxiu since his return from the Forbidden Realm. Meanwhile, at the Wanbao Building's caravan in the Tianqi Mountain Range, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Everyone sat in stillness, with the occasional hushed whisper, all striving to maintain a low tone so as not to disturb a particular carriage. Surrounding the carriage stood several adept warriors from the Wanbao Building, vigilant against any potential threats. Even the slightest rustle would prompt them to act decisively. The esteemed reputation of the Wanbao Building was built upon such meticulous attention to detail. It was a practice that would compel me to patronize them in the future. Indeed, this reputation is painstakingly cultivated over time, and the individual known as Feng Bugui was remarkably fortunate. Not only did he attain enlightenment, but he also garnered the protection of the Wanbao Building during his journey. Achieving enlightenment at the 4th level of Qi refinement is not merely a stroke of luck. It suggests an extraordinary innate talent. Many were engaged in low-voiced discussions, their sentiments rife with admiration and envy as they cast glances toward the carriage occupied by Guxiu. It was impossible not to feel envious. To attain enlightenment at the 4th level of Qi refinement and fortuitously encounter the rule-abiding Wanbao Building, which offered protection during cultivation, every aspect of this scenario was enviable. How much will his realm advance from here? One inquisitive voice arose. The opportunity to attain enlightenment is exceedingly rare. It not only solidifies one's resolve, but also accelerates the enhancement of one's cultivation, representing a monumental chance for any practitioner. However, contemplating the resolve of a Qi refinement practitioner at this stage seems a touch premature, as such matters are more pertinent in later stages. Thus, what warrants greater attention regarding Guxiu's recent enlightenment is the extent to which his realm will elevate. I have heard that when Qi refinement practitioners attain enlightenment, they typically achieve a minor advancement. Those at the foundational stage may experience even greater growth. Although few foundational practitioners attain enlightenment, it is not unheard of. It is said that there have been instances of individuals advancing from the late foundational stage to enlightenment, subsequently reaching the pinnacle of the foundational stage. The phenomenon of a Qi refinement practitioner achieving enlightenment, especially at the 4th level, is unprecedented. Do you think it is possible for him to leap directly to the 9th level of Qi refinement? Do not merely mention the 9th layer of Qi refining. Considering his astonishing rate of spiritual energy absorption, I would readily believe he could attain foundation establishment. At the very least, he should reach the consummation of Qi refining. A group of cultivators engaged in hushed discussions, speculating on the heights Guxiu might achieve upon completing his path. It was not only these ordinary practitioners who were intrigued. Even Su Rumei was attentively observing the situation surrounding that carriage. The path of entry, indeed, is a rare opportunity for cultivators. and the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is astonishing. Surume remarked, then turned to the shadow beside her. What do you think regarding the returnless wind? How much will his cultivation improve this time? The shadow appeared devoid of any presence, yet at that moment, a figure emerged within the darkness. After a moment of contemplation, it ventured a guess. Foundation establishment. Oh, Surume replied, surprised. You hold such high hopes. The speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is exceedingly rapid, sufficient to fill his Dantian's energy sea. Foundation establishment is inevitable, the shadowed figure stated with certainty. Surume nodded in agreement, but pondered for a moment before saying, I hope he reaches the pinnacle of chi refining. The figure inquired with curiosity. Surume smiled. Only then will my heavenly grade foundation establishment elixir find its true purpose. As they spoke, a sudden surge of spiritual energy rippled from within the carriage. The path had concluded. Quick, let us see to what realm that young cultivator has ascended. Could it truly be foundation establishment in a single day? Many voices chimed in. Gushio's journey had reached its end. Surume, equally curious, immediately extended her consciousness outward. Chapter 34. The Heart of the Wind, the Dantian like the sea. In an instant, Surume's expression suddenly froze, her entire being rendered as still as a statue. A peculiar yet astonishing sight. This realm. How does it differ so greatly from what I envisioned? The shadow beside her also gazed in astonishment toward the carriage, pondering for a considerable time before speaking. In such circumstances, there are only two possibilities. What are they? Surume inquired. The shadow pursed his lips and replied. Either he is a complete failure, incapable of even entering the path, or he is a true genius, destined for achievements that will undoubtedly make us look up in awe. Meanwhile, the conversation between Surume and the shadow was unbeknownst to Gushio within the carriage. At that moment, he sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, deeply attuned to the transformations brought about by his recent entry into the Tao. The myriad paths of the great Tao, the so-called heart of the Tao, represent the principles that one will steadfastly adhere to throughout their cultivation journey. This concept is profoundly enigmatic. For ordinary cultivators, it holds little utility, even raising doubts about its very existence. Even for some exceptionally powerful beings, the heart of the Tao appears to be optional, as its presence does not elevate one's cultivation level nor guarantees a path to the pinnacle. However, many still acknowledge the existence of the heart of the Tao. They believe that while a robust heart may not guarantee a journey to the apex, it is an indispensable element for those aspiring to become true powerhouses and genuinely ascend to the summit. The stronger and more resolute the heart of the Tao, the more steadfastly one will tread the path of cultivation compared to the average person. Nevertheless, the veracity of this belief has always been a topic of debate. One thing is certain, the ability to solidify the heart of the Tao undoubtedly contributes to one's strength. Perhaps its immediate significance may be elusive, but as one progresses further, the influence of the heart of the Tao becomes increasingly pronounced. Gushio is fortunate, for he successfully entered the Tao 500 years ago and attained a primary heart of the Tao. Yet, he is also unfortunate, as 500 years prior, before entering the forbidden grounds, his heart of the Tao was singular, protection. He vowed to safeguard his sect, his senior sister, and master, as well as those friends and companions on the path. However, the outcome rendered his heart of the Tao a mere jest. This time, with a renewed opportunity to enter the Tao, Gushio's heart has transformed. From the original intent of protection, it has evolved into, like the wind, unfettered, free to roam, as carefree as the breeze. Simultaneously, it can be as gentle as a spring shower or as fierce as a storm. This is the path Gushio has discovered during this new entry into the Tao. This heart of the Tao is not merely about establishing a goal or imposing a character upon oneself. It is a profound realization, not merely an awakening of understanding, but a profound elevation in Gushio's comprehension of the Tao. Much like Gushio, who is now recommencing his cultivation, experiences a stirring within. The bottleneck that had constrained him for 5 centuries has vanished. Should his cultivation be sufficiently advanced, he could ascend to a higher realm instantaneously. This, indeed, embodies the essence of the Tao heart. 500 years of torment and 3 years of prejudice have culminated in this enlightenment. All of it is worthwhile, Gushio reflects, his gaze radiating brilliance, and promptly begins to examine his Dantian's chi si. His cultivation, which had only recently broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, has now ascended alongside his Tao practice to the 7th layer. This improvement may seem modest, perhaps even dismal, yet Gu Xiu displays no hint of disappointment. On the contrary, he is invigorated, for the elevation of his cultivation transcends mere speed of advancement. Fundamentally, it pertains to the Dantian's qi si. The smaller the qi si, the less spiritual energy is required for cultivation. Consequently, if one's aptitude is not excessively poor and the cultivation method is not overly deficient, the speed of advancement will correspondingly increase. However, if the qi si is too vast, the requisite spiritual energy for cultivation will likewise escalate. If one's aptitude is mediocre and the cultivation method is lacking, it may indeed result in a lifetime of stagnation. This signifies that rapid cultivation may not necessarily be auspicious, as it could imply a relatively diminutive qi si. Though rapid progress and swift ascension of realms might allow one to rely on qualitative transformations to overwhelm lesser talents with superior innate gifts yet lower realms, such dominance is fleeting. Ultimately, their foundation is fragile, akin to a castle in the air. Initial rapid progress may give way to an ever-widening chasm in later stages, with future potential being significantly curtailed. As for Gu Xiu, his Dantian's qi si is an unfathomable ocean, vastly more extensive than that of ordinary cultivators. This will render his ascension more arduous, requiring greater opportunities and necessitating more time devoted to cultivation than others. Yet, conversely, his foundation will be far more robust, and his future potential extraordinarily exceptional. Indeed, he could combat above his realm. As for opponents of the same realm, he could outlast them through sheer endurance. This is evident from the vast spiritual energy Gu Xiu attracted during his Tao entry. For an ordinary individual, such formidable spiritual energy, if fully absorbed, would suffice for a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Yet Gu Xiu has merely traversed 3 minor realms. Importantly, this immense spiritual energy has neither dissipated nor been squandered. It has instead become an integral part of Gu Xiu's Dantian's qi si. In other words, although his cultivation level was merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, the richness of his spiritual energy could rival that of a foundation establishment practitioner. This was truly remarkable. However, apart from Gu Xiu, others were utterly incapable of perceiving this phenomenon. Consequently, the cultivators outside who had been watching his entry into the path were left in a state of skepticism. Many began to shake their heads in disbelief. Only at the 7th layer of qi refinement? This was undoubtedly the most disappointing entry into the path I have ever witnessed. Indeed, the density of his spiritual power seemed to yield only a trifling enhancement of 3 minor tiers, which was rather insufficient. It was not the fault of the entry itself. Rather, one could only attribute it to his inadequate talent, which prevented him from fully absorbing the spiritual energy that had just been gathered. Perhaps the inadequacy lay in the quality of his cultivation method. What a pity. Numerous onlookers sighed in regret, believing Gu Xiu's poor qualifications had squandered a golden opportunity for ascendance. Naturally, there were those who relished the misfortune. With such an entry, he is likely to become a subject of ridicule in the future. Indeed, they had initially expected a person of exceptional talent, only to discover he was merely a waste who could not even benefit from the opportunities presented to him. If his advancement were to be so meager, then such an entry into the path was hardly worth pursuing. Many similar individuals, while observing Gu Xiu in his carriage, wore expressions of derision and mockery. However, when Gu Xiu stepped out of the carriage, all taunts abruptly ceased. Chapter 35. A gentle breeze may caress the mountain peaks, yet a tempest can also unleash a tsunami. As soon as Gu Xiu stepped out of the carriage, Su Rumei was already there to greet him, exclaiming with joy, "Congratulations, Taoist Feng, on your successful entry into the Tao, and for acquiring the resources to contend for the great path." If this declaration was not enough to silence the mocking crowd, her subsequent words truly stirred unrest. Taoist Feng's spiritual essence is remarkably potent, and his talents are enviable. Now that he has just ascended in realm, it is only natural that he must focus on his cultivation to solidify his newfound powers. Therefore, it is only fitting that Taoist Feng should not continue to share a carriage with others. With that, Su Rumei revealed a carriage that was evidently more extraordinary than the one Gu Xiu had previously occupied. This spectacle caused the expressions of the derisive onlookers to shift dramatically. A private carriage? Wasn't this privilege reserved for those who had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement? Although Gu Xiu had entered the Tao, he was still merely at the 7th level of qi refinement. How could he be granted such an opportunity? Many voices of dissent arose, questioning the fairness of Su Rumei's actions. Why should someone of such low aptitude be afforded such an immense opportunity, wasting precious spiritual energy? Yet, Su Rumei responded with a calm demeanor. Esteemed guests, it has always been the custom of Wanbao Tower that those at the pinnacle of qi refinement may ride alone. Naturally, those who have the potential to enter the Tao may also ride alone. This statement silenced the murmurs of discontent among the gathering cultivators. After all, it was the rule of Wanbao Tower, and this carriage belonged to the establishment. It was their prerogative to decide who could ride. Yet, despite the silence, many still cast resentful glances at Gu Xiu, particularly those at the 9th level of qi refinement, their eyes reflecting a simmering dissatisfaction. The disparity was glaring. Gu Xiu, with merely the 7th level of qi refinement, was enjoying the privilege of solitary travel, inciting envy and indignation among them. Unfazed by their glares, Su Rumei turned to Gu Xiu and smiled. If Taoist Feng does not mind, you may take your leave now. Though her veil obscured her features, her smile remained enchanting. Gu Xiu met her gaze with earnest appreciation and, without hesitation, replied, "In that case, I am most grateful to you, Manager Su." With that, he promptly transferred to the new carriage. From beginning to end, he paid no heed to those discontented souls, as if their gazes were unworthy of even a fleeting glance. Yet, just before stepping into the carriage, Gu Xiu cast a lingering look at Su Rumei, his eyes reflecting something peculiar. In response to his gaze, Su Rumei felt her heart skip a beat, sensing that he had uncovered her subtle intentions. "Are you attempting to probe Feng Bugui?" The shadow inquired as the convoy resumed its journey. Indeed, Su Rumei did not deny. Neither of us can discern whether this individual is inherently worthless or possesses extraordinary talent. Hence, the most prudent course of action is to allow him to take action and observe the extent of his abilities. Her previous conduct appeared perfectly normal. However, in reality, she had effortlessly dismissed the aggrieved cultivators, and she could just as easily have quelled their resentment towards Gu Xiu. Yet, she chose the most direct and crude method, inevitably intensifying their discontent. They would not dare offend Wanbao, yet they would undoubtedly harbor animosity towards Gu Xiu. Consequently, as the journey progressed, it was certain that someone would seek to target Gu Xiu, perhaps even compel him to act. Her methods were discreet, and the average person would neither suspect any underlying issues nor fail to appreciate the carriage she provided. However, reflecting on Gu Xiu's penetrating gaze, Su Rumei could not help but smile wryly, pondering, "I seem to have blundered. He has seen through my intentions." "I dare say you have not," the shadow countered unexpectedly. Shaking his head, "Why?" Su Rumei inquired, puzzled. "Since he has discerned your thoughts, he ought to have declined your carriage." Yet he did not refuse, nor did he exhibit any reluctance. "What do you imply?" "My implication is that this Feng Bugui does not mind your little schemes." "Is that so?" "Perhaps. He not only remains indifferent, but harbors a desire to showcase himself, seeking to win more favor from Wanbao." This revelation left Su Rumei astonished. Upon further reflection, she found the shadow's reasoning quite plausible. Wanbao, after all, is an establishment of considerable repute. Countless wandering cultivators yearn for the opportunity to gain its favor and aspire to join its ranks. If Gu Xiu indeed entertained such notions, then there was much to anticipate in the days to come. Meanwhile, as Su Rumei and the shadow deliberated these matters, Gu Xiu sat calmly in the solitude of his compartment. In truth, the shadow had only partially grasped the situation. Gu Xiu was indeed unconcerned with Su Rumei's subtle machinations. However, his intentions were not to seek Wanbao's attention through such means. His thoughts remained singular and unwavering. Like the wind, he embraced life as ebb and flow. Adhering to the natural way, he discerned that Su Rumei intended to probe him, yet he remained indifferent. He had joined the Wanbao Tower expedition in the capacity of a protector, and should the moment arise when action was required, Gu Xiu would not hesitate to engage. He also perceived the discontent of the 9th-layer qi refinement practitioners, but their grievances did not stir a single ripple within him. Even if their discontent culminated in tangible actions, Gu Xiu would remain unfazed. After all, a single strike could suffice to quell them. The wind is formless, unpredictable, and ever-changing. He could be the gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge or the tempestuous gale igniting a tidal wave. As for whether the mountain ridge is comfortable or the waves resentful, such matters are of no consequence to the wind. Moreover, Gushio now had far more pressing concerns. The solitary carriage afforded him greater freedom. In his grasp, he had once again retrieved the azure bamboo rod. It had been 3 days since he joined the Wanbao Tower caravan, and a full 10 days since he last wielded the azure rod. It was now ready for use once more. Without hesitation, as the midnight hour approached, Gushio promptly activated the celestial fishing power of the azure rod. Having utilized it twice before, he was now well acquainted with its workings. True to previous experiences, this time the fishing process was exceptionally smooth. It wasn't long before he felt the rod sink slightly. He immediately focused his mind, prepared to engage in this contest of endurance, ready to contend with the force on the other end of the line. However, to his astonishment, the entity he was attempting to catch displayed no sign of resistance this time. Merely lifting the rod gently, he effortlessly drew the catch from the void. Yet, when the caught entity materialized before Gushio, the previously composed expression on his face was momentarily replaced by astonishment. For this time, the catch was a fortuitous opportunity that rightfully belonged to his junior disciple, Jiang Sun. Chapter 36. Jiang Jun. My fortune has been seized by another. What is this? The 7 stars pendant? Before Gushio's eyes appeared an ancient jade pendant. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was intricately carved with the likeness of the Big Dipper. Most remarkably, this pendant emanated a unique and complex energy. Though the pendant was an inanimate object, gazing intently at the 7 stars pendant would involuntarily evoke a sensation of the 7 stars shimmering and moving along a peculiar trajectory. However, upon a second glance, it seemed as if the pendant had never stirred. At this moment, Gushio's eyes were filled with astonishment, for he recognized this pendant. Or rather, he had once glimpsed it in a dream that felt like 1,000 years. This object was known as the 7 stars pendant. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, and its forging techniques were unknown, yet it possessed an extraordinarily unique and potent function, the ability to break formations. The Big Dipper engraved upon it could unravel myriad formations, aiding the wearer in finding a way out, regardless of the array they encountered. It was immensely profound. In that dream of 1,000 years, this 7 stars pendant was Jiang Jun's treasure. He too had relied on the power of the green bamboo pole to fish this pendant out, and after acquiring it, he had shone brilliantly on numerous occasions. This pendant had assisted Jiang Jun in overcoming countless crises and unraveling numerous formations, bestowing upon him boundless opportunities. Yet now, this pendant had been obtained by Gushio ahead of time. Moreover, I recall that in that dream of 1,000 years, my junior apprentice had spent a full 3 days fishing for this 7 stars pendant. How could my acquisition of this object be so remarkably smooth? Curiosity welled up within Gushio as he held the 7 stars pendant in his hand, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from it. He wondered if it was merely his imagination, but it seemed as though the pendant was extending goodwill towards him, almost impatient to be utilized. Gushio found it peculiar. Was this pendant rightfully mine, or was it that my Tao heart resonated with it? This question was destined to remain unanswered. Choosing to ponder no longer, Gushio decisively pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the 7 stars pendant. At the moment the blood touched its surface, the pendant absorbed it entirely. The bond was established, a success. Meanwhile, at the Qing Xian Holy Land, situated 1,000 miles away on the Outcloud Peak, Jiang Jun sat cross-legged, diligently honing his sword heart. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His previously steady aura was abruptly disrupted, and a look of shock and disbelief flickered in his eyes. Why? Why do I feel that something which ought to belong to me has been seized by another? He could not fathom why such an intense feeling had suddenly arisen within him, yet at that moment, it overwhelmed him with a profound discomfort. Even the sword intent he had been honing moments ago nearly faltered. Only after he spat out a mouthful of blood did the suffocating sensation in his heart begin to dissipate. But the anguish of having something that belonged to him snatched away by another still tormented him deeply. It even stirred a flicker of malevolence in his eyes. Who is it? Who dares to seize my fortune? However, this expression of wrath vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Outside, a series of knocks echoed, accompanied by a concerned inquiry. Junior brother, the senior sister has sensed a shift in your aura. Did something go awry in your cultivation? Are you all right? Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I am fine. Jiang Jun hurriedly replied as he opened the door, revealing his third senior sister, Su Wanqing. A smile blossomed on his face, warm as spring. Thank you for your care. Senior sister, I merely felt an unsettling sensation earlier, as though something was lacking in my path, and was momentarily caught off guard. It is nothing serious now. Lacking in your path? Su Wanqing paused, a hint of worry crossing her features. Jiang Jun chuckled. Senior sister, there's no need for concern. It was merely a fleeting heart demon, and it has passed. A heart demon is no trifling matter. You must not take it lightly. Su Wanqing shook her head, producing a collection of vials filled with elixirs and handing them to him. These are calming and soul-stabilizing pills. Junior brother, take them as needed. Jiang Jun felt a surge of joy within, yet his face betrayed hesitation. Senior sister, I've already consumed so many of your elixirs. How can I accept more? Moreover, these calming pills are exceedingly rare. Just take them. Why are you being so polite with me? Su Wanqing disregarded his refusal and firmly placed the elixirs in his hands. You are my junior brother. If I do not give you my elixirs, should I offer them to others instead? But take them, regardless of what you find lacking in your path. Know that your master and senior sisters will always provide you with the best, even if it means exhausting all the resources of the Qingxian Holy Land. We will ensure you are compensated. Her words filled Jiang Jun with renewed gratitude. Coincidentally, this very conversation reached Qin Moran, who had just arrived at the Yuyun Peak seeking solace in Jiang Jun's company. Her heart ached inexplicably as she recalled the figure she had seen in the mirror. Jiang Jun had gained everything from the sect. But what of Gu Xiu? He had already departed from the sect, and his whereabouts were unknown. If he had also re-entered the path of cultivation, did he possess the resources to train? These thoughts only deepened the suffocating despair that clung to Qin Moran's heart. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. Qin Moran suppressed all her chaotic thoughts once more, her expression once again reflecting a cold and ruthless demeanor. Gu Xiu acted out of a desire to assist me, yet ultimately severed my path. I must not allow my heart to waver because of him. He is now a relic of the past, and I am beyond reproach. With this thought, Qin Moran turned away, her face returning to indifference, though she cast a glance at Jiang Sun, who was politely engaged in conversation with senior sister Su Wanqing. Ultimately, she chose not to approach him and instead departed alone. Even she could not articulate why she felt compelled to leave. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Gu Xiu had just completed the process of recognizing the 7-star pendant as his own. However, there was no glimmer of surprise or exhilaration in his eyes, only an unperturbed calmness, as steady as still water. This 7-star pendant, whether it was originally destined for him or Jiang Sun, held little significance for Gu Xiu, for he understood that this was merely the beginning. After glimpsing that eternal dream, Gu Xiu was already fully aware of all the opportunities that awaited him. Naturally, in the millennia to come, he would endeavor to reclaim every opportunity that had once belonged to Jiang Sun. Though the animosities between Gu Xiu and the Qingxian Holy Land had dissipated after renouncing the sect's spiritual pact, he had never forgotten about that junior brother, Jiang Sun. This junior brother had cunningly occupied a place that did not belong to him, scheming to usurp a substantial amount of the fortunes that were rightly his. While these matters had become mere echoes of the past for the current Gu Xiu, and he had long since released them, letting go did not imply that when he next encountered Jiang Sun, he would greet him amiably as junior brother and forgive all that had transpired. That was impossible. Sooner or later, Gu Xiu would wield his 3-foot green peak and ascend to the Qingxian Holy Land to exact his vengeance upon Jiang Sun. Thus, the 7-star pendant was unlikely to evoke any further emotional turmoil within Gu Xiu. He could grow even stronger. Just as Gu Xiu resumed his cultivation, the caravan of Wanbao Tower, which had been in motion without pause, suddenly came to a halt. Chapter 37. The Green Bamboo Traps the Dragon. A fleeting moment of splendor. What is happening? Has something occurred? The Tianqi mountain range is fraught with peril. Even a caravan as esteemed as Wanbao Tower travels relentlessly, day and night, unless extraordinary circumstances arise. Thus, the sudden and unheralded halt of the caravan caused Su Rume to furrow her brow in concern. Her subordinates quickly reported, Manager Su, there is an issue ahead on the road. An issue? Su-Rumei raised an eyebrow, not waiting for further explanation as she promptly left the carriage to investigate. Indeed, she discovered that the once clear path ahead was now obscured by a dense grove of bamboo, seemingly stretching infinitely, leaving only a narrow passageway. This route had always been traversed by Wanbao Tower, and practitioners typically followed this path, which should lead directly to Yunxiao City. Just 3 months prior, her subordinates had journeyed this way. The road was clear then, with only minor obstacles, but certainly no bamboo grove. Listening to her subordinates, Su-Rumei approached the bamboo thicket for closer inspection. The bamboo appeared unremarkable, ordinary green stalks, devoid of any peculiarities. Venturing a few steps further, she found nothing amiss. Yet, it was precisely this lack of discovery that deepened her frown. While bamboo can indeed flourish rapidly after a spring rain, the sheer density of this grove was unusual. "Can we take an alternative route?" Su-Rumei inquired. "Regrettably, no," her subordinate replied, shaking his head. "To change routes, we would have to retreat to yesterday's fork in the road, which would extend our journey and complicate our passage, causing significant delays." Su-Rumei's brow furrowed further. As cultivators, they could utilize flying artifacts to navigate over the bamboo, which posed no real challenge. However, this was the Tianqi mountain range, harboring countless unknown dangers. While brief flights might be manageable, the peril of a large caravan soaring through the air was unpredictable. "Should we send someone to scout the path?" her subordinate suggested. "Very well," Su-Rumei replied, nodding. "Send a few individuals into the bamboo grove to ascertain any potential issues." Her subordinate promptly took his leave to carry out her orders. However, not long after, he returned with a rather grim countenance. "Manager Su, everyone is shirking responsibility, reluctant to venture forth." "Why is that?" Su-Rumei raised an eyebrow. "The individuals I approached are a few wandering qi refiners accompanying us. But they either claim insufficient cultivation or assert they are at a critical juncture in their training and refuse to go. They even suggested." "What else did they say?" "They suggested that since the established cultivator can travel in a separate carriage, he must be more capable than they are, urging us to seek him out instead." Upon hearing this, Su-Rumei's expression darkened. She had suspected that this group would seize the opportunity to target Guxiao, even hoping to gauge his capabilities. However, she had nearly forgotten about him, as he had scarcely emerged from the carriage since entering. Little did she expect, this group of individuals would target Guxiao at such a moment, merely testing the waters. A few qi refinement cultivators could easily handle it. As they were merely casual cultivators passing by, Wanbao Tower was compensating them. Unexpectedly, they began to shirk responsibility one by one. This caused Su-Rumei to frown. But after a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "Go inquire if that friend of the wind has any interest in taking a look, and tell him that should he go, we will provide him with a separate reward." Her subordinate quickly departed, and a shadowy figure appeared silently. "Do you wish to give him an opportunity?" "Indeed," Su-Rumei nodded. "Since he is also eager to make an impression before us at Wanbao Tower, I have no reason to obstruct him." As the steward, Su-Rumei could not allow herself to be easily manipulated by a group of casual cultivators. What appeared to be a concession was, in fact, more about providing Guxiao with an opportunity. After all, she had always believed that Guxiao was waiting for a chance to showcase himself at Wanbao Tower. Now, the opportunity had arrived, and she was confident he would not refuse. Sure enough, before long, her subordinate returned with the report. "The esteemed wind immortal has agreed. But he mentioned that this falls within his responsibilities and does not require additional spirit stones." This response further confirmed Su-Rumei's suspicions. As she approached the carriage where Guxiao resided, she saw him, clad in white with white hair, slowly emerging from within. However, he was met with a chorus of gleeful onlookers. "Youngster, this bamboo forest is unlike any you have encountered before. You must tread carefully, lest you lose your life within." The one who garnered Su-Rumei's favor, capable of entering the Tao at the 4th level of qi refinement, must possess formidable strength. Why should we worry? Indeed, even if he encounters danger, he might effortlessly slay any intruders. The remarks from this group dripped with sarcasm, their gazes towards Guxiao filled with ridicule. Even Su-Rumei couldn't help but frown at their words. Yet Guxiao remained unaffected. His expression remained calm and unperturbed, as if the jests were not directed at him. He casually picked up the wooden stick that had accompanied him throughout his journey, nodded to Su-Rumei, and then stepped toward the bamboo grove. Throughout the entire encounter, He did not cast a single glance at the group of chi refinement cultivators. This nonchalance only served to infuriate those who sought to provoke him, leaving them feeling as though they had struck a blow against cotton, their anger mounting and their words growing sharper. Some even maliciously cursed Gushio, wishing him peril within the bamboo forest. Tsurume frowned, intending to scold them into silence, but before she could voice her thoughts, a series of startled exclamations erupted. Oh no! This bamboo forest is a formation. It has changed. It has truly transformed into a formation. What? Everyone was momentarily stunned, and Tsurume was the first to rush to the bamboo grove. Indeed, she found that the narrow passage that had once existed was now completely sealed. The green bamboo appeared ordinary, unremarkable in every way. However, had she not recently observed this grove, she might have been oblivious to the changes that had transpired. Such a transformation could only be explained by one thing: a formation. Someone had set up a grand array in this location, awaiting their entrance. With this thought, Tsurume immediately took to the air. For safety, she did not ascend too high, yet as she gazed upon the grove, her heart could not help but tremble with astonishment. Everywhere she looked, there was nothing but bamboo. Moreover, the grove was in constant flux, resembling a rotating bagua diagram from above, intricate beyond measure. This formation was the azure bamboo dragon trapping array. Tsurume's eyelids twitched violently, and her heart sank suddenly. This is bad. No sooner had she thought this than she instinctively began to descend. In that very moment, several bamboo stalks radiating powerful spiritual energy shot toward her previous position. Had she reacted even a moment slower, she would have been impaled by the bamboo like a hedgehog. However, even though Tsurume narrowly escaped disaster, as she landed, numerous bamboo shoots suddenly burst forth from the ground. They shot up with astonishing speed, instantly separating the Wanbao Tower's convoy into distinct segments. What was happening? Where did these bamboos come from? Was this some sort of formation? This is terrible. Retreat, retreat. There was no path left. This sudden turn of events elicited gasps from everyone in the convoy. As Tsurume witnessed this scene, her heart sank even further. She realized that they had unknowingly entered the grand array long before. The bamboo grove that had obstructed their path was not merely a recent discovery of the formation. They had already been ensnared and had reached a dead end. There was no possibility of escape. Now, the formation was fully activated and poised to strike. Tsurume understood the azure bamboo dragon trapping array to be immensely powerful. Yet, to construct such a formation required considerable time and a vast amount of spirit stones. It was evident that the architect of this array had set their sights on their Wanbao Tower trading convoy, having ventured too deeply into the array. With their retreat cut off and their front blocked, they were thoroughly trapped. Shadows began to re-emerge. Tsurume furrowed her brow. The master of the array aimed to entirely divide their convoy, to conquer them piece by piece, leading to potentially heavy casualties. How could they break this formation? She did not know. The two individuals exchanged hurried words, their expressions growing increasingly grim. They found themselves ensnared in a predicament, teetering on the brink of despair. Someone had long plotted against their caravan from Wanbao Tower, intent on obliterating them in a single, decisive strike. Even more alarming was the fact that they were trapped within the formation, utterly powerless to escape. As the two contemplated how to break the encirclement and preserve their lives amidst this grand array, a sudden exclamation broke the tension. Why have these green bamboos withered? This query left Tsurume momentarily stunned, prompting her to turn and gaze in astonishment. Indeed, the once enigmatic green bamboos, which had thrived wildly around them, were now withering in rapid succession, visibly disintegrating into ash. In mere moments, the bamboo formation that had previously divided the caravan crumbled into nothingness. The swift turn of events unfolded so rapidly that the members of the caravan could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. Even Tsurume and the shadowy figure, who had discerned the formation's intricacies, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. What is happening? Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed in the air. As the myriad of emerald bamboos swiftly succumbed to decay and turned to ash, a man clad in white, with hair to match, strolled forward with an air of serene composure. Chapter 38. A few bamboo were cut, a few lives were taken. The wind does not return. It is he. Emerging at this moment is none other than Gushio, who had ventured deep into the bamboo grove moments ago. Earlier, Upon the abrupt realization that they were ensnared within a formation, panic ensued, and everyone was preoccupied with their own plight, entirely forgetting about Gu Xiao, who had been scouting ahead. To say they forgot would be inaccurate. Rather, many were acutely aware of the inevitable outcome. The wind does not return. Without a doubt, he would perish. After all, although he had once entered the Tao with a cultivation of the 4th layer of qi refinement, which was indeed remarkable, he was ultimately just a practitioner of the 7th layer of qi refinement. What fate awaits such a cultivator trapped in a formation that even golden elixir practitioners find insurmountable? Surely death. Yet now, this seemingly doomed individual emerges unscathed from the ruins of the bamboo grove, provoking astonishment. Most shocking of all were Su Rumei and Ingzi, who had discerned the formation's intricacies and perils. The formation had suddenly been breached. Could it possibly be his doing? This man is proficient in formations? The Qingzhou Kunlong formation demands considerable resources and time to cultivate. Even golden elixir cultivators struggle against its might. Could he truly have dismantled it? If this formation was genuinely broken by him, then it would be imperative to befriend him, for he could become a distinguished guest of the Wanbao Tower. Both swiftly reached this conclusion, their gazes towards Gu Xiao filled with awe. While many cultivators possess a modicum of knowledge regarding formations, most are only familiar with basic ones. Even with a manual, they might replicate some larger formations. However, such individuals cannot be considered true formation masters. A genuine formation master comprehends the essence of formations and can identify their weaknesses through a profound understanding, thus effectively dismantling them. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. The Qingzhou Kunlong formation is inherently formidable, capable of ensnaring even golden elixir cultivators. If an ordinary formation master were to encounter it, they would likely find themselves equally helpless. What does this signify? It signifies that if the formation was indeed breached by wind does not return, his mastery over formations is undeniably formidable. Furthermore, it implies that the value of wind does not return will rise exponentially, perhaps even more precious than his innate potential for entering the Tao. After all, the potential for entering the Tao merely indicates that his future capabilities surpass those of ordinary individuals. For a force like Wanbao Tower, he could be an ally, but there is no need for excessive flattery. Yet, if he were a formation master, that would be a tangible asset, one who could potentially assist Wanbao Tower at any moment. However, while Su Rumei and Ingzi were still in shock, a few mocking voices arose from within the caravan. This brat has actually survived? He truly has a charmed life. It appears that there has been an unexpected occurrence with the array just now. Otherwise, this young man would likely have been pierced through by the myriad of bamboo. If I am not mistaken, the formation earlier was the Azure Bamboo Dragon Confinement Array. This array is said to be extraordinarily intricate and demanding in its consumption of energy. Yet once a flaw is introduced, the entire formation will be rendered utterly ineffective. Indeed, it seems to be a matter of sheer luck. These dialogues caused Su Rumei to furrow her brow. Upon glancing over, she recognized the individuals who had previously bullied Gu Xiao, those several rogue cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement. However, at this moment, Su Rumei chose to disregard them and swiftly approached Gu Xiao. Friend Feng, are you unharmed? Seeing Gu Xiao shake his head in affirmation, she could hardly contain her curiosity and eagerly inquired, what exactly did you do? I did nothing much. I merely severed a few bamboo stalks and eliminated a few individuals. Gu Xiao replied nonchalantly. Yet, this unassuming response left Su Rumei utterly astounded. Severing a few bamboo stalks. Could it be that he has disrupted the core of the Azure Bamboo Dragon Confinement Array? And as for eliminating a few individuals, could it mean that those who set up the array have already been slain? Just as Su Rumei was about to press further, Gu Xiao interjected, the path ahead is clear. We may proceed, so that we can reach Yunshao City at the earliest. Oh, yes. Su Rumei snapped back to reality and immediately ordered the convoy to continue onward. After all, with someone having set a formidable array against them, lingering here posed an uncertain risk. However, as she organized everything and turned back, she found Gu Xiao already retreating into his carriage with a wooden staff in hand. Su Rumei hesitated momentarily, but ultimately refrained from stopping Gu Xiao, as she noticed that the rogue cultivators who had previously harassed him were still engaged in discussion. What did you say? You believe that fellow broke the Azure Bamboo Dragon Confinement Array? What nonsense. How could a mere 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator possess such power? The Azure Bamboo Dragon Confinement Array is a legitimate grand array. Even a skilled array master would require time and sufficient cultivation to dismantle it, would they not? Do they truly think that simply chopping a few bamboo stalks could break the formation? Absurd. As for killing a couple of people, that is even more ridiculous. Perhaps that young man was merely boasting to claim credit, or perhaps those individuals were merely insignificant thieves. The speaker of these words was a robust rogue cultivator with a scar running down his face. Su Rumei recognized him. His name was Mao Xingxing. Known by the moniker Mad Victory Blade, he had once fought against a fully realized Qi refinement master at the 9th level and emerged victorious, gaining fame thereafter. He was quite esteemed among rogue cultivators, having successfully gathered a following and establishing a small faction called the Mad Victory Gang, primarily engaging in tasks requiring external assistance for trade associations and sections. Initially, it was not large in scale. However, as time progressed, the influence of the Quangxing Gang expanded significantly. Numerous nearby cities began to rely on their manpower, and many sects and factions sought external assistance, opting to directly approach the Quangxing Gang for convenience. This led to the further growth of the gang. Presently, even many wandering cultivators must join the Quangxing Gang to receive permission to make a living. Moreover, the Quangxing Gang not only suppressed the powerless wandering cultivators, but also began to exert pressure on certain sects and factions. For instance, when Wanbeilu requested assistance from the Quangxing Gang, Mu Xingxing not only raised the price, but also demanded several of their own carriages to bolster their presence. In his discourse, he hinted that if they did not show the Quangxing Gang sufficient respect, Wanbeilu would find it impossible to recruit any wandering cultivators in the Qi refinement stage for assistance in the future. This left Su Rumei quite dissatisfied, yet after careful consideration, she ultimately agreed to the remuneration, though she refused the request for carriages as a form of reprimand. It seems Mu Xingxing has noticed that you provided a carriage exclusively for Feng Bugui, which is why he targets you, Shadow remarked. Perhaps it goes beyond that. Su Rumei responded, shaking her head. I have heard that the Quangxing Gang has been rather unstable lately. Mu Xingxing likely seeks to suppress this outsider, Feng Bugui, as a means to intimidate his own gang members. A group of rabble, lacking in strength, yet adept at scheming. This so-called Quangxing Gang is hardly worth the trouble of dealing with. That won't do. Their cultivation may be lacking, but there will always be times when we require their assistance. As long as the Quangxing Gang remains compliant, it is beneficial for us, Su Rumei countered. Being in charge, she had many considerations to weigh. Understanding her perspective, Shadow shifted the topic, asking, do you believe what he said is true or false? Is it really not Feng Bugui who broke the Qingzhou Kunlong array? Well, Su Rumei frowned, feeling a twinge of doubt. After all, Gu Xiu's strength was undeniably weak. While being at the 7th level of Qi refinement could be considered late stage, it was still insufficient when facing such a formidable array. To claim he had broken the Qingzhou Kunlong array was indeed quite absurd. Let us continue forward. Perhaps we will uncover something, Su Rumei finally said. Feng Bugui merely cut a few bamboo stalks and killed a few people, did he not? We shall see what sort of bamboo he has cut and whom he has slain. Shadow nodded in agreement, and they both proceeded with caution. After a while, they found that, just as Gu Xiu had mentioned, the path ahead was clear, and they encountered no dangers along the way. Even the identity of the mysterious array master remained unknown. As they advanced further, they suddenly made a discovery. Stop. Wait, what is this? These bamboo stalks, why are they broken and left here? They have been cleaved. In front of their caravan lay several severed bamboo stalks, each as thick as a human thigh, intricately engraved with array patterns, emanating a strange and wondrous aura. Unmistakably, all these bamboo stalks had been cleaved. Is this the bamboo that Feng Bugui spoke of? The severed stalks? Ha ha ha, merely a few broken bamboos, and this warrants a special mention? As I previously stated, the green bamboo trapping dragon formation could never have been breached by him. With his cultivation, he can only manage to chop down a few worthless bamboos. Upon seeing the broken stalks, Mu Xingxing couldn't help but scoff. The group of cultivators trailing behind him also erupted in laughter. Have you all noticed? At that moment, someone suddenly inquired, why, amidst the countless bamboo groves that have turned to ashes, do these few severed stalks remain? The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Shortly thereafter, those who had arrived first at the broken bamboos began to examine them closely, and suddenly, They erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Chapter 39. 10 Steps to Kill a Man. Upon these severed bamboos, intricate formations and mystical runes were meticulously inscribed. Indeed, they emanated an enigmatic power. These few stalks of green bamboo were a crucial component of the recently disrupted Qingzhou Kunlong formation. They constituted the formation's core, its focal point. It was not merely a case of the formation's creator erring in their deployment. Rather, someone had shattered the core, thereby dismantling the array. As astonished gasps filled the air, many turned their attention to the runes and patterns upon the bamboo, which still retained a residual arcane energy due to the recent disturbance. A sharp intake of breath could be heard as one individual instinctively glanced towards the carriage occupied by Guxiu. Had he truly severed those particular bamboos? Were they not simply a few shattered stalks? Perhaps it was mere fortune that he happened upon them. If it were me, I would have just as readily cleaved the bamboo before me. Mu Xingxing scoffed, his expression one of disdain. His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Was there some merit to his assertion? Could it genuinely be a stroke of luck? Yet what were the odds? The Qingzhou Kunlong formation was profoundly intricate, and its focal point was constantly shifting. How could an ordinary person stumble upon it so fortuitously? Moreover, the chief manipulator of the formation would undoubtedly be controlling its intricacies. Could it be possible that the core was so blatantly placed before Guxiu, just waiting to be struck? Was that not a sign of folly? For a moment, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Even those aligned with Mu Xingxing's domineering faction fell into a hushed silence. Are you truly intimidated by a few broken bamboos? Do you genuinely believe that this cultivator, who has only recently ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement from the 4th, possesses such profound understanding of formations? Mu Xingxing continued. This time, the audience nodded in agreement, albeit somewhat reluctantly. The rationale, though somewhat strained, held a semblance of plausibility, even causing Su Rumei to ponder in confusion. Could it truly be a coincidence? These shattered bamboos were indeed vexing to behold. As Mu Xingxing endeavored to sway the crowd, he raised his hand and struck towards the bamboo. However, Mu Xingxing exclaimed in surprise. His casual blow, which would have obliterated ordinary bamboo into a fine powder, seemed to have no effect on the severed stalks. They remained utterly unscathed. What sorcery was this? Clearing his throat, Mu Xingxing summoned forth half of his strength. Yet, this time, the bamboo emitted a sound, as if his force had met the resistance of cotton. It absorbed his power entirely, leaving the bamboo completely unharmed. Not even a trace remained. Mu Xingxing was left in a state of bewilderment, and the others mirrored his confusion, their gazes towards him now laced with doubt. It was as if they were silently questioning his competence. The green bamboo possesses remarkable capabilities, which I had underestimated, Mu Xingxing awkwardly remarked, and without a flicker of emotion, he struck with a palm once more. Although his face remained impassive, he had secretly summoned his full strength. A strike from a 9th level qi refinement practitioner, while not cataclysmic, could reduce stone to mere powder. Yet, sizzle! The same strange sound echoed, and Mu Xingxing felt that the force of his strike had been diminished considerably. Fortunately, the residual power struck the bamboo entirely. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the point of impact on the bamboo immediately caved in and cracked. However, it merely fractured. His full-powered strike had not severed the bamboo completely. In that moment, Mu Xingxing was left dumbfounded, glancing at his palm and then at the bamboo, momentarily questioning whether he had grown old and ineffectual, or if the bamboo was simply extraordinary. But, if one were to claim the bamboo was extraordinary, how did Feng Bugui achieve such prowess? Observing the previously broken sections of bamboo, the cuts were smooth, as if cleaved by a sword, seemingly retaining residual force. Was Feng Bugui truly that formidable? Although the bamboo had broken, the array patterns and Taoist essence remained, continuing to empower these stalks. If Brother Mu were to underestimate them, he would indeed find it impossible to sever them. Someone spoke up. Mu Xingxing nodded repeatedly. Yes, I had underestimated this bamboo. As he spoke, he drew forth his prized blade, channeling his full strength, and then struck down upon the bamboo. This time, the bamboo finally succumbed with a resonant crack. Yet the smile upon Mu Xingxing's face was strained, for he sensed that, even with his utmost effort, he had barely managed to cleave the bamboo to the same extent as before, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Could this truly be the work of a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator, that white-haired wanderer? Was Feng Bugue truly this powerful? Witnessing all of this, the shadow could not help but exclaim in Su Rume's ear, "This is still a bamboo that has already been severed, with the formation in ruins." Had the formation remained intact, the strength of this bamboo would absolutely be beyond Mu Xingxing's capacity to sever. It would require foundational strength to accomplish. Su Rume furrowed her brows, instinctively glancing towards the carriage where Gu Xiu was, her eyes filled with astonishment. Not only had she realized this, but she also pondered another point. Just moments ago, everyone had claimed that the bamboo was casually severed by Feng Bugue, a stroke of extraordinary luck that had broken the array's core. Yet, which 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator would casually sever a bamboo with such force? And how fortuitously to strike the core of the formation? This was likely no mere coincidence. Instead, Feng Bugue had truly discerned the location of the core and utilized strength beyond his level to breach the formation. He is indeed a formation master. Moreover, one capable of fighting beyond his level, wielding foundational power. Move forward. Without hesitation, Su Rume immediately commanded. Her gaze shimmered with fervor and astonishment, as she yearned to behold the identities of those whom Feng Bugue had claimed to have slain. Eagerly, she anticipated the surprises that Feng Bugue would unveil for her. A premonition stirred within her. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Soon, the convoy resumed its journey, and it was not long before several corpses materialized ahead on the road. I recognized this individual. It's Qiu Liandong, a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. And this one is Fu Haijia, a 7th-layer. Wu Huanran, also a 7th-layer. Here lies another at the 8th layer, Ko Wenyu. A chorus of gasps erupted, one after another. Among the members of the Wanbao Tower convoy, in addition to their own, more than half were bounty hunters assisting, most of whom were rogue cultivators. Many recognized individuals among the lifeless bodies before them. The realization of their identities only intensified the palpable chill that gripped their hearts. For sprawled upon the ground were once formidable figures, notorious for their fearsome reputations, now reduced to lifeless forms without exception. Even more terrifying was the nature of their wounds. Each bore the unmistakable mark of having their heart meridians pierced, one fatal strike. A slayer capable of extinguishing life at such a distance, 10 paces to claim a life. What dread entity could possibly wield such power? These were not mere trifles. Had these individuals charged into the fray, our fates would have been sealed. We would have stood no chance of survival. Was it truly Feng Bugue who executed these deeds? His prowess, is it truly so formidable? Chapter 40. Are the talented destined to fall? At this very moment, as the crowd ventured further, an ever-increasing sense of dread enveloped them. The scene before their eyes was profoundly shocking. At intervals along the path, they encountered one or more lifeless bodies. Alarmingly, none of the deceased were ordinary. Each had been a formidable expert in their prime, to claim a life every 10 steps. Though it sounds facile, the reality is far more daunting. These were practitioners, not mere cabbages. As they pressed on, the glances cast toward the carriage of Gu Xiu became ever more frequent. Even the rogue cultivators of the Quanxing gang could not suppress their trembling, their legs quaking with fear. The earlier words of Feng Bugue echoed in their minds. He had felled several bamboos and taken a few lives. But who could have fathomed that the lives he claimed were so numerous? Not just them, even the foundation-building cultivators of Wanbao Tower, including Su Rume, who had attained the golden core stage, were shaken to their cores. These individuals were renowned figures, and they had meticulously prepared the Qingzhou Kunlong formation. Such a powerful alliance, conspiring against them, posed a dire threat. If their plans came to fruition, the losses would be catastrophic. It was not merely a matter of grave losses. Beside them, the shadowy figure was equally astounded, remarking, "This Qingzhou Kunlong formation is sufficient to ensnare the two of us. The best outcome might be our narrow escape, leaving the others to face annihilation." Su Rume nodded gravely. Indeed, golden core cultivators were immensely powerful, even with a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Qi refining cultivators could hardly hope to triumph. Yet, when combined with the formation and perhaps some premeditated tactics, the situation became far more precarious. Unconsciously, they both turned their gazes once more toward Gu Xiu's carriage, filled with uncertainty. What was this? Tu Biqiang, the one known as the Yellow Springs of Bailuo? Gasp. It truly was her. Tu Biqiong had also perished. Had she not advanced to foundation building just half a year prior? How could she meet her end here? At that moment, a new discovery emerged from the front of the procession. A female corpse lay before them. She possessed a breathtaking beauty, and her attire was such that one could not help but be entranced. Yet, at this juncture, she had become a crimson-skinned skeleton. However, what captivated the crowd's attention was not her appearance, but the fact that she was a legitimate foundation-building cultivator, nicknamed Yellow Springs of Bailuo, renowned for her deadly technique. The Yin Soul Stab, which struck terror into the hearts of many. The foundation-building practitioners present could no longer contain their anxiety, though they were foundation cultivators. Facing this adept in sinister arts, they could not claim absolute confidence. More critically, it was inconceivable that they could dispatch her so effortlessly. For the manner of Tu Biqiong's demise mirrored that of the previous victims, a single strike piercing her heart. It seemed she had not comprehended her fate until the very end, her face still etched with disbelief, as if she remained in a state of shock. How could one who slays their own possess such formidable strength? Could it truly be the handiwork of that esteemed foe? A voice trembled with disbelief, eyes wide with shock. Others shared a similar sentiment, their expressions a tapestry of incredulity. Impossible. It could not possibly be the work of that Feng Bugue. Muxing Sheng interjected without hesitation. His gaze equally astonished, tinged with a hint of fear, yet he maintained his composure and asserted, "This is the realm of Bailuo and Huang Quan, a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. How could a chi refining cultivator of the 7th level vanquish one of the foundation establishment realm? Do you truly believe such a thing?" The crowd fell silent for a moment, instinctively shaking their heads. To be frank, they found it hard to believe. After all, the hierarchy among cultivators, chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, void refining, and the great ascension, has always been strictly delineated. Each elevation in realm signifies a qualitative transformation. Even the mere distinction between chi refining and foundation establishment is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Many chi refining cultivators cannot even fathom the capabilities of those in the foundation establishment realm. How could it possibly be achieved? Though there are instances of combat beyond 1's level, and exceptional talents may sometimes succeed, such encounters require the utmost resourcefulness, favorable conditions, and often a stroke of luck. How could it be so effortlessly lethal? Do not be deceived by that young man's current cultivation. Indeed, he is at the 7th level of chi refining. But he was merely at the 4th level not long ago. In such a short span, merely stabilizing his realm is an accomplishment. How could he fully harness his power and triumph over a foundation establishment cultivator so swiftly? Muxing Sheng continued, prompting others to ponder deeply. Indeed, everything felt surreal, almost magical, rendering it hard to accept. Even Su Rumei and the shadow beside her furrowed their brows, exchanging glances filled with concern. If these individuals were not slain by Feng Bugue, then who could it be? A voice broke the silence, and curiosity rippled through the crowd. Indeed, so many had perished. It was unlikely that they had merely drawn divine retribution. This group clearly aimed for the Wanbao building, and only Feng Bugue had departed from there. If it were not he who struck, then who else could it be? This inquiry struck a nerve, leaving Muxing Sheng momentarily at a loss for words. "Let us proceed," Su Rumei commanded, urging the convoy onward. She too felt a twinge of uncertainty, wishing to observe more of the unfolding path. The journey ahead remained anything but tranquil. Gradually, more corpses appeared, predominantly those of chi refining cultivators. Yet 2 more bodies of foundation establishment cultivators emerged. With each step forward, Su Rumei's frown deepened further. The ambushers were thoroughly prepared. The magnitude of their force instilled a sense of uncertainty within her. She could scarcely ascertain whether she would emerge unscathed from the formation. Ji Xiaoming. It is indeed Ji Xiaoming, the renowned prodigy of Yunxiao City, the celebrated rogue cultivator. After traversing a short distance, another gasp echoed through the air as everyone rushed forward to investigate. There, they beheld the lifeless body of a young man clad in azure. This individual was yet another significant figure. It was truly Ji Xiaoming. Despite being merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, his capabilities were enigmatic, allowing him to contend even against those in the mid-foundation stage. He was lauded as a genius of Yunxiao City, yet how could he have met such a demise? Could such a prodigy truly perish? This was inconceivable. How could a genius like him be struck down so effortlessly? Who could have wielded such power? It couldn't possibly be Feng Bugue, could it? You must be mad. Perhaps I might have entertained doubts before, but now that Ji Xiaoming's corpse has surfaced, it is evidently implausible for Feng Bugue to have accomplished this. No matter how formidable his strength, he could not have slain a prodigy of a higher tier. But who can say for certain? Ji Xiaoming is indeed a prodigy, yet when compared to the true paragons, there exists a disparity. Moreover, Feng Bugue, having reached the 4th level of qi refining, was already on the path. Who dares to assert that he could not achieve such a feat? A heated debate ensued among the crowd. Some argued that it was Gu Xiu who had committed the act, while others contended that Gu Xiu's strength could not possibly allow for such a thing. Both sides held firmly to their beliefs, striving to persuade one another. However, this contention did not endure for long. As soon, not far from the fallen Ji Xiaoming, the onlookers discovered another lifeless body. Chapter 41, Undisputed. A gift of generosity. Before them lay a snow-white bear, a creature of majestic stature, now lifeless. Its essence had been extracted, yet the onlookers immediately recognized the formidable strength that this white bear once possessed. A 3rd-tier spirit beast. In comparison, it was sufficiently powerful to rival a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The discovery of this carcass gradually quelled the previously contentious parties, silencing those who had initially suspected Gu Xiu's involvement. For who could possibly rival such a prodigy as Ji Xiaoming, combined with a 3rd-tier spirit beast? The evidence at the scene suggested a clear collaboration between the two, and such strength would undoubtedly overwhelm even the most seasoned cultivators of the Foundation establishment's latter stages. Wen Bugue, no matter how formidable, could not possibly reach such heights. After all, he was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement. There exists a limit to every cultivator's strength, and it was inconceivable that Wind Bugue could achieve this. It seemed evident that the assailant could not have been Wind Bugue. This was the most reasonable assumption. Despite the world being replete with prodigies, even the mightiest must eventually encounter their limitations. For a qi refinement practitioner facing this scenario, mere survival would be deemed a stroke of fortune. To hope for a counterattack was simply fanciful. Even Su Rumei and the Shadow found themselves wavering, wishing to maintain their expectations of Wind Bugue. Yet, maintaining hope does not equate to embracing absurdity. The scene was simply too outrageous. However, as these thoughts crossed their minds, a cultivator lingering at the back suddenly revealed a pearl with an expression of sheer astonishment. So, this is the inner core of the spirit beast, drained of all its spiritual energy. Curious gazes turned toward him. The speaker was a lowly 3rd-level qi refinement cultivator, who had previously remained silent and timid, joining the caravan merely to accompany them to Yunxiao City. Yet now, he held aloft a perfectly transparent, rounded pearl, the inner core of the spirit beast, rendered nearly valueless due to its depleted energy. Though of little significance, he handled it with utmost care, fearing even the slightest damage. What seemed a trivial matter at first now captivated the attention of all present. Where did you acquire this inner core? Su Rumei inquired, urgency lacing her voice. Others followed suit, their gazes fixated on the humble cultivator. For this inner core bore the unmistakable aura of the white bear that now lay before them. Just moments ago, they had debated who could have slain the 3rd-tier spirit beast and the prodigy Ji Xiaoming, only to now find a lowly qi refinement cultivator in possession of its essence. The revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Before the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the young cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement was visibly anxious. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he stammered, This was cast aside by Senior Feng. I have never encountered such an object, so I picked it up. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, no one seemed to care about his discomfort, for all were left in a state of shock by his revelation. Could it truly be that Feng Bugue was the one responsible for the kill? How could that be? Yet, if it were not for Feng Bugue, where would this inner core have come from? But, how could he possibly possess such power? Regardless of how it was achieved, the fact remained that he was indeed the one behind it, beyond dispute. The astonishment was palpable in the eyes of everyone present. Even the leader of the Guangxing gang, Mao Xingxing, wore an expression of disbelief, unable to argue or refute the evident truth. The reality lay stark before them. All of this was indeed the doing of Feng Bugue. The formation, I was shattered by him. The lives taken were his doing. With a single stick, he had silently assisted the entire convoy in averting a catastrophic crisis. And yet, they had dared to doubt whether it was Feng Bugui's handiwork. It was utterly shameful. Gratitude to fellow Taoist Feng for intervening and aiding Wanbao Tower in overcoming this crisis. Su Rumei expressed her thanks sincerely. While the crowd remained in a daze, Su Rumei had already approached Gu Xiu's carriage, bowing politely. As a golden core cultivator, she ought not to demean herself in such a manner, yet she chose to lower her stance at this moment. No one could voice dissent. In fact, others quickly followed suit, stepping forward to apologize. Senior Feng, I was blind and foolish to doubt you. One exclaimed, I spoke recklessly before. I hope you can forgive me. Another added, I was disrespectful earlier. I implore you not to hold it against me. In that instant, the area before Gu Xiu's carriage became lively. Almost all who had previously questioned or belittled him now approached to express their apologies. Even Mao Xingxing, who had been the most critical, stood before Gu Xiu, drenched in sweat, bowing deeply. Amongst cultivators, none could be deemed foolish. Perhaps Gu Xiu's entry into the Dao was not particularly remarkable, and perhaps his cultivation level was not exceptionally high. Yet, to unravel the Qingzhou Kunlong formation, to slay so many formidable opponents despite being outmatched. Each of these feats, accomplished by Gu Xiu, signified that he was certainly not to be trifled with, not to be offended. Though the means by which Feng Bugui achieved all this remained a mystery, at that moment, it hardly mattered. Even if he had employed some extraordinary methods, it only underscored his exceptional nature. It further implied that should he desire to take their lives, it would likely be as effortless as eating or drinking. The members of the Guangxing gang trembled in fear, their hearts racing in terror. The Frenzied Victory Alliance is comprised entirely of a gathering of Qi refining period cultivators. They have managed to grow increasingly powerful despite their meager strength, not only due to their adeptness at uniting fellow Qi refining practitioners, but also because they possess a keen understanding of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Their audacity to raise prices in front of the Wanbao Tower stems from their awareness that the tower would not resort to violence over trivial matters. Yet, the situation with Feng Bugui is markedly different. This individual is a rogue cultivator, a solitary figure of extraordinary and enigmatic strength. Being a rogue implies a lack of backing or support, yet it also signifies a freedom from restraint and concern. Should he so desire, he could wreak havoc without a second thought. Naturally, he could execute those who dared to insult him without hesitation. At that moment, Mao Xingxing was filled with regret, realizing that his intention to assert dominance had backfired, as he inadvertently kicked against an immovable object. Fear gripped him, worried that Feng Bugui might harbor resentment. As he witnessed his companions apologizing while their carriage remained unyielding, Mao Xingxing gritted his teeth and retrieved a pile of spirit stones from his storage ring, hoping to mitigate his misfortune through wealth. However, before he could approach, someone acted even more swiftly. Fellow Taoist Feng, I was once misguided and attempted to attack you, but I am grateful to the timely arrival of Manager Su, which enabled me to return to my senses. These spirit stones represent my savings over the years. I beseech you to overlook past grievances and grant me the opportunity to make amends. This was Ren Qing, a Foundation establishment cultivator from Wanbao Tower, who had previously harbored ill intentions toward Gu Xiu's storage bag, but had lost a finger when Su Rumei intervened. While Mao Xingxing had merely been disrespectful in words, Ren Qing had aspired to commit murder and theft. Initially resentful of Su Rumei's strictness, he now found himself pale and trembling, his legs threatening to cramp in terror. This was a person who had already slain several Foundation cultivators. What could he possibly do to defend himself if he were targeted? Apology was imperative. Seeking forgiveness was essential. With Ren Qing as the vanguard, the other reckless Qi refining cultivators, who had previously disdained Gu Xiu, quickly followed suit, generously offering their resources in hopes of winning the favor of the white-haired rogue. This scene left Su Rumei utterly astonished. She had prepared gifts for Feng Bugui to cultivate a friendship, but now, with this unexpected turn of events, she questioned whether her offerings would even be worthy. It appeared that in order to befriend Feng Bugui, she would have to make a more substantial sacrifice. Meanwhile, in a cavern deep within the Tianqi mountain range, the figure of Nian Shaoxi had already made his appearance. Here lies the cave where Gu Xiu and Yi Hongling once sought refuge, the very ground where Gu Xiu vanquished his foes beneath the moonlight. Chapter 42. The Stunning Sword. The Assembly of Qing Xian. After several days, the cave previously cleared by Gu Xiu had accumulated a thin layer of dust. The remains of the 3 cultivators slain by Gu Xiu and Yi Hongling had vanished without a trace. However, Nian Chaoshi was still able to deduce the circumstances of that time through the residual marks left in the cave and her own divination skills. The junior disciple had fled here with his companion, seeking refuge in the cave to recuperate. That individual appeared to be an injured cultivator, originally at the early stage of Foundation establishment. But for reasons unknown, be it injury or poison, his cultivation could not be fully exerted. 3 pursuers had tracked them to this very spot. Contemplating this, Nian Chaoshi felt a pang of concern and swiftly approached the entrance of the cave. Upon careful examination, she made a sudden discovery. On the stone wall, there was an exceedingly faint trace, mere droplets of splattered blood, due to the passage of time. The marks had become extremely tenuous and could easily be overlooked by an untrained eye. Yet, Nian Chaoshi, through this subtle evidence, gleaned a crucial clue. This was the place where her junior brother had intercepted a formidable foe. The adversary had attempted to enter the cave, but had been struck down by Gu Xiu, shattering their vital points and extinguishing their life force. This technique was the stunning sword. It was the swordplay known as the stunning sword, self-created by the junior brother 5 centuries prior. Suddenly, Nian Chaoshi was filled with exhilaration. From the faint traces of blood, she recognized the origins of this sword technique, which Gu Xiu had indeed crafted 500 years ago, graceful as a startled swan, and as fluid as a wandering dragon. The stunning sword, which Nian Chaoshi had witnessed Gu Xiu perform 5 centuries ago, appeared deceptively simple, a single strike to vanquish the enemy. But in truth, it was extraordinarily challenging. It required the compression of spiritual energy into a singular point, unleashing a devastating force capable of overpowering adversaries. When Nian Chaoshi first beheld this sword technique, it was truly breathtaking. For this sword demanded not just skill but also profound experience in combat, allowing one to anticipate the enemy's moves and precisely identify vulnerabilities to strike decisively. Reflecting on her initial astonishment upon witnessing this swordplay, Nian Chaoshi felt a wave of nostalgia. Her junior brother had once been akin to a celestial being, remarkably gifted and resplendent. Yet, her joy was soon rekindled, for the re-emergence of the stunning sword signified that her conjecture was not in vain. Her junior brother had indeed resumed his path of cultivation. Although he had not yet returned to his former pinnacle, he had shattered the shackles that bound him. Moreover, in comparison to 500 years ago, the stunning sword seemed to have evolved further in its refinement, with its force unyielding and its essence undissipated, even penetrating the adversary's vital points without leaving a mark on the stone wall. This was the realm of subtlety. This iteration of the stunning sword had reached the stage of great achievement. Unable to contain herself, Nian Chaoshi clenched her fists. There was no better news than this. Gu Shidi has regained his cultivation. This signifies that when he returns to the Qing Xian sacred land, both master and junior sisters will no longer harbor the biases they once had against him. Until now, Nian Chaoshi has been fervently wishing to bring Gu Xiu back to the sacred land, hoping to restore everything to its former state. However, the question lingers. Can they truly return? Deep down, Nian Chaoshi possesses an inkling of the truth, yet she dares not dwell on it, nor does she wish to. Gu Shidi is being pursued alongside others. The pressing matter at hand is to locate Gu Shidi. She cannot allow anything to happen to him. With her thoughts collected, Nian Chaoshi promptly resumed her divination. Moments later, she exited the cave and hastened towards a specific direction. Just as she stepped out, a sudden buzzing emanated from the sect's jade pendant on her person, signaling an urgent summons from Master Guan Shuilan for her return to the sect. Previously, Nian Chaoshi had been called back, but this time, she merely furrowed her brow and with a flick of her finger, silenced the pendant. She had no intention of returning to the sect. Instead, she pressed on towards her pursuit. Since her recent experience with the Tianji reincarnation mirror alongside Qin Moran, Nian Chaoshi had made her decision. Find Gu Xiu. Bring him back. There could be no further delay. She could not bear to witness Gu Xiu suffer. Nor could she allow her negligence, due to sect affairs, to place him in peril and leave her with lifelong regret. As for the urgent summons, Nian Chaoshi understood that this was likely not a significant matter concerning the sect. By calculating the time, She deduced that it was probably related to junior brother Jiang Qinxuan's sword, which had been completed and required her enhancement. If it were earlier, she might have hesitated. But now, it was merely a matter of enhancing a sword. While it could become stronger with her enhancement, it would not be rendered useless without it. Moreover, junior brother Jiang was a sensible individual. During their time in the sect, he had shared a close bond with Gu Xiu. If he were to learn that she was seeking Gu Xiu and could not assist him, he would surely understand. With this thought, Nian Chaoshi finally cast aside any lingering doubts. She quickened her pace and once more pursued Gu Xiu's trail. Gu Shidi, wait for me. Please, do not come to harm. Meanwhile, as Nian Chaoshi continued her pursuit of Gu Xiu, in another part of the Qingxian sacred land, within the main hall of the sect, Guan Xuelan, who had been anxiously awaiting a response from the communication jade tablet, suddenly wore a grim expression. The several senior sisters below, upon witnessing her demeanor, felt a weight in their hearts. Yet, the fearless junior sister Lu Qingyao promptly inquired, Master, what did the senior sister say? When will she return? Not speaking of it would have been better, but once the topic arose, Guan Xuelan's expression instantly grew increasingly grim. Your senior sister has severed my urgent summons and will not return. What? Observing Guan Xuelan's demeanor, everyone sensed that something was amiss, yet they merely assumed that Nian Chaoshi was too far away to make it back in time. Little did they expect that the senior sister would actually resist the supreme summons. What could the senior sister possibly be occupied with at such a critical juncture? The little junior's divine weapon is on the verge of completion. Could there be anything of greater importance? Is there a misunderstanding? The senior sister does not strike me as the type to act this way. I recall that the senior sister and the little junior had a good relationship. Could it be that something unfortunate has transpired? Otherwise, she would undoubtedly rush back. Several disciples below voiced their concerns, their brows furrowed. This time, the Qingxian sacred land had mobilized its entire strength. Not only were the third senior sister Su Wanqing, the fifth senior sister Qin Moran, and the little junior sister Lu Qingyao present, but even the typically reclusive fourth senior sister, Shi Siling, and the sixth senior sister, He Mingyun had arrived. Aside from Nian Chaoshi, who was away, and the second senior sister still engaged in forging the divine weapon, the core members of the Qingxian sacred land had essentially gathered. Listening to the women speak, Guan Xuelan's countenance darkened further. What else could it be but because of Gu Xiu? Gu Xiu, Su Wanqing, Qin Moran, and Lu Qingyao seemed to grasp the situation. Yet the fourth senior sister Shi Siling and the sixth senior sister, He Mingyun, remained clueless. Upon hearing Guan Xuelan mention Gu Xiu, they suddenly recalled that they indeed had a junior brother by that name and curiously inquired, what has happened to Gu Xiu? Has he committed some misdeed? However, once Lu Qingyao revealed that Gu Xiu had already left the sect and was no longer a disciple of the Qingxian sacred land, both women were taken aback. Gu Xiu has signed the renunciation of sect spirit contract and departed? He actually withdrew from the sect? When did this happen? Gu Xiu had left the sect for over a month, yet this span of time, to most cultivators, was less than the duration spent in seclusion. These two senior sisters had been engrossed in their closed-door training and were entirely unaware that such significant events had transpired in the outside world. They directed their inquiries towards Qin Moran, as she was a talisman master and well-read, capable of providing clarity on many matters. Yet this time, Qin Moran found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 43. The Severance of the Scarlet Sky Sword and the Seven Luminaries' Thunder Tribulation during this period. Qin Moran found herself in a lamentable state. She struggled to enter a meditative state and was unable to concentrate on her studies in the art of talismans, as her mind was perpetually occupied with thoughts of Gu Xiu. She was troubled by memories of Gu Xiu's past and wondered whether he had encountered any misfortunes during his prolonged absence from the sect. This feeling was one she detested, yet it clung to her relentlessly. Even when she resolved to do nothing and simply sleep, her dreams were still haunted by visions of Gu Xiu, causing her considerable torment. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, or at least that was how she perceived her feelings. However, when faced with the inquiries of her two junior sisters, she found herself at a loss for words. Fifth sister? Moran. The others inquired with curiosity, only to see Qin Moran shake her head. I have not been well lately. I shall let the junior sister explain, she replied. I'll take it from here. Lu Qingyao interjected eagerly. This is something I understand best. Let me enlighten you. My esteemed sisters. She began recounting the events that had transpired. Naturally, Her impression of Gu Xiao was exceedingly poor. Even though she had once glimpsed many scenes of his past through the Tiangong reincarnation mirror, her heart had softened for but a fleeting moment. However, after a few days had passed, her resolve had hardened once more. As she spoke, she could not help but embellish the tale, infusing it with her own biases. In her narrative, Gu Xiao transformed into a petty, scheming individual, consumed by jealousy towards Jiang Qian and harboring a grudge against them. In a fit of misguided cleverness, he attempted to use the sect abandonment pact to threaten their master and the sect itself, only to be summarily expelled by Quan Shuelan. In conclusion, Lu Qingyao declared, "In any case, Gu Xiao brought this upon himself. To play mind games with our master was indeed a misstep. His departure is a blessing for our Qin Xian sacred ground. It is simply outrageous that, even after leaving, he still resorted to underhanded tactics to deceive our senior sister." No one dared to counter her words. Listening to this account, both Shi Ling and He Ming Yun could not help but furrow their brows slightly. The notion that Gu Xiao had taken the sect abandonment pact and left the sect, while the senior sister searched for him despite defying their master's orders, was hard for them to comprehend. However, they thought, if Gu Xiao had left, why would he still seek to harm the junior brother? Surely, the senior sister must understand the gravity of the situation. Without her support, what would become of the junior brother's Dao sword? Since Gu Xiao had severed ties with the sect, it was time to part ways amicably without further entanglements. Should Gu Xiao's actions jeopardize the junior brother's affairs, he would bear full responsibility. Neither of them expressed a shred of regret over Gu Xiao's departure. Rather, they voiced their disdain with palpable animosity. After all, Gu Xiao was merely an inconsequential waste, and while his departure from the sect was surprising, this was hardly the moment for astonishment. At this moment, the sword of the junior disciple Jiang Jin is on the verge of completion, and it is crucial that they exert their utmost efforts to assist in its enhancement. Indeed, that Gu Xiao is a pernicious being, causing significant harm to others. Such a person ought to swiftly meet their demise to prevent further suffering. Lu Qingyao, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo Ran's expression shifted dramatically. However, when she turned to observe, she was taken aback to find that the other several sister disciples merely frowned slightly, remaining indifferent. Even their master, Quan Shuelan, bore a stoic countenance, as though they found no fault in Lu Qingyao's words. What is going on? Qin Mo Ran stood in a daze, her heart suddenly sensing that this should not be the case. These individuals before her seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Just then, Master Quan Shuelan's gaze swept over Mo Ran. What troubles you? The disciple. Qin Mo Ran opened her mouth. Lu Qingyao laughed heartily. The fifth junior sister must be pondering if there exists any talisman to summon misfortune upon Gu Xiao, hastening his demise, right? This. Qin Mo Ran bit her lip, wishing to refute, yet under the scrutiny of her sister disciples, she found herself at a loss for words, ultimately nodding. I did indeed think that. Do not concern yourselves with Gu Xiao, Quan Shuelan admonished, furrowing her brow. Since he has already departed from the sect, he shall endure the tribulations that await him. If you were to truly take action to end his life, how would our Qin Xian sacred land maintain its dignity? Though scolding, there was not a trace of anger in her tone. Previously, Qin Mo Ran might have deemed this all as normal. However, for reasons unknown, she felt increasingly that something was amiss. It seemed as though everyone should not be behaving in this manner. Thunderous roars suddenly reverberated, causing all present in the hall to brighten with realization. Stepping outside and gazing upward, they beheld dark storm clouds swirling ominously above, with all the thunder clouds rapidly converging upon a crimson spiritual peak belonging to the second senior sister. The second senior sister's weapon forging peak. The divine weapon forged by the second senior sister is complete, summoning the heavenly tribulation. This thunderstorm is no trifling matter. The weapon the second senior sister has crafted this time is likely at least a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact, given the second senior sister's prowess. Combined with the abundant resources at our disposal, there is a possibility it may exceed a mere terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they hastened towards the weapon-forging peak, eager to witness the miraculous artifact the second senior sister has crafted for Jiang Jin. However, in contrast to the others' eager rush, Qin Mo Ran lagged behind, her brow furrowed in concentration. The sixth senior sister, He Mingyun, who had a more reclusive nature, also fell behind. Noticing Qin Mo Rant's distracted demeanor, she became curious. Sister, what occupies your thoughts? Nothing. I am not thinking of anything. Qin Mianran shook her head repeatedly, acutely aware that He Mingyun was still gazing at her. Biting her lip, she ultimately could not restrain herself from saying, I just suddenly recalled that 500 years ago, the second senior sister seemed to have forged a sword for Guxiao. Are you referring to the Qishao sword? He Mingyun inquired, intrigued. Indeed, that is true. At that time, Qingxian sect was not as affluent as it is now, and the second senior sister's skills were not sufficiently refined. In the end, it amounted to merely a yellow-grade artifact. Yes, a yellow-grade artifact. I remember that when Guxiao returned 3 years ago, that sword was already in ruins, wasn't it? Qin Mianran could not help but ask. It appears so, He Mingyun nodded. What of it? Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. Ever since the Qishao sword was damaged, it seems Guxiao has not acquired any new artifacts, has he? Qin Mianran murmured, unable to contain her thoughts. He Mingyun appeared perplexed, replying, he is merely immortal. Why would he need any artifacts? To expend energy crafting one for him would be a waste, wouldn't it? Waste. These two mundane words, when heard, sent a shiver through the depths of Qin Mianran's heart. Junior brother. Junior brother. At that moment, shouts echoed from ahead. Turning her head, she saw several junior sisters had already arrived at Qiming Peak. Jiang Sun, who had been in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation, was also drawn out by the thunderclouds. Upon seeing this junior brother, He Mingyun's face unexpectedly broke into a smile, quickening her pace. Even Qin Mianran instantly cast aside her peculiar feelings regarding Guxiao. Regardless of Guxiao's circumstances, he remained incomparable to junior brother Jiang. A rare scene of festivity unfolded in the sacred land of Qingxian. A group of senior sisters surrounded Jiang Sun, who remained courteous and immensely likable. This sight elicited a smile from Guan Shualan, though it quickly faded. She recalled the disobedient eldest disciple, Nian Chaoshi, and her good mood was soured. That wretched girl. When she returns, I shall ensure she is properly punished. And as for Guxiao, if he truly returns to the sect in desperation, I shall decree he reflect on his actions at the cliff of reflection for 3 years. No, 30 years. Lost in these thoughts, bolts of lightning began to descend, amidst which a magnificent long sword, resounding with the roar of a dragon, soared upward, bathing in the tribulation while emanating an overwhelming aura. This is the 7 solar thunder tribulation. It truly is the 7 solar thunder tribulation, although it has not reached the legendary 9 solar level. The artifact forged by the second senior sister this time is already a heavenly grade treasure. It should be a heavenly grade artifact. Incredible. This is astonishing. With this heavenly grade sword, junior brother, your combat prowess will ascend to new heights. If we all lend our support, this sword will become even stronger. The crowd exclaimed, and Jiang Sun's face radiated with uncontainable joy. The magical artifacts are classified into the realms of heaven and earth, the profound and the mundane, along with celestial treasures that cannot be forged by human hands. Among these various tiers, they are further divided into 4 subcategories: divine, path, spirit, and law. The term heavenly grade alone signifies the immense power of this sword. Although it is merely a heavenly artifact, it is, nonetheless, a sword, augmented by the blessings of my esteemed master and senior sister. This sword is destined to become a weapon of unparalleled might that will instill fear across the world. Just as I pondered this, the 7 luminary tribulations came to an end. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy converged instantaneously upon the dragon's roar sword. The tribulation was successfully traversed. A heavenly grade artifact has been forged. At this moment, I noticed the second senior sister of the artifact crafting master had flung the long sword towards me. Junior brother, do not delay in dripping your blood to acknowledge your bond. Thank you, second senior sister. I swiftly accepted the sword, understanding that this was a critical moment, and immediately began the process of blood recognition. Once I successfully acknowledged my bond, I could present the sword to my master and senior sisters for their blessings, transforming it into my own legendary weapon. The process unfolded seamlessly. After all, a newly forged, unclaimed divine weapon is inherently more receptive to blood recognition. In no time at all, I established a connection with the dragon's roar sword. However, Just at the moment when the acknowledgement was complete and smiles blossomed on the faces of my senior sisters and me, a terrifying bolt of black lightning descended from the already concluded clouds of the 7 luminary tribulations, striking towards me with a chilling ferocity. Junior brother, Jiang Sun. The nearby Guan Shuolan and the senior sisters were startled, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. Almost instinctively, I relinquished the dragon's roar sword from my grasp. Yet, the black lightning, moving with astonishing speed, struck the freshly forged dragon's roar sword in an instant. The next moment, the sword erupted with a piercing wail. Chapter 44. The 7 Luminaries' Fortuitous Calamity? This is divine retribution. Jiang Sun, junior disciple, are you all right? Jiang Sun's status within the Qingxian Holy Land is indisputable. At this moment, the sudden anomaly of the 7 Luminaries' thunder calamity prompted several senior sisters and Master Guan Shuolan to act immediately. A group of individuals surrounded Jiang Sun protectively. Each of them possessed formidable strength, particularly Master Guan Shuolan, a supreme being at the great ascension stage. Her power could be rightly described as unparalleled in the world. However, their protection seemed superfluous, as the dark lightning showed no interest in Jiang Sun whatsoever. Instead, it fixated on the recently forged and recognized divine artifact, the dragon's roar sword. Bolt after bolt of black lightning struck it. With every strike, a surge of overwhelming power erupted, and the dragon's roar sword could only emit mournful wails, its body trembling violently as if it would shatter at any moment. This is dreadful. How could this be happening? If this continues, the dragon's roar sword is in grave danger. What should be done next? The scene left the onlookers in a state of uncertainty. The might of the black thunder was so overwhelming that it seemed capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, instilling fear in all present, who were utterly at a loss for what to do next. Even Guan Shuolan, a great ascension supreme, felt an unsettling sense of anxiety in the face of this black lightning. Jiang Sun appeared the most distressed, having just performed a blood oath to claim the sword. He could distinctly sense that the dragon's roar sword was at its limit. If this persists, the sword will be destroyed. He could only plead, Master, I sense the dragon's roar sword is crying out. It can barely hold on. Guan Shuolan glanced at the terrifying black lightning and then at her beloved junior disciple, gritting her teeth and preparing to intervene. However, at that moment, second sister Wei Qi Chunlei obstructed Guan Shuolan, saying, Master, please do not interfere. This is a tremendous opportunity for our junior disciple, a rare chance that comes but once in a millennium. What? At her words, all eyes turned to Wei Qi Chunlei. She was the second sister of the Qingxian Holy Land, possessing the most unremarkable appearance among the 7 sisters, with a tall and muscular physique that made her resemble a formidable beast despite being a woman. Moreover, she was the most powerful of the 7 sisters, boasting cultivation at the void refinement stage, exuding immense strength. Furthermore, she possessed unparalleled talent in artifact forging, having already reached the pinnacle of mastery in this craft. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Wei Qi Chunlei's eyes sparkled with fervor and excitement. Our junior disciple is blessed with profound fortune. This is not merely the 7 Luminaries' thunder calamity. It is the 7 Luminaries' fortuitous calamity, a once-in-100 years event. The 7 Luminaries' fortuitous calamity? What is this phenomenon? The crowd was left perplexed. Yet they heard Wei Qi Chunlei declare, the 7 Luminaries' thunder calamity is exceedingly formidable, yet in the world, all things possess both yin and yang. Peril often accompanies opportunity. This 7 Luminaries' fortune calamity is indeed the greatest of chances. This calamity is intertwined with the 7 Luminaries' thunder calamity, but it can only manifest in places of profound fortune. Once it appears, its might is irresistible, and others must not interfere, otherwise they shall inevitably be tainted by the power of this thunder calamity. We need only observe the unfolding events, for once the magical artifact transcends this fortune calamity, tremendous benefits shall ensue. Firstly, it will allow for the early birth of artifact spirits, which require extensive nurturing time, making them even more powerful. More importantly, the rank of the magical artifact itself may ascend once more. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing with dread. Heavenly-grade treasures can already give rise to artifact spirits, but this is an exceedingly lengthy process that demands various means of nurturing to render them formidable allies. Now, however, Should they successfully navigate this thunder calamity, they will bypass that arduous journey and directly give birth to an artifact spirit, not to mention the prospect of ascending in rank. This Dragon's Roar sword is already a heavenly grade artifact, unmatched in strength. Although it is the weakest among heavenly grade artifacts, it remains extraordinarily powerful. Should it ascend further, might it not become a heavenly grade spirit artifact, or even a heavenly grade Tao artifact? If so, this sword would surely rank among the mightiest treasures here, a veritable ancestral heirloom. This truly is an extraordinary opportunity. Our junior brother is indeed blessed with fortune, encountering such a once-in-a-thousand lifetimes chance. The name of this Dragon's Roar sword will undoubtedly resound through the heavens. A chorus of senior sisters began to speak. Their earlier expressions of worry now transformed into joy. Yet some remained somewhat anxious. Sister, what if it fails to transcend this calamity? Fail to transcend this calamity? Wei Chi Chun-Lei laughed heartily. That is an impossibility. Our sect is steeped in fortune. This 7 luminaries fortune calamity only arises when great fortune is at hand. And each time it appears, barring any changes in fortune, the likelihood of failure is almost non-existent. Her words completely eased the minds of the crowd. Given this assurance, they settled into a patient wait. However, as the tea brewed, some began to frown. Sister, why does it feel as though this thunder calamity is taking an eternity to conclude? This is a good sign, Wei Chi Chun-Lei smiled. The 7 luminaries fortune calamity is inherently a fortune calamity. The longer it lasts, the more benefits it will yield. The crowd nodded and resumed their vigilant waiting. Yet, after a stick of incense had burned, they frowned again. Sister, is this duration not too prolonged? Moreover, I sense that the aura of the Dragon's Roar sword is diminishing. Well, the time does seem rather lengthy, and as for the aura weakening, that is somewhat normal, Wei Chi Chun-Lei replied. The birth of an artifact spirit is inherently challenging. It requires a situation of life and death before rebirth. Let us exercise a bit more patience. The crowd nodded once more, steeling themselves to wait. However, the ensuing moments. As the hours passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, when the sky had completely darkened and the night deepened, the crowd could no longer contain their anxiety. The so-called 7 luminaries blessing catastrophe had not yet dissipated. Even Wei Chi Chun-Lei found it increasingly difficult to maintain her smile, her brow furrowed in distress. This is impossible. Why is this happening? The 7 luminaries blessing catastrophe should have concluded by now. Observing her mutter anxiously, her fellow sisters began to share her concerns, their gazes frequently darting towards the longing sword. Yet, alas, the ominous black lightning obscured all visibility, rendering the situation of the longing sword within the tribulation a mystery. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned to see their junior brother, Jiang Sun, in a state of utter disarray, clutching his head and shaking it frantically. Junior brother, what has happened? Are you all right? The sisters instantly became flustered, with Su Wanqing swiftly producing a handful of elixirs to offer to Jiang Sun. But at that moment, Jiang Sun, racked with agony, suddenly spewed forth blood, expelling all the elixirs he had just been given. His vitality diminished to an alarming degree, as though he might slip away from this world at any moment. It's a backlash from the magical artifact. Quickly, seal his energy and cut off the backlash. Wei Chi Chun-Lei shouted. A backlash from a magical artifact? How could this happen? Confusion enveloped the others, but now was not the time for contemplation. They noticed that as Wei Chi Chun-Lei spoke, the black lightning seemed to shift toward Jiang Sun. Being skilled practitioners, they immediately sprang into action to sever the connection of his energy. Their master, Guan Shuolan, moved with remarkable speed, striking several points on Jiang Sun's body in quick succession. Finally, they managed to tenuously sever the link between Jiang Sun and the longing sword. However, despite their swiftness, a tendril of black lightning still struck Jiang Sun, causing his entire body to convulse violently. As the last remnants of that black lightning dissipated, the once elegant and refined Jiang Sun now lay in a state of utter ruin, his body charred and his essence gravely weakened. He was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Following the loss of its target, the black lightning began to dissipate rapidly, vanishing entirely within moments after having raged for several hours. The crowd looked on in disbelief as the newly forged celestial-grade artifact, the longing sword, lay shattered, a mere heap of scrap metal, devoid of any spirit. Just moments after its birth, this celestial-grade artifact met its untimely demise. All were left in a state of bewilderment. However, on the other side, Wei Chi Chunlei was now filled with sheer terror. I misinterpreted what I saw. This is not the 7 luminaries' fortune tribulation. It is the 7 malevolent thunder. This is divine retribution. Chapter 45. The blessing of our sacred land. A crisis emerges. Heavens, divine retribution? Once these words escaped from Wei Chi Chunlei's lips, the core members of the Qing Xian sacred land present froze in their tracks. The concept of divine retribution has existed since ancient times. After all, cultivators draw upon the opportunities of heaven and earth, seizing the fortunes of the celestial way. If one can receive the blessings of the heavenly path, there must also be the possibility of being forsaken by it. However, such notions are mere folly. The so-called divine retribution is but a curse uttered by the vanquished. How could such a thing truly exist in this world? As soon as Wei Chi Chunlei spoke, Guan Xuelon immediately reprimanded, "Hurry and save Jiang Sun." At her exclamation, everyone snapped back to reality, and upon looking at Jiang Sun, they were struck with alarm. The younger brother's aura was chaotic, his vitality waning. Quickly, we must save him. He has suffered a backlash from the blood sign treasure, and was struck by the heavenly thunder, leaving his meridians severely damaged. Sister Su, please, you must save him. Little brother, hold on. You must not let anything happen to you. The night that followed was tumultuous for the entire Qing Xian sacred land. A group of absolute core members frantically mobilized, sending vast quantities of miraculous elixirs and spiritual resources to the peak of the cloud-soaring mountain. Third Sister Su Wanqing devoted herself entirely to the healing process, while several other sisters, including the esteemed Guan Xuelon, joined forces, expending immense amounts of spiritual energy and effort in a desperate bid to save him. Finally, after an entire night of relentless effort and abundant resources, Jiang Sun was pulled back from the brink of danger. Fortunately, our timely treatment, combined with ample resources and your intervention, Master, has turned the tide. Otherwise, our little brother would have faced dire consequences this time, Su Wanqing remarked, perspiration on her brow. The backlash from the treasure was manageable, yet the most terrifying aspect was that strand of black thunder. It seemed intent on consuming Jiang Sun's very flesh and blood, an utterly horrifying force. Inside the Jiang Sun courtyard on cloud-soaring peak, Su Wanqing wiped the sweat from her forehead, her heart still quaking with unease. She had nearly failed. The strand of black thunder that had entered Jiang Sun's body bore an overwhelming power, wreaking havoc as if infused with an insatiable malice against him. Guan Xuelon shared her trepidation, fully aware that had she not achieved the level of a supreme being, she would have been unable to preserve Jiang Sun's life today. This realization cast a shadow over her expression as she glared intensely at Wei Chi Chunlei, demanding, "What on earth was that?" Wei Chi Chunlei, still somewhat dazed, instinctively responded to the inquiry, "Master, that was divine retribution." "Enough of your nonsense. Divine retribution is nothing but a figment of imagination. Moreover, Jiang Sun possesses great blessings. How could he possibly be entangled with divine retribution?" Guan Xuelon scolded. Wei Chi Chunlei snapped back to reality. Yet her heart remained heavy with regret. Originally intended to forge a sword for my junior disciple as a gift of a divine weapon, I never anticipated such an unfortunate turn of events. Not only was the longing sword destroyed, but my junior disciple also nearly lost his life on the spot. To make matters worse, the appearance of that black thunder signifies that Jiang Sun's fortune may have come to an end. Upon witnessing Wei Chi Chunlei being reprimanded, the other senior sisters immediately inquired, "Sister, could you elaborate? You previously mentioned something about the 7 malevolent thunder. What is that?" "Indeed, sister, what exactly is happening?" This inquiry stemmed not only from a desire to ease the tension, but also from genuine curiosity regarding the unfolding circumstances. The 7 malevolent thunder is an entity that both complements and counters the 7 luminaries of fortune. If one asserts that the 7 luminaries of fortune manifests only when great destiny is at hand, then the 7 malevolent thunder emerges solely in the presence of dire misfortune. Wei Chi Chunlei pursed her lips, acutely aware that Guan Xuelon was on the verge of fury, and promptly continued, "I understand that Master does not believe in the concept of fortune, but to speak candidly, Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe. However, I am utterly certain that this is indeed the seven malevolent thunder. The seven luminaries of fortune represents a tremendous opportunity. Even in failure, one's life remains unscathed. In stark contrast, the seven malevolent thunder, while appearing similar to the seven luminaries of fortune, is insidiously lethal. Once it manifests, it is a fight to the death. This explains why such tribulations can endure for several hours, with even the slightest trace of its power nearly claiming my junior disciple's life. The more Wei Chi-chun-lei spoke, the darker Guan Shuolan's expression grew. Why did you not perceive this earlier? She demanded. Wei Chi-chun-lei lowered her head. Well, I too did not anticipate that our revered Qing Xian sacred land, a haven of fortune, would be plagued by such a phenomenon. As she spoke, Wei Chi-chun-lei clenched her teeth. Master, this matter is of grave importance and must be taken seriously. Do you believe that I do not take it seriously enough? Guan Shuolan retorted. Wei Chi-chun-lei shook her head. No, what I mean is that it is not merely my junior disciple's injury at stake, but rather, why our Qing Xian sacred land is facing divine retribution. Guan Shuolan's expression darkened even further, but before her wrath could manifest, Wei Chi-chun-lei interjected. I know that Master has always been skeptical of notions of divine punishment, yet this matter is of utmost importance. It is better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. Our Qing Xian sacred land has always enjoyed the protection of fortune, allowing us to accomplish our endeavors with ease. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be impossible for us to encounter the likes of the seven malevolent thunder. Yet now, its presence within our sect and its aggression towards our disciples indicate that our sacred land's fortune is undoubtedly compromised. As for the eldest sister, she should possess the most insight regarding this matter, should she not? It was only at that moment that Wei Chi-chun-lei realized her eldest sister, Nian Chaoshi, was absent. However, the mere mention of Nian Chaoshi caused Guan Shuolan and the other senior sisters to grimace. Regarding the matter of fortune, your eldest sister indeed once discussed it with me, Guan Shuolan remarked, furrowing her brow. Oh, a glimmer of hope illuminated Wei Chi-chun-lei's eyes. Could the senior sister have a solution? However, no elaboration was provided. What? Guan Shuolan's expression remained frosty. She merely stated that our sect's fortune is dissipating, leaving the sect behind. What? Wei Chi-chun-lei felt as though struck by lightning. Why is this so? Did the senior sister say anything further? Your senior sister mentioned that it is due to Gu Xiu's use of the abandoned sect spirit contract, which led to his departure from the sect. Guan Shuolan replied coldly. Gu Xiu? The abandoned sect spirit contract? Leaving the sect? Wei Chi-chun-lei was utterly bewildered. Having been preoccupied with forging divine weapons for Jiang Sun, completely unaware of this matter. The other senior sisters also displayed expressions of shock. Is there such a thing? Yet, before anyone could gather their thoughts, Guan Shuolan sneered. As cultivators, we inherently defy the heavens. The notion of fortune and heavenly retribution is utterly absurd. Even if this matter were true, do you genuinely believe that Gu Xiu's departure would cause our Qing Xian sacred land's fortune to dissipate and invite heavenly wrath? That seems somewhat reasonable. Guan Shuolan had already turned away, commanding, notify everyone that the Qing Xian sacred land will continue to gather treasures from across the world. Since this forging of divine weapons has failed, we shall try again. Next time, we shall utilize even more abundant resources and superior treasures. I refuse to believe in such so-called heavenly retribution. Will they dare to come again next time? Meanwhile, as Jiang Sun's recently acquired celestial-grade artifact had barely warmed in his hands before becoming useless, and he himself had nearly met the same fate elsewhere. Within the Wanbao Tower merchant caravan of the Tianqi mountain range, Gu Xiu was meticulously examining a long sword, entirely black as ink, devoid of any discernible aura. Su Rumei smiled as she introduced, this sword is named Luiying. Although it is merely of the earth grade, its uniqueness is remarkable, rivaling even the earth grade Dao artifacts. Su Rumei's description was rather limited, as she herself did not possess extensive knowledge about this sword. However, such details were unnecessary. Upon seeing the Luiying sword, Gu Xiu felt an overwhelming shock surge within him. In the dream of 1,000 years, he had previously encountered this sword, and this sword transcended the celestial grade, being an unparalleled divine weapon. A celestial grade divine sword. Chapter 46. The Shadow of the Celestial Artifact. Fortune approaches. It is widely acknowledged that the celestial realms, represented by the concepts of heaven and earth, delineate the hierarchy of treasures, with the higher tiers exhibiting greater strength. At the pinnacle lies the divine tier, known as the celestial grade. However, such treasures are exceedingly rare. For reaching the celestial grade requires not only the prowess of the artifact smith, but also the favor of the cosmos, an abundance of fortune, and the harmonious convergence of time, place, and people. The celestial grade artifacts are indeed a marvel seldom witnessed in a millennium. Countless master artisans dedicate their lives to the pursuit of crafting such treasures, and even achieving the creation of but one during their lifetime would etch their name in history, ensuring their legacy endures eternally. Thus, the celestial grade is often heralded as the mightiest weapon in existence. Yet few are aware that beyond the celestial grade, there exists an even more formidable tier, the immortal grade. Artifacts of this caliber transcend the capabilities of any mortal smith. They are truly creations of the cosmos, existing beyond the realm of craftsmanship. Even the most skilled artisans cannot forge such items, their origins and destinies shrouded in mystery. What is certain, however, is that all immortal grade artifacts possess the terrifying power to obliterate heaven and earth, sever paths, and vanquish immortals. Before us lies the Shadow Sword, presented by Tsurume. This blade is indeed of the immortal grade. Gushio had once glimpsed this sword within a timeless illusion, bearing witness to its prowess as it washed away the mundane and slaughtered saints, vanquishing the supreme. Yet, despite its status as an immortal weapon, this sword appears to have suffered unimaginable damage, rendering it incapable of unleashing its full potential. Were it otherwise, it would not have been offered by Wanjun Tower as a mere earthly treasure. Nevertheless, even in its diminished state, this sword remains extraordinary. More importantly, it holds the promise of restoration. However, it seems that although this sword indeed originated from Wanjun Tower, it ultimately did not fall into Jiang Sun's possession, as he spent thousands of years restoring its former glory. Why then has it appeared so soon, now in my hands? Gushio pondered, slightly astonished. Yet, this surprise was fleeting. The sword was destined to be his, and its early acquisition saved him considerable effort. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Tsurume, saying, "Thank you, Manager Su. Ha ha ha. I hope fellow Taoist Feng does not despise this sword." Tsurume chuckled heartily. The gratitude should be directed towards Wanjun Tower. Were it not for you, fellow Taoist Feng, the previous Qingtian dragon binding formation would have caused us significant losses, perhaps even annihilation. I noticed that you seem to lack a suitable weapon, so I offer this sword as a token of our goodwill. Since Rinqing led the way in offering apologies, Gushio had received numerous gifts over the past few days, with spiritual stones being the most common. Several artifacts and spiritual instruments also found their way to him, creating a considerable dilemma for Tsurume. After all, the potential of Feng Bugue was unquestionable. Both his strength and his prowess as an array master made him someone Wanjun Tower needed to befriend. With so many gifts being presented, she wished to cultivate a relationship. Yet she could not merely reciprocate with ordinary items. Finally, she steeled herself. Let us simply bestow this shadow sword upon him. Coincidentally, this sword was recently acquired by the Wanbao Tower, originally a serendipitous find of a downcast rogue cultivator who intended to auction it off. At that time, Tsurume perceived something extraordinary about this sword and refrained from placing it in the auction. Instead, she offered something irresistible to the rogue cultivator, seizing the sword to study it meticulously in the future. Now, it serves well as a gift for Feng Bugue. Moreover, her offering encompasses more than just the shadow sword. I have observed that in recent days, friend Feng has garnered considerable affection, accumulating numerous spiritual stones and herbs. It seems that a breakthrough in his cultivation is imminent, and the foundation of his establishment is just around the corner. Conveniently, I possess a celestial grade foundation establishment pill, which I shall also present to my friend, as a preemptive congratulations on his forthcoming foundation establishment. The Celestial Grade Foundation Establishment Pill. This is a coveted elixir sought after by countless chi refining stage cultivators. When consumed during a breakthrough, it not only enhances the probability of success, but also solidifies the foundation for the establishment, elevating future potential. Merely this single pill holds a value of 100,000 spiritual stones. Su Rumei's gift is indeed of great significance. Guxiao is not a fool. He comprehends Su Rumei's intentions and does not decline this generous gesture, graciously accepting the Foundation establishment pill, saying, "Thank you, Manager Su, for your kind gift. Should I require assistance in the future, feel free to send word." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Rumei's face. "In that case, I shall not intrude upon friend Feng any longer. We shall arrive at Yuntian City in 3 days." With that, Su Rumei took her leave. She is a perceptive individual, aware of when to advance and when to retreat. There is no need to express everything in overly utilitarian terms, since Guxiao is willing to make a promise. Her objective has been achieved. You are already a golden core cultivator, while he is merely a rogue cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. Although his formation and strength are somewhat exceptional, he remains as feeble as an ant, and such politeness is unnecessary, is it not? The shadow inquired curiously. Knowing that Su Rumei had been racking her brain over the past few days to select a gift for Feng Bugue, yet now she presents it without stipulations, appearing somewhat at a disadvantage. However, Su Rumei shook her head. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters the wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Such individuals may soon require our reverence. It is far better to treat them as friends than as foes. Require our reverence. You hold him in such high regard? The shadow asked, astonished. Not merely high regard. Su Rumei glanced back at the carriage. I have employed the blessing source divination technique upon him. The shadow was taken aback. Su Rumei, possessing golden core strength, excels not solely due to her cultivation, but through her cunning. She is adept at forming friendships and alliances with influential figures, never provoking those beyond her means. Each individual she treats sincerely possesses an extraordinary background or potential. Many assert that her success is merely a stroke of luck. Yet, the shadow had followed Su Rumei for many years and was acutely aware that her success was not merely a stroke of luck. Rather, it stemmed from her possession of an extraordinary ability that was rare among ordinary individuals. She had a unique sensitivity to the elusive and enigmatic source of fortune, along with a method to probe into the fortunes of others. The company she kept was comprised solely of those blessed with abundant fortunes. When she mentioned having employed this technique on Guxiao, the shadow could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, "What do you perceive of this person's fortune?" "Very formidable." "Very formidable?" The shadow remained puzzled until Su Rumei elaborated. "In simple terms, this individual's fortune is the most profound I have encountered in my entire life." "What?" The shadow's eyes widened in astonishment, and even more surprising was Su Rumei's subsequent remark. "Moreover, this person not only possesses deep fortune, but what? But he is enveloped by a torrent of fortune. I can vaguely discern an immense and unparalleled force of fortune continuously flowing towards him." In that instant, the shadow was utterly astounded. Just then, a gentle breeze stirred, and Guxiao opened the car window, settling back into a meditative posture within the vehicle. Though the shadow lacked any probing technique for fortune, in a moment of reverie, she perceived a faint, ethereal rainbow radiance emanating from the heavens, ceaselessly approaching Guxiao. At that moment, she noticed something curious. "What is Mu Xingxing up to?" The shadow was slightly taken aback, for she observed Mu Xingxing of the Xing Sheng gang stealthily making his way towards Guxiao's vehicle. Su Rumei also furrowed her brow slightly. Mu Xingxing had previously made several disparaging remarks towards Feng Bugue and had subsequently schemed to ingratiate himself, but Feng Bugue had not responded. Now, with his furtive demeanor, was he perhaps intending to take action against Feng Bugue, to plot against him? However, just as the two were consumed by their curiosity, they witnessed Mu Xingxing knock on Guxiao's car door. Shortly thereafter, he produced one tome after another of martial arts manuals from his storage ring and handed them inside. Chapter 47. Each seeks their needs. All methods return to the source. Friend Feng, behold, these are the martial arts manuals I have prepared for you, all from the reserves of our fierce god gang. Of course, their quality may not be remarkable. Primarily, we are unable to part with the higher tier techniques. As for these manuals, yes indeed. Friend Feng, you are exceedingly courteous. The prior incident was a blunder on the part of our fierce victory gang. Your ability to overlook past grievances is a tremendous honor. How could I possibly accept your spirit stones? Please peruse at your leisure. I shall take my leave now. And should any other manuals become available, I will certainly procure them for you. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Su Rumei and the shadow, Mao Xingxing bowed and nodded profusely before turning to depart from Feng Bugui's carriage. Yet, his countenance was lit with exhilaration, flushed with joy. This display piqued the curiosity of Su Rumei and her companion, prompting them to extend their consciousness to eavesdrop. They soon overheard Mao Xingxing rallying a group of scattered practitioners from the Fierce Victory Gang, instructing them, "Spread the word. Check if there are any other martial arts manuals that have yet to be submitted. Ensure everything is retrieved. None. Then go find them. Regardless of the type of manual. I want them all gathered. By the way, we are nearing Cloud Sky City. Send word ahead for our brothers to procure all manner of martial arts manuals in the city." "Any manual will do?" someone inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, any will suffice," Mao Xingxing affirmed. "Friend Feng has stated, whether high tier or not, we shall accept all that come our way. Gather as many as possible." Su Rumei and the shadow exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. It seemed that Feng Bugui was in search of martial arts manuals. This was comprehensible, considering that though the origins of Feng Bugui were unclear, as a scattered practitioner, he would find these sect-exclusive techniques exceedingly rare. However, the notion of accepting anything and everything was perplexing. Logically, one would assume that acquiring a single high-tier manual would suffice. Why seek them all? What was his intention? Within the carriage, Gu Xiu was acutely aware that Su Rumei was observing this scene. Yet, he remained indifferent, or rather, this was by design on his part. This time, Gu Xiu had garnered significant benefits. In addition to a wealth of spirit stones and the pills and shadow blade offered by Su Rumei, his greatest acquisition lay in the realm of martial arts. Having unraveled the secret of the wordless ancient tome, Gu Xiu understood what he most urgently required, not merely the resources for cultivation, but also more potent martial arts manuals. The path of cultivation emphasizes not only innate talent, but also the importance of resources, companions, techniques, and environment. With the assistance of the ancient tome, Gu Xiu has acquired the innate sacred resonance and the supreme Tao bone, enabling him to cultivate at an accelerated pace and unlock greater potential in the future. However, mere talent is insufficient. It must be complemented by sufficiently powerful cultivation techniques. After all, Gu Xiu's dantian is vast. While this is a symbol of strength, allowing him to wield the prowess of a 7th-tier Qi refinement cultivator, combined with the experience of 500 years of battling in forbidden zones to slay Foundation establishment practitioners. The expansive nature of his dantian also hampers his advancement speed, making it considerably slower than that of his peers, no matter how extraordinary his talent. It cannot entirely compensate for this drawback. Thus, there exists only one alternative, to supplement his efforts with higher-tier, more formidable cultivation methods. This path proves to be a dead end for loose cultivators, as it signifies that the traditional legacies of common sects and noble families hold no relevance for them. And acquiring a high-level cultivation technique is beyond the reach of an ordinary loose cultivator. Yet, Gu Xiu is different. He possesses the wordless ancient tome, which allows him to enhance any technique under its influence. Moreover, he can seamlessly integrate various methods, enabling him to perpetually practice an assortment of techniques, facilitating their continual evolution and ultimately growing ever more powerful. While excellent techniques are rare, mediocre ones abound, especially with the support of Mao Xingxing and his Wild Victory Gang, composed of loose cultivators. When Mao Xingxing came to apologize, Gu Xiu expressed his desire for some techniques, offering to purchase them with spirit stones. That very day, Mao Xingxing presented him with 5 techniques, 3 mediocre ones lacking tiers, and 2 yellow-tier techniques. With the assistance of these 5 techniques, Gu Xiu successfully transformed the Xianting Void scripture within his dantian into the Tianlu Heart Sutra, although the tier remains modest. Having merely advanced from a low-level Xiantier technique to a mid-level Xiantier technique, it is evident that the integration of techniques becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Nevertheless, the enhancement is significant. The Tianlu Heart Sutra accelerates his cultivation speed at least 2-fold compared to the previous Xianting Void scripture. Moreover, just moments ago, Mao Xingxing prepared over 10 additional techniques for Gu Xiu. He is confident that further integration will elevate the tier of his techniques once again. As for the deliberate display intended for Su Rumei, Gu Xiu has his own considerations. Her interest in befriending him due to his talent, and her eagerness to bestow treasures upon him, compels him to be generous and showcase his abilities further. Wealth, companionship, and the pursuit of the Tao, where companionship extends beyond the narrow definition of romantic partners to include allies and like-minded individuals. As a loose cultivator, Gu Xiao is reluctant to seek companions or join any faction or sect, but this does not imply a life devoid of interaction with others. At the very least, some fundamental connections must be made. Some resources for cultivation and materials required for practice necessitate finding someone to procure them. Moreover, the existence of ancient texts without words prompts Gu Xiao to seek a plethora of skill manuals. He does not mind establishing a connection with the Wanbao building, as both parties could benefit. However, if such a connection is to be made, he must at least demonstrate his prowess and potential for collaboration. At this moment, Gu Xiao remains unaware that Su Rumei is secretly probing the Fuyuan technique, nor does he realize that his standing in her heart has already reached its zenith. Patiently, he begins to transcribe the newly acquired skill manuals onto his nameless ancient texts, continuously merging them. This scene, as anticipated, unfolds before the watchful eyes of Su Rumei and Shadow. Ever since witnessing the numerous skill manuals Mu Xingxing gifted to Gu Xiao, they have been observing him closely. As they see him peruse these manuals one after another, a sense of intrigue arises within them. What is he doing? If I am not mistaken, he should be cultivating a mysterious tier technique. Why then does he seek distant pursuits instead of mastering this? It seems his previous sect was merely a minor one, with techniques of only the mysterious tier. Nonetheless, it should not have led him to practice inferior arts. Shadow, unable to contain herself, shakes her head in disbelief. She only observes Gu Xiao examining the commonplace techniques provided by Mu Xingxing, perplexed by his intentions. However, after a while, noticing that Su Rumei has not responded, Shadow turns her gaze toward her, only to find Su Rumei staring wide-eyed at Gu Xiao, her expression a mixture of astonishment and shock. In her beautiful eyes, an expression of disbelief is evident. Suddenly, Su Rumei turns to Shadow, exclaiming, "Have you noticed that Feng Bugui's cultivation technique is changing?" Changing? Shadow, puzzled, re-evaluates Gu Xiao. Yet, with Su Rumei's hint, she too cannot suppress her surprise. High-tier mysterious technique? Have I misjudged? Or did he not just execute this technique? No. His technique has altered again. Although it remains high-tier mysterious, it seems even more potent than before. Furthermore, why does his new technique bear some resemblance to the manuals he just examined? What is happening here? Abruptly, Shadow falls silent, and a startling hypothesis strikes her, causing her scalp to tingle and cold sweat to trickle down her back. Turning her head, she sees Su Rumei regarding her with a similar look of realization. "What have you deduced?" Su Rumei inquires. Shadow swallows hard. "I thought of a term that only appears when depicting immortals." "What is it?" 10,000 techniques. All techniques return to one. Chapter 48. He may be the greatest opportunity of our lives. The phrase "all methods return to their origin" elicited an immediate look of astonishment from Su Rumei. Indeed, the Shadow's thoughts mirrored her own. As the ancient sages proclaimed, all methods return to the Tao, which encompasses the celestial, terrestrial, and human paths. This Tao can also be regarded as the pathway to immortality. This expression has always been subject to numerous interpretations. The concept of all methods returning to their origin has never been witnessed. Regardless of one's profound cultivation or remarkable capabilities, no one has ever achieved this return to the origin. While some extraordinary individuals may create their own techniques, and some sages may evolve their methods, such exceptional beings are exceedingly rare, and none can genuinely be labeled as having returned to the origin. The current situation with Feng Bugui illustrates this perfectly. He has swiftly mastered some newly acquired texts and comprehended their essence in a remarkably short time, further able to integrate them into his own techniques and evolve them into even more formidable practices. Su Rumei was uncertain whether this constituted a return to the origin, but she understood that this individual's future accomplishments would likely surpass all imagination. "I may have previously misspoken. This person may not be someone we aspire to look up to." A bittersweet smile crossed Su Rumei's face. His future achievements may render it impossible for us even to glimpse his back. Remarkably, despite her previous reluctance to fully acknowledge Gu Xiao's merits, the Shadow remained silent this time, merely nodding in quiet agreement. She could no longer refute the obvious. The path to enlightenment, mastery of formations, ability to defeat foes across realms. and profound fortunes. Each of these aspects makes it abundantly clear just how immense this person's potential truly is. Now, if one were to add the aspect of returning to the origin, then Feng Bugui's potential could be deemed absolutely unparalleled. Such potential, concentrated within a single individual. Could it not signify an existence that would be beyond their reach in the future? What an extraordinary being this is. Observing his demeanor, it is evident that he has emerged from some prestigious sect or noble clan. It is perplexing how such a figure could have been overlooked. It is utterly foolish. The shadow expressed her sentiments as Su Rumei smiled, regardless of which sect or noble clan he has departed from. One thing is certain, he must be at his lowest point now. Oh, what do you mean? What I mean is, Su Rumei cast another deep glance at Gu Xiao in the carriage. Although I have previously stated that it is better to embellish upon the already prosperous than to provide aid in times of need. This was merely due to the inadequate rewards from such aid. However, if it were Feng Bugui, my thoughts would be singular. What is it? The shadow inquired with curiosity. Su Rumei replied, Fortune seeks the perilous. Without hesitation, Su Rumei promptly commanded that Wanbao Tower begin gathering various techniques and manuals. In contrast to the scattered cultivators led by Mo Xingsheng, the presence of the Wanbao Tower is undoubtedly extraordinary, and Su Rumei's demands are considerably elevated. We must gather every available cultivation method, encompassing both the Xian and Huang tiers. As for the D tier, I shall confer with the Tower Master. Regarding the Tian tier, we shall remain vigilant. Should it manifest, we must secure it without hesitation. The shadow expressed no dissent, yet was taken aback when Su Rumei set her sights on the elusive Tian tier cultivation methods. Su Rumei then remarked, Shadow, I have an uncanny premonition. The shadow inquired, What premonition? Su Rumei cast her gaze once more towards the carriage, now shuddered, and with bright eyes declared, This individual, Feng Bugui, could very well be our greatest opportunity in this lifetime. The ensuing 2 days unfolded smoothly. With the distance to Yunshao City dwindling to less than a day's journey, the members of the caravan gradually relaxed. Over this period, they encountered several petty bandits, primarily scattered cultivators seeking fortune, alongside those masquerading as cultivators while committing heinous acts of violence and theft. However, upon sighting the grand banner of Wanbao Tower and sensing Su Rumei's formidable golden core aura, these ruffians would promptly flee, even when confronted by golden core experts along the route. After all, they were nearing Yunshao City, where Wanbao Tower held significant influence, without the confidence to decisively eliminate foes. No one wished to provoke this formidable entourage. Despite the journey proceeding without incident, just as the caravan was on the brink of arriving at Yunshao City, Su Rumei, who was busy orchestrating affairs for their imminent arrival, suddenly furrowed her brow. There are powerful beings watching us nearby, the shadow conveyed telepathically. Su Rumei also frowned. Can you discern their cultivation level? Unknown, but undoubtedly superior to us, the shadow replied with a hint of tension. At the very least, they are at the late golden core stage, possibly even Yuan Ing experts. Are they friend or foe? Su Rumei inquired. A palpable killing intent is accumulating, yet they have not made a move. Hence, it seems they prefer we do not interfere. Su Rumei promptly commanded, Instruct the caravan to proceed swiftly. Soon, the caravan resumed its normal pace. Along the way, a group of cultivators engaged in light-hearted banter, discussing where they would unwind after their arduous journey. Their cultivation levels were insufficient to perceive the lurking figures, but Su Rumei and the shadow felt a persistent unease, as if they were traversing perilously close to danger, with an imminent threat looming. Fortunately, as the caravan made significant progress, the hidden observers appeared to retract their attention. It seemed they had passed the perilous zone. I sensed a disturbance in the surrounding mountains. It appears someone has employed a certain secret technique, likely executed by that hidden expert, Su Rumei remarked. Hush. Let us not discuss matters irrelevant to us. Understood. Both Su Rumei and the shadow exhaled in relief, yet before they could fully relax, a sudden exclamation caught their attention. A sudden soft gasp broke the silence. Almost immediately, a figure shrouded entirely in a black cloak emerged unexpectedly amidst the convoy. Who dares to intrude upon our procession with such audacity? 2 guards, sensing the disturbance, prepared to take action. However, before they could do so, Su Rumei swiftly intervened, blocking their path. She then inclined her body slightly towards the cloaked figure, saying, I am Su Rume, the steward of Wanbao Tower. May I inquire why you have halted our convoy? If you require something, please do not hesitate to express your needs. Though her smile remained intact, an unsettling tension gripped her heart, for she and the shadow had discerned the figure's formidable cultivation level, a nascent soul. This formidable individual, cloaked as if to conceal their identity, intensified her unease. Fortunately, the nascent soul cultivator refrained from making any immediate moves. Instead, they scanned the convoy and inquired, I wish to ask if there is anyone here well-versed in formations? A moment of stunned silence ensued, as almost instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards Gushio's carriage. Thankfully, Su Rume reacted promptly, responding, Senior, you jest. We are merely an ordinary merchant convoy, unworthy of possessing a formation master. However, should you require assistance, we could find a skilled formation master for you upon our return to the city. The nascent soul cultivator frowned, evidently displeased with her reply. After scrutinizing the convoy for a while, they reluctantly shook their head, preparing to depart. Yet, just as they were about to leave, the cultivators suddenly gasped in astonishment. Their gaze fixated on a specific carriage, revealing hints of disbelief and even a trace of fear. Seeing where the figure's attention lingered, Su Rume's heart tightened. For the object of their scrutiny was none other than the carriage housing Feng Bugue. Just as her apprehension peaked, the nascent soul cultivator spoke again, the person inside. Step out and allow me to see you. At this proclamation, the atmosphere grew tense, and within Gushio's carriage, there was not a hint of movement. Chapter 49. 500 years have passed, yet you still dare not strike against me? At this moment, half an hour's journey away from the Wanbao Pavilion convoy, Nian Chaoshi halted her pace, her eyes filled with urgency as she surveyed her surroundings. According to the divination, her junior brother should be nearby. Why had she not encountered him after all this time? Her face was etched with anxiety. For several days, she had relied on the art of divination to trace Gushio's whereabouts, though it seemed that Gushio had some celestial concealment, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. Nevertheless, Nian Chaoshi had not entirely lost track of him. However, this relentless pursuit had only deepened her sense of foreboding. Along her journey, she had witnessed numerous battlefields, severed limbs, and countless corpses in pools of blood, intensifying her concern for Gushio's safety. Although she had confirmed in that cave that he had regained his cultivation, even managing to wield his self-created sword technique, the question remained, how long had it been since he restored his powers? Without the support of spiritual stones, even if he had begun to regain his strength, he could not be very formidable. In such perilous terrain as the Tianqi Mountains, unforeseen dangers lurked at every corner. Gritting her teeth, Nian Chaoshi pressed forward. Junior brother, wait for me. Please do not perish. Your elder sister will come to rescue you swiftly. Meanwhile, within the Wanbao Pavilion convoy, the sudden demand from the nascent soul cultivator caused the atmosphere to stiffen. Senior, Su Rume hurriedly stepped forward. If you have any guidance, please share it with me. You? Get lost. Before Su Rume could finish her words, the nascent soul cultivator let out a cold snort, unleashing a terrifying force that struck Su Rume as if struck by lightning. She staggered back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. This was the might of the nascent soul. The disparity in cultivation levels was immense. A mere grunt was enough to severely injure her. Yet, how could Su Rume retreat at this moment? Ignoring the blood at the corner of her mouth, she stepped forward once more, bowing respectfully. Senior, I harbor no intention of offense. Wanbao Pavilion has always refrained from engaging in conflicts among cultivators. The individuals within our carriage are esteemed guests. If you have matters to discuss, please do not hesitate to state them. Should I be able to assist you, I will certainly do my utmost to help. Her words, though courteous, held a firm stance. The nascent soul cultivator could discern the underlying message in her words, yet his gaze remained fixated on the carriage where Gushio resided. Could it be him? That individual from 500 years ago? A fleeting sweep of his consciousness had revealed a familiar aura that sent a shock through his heart. But that person had entered a realm of no return 5 centuries prior, had he not? Moreover, if he were truly alive, his cultivation could not possibly be so low. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the nascent soul expert took a step forward once more and declared, "You shall step out." A terrifying pressure emanated from the nascent soul stage, bearing down on the carriage, causing it, inscribed with intricate runes, to tremble violently. At that moment, The entire convoy was engulfed in a state of panic. The might of the nascent soul was not to be trifled with. Many cultivators of lower realms collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with anxiety, while even those at the Foundation establishment stage turned pale, daring not to breathe. Senior, Su Rumei gritted her teeth, wanting to speak further, but the nascent soul practitioner coldly interrupted. If you utter another word, I shall slay you here. Upon hearing this, Su Rumei spat blood again and staggered back. However, she quickly regained her footing, biting her lip with a glint of determination in her eyes as her consciousness subtly probed into her storage ring. Within lay a formidable weapon, one that could slay even those in the late Golden Core stage, though she was uncertain of its efficacy against the formidable nascent soul before her. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary nascent soul. His strength was immense, and his aura incredibly stable. Yet, despite this, Su Rumei made her decision. She would protect Feng Bugue, even at the potential cost of great sacrifice. Just then, a calm voice emerged from within the carriage. If you wish to see me, come before my chariot. What? The crowd was momentarily stunned, incredulous at Feng Bugue's audacity. A nascent soul expert desires to see you, and you refuse to approach, instead demanding the expert come to you? What absurdity is this? But what astonished them further was Feng Bugue's subsequent question. Could it be that you are afraid? Madness. Everyone felt that Feng Bugue had lost his mind. This was a nascent soul expert. Such a figure could establish their own sect. And even among the esteemed families of the sacred lands, they were beings beyond ordinary comparison. Yet here was Feng Bugue, daring to provoke such an existence? To suggest that this powerful being was afraid. To their surprise, however, the nascent soul expert did not erupt in fury but instead regarded Feng Bugue with a wary suspicion. Asking, is it truly you? He refrained from stepping forward, seemingly unwilling to lower himself. Yet, witnessing this scene, Su Rumei couldn't shake the illusion that this nascent soul expert might genuinely fear the person within the carriage. Inside the carriage, Gu Xiu remained unperturbed, replying, "It is I. How did you end up here?" The nascent soul expert questioned, his skepticism evident. "And what of your cultivation level?" "Guess," Gu Xiu responded once more. "I guess." The nascent soul expert frowned, clearly filled with confusion, yet he remained rooted in place, unwilling to approach recklessly. Once again, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In such an atmosphere, onlookers dared not even breathe, yet their hearts were already filled with astonishment. Who is this Wen Bugue, who knows a powerful nascent soul being? Moreover, this entity can even instill fear in a nascent soul master. Who is this enigmatic figure, shrouded in mystery? And what of Wen Bugue, who is he? At that moment, Gu Xiu spoke again. That young lady employed a secret technique of her sect, did she not? Young lady? The crowd was bewildered. Indeed, the nascent soul master replied, seemingly unfazed, nodding slightly. Do you know her? I do. We have traveled together. Are you intent on rescuing her? The nascent soul master inquired with a hint of caution. Gu Xiu replied, no. This is quite unlike your usual meddlesome nature. The nascent soul master expressed skepticism, his gaze increasingly wary. Gu Xiu responded calmly, one bows and pays respects. As the slaughter of sheep teaches us that all things are but fleeting clouds. Fleeting clouds, you say? The nascent soul master pondered, allowing his vigilance to ease slightly. He glanced at the caravan and then at Su Rumei. Yet, that singular glance sent chills down Su Rumei's spine, making her scalp tingle. She realized her preparations had been discerned. This individual saw through her desperate intent with that single gaze. It was both a warning and a mockery, a caution against rash actions and a derision of her futile attempts to shake the mighty tree. What of your senior sisters? They don't seem the type to part ways with you, the nascent soul master queried. Gu Xiu merely raised an eyebrow, maintaining his silence while gazing at the nascent soul master with clear, tranquil eyes. Yet this very calmness made the nascent soul master uneasy, as if Gu Xiu had penetrated the depths of his being. Why do you stare at me so? He could not help but ask. Gu Xiu shook his head. Let them depart first. You wouldn't want others to know your identity, would you? Very well, the nascent soul master nodded, turning his gaze to Su Rumei. She was reluctant to leave. However, confronted by the gaze of the nascent soul master, she ultimately sighed in resignation. She bowed to the two, saying, You two elders may reminisce. This young lady shall not intrude further. Elders, we shall wait for you ahead. The latter remark was, of course, directed at Guxiao. She refrained from mentioning Wind Bugue's name, knowing it to be an alias, fearing it might bring about unnecessary complications. Guxiao noticed this as well, offering her a reassuring smile. This smile brought her some solace, prompting her to lead the caravan onward, yet her mind was resolute. She would seek assistance. Swiftly, she would call for reinforcements. Though she knew not the origins of Wind Bugue, nor the nature of the relationship between these two, one thing was certain: they were certainly not allies. As the convoy receded into the distance, the nascent soul powerhouse could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "So, you have yet to answer me regarding your group of senior sisters?" Lu Dongshan. The nascent soul cultivator was momentarily taken aback, as Lu Dongshan was indeed his true name. Yet, he heard Guxiao respond, "You wish to make a move against me, but are uncertain whether I am concealing my true capabilities. In truth, there is no need for such probing. Lu Dongshan was caught off guard, his genuine thoughts laid bare, leaving him momentarily flustered. He then noticed Guxiao's penetrating gaze as he continued, "It has been 500 years. Could it be that after such a lengthy period, you still lack the courage to act against me?" These words struck like a sharp blade, tearing apart the veil of modesty that enveloped Lu Dongshan. Suddenly, his aura surged violently, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Guxiao, as though he were on the brink of transforming into a ravenous beast ready to pounce. Chapter 50. The Immortal Support. Dongshan transforms. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of the nascent soul ascended from Lu Dongshan. The nascent soul is not to be insulted. To insult it is to invite death. 500 years prior, Lu Dongshan had already attained the realm of the nascent soul, and although he had yet to break through, he had achieved the pinnacle of perfection within that realm. Not to mention, he had once been a prodigy. To him, ordinary nascent soul cultivators were akin to mere weeds. At this moment, this terrifying momentum surged forth, as if it could move mountains and sever rivers, freezing everything around as if time had stood still. Yet, this aura arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Moments later, all traces of it vanished entirely, leaving Lu Dongshan's form suddenly diminished. The fierce battle intent in his eyes ultimately transformed into frustration and regret. He bitterly smiled. "I, truly, am too pathetic." 500 years ago, Gu Xiaotian, gifted with extraordinary talent, was hailed as a transcendent immortal. He paved his path with the bones of prodigies, step by step, ascending to the heavens. Along this journey, some were slain by his sword, others retreated in defeat. There were even those who trembled with fear before ever making a move, lacking the courage to confront him. Lu Dongshan belonged to the latter. More than 500 years ago, he had fought against Gu Xiaotian, but witnessing Gu's blood-soaked azure robe and the brilliance in his eyes, alongside the fallen bodies of prodigies at his feet, Lu Dongshan retreated. He believed that retreating was a means of self-preservation, a step back to gain a broader perspective, a temporary withdrawal. Yet he forgot that in the great contest of the Tao, retreating even a single step meant losing the qualification to advance further. His invincible heart was shattered. For 5 centuries, Lu Dongshan made no progress. He had contemplated altering this fate more than once and lamented his earlier cowardice repeatedly. As the years passed, he thought he had regained his heart of the Tao, especially upon hearing that Gu Xiaotian had entered a perilous domain and had not returned. He felt liberated from that dreadful mindset. However, upon seeing Gu Xiaotian again, he found himself once more dominated by the fears of the past. Even though the Gu Xiaotian before him had undergone a tremendous transformation, the once radiant figure, akin to the blazing sun, now bore the marks of time. No longer exuding arrogance, no longer difficult to behold. Yet, he seemed to have become more composed. Despite his aura fluctuating at merely the 7th layer of qi refinement, Lu Dongshan felt an extreme sense of danger emanating from him. He sensed vaguely that any slight movement on his part could summon unimaginable calamity, perhaps even lead to his utter annihilation. "I dare not make a move against you." Lu Dongshan sighed, his eyes filled with desolation. "Could you enlighten me on your current cultivation level? Are you at the great ascension stage, or perhaps already a legendary immortal?" Neither. Gu Xiaotian shook his head. "Then what are you?" "The 7th layer of qi refinement." El Dongshan was momentarily stunned. "Is that true?" "Indeed," Gu Xiao replied with an unwavering calmness. Yet El Dongshan found it difficult to maintain his composure, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. How could this be possible? Gu Xiao shook his head in silence. How could it be possible? Indeed, even 500 years ago, he would never have fathomed such a possibility. By answering so candidly, do you not fear? El Dongshan's gaze sharpened slightly. That I might take advantage of your downfall and slay you? Would you? Gu Xiao inquired. I. El Dongshan fell silent. The sharpness in his eyes ultimately faded, and he managed a self-deprecating smile as he asked Gu Xiao, do you think I am laughable? It is lamentable, Gu Xiao responded. Lamentable? El Dongshan murmured, then bitterly chuckled. In truth, it is tragic. Indeed, it is tragic that a formidable nascent soul cultivator lacks even the courage to draw his sword. Even when he knows that his greatest foe has met with misfortune and his own realm has declined. Ha ha! El Dongshan erupted into laughter, but as the mirth continued, tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. He was enraged. He was unwilling to accept his fate. Yet he was also pitiable. Shaking his head, El Dongshan turned to depart. At that moment, his silhouette appeared increasingly desolate, whether in relation to the sworn enemy he had loathed for 5 centuries, the heart demon that had tormented him, or the schemes he had harbored in this very spot. All had been relinquished. The entirety of his being seemed to transform in an instant, desiring nothing, plotting nothing, seeking nothing. As he observed El Dongshan's retreating figure, Gu Xiao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Wait for me to challenge you. What? El Dongshan paused, then turned back in astonishment to look at Gu Xiao. What did you say? When I feel my strength is sufficient, I shall confront you. At that time, I wish for you to engage in battle with me, Gu Xiao declared, his tone tranquil, his expression unchanging. Yet, those words rendered El Dongshan utterly speechless, his gaze fixated on Gu Xiao, his face a mask of incredulity. He wished for him to wait. He would also make himself wait. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Gu Xiao had already turned his back to him. Though a voice lingered, there are myriad paths in the great Tao. If one path proves impassable, simply choose another. Choose another? El Dongshan stood frozen in place. Boom. It was as if a mighty hammer had struck down upon a long rusted chain. In an instant, the chain shattered into countless fragments. And within the confines of those chains lay a once vibrant green sprout, now devoid of life and shrouded in dust. Yet, as the chains crumbled, alongside the lifeless sprout, a fresh tender shoot emerged, bursting forth into the sky. Above, the storm clouds rumbled ominously, yet countless creatures of the air and land did not flee. Instead, they peered curiously in this direction. Within El Dongshan's being, the already perfected nascent soul unexpectedly rose independently, making its way towards the consciousness Tao platform, ultimately merging into one. Transformation into the divine. This marked a complete and definitive entry into the realm of divine transformation. The state that had confined El Dongshan for 5 centuries began to loosen and advance following Gu Xiao's words. Divine transformation. Even the thunderclouds above churned ominously, clearly poised to unleash heavenly tribulations, signifying that El Dongshan's breakthrough was extraordinary and immensely powerful. However, as the heavenly tribulation gathered, El Dongshan did not concern himself with its impending danger. Instead, he deeply bowed to Gu Xiao and proclaimed, Gu Xiao, your enlightening words are forever etched in my memory. The utterance of Gu Xiao seemed akin to a celestial being bestowing wisdom, awakening him and illuminating his mind. He understood that Gu Xiao had no obligation to speak such words. They had been adversaries 5 centuries prior. Without Gu Xiao's intervention, he would have faded into dust, ultimately perishing in an unnoticed corner of the world. To the end, he would have been a laughable figure. The so-called kindness was merely fleeting, like smoke dissipating in the wind. Gu Xiao did not look back. He simply waved his hand and, after imparting those words, completely vanished from El Dongshan's sight. Yet, El Dongshan continued to gaze in the direction of Gu Xiao's departure, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. He could not comprehend what had transpired with Gu Xiao, but he could surmise that Gu Xiao must have encountered unimaginably profound changes, regardless of how one perceives it. To me, kindness is kindness, eternally unforgettable. El Dongshan bowed once more, then suddenly chuckled ruefully. This fellow has endured 5 centuries, yet his cultivation has diminished to a mere qi refining stage. How is his state of mind still superior to mine? Such a person, how could I ever compare? At that moment, A bolt of heavenly tribulation struck down, yet El Danshan appeared entirely unfazed. With a mere gesture, the first bolt of lightning dissipated instantaneously. Following this, the second and third bolts. When the thunderclouds finally cleared and his divine transformation cultivation was thoroughly solidified, El Danshan experienced only a slight depletion, with not a single injury on his body. He had once been a prodigy. He had once nearly possessed the qualifications to stand against Gu Xiao. Yet, just as El Danshan completed his tribulation and firmly established his cultivation, a figure, filled with heartfelt tears, finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Chapter 51. Deceiving the heavens. Ultimately ascending to the clouds. Is that you, Nian Chaoshi? Upon sensing the arrival of another, Lu Dongshan immediately raised an eyebrow. However, when he beheld Nian Chaoshi's hair, as white as frost, he could not help but frown. Is there something peculiar about those from the Qing Xian sacred land, that they all favor such pallid locks? Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he was met with Nian Chaoshi's piercing glare. You have seen Gu Xiao, haven't you? Indeed, Lu Dongshan replied. Nian Chaoshi hastily pressed on. Where is he? He isn't, just as Lu Dongshan was about to respond. He suddenly recalled Gu Xiao's earlier odd behavior and the anxious expression now etched upon Nian Chaoshi's face. A flicker of suspicion ignited within him. Nian Chaoshi continued to implore, speak quickly. Where is my junior brother Gu? Guess, Lu Dongshan shrugged. He remembered how Gu Xiao had also posed a similar question to him earlier, and now, returning the sentiment to his senior sister, felt somewhat vindictive. A small victory reclaimed. Perhaps. However, amidst Lu Dongshan's musings, Nian Chaoshi suddenly erupted with a terrifying force, raising her right hand and reaching out towards him. Instinctively, Lu Dongshan sought to flee. Yet, despite having recently broken through to the transformation realm and experiencing a surge in power, he found himself utterly powerless against Nian Chaoshi. As if an invisible hand had seized him by the throat, lifting him into the air. With a face etched in frost, Nian Chaoshi demanded, What I seek is an answer. Answer me. Where is my junior brother Gu? Though he was at her mercy and ought to plead for leniency, Lu Dongshan was no ordinary man. He scoffed defiantly, You foul woman, if you think you can pry words from me, you must still be lost in your dreams. Humph. Nian Chaoshi channeled her spiritual energy, tormenting Lu Dongshan further. Speak, or I shall make you. Her worry for Gu Xiao had rendered her impatient, and she was willing to resort to the most straightforward methods to uncover his whereabouts. Yet, the more desperate she became, the more arrogant Lu Dongshan remained. Though his heart was unburdened and his path of cultivation renewed, it did not strip him of the pride befitting a genius. He stood resolute in silence despite Nian Chaoshi's relentless pressure. Desperate to find Gu Xiao's trail, Nian Chaoshi relaxed her intimidation slightly, urging, Please, just tell me where Gu Xiao is. Where do you think he might be? Lu Dongshan retorted with a cold smirk. The speaker bore no malice. Yet the listener perceived intent. Nian Chaoshi's heart sank with a troubling suspicion upon hearing his words. Lu Dongshan harbored enmity towards Gu Xiao, having suffered greatly due to Gu Xiao's damaged path of enlightenment. 500 years without a single stride forward. Now, upon their reunion, what would he do? Moreover, your cultivation has already surpassed the transformation realm. In the fleeting moments of dawn and dusk, a profound turmoil enveloped Nian Chaoshi. Her eyes brimming with regret and sorrow. Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao. Could it be? Observing her expression, Lu Dongshan, already sensing something amiss, felt his suspicions solidify. The Qingxian Holy Land is in turmoil. Gu Xiao must be suffering because of the sect. No wonder. No wonder he spoke as he did. No wonder his demeanor remained so placid when discussing his most cherished master and senior sister, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This wretched sect, having struck such ill fortune, must have wronged Gu Xiao terribly. With this realization, Lu Dongshan let out a cold laugh. You have guessed correctly. Gu Xiao is my greatest adversary in this lifetime. I have been hindered by him for a full 5 centuries, and now that his cultivation has faltered, if I do not seize this opportunity to slay him, when shall I? It is indeed exhilarating. Once he is vanquished, my own cultivation shall break through immediately. Delightful indeed. Ha ha ha. Lu Dongshan's maniacal laughter resonated, unrestrained in its joy and elation. An immortal ascension, the successful transformation of the mind. Such bliss, such jubilation. Yet, Each peal of his laughter struck Nian Chaoxi's ears like a dagger, gradually carving into her heart. It was a visceral pain, a heart-wrenching agony. Even the hand that had firmly grasped Liu Dongshan could no longer tighten its grip at that moment. Liu Dongshan, undeterred by hesitation, took advantage of Nian Chaoxi's disarray, swiftly freeing himself from her grasp. Without a moment's delay, he stepped into the void, employing his escape technique, and vanished in an instant. By the time Nian Chaoxi regained her senses, it was already too late. She could only unleash a palm strike in vain. Alas, she ultimately failed to detain Liu Dongshan. Having fled over 100 miles, Liu Dongshan, upon revealing himself once more, could not suppress the spurting of blood from his mouth. Merely from a single strike, he was gravely wounded. This demonstrated the formidable prowess of Nian Chaoxi. Without regard for his own condition, Liu Dongshan hastily retrieved a wooden effigy. Swiftly performing a series of intricate hand seals, channeling an arcane force towards the effigy. Gu Xiu, that wretched woman possesses immense strength. Even I cannot withstand her. When you encounter her now, you will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and thus shall not repay kindness with enmity. Though I know not the nature of your grievances with that despicable sect, since you are unwilling to meet those from the Qingxian sect, I shall lend you my aid. As Liu Dongshan muttered to himself, the hand seals finally culminated in fruition. Gazing at the effigy, imbued with traces of Gu Xiu's essence, Liu Dongshan chuckled wickedly. Wretched woman, are you not adept at the art of divination? I shall see whether your divination outshines my art of deception. Break for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Dongshan shattered the effigy with a forceful palm. Having completed his task, a triumphant expression graced his face. Though Nian Chaoxi's divinatory skills were formidable, mastery of the celestial arts does not imply invulnerability to concealment. His reckless assault on the Tiansu mansion was not without its own stratagems. The smile was fleeting, and suddenly, Liu Dongshan's expression shifted slightly. Damn it, that little girl from the Tiansong mansion is still here. Gu Xiu, you scoundrel, you've betrayed me once again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nian Chaoxi, who had just employed the divination technique of Tianji to ascertain Gu Xiu's safety, was struck with a profound shock. As she sought guidance for Gu Xiu's fate, the augury revealed. Gu Xiu was dead. No, this cannot be. Junior brother Gu cannot have perished so easily. It must be a falsehood, a deception. Unwilling to accept this grim reality, Nian Chaoxi resorted to the divination once more, yet the outcome was invariably the same. Gu Xiu was truly gone. Junior brother Gu. Nian Chaoxi cried out in despair, hastily retrieving her Tianji reincarnation mirror. This mirror, perilous yet powerful, stirred a fierce determination within her. Junior brother, you cannot be dead. You simply cannot. As she performed the incantation, memories flooded her mind, and it felt as though a sharp needle was incessantly pricking her heart, driving her to the brink of madness. Had she truly arrived too late? With a cough, she expelled a mouthful of vital blood, her lifespan diminishing yet again. But the Tianji reincarnation mirror offered no revelation regarding Gu Xiu's fate. Instead, the image of a female general materialized. What is this? I saw Gu Xiu, yet the mirror shows me this person? Who is she? Is it possible that junior brother Gu is really dead? Confound it. Nian Chaoxi had no choice but to stow away the Tianji reincarnation mirror. At that moment, she felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, her demeanor utterly desolate. Her gaze wandered aimlessly, searching for even the faintest trace of Gu Xiu. Little junior brother, whether in life or death, your elder sister will find you. If you are still alive, regardless of how far you may be, I will surely locate you. If you have passed on, I will bring you back to the sect, clear your name, and honor your memory. As for Liu Dongshan, no matter where he fled this lifetime, I shall use his blood and flesh to commemorate you. After a thorough search, Nian Chaoxi found nothing connected to Gu Xiu. Instead, within a small formation, she discovered a female general seated in meditation, harmonizing with the mountains. Is this the guardian of Tiansong Mansion? By merging her life force with the mountains, to annihilate her completely, one must extinguish all vitality in this realm. This life-preserving technique is meant to thwart Liu Dongshan, but she is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Such a technique requires at least a golden core to wield. To stand against Liu Dongshan, it seems a golden core's life force must be sacrificed. Nian Chaoxi was puzzled, Yet her confusion was overshadowed by the devastating news of Gu Xiu's demise, leaving no room for anything else. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Nian Chaoshi suddenly froze. Was she the woman in the mirror? Moreover, she bore the aura of Gu Shidi. Meanwhile, as Nian Chaoshi sought ways to rescue Yi Hongling from the Tian's mansion, the Wanbeilu caravan, having awaited Gu Xiu's return to set forth once more, had already traversed a considerable distance before gradually coming to a halt. Gu Xiu remained within the carriage, continuing to meld his martial arts, while outside, the voice of Su Rumei resounded. Feng Daoyu, we have arrived at Yunxiao City. Chapter 52. I pondered how to eliminate Gu Xiu. The name of Yunxiao City is derived from an ancient poem. Once a traveler returns from rivers and seas, in the future, one may soar to the heavens. This city is a haven for loose cultivators, yet it is not as its name suggests, built high in the clouds. On the contrary, this fortress is nestled within a valley, surrounded by towering, ominous cliffs that reach for the sky. The air is thick with the presence of powerful restrictions, lending an aura of chilling terror to the city. Were it not for the name Yunxiao City, many first-time visitors might suspect that this place ought to be called the Hall of Yama. Within Yunxiao City, most inhabitants are loose cultivators, among whom are those who have betrayed their sects and families, now hunted down. As long as one adheres to the rules, they can receive protection from the city lord and fellow cultivators. Naturally, Yunxiao City is heavily guarded. Flying is prohibited. The use of cultivation is forbidden, at least. It must not be discovered, and there are no teleportation arrays within the city. Entry is permitted solely through the city gates, and a curfew is enforced. While the convoy awaited entry into the city, Su Rumei began to explain the city's regulations to Gu Xiu. However, mid-sentence, she abruptly halted, having noticed a fleeting complexity in Gu Xiu's gaze as he regarded Yunxiao City. Yet before she could inquire, Gu Xiu had already regained his composure, the intricate emotions in his eyes vanishing, replaced by an unchanging calmness, as tranquil as the wind, brushing past devoid of sorrow or joy. Let us proceed, Gu Xiu remarked. And to her astonishment, he stepped down from the carriage, hands clasped behind his back, and began walking towards the city. Su Rumei was taken aback and quickly called out, Friend Feng, wait. This is Yunxiao City. First-time visitors require guidance to enter, or they will trigger the city's restrictions. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xiu had already taken a gentle step forward, crossing into Yunxiao City. Su Rumei stood frozen. Gu Xiu had simply entered? He did not trigger the restrictions? No, there wasn't even a basic verification of the barriers. The allure of Yunxiao City for countless loose cultivators lies not only in its lord, but primarily in the formidable restrictions that safeguard it. For ordinary individuals, upon their first visit, they must obtain a guiding token at the city gates. Only then may they enter smoothly. Should one attempt to force their way in, they would invoke the city's grand formation, leading to their demise. Even with a guiding token, entry requires passing through a verification of the restrictions. At that moment, as Su Rumei had taken only a few steps, she was immediately halted by an invisible wall of air, only feeling the jade token at her waist grow warm before the unseen barrier dissipated. It was far from the ease with which Gu Xiu had traversed, unless the shadow beside her clearly harbored thoughts akin to Su Rumei's. It is rumored that the restrictive formation of Yunxiao City has a few individuals designated as eternal friends of the city. Those who enter can evade the scrutiny of Yunxiao City's restrictions. Could it be that Fengbu Gui is one of them? Who exactly is he? Meanwhile, as Su Rumei and the shadow speculated wildly about Gu Xiu's identity, far away atop the Qingshan's sacred land's Qiming Peak, a figure was lost in contemplation, staring blankly at a jade token. Senior sister, what are you doing? With your personality, it's surprising to see you in a daze, the curious junior sister Lu Qingyao inquired, tilting her head. What is this? Senior sister Wei Qi Chunlei snapped back to reality, offering a hearty smile. This is the entry token for Yunxiao City. Yunxiao City? The city of loose cultivators? Lu Qingyao pondered for a moment. Senior sister, have you been there? Indeed, I have. When was that? About 500 years ago. Oh, 500 years ago. I went there with Gu Xiu, Wei Qi Chunlei replied straightforwardly. However, the mere mention of the name caused Lu Qingyao, who had been sporting a playful smile, to suddenly wear a look of disdain. Senior sister, you're not actually thinking about Gu Xiu, are you? Indeed, I was. Wei Qi Chunlei scratched her head, nodding. Lu Qingyao pouted. What is there to think about such a person? A hopeless case, and a scheming one at that. Even mentioning him sullies my tongue. Junior sister, you misunderstand. Wei Chi Chunlei chuckled, shaking her head. When I think of Guxiao, it is not out of concern for him. Then what is it? I am pondering whether the sect's fortune has truly been taken away by him. Again with the sect's fortune? Lu Qingyao frowned. Senior sister, you can't possibly believe in that fortune nonsense, can you? It's all fabricated. Only the eldest senior sister believes in it. How can you fall for such tales? Junior sister, you do not understand. Wei Chi Chunlei shook her head. Lu Qingyao was dissatisfied and was about to speak when Wei Chi Chunlei continued. Though the existence of fortune cannot be proven, the notion of heavenly fortune is certainly not baseless. I believe there is a strong possibility that it truly exists. Just think, over the past 500 years, our sect has faced numerous crises and yet repeatedly turned misfortune into good fortune. And several times, it was merely by luck. Tell me, how can that be mere coincidence? That is because our sect stands united, with our sisters and master working together, which is our greatest strength. Lu Qingyao asserted. Wei Chi Chunlei asked. There must be a reason for this. Then what about the junior brother's dragon whisper sword breaking? Lu Qingyao found herself at a loss for words, for after all, her second senior sister was a grandmaster of weapon forging, undoubtedly possessing greater knowledge than her own. Nevertheless, she could not help but assert. But Master has said that the theory of fortune is merely a fallacy. As a transcendent being, she could not possibly be mistaken, could she? Indeed. While Master is a transcendent entity and the veracity of the fortune theory is debatable, have you considered, junior sister, what if this theory were true? What if the fortune of our Qingxian holy land has indeed been taken away by Guxiao? He wouldn't dare. Lu Qingyao's teeth clenched in fury, her face contorted with malice. If he truly had the audacity to do so, I would flay him alive, strip him of his skin, and bind his soul to a dog for eternity, forcing him to live as a mere hound. Yuchi Chunlei laughed heartily. Now, that simply won't do. Second senior sister. You wouldn't be defending Guxiao, would you? Not at all. Yuchi Chunlei shook her head. I merely believe that if such a fate were to befall him, it would be best to choose another creature, for I quite enjoy dog meat, and would not want my perception of dogs to be marred by Guxiao's actions. With a chuckle, Lu Qingyao couldn't contain her laughter. Second senior sister, Master often says you are too blunt, yet I never imagined you could be so circumspect. Of course, one cannot always be subject to Master's reprimands. Yuchi Chunlei replied with a simple smile. Lu Qingyao patted her chest in relief. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I was beginning to think you, like the eldest senior sister, had fallen under the influence of that treacherous Guxiao and were unable to forget him. How could that be possible? Yuchi Chunlei immediately shook her head. She glanced at the jade token of the road to Yunshao City in her hand, then without hesitation, crushed it and tossed it into the forging furnace. What does he have to deserve that? What were you pondering, second senior sister? Lu Qingyao inquired with curiosity. Yuchi Chunlei gazed into the furnace, where the spirit energy from the jade token intensified the flames, causing a spark to flicker in her eyes. I was contemplating how to eliminate Guxiao. Chapter 53, Lightning Shatters Rock, Mysterious Taoist Methods. Kill Guxiao. The utterance of these 4 words left even Lu Qingyao momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she placed her hand over Wei Chi Chunlei's mouth, exclaiming, Second senior sister, how dare you speak such words? If others hear this, it would spell disaster for our Qingxian sacred land. Even if I share your sentiments, we cannot voice them. She was somewhat taken aback. As the youngest disciple, her senior sisters dote on her, and their master is reluctant to chastise her, allowing her to act without restraint within the sect. Yet, she could not openly express such thoughts. Indeed, second senior sister remains as forthright as ever, unable to conceal her thoughts. Rest assured, let go. But you must not utter such words again. There are restrictions here. Others cannot hear us, and speaking poses no risk. Really? Of course it is true. Upon hearing Wei Chi Chunlei's unwavering response and noticing the apparent restrictions around them, Lu Qingyao finally released her grip on her senior sister. However, her eyes glowed with fervor. I have always believed that my favorite senior sister is you, and now I realize I was not mistaken. Let me confide in you. I share your sentiments entirely. I have long desired to eliminate Guxiao. Had fate not favored him, he would have perished long ago. They say calamities linger for 1,000 years, and a person like him is indeed a calamity that endures. Lu Qingyao expressed this with indignation, feeling that Gu Xiu's continued existence was the greatest misfortune in the world. A year ago, she had attempted to employ her beast-taming skills to have Gu Xiu meet his demise at the jaws of a spirit beast, but her plan ultimately failed. At that time, no one discovered her intentions, but Master Guan Xuelan saw through her scheme. Though she did not disclose it to anyone, she reprimanded Lu Qingyao sternly, instilling in her a sense of caution about openly expressing her desire to kill Gu Xiu. However, Lu Qingyao was taken aback when she thought she had found a kindred spirit, only for Wei Qi Chunlei to shake her head without hesitation. I am not like you. In what way are we different? Lu Qingyao inquired, puzzled. Wei Qi Chunlei replied, I act for the sake of the sect, to forge weapons for our junior brother. For the sect? To craft weapons for our junior brother? So, you wish to kill Gu Xiu? Lu Qingyao was bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Do you intend to turn Gu Xiu into a weapon for our junior brother? What are you thinking? Wei Qi Chunlei rolled her eyes. Setting aside the notion of refining a person into a weapon, unless they willingly consent, it is unfeasible. Consider Gu Xiu's utterly depleted cultivation and the damage to his meridians and bones. Even if he were truly refined, he would only hinder us. Lu Qingyao nodded instinctively, acknowledging the logic. I was referring to what the first senior sister mentioned about fortuitous sources, Wei Qi Chunlei clarified. Lu Qingyao remained perplexed. Yet, Wei Qi Chunlei remarked, regardless of whether what the senior sister says is true or false, and whether the matter of the Fuyuan truly exists, the emergence of the 7 fiendish thunder signifies that there is undoubtedly some issue at play here. If it is indeed Gu Xiu who has taken away the Fuyuan, then tell me, will killing Gu Xiu bring the Fuyuan back? At that moment, Lu Qingyao suddenly saw the light. Indeed, regardless of the authenticity of the Fuyuan, as long as Gu Xiu is dead, would not the Fuyuan return? Alas, that wretched Gu Xiu, who knows where he has gone now. Otherwise, it would have been worth a try, Lu Qingyao lamented. What she meant by try was, of course, to kill Gu Xiu and see. Whether the Fuyuan existed or if it would truly return remained uncertain. However, in the grand scheme of things, the only loss would be Gu Xiu's insignificant life. There was hardly any loss to consider. Just as these words left her lips, a startling thunderbolt suddenly struck from the heavens. The next moment, Lu Qingyao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Junior sister, what is wrong with you? Wei Qi Chunlei exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support her. Yet, Lu Qingyao merely shook her head, hastily rising to her feet and swiftly flying towards her spirit beast peak. Upon reaching the peak, she was met with the sight of her meticulously nurtured shattered mountain lion, now lying on its back, its entire body pitch black, with wisps of black smoke slowly rising. This scene caused Lu Qingyao's heart to ache with torment. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Yunxiao City, at the Listening Rain residence, Gu Xiu sat cross-legged in his training chamber, surrounded by a plethora of cultivation manuals stacked before him. These were all personally delivered by Mu Xingxing after his arrival in Yunxiao City. He was indeed a man of considerable ambition. Upon discovering that Gu Xiu's true strength surpassed his expectations, especially after even Su Rumei of the Wanbao Tower sought to befriend him by every means possible, he continuously devised schemes to win Gu Xiu's favor. His intentions were not pure, nor were his objectives. Nevertheless, for Gu Xiu, it mattered little. Despite the manuals being of low rank, their sheer quantity was advantageous. At this moment, he was meticulously transcribing each of these manuals within his Dantian's Qi Si. Though this appeared to be a tedious process, only Gu Xiu understood that it felt akin to attaining enlightenment. Each time he wrote down a manual, he experienced a profound sense of clarity, even deepening his understanding of the Tao. This sensation was ineffable, akin to a particularly challenging problem suddenly resolving itself. And the feeling of clarity persisted. His speed was remarkable, as nearly 100 varieties of inferior cultivation techniques were inscribed within an anonymous ancient tome. The methods began to intertwine and merge. Within Gu Xiu's body, the cultivation techniques he practiced underwent a continuous evolution. At last, upon fully comprehending the final technique, an abundance of insights manifested instantaneously. The previously attained pinnacle of the profound tier erupted in a radiant golden light. In the next moment, the fusion of techniques was complete. A brand new method, titled Mystical Tao Techniques, materialized beside the ancient tome above Gu Xiu's Dantian's Qi Si. This was a terrestrial-level cultivation technique. Almost at the very instant Gu Xiu began to comprehend this terrestrial-level technique, he distinctly felt that the speed at which he absorbed and transformed the celestial spiritual energy had increased manifold. Without hesitation, Gu Xiu seized a nearby spirit stone. A powerful suction emerged instantly, and the spirit stone, which ordinarily required considerable time to deplete, was reduced to powder in the blink of an eye. Following the complete absorption of the long-accumulated spiritual energy within him, Gu Xiu's realm advanced once more, reaching the 8th level of qi refining. Although this was merely a minor elevation in his cultivation, it still illuminated Gu Xiu's gaze with surprise and delight. The ancient tome indeed possessed the capability to merge cultivation techniques. Furthermore, the methods he practiced could continuously improve. Gu Xiu suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. What would it be like if his cultivation technique ascended from the terrestrial tier to the heavenly tribulation, or even further to the zenith? The future held great promise. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nian Chaoshi, still stationed within the Tianqi mountain range, anxiously gazed at Yi Hongling, who was currently enveloped in the protective mountain-like defense technique. Yi Hongling's brows trembled slightly. Chapter 54. The world is harsh. Human nature is cruel. Rain heralds dusk. Flowers fall freely. The technique known as guard like a mountain is one of the secret defensive arts of the Tianzi mansion. It harnesses the power of the surrounding mountains and rivers for self-protection. To assault someone protected by this technique is akin to attacking the very mountains themselves. It is said that those of profound cultivation within the Tianzi mansion can even summon the strength of an entire continent to resist. This technique is exceptionally potent, yet it bears significant drawbacks. The gravest issue lies in the fact that once this technique is employed, the user becomes one with the mountains and rivers. In this moment, Yi Hongling is rendered immobile and mute, impervious to harm, but should no one come to her aid, she would be forever suppressed in this state until her life essence completely dissipates. This is a perilous secret art that should never be invoked lightly until the very last moment. Even a golden core cultivator sacrificing their life to unleash this technique could not hope to break it, not even the former Yuaning master, El Dongshan. Fortunately, Nian Chaoshi's strength is sufficiently formidable. With her meticulous technique, she gradually begins to extract Yi Hongling from her immobilized state. At last, when the final surge of spiritual energy floods into Yi Hongling's body, the previously motionless general, who had merged with the mountain's aura, suddenly spews forth a mouthful of blood. Her aura diminishes to the brink of extinction in an instant. She had been gravely wounded and on the verge of death. Her comrades had employed guard like a mountain merely to preserve her life, keeping her on the edge of existence. Thankfully, Nian Chaoshi had prepared in advance. A medicinal pill was swiftly placed into Yi Hongling's mouth, followed by an influx of spiritual energy pouring into her, aiding her recovery. At this moment, Nian Chaoshi's eyes were filled with anxiety. Her sole purpose was to save Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu is dead, according to both the divination and El Dongshan's words. It is certain he has perished, yet Nian Chaoshi refuses to believe it. Someone like Gu Shidi could not possibly die so easily. He possesses great fortune. Even if he truly has passed, it would not be so quiet and unceremonious. This is her unwavering faith in his fortune. However, this faith also leaves her feeling uncertain, compelling her to place her hopes upon Yi Hongling. Though she had been unable to speak or move, perhaps her awareness of the surroundings remained intact. Nian Chaoshi hoped to uncover the truth from her lips. Awaken, awaken. Under Nian Chaoshi's assistance, Yi Hongling's condition began to improve, and as she called out, Yi Hongling finally opened her eyes once more. She immediately rose and bowed, proclaiming, Yi Hongling of the Tianzi mansion pays respects to the esteemed elder. And I thank you for your timely rescue. Yi Hongling, you say? Nian Chaoshi nodded, pressing for answers. Pray tell, were you able to perceive the circumstances around you while trapped here? No, Yi Hongling replied, shaking her head. When I was sealed within guard like a mountain, I was already on the brink of death. During my confinement, I was utterly unaware of the external world. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is absolutely true. Yi Hongling hurriedly responded, unable to resist inquiring. Might you kindly disclose your esteemed name? Hongling shall surely repay your kindness one day. Yet, the matter of gratitude seemed to hold no interest for Nian Chaoshi, whose brow had already furrowed in deep concern. Yi Hongling's predicament was indeed dire. Her perception of the outside world had completely vanished, and it was no mere fabrication. What was to be done next? Could it be that the junior brother had truly perished? Senior? The sound of Yi Hongling's inquiry jolted Nian Chaoshi back to reality, prompting her to ask, "Have you ever encountered a white-haired cultivator?" A white-haired cultivator? Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts immediately drifting to Gu Xiao. Is the senior referring to that cultivator wielding a wooden staff, whose aura was as steady as Mount Tai? A loose cultivator of the third level of Qi refinement? Wielding a wooden staff? A loose cultivator of the third level of Qi refinement? Nian Chaoshi's heart stirred. Do elaborate. That fellow cultivator is also a benefactor to Hongling. We previously crossed paths due to an encounter with a wolf demon. Yi Hongling found it odd. Yet she felt compelled to speak truthfully, for the person before her had saved her life and possessed unfathomable strength. Thus, she recounted her meeting with Gu Xiao, her subsequent peril, their reunion, and their eventual parting. However, as Nian Chaoshi listened, disappointment began to seep into her heart. She had harbored a glimmer of hope, sensing a faint connection to her junior brother within this woman, but it now appeared that their bond was merely one of shared journeys. That fellow cultivator possesses formidable strength. Although he is merely at the third level of Qi refinement, he exhibited no fear when confronted by the wolf demon, which struck me as extraordinary. Later, hidden within a cave, the prowess of that cultivator was indeed astonishing, effortlessly vanquishing foes as if it were a simple task. Yi Hongling remained unaware of Nian Chaoshi's disappointment. Upon mentioning Gu Xiao, her eyes shimmered with a hint of astonishment. Nian Chaoshi could not help but straighten her back. After all, she was speaking of her own junior brother. She felt a sense of pride swell within her. It was no surprise, 500 years ago, before Gu Xiao entered the Forbidden Grounds, he had shone like a meteor, drawing admiration and reverence wherever he went. His recent resurgence in cultivation, astonishing even a humble foundation establishment cultivator, seemed entirely natural. Yet, it was unfortunate that while she had recognized that fellow cultivator's strength, she had not heeded his counsel. Had she done so, her three fellow disciples would not have. Yi Hongling felt a pang of sadness. Gu Xiao had warned that the Qi Yin Wu Ji would become a tool for enemies to exploit, yet no one took it to heart. The eventual outcome was devastating. All three of her senior brothers perished in battle, and had it not been for that golden core senior brother sacrificing himself to protect her, she too might have been reduced to a wisp of a soul. Could you share more about him? Nian Chaoshi inquired. Her spirits were similarly low. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, for the clues had now all but vanished, and the possibility that Gu Xiao had truly met his end filled her with regret. She could only lament why she had not arrived sooner. More details? Yi Hongling found it somewhat perplexing. To be honest, I hardly know that fellow cultivator. You must have spent many days together. How is it possible that you learned nothing in all that time? Nian Chaoshi inquired. Well, Yi Hongling appeared a bit bewildered. That cultivator seldom spoke, and considering we were either on the move or evading cultivation, our conversations were quite limited. Seldom spoke? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback. How could that be? Gu Xiao had never been a taciturn person. Whenever he was with her, he was quite loquacious. Even now, Nian Chaoshi vividly recalled how, 500 years ago, upon returning from his journeys, Gu Xiao would visit her at the Wenyang Pavilion and spend entire nights with her gazing at the stars. He not only admired the celestial bodies, but also delighted in recounting the myriad amusing tales from his travels, sometimes speaking for 3 days and nights without pause. How could such a garrulous individual possibly have grown reticent? Yi Hongling remarked. Indeed, that cultivator rarely initiates conversation, and judging by his demeanor, he seems to be someone who has long since grown accustomed to solitude. Nian Chaoshi felt an urge to contest this assertion. Yet, as she opened her mouth, a sudden pang of pain twisted in her heart. She realized her impression of Gu Xiao had largely remained fixed on the time before entering the forbidden area 500 years ago. Back then, Gu Xiao was cherished by all in the sect, beloved by the master, adored by the senior sisters. Everyone was his confidant, even family. However, since his return from the Forbidden Realm 3 years ago, no one had spoken to him. Gradually, he transformed from the once gregarious individual who enjoyed conversing with every senior sister into someone who preferred silence, tranquility, and solitude. All of this was a consequence of the experiences he endured upon returning from the forbidden place. At that moment, Nian Chaoshi's complexion turned ashen. Yi Hongling, sensing her distress, asked, Senior, is everything all right? It's nothing. Nian Chaoshi shook her head. Please continue. I wish to learn more about him. Yi Hongling pursed her lips, uncertain about how much she should reveal, as she knew little of Gu Xiao's name or origins, just as she was not well acquainted with the formidable background of the senior before her. Yet, she understood that this person had a connection to the benefactor of her past. Having reached this understanding, Yi Hongling found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Senior, perhaps it would be best not to inquire further? Why? Nian Chaoshi asked, puzzled. Yi Hongling hesitated before responding. I fear that if I speak too much, you might find it hard to accept. Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping Yi Hongling's implication. Has he ever mentioned his past? No. Yi Hongling shook her head. Then you. The only thing that cultivator once said to me was a single sentence. What was that sentence? Nian Chaoshi, filled with curiosity, inquired, only to witness Yi Hongling taking a deep breath. That esteemed friend once remarked, the world is indifferent, and human emotions are cruel. The rain ushers in dusk. Flowers easily fall. Chapter 55. Senior, you must have mistaken me. The world is harsh. Human sentiments are cruel. The rain heralds dusk, and flowers easily fall. Upon hearing this phrase, the already tormented heart of Nian Zhao, she suddenly ached to an unbearable extent, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Bit by bit, it threatened to tear her heart asunder. Gu Xiao, how could he utter such words? It is essential to recognize that the former Gu Xiao, full of vigor and ambition, despite facing numerous formidable foes, had also forged friendships across vast lands. His criterion for friendship was never based on one's cultivation level, but rather on whether the other person resonated with him, whether they could engage in meaningful conversation, and whether they were worthy of his companionship. Regardless of whether one was a humble tradesman or a noble lord, as long as Gu Xiao acknowledged you, he would treat you with sincerity. Nian Zhao, she had once inquired of Gu Xiao why he was so fond of making friends, and why his circle encompassed individuals from all walks of life. Gu Xiao had responded with a line of poetry. In the world, there are true friends, even if they are thousands of miles apart. Those words had once captivated Nian Zhao, filling her with admiration, leading her to believe her junior brother was deserving of the title of an extraordinary celestial being. Yet, it was this very champion of camaraderie, who cherished the notion of friendship across the seas, who would one day utter, the rain heralds dusk, and flowers easily fall. What could this imply? Or rather, what could have transformed his thoughts into such a state? Deep down, Nian Zhao, she understood the reason, intensifying her inner turmoil, making each breath feel laborious. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow and heartache. Junior brother. Sister, I am so sorry. Sister, truly, I am so sorry. In that moment, Nian Zhao, she was overwhelmed with boundless guilt, as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, plopping onto the ground. Observing her distress, Yi Hongling could not help but feel astonished. Though she was unaware of why this formidable and terrifying senior appeared thus, she speculated about a possible connection between them. Senior, the friend I encountered, was he your friend? Yi Hongling inquired. Not a friend. Nian Zhao, she shook her head, responding resolutely. He is my brother. Closer than a biological brother. What? Yi Hongling was taken aback, incredulous. Surely, you jest, senior? While that individual was indeed astonishing, he could not possibly be your brother. Could it be that you have mistaken him for someone else? Nian Zhao, she appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend Yi Hongling's reasoning. Yet, she heard Yi Hongling continue. That individual certainly possesses remarkable qualities. However, he does not seem to hail from any prominent sect, nor does he appear to have any illustrious background. What do you mean by that? Nian Zhao, she queried, intrigued. Without hesitation, Yi Hongling replied, it's quite simple. That individual does not even possess a suitable weapon. The words struck Nian Chaoshi like a bolt from the blue, leaving her rooted to the spot. From the very first moment I laid eyes on that fellow cultivator, I noticed that his weapon was nothing more than a broken wooden stick he had picked up by the roadside. If he hailed from a sect, even a mediocre third-rate one, he should at least possess a mundane weapon, not to mention magical artifacts. Given the abundance of treasures possessed by the senior, if that cultivator were truly the senior's younger brother, his weapon could not possibly be so inferior. Why then did he wield a mere stick? Thus, I surmise, esteemed senior, that the person you have in mind is not the one I am referring to. Yi Hongling stated with conviction. She felt certain there had been a misunderstanding. The one who had rescued her, Gu Xiao, was indeed astonishing and worthy of admiration, yet he could not possibly be the brother of such a formidable figure. How could an elder sister possess such a plethora of treasures while her brother was impoverished to the point of lacking even a weapon? It was this very certainty that rendered Nian Chaoxi's expression somewhat unnatural. Fumbling for an explanation, she stammered, His weapon was damaged due to some unfortunate incident. And he didn't have the chance to repair or replace it. A damaged weapon? Yi Hongling chuckled, shaking her head. That can only be deemed a coincidence. It is absolutely impossible that he is the person you speak of. Why is that? Look at the spirit stones, Yi Hongling replied. Although that cultivator is merely at the third level of qi refinement, his aura is steady and refined, clearly indicating an individual of exceptional talent. Such a person would undoubtedly receive ample resources for cultivation from any sect. Yet, this cultivator seems to possess nothing of value, lacking even a storage artifact, and he hardly has any spirit stones. The phrase hardly has any was a polite understatement. Yi Hongling recalled Gu Xiu's manner of extracting spirit stones from her, immediately using them for his own cultivation. He was clearly destitute. If he were truly a prodigy of a sect, how could he possibly resort to extorting her meager spirit stones? He would never deign to consider them. However, her words only served to deepen Nian Chaoxi's discomfort. What could she say? That Gu Xiu's monthly stipend in the sect was even less than that of a mere errand disciple? That, as her brother, he possessed not a single spirit stone or storage artifact. He had some conflicts at home and left, without taking anything with him. Nian Chaoxi could only respond, once again stumbling over her words. She felt too embarrassed to divulge such matters to outsiders, let alone reveal her origins from the Qingxian Holy Land. Such information was best kept secret. Yet, Yi Hongling shook her head once more. That is also implausible. You must have mistaken the person. And why is that? Nian Chaoxi felt a twinge of fear. She had visited that cave, and what Yi Hongling described matched her own findings perfectly. Not to mention, Yi Hongling bore traces of Gu Xiu's energy. It was evident that she had not mistaken him. Yet, it is precisely this. To claim that there are no weapons or magical artifacts would be due to their malfunction. And the absence of spirit stone storage treasures is merely because they were not taken along when departing. However, there exists one matter that is utterly inconceivable. Yi Hongling asserted with unwavering conviction, while Nian Chaoxi, albeit somewhat helpless, was also intrigued. What is it? It is quite simple. The cultivation technique. Yi Hongling continued, stating that the esteemed friend's cultivation caused the surrounding spiritual energy to gather as if in reverent homage, creating a truly astonishing spectacle. However, all of this was contingent upon his cultivation aptitude. In truth, the younger generation had observed the esteemed friend's practice closely, and found his cultivation technique to be rather ordinary. Of course, when I say ordinary, it is only in comparison to those of the previous generation. The technique employed by that esteemed friend could scarcely exceed the lower tier of the Xin grade. For an ordinary loose cultivator, this technique would undoubtedly be considered exceptional. But for someone of your formidable prowess, esteemed senior, this is simply implausible. Yi Hongling spoke with absolute certainty, which is why she believed Nian Chaoxi had misidentified the individual. After all, a Xian grade technique is not without merit. For the majority of loose cultivators and typical third-rate sects, it is regarded as a pinnacle technique within reach. Yet, whom does one compare it to? The celestial elder before her possessed an abundance of treasures, and even the flowing robe she donned was evidently of considerable worth. The cultivation technique of such an individual, while not necessarily of the heavenly grade, it would at the very least attain the standard of the earthly grade, as the younger sibling of such a powerful predecessor, endowed with exceptional talent, to forsake the superior techniques of his sister in favor of a lower-tier method? This is a complete inversion of priorities. Who would believe such a tale? If that were the case, how malicious must this sister be? Thus, at this moment, Yi Hongling was almost entirely convinced that the benefactor who had saved her and the esteemed elder before her could not possibly be related in any way. Yet, as Yi Hongling entertained these thoughts, she noticed Nian Chaoxi remained silent for an extended period, prompting her curiosity. Esteemed elder, why do you not speak? Chapter 56. The Heart's Inquiry at Dawn and Dusk. The esteemed gift senior, why have you fallen silent? Yi Hongling's question pierced through the heart like a lethal blade. Its angle cunning and its intensity ruthless, truly a decisive strike. At least, this was how it felt to Nian Chaoxi, who found herself utterly flustered. In the face of Yi Hongling's inquiry, she could only stammer, I. After a prolonged moment, Nian Chaoshi remained at a loss for words. Struggling to maintain the image of a wise mentor, tears cascading down her cheeks. This turmoil arose not merely from her inability to articulate a response, but also from her awareness of why Gu Xiu's cultivation method seemed so ordinary. 500 years ago, the Qingxian sacred ground was merely known as the Qingxian sect, a commonplace third-rate sect at best. The pinnacle of its teachings then was a manual called the Qingxian Sutra, classified as a profound technique. It was this very sutra that enabled Gu Xiu to cultivate into an unrivaled prodigy of his time. Subsequently, he bound himself within a forbidden realm, participating in the contest for fortune. After Gu Xiu entered that forbidden zone, the Qingxian sect began to receive boundless blessings, transforming from a third-rate sect into a formidable force within merely 500 years, ascending into the ranks of sacred grounds. Though it was but a basic sacred sect, lacking in deep-rooted foundations and accumulations, the blessings significantly enhanced many aspects. Whether it was the magical artifacts and weapons previously provided to disciples or the cultivation techniques imparted to them, the latter was particularly fortunate, acquiring a heavenly grade technique. While not universally accessible, it was bestowed upon all core disciples. In contrast, the profound technique from 500 years ago was relegated to the lowest tier of inner disciples training methods. 3 years prior, when Gu Xiu returned from the Forbidden Realm, he bore grave injuries, his path of cultivation severely hindered, to the point that even the sect leader deemed him incapable of ever cultivating again. Naturally, the heavenly grade technique was not available for Gu Xiu's study, or rather, it was that the entire sect, from top to bottom, refused even to let him lay eyes on it. For everyone shared a common thought. Gu Xiu was ruined. What was there to see? What if he were to disseminate this technique in the future? Upon first hearing such sentiments, Nian Chaoshi thought her master and fellow disciples might be a bit extreme. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that not only had the feelings of the sect members toward Gu Xiu grown distant, but there was also a palpable sense of wariness. The more she pondered, the more evident it became that over the past 3 years, no one had truly regarded Gu Xiu as one of their own. Otherwise, why would her master assert that Gu Xiu could never cultivate again? And why, upon his return to cultivation, was he limited to the most ordinary profound technique? This series of thoughts left Nian Chaoshi in silence when confronted by Yi Hongling. She found herself unable to articulate her feelings, nor could she provide an explanation. It would be unthinkable to confess that the way the Qingxian Holy Land treats its heroes is by relentlessly tormenting them upon their return, treating them as outsiders. This is the truth, yet it is a truth that cannot be spoken aloud. At this very moment, Nian Chaoshi found herself pondering a question she had never considered before. She had always pursued the hope of bringing Gu Xiu back to the sect, yearning for everything to be restored to its former state, wishing for the past to return. But was it truly right? Or, even if Gu Xiu did return with her, could they ever go back to the way things were 500 years ago? As Nian Chaoshi was overwhelmed with emotion, in another part of Yunxiao City, within the tranquil confines of Tingyu Courtyard, Gu Xiu ceased his cultivation and stepped out of his chamber. A petite maid, clad in a jade-green dress and possessing a gentle demeanor, approached him eagerly. "Xianzhong, the meal is ready. Xiaohe has prepared it for you." "Thank you, but I can manage on my own." Gu Xiu replied graciously as he took the bowl and chopsticks to serve himself. He then turned to inquire, "Have you eaten?" The maid quickly shook her head. "You have yet to eat. How could I dare?" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xiu already shook his head. "There is no need to wait for me. If you're hungry, please eat first. Come, let us dine together." Saying this, he offered her a bowl of rice. To Gu Xiu, this was merely a simple gesture, yet it left Xiaohe frozen in disbelief. The idea that this esteemed immortal would invite her to share a meal, even serving her, was incomprehensible. "Xianzhong, no, that is entirely inappropriate. I am but a servant. It is not right for you to serve me, nor do I have the standing to dine with you," Xiaohe exclaimed, startled. Gu Xiu shook his head once more. "I have mentioned before, I only require your assistance with laundry, cooking, and tidying up the courtyard. There is no need for any master-servant distinction. You need not be so formal." However, noticing her startled expression, Gu Xiu understood that his reassurances were in vain. So he chose to remain silent and continued his meal. Having spent 2 days in the city, Gu Xiu had finally settled in. The Tingyu courtyard where he resided had cost him 800 spirit stones, a sum he had acquired at a bargain from the Wanbao Tower. In truth, it was more of a gift than a purchase, for Yunshao City enforced a curfew, and every inch of land was immensely valuable. It was almost impossible to obtain such a serene and elegant courtyard for a mere 800 spirit stones. As for the maid named Xiao He, she was a mortal girl gifted by Wanbao Tower. Her father had once been a qi refining cultivator of the 8th level, but after being slain by enemies, she was left orphaned and had to sell herself into servitude at Wanbao Tower. Gu Xiu did not refuse her presence, for although he was a cultivator, he had yet to attain the golden core stage. He was often preoccupied with his cultivation and required assistance with daily chores. As I was dining, a sudden knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a boisterous voice demanding, "Open the door, quickly. The tribute for this month is due. Listen closely. The southern district is now under the control of our Qingyu gang. Hurry out to pay your dues, or else any calamity that befalls your courtyard will be of no concern to us." This raucous proclamation left Zio, who was about to approach the door, frozen in fear. Yunshao City, regarded as a sanctuary for wandering cultivators, is a dreamland for many. It is believed that simply arriving here guarantees a life of ease and comfort. However, the reality is starkly different. As the saying goes, with graying hair, youthful disciples grow old amidst the rivers and lakes. Even ordinary sects engage in clandestine strife, let alone a city bustling with numerous wandering cultivators. Though Yunshao City lacks established sects, it is rife with various factions. Many hopeful cultivators, upon arriving, quickly learn a harsh truth. The idealized realm exists only in dreams. Just as the current situation illustrates, even after purchasing a residence, one cannot escape conflict. Each year, new factions arise while others are obliterated, leaving ordinary cultivators to navigate the perilous landscape of Yunshao City. Bang! I know someone else inside. I advise you to open the door quickly, or you will be opposing our Qingyu gang. As the door remained unanswered, the impatient individual outside began pounding again, threatening to break through. Zioa's face turned pale with fear as she sought help from Gu Xiu. Yet, Gu Xiu did not even set down his bowl, simply uttering, "Do not be afraid." However, Zio swallowed hard, preparing to say something when a commanding voice from outside boomed. "What insignificant pests dare to provoke our esteemed Feng? Feng is the honored guest of our Quangxing gang. If you seek trouble again, you shall face dire consequences." The Qingyu gang, clearly dismissive of the Quangxing gang, retaliated with insults, which soon escalated into cries of anguish. Then, a chilling voice declared, "Feng is a guest of our Wanbao Tower. Riffraff must not provoke or offend him. Any infringement will mean enmity with Wanbao Tower." At this, silence fell once more outside. Zio, trembling with trepidation, eavesdropped at the door until the crisis dissipated. She exhaled a long sigh of relief, only to turn and find that Gu Xiu had already finished his meal and was rising to leave. Rushing forward to tidy up, she noticed that many of the dishes he had consumed were left half-eaten. It was clear whom the leftovers were intended for. Suddenly, Zio looked up, gazing at Gu Xiu's retreating figure with a hint of gratitude. Yet, as she recalled the earlier commotion outside, that gratitude was swiftly replaced by astonishment. She came to serve as a maid for Gu Xiu, dispatched by Wanbao Building. Yet from the very beginning, Wanbao Building merely instructed her to serve diligently. Without revealing the identity of this esteemed immortal, they did not specify any additional tasks she was required to undertake. This led Xiao He to believe that she was simply attending to an ordinary guest of Wanbao Building. Although this immortal appeared somewhat extraordinary, she never pondered further. However, it now seems that the immortal status is likely far more formidable than she had imagined. After all, Wanbao Building has gone to the lengths of sending someone to ensure protection and to prevent disturbances from unwanted visitors, certainly not a privilege extended to just anyone. Xiao He's astonishment was unbeknownst to Gu Xiu, who, even if aware, would remain indifferent. At this moment, he had returned to his training chamber and, after activating the restrictions, prepared to cultivate anew. However, before he could commence, an intense agony surged from his spirit, causing his complexion to turn ashen. The injury from his path had recurred. Fortunately, this was not the first time such an affliction had resurfaced. Gu Xiu settled into a meditative position, gritting his teeth to endure the pain until, at last, the torment subsided as the sky darkened completely. At this moment, Gu Xiu was drenched in sweat. His hair, now disheveled and white, lent him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet, he paid no heed to his plight, harboring no complaints whatsoever. After a brief cleansing, he donned a fresh set of garments and resumed his meditative position to continue his cultivation. The matter of his injury required resolution, and the purpose of Gu Xiu's visit to Yuxiao City was to seek the means to heal it. However, before that opportunity materialized, he needed to focus on further enhancing his abilities. A night passed in silence. The following morning, as Gu Xiu stepped out of his room, he encountered Su Rumei, who had come to pay a visit. Having arrived in Yuxiao City 2 days prior, this stewardess had been tirelessly engaged in her duties, ensuring everything was meticulously arranged for Gu Xiu, yet she had not visited Tingyu Courtyard until now, seizing the rare moment of respite to check on him. She was not empty-handed. On the contrary, Feng Daoyu, I heard that you have recently requested assistance from the Xingsheng gang to gather cultivation manuals. Coincidentally, Wanbao Building possesses a considerable collection of such texts, which I have brought for you. Although their quality may not be exceptional, they could prove useful to you. Moreover, while Tingyu Courtyard is indeed elegant, it has been neglected for quite some time. I specifically brought several spirit plants and some Taihu stones to adorn the courtyard. They will not only enhance its beauty, but also aid in the gathering of spiritual energy. Additionally, I know you have been deeply engrossed in your cultivation. Yet, perseverance and spirit stones alone are insufficient for the path of cultivation. I happen to have brought some talismans that possess the ability to gather spirit energy, which I would like to present to you as well. Chapter 57. 8th rank offering and the preparation of talismans. Su Rumei is indeed a person adept in management. From the moment Gu Xiu first encountered her, this manager of the Wanbao Building, who possesses little of the arrogance typical of golden core cultivators, has consistently treated Gu Xiu with utmost courtesy. The gifts she presented, though not particularly extravagant, undeniably reflected her thoughtfulness, comprised of cultivation techniques, scenic garden designs, and talismans for training. These offerings precisely resonated with Gu Xiu's heart. Naturally, Gu Xiu expressed his gratitude profusely and reiterated that should Wanbao Building require any assistance, he would be more than willing to help. Ah, speaking of needing help, there is indeed a matter at hand, she replied. Oh, what is it? Our Wanbao Building has 2 formations that frequently encounter minor issues. Since you, Taoist Feng, are well-versed in formations, I hope you might spare some time to assist us. The intricacies of human relationships are a profound study. A mere act of selfless gift-giving does not readily foster deeper connections. At times, it may even induce pressure and suspicion. It is through mutual assistance that a habit of reciprocity and mutual benefit can be cultivated, thereby nurturing a lasting relationship. Both Su Rumei and Gu Xiu understood this well. The so-called issues with the formations were trivial, and Gu Xiu did not hesitate. In that case, shall we attend to it now? Now. Indeed. Very well. I shall trouble you then. At that moment, Gu Xiu and Su Rumei exited the courtyard and boarded her carriage. Just before entering, Gu Xiu noticed numerous probing gazes directed at him. However, as soon as these prying thoughts approached, Su Rumei let out a cold snort, effectively thwarting the scrutiny of those nearby. This was her way of signaling to onlookers that Feng Bugui was a guest of Wanbao Building and a person she held in high regard. On their way to Wanbao Building, Gu Xiu picked up the gathering spirit talisman that Su Rumei had gifted him and examined it closely. Senior Feng, do you have an understanding of talismans? Su Rumei inquired with curiosity. Only a slight knowledge, Gu Xiu replied. This response elicited a look of surprise from Su Rumei. Goodness! Who exactly is this Feng Bugui? To possess the ability to enter the Dao, master formations, and effortlessly defeat opponents beyond his level. Even having acquaintances among the nascent soul experts. Yet now, he also comprehends the ways of talismans. While formations and talismans are indeed related, they are fundamentally distinct practices. Mastery of one does not necessarily imply proficiency in the other. The breadth of Feng Daoist knowledge is truly astonishing, prompting Su Rumei to exclaim in admiration. However, to avoid making Gu Xiu feel as if she were prying into his past, she added, by the way, our Wanbao Building has quite a number of talisman masters in Yinxiao City, including some 5th-rank talisman masters. Should you have any uncertainties regarding talismans, I would be glad to facilitate an introduction. This statement is rather sincere. It merely lacks the direct assertion that Gu Xiu wishes to learn talismans, which she could readily facilitate. It is not that she underestimates Gu Xiu. Rather, it is primarily due to the fact that throughout their journey, he has not employed a single talisman, hardly resembling a talisman master. He claimed to have a rudimentary understanding, and Tsurume truly believed it was merely superficial knowledge, perhaps even just the beginnings of his exploration. However, with the existence of the celestial talisman and Gu Xiao's profound comprehension of it, there was no necessity for him to seek instruction from a fifth-tier talisman master. After a brief exchange, he inquired, "Manager Su, does Wanbao Tower accept talismans?" "Indeed, we do," Tsurume replied with a smile. To be candid, Yunxiao City is, after all, a haven for independent cultivators, and there is a significant demand for talismans. Selling talismans constitutes one of Wanbao Tower's primary businesses in Yunxiao City. Consequently, in addition to employing a multitude of talisman masters, we also acquire talismans from external sources, and the volume we procure is substantial. Many independent talisman masters in the city collaborate with us. So, are you interested in this, friend Feng? Gu Xiao indeed expressed interest. Nodding in affirmation, he proceeded to inquire about which categories of talismans were in high demand, as well as the acquisition prices. Any formidable cultivator is the product of immense resources. Gu Xiao's relatively slow progress can be attributed to several factors: the vastness of his Dantian's Qi Si, the low tier of his cultivation techniques, and most critically, his lack of ample cultivation resources. Previously, he had gathered resources from Yi Hongling, scavenged from defeated foes during their journey, and received tributes from the group led by Mu Xingxing, in addition to the resources lost from a Wanbao box. At first glance, it seemed he had accumulated a considerable amount of resources, sufficient for an ordinary qi refining cultivator to advance to foundation establishment. However, in truth, this was not the case for Gu Xiao. His Dantian's Qi Si was exponentially larger than that of an average person, thus requiring a vast quantity of resources. Therefore, to maintain an accelerated pace in his cultivation, the issue of spirit stones needed urgent resolution. Tsurume was unaware of these intricacies, yet she discerned Gu Xiao's willingness to collaborate. With a smile, she remarked, "If you are capable of crafting talismans, that would certainly be advantageous. Here's what we can do. I will inform the staff below, and should you create talismans, we shall accept them without hesitation, and the prices will be absolutely fair." "There is no need for special consideration regarding pricing," Gu Xiao interjected, shaking his head with some reservations. "It's just that what I produce may be in considerable quantity." "Considerable quantity?" Tsurume paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "Let me put it this way. Even if you alone were to create talismans, or if you were to enlist dozens or even hundreds of talisman masters to work day and night, it might still be uncertain whether it would suffice for our sales at Wanbao Tower." With this statement, Tsurume exuded unwavering confidence. She indeed possesses such confidence. For the Wanbao building is a considerable enterprise, spanning hundreds of cities. Moreover, the talisman market is inherently vast and demanding, and she is assured that, regardless of the number of talismans, she can effortlessly absorb them all. However, at this moment, Tsurume remains unaware of the fact that sometimes words can be spoken too freely. In the subsequent 2 hours, Gu Xiao and Tsurume inspected several formations at Wanbao building. Indeed, they encountered merely minor issues. Not only Gu Xiao, but even a casual apprentice with a modicum of understanding in formations could resolve them. Nevertheless, Tsurume's intentions were not solely focused on the repairs. She brought Gu Xiao to Wanbao building not just to fix formations, but primarily to showcase the strength of Wanbao building and to introduce Gu Xiao to the manager of Yunxiao City and other officials. It was evident that both the manager and the official had been briefed by Tsurume in advance. Regardless of their true sentiments towards this esteemed guest, they all maintained a facade of politeness under her introduction. It was at this juncture that Gu Xiao discovered that while Tsurume was referred to as the manager, her actual position was that of the chief overseer of the Tianqi mountain range, managing 10 large cities within the region. Her status was immensely elevated, even surpassing that of the manager of Yunxiao City. This revelation left Gu Xiao somewhat astonished. The Wanbao building was indeed a formidable power. Yet there were only 9 chief overseers in total, most of whom were masters at the nascent soul stage. Tsurume's ability to secure her position as chief overseer with her golden core cultivation was a testament to her capabilities. Upon reflection, her demeanor justified her esteemed status. Having completed the repairs and made the necessary introductions, Gu Xiao took the initiative to take his leave. However, he declined Su Rumei's offer to accompany him and did not depart from Wanbao Building immediately. Instead, he sought out the miscellaneous manager of Wanbao Building to procure some materials. Su Rumei did not follow. She simply enjoyed tea with the manager. "Manager Jean, what do you think of this Feng Bugui?" Su Rumei inquired. "A person of such significance must possess unique qualities." "Truly?" Manager Jean hesitated, then replied candidly, "To be honest, I am rather dull-witted. Apart from Feng Daoyou's ethereal demeanor, I did not discern anything else. And if you did not see anything, that is indeed the case," Su Rumei replied, unperturbed, a smile gracing her lips, radiating satisfaction. To her, the less conspicuous Feng Bugui appeared, the better it was. This would afford her more time to engage with him and greater opportunities to cultivate their connection. This observation piqued Manager Jin's curiosity. Why does Manager Su hold such high regard for Feng Bugui? It is not merely admiration, rather it is. It should be said that I do not merely hold a favorable opinion. Rather, I intend to recommend this individual to the esteemed host, elevating him to the status of an 8th-rank patron. What? The proprietor, Jean, was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. The Wanbao Tower, which naturally follows the path of commerce, has established positions for patrons, most of whom are individuals lured by the tower. However, patrons are classified into different tiers. According to the regulations of Wanbao Tower, the treatment afforded to each type of patron varies significantly, as does the level of cooperation from the tower itself. The patrons are ranked from 1st to 9th rank, with the 8th rank comprising only a little over 30 individuals. To be designated as an 8th rank patron, one must possess a minimum cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. If considering the 6-path techniques, one must at least attain the level of a 6th-order talismonger. Jean, aware of Su Rumei's admiration for Feng Bugui, was astonished by her audacious proposal to recommend him as an 8th-rank patron. Despite Feng Bugui's remarkable abilities, he remains merely a chi refinement practitioner at the 8th layer. Such a hasty recommendation seemed overly impulsive. Yet, Su Rumei shook her head. In truth, if possible, I would hope the host would consider placing Feng Bugui among the 9th-rank patrons, granting him the highest honors of Wanbao Tower. Hiss, has she lost her mind? Jean gasped, finding Su Rumei's suggestion utterly preposterous. Before their conversation could deepen, a portly middle-aged man rushed in. Proprietor, please notify the neighboring cities to prepare some materials. We are currently in dire need. Cheng Fushou, as the person in charge of miscellaneous affairs, was expected to manage such matters more calmly. What is lacking that you are in such a frenzy? Jean reprimanded. Yet, the manager responsible for the miscellaneous operations of Wanbao Tower continued to fret. We are in short supply of many items, such as Spirit Awakening Talisman Paper and Silica Cinnabar. All are depleted. Jean was perplexed. Aren't these all materials used for talisman crafting? Shouldn't we have plenty in stock? Not enough. Cheng Fushou shook his head. The aforementioned Taoist Feng just placed an order for 8,000 sets. Taoist Feng? An order for 8,000 sets of talisman materials? Has he lost his senses? Jean was utterly bewildered, and Su Rumei beside him mirrored his astonishment. She was aware of Gu Xiu's interest in talisman crafting and his intention to sell talismans to Wanbao Tower. However, never did she expect him to order such an exorbitant quantity. Even the most skilled talisman masters, working tirelessly day and night, could typically produce only 30 to 50 talismans a day at most. 8,000 talismans. Even if one were to write continuously, it would take at least half a year, or even a year or two to accomplish. Who would purchase such an amount? The manager, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of the two individuals, urgently remarked, Master Jean, we must hasten to send for materials. There has been a surge in gang conflicts recently, leading to an increased demand for talismans. Our supply of talisman-making materials is rapidly dwindling. 8,000 should not be an insurmountable task, should it? Our Yunxiao city is rich in resources. Could it be that we cannot even gather 8,000 portions of talisman materials? Master Jean expressed his confusion. Yet, the manager could only respond with a wry smile. While we can certainly manage to gather that amount, the matter is that our friend Feng has not only requested 8,000 portions of talisman-making materials, he has just placed a special order for an additional 50,000 portions. This batch of materials is truly beyond our current capabilities. What? As Su Rumei and the others stood there, bewildered, on the other side, Gu Xiu, having already acquired the 8,000 portions of talisman materials, was leaving the Wanbao building with an air of elation. He briskly made his way towards his residence, Tingyu Pavilion. Today, he had expended all his spirit stones. With the 8,000 portions of talisman materials, Gu Xiu intended to execute a grand plan. Moreover, he was eager to discover how well he could apply the knowledge he had gleaned from the celestial book of talismans. Chapter 58. Has Qing Xian truly been abandoned by the heavenly path? At the revered Qing Xian sacred ground, atop Imo Shu Peak, Qin Imo Ran stood. Her exquisite 7 treasures glazed pen in hand, deeply engrossed in her task of inscribing talismans, her focus unwavering. Despite having failed to summon the divine, and thus unable to ascend to the rank of a 7th-tier talisman master, she undeniably possessed an exceptionally solid foundation as a 6th-tier talisman master. This was evident from the remarkable speed at which she crafted the talismans. With a deft flick of her wrist, she meticulously engraved the profound rhythms of heaven and earth onto the talisman paper. Each stroke was executed with such precision that it left no room for criticism. In the span of mere moments, 3 talismans soared into the air and landed gracefully beside her. To accomplish the creation of 3 talismans simultaneously was a feat that left her fellow disciples in awe. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Our master is truly exceptional. I fear I shall never reach such heights in my lifetime. They gasped in admiration. Elder Qin was harnessing the rhythms of the universe with a mastery that was simply beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 6th-tier talisman master. What stood out most was her consistency. Elder Qin had been inscribing talismans for 3 consecutive days without a single mistake. This alone was enough to render them utterly speechless. The disciples watched in astonishment as she, through her sheer will, managed to produce nearly 500 talismans within that brief span. Such prowess was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Yet, amid their admiration, a sudden cold snort pierced the air, drawing their attention. They turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an aura reminiscent of a charming neighborly girl. However, upon recognizing her, the disciples of Imo Shu Peak immediately bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "Greetings, 7th Martial Ant." "Greetings, Elder Lu." This enchanting figure was none other than Gu Xiu's 7th senior sister, Lu Qingyao. Many disciples were aware that despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, Lu Qingyao was known for her capricious nature. She could bestow immense fortune upon those she favored, yet could just as easily unleash her wrath upon those who displeased her. Observing her current stern expression, it was evident to all that she was in no mood for frivolity, and the disciples dared not provoke her. As predicted, Lu Qingyao wasted no time in reprimanding them. "You bunch of good-for-nothings. How dare you stand here, gushing over my 5th senior sister's talisman-making skills? Shouldn't you be reflecting on why my 5th senior sister is laboring so tirelessly for 3 days straight?" Her words struck a chord, and the disciples of Imo Shu Peak lowered their heads, filled with a sense of guilt. It was indeed true that Qin Imo Ran's relentless dedication to crafting talismans was a direct result of their shortcomings. During this period, it is rather perplexing. They have encountered a series of misfortunes in their talisman crafting endeavors. Previously, they enjoyed a success rate of 7 or 8 out of 10, but recently this has dwindled to a mere 2 or 3. Aside from a few disciples with solid foundations, the rest have experienced this troubling trend. What was once a simple task of inscribing talismans has now become a strenuous effort, yielding not only a diminished success rate, but also a reduction in the potency of the crafted talismans. It is truly baffling. One must remember that the Qingxian sacred land is a legitimate holy sect, where the daily consumption of talismans constitutes a significant portion of their activities. Typically, the talismans they produce are frequently sold, generating revenue for the sect. Yet, of late, they find themselves in a precarious position, struggling even to sustain themselves. This has instilled a profound sense of guilt and unease amongst them. Some disciples have even begun to speculate whether the recent incident involving their junior uncle, the dragon whispering sword, being punished by heaven, signifies that the Qingxian sacred land has indeed fallen out of favor with the Tao. Otherwise, how could such bizarre events occur? Or perhaps it is simply a matter of their insufficient skills and lack of diligence. If they truly exerted themselves, how could this be the case? I believe it is due to my 5th senior sister's excessive leniency towards you all. Otherwise, how could you become so lethargic? Lu Qingyao berated this group of disciples fiercely. No one dared to counter her. They felt unjustly accused, yet also questioned whether it might indeed be their lack of effort that led to this predicament. Fortunately, just as Lu Qingyao's reprimands grew harsher, Qin Moran paused her talisman crafting and approached, offering a reprieve to the chastised disciples. "Sister, why does your complexion appear so pale?" "It is nothing, perhaps just some fatigue." "Sister, as the leader of a peak, how can you bear the burden of everything? These disciples should be held accountable." "Rest assured, I shall," Qin Moran replied, casting a glance at the group of disciples. "All right, you may disperse." Although Lu Shishu's words may be harsh, they hold merit. Reflect on your actions and practice diligently. The disciples, feeling as though they had been granted a pardon, hastily departed, eager to avoid further rebuke from Lu Qingyao. "Sister, I believe you are too soft-hearted. Given their current state, if it were me, I would have to impose a strict punishment," Lu Qingyao remarked. Qin Moran smiled. "Enough of that. As the sage once said, a lax teacher leads to indolent students. If punishment is warranted, then I, as their master, should be the first to be reprimanded." "Nonsense. I have heard that you have not rested for 3 days in your commitment to the sect's talismans. If not for them, would you be in such a state?" Qin Moran's expression darkened slightly. "This is not their fault. It is merely my desire for tranquility." "Desire for tranquility? Are you concerned about the incident with the junior disciple and the dragon whispering sword?" "Well, in a manner of speaking," Qin Moran replied casually. She was indeed preoccupied with thoughts of Guxiao. The scene she witnessed that day in the Wheel of Destiny struck her heart like a nail. And whenever her mind wandered, it would immediately drift back to that matter, leaving her in a state of unrest. "Rest assured, senior sister. Master has already prepared a substantial amount of materials. It won't be long before he reforges a sword for junior brother. Moreover, the resources utilized this time will surpass those used for the longing sword, making it even more formidable." "Indeed, senior sister. The beast pin for junior brother has been completed on Zhua Peak. I plan to gift him a few spirit beasts and teach him the art of beast taming." Senior sister? What? Why do I sense that your thoughts are elsewhere?" Lu Qingyao observed curiously, noticing Qin Moran's distraction. Qin Moran pressed her lips together, unable to contain herself any longer. I was wondering, where is Guxiao now?" "Guxiao?" Lu Qingyao was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed her brow. "Senior sister, how can you think of that scoundrel who should have perished long ago? Is it that the insights from the Grand Senior Sister's Wheel of Destiny have led you to contemplate such nonsense?" Qin Moran hesitated. "This, senior sister, do not forget. Guxiao was the one who severed your path. He is the true culprit. Do not suggest that he has suffered any misfortune. That is of his own making. Otherwise, you would have already attained the Great Way," Lu Qingyao expressed indignantly. However, Qin Moran was not swayed by this argument. Instead, she bit her lip and took a deep breath. "Junior sister, what if I told you that even before I forcibly summoned the divine, Guxiao had once mentioned to me that he had other means to assist me, urging me not to act so impulsively?" Chapter 59, A Moment of Trepidation. The arrival of 10,000 runes. "He possesses alternative methods to assist me, urging me not to forcibly summon the divine presence. Yet, what should I?" Qin Moran's voice dwindled to a whisper. Lu Qingyao, unable to catch her words, inquired with curiosity, "Senior sister, what did you say?" I meant to say." Qin Moran's expression wavered, but a flicker of determination gleamed in her eyes. Drawing a deep breath, she prepared to speak. "I was saying that prior to my forced summoning of the divine, Guxiao had." Before she could finish, Qin Moran abruptly froze. In that moment, she sensed a sudden and rapid fluctuation of the celestial rhythms, followed by an ethereal resonance that traversed the heavens and the earth. Waves of intangible Tao rhythms began to manifest one after another. This revelation stifled her subsequent words, leaving her gaze filled with incredulity as she beheld the unfolding scene. She had witnessed this before, the worship of 10,000 rhythms. Why had this phenomenon re-emerged? What could possibly explain it? Gasps of astonishment erupted as countless disciples of Ma Shifeng rushed out of their chambers, their faces etched with terror, utterly shocked by the spectacle before them. Previously, an occurrence of the worship of 10,000 rhythms had transpired, yet at that time, many of the less adept talisman masters had remained oblivious, as their insufficient strength precluded their perception. Only those who had attained a profound mastery of their craft, possessing a deeper understanding of the Tao rhythms, could perceive the truth. However, this time, Even the most ordinary talisman masters were aware of the extraordinary event. The sheer magnitude of the spectacle left them all in a state of astonished disbelief, ensnared in a grip of fear. I cannot inscribe talismans any longer. My faint connection to the celestial rhythms has severed. The Tao rhythms seem to await a summons from an individual, yet no matter how fervently I attempted to invoke them, they remained elusive. I find myself utterly incapable of inscribing even a single talisman. What on earth is happening? Has there been a transformation in the heavens? Or has some terrifying entity descended upon us? Could it be that the calamity which befell Junior Master S' heavenly grade sword was indeed true? Have we, the Qingxian sacred land, truly been forsaken by the Tao? In this moment, countless talisman masters of the Qingxian sacred land felt an unprecedented wave of dread. Their greatest strength lay in their ability to commune with the celestial rhythms, harnessing their power to inscribe talismans and become masters of their craft. Yet, at this juncture, they found themselves unable to inscribe even a single talisman, for the celestial rhythms, which had once answered their call, now disregarded them entirely. Even Qin Muron wore a look of horror, as she too endeavored to inscribe talismans. But the Qing Lei talisman could not be inscribed. The Fire Dragon talisman could not be inscribed. The Divine Movement talisman could not be inscribed. After attempting dozens of talismans, Qin Muron's heart sank as she realized that not only the ordinary talisman masters, but even she, a sixth-tier talisman master, was powerless in this moment. Unable to inscribe even a single talisman, her prior conjecture has indeed come to fruition. The myriad rhythms of homage can truly render a talisman master incapable of writing even the slightest symbol. This matter demands thorough investigation. It must be meticulously examined. Should this phenomenon be the manifestation of a precious artifact, our esteemed Qingxian sacred land must secure it. Conversely, if this occurrence is of human origin, that individual must be swiftly courted or eradicated. As the Qingxian sacred land finds itself engulfed in trepidation, countless talisman masters in the outside world are equally struck by the alarming spectacle of the myriad rhythms of homage. The scene is so profoundly shocking that all talisman masters find it nearly impossible to maintain their composure at this moment. However, in stark contrast to the predicament faced by the Qingxian sacred land, where not a single talisman can be inscribed, some talisman masters are experiencing a different sensation amid this homage. Although the act of writing talismans becomes increasingly arduous during the myriad rhythms of homage, each attempt brings forth new insights. This is the opportunity of celestial fortune, a manifestation of the heavenly principles. I have realized that the myriad rhythms of homage present a superior opportunity to cultivate my understanding of talismans, allowing me to deepen my comprehension of the talisman path through observation. Is this the arrival of the supreme talisman path, or is it a prelude to its grand revival? Otherwise, how could such momentum be explained? It is foreseeable that the future of the talisman path will flourish, and we, as talisman cultivators, shall ascend once more to the pinnacle of the six paths. It is often said that the joys and sorrows of individuals differ profoundly. While a group of talisman masters at the Qingxian sacred land quakes in fear, many other talisman masters are filled with elation. This occurrence is ineffable, beyond depiction, yet it possesses a unique charm. However, for Guxiu, all of this seems utterly inconsequential. For at this moment, he sits cross-legged with closed eyes, in his chamber, crafting talismans. In truth, he has not inscribed any talismans. Since his return and the beginning of his talisman crafting, he has made no movements, merely remaining in tranquil stillness. Onlookers might suspect that he harbors no interest in crafting talismans, only engaging in solitary cultivation. Yet, in reality, if one were to observe the surroundings of Guxiu, they would witness a marvel unfolding. Sheets of spirit-activating talisman paper, specifically designed for inscribing talismans, float gracefully before him. The celestial rhythms birthed from the myriad homage rush forth to alight upon the talisman paper. Even more astonishingly, these celestial rhythms seem to recognize the folly of their actions. Realizing they cannot be transformed into talismans in this manner, they begin to swirl and roll within the nearby red vermilion, only to descend once again upon the talisman paper. This spectacle, if witnessed by any talisman master, would likely leave them utterly astounded, jaws agape, in disbelief. Or perhaps, they would burst into tears of joy. After all, Everyone is a talisman master. When one endeavors to craft a talisman, it necessitates a meticulous appeasement of the celestial rhythms, requiring a respectful supplication for the heavens to bestow their mercy. One must beseech the cosmic forces to acknowledge their earnestness and vulnerability, thereby allowing the imprinting of symbols upon the talisman paper. It is not an exaggeration to say it resembles a pitiful plea. Yet what of Gushio? Remarkably, he is not merely inscribing a talisman. The celestial rhythms are, in fact, eagerly imploring him to transcribe their essence. They appear almost anxious, as if fearing his reluctance, each one ardently offering their assistance. There is no need for Gushio to lift a finger. Even the talisman brush is unnecessary. As they enthusiastically rush forth to aid in the talisman crafting, what sort of phenomenon is this? The disparity is staggering, indeed. Fortunately, this spectacle goes unnoticed for the moment. Otherwise, Gushio might find himself a target of public ire. Yet, regardless of whether this scene transpires or not, one fact remains. Gushio's speed in crafting talismans is nothing short of miraculous. Chin-Mo Ran can simultaneously forge 3 talismans, a feat that leaves countless talisman masters in awe of his exceptional talent. But Gushio? 300 talismans. Those densely packed 300 talismans require no effort from him, as the inscriptions commence in bulk. More significantly, this is not even Gushio's limit. The reason he is only inscribing 300 at once is simply that he wishes to keep this extraordinary display from prying eyes. It is merely that this room can accommodate no more than that many talismans being inscribed at once. Chapter 60. The Perfect Talisman. Are we reaping from Jiangjun again? The rhythm of the cosmos embodies a form of celestial law, pervading the vast expanse of the universe and concealed beyond the 3 realms. In theory, the essence of this cosmic rhythm is inexhaustible and perpetually available. However, these celestial harmonies cannot be wielded directly. They necessitate the use of specialized materials to craft talismans, which serve as the medium for practical application. Due to the multitude of cosmic rhythms, the effects of talismans vary widely. If one were to categorize them, they could be classified into 3 main types: supportive, offensive, and special. Supportive talismans include those that enhance speed, conceal presence, or attract spiritual energy, assisting practitioners in their endeavors. Offensive talismans, on the other hand, are those capable of engaging adversaries without invoking the cosmic energies, with the most prevalent being lightning talismans and fire dragon talismans. The special category is more intricate. It cannot be subdivided but comprises exceedingly rare talismans, such as those that increase the success rate of artifact recognition, accelerate the growth of spiritual plants, or even inspire warriors on the battlefield to unleash their bloodlust without fear. Beyond these classifications, talismans are also subject to a strict hierarchy, ranging from 1st to 9th rank. Each advancement signifies a qualitative leap. Correspondingly, the materials required for crafting talismans at each rank differ significantly, demanding a high level of expertise from the talisman master. The foremost requirement is spiritual consciousness. Ordinary talisman masters can produce talismans up to the 3rd rank, but beyond that, formidable spiritual power is essential. By the 6th rank, a specialized celestial rhythm is necessary, creating an exceptionally intricate system. With each elevation in rank, the efficacy of the talisman undeniably increases. However, this does not imply that high-ranking talismans are the most sought after. Quite the contrary. The most coveted talismans have consistently been those of lower rank. The reason for this is that higher-ranking talismans demand increasingly rare materials and impose greater requirements on the talisman master. While they may be powerful, they are not easily utilized by the average practitioner. For most, cost-effective lower-ranking talismans, when employed judiciously, can often prove even more effective. Of course, one cannot disregard the possibility of financial constraints. Gushio's objective is to accumulate spiritual stones and resources. Thus, he refrains from engaging in the crafting of high-ranking talismans, even dismissing 2nd and 3rd rank talismans. Instead, he focuses exclusively on producing 1st rank talismans. These are the most marketable, as their price remains reasonable, making them accessible even to financially strained wandering practitioners. Moreover, they require the least amount of time to create. Fueled by the influx of myriad rhythms inspired by the celestial book of talismans, Gushio operates with the efficiency of an unyielding overseer. A substantial quantity of 1st rank talismans is produced with remarkable speed, 300 talismans per batch, culminating in a total of 8,000 talismans completed in just 1 hour. Even more alarming was the fact that after the completion of 8,000 talismans, Gu Xiu felt merely a hint of fatigue. It is known that talismans of the 3rd tier and above impose stringent demands on one's spiritual awareness. However, this does not imply that lower-tier talismans do not consume spiritual energy. Crafting 8,000 talismans, even for a master of talismanic arts like Qin Muron, would result in substantial exhaustion, not to mention that she had to invest a considerable amount of time as well. Nevertheless, Gu Xiu did not revel in his rapid talisman creation. Instead, he furrowed his brow, pondering, is my talisman crafting truly so conspicuous? It was only now that he realized he had inadvertently invoked the worship of myriad harmonies. The first time he stirred the worship of myriad harmonies, Gu Xiu was comprehending the celestial script talisman. During the second instance, he was wholly focused on crafting talismans, oblivious to the considerable commotion he had incited in the external world. Retreating, without hesitation, Gu Xiu issued a low command. Instantly, the celestial resonances that had been manifesting in worship vanished entirely. For some reason, Gu Xiu even sensed that these vibrant celestial resonances seemed reluctant to depart. It is said that those recognized by the celestial resonances can, in theory, receive the worship of myriad harmonies. Although the celestial script talisman is formidable, it should not be capable of invoking such a phenomenon. How could this occur? Gu Xiu muttered to himself, feeling a twinge of confusion. However, dwelling on this question proved fruitless, especially as his attention was now drawn to another matter. Let me test the efficacy of the talisman I have crafted. While musing, Gu Xiu picked up a spirit-gathering talisman, intended for use during cultivation retreats, which serves the purpose its name implies. It can rapidly gather spiritual energy to enhance the effectiveness of one's training, yielding results akin to a spirit-gathering array. However, it consumes less energy than the array and does not falter in efficacy. Most importantly, this talisman can be stacked with the spirit-gathering array to amplify the effect. Without hesitation, Gu Xiu activated the spirit-gathering talisman in his hand. In an instant, this first-tier spirit-gathering talisman ignited mid-air, followed by a torrent of spiritual energy surging towards Gu Xiu, forming a faint vortex of energy before him, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy that had already been augmented by the spirit-gathering array. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Xiu's eyelids twitched. The airflow resembles a struggle, and the spiritual energy transforms into a vortex. Should not this be the effect of at least a second-tier spirit-gathering talisman? He picked up another spirit-gathering talisman and scrutinized it closely. Gu Xiu was certain this was indeed a first-tier spirit-gathering talisman, without a doubt. In terms of both materials and the talisman's trajectory, it was unequivocally a first-tier talisman. If one were to insist on noting anything extraordinary, it would be the remarkable fluidity and ethereal grace of the talisman inscribed upon the paper. After all, these talismans were not crafted by Gu Xiu's hand, but were instead autonomously inscribed by the celestial resonances, which are not something an ordinary person could replicate with mere imitation. I have heard that when a talisman master crafts a talisman, they enter a state akin to enlightenment. In this state, the master may transcend boundaries and even invoke spirits, resulting in talismans that exceed the capabilities of the current stage. Such talismans can be referred to as Dao talismans. Thus, could my talismans be deemed perfect Dao talismans? Gu Xiu then experimented with 2 other talismans. Unsurprisingly, all the talismans he created attained the level of Dao talismans, and in terms of potency, they surpassed ordinary Dao talismans by a considerable margin. Perfect Dao talismans. This is no jest. This revelation illuminated Gu Xiu's eyes. His purpose in crafting talismans has always been to acquire spiritual stones and cultivation resources. His speed in talisman creation already surpassed that of all other masters, and now each of his creations rivaled perfect Dao talismans. What does this signify? It signifies both quality and quantity. However, amidst his elation, Gu Xiu could not help but furrow his brow. His prowess in talisman crafting was so formidable that, provided the materials were sufficient, he could ensure both quality and quantity, achieving perfection with every talisman. Yet, the spectacle of the myriad rhythms of homage was truly grand. Without a doubt, Gu Xiu knew that such commotion would attract the attention of numerous talisman masters. If he were to suddenly unveil a large batch of perfect Dao talismans at this moment, it might inadvertently draw unwanted scrutiny. This was not Gushio's intention. As a solitary cultivator, he understood the importance of maintaining a low profile. Previously, he had showcased his worth before Tsurume at the appropriate moment to foster a mutually beneficial relationship. However, if his value were to become overly astonishing, it could backfire. Yet, with so many talismans in his possession, it would be imprudent to let them languish in his hands for the sake of discretion. If necessary, he could release them in batches. If that proved unfeasible, he would wait until he secured an opportunity in Yunshao City and then depart swiftly. After a period of contemplation, Gushio reached a resolution. The renown of the myriad rhythms of homage was too great. He did not wish to bear that title. However, he also did not want to refrain from selling his talismans, as struggling through life was not his desire. Therefore, he must sell, albeit with utmost discretion, and avoid any association with the myriad rhythms of homage. Such thoughts were futile. He should instead anticipate what this bamboo fishing rod would bring him. Shaking his head, Gushio refocused his thoughts and retrieved the bamboo rod. It had been 10 days since the last time he had fished the 7 stars pendant with this rod, and compared to the profits from selling talismans, the rod's ability to fish from the heavens was evidently far more significant. As he caressed the spiritual threads on the bamboo rod, Gushio hesitated no longer and cast his line. Almost instantaneously, as the bamboo rod was employed, he felt a tug. So soon? Gushio was somewhat puzzled. The last time he had fished for the 7 stars pendant had been remarkably swift, and this time seemed even more so. More importantly, in that moment, Gushio could distinctly sense that the entities on Ling Xi's side seemed to be eagerly yearning to be ensnared by him. Involuntarily, a conjecture blossomed within Gushio's heart. Could it be that this time, it is yet another opportunity for Jiangqin? With this thought in mind, Gushio made a decisive pull. Upon discerning the nature of the entities before him, his expression instantly transformed into one of astonishment. Chapter 61. The Three Bodies of Buddhism. The Supreme takes action. At this moment, what appeared on Gu Xiuqing's bamboo pole was an extraordinarily unique mask, resembling pure white jade. Shaped like a malevolent Rakshasa, yet also akin to the Buddhist Vajra, shimmering with ethereal light. It was both dreamlike and illusory, straddling the realms of reality and fantasy. Upon grasping it, Gushio immediately perceived its delicate nature, as thin as a cicada's wing, weightless in his hand, with an ineffable Tao rhythm subtly circulating upon its surface. Imbued with profound Zen essence. Is this the Three Bodies mask? Indeed, it is truly Jiang Sun's fortune. Gushio's expression flickered with astonishment, momentarily taken aback. He recognized this mask, having seen it within the dream that spanned eons. Still, it was indeed Jiang Sun's boon. This mask is known as the Three Bodies mask. Steeped in Buddhist Zen, its origins intertwined with the Buddhist doctrine, and most importantly, it possesses a unique capability, the three bodies of Buddhism. The concept of the three bodies in Buddhism posits that a Buddha manifests in 3 forms: the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, and the Nirmanakaya. As the scriptures state, the pure Dharmakaya is your essence, the complete Sambhogakaya is your wisdom, and the myriad Nirmanakas are your deeds. The ephemeral mask embodies these 3 capabilities. At this very moment, when Gushio donned the ephemeral mask, his entire demeanor and presence underwent a profound transformation. His stature seemed to increase, while his flowing white hair remained unchanged. However, his features shifted dramatically, rendering him a vision of ethereal beauty, almost unreal in its perfection. More importantly, the supreme Tao bone and innate Tao rhythm within him were laid bare, exuding an overwhelming aura that, with but a glance, could be felt in its brilliance. In that instant, he appeared as if born solely for the Dharma, every gesture imbued with the resonance of spiritual energy, as though he could manifest the law with a mere wave of his hand. As Gushio focused his spiritual energy, he discovered that the already fluid essence of his chi became even more unimpeded. Even the simplest of techniques surged with newfound potency. This, indeed, is the Dharmakaya. The heart encompasses the void, measuring the grains of sand in the universe. Soon after, Gushio's visage transformed once more. His previously flawless countenance morphed into an unremarkable one. His stature diminished slightly, and his white hair turned to black silk, rendering him entirely unremarkable, akin to a speck of dust on the great path. Unnoticeable, unexceptional. Even the once concealed supreme Tao bone and innate sacred rhythm faded, as if they had completely vanished. This is the Nirmanakya. After a brief moment, Gushio revealed his true self. The mask no longer concealed him. It was as if nothing had changed. Yet, his aura of cultivation disappeared entirely, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal, impervious to detection, even by those of exceptional prowess. This is the Sambhogakaya. The Sambhogakaya signifies the embodiment of karmic retribution, the essence of one's true self in the mortal realm. However, this true self is not truly me. Until Gushio removed the mask, everything reverted to its original state. And only then did he regain his composure. However, his gaze upon the three masks was filled with astonishment. These three masks appeared to possess functionalities akin to the illusionary talismans and facial transformation artifacts, yet they were fundamentally distinct. For both talismans and artifacts ultimately merely represent transformation. In contrast, the three masks were the genuine embodiment of the three bodies of Buddhism. All three bodies are illusory, yet simultaneously, they are all authentic, impervious to scrutiny and revelation, as they are manifestations of the true self. No celestial secrets or supreme truths can penetrate their essence. This Buddhist treasure is indeed formidable. Yet, Gushio could not suppress a frown, sensing an underlying disquiet. It was not only because this object rightfully belonged to Jiang Xin within that ephemeral dream of millennia, but also because I was just pondering how to discreetly sell these talismans without drawing attention to my status as a wandering cultivator, and now I have fortuitously acquired these three masks. Is this not a tad too coincidental? Gushio murmured to himself, harboring a degree of perplexity. The more one comprehends the Tao, the less one believes in coincidences. Every occurrence has its reason. What is deemed coincidence is merely a confluence of causes and conditions. This notion resonates equally in Buddhism and Taoism. And now, from whence does this affinity arise? Shaking his head, unable to fathom it, Gushio decided to cease his musings, producing a gathering spirit talisman, settling down in a meditative posture, and resuming his cultivation. The arising and ceasing of causes and conditions, the blooming and withering of flowers returning to dust. Better to remain undisturbed by honor or disgrace, casually observing the flowers bloom and fall in the courtyard. Better to be indifferent to presence or absence, leisurely watching the clouds roll and unfold across the sky. Cultivation is the essence. Meanwhile, as Gushio immersed himself in his arduous training, at a certain ancient temple within the Tianqi mountain range, a group of disciples from the Qingxian Holy Land, well-versed in array formations, was diligently working to dismantle the temple's restrictions. Surrounding the ancient temple lay numerous nameless corpses strewn about. A few individuals, grievously injured, gazed at the array masters with eyes harboring resentment and hatred, although they concealed their emotions well, wary of provoking fatal consequences. 2 days prior, someone had approached this ancient temple. Initially believing it to be merely a forsaken shrine, they soon discovered that within, the radiance of the Buddha illuminated all, and the power of the restrictions was exceptionally fierce, leading many to speculate that immense opportunities lay within. Alas, the first group to arrive struggled to break even the array restrictions at the temple's entrance, ultimately concluding that they required assistance. Little did they anticipate that seeking help would mark the onset of their nightmares. Unbeknownst to them, news of the hidden Buddhist opportunities in the Tianqi mountain range leaked, spreading in mere half a day, resulting in a multitude of cultivators converging upon the site. After a series of cunning negotiations, the group ultimately agreed to work together to dismantle the restrictions first, to uncover the treasures within, and subsequently determine their rightful ownership. Unexpectedly, the Qingxian sacred land has arrived. When a prestigious sacred land intervenes, the involvement of these individuals becomes inconsequential. At that moment, there were some dissenters wishing to reason, yet they ultimately became mere white bones before the gateway of opportunity. The crowd's gaze turned towards the young man in green, their expressions tinged with dread. This individual was none other than Jiang Sun, the holy son of Qingxian, whose cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage. However, his prowess was extraordinary. Those at the peak of foundation establishment appeared as insignificant as mere poultry in his presence. Even those at the early stages of golden core would find themselves challenged by him, a true paragon of celestial talent. More alarmingly, This young man was accompanied by a transcendent figure from the Qingxian sacred land during this outing. What audacity! Jiang Sun, displaying a demeanor of utmost humility, expressed his gratitude to his master, Guan Shuolan, saying, "Thank you, master, for bringing your disciple here. Were it not for your intervention, I fear this opportunity would have eluded me." Guan Shuolan replied with a gentle smile, "As your master, I must protect you. While I shall not interfere with adversaries of equal standing, I cannot stand idly by if someone seeks to bully my disciple." Jiang Sun, feeling immensely grateful, repeatedly expressed his thanks. Meanwhile, several severely injured cultivators could only sigh in resignation, acknowledging their misfortune. After all, who could contend with such formidable background and protection? At that moment, a sudden roar emanated from the ancient temple, accompanied by the astonished cries of several disciples from the Qingxian sacred land. It turned out that the temple's restrictions had backfired, causing significant damage even to those at the golden core level. Fortunately, with Guan Shuolan present, she swiftly sheltered several disciples with a mere flick of her hand. Although they were injured, their lives were spared. Master, within this ancient temple lies not only perilous formations, but also profound Buddhist power. With our current abilities, we cannot unravel the restrictions here. This is clearly a Buddhist seal, yet it possesses a peculiar nature that eludes our understanding. We may require the assistance of either fourth or fifth uncle master to resolve this. Even if we manage to unlock it, the temple's defenses are formidable, seemingly bolstered by karmic retribution from the Buddhist sect. Only a transcendent being can breach it. We implore you to take action. The surviving disciples of Qingxian sacred land spoke in unison. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brows, taken aback by the unexpected strength of this ancient temple, which had existed for countless years. However, being present, she could not simply observe. With a focused gaze upon the ancient temple, Guan Shuolan pointed her finger. Boom! The powerful thrust of her transcendent force collided with the terrifying Buddhist light emanating from the temple, resulting in an explosion of dazzling radiance that was difficult to behold. When the crowd regained their sight, they found that the temple's formidable restrictions had vanished, while Guan Shuolan, with her right hand behind her back, concealed her fingers within her sleeve, exuding an air of calm indifference. This spectacle left the injured cultivators gasping in astonishment, realizing the unmatched strength of the transcendent being. At the same time, they comprehended the gravity of their situation. This opportunity, even if bestowed upon them, they possess neither the capability nor the means to breach the ancient temple's formidable restrictions. What lies within remains a mystery. Such constraints, requiring the intervention of a supreme being to dismantle, surely conceal something extraordinary. The Buddhist sect rarely engages in the eastern wilderness, and the exact date of this temple's construction is unknown. However, its clandestine nature and terrifying prohibitions imply that whatever is contained within is indeed remarkable. Regrettably, we are destined to be mere spectators of this fortuitous event. The assembled practitioners lament their fate, resigned to their position. In the realm of cultivation, where strength reigns supreme, the involvement of a supreme being at the Mahayana stage renders this opportunity beyond their reach. To survive is already an indication of unparalleled fortune. In stark contrast to their feelings of regret and despondency, the members of the Qingxian sacred land are filled with exuberance. With the temple's restrictions now shattered, they hesitate no longer and rush inside with fervor, eager to uncover the treasures hidden within. Jiang Jin's expression radiates enthusiasm. This opportunity is his destined fortune. Despite having lost a heavenly grade sword just days prior, acquiring this artifact would not be too shabby. Yet, just as his smile begins to bloom, he witnesses a group of disciples from the Qingxian sect emerging from the ancient temple, each wearing a countenance of misfortune. Bah! Aside from a bald monk's corpse, there are merely a few tattered Buddhist scriptures inside, nothing of value whatsoever. Jiang Jin's smile instantly falters. What? Chapter 62. The treasure is gone? The dream shatters. What? Just a corpse and a few scriptures? The words of this disciple from the Qingxian Holy Land left the crowd outside the ancient temple in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? The temple was exceptionally concealed, fortified by formidable barriers, and even obstructed by Buddhist magic. With such an array of defenses, it would be expected to guard profound treasures, not nothing at all. Even Guan Shuolan furrowed her brows slightly at this moment. Did you search thoroughly? Reporting to the sect master, we searched with utmost diligence. This ancient temple is quite small, and there isn't even a single Buddha statue inside. Apart from a few scriptures and the corpse of a bald monk, there is nothing else. Those scriptures are merely mundane items, ancient and fragile. The moment I touched them, they disintegrated into dust. Several disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land responded, their expressions revealing an unmistakable sincerity. Yet, the very calmness in their demeanor only intensified Jiang Sun's restlessness. This is impossible. There must be something here. Huh. The crowd was puzzled. Yet Jiang Sun had already taken the lead, stepping inside. Guan Xuelan frowned slightly, but followed closely behind, instantly appearing within the ancient temple. Surveying the interior, it indeed matched the disciples' prior claims. The temple, though seemingly respectable from the outside, was utterly desolate within. Even the Buddha statues that should have adorned it were absent, replaced instead by the corpse of a meditative monk, his head shaven and eyes closed. This individual had likely possessed considerable strength in life. Though his vitality had surely extinguished long ago, his flesh remained intact. Beside the corpse lay fragments, clearly the remnants of what the disciples had encountered earlier. This cannot be. The guidance must not be mistaken. There must be treasures hidden here. What on earth is happening? Where did it go wrong? Damn it, damn it. Beside him, Jiang Sun murmured under his breath, his gaze constantly searching the temple, even rummaging through the remains of the high monk. A glimmer of resentment flickered in his eyes. Yet, Guan Xuelan could only feel sorrow at this sight. Ever since that fateful day when the treasured sword was destroyed, her beloved disciple had been morose. Thus, when he called upon her to assist, she had readily agreed, believing that fortune awaited them here. But now it seemed it was all the fault of this bald monk, causing my disciple such heartache. Guan Xuelan suddenly turned her gaze towards the high monk's corpse, a flicker of anger in her eyes, and raised her right hand to strike down upon the remains with considerable force. As she had just vanquished this location, an unusual force unexpectedly attached itself to her, a force so faint that she managed to suppress it temporarily. Concerned that the corpse of the venerable monk harbored some mystery, she refrained from holding back further. However, to Guan Xuelan's astonishment, the anticipated resistance did not materialize beneath her palm. The monk's body crumbled to ash as if it were mere paper. Had this bald monk expended all his strength in repelling the external foes of the ancient temple? Had his physical power been utterly depleted? Guan Xuelan deduced the outcome in an instant, but soon found herself puzzled. Was this monk truly mad, exerting such effort to guard nothingness? While lost in thought, she suddenly felt a faint pain in her fingers as that peculiar force once again coiled around her, causing a glint of cold light to flash in her eyes. Without hesitation, she unleashed her transcendent power, obliterating that strange force entirely. Yet, at the moment that force was completely extinguished, a grand hall in the western desert began to tremble violently. Following this, a voice that reverberated with profound resonance echoed forth. The three bodies have manifested in the eastern wilds, and the karmic consequences have ensnared that individual. Dharma aspect. You shall go retrieve the treasured artifact. As the voice faded, a certain statue of Buddha, which had been bowing its head and closing its eyes, gradually opened them. And astonishingly, it stepped down from the lotus pedestal, one step at a time, exiting the hall and treading eastward. A radiant light enveloped its form. All who encountered it fell to their knees. The revered one had emerged to subdue demons and vanquish malevolence. Unbeknownst to Guan Xuelan, the commotion in the western desert was unfolding, and she could not fathom that a statue of Buddha was making its way towards her. At this moment, she had just returned to the Qingxian sacred ground with her beloved disciple, and the disappointment of returning empty-handed rendered her countenance exceedingly grim. Particularly upon seeing her dear pupil's despondent demeanor, her agitation intensified. Yet, despite her vexation, Guan Xuelan consoled, Jiang Jin, do not lose heart. Your second senior sister has already begun forging you a new weapon. This time, she will utilize even more precious materials, and I believe it will soon surpass the previous Dragon Roar sword. Thank you, Master, for your concern, Jiang Jin replied, bowing deeply, though his expression remained somewhat morose. It's just, what is it? It's just that I worry whether there will be that thunder again. Fear not, for this time, I shall establish a grand formation to personally protect you. Should that heavenly thunder dare to return, I shall shatter it with my own might. With the assurance of her presence in the great ascension stage, Jiang Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Remembering his earlier lapse in composure, he hastily expressed his gratitude and then volunteered, "Master, I have heard that our sect is currently facing a severe shortage of low-tier talismans, to the extent that even 5th Senior Sister has been tirelessly crafting them for days on end. I plan to assist 5th Senior Sister at the Mashifeng during this period to alleviate the urgent needs of our Qingxian sacred ground, and I hope for your approval. Your immediate priority is to continue your cultivation." Guan Shuolan hesitated. "Master, the practice can occur at any time, but in comparison to my modest improvements, the sect's well-being is paramount." Her words were imbued with sincere emotion. A smile graced Guan Shuolan's face as she replied, "Very well, since you have achieved great perfection, there is no need for arduous training to break through. Perhaps a visit to Mashifeng will expedite your progress. Your exceptional talent in talisman crafting will surely ease my worries. Thank you, Master, for your consent. I shall not fail you. Indeed, go forth." Soon, Jiang Sun soared away on his flying sword. Watching his retreating figure, Guan Shuolan couldn't help but nod in approval. Her young disciple not only possessed unparalleled aptitude and solid skills in the 6 paths, but more importantly, he was kind-hearted and exceptionally obedient. However, her thoughts drifted to the taciturn Gu Xiao, who had once threatened her with the sect's spiritual contract. Instantly, she felt relieved by his departure. It was indeed a blessing to be rid of his unwelcome presence. Yet, as she pondered these matters, Guan Shuolan's brow suddenly furrowed. With a swift movement, she found herself in a shadowy valley, a place steeped in ominous energy. This was the Valley of 10,000 Puppets, the residence of her 6th disciple, He Mingyun. He Mingyun had long been a source of frustration for Guan Shuolan. Since childhood, she had been taciturn and preferred the company of various puppets. In recent years, she had seldom ventured outside, and even her master could only catch occasional glimpses of her. Guan Shuolan had grown accustomed to this behavior, but this past year, her 6th disciple had developed some troubling tendencies. At this moment, He Mingyun seemed to have been refining puppets, but suddenly, her soul detached from her body and hurtled toward the soul destruction stone, which was used to erase the souls of the puppets. If she were to collide with it, it would not merely result in severe injury. It would mean the obliteration of her very soul. Rebellious disciple, halt. Guan Shuolan acted swiftly, channeling her supreme power to intercept He Mingyun. To her astonishment, He Mingyun appeared resolute, her soul struggling fiercely against Guan Shuolan's restraint. In a moment of profound anguish, her spirit glared at Guan Shuolan with a venomous intensity. "Let me go! Let me go! Guan Shuolan, you wretched woman, you deserve to die? No. We all deserve to die? We all deserve to die." Chapter 63. The Despicable Ones of Qingxian. You all deserve death. He Mingyun's words were laced with boundless resentment, resembling a vengeful spirit that had escaped from the depths of hell. Her gaze towards Guan Shuolan was devoid of any previous respect or courtesy, replaced instead with overwhelming fury and malevolence. Even Guan Shuolan, a supreme being of the Great Ascension, felt a shiver run down her spine in the face of that gaze. However, she quickly dismissed these unsettling thoughts and bellowed, "Rebellious disciple, awaken." This furious command caused He Mingyun, who was previously consumed by wrath, to freeze momentarily. In the next instant, her spirit, which had momentarily broken free, hastily retreated back into her body. Guan Shuolan, wary of the situation, promptly took a soul-binding talisman and affixed it to He Mingyun. In the blink of an eye, He Mingyun blinked her eyes open in confusion, as if she were seeing Guan Shuolan for the first time, startled by her presence. She immediately rose and said, "Master." The disciple was lost in thought and did not realize you had arrived. "Please forgive my lack of respect." At that moment, He Mingyun lowered her head timidly, staring at her toes, embodying the image of a frightened child worried about reprimand from an elder, utterly transformed from the terrifying figure she had just presented. Observing her demeanor, Guan Shuolan couldn't help but sigh. "Master?" He Mingyun asked, puzzled. Suddenly recalling something, her eyes widened in terror as she stammered, "Could it be that I, again?" "Yes, you have succumbed to the darkness once more," Guan Shuolan affirmed with a furrowed brow. He Mingyun had previously fallen into madness. A genius skilled in the art of puppetry, her creations were immensely powerful and had once alleviated the sect's manpower shortages. Yet, this exceptionally talented disciple had inexplicably succumbed to madness a year prior. At that time, She seemed to be experimenting with the soul puppet technique when her spirit was abruptly damaged, leading her to the sect's entrance, where she unleashed a torrent of curses upon her fellow disciples, decrying them as ungrateful wretches. She further condemned the Qingxian Holy Land, labeling its members as despicable creatures destined for a wretched fate. Following that, she berated each disciple in succession. First, she condemned her master, Guan Xuelan, as a wicked woman of the utmost malevolence. Next, she scorned her senior sister as a coward, solely inclined to evade her problems. Her second senior sister was ridiculed as a fool who was sold by others yet remained oblivious, both foolish and malicious. As for her third senior sister, she was denounced as a false saint with a wicked heart masquerading in a guise of benevolence. The fourth senior sister was not spared either, being labeled a conceited and arrogant woman who fancied herself invincible, yet was, in reality, utterly worthless. As for the fifth senior sister, Qin Moran, He Mengyun refrained from cursing her directly, but remarked that if the ancient sages knew she had read their works, they would likely be so mortified that they would take their own lives on the spot. This statement had momentarily shattered Qin Moran's composure. However, the most unfortunate were the junior sister Lu Qingyao and junior brother Jiang Sun, who had attempted to persuade He Mengyun at that time. As a result, He Mengyun, upon seeing the two, did not utter a word but directly summoned a divine puppet, pursuing them relentlessly with murderous intent. She nearly reduced Lu Qingyao and Jiang Xian to ashes. As for herself, she refrained from any reproach and instead rushed to the entrance of Zhuo Peak, where she took her own life. Had it not been for Guan Xuelan's timely intervention, it is likely that the Wanxi Valley of the Qingxian sacred land would have been bereft of He Mengyun's presence. This incident caused a considerable uproar within the Qingxian sacred land, yet it was Guan Xuelan who ultimately imposed a gag order, forbidding all disciples from mentioning the affair, thus preventing it from causing further ramifications. However, the absence of discussion does not imply that the events did not transpire. Subsequently, Guan Xuelan and the third senior sister, Su Wanqing, conducted an investigation into He Mengyun, only to discover that half of her soul had suffered severe damage. If that portion were to gain dominance, she would plunge into madness and exhibit self-destructive tendencies. The soul is not merely a simple consciousness. Such damage is irreparable. In the end, it was Guan Xuelan, utilizing her advanced cultivation, who forcibly bifurcated He Mengyun's soul. The frenzied part had to be restrained day and night, with a soul-confining talisman to maintain He Mengyun's normalcy. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. At this moment, upon seeing Guan Xuelan nod, He Mengyun was startled and immediately fell to her knees, her face awash with trepidation. Disciple has not offended master, have I? What do you think? Guan Xuelan inquired. This. He Mengyun swallowed hard, her guilt intensifying. Disciple wished to advance in the art of puppetry today, but my soul is deficient and cannot sustain itself. Therefore, I took the risk of tearing the soul-confining talisman. Disciple is guilty. Please punish me, master. Observing her timid demeanor, Guan Xuelan, despite harboring anger, could only let out a resigned sigh. Very well, very well. Your injuries are beyond my healing. What purpose is there in blaming you? He Mengyun had always been an introverted individual, preferring to conceal her feelings. She often spoke in hushed tones, making her the least conspicuous among her sisters, existing like a green leaf against the backdrop of their brilliance or a speck of dust in the vast sky, unnoticed. Yet, she was still a disciple, and her pursuit of the art of puppetry had led to her soul's impairment. Such matters were indeed lamentable. Remember this, at all times and in all places. Do not recklessly remove the soul-confining talisman, for it will lead you to ruin. Yes, master. The path of the soul puppet is fraught with peril. Focus on your physical puppetry. As long as you are sufficiently powerful, even without the strength of the soul, you can still overcome myriad obstacles. Yes, master. Her submissive demeanor caused Guan Xuelan to furrow her brow. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, by the way, I recall that you recently forged several tracking puppets. Did you not? He Mengyun felt perplexed. Who does the master wish to find? Guxiao. He Mengyun was astonished, completely unprepared for her master to seek Guxiao. After all, during this time, the master had prohibited even the mention of that name, as if it were a taboo within the sect. However, Guan Xuelan remarked coldly, your senior sister has yet to return after all this time. She must have gone to find Guxiao. I believe that if we locate Gu Xiao and bring him back to the sect, your senior sister will surely return as well. Is there an issue with that? Did not the master say that we should cease our search for Gu Xiao? He has already signed the abandonment contract with the sect. Thus he has severed ties with us. What shall we do once he is brought back? Is that even a question? Guan Shualan frowned. What I desire is merely for your senior sister to return. As for Gu Xiao, once your senior sister is back, we can simply expel him from the sect, can we not? This He Mingyun pursed her lips, ultimately nodding in silence. Guan Shualan did not linger, reiterating the prohibition against unsealing the soul-binding talisman before swiftly departing. There was no other choice. Guan Shualan's most detested disciple was Gu Xiao, and the one she held the least regard for was none other than He Mingyun. Since childhood, He Mingyun had been reclusive, preferring the company of lifeless puppets and corpses, transforming Wankigu into a realm reminiscent of the underworld, filled with various puppets and cadavers. The atmosphere was excessively eerie, even though Guan Shualan was a practitioner of great mastery. Prolonged exposure to such an environment made her feel uneasy. As she watched her master leave, He Mingyun, who had been restless, finally exhaled in relief. She was not fond of interacting with others, particularly not with the living. While she could converse with her fellow sisters, she often felt a sense of suffocation in the presence of her master, Guan Shualan. How could I have fallen into madness again? What on earth is happening? He Mingyun sighed in distress, but soon felt a sharp pain in her arm. Rolling up her sleeve, she discovered, on her alabaster-like arm, 3 large characters inscribed with a knife, white-eyed wolf. Chapter 64. The tokens of the talismans, all are divine symbols. At this moment, Gu Xiao was seated by the window in a tavern within the city, savoring the exquisite delicacies while eavesdropping on the conversations of those around him. Have you heard about yesterday's Wanyan worship? Of course I've heard. It is said that the talisman masters went into a frenzy, with many kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely, exclaiming that the supreme talisman lord has descended, and the art of talismans will once again reign supreme across the 6 realms. What do you think this Wanyan worship is all about? Could it truly be the arrival of the supreme talisman lord? Who can say for certain? However, I heard that during the Wanyan worship, the directions in which the celestial and earthly resonances focused were all directed towards our Yunshao city. What? Could it be that the supreme talisman lord has manifested in our Yunshao city? It is unclear. Only those versed in talismans can perceive the celestial and earthly resonances, and even fewer can fully comprehend them. Who knows what is true? Nevertheless, it seems that Yunshao city will be quite lively in the coming days. Upon hearing these dialogues, Gu Xiao could not help but raise an eyebrow. When he realized yesterday that he could invoke the Wanyan worship, he had already anticipated that it would become a monumental event. Now, it seemed his predictions were indeed accurate. At least in Yunshao city today, everyone was engrossed in discussions about this matter, with a mix of truths and fabrications circulating. Esteemed friend, did you mention that you have a significant number of talismans for sale? At that moment, a portly man dressed in fine attire, the steward of Wanbao Tower, approached Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao had encountered this man, Cheng Fushou, the steward responsible for miscellaneous affairs at Wanbao Tower, the previous day when he procured materials from the establishment. However, at this moment, Cheng Fushou could not reconcile the plain-looking individual before him with Feng Begui, who had received special attention from Su Rumei, due to Gu Xiao's use of a 3-faced mask, which had significantly altered his appearance. After Gu Xiao affirmed, Cheng Fushou eagerly inquired, "Might I ask how many talismans you consider to be a significant number?" 7,000. How much? Cheng Fushou had only just settled down when he instantly sprang back up. Astonishment etched across his face as he gazed at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao reiterated, 7,000 talismans. Is there truly that many? Seeing Cheng Fushou's expression, Gu Xiao was not surprised. He casually retrieved several hundred talismans from his storage ring and laid them upon the table. He had only taken this many because there was no more room on the table. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Fushou instinctively swallowed hard. 7,000 talismans, one could argue, was not an excessive amount. Just from Wanbao Tower's sales in Yunshao City alone, they could achieve several thousand transactions daily. 7,000 talismans could potentially sell out in just a day or two. However, the crux of the matter was, while talismans might sell well, the availability of them was an entirely different issue. After all, the crafting of talismans was a laborious process, and even first-tier talismans required a considerable investment of time. Wanbao Tower maintains a team of talisman masters, yet they still find themselves unable to meet the overwhelming demand, struggling to sustain their sales. Consequently, Wanbao Tower has resorted to consistently seeking external acquisitions. However, most of those who come to sell talismans are merely individual small practitioners, possessing only a few dozen at most. Those with a modicum of savvy might manage to gather 100 or so. The real substantial supply, in truth, still relies on partnerships with various sects and even sacred grounds. Wanbao Tower does possess its own supply channels, yet regrettably, their primary source, the Qingxian sacred ground, seems to be facing some issues lately, leading to a shortage of talismans that has adversely affected Wanbao Tower's inventory. This is far from a trivial concern. While low-tier talismans do not fetch a significant number of spirit stones, an ample supply could invigorate the sales of Wanbao Tower's other offerings. The recent scarcity of talismans has resulted in a noticeable decline in foot traffic to the establishment, which is the most critical issue at hand. Hence, when Cheng Fusho heard of someone possessing a large quantity of talismans and invited him here, he hurried over without hesitation. Initially, he thought it would only amount to a few hundred. Yet now, it seems he had severely underestimated the situation. How about it, Manager Cheng? Can Wanbao Tower accommodate this? Gu Xiu inquired at that moment. Absolutely. Cheng Fusho nodded vigorously. 7,000 talismans. If you have the means, my friend, we could even handle 70,000 without issue. This was no boast. Yinshao City consumes a vast quantity of low-tier talismans daily, and there are numerous merchant associations akin to Wanbao Tower that have come to understand a fundamental truth. The association capable of providing the most low-tier talismans will undoubtedly prevail in Yinshao City. Although this individual appears unremarkable, possessing 7,000 talismans is no small feat. He might even have access to some unique channels. Gu Xiu nodded in agreement. If that is the case, Elder Cheng, what price do you propose? Well, Cheng Fusho glanced at Gu Xiu and tentatively suggested. According to our transparent pricing at Wanbao Tower, 6 spirit stones per talisman. Typically, the price for a common first-tier talisman ranges from 8 to 10 spirit stones, with a standard buyback price consistently at 6 inferior spirit stones. However, Gu Xiu shook his head decisively. That won't do. 7 stones. Cheng Fusho bit his lip in contemplation. I require 10, Gu Xiu asserted. That is out of the question. Cheng Fusho replied without hesitation. We at Wanbao Tower only sell first-tier talismans for 10 inferior spirit stones, with some even priced at 8 stones. If we set the price at 10, wouldn't we be merely shouting into the void? There is a distinct difference between a first-tier talisman and another of the same tier. Gu Xiu shook his head. Our talismans are not ordinary talismans. He emphasized to further affirm Cheng Fusho's earlier suspicions. This individual undoubtedly has some formidable power behind him. However, just then, Cheng Fusho shook his head and remarked, a first-tier talisman is merely a first-tier talisman. Apart from the exceedingly rare Dao talisman, the price disparity wouldn't be. As he spoke, Cheng Fusho suddenly widened his eyes, for he observed Gu Xiu casually flipping through a talisman. Cheng Fusho recognized that talisman as a first-tier spirit-gathering talisman. Yet the intricate patterns upon it emanated a peculiar resonance. Could this be a Dao talisman? Cheng Fusho was astonished, but soon shook his head again. While Dao talismans are indeed more valuable, they are rare and elusive, not something one can easily acquire. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted once more as he saw Gu Xiu methodically flipping through hundreds of talismans, each radiating that unique resonance. Could they all be Dao talismans? Cheng Fusho's face turned pale, his gaze towards the individual before him tinged with a hint of trepidation. How is this possible? Dao talismans are inherently rare. While talisman masters may occasionally craft them, the probability is exceedingly low. Yet, the individual before him had produced so many talismans, all of which were Dao talismans. This is inconceivable. Cheng Fusho couldn't help but recall the shocking event from yesterday that had left all talisman masters in awe, the Wan Yun homage. Such a situation is hard to overlook. These are not merely ordinary Dao talismans. They are perfect Dao talismans. 10 low-grade spirit stones. And you at Wanbao Tower shall not incur a loss. Gu Xiu stated. This was the truth. According to market value, a standard first-tier Dao talisman retails for approximately 8 to 10 spirit stones. However, a true Dao talisman can fetch up to 15 spirit stones. Wanbao Tower acquiring them for 10 spirit stones and selling a single talisman would yield at least a 5 spirit stone profit. Gu Xiu's pricing was partially influenced by the gracious treatment he received from Su Rumei of Wanbao Tower, a gesture of reciprocity. However, more importantly, crafting these first-tier talismans was exceedingly simple for Gu Xiu. With adequate materials, he could produce as many as he desired. Rather than engaging in speculative hoarding, it is far more prudent to adopt a strategy of modest profit through high volume and swiftly amass resources. Moreover, even the notion of modest profit is somewhat misleading. The cost of materials for each talisman is merely 2 spirit stones, allowing Gu Xiu to net an 8 spirit stone profit per talisman. With 7,000 talismans, he stands to gain a staggering 56,000 spirit stones. While this may seem modest at first glance, what happens once the market opens up? Selling 70,000, 700,000, or even 7 million in the future. After all, this endeavor is genuinely not difficult. Clearly, at this price point, Cheng Fusho had no room for hesitation. He promptly nodded and declared, "My friend, we at Wanbao Tower shall acquire all of your talismans. Whatever quantity you have, we shall take." As Cheng Fusho uttered these words, his voice trembled slightly, a testament to his excitement. Recently, Wanbao Tower had been facing a scarcity of talismans, and these 7,000 talismans could alleviate their urgent needs. Moreover, these were not just any talismans, they were Taoist talismans. This opportunity not only promised to resolve their immediate crisis, but also heralded a chance for Wanbao Tower to reap considerable profits. One party was eager to buy, while the other was willing to sell, rendering the subsequent proceedings rather straightforward. Cheng Fusho meticulously examined each talisman, his curiosity piqued regarding Gu Xiu's background. However, any attempt to inquire was deftly sidestepped by Gu Xiu's concise responses. Perceptive and considerate, Cheng Fusho recognized Gu Xiu's reluctance to divulge more and tactfully refrained from pressing further, avoiding any mention of the recent uproar surrounding the Wanyun pilgrimage. Once the transaction was completed, Cheng Fusho informed Gu Xiu that should he manage to procure more talismans, he was welcome to approach him anytime, as Wanbao Tower would gladly acquire them all. In response, Gu Xiu offered no affirmative assurances, instead suggesting that Cheng Fusho keep a supply of talisman materials on hand, indicating that he would seek him out again if fate allowed. With that, Gu Xiu took his leave from the tavern. No sooner had he stepped outside than he sensed the presence of 2 individuals discreetly trailing him, unmistakably associates of Wanbao Tower, intent on uncovering his secrets. Chapter 65. A surreptitious encounter with an old friend. Had it been before, Gu Xiu might have found himself in a quandary. However, endowed with the tri-faced mask, he effortlessly slipped past his 2 pursuers in the blink of an eye. Inwardly, he could not help but marvel at the formidable power of the mask. To elaborate, Gu Xiu had long been aware of the ancient temple nestled within the Tianqi mountain range, a knowledge gleaned from a dream that spanned millennia. Nevertheless, he had never coveted it, for he understood that it was beyond his current capabilities to breach. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that the tri-faced mask was a treasured relic of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Acquiring it without entangling himself in the karmic repercussions of the Buddhist faith was an impossibility. This was an opportunity that Gu Xiu understood yet could not attain. Unexpectedly, through the green bamboo pole, he had silently secured this artifact, untouched by the karmic ties of the Buddhist realm. Upon arriving in a secluded spot, Gu Xiu reverted to his original visage and ambled towards the Wanbao building. Having amassed a considerable fortune in spiritual stones, it was only fitting that he procure some essential resources for his cultivation. In addition, Gu Xiu intended to inquire about the latest developments at the Wanbao building. As anticipated, upon entering, he noticed that Cheng Fusho had already reported the recent events to Su Rumei. Given his unique status, no one impeded him, allowing him to eavesdrop unobtrusively. His subordinates had attempted to probe the mysterious individual multiple times, but he remained tight-lipped. The only information gleaned was that this person likely belonged to a substantial faction. Otherwise, they could not have produced such a plethora of talismans. While it remained unclear whether the Wanyun ceremony was connected to this group, it was highly probable that they possessed secrets unknown to others. Observing Cheng Fusho's steadfast analysis, Gu Xiu found himself in full agreement. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Rumei, he prepared to depart, refraining from further eavesdropping. However, Su Rumei suddenly inquired, "Friend Feng, how did the talismans we crafted yesterday turn out? My talent in talisman making is limited. It may take me some time." Gu Xiu regretfully shook his head. Though Su Rume harbored some doubts, she ultimately chose not to question him further, merely reassuring him that each practitioner has their own specialization and encouraging him to approach the Wanbao building should he require anything. She even offered to arrange for someone to elaborate on the art of talisman making should he express interest. Gu Xiu simply nodded in gratitude before making his way back to his rain listening pavilion, eager to immerse himself in cultivation. In the subsequent 2 days, Gu Xiu devoted himself to his training while also discreetly gathering information. The speculation surrounding the Wan Yun ceremony's connection to Yunxiao City had indeed piqued the interest of a few individuals, although such whispers were limited to a minority. For the majority of sects and factions, it was always wiser to err on the side of caution, opting to investigate rather than dismiss the possibility outright. In the span of merely 2 days, a plethora of unfamiliar faces began to flood into Cloud Sky City, and with their arrival, the most significant alteration was the deterioration of public order. Almost daily, incidents of vengeance-seeking, brawls, and even murders occurred in the streets. It is said that even the Lord of Cloud Sky City was perturbed, personally intervening on one occasion to quell a group of malevolent outsiders. This news spread widely. When Xiao He recounted the tale, she vividly described how the seemingly omnipotent Lord dispatched a group of skilled warriors with a mere slap. She also informed Gu Xiu that many individuals were still reluctant to depart, choosing instead to remain in the city in pursuit of the truth behind the Wan Yun pilgrimage. However, Gu Xiu remained entirely unfazed. After all, they were searching for the supreme being of the Wan Yun pilgrimage. What relevance did it hold for Feng Bugui? While Gu Xiu diligently observed the shifting tides and immersed himself in arduous training, the Wanbao building found itself in a state of dismay. Particularly, Cheng Fusho frequented the tavern, eagerly anticipating the return of the mysterious faction to procure another batch of talismans. The efficacy of Gu Xiu's talismans was simply unparalleled. Initially, when they were first offered for sale, some solitary cultivators deemed the prices exorbitant. However, after the first individual experienced the remarkable effects of Gu Xiu's talismans, they were left astounded and promptly returned with a throng of others to purchase them. This caused quite a stir. Furthermore, within just 2 hours, all 7,000 talismans crafted by Gu Xiu were sold out. Cheng Fusho was exhilarated, eagerly awaiting the chance to encounter that individual again to place another order. Alas, after 5 consecutive days, he returned to the Wanbao building empty-handed once more, only to be greeted by Su Rume. Still unable to locate him? Reporting to Manager Su. No. What could be the reason? Have they departed? Well, I am uncertain, Cheng Fusho sighed. But it stands to reason that there are too many individuals in Cloud Sky City seeking information, causing them to be reluctant to reveal themselves. Su Rume furrowed her brow, grasping this rationale. Based on the recent analyses conducted by the Wanbao building, she was nearly convinced that the individuals lurking in the shadows were undoubtedly connected to the Wan Yun pilgrimage. Given the current fervor surrounding it, their desire to remain concealed was entirely understandable. However, news had arrived from the main building that the Qingxian sacred ground had recently accelerated the production speed of their talismans, but for the time being, could only supply their own needs. Other trading firms were also aware of this development and were now intervening in our collaborations with several sects, placing us in a precarious predicament. If we continued to struggle to meet the demand for talismans, it seemed that Wanbao building might not only lose this pivotal means of access, but could also trigger a chain reaction affecting the entire establishment. This was indeed troubling news. No one could have anticipated that the previously formidable Qingxian sacred ground would falter so dramatically this time, causing considerable distress for its partner. Wanbao Tower. With a grim expression, Su Rume pondered for a moment before declaring, "The individuals operating in the shadows may wait indefinitely, but we cannot afford to linger. If they refuse to reveal themselves, then we must resort to desperate measures." Desperate measures? The people within Wanbao Tower exchanged puzzled glances, only to hear Su Rume continue. "Arrange for someone to disseminate a message." "What message?" The crowd inquired with curiosity. "Convey that our Wanbao Tower has acquired a secret method to enhance the cultivation of talismanic arts by a level, and that henceforth, our supply of talismans will significantly increase." What? Upon hearing this, the group wore expressions of bewilderment. As a commercial entity, Wanbao Tower was amidst a convergence of formidable forces in Yuntian City. Broadcasting such news could undeniably attract undue attention and suspicion. What was Su Rume scheming? Indeed, this manager, Su, was astute. This was a declaration of intent, a means to assure us that Wanbao Tower would remain discreet and loyal to its allies. The following day, upon hearing this news, Gu Xiu immediately grasped Su Rumei's intentions. It must be said, Su Rumei exhibited remarkable resolve. At least for the present, Wanbao Tower proved to be trustworthy. Given their boldness, Gu Xiu decided to act without hesitation. He set out early that day to seek out Cheng Fushou, who was, as usual, meandering in the tavern. However, this time, Gu Xiu donned a different visage. As expected, when Cheng Fushou learned that Gu Xiu was affiliated with the mysterious force, he was not only delighted but increasingly inquisitive. This was a power that could inspire reverence among the myriad factions. Indeed, their numbers were substantial. Cheng Fushou relayed the news to Gu Xiu. Wanbao Tower had raised the price for each of Gu Xiu's talismans by 3 spirit stones, increasing the cost from 10 to 13 spirit stones each. Gu Xiu did not decline the offer. After all, with his vast reservoir of qi, he was akin to a gold-guzzling beast and would certainly not disdain an abundance of spirit stones. Nonetheless, Gu Xiu chose not to engage in extensive conversation with Cheng Fushou this time. He simply presented the 800 talismans he had prepared and then took possession of the abundant talismanic materials that Cheng Fushou had been carrying. Cheng Fushou repeatedly invited Gu Xiu to discuss matters in greater detail at Wanbao Tower, but Gu Xiu politely declined. Trust must be cultivated gradually. His use of a disguise to interact with Wanbao Tower was intended to gauge their stance on the myriad factions. For now, he intended to observe further. It appeared that Wanbao Tower was earnest, having not only increased the price for purchasing talismans, but also refrained from trailing Gu Xiu as he departed the tavern. As Gu Xiu strolled back, contemplating strategies to avoid alerting the myriad factions while simultaneously expanding the market for his talismans, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Junior brother." The sound was particularly familiar, causing Gu Xiu to instinctively furrow his brow. Turning around, he beheld 2 familiar figures standing not far behind him. Chapter 66. A Brush with Fate. Morning and evening at this moment. Behind Gu Xiu stood 2 women. One, clad in a crimson robe and dark armor, exuded a spirited demeanor, reminiscent of a valiant female general who stood shoulder to shoulder with her male counterparts. The other, draped in white with hair as pale as snow, possessed striking features akin to a painting, yet the sorrow evident in her eyes was a poignant contrast. These 2 were none other than Yi Hongling and Nian Chaoshi, who had just arrived at Yinxiao City. In recent days, Nian Chaoshi had been in the company of Yi Hongling. Although Yi Hongling steadfastly asserted that the junior disciple Nian Chaoshi spoke of was not the same benevolent figure she had encountered, her words bore little fruit. Nian Chaoshi remained taciturn, resembling a lost soul, and despite Yi Hongling's confusion regarding the situation, she could only cautiously guide her companion into the city. Upon hearing the term junior disciple, Yi Hongling merely cast a cursory glance ahead. After a moment's hesitation, she gently urged, "Senior, please refrain from calling out. If your junior disciple were to see you, he would undoubtedly come searching for you at once." Since entering the city, Nian Chaoshi had repeatedly called out for her junior disciple. Initially, Yi Hongling believed that perhaps Nian Chaoshi had truly spotted him, only to later realize that it was merely a manifestation of her despair, a futile attempt to summon him back. This scene prompted a deep sigh from Yi Hongling. Meanwhile, Nian Chaoshi, in response to Yi Hongling's counsel, managed a bitter smile. "He will not return. He will not meet me." Yi Hongling, bewildered and unaware of the underlying reasons, could only offer words of comfort. "How can that be? Senior, your concern for him is evident. If he were to know, he would be moved beyond measure and would surely wish to see you." She suggested, "Let us find a place to rest. It would be prudent for me to contact my sect as well." Seeing Nian Chaoshi remain unresponsive, Yi Hongling, resigned, continued to lead her forward. Neither Yi Hongling nor the despondent Nian Chaoshi noticed a middle-aged cultivator, clad in a crane cloak and wielding a feather fan, who brushed past them. To all appearances, he was merely an ordinary passerby. Yet, in truth, he was none other than Gu Xiu. Observing the gradually receding figures of Nian Chaoshi, who occasionally called out for her junior disciple, and Yi Hongling at her side, Gu Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. However, it was merely a fleeting gesture. Moments later, he withdrew his thoughts and leisurely returned to his abode, the listening rain pavilion. Encountering the Qingxian sacred land was not unexpected for Gu Xiao. After all, it was a prestigious sect with numerous disciples, and given his presence in this corner of the eastern wilderness, such encounters were hardly surprising. As for the call of junior disciple from Nian Chaoshi, Gu Xiao paid it no mind, considering it highly likely that she was referring to Jiang's son. Even if he is indeed being called, so what? For Gu Xiao, the Qingxian Holy Land, and he had already severed all ties and grievances. Rather than pondering these matters, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to craft talismans without provoking such immense phenomena. This is the most pressing issue at hand. After all, if every time he crafted a talisman it drew the attention of myriad auras in worship, his discovery would become an inevitability. This is not what Gu Xiao desires to witness. The 500 years of battles in the Forbidden Lands and 3 years of trials within the sect, though painful, have allowed Gu Xiao to see the essence of things clearly. Instead of being a dazzling prodigy vying to challenge the heavens, it is far preferable to be an unnoticed, ordinary rogue cultivator, quietly amassing spirit stones and cultivation resources while secretly enhancing his own prowess. Upon returning to the Listening Rain Pavilion, Gu Xiao tossed the packed meals he had brought along to the pitiful little maid, Xiao He, disregarding her expressions of gratitude, and retreated directly to his own room. After activating the isolation formation, he retrieved the talisman materials he had just received from Cheng Fushou and began his attempts. The myriad auras worshipping him stemmed from the overwhelming affinity he possessed for the laws of heaven and earth, all eager to surge forth and be depicted by him. This affinity cannot be eliminated, but perhaps I can try to isolate the distant heavenly and earthly laws from my influence, at least controlling this affinity within a certain range. Gu Xiao murmured to himself as he slowly began to wield the heavenly book talisman, inching his way to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth. However, after only a brief attempt, Gu Xiao immediately severed the connection. He could not obstruct it. The laws of heaven and earth are inherently powers of regulation. Unless Gu Xiao possesses the means to alter or shield these celestial rules, he cannot conceal the affinity of the heavenly and earthly laws. In fact, even reducing the scope of influence seems impossible. Yet Gu Xiao remained undeterred, pondering anew, since I cannot isolate the probing of the heavenly and earthly laws, nor diminish their influence, perhaps I can try to calm the activity of these laws, to pacify them? Having thought of this, Gu Xiao embarked on another attempt. This time, a spark of clarity illuminated his gaze. It works. In his efforts, the laws of heaven and earth continued to manifest rapidly, still offering their myriad auras in worship. However, compared to their previous fervor, they began to exhibit a more serene demeanor. Although the effect seems minimal, at least the direction is correct. Gu Xiao then continued to delve into his experiments. Crafting talismans represents an opportunity for him to swiftly accumulate spirit stones and resources, making it a worthy expenditure of time. Meanwhile, in a certain inn within the city, a conversation transpired. "Senior, I truly apologize, but it is said that during this period, the phenomenon of myriad auras worshipping has frequently occurred, and it appears that the direction of this worship is centered around Yunshao City. Consequently, a multitude of forces have surged into Yunshao City, leading to a shortage of rooms in the inn. I can only trouble you, Senior, to share a room with me." Yi Hongling, with utmost politeness, addressed Nian Chaoshi, yet Nian Chaoshi remained utterly unresponsive. She merely sat by the window, lost in thought, gazing vacantly outside. Yi Hongling sighed. This elder, possessing remarkable prowess, should have been at ease and carefree, yet after spending several days together, Yi Hongling discerned that she was far from carefree, ensnared instead by her own troubled mind, as if ensnared by inner demons. Elder, contemplating for a moment, Yi Hongling finally mustered the curiosity to inquire. "Could you share something about your junior disciple?" "My junior disciple?" Nian Chaoshi snapped back to reality. Observing her demeanor, Yi Hongling could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, it was only when mentioning her junior that this elder exhibited any sign of life. "Yes, elder. Your kind heart and the affection you hold for your junior disciple must mean he is a remarkable person, worthy of your concern, is he not? My junior disciple is indeed a good person, but I cannot claim to be kind-hearted," Nian Chaoshi said, her voice tinged with melancholy. Yi Hongling, perplexed, replied, "How can that be? You are so deeply pained for your junior disciple. Surely, only one who values deep relationships could feel this way." "Valuing deep relationships?" Nian Chaoxi's smile was tinged with sorrow. I am unworthy of such a title. What do you mean? Yi Hongling, bewildered, listened as Nian Chaoxi continued. I once believed that I had no part in this turmoil, but over the past few days, I have pondered much and realized. I am, in fact, the true architect of this chaos. I am the real villain. Chapter 67, Nian Chaoxi. I am the true villain what? Yi Hongling was utterly perplexed. Even now, she remained oblivious to Nian Chaoxi's identity and could not comprehend the enmity between Nian Chaoxi and the disciple she had mentioned. While she was lost in thought, Nian Chaoxi inquired, "Are you familiar with the Heavenly Mechanism sect?" Indeed, Yi Hongling nodded. The Heavenly Mechanism sect is a realm of divination, seeking omens, probing the past, and glimpsing the future. It stands as the most enigmatic path beyond the six realms. Then do you understand why practitioners of the Heavenly Mechanism are so few? Nian Chaoxi probed further. Well, Yi Hongling pondered for a moment. Practitioners of the Heavenly Mechanism require the acknowledgement of the Heavenly Tao, and they are most susceptible to divine retribution. The lightest consequence is a depletion of lifespan, while the gravest leads to a lifetime of torment, unable to transcend for all eternity. Nian Chaoxi remarked, shaking her head with a smile. You must have heard that encountering the Heavenly Mechanism is often deemed inauspicious, correct? Yi Hongling fell silent, yet ultimately nodded. The Heavenly Mechanism is the path most easily entangled in karmic repercussions, often leading its renowned practitioners to an inescapable demise. Furthermore, it is not solely their own fate that is jeopardized. Many cultivators of the Heavenly Mechanism, if not most, are afflicted by the celestial calamity of the lonely star, endangering those close to them before their own tragic ends. Thus far, no practitioner of the Heavenly Mechanism has ever been rumored to enjoy a peaceful old age. Suddenly, Yi Hongling appeared to grasp something, gazing at Nian Chaoxi with astonishment. Nian Chaoxi nodded, declaring, I am a practitioner of the Heavenly Mechanism. This revelation left Yi Hongling momentarily stunned, instinctively causing her to want to distance herself. It was a natural reaction, one she could hardly control. Fortunately, Nian Chaoxi seemed unfazed and continued. The greatest taboo of the Heavenly Mechanism is to divulge its secrets. Once revealed, one becomes ensnared in karmic ties. However, if a practitioner of the Heavenly Mechanism can truly maintain discretion, it should not significantly affect those around them. Though such practitioners are exceedingly rare. Yi Hongling nodded in understanding. She recognized that as long as the secrets were safeguarded, divine retribution would not fall unjustly nor entangle those nearby. Yet, despite this understanding, very few can genuinely uphold such restraint. A simple example illustrates this. A practitioner of the Heavenly Mechanism is acutely aware that proceeding further will lead to disaster. Yet when those close to them are poised to advance, who can adhere to the rules and watch their loved ones plunge into the abyss? You must have always received considerable affection from your sect, haven't you? Nian Chaoxi suddenly asked. Yi Hongling found it strange, but nodded nonetheless. She was indeed a prodigy nurtured by the Tianzi mansion, receiving much care from her senior brothers and sisters. Although the trials imposed by the sect were particularly stringent, she had encountered her fair share of dangers. Nevertheless, she had always been the most cherished little sister within the Tianzi mansion. Yet, Nian Chaoxi let out a sigh, speaking softly to herself. I am the esteemed senior sister, revered and adored by many. My junior disciples regard me as an idol, treating me as a figure of authority. However, when I stepped into the path of heavenly mechanisms, that reverence gradually transformed into isolation and estrangement. At that time, I was merely 10 years old. Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback. Although she had not experienced such a tumultuous journey, she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Nian Chaoxi. For a child of merely 10 years, to transition from being cherished and respected to becoming a figure shunned and overlooked. One could only imagine the cruelty of such a fate. In those days, everyone in the sect deliberately distanced themselves from me. Over time, I became the most unapproachable person within the entire sect. Yet, I am not one who delights in solitude. On the contrary, I cherish the warmth of my junior sisters and the concern of my master. I fear isolation, dread the wary glances cast my way, and am terrified of becoming the most reclusive individual in the sect. However, all of this is beyond my control, for stepping into the path of heavenly mechanisms has sealed my destiny. Upon hearing these words, Yi Hongling pressed her lips together, several times wanting to offer words of comfort. but ultimately refrained. For what Nian Chaoshi expressed was undeniably true. The path of heavenly mechanisms is said to bring misfortune. This notion is widely circulated. A mountain of prejudice that cannot be moved, explained, or altered. Fortunately, I have a wonderful junior brother. Nian Chaoshi smiled softly, her gaze tinged with nostalgia. My junior brother is cherished within our sect, a kind and sensible child. Yet, paradoxically, the only rule he defies is disregarding my warnings and my master's admonitions, willingly engaging with me and becoming a confidant with whom I share everything. In his youth, during his leisure, he would often visit my chilly attic, seeking to discuss his dreams and share amusing tales of his experiences. He has even gone out of his way to help me mend the rift between me and the junior sisters, as well as my master. Even as he matured and gained wisdom, he remained unchanged. He frequently ventured out to hone his skills, yet upon each return, he would present me with small gifts and lie beside me on the stargazing platform, recounting tales of his encounters with foes, friends, and whimsical adventures. As Nian Chaoshi recounted these memories, her eyes shimmered with warmth. Even Yi Hongling listened with astonishment. Senior, your junior brother indeed sounds remarkable. Yes, he is truly wonderful. Nian Chaoshi affirmed with a smile. Nian Chaoshi smiled softly. Those were the happiest moments of my life. And then, her expression darkened. Later, I let him down. How so? My junior brother ventured into a perilous place, and he was gone for many years, far surpassing the lifespans of many. This Yi Hongling's smile faded, as she began to sense the gravity of Nian Chaoshi's plight. Indeed, with the departure of my junior brother, the person I held closest in the sect vanished. And in his absence, those sisters who had begun to lower their guard and reconnect with me once more withdrew into distance. Even though I endeavored to prove my worth and contribute to the sect, I ultimately could not shift that great mountain, nor alter the fate of the Tianshu master. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow. How can this be? You are their elder sister, their fellow disciple. To this, Nian Chaoshi merely smiled, a complex expression etched on her face. And what followed? Surely your junior brother must have returned. Yi Hongling could not help but inquire. He has returned. But upon his return, he transformed into another version of myself. Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. In fact, upon his return, he was even less favored than I. Nian Chaoshi spoke with a bitter tone. He encountered certain events, and for various reasons, became another me. Or rather, he became a person even more marginalized than I. What? Yi Hongling was astonished, finding it hard to believe. After all, according to Nian Chaoshi, her junior brother should have been a figure of significant attention. How could he have been met with rejection and isolation? But what happened next? Yi Hongling was more intrigued by the subsequent events. Your junior brother has returned, and he is not well liked. Surely the two of you could support each other? This would be the ideal outcome. Siblings in the sect supporting one another, forging a path together. This is the beautiful conclusion found in all tales. Yet I let him down, Nian Chaoshi lamented. Yi Hongling was perplexed. Nian Chaoshi continued, her voice heavy with sorrow. After my junior brother returned, he faced numerous adversities, enduring much injustice and harassment. All this while, I used my seclusion as an excuse to ignore these issues, even pretending they did not exist. However, despite my mastery of the Tianshu path, my solitude, my distance from the crowd, I am, at heart, a person who yearns for warmth. How could I truly be oblivious to it all? What? Yi Hongling's eyes widened in shock, gazing incredulously at the person before her. Yet, Nian Chaoshi sorrowfully spoke. I apologize, my junior brother. It is indeed I who have betrayed you. I am but an ostrich, hiding in the shadows with my head buried in the sand. Faced with any dilemma, I feign ignorance. Upon witnessing any injustice, I secretly hope the discord will not escalate, and I remain indifferent, even. I have more than once wished for you to endure as I do, to consider the greater good. But the truth is, at this moment, tears streamed down Nian Chaoshi's cheeks. I am the true villain. Chapter 68, The Arrogant Qing Xian. The crisis of 10,000 treasures in the tranquil confines of listening rain residence. Gu Xiao, who had been seated in meditation with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A flicker of brilliance igniting within. After an entire day of relentless experimentation, he had finally uncovered a method to resolve the issue of the 10,000 melodies worship. In this moment, he gently raised his hand, causing several blank talismans to float gracefully into the air. With a subtle wave, the profound rhythms of heaven and earth materialized before him. This time, unlike before, the 10,000 melodies did not rush towards him with reckless abandon. Yet, this did not imply a loss of affinity. Rather, it appeared as if the rhythms of the universe had been persuaded by Gu Xiao, transforming from a capricious child into a well-trained legion. They remained congenial towards him, but now approached in an orderly and harmonious manner. Though the change appeared subtle, it alleviated Gu Xiao's concerns about attracting unwanted attention due to the anomalies of heaven and earth. With the most pressing issue resolved, he turned his focus towards the task at hand, the crafting of talismans. The opportunities in Yunxiao City were still some time away, and this interval would be devoted to accumulating sufficient resources. The spiritual stones he lacked were still plentiful. Having confirmed that the rhythms of heaven and earth would no longer expose him, Gu Xiao shed his hesitations and commenced the creation of talismans. This time, he possessed an abundance of materials, enough for a staggering 50,000 talismans. Such a quantity would be considerable for any sect or faction engaged in talisman crafting. However, for Gu Xiao, it merely represented a chance to experiment. He yearned to test the limits of his capabilities, how many talismans he could craft simultaneously. Previously, confined to his chamber, he had managed to produce 300 talismans at once, yet he sensed this was not his utmost limit. Expanding the crafting area to encompass the entire backyard, he set up a shielding array to envelop it completely. Commencing his endeavor, he entered a meditative state once more, as blank talismans were imbued with flawless runes and rhythms. Soon, he was crafting 10, then 100. In mere moments, the quantity soared to 300, swiftly surpassing 400. The numbers continued to rise, 500, 600. Finally, when the count reached 1,000, the growth ceased. It was not that he could not continue. Rather, exceeding this number would impose a strain on his consciousness, which he currently found difficult to sustain. Otherwise, his talisman crafting speed would be truly formidable. Gu Xiao murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. To craft 1,000 talismans simultaneously, this pace was more than sufficient to please him, let alone the future. The speed of production may even increase further. The prospects are indeed promising. As Gu Xiao commenced the simultaneous crafting of 1,000 talismans, the disciples of various factions gathered in Yunxiao City furrowed their brows in unison. In recent days, everyone had been probing into the truth behind the Wan Yun worship. Countless individuals speculated about the monumental talismanic opportunities at hand. However, upon their arrival in Yunxiao City, they found themselves devoid of any fruitful discoveries. Despite the occurrences of Wan Yun worship throughout the previous day, each manifestation was abruptly interrupted before it could fully materialize, which was quite vexing. After enduring this torment for an entire day, Wan Yun finally reappeared. Yet, this time, the ethereal resonance of heaven and earth did not engage in worship. This left many talisman masters feeling rather deceived. At least at this moment, 2 talisman masters standing before the Wanbao Tower, gazing skyward, could not help but frown. What has caused this sudden change? We have tracked all the way to Yunxiao City, only to receive no news at this critical juncture. It is truly infuriating. What shall we do next? How shall we report back? We can only speak the truth, if necessary. We shall remain in Yunxiao City for a couple more days. I have heard that our junior master is currently assisting at Imoshu Peak. Perhaps the difficulties in crafting talismans have already been resolved. With our junior master's assistance, there should be no issues. His aptitude is exceptional, and his talent in the art of talismans is not inferior to that of the Peak Master. It seems we need not worry. These 2 individuals hailed from the Qing Xian sacred land, dispatched by their sect to investigate the peculiar phenomena during the initial occurrence of Wan Yun worship. As they deliberated, the esteemed manager Jean of Wanbao Tower, who accompanied them, suddenly brightened. Taoist Zhou, Taoist Liu, your sect's junior master has begun crafting talismans. Does that imply the stability of talisman production will soon be restored? Certainly. With our junior master involved, how could there be any issues? Replied a confident talisman master named Zhou. Manager Jean grew increasingly excited. Then our talismans, you need not concern yourselves with that. We must prioritize our own people. Others will have to wait. In the short term, it is absolutely impossible for you to obtain any talismans from Wanbao Tower. But esteemed Taoists, we at Wanbao Tower currently have no talismans available for sale. We merely seek a small batch to help us through this ordeal. Your lack of talismans for sale is of no consequence to us. Manager Jean, somewhat irked, managed to suppress his frustration, stammering, "Esteemed Taoists, our previous collaborations with your Qing Xian sacred land have always been quite amicable. Whether in terms of repurchase prices or resource allocation, it has been consistently favorable. Even Elder Qin of your sect previously stated that a certain quantity of talismans would be guaranteed each month. Look at the present situation. Could your esteemed sect possibly grant us a batch of talismans to help stabilize the circumstances? We do not require an abundance, merely 10,000 to alleviate our pressing needs. What do you both think?" It is a pity, however, the words of Manager Jean elicited only disdainful expressions from the two talisman masters of the Qing Xian sacred land. Regardless of how much Manager Jean implored, their attitudes remained remarkably uniform. If one desires talismans, they must wait. As for the duration of this wait, that remains uncertain. Do you expect the Qing Xian sacred land to forego its internal supply of talismans and distribute some to you? Dream on. It is imperative to recognize that you are merely a commercial association, while we are a sacred land. Hearing such remarks made Manager Jean grit his teeth in frustration. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, he could only serve these two with the utmost hospitality, and before their departure, he even bestowed upon each 1,000 spirit stones as a token for their journey. There was no alternative. These individuals hailed from the Qing Xian sacred land, and the Wanbao Tower, despite its significant stature, could not afford to stand against such an entity, especially since they relied on the talismans from the Qing Xian sacred land. This predicament meant that even if he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these two, he could not reveal a hint of it, leaving Manager Jean in a state of profound frustration. Upon returning to Wanbao Tower, he discovered that there were considerable issues on Su Rumei's end as well. "Manager Su, our talismans have been completely sold out. We cannot produce even a single one at present. Several of our talisman masters have recently left Wanbao Tower to join Lingbao Studio, significantly impacting our talisman production capacity. Lingbao Studio had laid its plans from the outset, and this time, leveraging the situation of the Wanyun pilgrimage, they struck unexpectedly, catching us off guard. They not only suppressed our business and poached our talisman masters, but many sects that had cooperated with us have also declared their intent to collaborate with Lingbao Studio. We have been outmaneuvered. If we do not replenish our talisman supplies soon, Wanbao Tower will face a severe loss of patrons, leading to a vicious cycle that could devastate our business." These disheartening tidings came in rapid succession, causing Manager Jean to furrow his brow involuntarily, while Su Rumei, seated at the head, listened to these reports with a deeply furrowed brow. The situation was indeed dire. Lingbao Studio, as Wanbao Tower's long-standing rival, had evidently prepared extensively for this sudden offensive. If a resolution could not be found, the future of Wanbao Tower remained uncertain, but at the very least, the branch in Yunshao City would suffer significant repercussions. Su Rumei inquired, "Manager Jean, what did the two talisman masters from the Qing Xian sacred land say? Are they willing to support us with a batch of talismans?" "No." Manager Jean sighed and truthfully conveyed the attitudes of the two talisman masters from the Qing Xian sacred land. The others immediately frowned in response. How could the Qing Xian sacred land be so ungrateful? We provide them with so many materials for free each year. Yet when we encounter difficulties, they refuse to lend their support. Indeed, the situation has become quite dire. As allies, they should refrain from uttering such heartless words, even if they find themselves powerless. The arrogance of the Qing Xian sacred land is excessive. Even other sacred lands would not behave in such a manner. A sect that has ascended from a third-rate sacred land to a revered one in merely 500 years possesses a rather limited perspective. As the discussions grew increasingly harsh, Su Rumei furrowed her brow and interjected with a reprimand. She shared in the indignation directed at the Qing Xian sacred land, yet such sentiments were best kept to oneself, for voicing them could spell disaster for the Wanbao Tower. Moreover, the current predicament cannot be resolved merely through condemnation of the Qing Xian sacred land. They must rely on their own resources. "Cheng Fusho, have you received any news regarding that mysterious force?" Su Rumei inquired. Cheng Fusho, standing nearby, offered a wry smile. "I met with them yesterday, but they only provided 800 talismans." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh escaped the crowd. 800 talismans were woefully insufficient. Even if they were all high-grade, it would not suffice. Previously, Su Rumei had taken a risk by publicly declaring that Wanbao Tower had mastered a method to increase the probability of talisman creation, hoping to forge a connection with this force and extend goodwill. The other party had promptly reached out to Chung Fushou, evidently acknowledging Wanbao Tower's intentions. However, if this force could only supply 800 to 1,000 talismans at a time, then their efforts would be in vain. The crisis facing Wanbao Tower remained unresolved. Everyone, please return for now. We must raise our talisman acquisition prices and engage more with those talisman masters and allied forces poached by Lingbao Pavilion to see if we can reach an agreement. As for the Qingxian Sacred Land, I have already contacted the main tower. The deputy tower master has relayed that he will head to the Qingxian Sacred Land in the next couple of days to discuss talismans. We must exercise patience. Ultimately, Su Rumei could only wave her hand to dismiss her subordinates. However, once they departed, she retrieved 2 tomes of cultivation methods and made her way directly to Tingyu residence. At such a time, you still wish to seek out Feng Bugui? The shadow inquired, intrigued. I am powerless to alter the situation regarding the talismans. If I continue in this manner, it signifies that I am unable to seize the present, Su Rumei replied, shaking her head. Thus, I must strive to grasp the future. Furthermore, I have a persistent feeling that Feng Bugui harbors untapped potential. I intend to seek him out and inquire how I might resolve my current predicament. Perhaps he will possess a solution. What could a loose cultivator in the Qi refinement stage possibly offer? The shadow frowned, eager to counter. Yet upon reflecting on Feng Bugui's remarkable abilities, she chose to remain silent. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Tingyu residence. However, Chapter 69. Meeting is worse than not meeting. What is affection compared to indifference? The two were left disappointed. In response to their arrival, Xiaoyi spoke. She had encountered Steward Su, and regrettably, Feng Xianzhong had just departed. Departed? Su Rumei inquired curiously. Did Feng Xianzhong mention where he was headed? He did not say. This. Su Rumei furrowed her brow, noticing that the shadow beside her asked, Does Feng Xianzhong frequently go out? This. Xiaoyi hesitated before shaking her head in silence. The shadow grew impatient. I am asking you. Xiaoyi knelt on the ground. I beg for your forgiveness, Xianzhong. I am merely a maidservant to Feng Xianzhong, and without his permission, I cannot speak of my master's matters recklessly. Huh. The shadow found amusement in this. Just as she intended to teach this mortal maid a lesson, Su Rumei intervened, praising Xiaoyi instead. You have acted correctly. One should treat Feng Xianzhong with such respect. With that, Su Rumei cheerfully departed with the shadow. The shadow remained disgruntled. This little maid seems to have forgotten that she was once part of our Wanbao building. In just a few days, she dares to defy us for that Feng Bugui. I believe she is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. I find it rather commendable. Su Rumei's words displeased the shadow. How so? Xiaoyi has only served Feng Bugui for a few days, yet she is capable of such loyalty. Do you not think this reveals something? What is it? It indicates that Feng Bugui treats those around him well. He must be a person of deep affection and loyalty. Su Rumei continued. Such individuals are precisely the ones worth cultivating. This. The shadow pondered for a moment, unable to suppress a scoff. This is why I am reluctant to take on any managerial role. I prefer to be a mere enforcer, using strength rather than intellect. Engaging with you cunning individuals is exhausting. All right, do not be upset, Su Rumei smiled. The shadow asked. It is not anger, but I wonder. Now that Feng Bugui is absent, where do you plan to search for him? Do not fret. I shall employ the blessing source divination technique to seek insight. Feng Bugui possesses a profound blessing source, which should reveal something. Su Rumei replied, silently reciting incantations, then brought her fingers together and lightly brushed her eyes. In an instant, a flash of green light flickered within her gaze. This blessing source divination technique relies not merely on the skill itself, but primarily on Su Rumei's extraordinary dual pupils, rarely seen in the world. At this moment, she lifted her gaze to the heavens and scanned her surroundings. However, moments later, Su Rumei's eyes widened in disbelief, and she hastily dispelled the blessing source divination. Her face was filled with shock. What happened? Did you find Feng Bugui? The shadow asked, puzzled. I did not have time to search. Su Rumei's expression grew grave. I beheld something even more astonishing. What is it? The shadow inquired, intrigued. Su Rumei spoke. I just observed that in the eastern part of the city, someone, Someone is performing the method of bestowing blessings and self-abnegation. Bestowing blessings and self-abnegation? What is that? Shadow inquired, somewhat perplexed. Tsurume continued, though many are reluctant to believe in the concept of blessings. The truth is that every individual in this world possesses their own source of fortune, which can often be discerned from the moment of birth. However, the depth of one's fortune varies greatly. Those devoid of a source of blessings often face premature death at birth. Even if they miraculously survive, their lives will be plagued with misfortune and calamity. This Shadow pursed her lips, harboring skepticism yet curiosity. What exactly is this method of bestowing blessings and self-abnegation? Does it entail transferring one source of fortune to another? Indeed, Tsurume nodded. The source of fortune is determined by fate, and for most, it is predestined from birth. However, this does not imply that it cannot change. Within the teachings of fortune, there exists a unique technique known as the method of bestowing blessings and self-abnegation. A practitioner of this method, possessing great will and determination, can entirely transfer their own source of fortune to someone they acknowledge. Is that so? But if they relinquish it, why is it termed self-abnegation? Shadow questioned, puzzled. After a brief silence, Tsurume replied, as I mentioned earlier, for most individuals, their source of fortune is predetermined from birth. When one bestows their blessings, they effectively surrender their entire source of fortune to another. Consequently, the bestower will no longer have the favor of fortune. An infant without the protection of fortune may perish prematurely. A cultivator devoid of such blessings may not face immediate demise, yet they will undoubtedly encounter numerous tribulations throughout their life, with the constant threat of danger looming, leading to potential death and obliteration of their path. Pray tell, if this is not self-abnegation, then what is? Shadow's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed towards the eastern city, her heart filled with trepidation. If what Tsurume said is true, then the person performing the method of bestowing blessings and self-abnegation must possess immense resolve. After all, what they are relinquishing is their very own source of fortune. While ordinary individuals may dismiss the notion of fortune, those capable of executing such a technique undoubtedly have a profound understanding of it, perhaps even an intimate one. Such individuals are acutely aware of the significance of their source of fortune and the implications of losing it. This is akin to knowingly stepping into peril while still choosing to take that step. Moments later, within the inn in the eastern part of Yunxiao City, Senior. What has happened to you? As the door swung open and she beheld Nian Chaoshi emerging, Yi Hongling's eyes brimmed with concern as she inquired anxiously. Since early this morning, Nian Chaoshi had abruptly declared her intention to enter seclusion and subsequently locked herself away, seemingly engaged in some form of spellcasting. Yi Hongling was oblivious to the nature of her actions, but harbored an unsettling premonition, for she could discern the peculiar glint in Nian Chaoshi's eyes. The gaze was strikingly reminiscent of that calm resolve one exhibits when facing death for the sake of one's companions. She was concerned for this senior. However, Nian Chaoshi, unexpectedly breaking into a rare smile, reassured, "Do not worry, I am fine. On the contrary, I am quite elated." Elated? Yi Hongling was puzzled. This senior had been weeping profusely before, appearing as though a mere shell of herself, and had only yesterday been in a state of despairing confession. How could she suddenly be in high spirits? "I have received the answer I sought," Nian Chaoshi proclaimed with vibrant enthusiasm. "What answer?" "My junior brother is still alive." Nian Chaoshi's eyes sparkled with joy. This left Yi Hongling bewildered. She could hardly comprehend that Nian Chaoshi had successfully employed the method of bestowing blessings through self-sacrifice, thus affirming a piece of news that brought her such delight. Gu Xiao is alive. Though she could not fathom why her divination had failed, the fact that blessings could still be sent forth indicated that Gu Xiao must indeed be alive. Yi Hongling felt a surge of happiness for Nian Chaoshi. "Senior, will you continue searching for your junior brother?" "Not anymore," Nian Chaoshi replied, shaking her head. "To seek him out would only bring him harm." "What?" Yi Hongling exclaimed in astonishment. Yet Nian Chaoshi offered no further explanation. "But senior, you yearn for your junior brother so deeply. Do you not wish to see him once more?" "I do." "Then why?" "To meet is not always preferable to not meeting. Affection is not akin to indifference." Yi Hongling was left in a state of partial understanding, observing as Nian Chaoshi gazed out at the drifting clouds. "My junior brother once told me 500 years ago, if you miss him, just look up at the sky. He will be the clouds above, the stars at night. and the breeze that brushes past. Moreover, I feel an inexplicable connection. Perhaps I have already seen him. Yi Hongling remained increasingly perplexed, while Nian Chaoshi had already turned, striding out of the inn towards the city gates. Yi Hongling hurried to catch up. "Senior, where are you going?" "Back to the sect." "Back to the sect?" "Yes," Nian Chaoshi nodded. "I am nearing my end and wish to accomplish what I once dared not do and what I have been unable to do. For some unknown reason." Yi Hongling felt a sudden tightness in her heart. "Senior, but what if your journey turns out to be in vain, like trying to grasp the moon in water?" This time, Nian Chaoshi did not pause. Yet, a soft murmur reached Yi Hongling's ears. "At the very least, I have acted." Within a tavern in Yinxiao City, Gu Xiao, adorned with 3 masks, sensed something and cast his gaze towards the city gates. At that moment, Nian Chaoshi, with her flowing white hair, also glanced back at the bustling interior of the city. He saw only the throngs of people, while she perceived the formidable city encased in barriers. In the next instant, both withdrew their gazes simultaneously. Chapter 70. The Old Friends of Tian Su, Materials for Soul Transformation. Before Gu Xiaoshan, Cheng Fusho remained oblivious to anything amiss. At that moment, he was eagerly rubbing his hands together and inquiring, "My friend, how many talismans have you brought this time? Did you bring the materials for crafting them?" "Indeed, I have brought the materials." Cheng Fusho nodded vigorously, promptly retrieving a storage bag from his bosom. Inside, just like last time, there are 50,000 portions of materials. Last time you mentioned bringing materials, so I took care to have them with me. 50,000 seems a bit insufficient, Gu Xiaoshan remarked. Cheng Fusho was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Gu Xiaoshan continue. "Next time, please bring a bit more. It's rather troublesome to visit you every few days." What? Cheng Fusho was bewildered. "This is 50,000 portions of talisman materials. 50,000. Do you think it's merely 5 portions? You gave me 800 talismans yesterday, and at a rate of 800 per day, this quantity should last you for at least half a month." However, Gu Xiaoshan paid no heed to Cheng Fusho's days and simply handed over another storage bag. "This contains the talismans we crafted this time." Cheng Fusho's eyes lit up, and he immediately accepted it without hesitation. Yet, after a fleeting glance inside, he abruptly widened his eyes in astonishment. How many are there?" 50,000. 50,000. Cheng Fusho gasped in disbelief. Gu Xiaoshan asked, "What, is it too much?" "Of course not." Cheng Fusho shook his head repeatedly, his face brimming with excitement. "My friend, you are truly a benefactor to our Wanbao Tower. What we are most in need of right now is precisely talismans. Just this morning, we were still fretting over this matter, and now, before my eyes, you present 50,000 talismans. It is nothing short of a timely rain. My friend, may I inquire how many talismans you are capable of producing each day?" Cheng Fusho asked curiously. He then recalled that his question might imply prying into secrets. So he quickly added, "It's just that our Wanbao Tower has recently been targeted by competitors, and we are urgently in need of a substantial number of talismans. If we could ascertain how many you could provide daily, it would greatly assist our arrangements." Targeted by competitors, and in urgent need of a large number of talismans. "You say?" Gu Xiaoshan nodded, contemplating for a moment before responding, 50,000 per day. 50,000 per day? Cheng Fusho was utterly shocked. Although Gu Xiaoshan had just presented 50,000 talismans, no one could ascertain whether this was a result of long-term accumulation. Could this quantity have been produced in a single day? Is that not enough? Gu Xiaoshan added, "At most, 80,000, but no more." His speed in crafting talismans was indeed rapid. Under sufficient resources, producing 100,000 per day would not pose a significant challenge. However, this endeavor was time-consuming. While crafting talismans to earn spirit stones and accumulate resources was currently paramount, the essence of true importance lay in enhancing one's own cultivation. Thus, he must allocate time each day for self-cultivation and improvement. Yet, this revelation left Cheng Fusho utterly astounded. Daily production of 80,000 talismans. Even in a vast and populous sacred land like the Qingxian Sacred Ground, procuring 80,000 talismans would demand a considerable amount of time. The mere thought of producing such an astonishing quantity daily is almost inconceivable. The individual before me, what an immense power lies behind them. Is there a greater number of talismanic masters than the entire sacred land itself? Could they also be a sacred land? In this moment, Cheng Fusho pondered extensively, and his musings were not mere flights of fancy. In fact, The Wanbao Tower had engaged in numerous discussions regarding this enigmatic force during this period. It is evidently a superpower that shuns exposure, and quite possibly, it is a colossal entity composed entirely of talismanic masters, with a multitude of members. Furthermore, they possess profound knowledge in the realm of talismans. At the very least, in this domain, they are unlikely to be inferior to certain sacred lands, and the number of talismanic masters they harbor could certainly rival that of any sacred land. At this moment, Cheng Fusho could never have imagined that the formidable power he envisioned was, in fact, a solitary rogue. Just one individual. Yet, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a sacred land. I am truly grateful, my friend. I shall take my leave now, and next time, I will come equipped with ample materials. After settling the transaction, Cheng Fusho promptly rose to take his leave. Today's encounter had profoundly altered his perception of this powerful force, and simultaneously, it made him realize that perhaps the Wanbao Tower should begin preparing for a counterattack. What they lacked was talismans. Due to the schemes of Lingbao Zhai and the ruthless actions of the Qingxian sacred ground, they had encountered a significant crisis. However, at this moment, the challenges faced by Wanbao Tower might no longer be crises. On the contrary, if they strategize effectively, it could present an unparalleled opportunity. However, before Cheng Fusho departed, Guxiu handed him another list. What is this? Cheng Fusho inquired, puzzled. Guxiu replied, tomorrow, in addition to the talisman materials, I require some other materials as well. These should be readily available at Wanbao Tower. Materials? Cheng Fusho chuckled and nodded promptly. Rest assured, my friend. I shall procure the materials you need. After exchanging a few more words, Cheng Fusho completely took his leave. Yet, after Cheng Fusho's departure, Guxiu did not rise to leave. Instead, he remained seated, sipping his drink while casting a glance toward the city gates. There, he spotted Yi Hongling clad in red and black armor, accompanied in front of her by a man in dark robes and armor, leading a warhorse. The man's cultivation level was indiscernible, and at first glance, he appeared merely as an ordinary mortal general. However, in Guxiu's eyes, this individual radiated a formidable battle intent, restrained yet palpable, with a spear resting upon the horse's back, shimmering with pulses of light. Sensing the gaze upon him, the man lifted his head to look toward the tavern, but alas, he saw nothing. Second brother, what is it? Yi Hongling asked curiously. I sense that an old acquaintance has returned, the man softly replied. An old acquaintance? Yi Hongling expressed her confusion. Although Cloud City is known as a haven for rogue cultivators, it is ultimately but a tiny corner of the world. Surely, someone you refer to as an old acquaintance would not deign to visit such a humble place? Her second senior brother shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the Qingxian sacred land, murmuring softly, I shall face him in battle one day. Meanwhile, at the Wanbao Tower, when Cheng Fusho returned and recounted his conversation with Guxiu, everyone was left in a state of astonishment. 80,000 talismans produced in a single day. What kind of sect possesses such might? What is the true nature of this force? Is this even real? An ordinary talisman master can only produce a limited number of talismans daily. Could this force possibly have gathered nearly 10,000 talisman masters? This was not merely a matter of numbers. The true horror lay in the fact that all 50,000 talismans were Dao talismans. Even 100,000 talisman masters would hesitate to guarantee such an output. Everyone was awestruck by this mysterious force. They had sensed its exceptional nature, yet they never anticipated its power could reach such heights. However, amidst their shock, a wave of exhilaration surged within them. With such an abundance of talismans, all of which were Dao talismans, if managed properly, it seemed that Wanbao Tower was poised to soar to new heights. Lingbao Pavilion would never have imagined that they could form an alliance with such a formidable and enigmatic force. With so many Dao talismans at their disposal, hesitation was unnecessary. They should act swiftly, for they would undoubtedly suppress Lingbao Pavilion. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their spirits lifted. Recently, the members of Wanbao Tower had endured some humiliation, having to swallow their pride in the face of Lingbao Pavilion's provocations. But now, the sheer quantity of talismans had emboldened them, instilling a newfound confidence to retaliate. With talisman production now fully replenished, their concerns about this matter seemed to dissipate. What should they do next? Let us deliver a small shock to those forces that have betrayed us, particularly the Lingbao Pavilion. Immediately, Su Rumei began to make arrangements. With talismans no longer a scarcity, The previous shortcomings had been addressed. What she sought was not merely to reclaim lost ground. She aimed to utterly crush her opponents. After deliberating for half the day and finalizing their subsequent actions, the group dispersed. Su Rume, however, picked up the list of materials that Gu Xiu had given to Cheng Fushou, glancing at the various items and furrowing her brow slightly. These materials. A shadow approached from the side, peering at the list with mild surprise. It appears they are all items for soul transformation. Are they perhaps intending to concoct some nefarious elixir for refining divine souls? Chapter 71. Sister, you do not regret it, do you? At this moment, Su Rume held an extensive array of materials, numbering in the hundreds, each with substantial quantities required. This was not particularly surprising. After all, this mysterious force evidently boasted considerable manpower. When it came to procuring materials, it was only logical that their demands would be significant. However, the crux of the matter lay in the nature of these materials. The majority were intimately linked to the soul, and notably, they were not standard items used for the refinement of the soul. Instead, soul refining liquid, soul transformation stones, soul wood, soul capturing stones, soul summoning grass. Were these not all sinister materials? Could it be that this enigmatic force intended to concoct something akin to a soul-refining banner? Otherwise, why would they require such a plethora of soul-related materials? At this moment, the shadowy figure clicked his tongue, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. Even Su Rume couldn't help but furrow her brow, caught in a web of uncertainty. It was a predicament. This mysterious force had always been elusive, and within the entirety of Wanbao Tower, they had only shown willingness to engage with Cheng Fushou. Initially, Su Rume harbored a trifling doubt, a modicum of fear, and a strong sense of anticipation regarding this force. Now, the list of required materials they presented only deepened her trepidation. After all, these materials appeared far from what a typical cultivator would utilize. They seemed more suited for a dark practitioner. Nonetheless, Su Rume ultimately shook her head. No matter the circumstances, the power of this force was indisputable. Since they were willing to collaborate with them, it posed no detriment to their interests. Thus, cooperation it would be. She resolved not to dwell excessively on the matter. Regardless of the origins or identities of this mysterious force, Wanbao Tower indeed sought to rely on them in the short term. The immediate priority was clear: to restore Wanbao Tower to its former glory. In the following 2 days, Wanbao Tower diligently prepared, refraining from hastily selling talismans or publicly announcing the replenishment of their stock. Quite the contrary, they continued to conceal their strength. Even as they engaged in overpriced acquisitions of talismans and endeavored to persuade other previously allied forces without faltering. It was not until the 3rd day, when Wanbao Tower's talisman reserves surpassed 200,000, that they finally unveiled their formidable intentions. 200,000 first-tier talismans, all Dao talismans, were now available for sale. Meanwhile, as Wanbao Tower embarked on its quest for vengeance in Yunxiao City, on the other side at Qingxian Sacred Ground, atop Mashifa Peak, everyone gazed in astonishment at the figure clad in azure, Jiang Sun. Just a few days had passed, and the young master had already mastered the technique of simultaneously crafting 3 talismans. Such talent was truly exceptional. Not only 3. Observe how effortlessly 3rd Master Jiang handled the task. 3 talismans could hardly be his limit. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Previously, they had only acknowledged Jiang Shixuan's unparalleled cultivation aptitude. Yet they had never anticipated his profound mastery of talismans as well. The sacred land of Qingxian is poised for a resurgence in the realm of talismans. A group of disciples from Ma Shifeng gazed in awe at Jiang Sun, who was diligently crafting talismans. Just a few days prior, Jiang Sun had arrived at Ma Shifeng to address the recent plummet in the success rate of talisman creation within the sect. Although he had not pinpointed the core issue, Jiang Sun, through his own prowess, instilled a sense of hope among the disciples. In a remarkably brief period, he transformed from a novice with only a cursory understanding of talismans to someone capable of simultaneously forging 3 talismans with remarkable ease. This was both astonishing and invigorating. Fifth sister, did you see that? He is creating 3 talismans at once. Our junior brother's talent is truly extraordinary. The excitement was palpable not only among the ordinary disciples, but also in Lu Qingyao, who was visiting and was now animatedly gesticulating with joy. Qin Moran echoed her sentiments, expressing The talent of our junior brother indeed commands respect. If he chooses to delve deeper into the art of talismans, his future accomplishments may surpass even my own." These words elicited a radiant smile from Lu Qingyao, who cherished and trusted Jiang Sun deeply. Her heartfelt and bold nature made it impossible for her not to feel elated. "I have always said that Jiang Sun is formidable. His aptitude and comprehension of the six paths are exceptionally rare." Lu Qingyao continued, "You might not know, fifth sister, but I once briefly taught Jiang Sun some beast-taming techniques, and guess what? In just 3 days, he progressed from complete ignorance to grasping the basics, a feat that would take many disciples months or even years to achieve." "Hey, fifth sister, what are you pondering?" As Lu Qingyao exuberantly boasted, she suddenly noticed that Qin Moran seemed lost in thought, which left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. I was merely..." Qin Moran hesitated, biting her lip before admitting, "I was reminded of how, 500 years ago, Gu Xiu displayed remarkable talent when he first began studying the art of talismans." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao's face contorted in distaste. "Sister, why bring up such a traitor to the sect?" I was just feeling nostalgic," Qin Moran explained, shaking her head. "Even nostalgia shouldn't lead you to think of that person," Lu Qingyao retorted. "Have you forgotten that when Gu Xiu visited Ma Shifeng 2 years ago, you were too ashamed to even mention he was your junior brother? You even discussed how the other disciples mocked him." At this, Qin Moran was struck into silence. Her heart suddenly heavy. She recalled the events Lu Qingyao had mentioned. 3 years prior, when Gu Xiu returned from the Forbidden Grounds, despite having lost all his cultivation, their master, Guan Xuelan, had not entirely abandoned him. Instead, she attempted to guide him in the ways of the six paths. At the very least, one should engage him in some activity. During that period, Gu Xiu had followed 6 senior sisters, excluding Yin Chaoxi. He spent a considerable time at Imo Shufeng. However, at that time, my attitude towards Gu Xiu could hardly be described as anything but dreadful. Indeed, it was utterly abysmal. When Gu Xiu first arrived to study at Imo Shufeng, Qin Mo Ran sternly admonished him under the pretext of needing to conceal his identity, warning him that he could not disclose he was the 8th direct disciple of Qin Xian's sacred land, nor could he reveal that this peak master was his senior sister. Gu Xiu acquiesced, beginning his journey as an ordinary disciple at Imo Shufeng, and he upheld this promise faithfully, never revealing his relationship with Qin Mo Ran until his departure from the peak. Yet, the cultivation world is far from a utopia, and sects are not perpetually harmonious. It is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the fittest survive, where one's innate talent, lineage, and strength dictate their fate. It is an unchanging truth. Clearly, as someone devoid of background, cultivation, or notable aptitude, Gu Xiu's experience at Imo Shufeng was grim. He endured considerable bullying from other disciples, often becoming the target of their playful torment using talismans. Though it did not threaten his life, such indignities were a profound humiliation for a direct disciple. If I recall correctly, 5th senior sister, Gu Xiu was not merely subjected to this bullying once. You have always been aware of it. You even once remarked that Gu Xiu was nothing but a useless individual who would ultimately suffer greatly to realize he was merely an insignificant speck of dust in this world, destined to relinquish his unrealistic fantasies. I have always held that statement in high regard. At this juncture, Lu Qingyao turned to Qin Mo Ran, her expression laced with innocent curiosity, and inquired, "5th senior sister, you wouldn't regret it, would you?" Regret. The moment those words surfaced in her mind, Qin Mo Ran instinctively shuddered. Meeting Lu Qingyao's gaze, filled with naive curiosity, she hesitated before finally stating, "Of course, I do not regret it." Chapter 72, Lu Qingyao's Plan, a Failure, No Regrets. The words "no regrets" were almost spat out through gritted teeth by Qin Moran, unwavering in her resolve. Deep within her heart, she had already assured herself that her intention was merely to let Gu Xiu suffer the consequences, to comprehend the harshness of this world. Perhaps her methods were a tad extreme, but what was wrong with that? What was there to regret? Upon hearing Qin Moran's declaration, Lu Qingyao's innocent and bright eyes sparkled with renewed delight. "I knew it. 5th senior sister. You would never let a mere glance at the grand senior sister's wheel of fate disturb your peace of mind. Truly, you exemplify the wisdom of a well-read scholar. I must learn much from you in the future. Has the grand senior sister returned?" Qin Moran swiftly changed the subject. Yes, she has. I heard from Master that the Grand Senior Sister seems to have reactivated her communication token and is on her way back. I believe she will arrive just in time for Junior Brother's new sword technique to be completed, Lu Qingyao replied. Qin Moran nodded, a tinge of worry creeping in. I just hope the Grand Senior Sister has reflected upon herself this time. If she hasn't, Master will surely impose a punishment. Indeed, Master is still fuming. And once the Grand Senior Sister returns, she will inevitably face repercussions, Lu Qingyao remarked, then continued. It's all that Gu Xiu's fault. If he hadn't somehow bewitched the Grand Senior Sister, how could someone of her stature ever defy Master's orders? If he were here before me now, I would truly wish to. Before she could finish her thought, Lu Qingyao seemed to recall something and abruptly halted, casting a furtive glance at the sky. Noticing the sun shining brightly without a trace of clouds, she finally exhaled in relief, though she dared not continue her tirade. Qin Moran also looked up, puzzled, unsure of what she feared. Meanwhile, a group of disciples nearby began to extol praises. Little Uncle Master truly lives up to the title. With just a slight effort, he immediately resolved our talisman shortage. Little Uncle Master, you have worked hard. This is the disparity of talent. As soon as Little Uncle Master intervenes, he swiftly eradicates our pressing issues. He is extraordinarily formidable. If the path of talismans is to produce a supreme being in the future, it must surely be Little Uncle Master. Turning to look, they beheld Jiang Sun, clad in azure, with a face as refined as jade, having ceased his talisman crafting and engaging humbly with the other disciples. He displayed neither arrogance nor excessive modesty, truly a gentleman of grace. In stark contrast to the time when these disciples had bullied him, ultimately compelling Gu Xiu, who was brimming with murderous intent, to intervene, he now stood as a figure of respect. Dear Senior Sisters, I trust that we shall not fail our mission. I believe it won't be long before the talisman deficit crisis of our Qing Xian sacred ground is completely resolved, Jiang Sun said as he approached the two women, bowing respectfully and speaking courteously. This naturally prompted another round of compliments from the two ladies. Lu Qingyao praised her junior disciple for being exceptionally sensible and capable. Meanwhile, Qin Moran also admired Jiang Kun's gentlemanly demeanor. However, at this moment of harmony, a core disciple from Mo Shu Peak approached. Peak Master. What is it? Qin Moran inquired. Peak Master, there has been a considerable influx of people seeking talismans lately. Should I release a portion of our talisman stock to appease them? The disciple explained that the success rate of talisman crafting at Qing Xian Holy Land had significantly declined recently, leaving them with insufficient stock for external sales. Yet, with Jiang Kun's arrival, not only had his own success rate in crafting talismans soared, but it seemed to have accelerated the overall production of talismans at Qing Xian Holy Land as well, though it hadn't reached its peak. The relentless crafting over the past few days had managed to mitigate some of the shortages, even allowing for potential collaborations. Numerous individuals had come seeking talismans, particularly from Wanbao Lu, where visitors arrived daily. The disciple remarked, they seem quite urgent. Wanbao Lu? Qin Moran pondered. Their collaboration had been smooth, and they were known for their generosity. She had heard of their requests for talismans, but had not previously had the surplus to accommodate them. Now that there was some excess, it would be prudent to offer assistance. Inform Wanbao Lu that we can provisionally allocate 3,000 talismans to alleviate their immediate needs. 3,000. Might that be too few? The disciple hesitated. Too few? If they find that insufficient, let them seek elsewhere. Lu Qingyao interjected. Many of these talismans were crafted by my junior disciple and senior sister Wu herself. They are exceedingly precious. Providing them with 3,000 is already generous. How dare they complain? The disciple fell silent, glancing at Qin Moran, who seemed to tacitly agree by not objecting, and finally nodded. Then, I shall notify Wanbao Lu. Wait. Lu Qingyao interjected. Huh. The disciple was taken aback, and even Qin Moran could not help but caution. Qingyao, our cooperation with Wanbao Lu has always been amicable. We cannot genuinely withhold talismans from them. I never said we would deny them. Lu Qingyao smiled. Then you. I merely wish to ensure that Wanbao Lu does not underestimate the talismans crafted by senior sister and my junior disciple. What do you mean? The others were perplexed. But Lu Qingyao continued. Given Wanbao Lu's urgent need for talismans, shouldn't we leverage our position? Leverage our position? Sister, Wanbao Lu has always been a reliable partner, and their intentions have been sincere. There is no need for such measures, Qin Mo Ran replied. Lu Qingyao shook her head. Sister, your kindness is excessive. Regardless of our status, we are a holy land, while Wanbao Lu is merely a commercial entity. Their sincerity is to be expected. However, senior sister, while you possess an abundance of wisdom, you seem to lack an understanding of human emotions. Lu Qingyao smiled and remarked, the one in a hurry is Wanbao Lu. They have been persistently seeking our assistance, coming to us daily for talismans. It is evident that they are facing a significant crisis and desperately require our charms. Should we not hasten to offer our help? Why should we assist them? After all, we are a sacred place. Why should we rush to aid them? Yet, if we were to summon Wanbao Lu now and inform them that we have 3,000 talismans for them, what would they think? Qin Muron was somewhat perplexed. But Lu Qingyao continued, Wanbao Lu would undoubtedly feel that our 3,000 talismans are insufficient. However, if we wait for them to return, beseeching us earnestly, and then present these 3,000 talismans, they will not only refrain from expressing dissatisfaction, but will instead be profoundly grateful to us. This is the essence of understanding human hearts. Qin Muron listened in astonishment, feeling uneasy about this approach, yet struggling to articulate a counterargument. Junior sister, this is my first attempt at producing talismans on such a large scale, and the quality may not be optimal. Is this truly the right course of action? Jiang Sun inquired, showing concern. Lu Qingyao chuckled. Oh, junior brother, you are far too modest. Even if your talismans are not flawless, they would still surpass the majority of ordinary talismans available in the market. Is that truly the case? Jiang Sun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Absolutely. Lu Qingyao nodded vigorously. If we proceed according to my plan, not only will Wanbao Lu not complain about the quality of the talismans, but they will undoubtedly praise your craftsmanship. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun's face lit up with joy, his eyes brimming with confidence. Yet, Qin Muron remained skeptical about the plan. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Lu Qingyao's reasoning held merit, and it could indeed bolster Jiang Sun's confidence. Besides, it required merely a day's wait, and given Wanbao Lu's urgency, they would surely return the following day, resulting in only a slight delay. However, the trio, harboring this thought, waited an entire day without seeing anyone from Wanbao Lu. Do not fret, we shall wait until tomorrow. The next day brought another lengthy wait, during which the three even discussed how they would demonstrate their sacred place's authority before Wanbao Lu. Yet, as dusk fell once more, there was still no sign of them. I suspect Wanbao Lu is intentionally displaying their temper. Let us be patient. We shall wait 3 days, and they will surely falter. With this thought, the trio embarked on yet another round of waiting. Yet, by the third day, their patience began to wane, particularly for Qin Muron. Although Wanbao Building is merely a commercial association, it is undeniably generous. Over the years of collaboration, the Qingxian Sacred Land has received substantial support in terms of resources from Wanbao Building. It would be unwise to let such trivial matters jeopardize the partnership between the two parties. However, persuading Qin Mo Ran to soften her stance proved to be unattainable. Thus, she decided to send someone to thoroughly investigate the situation at Wanbao Building. Yet, this news was startling. Upon delving into it, Qin Mo Ran was utterly astonished. Wanbao Building had already secured a new partner, and their talismans were now so abundant that they could not sell them all. Chapter 73, Apologies. We do not accept trash. What? Wanbao Tower has found a new partner? The talismans are so abundant that they cannot be sold out? What a joke. As the news broke, everyone was unable to contain their astonishment. This revelation took them all by surprise. Even Qin Muron furrowed her brow at once. Is this information confirmed? Indeed, it is very certain. The disciple hurriedly replied. This information just arrived from Yunxiao City. Wanbao Tower has been selling talismans for 3 days, and the crowds are overwhelming. Yet they have still not sold out. I have already contacted someone from Yunxiao City, and it was reported that Wanbao Tower can guarantee at least 50,000 first-grade talismans daily. What? They dare to assure a supply of 50,000 talismans in a single day? What a farce. At that moment, everyone harbored a singular thought: absurdity. Their esteemed sect, the Holy Land, is already quite formidable in the realm of talismans. Yet even if all disciples from Mashafu were to craft talismans, they would not dare claim they could produce 50,000 in a day. Do they truly regard talismans as mere cabbages, to be stuffed into pockets at will? Is this news genuine or false? Can they really supply 50,000 each day? Qi Muron inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. The disciple shook his head. The information was released by Wanbao Tower themselves. As for its authenticity, it remains uncertain. However, they indeed provided at least 50,000 talismans each day for the past 3 days. Beyond that, I am currently unaware. Do you know where they acquire their talismans? Qi Muron pressed further. I do not know. Has any Holy Land declared a collaboration with Wanbao Tower? Qi Muron asked once more. The disciple realized what Qi Muron was concerned about, and, after a moment of contemplation, shook his head. Not that I am aware of. He was reluctant to speak freely. There are indeed numerous sects collaborating with Wanbao Tower, but previously, Qingxian Holy Land was the sole Holy Land associated with them. Now, Wanbao Tower has suddenly produced such a vast quantity of talismans without the assistance of Qingxian Holy Land. It is hard not to be suspicious. Lu Qingyao, who was nearby, shared this thought and immediately began to curse. I have long heard that merchants are driven by profit and are ungrateful. This saying has proven true. Those wretched, mercenary scoundrels at Wanbao Tower. We merely distanced ourselves from them, and yet they dared to betray us and seek collaboration with another Holy Land. Holy Lands have their dignity. A commercial entity, while engaged in partnership with a Holy Land, abruptly shifts to collaborate with another. Such actions inevitably carry a hint of disrespect towards the former Holy Land. This must be taken seriously. First, let's contact Wanbao Tower and ascertain their situation. We need to inquire about the origin of that batch of talismans. Qi Muron commanded decisively. Her concern extended beyond mere face saving for the sect. There was also the question of, what sort of force could sustain a daily supply of 50,000 talismans? After all, the ambition to supply 50,000 talismans daily in a sacred land was unprecedented and reeked of peculiarity. The disciple promptly accepted the task. The news returned swiftly, and shortly thereafter, the disciple reappeared. The Wanbao Tower stated that they had gathered all the talismans from their main building to retaliate against the so-called Lingbao studio, asserting that they had not established any alliances with other sacred lands and urged us not to worry. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Qi Muron. Lu Qingyao chuckled derisively, remarking that they dared not act so recklessly. Let us send the 3,000 talismans we prepared earlier to Wanbao Tower for their acceptance, suggested Qi Muron. They had previously feigned ignorance about Wanbao Tower's predicament, but now that the truth was known, they could not simply stand idly by. However, the disciple hesitated. What is it? Qi Muron inquired. Well, I took the liberty of conveying this information to Wanbao Tower earlier, but they said it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? Yes. They mentioned that their talisman reserves are sufficient at the moment, and since our sacred land is in need of talismans, they do not require ours for now. What? Have they not forgotten our past grievances? Lu Qingyao erupted in fury. Does Wanbao Tower fail to recognize its own identity and status, daring to show us such contempt? The response from Wanbao Tower could be considered polite. Yet it was evident to those present that this reply was tinged with a hint of retribution for the past encounters in which Wanbao Tower had faced setbacks. This was akin to a soft dagger. Qi Muron's expression turned cold. Since they do not desire our talismans, we shall utilize them ourselves. Our Qingxian sacred land does not need to beg. Merely this is insufficient. Lu Qingyao interjected. If we do nothing, what will become of our sacred land's reputation? This. Qi Muron frowned. Junior sister, what do you propose we do? We must teach Wanbao Tower a lesson. Lu Qingyao asserted. We need to make them understand that throwing a tantrum will only lead to their own detriment. Are you suggesting? Qi Muron inquired with curiosity, only to see Lu Qingyao smirk coldly. Isn't Wanbao Tower competing with Lingbao Studio? While Wanbao Tower can guarantee a daily supply of 50,000 talismans, such a large quantity will undoubtedly compromise quality. In contrast, the talismans we can provide are of a caliber that far surpasses that of ordinary minor factions and lesser talisman masters. Just imagine if our batch of talismans were to appear in Lingbao Studio, showcasing their superior quality, rendering Wanbao Tower's 50,000 talismans unsellable. How would that unfold? After all, Qingxian sacred land is a sacred land, not only abundant in numbers, but also unparalleled in the quality of talismans. Although first-tier talismans are all classified as first-tier. However, distinctions of strength and weakness do exist. The talismans produced by the Qingxian sacred land, while not comparable to Daoist talismans, can at least be regarded as superior quality. far surpassing those crafted by ordinary loose cultivators. Would this not be somewhat inappropriate? Qin Muron hesitated. Yet, Lu Qingyao merely curled her lip and replied, "What is inappropriate about it? We are a sacred land, and we must demonstrate our stance. If we retreat and endure this time, wouldn't it be a laughingstock for our Qingxian sacred land to be perceived as easygoing? Wouldn't it mean that anyone could look down upon us? Moreover, we can initially conceal our identities and refrain from revealing that we hail from Qingxian sacred land. When we present the quality of our talismans, Wanbao Tower will naturally understand that we are sending them a message." Her words made sense, and many disciples present immediately endorsed Lu Qingyao's suggestion. Without further hesitation, Qingxian sacred land promptly dispatched individuals to establish contact with Lingbo Atai, a competitor of Wanbao Tower. After a brief concealment of their identities, they met with the steward of Lingbo Atai. Upon hearing of a batch of high-quality talismans, the steward had been quite eager and personally received the Qingxian disciple at the first opportunity. However, once the steward beheld the talismans presented by the disciple, their attitude underwent a drastic transformation. "Apologies, but our Lingbo Atai does not accept refuse." This response left the concealed Qingxian disciple utterly bewildered, at a loss for how to report back. The sect's talismans had been dismissed as trash? Meanwhile, as the Qingxian disciple grappled with how to relay this distressing news back to the sect, Gu Xiu, who was in seclusion at Tingyu residence, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance flickered within, and his aura thickened significantly in that instant. He had finally broken through once again. He had reached the 9th level of qi refinement. This achievement was the result of expending vast resources and spiritual stones since entering the city. His boundless qi sea was now filled to 90%. However, this was merely a minor elevation in realm. After a brief moment of savoring his newfound cultivation, Gu Xiu retracted his thoughts and retrieved the green bamboo rod. Yet, just as he grasped it, he withdrew it once more. Stepping out of his chamber, he gazed toward the northwest corner of the courtyard. Under the moonlight, 3 tracking puppets were seen scaling the walls and appearing in the courtyard. Following these 3 puppets, 2 shadowy figures gradually emerged. Chapter 74, Uncle Gu. The sect leader and elders miss you. The tracking puppet is an extraordinarily unique creation within the realm of puppetry. Its fabrication presents an immense challenge. The rare materials required and the slim chances of successful alchemy have caused countless puppet masters to expend their utmost efforts, yet fail to produce this particular puppet. However, once successfully crafted, the tracking puppet can be deemed the most formidable treasure of its kind. Unlike the ordinary adept practitioners who trace auras or the celestial mechanics who follow heavenly signs, this puppet tracks the essence of the soul. This signifies that once targeted by a tracking puppet, there is no corner of the earth or netherworld where one can evade its pursuit, not even through possession and rebirth. Upon witnessing the 3 tracking puppets before him, which bore a resemblance to neither spider nor hound, Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. He cast a fleeting glance at the puppets and then shifted his gaze towards the shadows behind them. There, 2 figures cloaked in black were watching him with smiles that betrayed their intentions. "Eighth uncle, you hid quite well. We've pursued you for so long before finally catching up," one of them remarked. "Indeed, had we not followed Elder He's tracking puppet, we would have been utterly unable to locate you." These 2 individuals, adorned in dark garments and lurking in the shadows, nevertheless addressed him as 8th uncle, making their identities unmistakable. In response to their words, Gu Xiu remained silent, calmly surveying his surroundings. "8th uncle, we were sent by the sect to search for you. Please, come with us," the taller of the 2 urged. "The sect leader and the elders are quite anxious for your return." "Are they eager for my swift demise?" Gu Xiu replied flatly. The 2 men paused, then burst into laughter. "Oh, uncle, you jest. You are a hero of our Qingxu in sacred land, a living legend. Who would dare harm you?" "Indeed, uncle, the sect leader previously stated that we must find you and escort you back to the sect to clear your name." Another chimed in. "Everyone is incredibly concerned for your safety. Please, come with us." The notion that Guan Shuilan sought to vindicate herself, or that the senior sisters worried for their own safety, would have once stirred anticipation in Gu Xiu. Yet now, he felt no excitement. Rather, an immediate sense of caution enveloped him. Upon scrutinizing the 2 figures more closely, he noted that although they were ostensibly persuading him, they remained shrouded in darkness, their attire not reflecting that of the Qingxu in sacred land. They were clearly attempting to conceal their identities, and there was a distinct glint of malice in their eyes. It was evident that their intentions were not to escort him back to the sect, but rather to take his life. The question lingered, who had dispatched these two? Uncle, let us depart at once. The city gates have yet to fully close. If we set off now, we shall return to the Kyungsu in sacred land in a few days. Dear Master Uncle, let us not linger any longer. We must set forth swiftly. The sect leader and the other elders are eager to meet you, and I am certain you, too, long to return to the sect. The two disciples urged Gu Xiu to hasten his departure, exchanging words with one another. Gu Xiu cast a thoughtful glance at them before nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed. In a short while, the trio collected the 3 tracking puppets and ventured towards the city gates. Under the luminous moonlight, the curfew within the city was approaching, rendering the streets desolate. Nonetheless, the two disciples guided Gu Xiu towards less populated areas. Observing their unease, Gu Xiu gently inquired, "It seems you are quite apprehensive about being discovered. Are you concerned about being recognized and drawing trouble upon yourselves?" In response, the two merely stated that returning their master uncle to the sect was of utmost importance, and they wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Gu Xiu, being considerate, refrained from pressing them with uncomfortable questions and instead matched their caution, even being more discreet than they were when encountering others. This left the disciples somewhat perplexed. With urgency, they finally exited the city gates just before the curfew. One disciple then produced a flying artifact, saying, "Master Uncle, please." Gu Xiu nodded, stepping aboard the device with composure, exuding an air of confidence, seemingly devoid of doubt. The two disciples exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a hint of derision as they took flight. As they soared through the skies, the disciples began to inquire about Gu Xiu's cultivation. After all, he had been deemed by Guanshu Alan to be incapable of further cultivation in this lifetime, yet within a mere few months, Gu Xiu not only resumed his training, but had also ascended to the 9th level of qi refining. Such rapid advancement was nothing short of astonishing. However, when questioned, Gu Xiu merely attributed it to a stroke of fortune, redirecting the conversation to the identities of the two disciples. Indeed, they were disciples of the Qing Xian Holy Land, one hailing from Imo Shu Peak and the other from Qiming Peak. This revelation caused Gu Xiu to raise an eyebrow, and he discreetly retrieved the bone of a divine demon, idly toying with it in his hand. Despite the lack of visible change after infusing it with numerous spirit stones, the latent power within suggested that vanquishing a peak master of Qing Xian Holy Land would pose little challenge. "Master Uncle, let us rest here for a moment. I must send a message to the sect." In due course, the three arrived in a picturesque valley adorned with blooming flowers. Gu Xiu took a moment to admire the scenery before consenting to their plan. However, upon descending into the valley, the two disciples immediately began to set up a formation around them. "Is this a barrier formation?" Gu Xiu inquired. "Were we not meant to send a message?" "Master Uncle, you may not be aware, but a significant number of cultivators have gathered in Yunshao City recently, including many with ill intentions. It is prudent to exercise caution." "Very well. Then allow me to assist you," Gu Xiu offered. "That would be splendid." The two disciples immediately wore smiles on their faces, yet their gazes towards Gu Xiu were tinged with mockery and derision. This man is a fool, deserving of his demise. However, they failed to notice that Gu Xiu, with his back to them, harbored a profound glimmer in his eyes. As inner disciples of the Qingxian sacred land, their reckless intent to kill would inevitably leave traces, consequently leading to their own pursuit. Now, with the barrier array in place, splendid, he leisurely completed the setup of the isolation array, severing all ties with the outside world. Casting a glance around, Gu Xiu felt a tinge of disappointment. "Why the sigh, Master Uncle?" "I ponder why no one else has arrived," Gu Xiu replied. "Who does Master Uncle wish to see?" "Perhaps Su Wanqing." Upon hearing this name, the two disciples were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged bewildered glances with Gu Xiu. Yet, Gu Xiu continued calmly. "One of you hails from Imo Shu Peak, the other from Qiming Peak. Indeed, both possess motives to kill me. These two peaks are excellent candidates for framing. However, upon reflection, Qin Moran's habits suggest she would first peruse her sacred texts, carefully contemplate, and then craft an utterly nefarious title for me before taking any lethal action. As for Wei Qi Chunlei, she lacks the cunning to orchestrate others to act. Rather, she is more likely to take matters into her own hands. Of course, it is plausible that others might also intervene. They could ensure a foolproof plan to execute their intentions while minimizing their own involvement. Nevertheless, to deliberately select such a beautiful valley appears to bear the hallmark of Su Wanqing, the self-proclaimed healer with a benevolent heart, renowned for rescuing the suffering. At this revelation, the pupils of the two Qingxian disciples widened in astonishment. "Guxiao, when did you discern this?" One of them stammered. Yet the other, a disciple from Imo Shu Peak, sneered, "Surely, you do not intend to rely on that murderous intent of yours, which can only serve as a means to intimidate, to continue scaring us?" His gaze towards Guxiao was filled with malice. This disciple, named Jing Wei, had once mocked Guxiao when he was in hiding at Imo Shu Peak, having lost his cultivation. Initially, Guxiao tolerated the taunts, which encouraged Jing Wei to escalate his mockery. However, when Guxiao finally glanced at him, that singular look, imbued with palpable kill intent, had terrified Jing Wei to the point of losing control, leaving him humiliated in front of others. This incident had long plagued him, igniting a desire for revenge. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Although Guxiao had mysteriously resumed his cultivation and reached the 9th level of qi refining, what did that matter? Jing Wei was in the later stage of foundation establishment. His strength was sufficient to crush him, to trample him beneath his feet, compelling him to kneel before him in supplication for mercy. Beside him, another disciple of Qiming Peak cast a scornful glance at Guxiao. He refrained from uttering mocking words, merely whispering, "Master Uncle, today you shall surely perish. If you desire to preserve your dignity, you might as well take your own life here." As he spoke, this individual stepped forward, his own imposing aura, akin to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, erupted instantaneously. He proclaimed loudly, "I beseech you, Master Uncle, embrace your demise." The veil was lifted. There was no longer a need for pretense. They intended to slay Guxiao. Even the immortals would be powerless to intervene. Nevertheless, in the face of such overwhelming pressure, Guxiao remained unfazed, casually drawing forth a pitch-black long sword. With the blade slightly raised, he murmured, "I possess the shadow-sweeping sword, its inked edge capable of cleaving through clouds. Who among you shall make the first move?" Chapter 75, The Tomb of Guxiao. Thunder extinguishes the azure. At this moment, Guxiao's expression was tranquil and his aura serene, yet his words were undeniably audacious. "Humph, I have long heard of you, esteemed master, who stirred the world 5 centuries ago, earning accolades throughout the martial realm. As a child, I was unable to witness your formidable presence." A disciple from Qiming Peak snorted coldly and stepped forward. "Today, allow me to experience your prowess." He too was at the later stage of foundation establishment and felt no fear towards this mere 9th layer of qi cultivation. Although he referred to this person as master, the martial world ultimately revered strength above all. Without power, any title is but a fleeting dream, like flowers reflected in a mirror or the moon's image in water. At this moment, his aura surged as he charged at Guxiao, intent on crushing him with his later stage foundation establishment prowess. Meanwhile, beside him, Jing Wei's gaze brimmed with boundless anticipation. He had once been terrified by Guxiao, succumbing to inner demons. Even as Guxiao stood there with his sword, a flicker of fear returned. Yet, it mattered little. Once Guxiao was dead, he would mercilessly shatter the corpse, and those fears and inner demons would vanish entirely. Jing Wei was impatient, yearning for his companion to slay Guxiao. However, in an instant, the disciple from Qiming Peak, with his grand aura, suddenly halted, his form frozen in place. Jing Wei's heart skipped a beat. He had not discerned what Guxiao had done. It was as if only a fleeting shadow had swept by, leaving his companion motionless. In the next moment, Jing Wei's pupils dilated in horror. He saw a fine crimson thread suddenly appear on his companion's body. No, it was not a thread. It was a scar from a sword. In the next heartbeat, blood gushed forth, and the disciple from Qiming Peak was inexplicably cleaved in two, silent and still. Dead. A foundation establishment practitioner, dead. Just like that. He was slain by a mere 9th layer qi practitioner through an unfathomable means. At that moment, Guxiao's indifferent gaze turned towards him. It remained as unfeeling and placid as ever, yet such a look sent Jing Wei's already simmering terror surging uncontrollably to the surface. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Jing Wei turned to escape, abandoning any thoughts of avenging his companion. and even the notion of the elder's command to eliminate Gu Xiao. All he desired was to escape. In that moment, memories of the rumors surrounding Gu Xiao within the sect resurfaced. 500 years ago, Gu Xiao was a celestial prodigy, stepping upon the bones of contemporary geniuses, ascending towards the pinnacle of greatness. Afterward, he had been bound in a forbidden land for 5 centuries. Although the events of those 500 years remained a mystery, many speculated that he had been engaged in acts of slaughter throughout. Otherwise, how could such horrifying killing intent exist? If not, how could one frighten oneself to such an extent? And now, this individual has once again embarked upon the path of cultivation. What might transpire? Jing Yue could not fathom it, nor did he have the luxury of time to ponder. He simply yearned to flee immediately, to escape far, far away, from the valley, from Qingxian, from the eastern wilderness. An overwhelming terror propelled him to seek refuge. Even though he had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, he could not summon a shred of courage to retaliate. Yet, suddenly, a piercing sword intent surged towards him, causing the fleeing Jing Yue's vision to spin uncontrollably. He beheld the flowers of the valley, the stars in the sky, and his own headless corpse. He also saw the ever-indifferent Gu Xiao. In the final moments of his life, ensnared by fear, Jing Yue found himself unexpectedly devoid of terror. In fact, he felt a strange exhilaration, for he thought of the various injustices that the Qingxian sacred land had inflicted upon Gu Xiao, and of those within the sect who had never regarded Gu Xiao with any respect. Gu Xiao would perhaps soon bring those individuals, and himself, to their doom. Thus, could this not be seen as, my path is not solitary? With a soft sound, Gu Xiao casually obliterated the runic marks that emerged from the corpses of 2 Qingxian disciples. This was a unique technique of the Qingxian sect. Even when an ordinary disciple was slain, these marks would manifest, allowing the Qingxian sect to glimpse the final moments of the disciple and thereby trace the perpetrator. He was a rogue cultivator, wishing to avoid pursuit. Moreover, the thoughts of the deceased disciples held no significance for Gu Xiao. Those who wish to kill me, I shall slay. This is Gu Xiao's way. As for whether the slain felt fear or regret, what concern is it of mine? However, shortly after the shadowy sword shattered the marks, they unexpectedly reformed. After all, this was a technique of the sacred land, incomprehensible to ordinary individuals. Fortunately, Gu Xiao had once been a disciple of the sacred land and was familiar with these runes. Though stubborn, they could be worn down and refined over time. Given that a shielding formation had already been set up in this location, Gu Xiao was not in a hurry. He simply sat cross-legged, letting talismans rise and begin to bombard the runes incessantly. While doing so, his gaze also turned towards the direction of the Qingxian sacred land. Su Wanqing, I have signed the abandonment contract with the sect. Our grievances should have been severed. Yet, since you still seek to harm me, I shall inevitably kill you in this lifetime. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred land, upon the Jade Dan Peak, which was replete with countless spiritual herbs and plants, where the fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air, today, the 3rd senior sister, Su Wanqing, rarely refrained from alchemical pursuits. Instead, she sat before a small mound on the back mountain of Jade Dan Peak, silently carving into a wooden board. She engraved with utmost seriousness, her eyes reflecting a measure of determination. At long last, the carving was complete. Su Wanqing carefully examined the inscriptions upon it. In that moment, her expression turned sorrowful, her gaze imbued with compassion, as though she were enduring immense pain and torment. Yet ultimately, she took a deep breath, grasped the wooden board, and positioned it before the mound. It was, astonishingly, a gravestone. Etched upon it were 8 prominent characters, the tomb of Gu Xiao, the one who abandoned his sect. However, at the very moment the gravestone was erected, an oppressive aura began to converge in the heavens above, accompanied by serpentine bolts of lightning weaving through the clouds, heralding a symphony of thunderous whispers. It seemed as though, in the next moment, the thunder dragons would descend upon the world, poised to obliterate the realms of Qingxian. Confronted by the overwhelming might of the tempestuous clouds, Su Wanqing's complexion turned ashen. Yet the compassion and reluctance in her eyes swiftly transformed into steely resolve as she declared, "What I have done is not wrong. His death is indeed the best resolution." However, the instant those words escaped her lips, the thunder dragons above appeared to be thoroughly incensed, no longer lurking within the dense clouds. but instead erupting into a multitude of lightning bolts, hurtling directly towards Su Wanqing. This singular bolt of lightning bore the force of 1,000 mountains, infused with the power to annihilate worlds. It was not the first time the Qingxian sacred land had been struck by lightning, yet the terrifying ferocity of this tempest was unprecedented in all of history. Each thunder dragon was colossal, exuding a dreadful pressure that could send one's spirit into disarray. Upon their emergence, they instigated widespread panic throughout the entire Qingxian sacred land. Will the heavens obliterate us? The disciples trembled in dread, their minds racing with confusion. Why has such a formidable tribulation appeared when we have done no wrong? What is happening? Despair washed over them, and they feared for their very lives. At that moment, countless disciples of the Qingxian sacred land fell to their knees, shivering in terror. A radiant beam of light suddenly pierced the air within the sect, blindingly brilliant and impossible to behold. It was none other than the mightiest individual of the Qingxian sacred land, Guan Xuelan. Yet, upon witnessing the multitude of lightning, a look of horror crossed her face. It was Yudon Peak. Without hesitation, Guan Xuelan's figure flickered, and she instantly found herself before Yudon Peak. Just as she prepared to step forward, a bolt of errant lightning surged toward her. Without a moment's pause, she retreated, severing her connection with the celestial thunder, and stood aside, her expression one of sheer astonishment. The overwhelming celestial might was enough to instill terror in the bravest of hearts. Guan Xuelan sensed that should she delve too deeply into this calamity, her own tribulation could manifest, and if that were to occur, it would not only cost her life, but would also spell the end for the entire Qingxian sacred land. Such a tempest, what had summoned it? And amidst this cataclysm, what fate awaited Su Wanqing? Guan Xuelan was unaware of the answers, yet an overwhelming fear began to stir within her heart. For in the throes of the lightning tribulation, she had experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. The sacred land of Qingxian will ultimately perish by its own hand. Chapter 76. The Punishment of Heaven. The sect's tomb. Master. Sect leader. A few radiant beams of light rushed forth, and upon seeing that several of her disciples had also arrived, Guan Xuelan could only force her expression to regain its composure. Fortunately, at that moment, no one noticed the terror that gripped her heart. The group of disciples was mesmerized by the terrifying thunderclouds, each face etched with astonishment. What is happening? Could it be that the third senior sister has concocted a pill intolerable by the heavens? They wondered. What grade of elixir could possibly reach such terrifying heights? This is dreadful. The third senior sister is still inside. Surely, she won't come to harm? Their expressions tightened with worry. The ferocity of the colossal thunder made them feel a chill run down their spines, even as they merely stood by and watched. And they could only imagine the perilous nature of the lightning within. This thunder was like divine retribution, extraordinary and unparalleled. Activate the protective formation of our sect. Gather all our might to resist this calamity. Guan Xuelan commanded, her face as cold as frost. Confusion and fear consumed her, compelling her to unite the sect's strength to test the might of this heavenly punishment. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling tempest of thunderclouds by the grave mound, Su Wanqing's complexion was as pale as parchment. She was surrounded by countless lightning dragons, each movement radiating unfathomable power. Particularly, one robust five-clawed lightning dragon, which, upon approaching, made her feel as though her very body might be torn asunder. This was the leader of the lightning dragons. Yet, the dragons merely encircled her, refraining from attack, seemingly waiting for something. Despite this, the overwhelming pressure rendered Su Wanqing feeling as though she might shatter into pieces. In her anguish, as she watched the circling dragons fix their gaze on her like prey, Su Wanqing steeled her resolve, gritting her teeth and inhaling deeply. Guxiu deserves to die. Dying for the sect is his honor. With a roar, one of the lightning dragons unleashed a furious cry. In that instant, Su Wanqing felt as though she had suffered a devastating blow, collapsing to the ground and spewing blood. Just as single dragon's roar left her gravely injured, the other lightning dragons wasted no time, charging towards Su Wanqing. It was evident that she had resigned herself to death. At that moment, a flame ignited in her hand, propelling toward the dragons as she shouted, regardless of whether the blessings spoken of by the senior sister are true. Guxiu must die. If true, he dies for the sect's cause, a supreme honor, his best fate. If false, he is but a broken being, lingering on in suffering. His death would be a release. With his passing, all shall be better off. I shall erect a tomb for him, a gesture of compassion given our past." As she spoke, Su Wanqing unleashed her extraordinary flames, striking fiercely at the lightning dragons. However, the flame she had painstakingly subdued vanished upon contact with the thunder dragon, rendering her efforts futile and inflicting no harm upon it. Conversely, the injuries sustained by Su Wanqing only intensified. The thunder dragon did not annihilate her outright. Instead, it relished in her torment. Indeed, it was torment. In that moment, Su Wanqing felt as though she had been cast into a grinding mill. The relentless strikes of the thunder dragon seeking to shatter her very essence, piece by piece. This unending agony silenced her voice, leaving her only able to emit haunting cries of despair. This was the grand wheel of fate, against which none could contend. Just as Su Wanqing believed her soul was on the verge of disintegration, the dreadful torment abruptly ceased without warning. As she opened her eyes in confusion, she beheld the Thunder Dragon King, its presence unwavering, gazing intently at her with deep-set eyes that held a peculiar expression. She recognized that expression. It was one of disdain, an utter lack of regard. It seemed to think that simply slaying her would be too lenient, as if the act of killing her would sully its own hands. In the next moment, with a soft rumble, the Thunder Dragon King ascended into the heavens, followed by the other Thunder Dragons, who let out cries before departing alongside their leader. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Wanqing felt no joy. On the contrary, she was engulfed by an unprecedented humiliation. The Thunder Dragon could have easily dispatched her with a mere flick, yet it deemed her unworthy even of death. In comparison to falling in battle, being scorned was a far greater disgrace. However, with a sudden spurt of blood, Su Wanqing, despite recognizing her plight, found herself devoid of the strength to resist. Her body felt like a tattered rag, and as the storm clouds dispersed, the pressure lifted abruptly. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Meanwhile, outside Yudon Peak, the members of the Qingxian Sacred Ground, having activated the protective array, quickly noticed the rapidly dissipating calamity clouds. The thunder had subsided, the thunder had ceased. "We are saved. The heavens have drawn back their curtain." Indeed, the Qingxian Sacred Ground could not possibly face divine retribution. A chorus of disciples fell to the ground, weeping, each face reflecting a profound relief at having survived. In that moment, they had all felt that the Qingxian Sacred Ground was destined for obliteration, cast aside by the heavens. Fortunately, that fate had not come to pass, and they were still alive. Even Guan Shuolan exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, though her heart remained vigilant. The divine punishment had arrived with an inexplicable ferocity and departed abruptly, leaving her unsettled and unable to let go of her unease. "What are you lamenting for the heaven's mercy?" came the voice of Lu Qingyao. The crowd, somewhat bewildered, listened as she continued. "This is the manifestation of our Master's might. The unity of the hearts within the Qingxian Sacred Ground, the unparalleled strength of our grand array. Let the celestial powers tremble in fear. Let the thunderous wrath retreat in trepidation." What? These words left the gathered crowd in astonishment. However, soon after, voices began to echo in agreement. Indeed, the junior sister is right. Human determination can conquer heaven. We need not fear the so-called tribulations. The words of the junior uncle resonate profoundly. Our esteemed Qingxian sect does not fear the so-called divine retribution. Even the heavens must yield before the might of our Qingxian sect. Such sentiments grew increasingly fervent. Even Guan Shuolan, who had initially harbored concerns, found herself contemplating, could it be that she had been overly apprehensive? Thus, it follows that this so-called divine punishment is but a trifle. Human resolve indeed prevails over heaven. Senior sister. At that moment, a cry of astonishment rang out, and Guan Shuolan snapped back to reality, immediately ascending Yudon Peak, followed closely by several other disciples. Yet, when the crowd beheld the scene at Yudon Peak with Su Wanqing, they could not suppress their gasps of shock. Su Wanqing was battered and bruised, and her once vibrant Yudon Peak had been reduced to scorched earth. All spiritual herbs shattered to dust. Remarkably, the small mound before Su Wanqing remained unscathed. The only change was the gravestone, which had previously inscribed the words "Grave of Gu Xiu," abandoned by the sect. At this moment, 6 characters were obscured in darkness, leaving only 2 words visible: sect grave. Upon seeing this gravestone, Guan Shuolan's expression turned icy, and she raised her hand to shatter it. Let it be known. Su Wanqing of Yudon Peak has forged a heavenly-grade elixir, drawing down the heavenly tribulation, yet the resolve of our Qingxian sect has repelled the calamity. Su Wanqing has successfully concocted the elixir and attained enlightenment. She must now enter seclusion. As the sect leader, she understood the importance of stabilizing the hearts of the people. This matter of divine punishment, though inherently ominous, could also be transformed into an opportunity. Meanwhile, while the Qingxian sect maintained a facade of tranquility, in a valley adorned with blooming flowers, Guxiu suddenly lifted his gaze towards the sky. He felt an intangible presence observing him, accompanied by a hint of encouragement. Yet, in an instant, that sensation vanished without a trace. Guxiu furrowed his brow, but after pondering fruitlessly, he redirected his gaze. Surveying the Qingxian sect's emblem that had completely vanished after being consumed and refined by him. Having invested considerable effort, he had fully assimilated the emblem, signifying that no matter how the Qingxian sect pursued him henceforth, they would not trace him. Although he had swiftly ascended back to the 9th level of qi refinement in less than 3 months, a feat remarkable in its rapidity, it was still insufficient. He needed to grow even stronger. Silently retrieving the green bamboo rod, Guxiu hesitated no longer. He was eager to discover what he might catch this time. Chapter 77. Ambush and the Slaying of the Supreme Emperor, leading the remnants to a fate of no return. Guxiu was no stranger to wielding the azure bamboo pole, having done so on numerous occasions before, navigating the task with practiced ease. With a gentle flick, the ethereal thread descended gracefully. Based on past experiences, he anticipated a swift catch. However, this time, the circumstances appeared rather peculiar. A quarter of an hour elapsed, yet the fishing rod remained utterly still. Half an hour passed, and still, there was no sign of life. An entire hour went by, and the rod continued to languish in silence. Such a scenario, though, was not uncommon in the dreamscape of eternal visions. Jiang Sun had encountered this predicament more than once, often resorting to mild curses while waiting in vain. Ultimately, it was likely to yield nothing of significance. In contrast, Guxiu remained remarkably composed. 5 centuries spent in the Forbidden Realm and 3 years in the Shallows had bestowed upon him not only haunting memories, but also an abundance of patience. He was like a drifting cloud, untroubled and free, traversing the ends of the earth without constraint. 5 centuries ago, he might have lamented the monotony of such an experience. Yet now, Guxiu savored this rare tranquility. Clutching the azure pole, he waited in serene silence, his heart devoid of sorrow or joy, his countenance free from worry or distress. At long last, after a full 3 hours of waiting, the azure pole suddenly plunged, the force nearly yanking it from his grasp. In that moment, Guxiu sensed a presence on the other end, as if someone were tugging on his fishing line, entwining something within its grasp. Curiosity surged within him. He recalled that, in the dreamscape of eternal visions, Jiang Sun had never encountered such an occurrence, leaving Guxiu uncertain about what he might reel in this time. Just then, the force from the other end diminished abruptly. Following this, a ripple of spatial waves surged forth, accompanied by the distant sounds of fierce combat and a maniacal laugh. Ambush and the slaying of the Supreme Emperor, leading the remnants to a fate of no return. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Haraha. With that boisterous laughter echoing, the ethereal thread of the azure pole was swiftly retracted, bringing along whatever had been ensnared on the line. What had begun as fishing had turned into something akin to being forcibly bound by the thread. Yet, upon witnessing what had been caught, even Guxiu, who had long since calmed his heart, could not suppress a flicker of surprise. There, at the end of the ethereal thread, was a small creature bound tightly, a tiny monkey, entirely black as ink, scarcely the size of a palm. The creature appeared to be only a few days old, emaciated and frail, seemingly unaware of its predicament as it pawed clumsily at the ethereal thread. However, its futile struggles only served to tighten the bonds further. In mere moments, the ethereal thread had even coiled around its neck, causing the little monkey's eyes to bulge in distress. Guxiu found this situation curious and gave the azure pole a gentle shake. Instantly, the silken thread that was nearly suffocating the little black monkey was suddenly loosened, and the creature, as if granted a reprieve, clutched its throat, and gasped for breath, eyeing the green bamboo pole with a hint of trepidation. However, it soon noticed Gushio. At first, curiosity sparkled in its eyes, which swiftly transformed into joy as it bounded towards Gushio, leaping and frolicking with exuberance. Gushio furrowed his brow and raised a hand to block the approaching monkey. Yet, the little creature, undeterred by the barrier, continued to approach with an endearing enthusiasm, and the two engaged in a playful tug-of-war for a while before the monkey seemed to grasp Gushio's intent. It obediently halted its advance, but its gaze remained filled with joy and affection. Has this monkey begun to regard me as kin? Or perhaps, is there some unique effect emanating from this bamboo pole? Gushio pondered. Just then, a pitiful goo-goo sound emerged, and upon looking up, he saw the black monkey clutching its belly, gazing at him with pleading eyes. "Are you hungry?" Gushio inquired. To his surprise, the little monkey clearly understood his words and eagerly nodded, pointing at its belly and then at its mouth, its eyes brimming with hope. Even the tuft of fur atop its head stood on end, presenting a rather comical sight. With a smile, Gushio casually retrieved some ordinary fruits from his storage ring and offered them to the little black monkey, which immediately lit up with excitement, bouncing joyfully. However, it understood the etiquette of the moment and did not rush to snatch the food. Gushio promptly handed over a piece. The monkey accepted it and immediately stuffed it into its mouth, taking a delighted bite that caused its inky black eyes to squint with satisfaction, as if it had never tasted anything so delectable. What followed was a voracious feast. Initially, Gushio worried that this tiny creature might overindulge, but when it devoured a pile of fruits taller than itself with unabated enthusiasm, his concerns dissipated. He then produced more fruits, offering them freely to the little monkey. Although he was unaware of the monkey's origins, its ability to be lured by the bamboo pole, coupled with its earlier exuberant laughter, suggested that it was no ordinary creature, and it was unlikely to suffer from overeating. While Gushio was observing the little black monkey, the storage ring he had seized from Jing Iwei suddenly trembled. In the next moment, it shattered, and all its contents cascaded to the ground. Gushio's gaze sharpened instantly. It was the 3 tracing puppets. These puppets were remarkably peculiar, seemingly lifeless, having been stored in Jing Iwei's ring, but now they exhibited signs of vitality, breaking free from the confines of the ring. Clearly, this was a summons from He Mengyun. Once they re-established their connection with her, everything in this vicinity would be laid bare to her sight. At that moment, Gushio's actions in slaying the 2 disciples of the Qingxian sacred land, as well as his concealment within Yunshao City, would inevitably be exposed. Gushio furrowed his brow slightly, not anticipating why He Mengyun had summoned the tracking puppets at this moment. Nevertheless, he was not without means to respond. With a swift motion, he brought his fingers together, and the resonance of heaven and earth manifested before him. He intended to harness the power of talismans to seal the 3 tracking puppets. However, before he could take action, a furry monkey paw unexpectedly reached out, swiftly striking one of the tracking puppets on the head. The 6 luminous eyes of the puppet, which had already begun to glow, instantly lost all radiance under the force of that slap, and it knelt trembling before the little black monkey, as if in the presence of royalty. What was happening? Gushio was astonished to see the black monkey flash him a charming smile, before turning back to deliver 2 more slaps, causing the other 2 tracking puppets to tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. This left Gushio utterly stunned. Although the tracking puppets lacked formidable combat prowess and mainly excelled in tracking techniques, their defensive capabilities were unmatched. Even those at the nascent soul stage could not destroy them. How could they be so easily subdued by a mere slap? More importantly, these were puppets. They possessed no intelligence of their own and would only obey the commands of their controller, constantly under the puppeteer's control. How could they be reduced to quivering in fear as they were now? Suddenly, Gushio looked back at the black monkey, his mind conjuring the image of a terrifying ancient beast known only in legends. The Een ape Heike. According to lore, this ape could shatter myriad laws and command spirits of the underworld. While the ability to shatter laws remained uncertain, if this black monkey truly was the Een ape Heike, it would not be surprising for it to dominate the 3 tracking puppets due to its capacity to command spirits. After all, the fabled Een ape Heike was considered a nemesis to all puppeteers. However, Gushio felt a twinge of doubt, for there were 4 additional words in the legends regarding the Een ape Heike. Once manifest, Chaos ensues. Just then, the little black monkey began to chitter excitedly, and Gushio turned to see it holding a spiritual fruit, eagerly offering it to him. Gushio had noticed that the little black monkey had just devoured a pile of fruits, and this particular kind was its favorite. Was it offering him its most cherished possession? Thank you. Gushio smiled, accepting the fruit and taking a bite, which caused the little black monkey to beam with joy, leaping about in delight. Observing its exuberance, Gushio's doubts dissipated entirely. What did the chaos brought by the ape Heike matter to a humble wandering cultivator like himself? As Gushio resolved to accept the ape Heike. At the same time, in the Qing Xian sacred ground, He Mingyun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood under the watchful gaze of Guan Shuolan. Immediately, with a face full of horror, he exclaimed, Master, the tracking puppet of your disciple has betrayed us. Chapter 78, Lu Qingyao, Master, save me. Betrayal? Junior Sister 6, what do you mean by saying that your tracking puppet has betrayed us? That puppet was crafted by you, Mingyun, with your own hands. How could it possibly betray us? As He Mingyun's words faded, the surrounding senior sisters could no longer contain their inquiries. Even Guan Shuolan wore a furrowed brow, scrutinizing her sixth disciple. Under the intense scrutiny of so many, He Mingyun felt quite uneasy. At that moment, her connection with the tracking puppet had been severed, and she was already gravely injured. Yet, neither her sisters nor her master showed any concern for her plight. Instead, they pressed her for answers. He Mingyun had long grown accustomed to such situations and did not dwell on it. She dared not delay, hastily wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and lowered her head to explain. Just a moment ago, I attempted to contact the tracking puppet we dispatched. As per your instructions, Master, to ascertain whether we had discovered Gu Xiozhong's whereabouts. However, for reasons unknown, just as I established the connection, it was abruptly severed by an unknown force. Sister 6, what do you mean by abruptly severed? Lu Qingyao interjected, her brow furrowed. Isn't it true that your puppetry possesses unique methods of establishing an unbreakable bond with the puppets? How could it be severed? I do not know, He Mingyun replied, feeling increasingly helpless. Second sister Wei Chi Chunlei also frowned, saying, What do you mean you do not know? Little 6, this matter pertains to the heavenly punishment. You cannot be vague about everything. This left He Mingyun at a loss, and she glanced helplessly at her master. Yet, upon seeing Guan Shuolan's equally furrowed brow, she could only lower her gaze to her toes. According to reason, my thread manipulation technique should not be capable of being interrupted, especially with these 3 tracking puppets, which I poured immense effort into creating. However, the connection has indeed been severed. Perhaps there is a puppet master more formidable than I at work. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone's brows knitted tighter. A puppet master more powerful than He Mingyun? Although her affinity for dealing with corpses had made others wary of her, they recognized her extraordinary talent and mastery in the art of puppetry. The notion of a puppet master surpassing her was alarming. Who could such an individual be? A top-tier sacred ground or a prominent family? Instantly, the tension deepened. Su Wanqing remained unconscious from her severe injuries, oblivious to the circumstances that led to her encounter with heavenly punishment. Nevertheless, recalling the sect's previous encounters with lightning strikes and the ominous words spoken by Nian Chaoshi regarding the source of fortune, unease settled over them. Naturally, their thoughts turned first to Gushio, who had abandoned the sect. Guan Shuolan, prioritizing Su Wanqing's treatment, immediately inquired about He Mingyun's findings regarding Gushio's whereabouts. Regardless of the truth behind the source of fortune, capturing Gushio and bringing him back to the sect was undoubtedly the right course of action. Better to err on the side of caution than to miss an opportunity. I never anticipated such an event. The most concerning aspect is that if there truly exists a puppeteer more formidable than He Mingyun. Lu Qingyao suddenly shuddered. Master, senior sisters, do you think? Could it be Qi Xia Mountain intervening? Upon the utterance of Qi Xia Mountain, the countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically. Even Guan Shuolan's pupils constricted in an instant. Although referred to as a mountain, Qi Xia Mountain is, in fact, a genuine sacred ground of unparalleled repute. More importantly, there is an individual associated with it who has ties to Gushio. This person has been in seclusion for over a century, with no news emerging since. However, should that individual become aware that Gushio has returned from the Forbidden Realm, with his powers dissipated and his sect abandoned, chaos is inevitable. Impossible. At that moment, someone spoke up. Xia Mountain has never practiced the art of puppetry, nor could there be anyone stronger than Meng Yun capable of silently severing her connection. The crowd turned to see that it was the fourth senior sister, Shi Siling, who spoke. Her exceptional strength and extensive knowledge reassured the anxious hearts of those present. As long as Xia Mountain was not involved, all would be well. Meng Yun, can your tracking puppets lead us to Guxiao? Do you have any idea of his current whereabouts, even approximately? Guan Shuolan inquired. She was unaware of why the connection to her tracking puppets had been severed, but at this moment, that was of secondary importance. The primary concern remained finding Guxiao. Although she remained skeptical of the so-called fortunes as the sect leader, she preferred to err on the side of caution. Whether these fortunes existed was a matter for later consideration. Capturing Guxiao was of utmost urgency. The disciple understood. He Mengyun nodded repeatedly and promptly responded, "My 3 tracking puppets lost their connection when. After a prolonged pause without clarification, the crowd furrowed their brows in impatience. However, upon closer observation, they noticed that He Mengyun's expression suddenly contorted into a grotesque grimace, her eyes displaying an extreme madness. This was. Lu Qingyao was the first to react, exclaiming, "Not good. The 6th senior sister's soul injury has relapsed." As she spoke, she instinctively sought refuge behind Guan Shuolan, shouting, "Master, save me." Just as she uttered these words, He Mengyun had already flicked her sleeve, conjuring a multitude of formidable puppets. The moment the puppets touched the ground, they charged toward Lu Qingyao without hesitation, seemingly intent on devouring her flesh and soul. One must commend Lu Qingyao's swift reflexes, her sense of impending danger exceptional. Yet, regardless of her speed, her strength remained the weakest among them. In an instant, one puppet reached her, delivering an unrelenting punch directly to her face. "Stop!" Fortunately, Guan Shuolan, being a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, let out a furious huff, intercepting the attack and immobilizing all the puppets. However, just as she intervened, she witnessed the frenzied He Mengyun unexpectedly summon the soul-shattering mill, resolutely intent on self-destruction through soul fragmentation. Guan Shuolan had no choice but to divert her attention to halt this calamity. Yet, while she succeeded in her intervention, this momentary distraction left Lu Qingyao in dire straits. The puppet that had struck her was already endowed with the peak strength of a corporeal manifestation. And although Guan Shuolan managed to restrain it, being a creation born from her disciple's efforts, she could not bring herself to obliterate it entirely, merely intercepting its assault. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the overwhelming force surged through, transforming into a fist that collided with Lu Qingyao's visage, accompanied by a lament. Lu Qingyao fell to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth. Rebellious disciple, Guan Shuolan huffed, disregarding the potential harm to He Mengyun, and unleashed her full power in a moment of grand mastery. He Mengyun merely let out a soft whimper before collapsing, rendered unconscious. With another swift motion, Guan Shuolan's palm swept over, causing all of He Mengyun's puppets to collapse, immobilized. The might of her mastery was indeed formidable. Yet, Guan Shuolan felt no elation. Instead, her expression darkened as she channeled her energy, forcefully rousing He Mengyun. "Rebellious disciple, where is Guxiao? Speak quickly." Regrettably, He Mengyun replied, "Master, did Guxiao not just abandon the sect?" Though she regained consciousness, her eyes were clouded with confusion, utterly unaware of her surroundings. With her soul injured and compounded by Guan Shuolan's intervention, fragments of her memory had vanished entirely. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyao, with the assistance of several senior sisters, managed to rise shakily from the ground, prompting Guan Shuolan to cast a hurried glance at her beloved disciple. However, it was merely a fleeting glance. A peculiar expression crossed Guan Shuolan's face. Lu Qingyao did not appear gravely injured. Yet, the blow from the puppet had left her once proud nose flattened, her face smeared with grime and blood, presenting a most pitiful sight. Tears of grievance welled in her eyes as she cried out, lion tiger, woo." The reason her speech was unclear stemmed from the unfortunate fact that her 2 front teeth had been shattered by that punch, causing her to weep uncontrollably, inevitably allowing air to escape. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos unfolding in the Qingxian sacred land, Guxiao had once again donned the 3-faced mask, transforming into an appearance of a middle-aged Taoist. as he approached the gates of Yunshao City, basking in the morning sun. The little black monkey, Heka, nestled quietly in Gu Xiu's embrace, his stillness broken only by his curious black eyes peering out, captivated by the world beyond. Just as he was observing, Gu Xiu abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he glanced aside. There, he spotted a disheveled old man, reeking of alcohol, resembling a beggar, staggering towards the city with a ruddy, intoxicated visage. However, Gu Xiu quickly averted his gaze, as if nothing had occurred. The little black monkey appeared somewhat peculiar. Following Gu Xiu's gaze towards the old drunkard, its eyes instantly widened in astonishment. Chapter 79. The Divine Treasure Intercepts. The Golden Feather Divine Dynasty. It is an abandoned shadow ape, possessing a unique sensitivity to the rhythms of heaven and earth. In its eyes, the seemingly unsteady old drunkard is currently enveloped by 5 distinct rhythms, each brimming with unparalleled authority. Were a talisman master to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, for the rhythms surrounding the old drunkard necessitate divine invocation. He is indeed a true pinnacle talisman master. However, after a brief moment, the little black monkey averted its gaze. This individual appeared exceptionally formidable, yet certainly not as powerful as its own master. Gu Xiu maintained a calm demeanor. The likelihood of encountering talisman masters in Cloud Sky City is exceedingly high, especially following the grand ceremony of the 10,000 rhythms, which has resulted in an almost daily sighting of talisman masters within the city. Although high-ranking talisman masters capable of divine invocation are scarce, they do exist. And this old drunkard's strength is likely the greatest Gu Xiu has encountered. Nevertheless, there is no cause for alarm. He has already altered the ceremony of the 10,000 rhythms, and considering he possesses the 3-faced mask, these talisman masters are destined to fail in uncovering the truth behind the ceremony as long as Gu Xiu chooses to remain reticent. Upon returning to the Listening Rain Pavilion, Gu Xiu settled the little black monkey comfortably. When Xiao saw the little black monkey, she was taken aback, particularly by its well-behaved demeanor, which elicited her admiration. After advising Xiao to care for the little black monkey, Gu Xiu turned and returned to the tavern. Once again, he donned a fresh visage, once more producing 80,000 talismans. Cheng Fusho adhered to protocol, confirming the talismans were in order before promptly handing over the spirit stones to Gu Xiu. As they parted, he inquired whether Gu Xiu could possibly increase the order beyond 80,000 talismans. There was no choice. Gu Xiu's talismans sold remarkably well. Originally, Wanbao Tower sold several thousand talismans daily, but when Gu Xiu proclaimed his ability to produce 80,000 daily, Wanbao Tower contemplated that, even if Cloud Sky City could not absorb such quantity, they could distribute them to branches in other cities. Yet, what transpired? The outcome was that Gu Xiu's flawless talismans flew off the shelves, and the branch in Cloud Sky City was no longer burdened with unsold inventory. Its business thrived, raking in gold daily. In fact, Wanbao Tower was compelled to impose a purchase limit, selling only 50,000 talismans each day, which would vanish within a mere 2 hours. Do not question where the excess 30,000 talismans went. It is a matter of social connections. In any case, Gu Xiu had received talismans sent by Su Rumei, and the fact that Wanbao Tower could produce such a multitude without anyone investigating indicates a clear connection to those 30,000 talismans. This is precisely why Gu Xiu relishes collaborating with Wanbao Tower. In terms of vision and scope, Wanbao Tower is indeed unparalleled, having thrived for centuries without decline. They undoubtedly possess remarkable capabilities. However, the majority of factions have accepted bribes, unwilling to pursue the secrets of Wanbao Tower's vast collection of talismans. Yet, a small faction has already set its sights on Wanbao Tower, just as is the case at this very moment. As Cheng Fusho and Gu Xiu were on the verge of parting ways, a group of individuals clad in the attire of Lingbaotai suddenly encircled them. Huang Jingming, what are you scheming? Cheng Fusho retorted. This is Yunshao City. Does your Lingbaotai intend to resort to violence because you cannot compete with us at Wanbeilu? Instinctively, Cheng Fusho positioned himself in front of Gu Xiu, anxious that the enigmatic forces might act unpredictably. However, Huang Jingming paid little heed to Cheng Fusho and addressed Gu Xiu instead, saying, "Esteemed friend, our esteemed manager at Lingbaotai wishes to meet with you. May I inquire if this is convenient?" Not convenient. Cheng Fusho interjected hastily. This esteemed guest belongs to Wanbeilu, Do not overreach your bounds. He then reassured Gu Xiao. Rest assured, we at Wanbeilu harbor no fear of Lingba Atai. They would not dare act recklessly. Huang Jingming replied, though Lingba Atai may not possess the vast resources of Wanbeilu, we are firmly established in Yunxiao City. However, he glanced at Gu Xiao. You should be aware that when cornered, even a rabbit may bite. These words caused Cheng Fushou's expression to shift, for he noticed a figure materializing behind Huang Jingming, emanating a faint aura of the nascent soul. They had summoned such a formidable presence, clearly intent on destruction should their desires remain unfulfilled. Reflecting on this, the situation became clearer. Recently, Lingba Atai had plotted against Wanbeilu, seemingly intending to oust their branch from Yunxiao City. Yet, they had not anticipated Wanbeilu's encounter with this mysterious talismanic force, which unleashed a multitude of talismans, resulting in a catastrophic failure for Lingba Atai, whose celebratory banquet had been abruptly cut short. Their meticulous plans were reduced to ashes, their business plummeting. This had already shaken Lingba Atai's foundation. If they delayed any longer, they would be gradually consumed. Clearly, they could not afford to wait any longer. It was a fight to the bitter end. Cheng Fushou comprehended these implications almost instantaneously, yet despite his understanding, he found himself at a loss for action. What should he do? If they were to suddenly turn violent, could he defend against them? Would seeking assistance arrive in time? Since a meeting is to be arranged. Let it be so, Gu Xiao interjected unexpectedly, as Cheng Fushou pondered strategies. Esteemed friend, Cheng Fushou was momentarily taken aback. In this world, all is tumultuous for profit, Gu Xiao remarked, shaking his head. Lingba Atai has come to our attention. A meeting would pose no issue. I trust that the manager of Lingba Atai is not a narrow-minded individual. Upon hearing this, Cheng Fushou stared in astonishment at Gu Xiao, while Huang Jingming's pupils constricted. The reason for this was clear. The identity of the manager of Lingba Atai was widely known, yet few could accurately articulate who this individual truly was. An outsider seldom had the opportunity to meet them. Few are those who know his name or lineage. Yet, unexpectedly, Gu Xiao uttered it with precision, leaving one to ponder the immense influence and background this individual possesses. Huang Jingming cast a profound glance at Gu Xiao before slightly bowing. Please, gentlemen, enter the carriage. Cheng Fushou hesitated to decline, but Gu Xiao had already placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Let us proceed, Manager Cheng. I apologize, my friend. I have caused you trouble, Cheng Fushou expressed with regret as he settled into the carriage. Gu Xiao merely shook his head, adopting a meditative posture with closed eyes, patiently awaiting their destination. Meanwhile, Cheng Fushou was deeply engrossed in contemplation, pondering their next course of action, oblivious to the faint smile that had begun to grace Gu Xiao's lips. In a dream that spanned an eternity, Gu Xiao had glimpsed myriad people and events. Although he could not ascertain every detail, he had indeed foreseen several occurrences. Wanbao Tower was an intriguing force, and its rival, Lingbao Studio, was equally fascinating. From the moment he intended to craft talismans for the acquisition of spirit stones and resources, Gu Xiao had anticipated this day would come. Now that it had arrived, he remained unperturbed. There was an item he needed to procure from Lingbao Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the Qinxian Holy Land, atop Imoshu Peak, discussions regarding Lingbao Studio were also unfolding. What did you say? Lingbao Studio claims our talismans are trash? Qin Mo Ran glared frostily at the disciple delivering the news, her beautiful eyes dark as water. The disciple, feeling the weight of her gaze, broke into a cold sweat and cautiously stammered, "Why yes." This was directly stated by Huang Jingming, the manager of Lingbao Studio. Of course, this is because we did not reveal our identity as part of the Qinxian Holy Land. They were unaware of our background and merely judged based on the quality of the talismans. Qin Mo Ran furrowed her brow. Despite Lingbao Studio's ignorance of the talisman's origin, as a talisman master, the notion of her work being labeled as garbage was utterly unacceptable. She was incensed. Lingbao Studio? Huang Jingming. At that moment, someone nearby expressed surprise. This time, it was not the junior sister Lu Qingyao, who was currently recovering from an injury. The speaker was a young woman whose beauty rivaled that of Qin Mo Ran, adorned in a flowing yellow gown, exuding an aura of grace and divine radiance. This was the fourth senior sister, Shi Siling. She had come to Imoshu Peak to collect talismans from Qin Mo Ran and, upon hearing the name, could not help but frown. What's the matter? Fourth sister, do you know him? Qin Mo Ran inquired, intrigued. I do not, Shi Xiling replied, shaking her head. However, during my travels, I encountered a man who had been expelled from a divine dynasty, accompanied by a loyal servant named Kuang Jingming. Oh, expelled from a divine dynasty? Which one? Qin Mo Ran asked, astonished. Yet, Shi Xiling pursed her lips and softly remarked, the golden feather divine dynasty, and those who drive them away, bear the surname Shang. Upon hearing this, Qin Moran was momentarily taken aback. She was indeed familiar with the golden feather divine dynasty, and she knew that the royal family bore the surname Shang. What truly left her astonished was, Guxiao, 5 centuries ago, during his wanderings through the martial world, he had visited the golden feather divine dynasty. Moreover, he had even made the acquaintance of one of the extraordinary princes within that celestial dynasty. Chapter 80. The Prince Zhangqing, bound in the cloud senior sister. Who was that exiled prince you mentioned? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo Ran could not restrain her curiosity any longer. It is the same person you are thinking of, Shi Xiling replied, seemingly discerning Qin Mo Ran's thoughts. The second prince of the Jin Yu divine dynasty, Shang Zhongqing. Shang Zhongqing. The mere utterance of this name caused Qin Mo Ran's brows to furrow instantly. The second prince of the Jin Yu divine dynasty, upon his birth, was heralded by the majestic flap of the golden feather rock's wings, earning the favor of the ancient divine emperor. Subsequently, he exhibited prodigious talent, advancing in cultivation at an astonishing pace. As a prince, he claimed the title of a genius. If my memory serves me correctly, the rumors of that time suggested that this Shang Zhongqing was destined to inherit the throne of Jin Yu. How could he have been exiled from the divine dynasty? Qin Mo Ran inquired, incredulously. Shi Xiling replied coldly, fratricide, sororicide, matricide. What? Qin Mo Ran's eyes widened in shock. Shi Xiling continued in a detached tone, this individual is inherently cruel, with a nature inclined towards bloodshed. He merely disguised himself well in the past, and outsiders were none the wiser. I witnessed his exile firsthand. Countless commoners from the Jin Yu divine dynasty came forth to denounce him. This revelation left Qin Mo Ran momentarily speechless, grappling with both astonishment and bewilderment. After all, this was a person once celebrated in the public eye, blessed with extraordinary talent, revered for his respect towards teachers, and known for his benevolence and integrity. Many accolades had been attributed to him in the past. Who would have thought that his reputation could shift so dramatically? I have also heard that this prince fled to Cloud City, and the Jin Yu divine emperor, out of pity, chose not to annihilate him. It seems that Ling Baozhai must be the foundation he established, Shi Xiling remarked. If that is indeed the case, Mo Ran, you need not be overly concerned about the reputation of Ling Baozhai. A person who has been cast out by his own father is inherently short-sighted and narrow-minded. Shi Xiling did not feel the need to offer further comfort to Qin Mo Ran. Nodding, Qin Mo Ran expressed her sentiments. I simply did not expect such a drastic change. In the past, Guxiao had mentioned that although this individual was adept at scheming and strategy, he was also a man of integrity. How could it be that? Why is this difficult to comprehend? Shi Xiling smiled. I find this quite normal. You know Guxiao better than I do. Wasn't he also one to disguise his true nature? It seems they share similarities. Their friendship was likely born from mutual affinities. This left Qin Mo Ran contemplative, her heart a tangle of emotions. Shi Xiling, undeterred by Qin Mo Ran's complex feelings, continued. I recall you once said, drawing a line in the sand, severing ties, and forsaking all connection. I believe this sentiment is profoundly insightful. Such individuals must indeed be cut off swiftly. Otherwise, one might find oneself ensnared by someone like Shang Zhongqing, potentially endangering our Qing, Xian Holy Land. After exchanging a few more words, Shi Xiling rose to take his leave. However, before departing, he reassured Qin Moyan, stating that matters concerning Lingbao Pavilion should not be overly concerned with. A prince of noble birth engaging in mercantile affairs was a disgrace to the dignity of the imperial lineage. Such a person was merely a waste, unworthy of distress over a few scornful words. As for Wanbao Tower, there was even less cause for concern. If they were unwilling to accept our talismans, we might as well utilize them ourselves, as they yield little profit in the first place. The focus should be on cultivating oneself. To this, Qin Moyan nodded in agreement. Yet, once Shi Xiling had taken his leave, An inexplicable impulse led Qin Moryen to retrieve a poetry collection. Her gaze drawn to the inscription in the corner of the title page, bearing the 3 characters gifted by Gu Xiu. Flipping to a certain page, she read a passage, the youth, proud as a soaring pen. Yet now, as spring withers, melancholy fills the heart. As she continued to read, a discomfort welled within her. Abruptly, she shut the book and, with a fierce resolve, tore it to shreds, casting the remnants into a nearby corner, her expression icy as she declared, "From now on, silence reigns, as the spring mountains appear dark and the grass is like smoke. Gu Xiu, I spare you for the sake of our past. Do not disturb my heart again." Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred land, Gu Xiu remained unaware of this unfolding scene, or rather, even if he were aware, it would evoke no stir within him. At this moment, he bore the visage of a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard, his countenance devoid of expression, seated in the pavilion at the heart of the lake within the eastern city mansion. Opposite him sat a man exuding an aura of fierce malevolence and madness, his gaze fixed upon Gu Xiu as if he were a beast poised to pounce and devour him whole. Merely a glance from this man conveyed the essence of a reckless lunatic. Yet, in the face of this oppressive stare, Gu Xiu remained unfazed, only feeling a slight sigh within. Although he had encountered Shang Zhongqing in a fleeting glance over the millennia, witnessing him in person still evoked a sense of nostalgia. He had changed considerably since those days. "You mentioned your surname is Jiao?" Shang Zhongqing inquired coldly. Gu Xiu nodded and introduced himself with the name of this visage, Jia Yi. Jia Yi. Shang Zhongqing scrutinized him. "You possess considerable audacity. Knowing full well that our Lingbao Pavilion and Wanbao Tower are rivals, yet you dare to interfere? Business is merely a matter of mutual benefit. There is no question of interference. If the conditions are favorable, we may collaborate with Wanbao Tower, just as we could with your Lingbao Pavilion." Gu Xiu replied with calm composure. "Oh." Shang Zhongqing raised an eyebrow. "And who are you?" "That cannot be disclosed. Since it cannot be revealed, may I search your soul?" "You will not," Gu Xiu stated confidently. Shang Zhongqing scoffed. "Do you think I am merely a paper tiger?" "Not at all." Gu Xiu shook his head. "However, this is your sole opportunity to engage with us. Should you let it slip, there shall be no second chance in this lifetime." Shang Zhongqing sneered dismissively. "Do you think I would be afraid? It cannot be said that I am afraid. Rather, you may miss the opportunity to escape from Cloud City," Gu Xiu remarked, casting a deep glance at Shang Zhongqing. Upon hearing this, Shang Zhongqing's pupils instantly narrowed. Gu Xiu continued. "Few are aware that the second prince of the Jin Yu divine dynasty has arrived in Cloud City. And even fewer know that this prince did not come of his own volition, but is instead trapped here, unable to take a single step beyond the confines of Cloud City." A palpable aura of menace emerged the moment Gu Xiu finished speaking. He spoke the truth. Shang Zhongqing was indeed not in Cloud City by choice, but was forcibly bound here, unable to leave. Yet, Gu Xiu appeared oblivious to the killing intent that lingered. As he continued to speak to himself, "By cooperating with us, you may find a chance to break free from your shackles. However, should you choose not to cooperate? What might happen if one refuses to cooperate? For us, it would merely mean the loss of a potential ally. But for you, my friend Shang, it would mean losing everything." "Such audacity," Shang Zhongqing sneered. "Whether it is audacity or not, I believe you, my friend, are far more aware than I am." Gu Xiu shook his head, once more gazing intently at Shang Zhongqing. "By now, you must have sensed the peculiarities within your own body, have you not?" This time, shock flickered in Shang Zhongqing's eyes. "Although you have been away from the Jin Yu divine dynasty for many years, there are those who wish for your demise. Cloud City is not merely a prison for you. It is a grinding stone, slowly eroding your existence. You understand this yet feel powerless, desperately scavenging for resources within Cloud City to prolong your life. Thus, your urgency to collaborate with Wanbao Tower." At this juncture, Gu Xiu inquired, "Am I correct in my assessment?" Throughout, Gu Xiu's tone remained exceptionally steady, almost unnaturally so for a cultivator of qi refinement. Yet, the words spoken beneath this calm demeanor caused Shang Zhongqing to lose his composure entirely. For everything Gu Xiu articulated rang true. He had been compelled to leave the divine dynasty, burdened with infamy, even willing to be ensnared in Cloud City, believing it to be the end. Little did he know that there were still those who would not let him go, having set traps within this cage. His time was running out. "How do you know all this?" Shang Zhongqing fixed his gaze intently on Gu Xiu, his consciousness having thoroughly probed Gu Xiu inside and out. In response, Gu Xiu remained composed, merely stating, "We may be stronger than you have imagined, my friend." Chapter 81. The Golden Feather Soul Pill, Achievements of the Abandoned Corpses. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the residence. "Shall we preemptively wish for a pleasant collaboration?" Gu Xiu said with a smile. Shang Zhongqing furrowed his brow. "I hope you fulfill your words. Rest assured, my friend Shang, when the time is right, I shall naturally seek you out," Gu Xiu replied with a grin. Then turned to leave with Cheng Fushou. Watching his retreating figure, Shang Zhongqing's expression fluctuated, with murderous intent flickering in his eyes. As if he was contemplating whether to slay Gu Xiu on the spot, Huang Jingming inquired, "My lord, do you require someone to follow him? Given that previous attempts have yielded no success, it seems unnecessary to continue." Shang Zhongqing shook his head, ultimately dispelling the aura of hostility. Turning to enter the house and seated himself in contemplation, Huang Jingming stood silently beside him, resembling a loyal minister in attendance to his sovereign. After a prolonged silence of half an hour, Shang Zhongqing sighed and spoke, "Cease the investigation into this force." "My lord," Huang Jingming responded, astonished. "This force is stronger than we anticipated. If they are unwilling, no matter how thoroughly we investigate, we shall find no trace. It is pointless to squander our efforts." Shang Zhongqing shook his head, his tone imbued with fatigue and resignation. Indeed, it was a matter of helplessness. In the span of those 2 hours, he had conversed extensively with Gu Xiu, and the more they spoke, the clearer his understanding became. The power behind this individual was truly formidable. What was most terrifying was not the sheer number of talismans they could produce, nor the possibility of thousands of talisman masters in their ranks, nor the fact that his Lingbao pavilion could uncover no clues. What was genuinely alarming was that this force seemed to possess unique investigative methods, capable of discerning secrets unknown to others. They not only knew his identity, recognized his entrapment in Yinxiao City, but also were aware that his time was limited, and they had insight into many of his plans. The more they conversed, the more astonished he became, to the point where he had contemplated eliminating Gu Xiu to safeguard his secrets. Yet he dared not act. A mysterious force capable of effortlessly uncovering his secrets was something even Shang Zhongqing could not confidently confront. He could not predict the outcome should he strike against their people. As for the investigation, it was laughable. He had gleaned nothing, while they had thoroughly investigated him. This was a complete domination. "I have reached a consensus with that individual. Henceforth, our Lingbao pavilion shall commence trading talismans with them. You will be responsible for it," Shang Zhongqing announced. "Has the agreement been finalized, my lord?" "Indeed." Huang Jingming's eyes brightened. This accord would stabilize their business at Lingbao Pavilion, ensuring the abundant resources needed for their lord's recovery. This was indeed a fortuitous development. However, upon observing Shang Zhongqing's expression, Huang Jingming suddenly sensed something amiss. Was there an issue with the transaction? They do not seek the trading of spiritual stones, but rather the materials. Just the materials? Indeed. Shang Zhongqing produced a list and handed it over. Huang Jingming examined it closely for a moment, then expressed astonishment. "What are these materials for?" The list was densely filled with a plethora of materials, ranging from those for artifact forging, array formation, to elixirs, spanning a wide variety, with many items in substantial quantities, including some rare materials. Yet they bore no apparent connection to one another, rendering their ultimate purpose inscrutable. If my assumptions are correct, they must have plans to undertake something, and their collaboration with us is a means to disperse their intentions, preventing any single party from deducing their true objectives through the materials they require. In fact, it seems they have had their sights set on us since their initial partnership with Wanbao Building, cleverly leading us into their trap, waiting for us to take the bait. Shang Zhongqing spoke with a hint of resignation. He had come to this realization after conversing with Gu Xiu for a while. The other party had never truly rejected cooperation with Lingbao Pavilion. They simply refrained from taking the initiative. In other words, they had plotted against him from the very beginning, a situation that incited both anger and helplessness within him. But is that truly the case? They must have a considerable number of people. Even if they wish to conceal their intentions, wouldn't it be more effective to send individuals out to procure various materials? Huang Jingming pondered in confusion. Shang Zhongqing shook his head with a wry smile. Who knows? Perhaps they aim to make us believe they lack manpower. This, Huang Jingming frowned in contemplation, only to hear Shang Zhongqing casually remark, "I have also given them my golden feather soul pill." Upon hearing this, Huang Jingming was momentarily dumbfounded, then widened his eyes in shock. "My lord, how could you part with such an item?" The golden feather soul pill can be used to forge soul artifacts or to assist in mending soul injuries. It can only be obtained by slaying the golden feather rock, a creature that is exceedingly rare. Sightings of it occur only once or twice in a millennium. This implies that the golden feather soul pill is a treasure of immeasurable worth, yet scarce in the world. When Shang Zhongqing was born, a golden feather rock descended from the heavens, accompanying him in his youth. However, a certain calamity led to the demise of Shang Zhongqing's rock in battle, leaving behind only a single golden feather soul pill. For Shang Zhongqing, this pill was not merely a rare treasure, but also a poignant reminder of that long-lost golden feather rock. Huang Jingming could hardly fathom that Shang Zhongqing, who cherished it so dearly, would choose to relinquish it. Yet, he observed Shang Zhongqing press his lips together, revealing information that silenced Huang Jingming instantly. "He has promised me. When the time is right, he will aid me in breaking free from the constraints of Yuxiao City." Meanwhile, within the confines of Tingyu residence, Gu Xiu was carefully placing the golden feather soul pill into a jade box imbued with supreme restrictions. Shortly thereafter, Gu Xiu produced a tome, marking a line under the passage that referenced the golden feather soul pill. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a significant portion of the text had already been crossed out. As a rogue cultivator, one must rely solely on oneself. Similarly, to survive in this world, a rogue cultivator must exercise utmost caution and vigilance, even when faced with acquaintances from 5 centuries past. If recognition is not imperative, there is no need for acknowledgement. This is not only due to the fact that even if they were to recognize each other now, Gu Xiu could offer no assistance to Shang Zhongqing if the timing were not right, but also because Shang Zhongqing would likely prefer not to witness Gu Xiu's current state. Now that they have encountered one another, what purpose does recognition serve? Casting another glance at the remaining materials, Gu Xiu put away the jade box and the tome. He settled into a meditative pose, closed his eyes, and retrieved the talisman-making materials. With the recent collaboration with Lingbao Studio, the number of talismans he needed to forge had naturally increased. As usual, the myriad of rhythms emerged, and the natural harmonies of heaven and earth guided his talisman creation. However, this time was somewhat different. Gu Xiu was relieved from the task of tidying up the talismans, thanks to the presence of a little black monkey. This small creature, eager to prove its worth, did not disrupt Gu Xiu during the talisman-making process. Instead, it energetically scurried about, helping to collect the various talismans that had been crafted. Yet, being merely a young monkey, it inevitably grew weary, especially considering Gu Xiu's astonishingly rapid pace in forging talismans. After a while, the little black monkey exhibited signs of fatigue, and Gu Xiu, amused, encouraged it to rest while he handled the remainder of the work. To his surprise, the stubborn little monkey, despite its species, gritted its teeth and persevered. Eventually, unable to maintain its effort, it turned its gaze towards 3 obedient tracking puppets. With a few chirps and a gentle nudge from one puppet, the trio truly sprang into action, joining the ranks of talisman gatherers. If a seasoned Gu Xiu were to witness this scene, he would be utterly astonished. The cleverness of the little black monkey was not particularly surprising. However, the 3 tracking puppets, renowned within the realm of puppetry for their exceptional tracking abilities, were an entirely different matter. The primary function of these puppets had always been singular, tracking. Although they possessed formidable tracking skills, such puppets typically lacked prowess in other areas. At least, these 3 tracking puppets could only be relied upon for tracking and defense, making it nearly impossible to compel them into other tasks. Yet, at this moment, under the little black monkey's guidance, the 3 tracking puppets appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence, transforming from noble tracking puppets into straightforward and versatile little helpers, embodying the essence of utility and unwavering dedication. After tirelessly toiling for several hours without pausing for breath, the only requirement was to provide a couple of spirit stones to replenish their energy when it was excessively depleted, and they would instantly regain their vigor. Eventually, the little monkey simply mounted one of the tracking puppets, munching on fruits while observing the puppet at work. This scene was truly astonishing to Gu Xiu. Yet, concurrently, a thought emerged within him. As a solitary and independent cultivator, He had to personally handle many matters, and seeking assistance from others was fraught with complications, as numerous secrets could not be exposed to outsiders. Even those he deemed trustworthy could not be guaranteed to remain so if they were to encounter powerful beings who might probe their minds. However, what if he were to harness the power discarded by the little black monkey to establish a legion of puppet servants? Puppets, after all, are impervious to soul-searching. Chapter 82. A few cups by the stream. Listening to a few strings. The notion of a puppet servant immediately captivated Gucciot's thoughts the moment it emerged. The more he contemplated it, the more feasible it appeared. Without hesitation, upon completing the talisman crafting that day, Gucciot stepped out of the rear courtyard, intending to visit the Wanbao Tower. However, just as he emerged, he spotted the maid Xiao He eagerly waiting outside, her eyes brightening upon seeing him. "Wind Immortal, the meal is ready," she announced. Meal Gucciot was about to decline, but seeing the anticipation in the young girl's gaze, he ultimately smiled and replied, "Very well. Let us dine." As time passed, Gucciot had nearly forgotten who the last person was that patiently awaited his meal. He also couldn't recall the last time he had waited for someone to share a meal with him. Shortly after taking his seat at the table, Xiao He soon brought over the meticulously warmed dishes, her face alight with expectation as she awaited his tasting. Gucciot did not disappoint her. Before her eyes, he sampled every dish and praised, "The flavors are truly delightful." These simple 4 words filled Xiao He's eyes with joy, prompting a gentle smile from Gucciot in return. In the realm of cultivation, it is not solely about galloping on swift steeds adorned with jade saddles, nor is it merely about the chilling moonlight post-battle. Occasionally, one must pause to savor the moment, enjoying a few cups by the stream, listening to a few strings. The pine blossom brews wine, while spring water brews tea. After thoroughly enjoying the meal, Gucciot finally departed from Tingyu residence, making his way leisurely towards Wanbao Tower. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance of Wanbao Tower, he was met with a throng of people gathered outside. The city guards were stationed there, hauling body after body from within the tower. Inside, Su Rumei wore a frostbitten expression as she conferred with the other staff members. The aggressors were remarkably ruthless. Gucciot felt fortunate to have arrived a moment too late. Otherwise, he might have suffered the same fate and become one of the corpses now strewn about. How many years had it been since such occurrences transpired in Yinxiao City? Furrowing his brow upon hearing the commotion, Gucciot inquired and learned that Wanbao Tower had just been attacked by a group of mysterious assailants. This faction was formidable, with the weakest among them possessing late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Upon entering Wanbao Tower, they wasted no time in launching their assault. At the time, many patrons were present inside, and numerous staff and guests fell victim to their onslaught. Although Wanbao Tower had skilled protectors, there was always at least one Golden Core expert on duty. Yet the attackers had come prepared. The Golden Core expert was immediately entangled upon engaging, and despite calling for aid, the elusive assailants managed to retreat swiftly before the other experts and city guards could arrive, leaving behind a scene of carnage and chaos. After absorbing this information, Gucciot frowned. Although Yinxiao City prohibited cultivators from using their powers, conflicts were inevitable wherever people congregated, especially considering that many roamed the city unrestrained. Occasionally, there are matters of a more ruthless nature. However, it is inconceivable that ordinary practitioners would provoke Wanbao Tower. It seems that this time, Wanbao Tower has attracted the attention of other forces. The reason is almost self-evident. It is undoubtedly due to the conspicuousness of their talismans. "Fellow Wind, you have arrived just in time, as I was about to seek you out." Coincidentally, Su Rumei has also descended from above and immediately extended an invitation to Gucciot. Gucciot accepted without hesitation, following Su Rumei into Wanbao Tower. Upon entering, he could sense the lingering fluctuations of spiritual energy from the previous confrontation. After a moment of contemplation, Gucciot raised an eyebrow. The intensity of this spiritual energy was formidable. Among the assailants were individuals at the Golden Core stage. And there was more than one. Had he not dined with Xiao He earlier, and had he come directly here, he might have been caught in the fray. "Fellow Wind, Wanbao Tower will soon enter a state of combat readiness, and we hope you can assist us in reinforcing our formation." Once inside the building, Su Rumei spoke without delay. "Of course, Wanbao Tower will offer a reward that will satisfy you, Fellow Wind." As for the matter of reward, Gucciot shook his head. it would be more prudent for Manager Su to elaborate on the current situation and specify the type of formation required. Well, Su Rume hesitated, but considering her many speculations about the individual before her, she eventually began to speak. During this period, Wanbao Tower has been collaborating with a mysterious force, acquiring 80,000 talismans daily. Although they are merely first-tier talismans, their quantity is indeed astonishing. Wanbao Tower is well aware of the adage possessing a treasure invites disaster. Thus, they have utilized numerous talismans to manage various relations, with commendable results. Nonetheless, some individuals remain restless, and Wanbao Tower has received numerous threats, with demands for the secrets behind the talismans. In truth, Wanbao Tower is not afraid. After all, it has endured for centuries as a merchant guild, possessing considerable depth. However, while they are unafraid of direct assaults, their adversaries have chosen a different approach, an ambush. Clearly, today serves as a warning. Do you know who the assailants were? Gu Xiu inquired. Su Rume frowned tightly. At present, we cannot ascertain for certain, but we suspect that the attackers are likely from one of the three major gangs of Yinshao City, specifically the Sihai Gang. Yinshao City is free from the constraints of sects and noble families, yet it is home to countless gangs. Among them, the strongest are the three major gangs, Sihai Gang, Hanhua Society, and Longmen Gang. The Sihai Gang ranks second in strength among these three. According to Su Rume, the Sihai Gang has shown particular interest in the talismans and has previously attempted to extract information from Wanbao Tower. When met with silence, they have threatened to make Wanbao Tower pay a price. This ambush is likely the Sihai Gang's attempt to intimidate. Originally, we had intended to invite you to become an honored guest of Wanbao Tower, but given the current circumstances, we must defer this matter. Su Rume said apologetically after outlining the situation. Gu Xiu understood her implication. Currently, the Wanbao Tower has drawn unwanted attention, and becoming a devotee at this time could potentially spell disaster. However, there is no need for concern, for our esteemed leader has received word and will arrive shortly. When the skilled practitioners of Wanbao Tower are present, neither the Sihai Tower nor the Hanhua Society would dare to show their faces again. Nevertheless, prior to that, we require a formidable array, one that can provide protection for Wanbao Tower in critical moments, preventing similar incidents from occurring. Unfortunately, the array masters in Yinshao City are scarce, most possessing only a rudimentary understanding. Thus, we must seek the assistance of friend Feng to see if he would be willing to lend his expertise. Upon hearing this, Su Rume looked at Gu Xiu with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Gu Xiu did not disappoint her. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "I shall take care of the array. As a wandering cultivator, it is customary to avoid meddling in others' affairs. However, in recent times, Wanbao Tower has generously provided him with cultivation resources, techniques, and first-tier talismans, which he regards as a favor. Given that they merely seek his assistance in arranging the array, he sees no reason to decline. Moreover, it is worth noting that Wanbao Tower has attracted attention precisely because of his talismans, making it a matter of personal interest for him to assist in the array's creation." That evening, Gu Xiu chose not to return home, understanding the urgency of the situation at Wanbao Tower. He remained on site, commencing preparations for the array's construction. By the first half of the night, all necessary materials had been gathered. In the latter half of the night, he began the intricate task of array construction. This was undoubtedly a positive development. Su Rume was pleased with his decisive attitude, and even began contemplating what kind of techniques she should prepare to gift to Feng Bugue. However, while Su Rume brimmed with confidence, the rest of the individuals within Wanbao Tower could not help but display expressions of skepticism. Gu Xiu had previously visited Wanbao Tower, primarily to assist in repairing some arrays and to familiarize the staff with his expertise, thereby averting any potential mishaps. During that time, he had demonstrated his proficiency in array formations, leading everyone at Wanbao Tower to recognize that Feng Bugue indeed possessed some skill in this area. Yet, this skill was limited. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be beneficial to ask someone for a favor to assist with constructing a few major arrays. But what is the current situation? It appears that the Sihai Gang is making a move, and those involved are undoubtedly formidable opponents. Led by a golden core cultivator with a clear objective, to disrupt and destroy. In the face of such adversaries, employing an array master at the Qi refinement stage seems utterly ludicrous. Despite the doubts swirling in their minds, Most individuals refrained from voicing their concerns or questioning Su Rumei's directive. However, unlike the others, Ingzi was an exception, noticing the apprehension among the crowd. She immediately posed a question to Su Rumei. Are you certain that we should have Feng Bugue assist us in arranging the array? To which Su Rumei confidently replied, why not? The shadow cautioned, he is merely a chi refinement practitioner. Although the reasons for his rapid advancement remain unclear, chi refinement is ultimately just that, chi refinement. Even now, do you still regard Feng Bugue as an ordinary chi refinement practitioner? Su Rumei countered. You were present during the initial Qingzhou Kunsong formation. What is there to question? That does hold some merit, he conceded, but the issue is, we cannot afford any risk at this juncture. The shadow reminded her. Su Rumei smiled. Fear not. I am confident. Confidence from where? The shadow inquired, puzzled. I had my reservations before, yet the circumstances have spoken for themselves. Feng Bugue has not declined. Rather, he has agreed without hesitation. This is the source of my confidence. That Feng Bugue, though his origins and identity are shrouded in mystery, one thing is certain. What is that? This individual is not frivolous. If he cannot deliver, he will not overreach. However, if he claims he can. Su Rumei gazed at Gu Xiu with unwavering assurance. Then he shall undoubtedly fulfill his promise. Chapter 83. Whose spirit stone mine has he robbed? This Su Rumei's confidently assertive words left the shadow momentarily speechless. She had always known that Su Rumei could be exceedingly stubborn, yet she never anticipated that her obstinacy could reach such extremes. I understand your admiration for Feng Bugue, but you must consider carefully. An attack may occur again at any moment. The first time, we could say we were caught off guard. However, if a second attack were to happen, the reputation of Wanbao Tower in Yunshao City would plummet swiftly, and at that point, no one would dare to step foot into Wanbao Tower again, the shadow cautioned earnestly. She admired Su Rumei's tenacity and her keen insight, but given the precarious situation, she hoped Su Rumei would exercise caution. However, Su Rumei clearly did not heed the warning, instead gently shaking her head. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Xiu, who was setting up the formation, harbored no such concerns. He was somewhat aware of the peculiar gazes from others, yet he paid them no mind. Instead, he remained focused, diligently continuing to arrange his formation. He established 3 layers of formations for Wanbao Tower. The first layer was an illusionary trap, the second was a confinement formation, and the last was a killing formation. These 3 formations were all learned by Gu Xiu during his travels 500 years ago. Speaking of formations, they may appear similar to talismans, yet they are fundamentally distinct paths. If the art of talismans emphasizes harmony with the rhythms of heaven and earth, the art of formations is more about the comprehension and application of spiritual energy and the rhythms of heaven and earth. By arranging different formation flags and nodes, one can guide spiritual energy to flow in predetermined ways, simulating or attracting the rhythms of heaven and earth, thus unleashing extraordinary power. This also explains why an ordinary person can set up a formation as long as they possess the formation blueprint and expend materials, but cannot create talismans merely by relying on talisman materials. For while anyone can establish a formation, a talisman master must inherently possess harmony with the rhythms of heaven and earth. However, this does not imply that formation masters are inferior to talisman masters. In truth, formidable formation masters must have a meticulous understanding and research of spiritual energy, enabling them to utilize it effectively in conjunction with the rhythms of heaven and earth. This realm is extraordinarily complex. Strictly speaking, Gu Xiu cannot be considered a powerful formation master. At best, he has merely scratched the surface of this discipline. He can rely on his own strength and mimic what he knows to depict the formations, and that is all. Furthermore, the formations he knows were primarily acquired from his travels 500 years ago, and the 3 formations he is currently setting up were also obtained during that time. However, that was in the past. Today, Gu Xiu possesses the 7-star pendant, a jade talisman with the ability to break formations, allowing him to glimpse the mysteries within the formations and delve into their very core. This brings forth as Gu Xiu meticulously arranged the grand formation. He was able to enhance its efficacy through subtle observations, transforming even the most ordinary of formations into something extraordinary. By noon the following day, 3 grand formations were completed. Confirming their stability, Gu Xiu took his leave, stating, Manager Su, the formations have been successfully laid out. If there are no further matters, I shall order some puppets and return. Naturally, Su Rumei expressed her gratitude, presenting him with 5 tomes of cultivation techniques. Gu Xiu glanced at them and was taken aback. For the majority of the techniques Su Rumei brought forth were at least of the profound rank, with one even being of the earth rank. Subsequently, Su Rumei guided Gu Xiu to the 4th floor of the Wanbao building, dedicated to the sale of puppets. The floor was filled with an array of puppets. Our Wanbao building is not particularly skilled in the art of puppetry, so our offerings are limited to those suitable for chi refinement at the 5th level, Su Rumei explained. High-quality puppets are indeed rare and costly, but we do offer lower-grade ones, typically purchased by loose cultivators or those of lesser strength, intended for exploration of perilous areas or combat against foes of similar rank. Gu Xiu examined the puppets closely and found himself quite satisfied. Most of them were humanoid puppets crafted from high-quality iron pear wood, featuring simple structures that made them durable. Intricate puppet patterns adorned their surfaces, and with the accompanying thread manipulation techniques, they could serve as valuable allies in battle. Friend Feng, feel free to select a few. They are on the house from Wanbao building, Su Rumei offered. That won't do, Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head. Su Rumei smiled. Please, do not be so modest. Friend Feng, as a friend of Wanbao building, a mere few puppets are well within our means to gift. Truly, I require quite a few, Gu Xiu insisted, shaking his head once more. Quite a few? Su Rumei inquired, puzzled, then laughed. While puppets can be valuable, our Wanbao building. Manager Su, Gu Xiu interrupted earnestly. I must insist on compensating for the spirit stones of the puppets. Otherwise, I cannot accept them. Su Rumei was taken aback. Feng Bugue was typically measured and not overly courteous in trivial matters, so this insistence was unexpected. Gu Xiu then produced a storage bag and handed it to Su Rumei, saying, "This contains the spirit stones for my puppet purchases." Very well, Su Rumei acquiesced reluctantly, accepting it. However, upon feeling its weight, her eyes widened in astonishment as she peered into the bag. This is... Gu Xiu smiled and explained, based on market prices. These puppets are valued at around 5,000 spirit stones each. Inside this bag is 100,000 spirit stones. I intend to order 200. How many? Su Rumei was momentarily stunned. 200. I understand that the store may not have that many in stock at present. There's no rush. Manager Su can arrange for them at her earliest convenience, he reassured her. By the way, I may wish to place additional orders in the future, and I will inform you in advance, Manager Su. Su Rumei exclaimed. Half an hour later, Gu Xiu and Su Rumei exchanged a few more words before leisurely departing from the Wanbao Tower. Su Rumei gazed at Gu Xiu's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. Indeed, gratitude was warranted. Fortunately, Feng Bugue had intervened in time earlier, for had he not, she would have surely suffered a significant loss of face today. The reason for her concern was that Gu Xiu's storage ring was currently filled with 30 puppets, having completely emptied the store of all its puppets. Moreover, he was owed another 170 puppets. This was simply outrageous. When Gu Xiu had mentioned wanting puppets, Su Rumei had assumed he desired just 1 or 2, perhaps a maximum of 3 to 5. If he received a few as a gift, that would suffice. But what was the reality? 200 puppets, an astounding 1 million spirit stones. Even as the manager of Wanbao Tower, she could not simply give away such a fortune. Was he not a loose cultivator? How could he possibly be a hidden wealthy individual capable of casually producing 1 million spirit stones? Could it be that he had robbed a spirit stone mine? Was this truly a loose cultivator? At that moment, Yingzi also emerged, her expression one of shock as she watched Gu Xiu vanish from sight. The first time she had encountered Gu Xiu was in the Tianqi mountain range. At that time, Gu Xiu was feeble, wielding a broken wooden stick as a weapon, hardly resembling a person of affluence. Consequently, both she and Su Rumei had perceived Feng Bugue as a down-and-out, destitute loose cultivator. Yet what was the truth? A casual expenditure of 1 million spirit stones? This was not the picture of a destitute wanderer at all. He was, without a doubt, a discreetly affluent individual. It turned out that the impoverished one was, in fact, herself. However, what could he possibly need with so many puppets? Yingzi, puzzled, inquired. Aren't these puppets typically purchased by prominent families for their descendants to use as enforcers? He possesses considerable strength. What purpose could he have for acquiring so many puppets? Surume shared her curiosity, equally perplexed. Just as she remained astonished by Feng Bugue's extravagant display, two figures approached them, adorned in the robes of the Qingxian sacred land. Manager Su, we have heard that your branch requires assistance in arranging formations, and we have come to help, one of them announced. Arranging formations? Surume frowned. She noticed that the store's manager Jean had already rushed out ahead of her. Manager Su, these friends from the Qingxian sacred land are those I informed last night. This is nonsense. Did I not state that this matter was to await my decision? Surume expressed her dissatisfaction. Manager Jean, looking aggrieved, replied, I assumed that Manager Su would certainly seek assistance from the Qingxian sacred land, so I took the liberty of notifying them in advance. When you were ready to speak, well, it was a moment of oversight. Surume furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat displeased. Recently, the Qingxian sacred land had revealed their true colors regarding talismans, and if possible, she would prefer to avoid any further entanglements with them. Yet now that they had arrived, she found herself in a difficult position. Beside them, a disciple from the Qingxian Holy Land, having discerned the situation, sneered, So, Wanbao Tower has sought another to craft the array in advance. It appears that Steward Su believes our array mastery is lacking. If Steward Su looks down upon our talismans, now he disregards our arrays as well. Could it be that he wishes to sever cooperation with the Qingxian Holy Land? Another disciple echoed with a mocking expression. This left Surume furrowing her brows. Such words were beyond her daring and entitlement to utter. At that moment, two haughty disciples from the Qingxian Holy Land approached the entrance of Wanbao Tower. I am quite eager to witness the array that Steward Su deems superior to that of the Qingxian Holy Land, one declared, stepping forward and casting a swift glance around. Yet, upon a mere glance, the disciple's expression morphed into one of astonishment. The Xianyang confinement array? Is this not the array our Qingxian Holy Land has employed for over 5 centuries? Who was it that assisted you in setting up this array? Chapter 84. The Name of the Exiled Immortal. The Chronicle of Time. The conversation of the two disciples from the Qingxian sacred land aroused astonishment among the crowd, leaving them bewildered and perplexed. This formation, wasn't it crafted by the rogue cultivator Feng Bugue? How did it become associated with the Qingxian sacred land? Amidst the confusion, the two Qingxian disciples, their expressions stern, spoke again. I suspect that this individual has stolen the secret manual of our Qingxian sacred land's formation. Wherever he may be, he must come forth to assist us in our investigation. To dare to learn our Qingxian sacred land's formation in such a clandestine manner is audacious indeed. Although it is merely a formation from 5 centuries ago, it remains a closely guarded secret of our sect, and this matter demands severe punishment. The sudden accusations from the two Qingxian disciples left the hearts of those present in a state of trepidation. Feng Bugue, has he truly pilfered the formation of the Qingxian sacred land? Is this genuine? Just as the crowd was grappling with the unfolding situation, Surume interjected with a question. Are you both certain this formation is the Xianyang trap formation? Absolutely certain. The pattern of this formation is identical to our Qingxian sacred land's Xianyang trap formation. Could we possibly be mistaken? Replied one disciple. Surume continued. And are you both certain that this formation is an unreleased secret of your sect? Of course. The Xianyang trap formation has been under our Qingxuan's possession since 500 years ago, and it is a formation that every disciple of our sect may learn. The disciple affirmed once more. At this moment, the other disciple spoke up. Manager Su, this matter involves the leakage of our Qingxian sacred land's confidential secrets, and we request your Wanbao Tower's cooperation. At this point, the members of Wanbao Tower dared not even breathe, their minds racing with thoughts. Could it be that Feng Bugue is indeed the one who has stolen the knowledge? What should they do next? Should they surrender Feng Bugue, or should they protect him? As everyone was lost in thought, Surume suddenly chuckled. Your confidence is truly remarkable, esteemed friends. The tone of her words caused both Qingxian disciples to furrow their brows. Manager Su, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Surume shook her head with a smile. You claim that the Xianyang trap formation was acquired by your esteemed sect 500 years ago, yet you seem to have omitted the fact that it was created by your sect, correct? The two were caught off guard. Feeling a bit awkward, Manager Su, why are you asking these questions? What relevance do they hold? Of course they are relevant. Surume asserted. If I recall correctly, The Xianyang Trap Formation has been circulating in the central continent for over 1,000 years and is currently employed by numerous sects and families there. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief, glancing at the two Qingxian disciples, who wore expressions of utter confusion, clearly hearing this for the first time. Moreover, regarding the formation of your esteemed sect, it was brought back from the Central Plains by the illustrious Gu Tianjiao of your sect, and from the very beginning. It was never a closely guarded secret exclusive to your sect. Su Rumei, with a smile that seemed to hold a hint of mockery, queried, "Since when has this formation from the Central Plains become the exclusive possession of your Qingxian sacred land?" Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The two disciples of Qingxian were left utterly bewildered, instinctively responding, "How could we possibly know whether what you say is true? Have you two never perused the record of the prodigies?" Su Rumei shook her head, and before the two could respond, she took out a book from her storage ring. This was a record from 5 centuries ago, documenting the prodigies of that era, which included an account of Gu Tianjiao from your sect. As she spoke, Su Rumei flipped through the pages and found the one belonging to Gu Xiao, emphasizing a particular passage. The crowd leaned in to observe the text, which read, "Gu Xiao, the prodigy, though of modest talent and humble background, possessed an astonishing comprehension and was a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. He repeatedly declined the invitations of the contemporary sacred lands, choosing instead to remain loyal to the trifling Qingxian sect. Aware of his sect's limited resources, Gu Tianjiao would engage in wagers with adversaries, securing numerous formations and treasures for Qingxian." The passage went on to describe a plethora of formations and artifacts, and as the crowd absorbed this account, their eyes widened in disbelief. To refuse the allure of sacred lands, to remain loyal to a third-rate sect, yet to engage in battles with other prodigies and win resources for his sect? Each formation and ancient tome mentioned was intertwined with Gu Xianzhang's battles and victories. It appeared that the Xianyang trapping formation was indeed not an exclusive technique of Qingxian sacred land, but rather a treasure won back for Qingxian by Gu Xianzhang 5 centuries ago, long before its existence was acknowledged. The talents of Gu Xianzhang were awe-inspiring. 5 centuries ago, such a hero emerged from the eastern wilderness, and it was truly unfortunate for me to have been born in the wrong era. Otherwise, I would have certainly revered the talents of Gu Xianzhang. The title of the celestial prodigy, suppressing the talents of the age, is indeed well-deserved. The crowd erupted in admiration, casting envious glances towards the two disciples of Qingxian sacred land. After all, to have such a figure within their sect was a source of pride for anyone. However, the two Qingxian disciples, confronted by these envious gazes, wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide, for they were entirely oblivious to the contents of the record of the prodigies. In the Qingxian sacred land, such matters were never mentioned. These disciples only knew that their seemingly inept master had once possessed a measure of fame, yet they had no inkling that his renown was so vast. "Are the two of you truly unaware of the illustrious history of our own sect?" Su Rumei inquired with a playful smile. Her words caused the two individuals to blush even deeper, rendering them speechless. Observing their expressions, Su Rumei could not help but shake her head. Though time may dissipate many events, there are countless matters that should remain unblemished by dust. It appears that the Qingxian Holy Land has much to improve in its teachings to its disciples. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian Holy Land, on Sanjing Peak, this area serves as the educational hub for the outer disciples. Every newly admitted disciple must spend a minimum of 3 months here to engage in their studies. The curriculum is extensive, encompassing cultivation techniques and the 6 paths of arts. Although merely superficial, it is more than sufficient for the outer disciples' learning. However, beyond these cultivation-related subjects, there exists an even more crucial course, the study of history. The Qingxian Holy Land did not ascend to greatness overnight. On the contrary, over 5 centuries ago, it was merely a small sect with no more than 20 members. The achievements of today are a testament to the unity and dedication of the Qingxian Holy Land over the past 500 years, under the tireless efforts of the revered sect master Xuelan and the various peak masters. 500 years ago, our sect acquired a wealth of resources and ancient texts, gradually and steadily evolving into the present-day Qingxian Holy Land. This remarkable journey is attributed to the sacrifices and diligence of the sect master and the 7 peak masters. At this moment, an elder responsible for imparting knowledge, holding a tome entitled Chronicles of Qingxian, shook his head thoughtfully as he recounted the trials and tribulations faced by the sect since its founding, detailing the perils encountered and how the Qingxian Holy Land united to vanquish foes, ultimately ascending to its current status. The students listened with rapt attention, yearning to have been born centuries earlier to witness the rise of the Qingxian Holy Land firsthand. Curiosity arose among the disciples, with one daring to ask, "Elder, you mentioned that 500 years ago our sect acquired vast resources and various ancient legacies. How do we come by these?" The elder scratched his head, glancing between the chronicles of Qingxian and the inquisitive disciple, furrowing his brow. The sect's historical records do not elaborate on this matter, but it is likely due to the efforts of the sect master and the 7 peak masters. However, they do not seek accolades for their contributions and have chosen not to dwell on this in the records. Let this serve as a lesson for you all. Learn from the sect master and the peak masters. Be humble, shun the pursuit of fame and fortune. Do you understand? Yes, elder. The disciples replied in unison, nodding fervently, their earlier doubts replaced by a profound admiration and fervor for their sect. Chapter 85. The breaking of the array and the infighting amongst disciples. This matter, indeed, slipped our minds for a moment. In front of Wanbao Tower, one disciple of Qingxian spoke up, swiftly diverting the topic. Yet, even if this array is not a secret of our Qingxian Holy Land, the array master you invited is undeniably lacking in skill. Yes, indeed. This is an array that dates back 500 years. While it may still be functional, it is rather subpar. How could one dare to showcase such an outdated formation? Another disciple nodded in agreement. Neither of them anticipated that their own sect had such a past. Even more astonishing was the realization that such a matter, which should be a point of pride for the sect, was completely absent from the historical records of Qingxian. Nevertheless, at this moment, they would certainly not acknowledge this, and promptly redirected the conversation back to the array before them. As expected, upon hearing this, the hearts of the Wanbao Tower members were immediately filled with unease. They had previously harbored concerns regarding the efficacy of Feng Bugui's array, and now it seemed, although ancient formations are not devoid of formidable killing arrays, the art of array crafting fundamentally emphasizes innovation and continual refinement. How strong could one expect an array that has remained unchanged for 5 centuries to be? Do you know what kind of formation the Xianyang confinement array is in our Qingxian Holy Land? Let me inform you. This is the very array that beginners in the art of formations are required to study. It is indeed understandable. For us in the Qingxian Holy Land, this would be considered garbage, yet for some lesser cultivators and small sects, the Xianyang confinement array could still be regarded as intricate. It is only natural for Wanbao Tower to be deceived by an antiquated array. Moreover, there is no need for everyone to be overly disheartened. The 2 disciples exchanged words, and in an instant, they left the members of Wanbao Tower feeling quite embarrassed. These 2 nearly implied outright that the members of Wanbao Tower were ignorant fools, having been tricked by an old relic. Dear fellow disciples of Qingxian, do you not know what kind of powerful beings this array can restrain? Manager Jean inquired with concern. Typically, if sufficient materials are utilized and the array maker is skilled, it should not be difficult to trap a perfected foundation establishment cultivator or even a golden core expert. Oh, the crowd's spirits lifted, as they had not anticipated there to be some merit to this array after all. However, just then, the Qingxian disciple continued, "Yet, that is only the case for ordinary cultivators who have no understanding of arrays. Any cultivator with even a modicum of knowledge about formations could effortlessly dismantle such an antiquated array, rendering it utterly ineffective." The relief the crowd had just felt was once again replaced by anxiety. The individual who had acted yesterday had clearly come prepared, and there was indeed someone proficient in arrays among them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to dismantle the original formation of Wanbao Tower so effortlessly. If we were to believe this Qingxian disciple's assertion, this array is nothing more than paper thin? In light of our long-standing cooperation between the Qingxian Holy Land and Wanbao Tower, I shall demonstrate today how this array can be dismantled. One of the disciples of the Qingxian sect spoke up. What? The crowd of Wanbao Tower was taken aback, only to witness that the Qingxian disciple had already breached the threshold of the Wanbao Tower. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged forth, and he directly unleashed his cultivation. Instantly, the formation of Wanbao Tower was activated. Wave upon wave of dazzling black light converged upon the Qingxian disciple, swiftly transforming into a cage that ensnared him in place. Yet, the disciple remained unfazed by the predicament. Instead, he stood within the confines of the formation, offering his critique. The one who arranged this formation is exceedingly self-satisfied, rashly altering several critical nodes within the array, utterly foolish. At first glance, it appeared he had discerned the vulnerabilities of the formation and sought to amend them, but in truth, he had exposed its greatest flaw. Do you see the chin position? This is the weakness of the formation. With a single strike, it shall be shattered in an instant, and there will be no second chance. Contempt was etched in the eyes of the Qingxian disciple, who disregarded the dismayed expressions of the Wanbao Tower crowd and launched his attack directly at the Qin node. In that moment, the onlookers of Wanbao Tower felt overwhelming shame and closed their eyes. The grand formation, which had just been established, was on the verge of being dismantled. It was akin to a resounding slap in the face to their esteemed tower. However, the anticipated raucous laughter of the Qingxian disciple did not materialize. Instead, a flurry of panicked exclamations ensued. What? What is happening? When the crowd opened their eyes, they were met with astonishment. The anticipated scene of the Xianyang confinement formation being effortlessly destroyed was nowhere to be found. On the contrary, as the Qingxian disciple recklessly struck, the formation began to constrict slowly, forcing him to retreat frantically within its confines. This is a trap. Break the formation. We cannot delay. If it continues to contract, you will be crushed. Another Qingxian disciple outside shouted in alarm. Yet, the trapped disciple was all too aware of this truth. Gazing at the ever-tightening formation, he perceived every inch as a flaw, yet each was also a snare. He attempted to attack several weak points, but instead of resisting the contraction of the Xianyang confinement formation, he only exacerbated it. In the blink of an eye, he found himself unable to lift even an arm. Bound tightly by the formation, he felt like a zongzi, struggling in vain against the relentless grasp. In that moment, all traces of disdain and mockery vanished from the Qingxian disciple's eyes, replaced by anguish and terror. Help! Quickly save me! I am going to be suffocated by this formation. He sensed the Xianyang confinement formation continuing its relentless constriction, never relenting. In a mere span of time, he could even hear the sound of his bones creaking under the strain. At that moment, fear overwhelmed him. This was not the Xianyang confinement formation he had known, or rather, it had been enhanced several-fold by a master. It was beyond his capacity to break. The operation of the cultivation technique enveloped in spiritual energy served as a protective barrier. Meanwhile, another disciple of Qingxian, gripped by fear, hastened forward, exclaiming, I will assist you in breaking the formation from outside. Hold on. The disciple within could utter nothing, for his bones had begun to fracture agonizingly, rendering the words of his comrades indistinct. Fortunately, the disciple outside was swift in his movements. He refrained from recklessly advancing, instead retreating a few paces before summoning a flying sword. This formation has been altered by someone. It cannot be dismantled from within. Allow me to aid you from outside. As he spoke, the flying sword surged towards his bound comrade. Just as it was about to strike the formation, the disciple discovered that the Xianyang confinement array had inexplicably vanished, prompting him to halt his sword midair. That was close. He had nearly slain his fellow disciple. At that moment, a furious roar echoed, and the disciple turned to see a figure, covered in red hair and bearing a fearsome visage, lunging at him. In this perilous moment, the Qingxian disciple dared not hesitate. He swiftly redirected his flying sword, incanting a spell as he engaged the red-haired creature in combat. This disciple was no weakling. With a single strike, the terrifying entity was torn apart as if it were mere parchment. A cold smile crept upon the Qingxian disciple's face. What a triviality! However, just as his smile began to bloom, a multitude of red-haired fiends emerged beside him. Undaunted, the Qingxian disciple plunged into battle with the horde of red-haired demons, creating a tumultuous scene of chaos and carnage. He felt invigorated, reveling in the thrill of combat. Yet, while this disciple was engrossed in what seemed to be an exhilarating duel, the onlookers from Wanbao Tower watched in dread, their backs drenched in cold sweat. To their eyes, this disciple was not dismantling the formation. Rather, he was relentlessly hacking at his bound comrade. Wasn't it supposed to be about breaking the formation? How had it devolved into a conflict among fellow disciples? Chapter 86, Invincible Array. Iron Pair Puppet, what animosity could these two harbor that they would deliberately seek an opportunity to strike at each other? The severity of their actions suggests a deep-seated grudge. Is it not the principle of the Qingxian Holy Land to emphasize unity and kinship among its disciples? How could such violence arise? As they observed the two Qingxian disciples turn against each other, the members of Wanbao Tower could not restrain their discussions. Though they were unclear about the particulars, they were profoundly shaken. No, this was not mere infighting among fellow disciples. It was an illusionary formation. Su Rumei, being a master of the Golden Core stage, was the first to recognize the underlying issue before others could react. An illusionary formation? This is dire. I must intervene before it's too late. The group was startled, their initial confusion transforming into concern. The Qingxian Holy Land is notorious for its protective nature. There have been instances where they decimated a third-rate sect for the sake of a single disciple. While it is unfortunate for two disciples to harm each other, the consequences of dying here due to an illusionary formation would be unthinkable. Fortunately, without needing further prompting, Su Rumei sprang into action. Armed with the formation's stabilizing orb provided by Gu Xiao, she charged into the heart of the array. This orb served as the key to the formation, allowing her to remain unaffected and even manipulate it to a certain extent. Upon entering the formation, Gu Xiao's meticulously arranged array instinctively avoided Su Rumei. Without hesitation, she halted the array's operation. The previously active entrapment and illusion formations ceased immediately. However, the frenzied Qingxian disciple did not relent. Despite the dissolution of the illusion, he continued to attack his fellow disciple with unbridled ferocity. "Stop this at once," Su Rumei commanded, but her words had little effect. Eventually, she was forced to strike him unconscious to restore some semblance of order. Turning her gaze, the onlookers gasped in horror. The disciple who had initially been ensnared by the Xianyang entrapment now lay in a pitiful state, his bones shattered, with numerous deep gashes from his comrade's blade, blood flowing profusely. The other ravaging disciple was equally weakened. Having recklessly expended his spiritual energy, he had even begun to deplete his fundamental essence. Had it not been for Su Rumei's timely intervention, both might have succumbed to their fates. This formation is extraordinarily lethal. I recall that Wen Bugue. He seems to have set 3 formations. The last one has yet to be deployed. He is merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yet his mastery over formations is astonishingly profound. Such a formidable array could spell doom even for a golden core cultivator. In that moment, no one could maintain their composure. Previously, they harbored doubts about Gu Xiao, believing that Feng Bugue might possess some expertise in formations, yet ultimately, he was merely a Qi refining practitioner, and the formations he concocted should lack significant strength. However, now, gazing at the unfolding scene, they truly comprehended the extent of Feng Bugue's prowess in the realm of formations. Such a person was beyond their qualifications to question. For some reason, an unsettling concern crept into my mind. Had we drawn too close to Feng Bugue? As everyone scrambled to aid the injured disciples of Qingxian, the shadow suddenly spoke softly to Su Rumei. "Why?" Su Rumei inquired, puzzled. "Do you not find this individual's origins exceedingly enigmatic?" The shadow replied. Su Rumei nodded, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Indeed, Feng Bugue, who was ostensibly a mere Qi refining practitioner, could slay Foundation establishment cultivators beyond his rank, unify myriad techniques, and even had connections with formidable nascent soul experts. More critically, he could produce such an abundance of spirit stones and orchestrate formations that had reached the Qingxian Holy Land 5 centuries prior. All of this seemed far beyond what an ordinary Qi refining scattered practitioner could achieve. Su Rumei raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting?" The shadow shook his head, his expression grave. "If he were merely an ordinary scattered practitioner, his potential would be a boon to us. However, what he has demonstrated diverges significantly from that of a simple scattered cultivator. He resembles an extraordinary figure of hidden lineage and unique past, one whose presence may herald tremendous peril in the future. Our close association with him could lead to unexpected chaos." These words left Su Rumei in contemplative silence. The shadow's apprehensions were not without merit. Wanbao Tower, being a commercial entity, would not offend a person of potential, yet they would not readily align themselves unless necessary. If Feng Bugue truly harbored a tempest of violence, Wanbao Tower's stance warranted careful deliberation. I recognize your admiration for this individual, but you must understand that you are merely a steward. When the master of the tower arrives in a few days, his attitude towards Feng Bugue may differ significantly. The shadow reiterated. Thus, it would be prudent for you to prepare yourself mentally. Su Rumei pursed her lips and eventually nodded. This was indeed a matter that required consideration. All right. Just as Su Rumei was deep in thought, the shadow suddenly wore a wry smile. I believe our immediate concern is not Feng Bugue, but rather how we shall account to the Qingxian Holy Land. The Qingxian Holy Land was notoriously protective of its own. Although the two disciples were not dead, they were gravely injured, and such circumstances could escalate. If mishandled, it might invite calamity. Su Rumei felt a surge of irritation. These two Qingxian disciples are like dung beetles. If they wish to perish, let them do so without dragging us into their plight. Despite her harsh words, practical solutions still needed to be devised. Meanwhile, as Su Rumei pondered how to provide a satisfactory explanation to the Qingxian Holy Land, in another part of the Listening Rain Pavilion, within the rear courtyard, Guxiu had successfully activated the formation's restrictions and sat cross-legged. Before him, 30 wooden puppets stood in silent formation, each possessing the cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, their bodies inscribed with intricate and dense puppet mastery runes. These puppets, crafted through a unique secret technique, though not made of bones, bore a striking resemblance to skeletal warriors. On the battlefield, these fearless and unyielding puppets served as formidable weapons, as they exhibited no fear of death or pain, capable of inflicting injuries even upon higher-tier cultivators in a trade-off of wounds. Moreover, they were cost-effective. When compared to nurturing a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator who might cry out in agony on the battlefield, these puppets presented an exceptional value and had long been regarded by various factions and sects as the ultimate tool for exhausting the enemy in major conflicts. However, puppets were, after all, mere puppets. Aside from their utility in combat, they had little practical application in daily life. Designed specifically for warfare, they possessed no abilities beyond killing, necessitating frequent maintenance and lubrication when not in use. On the battlefield, a puppet master was required to manipulate them using the thread-pulling technique, and the more puppets there were, the greater the demands on the puppet master. Typically, puppets held no value for Guxiu, as he lacked the skills in thread manipulation and only possessed basic crafting techniques for puppets. In essence, puppets were originally devised to control the physical forms of deceased cultivators. The more powerful the cultivator, the more robust their corporeal body, with some remaining intact for millennia. Despite the 30 wooden puppets before Guxiu resembling ordinary wooden figures, they were actually forged through special methods, indistinguishable from the remains of cultivators. As he meticulously arranged the puppets, Guxiu wasted no time in retrieving materials for talisman crafting. He intended to create talismans while simultaneously conducting some experiments. With a meditative posture, Guxiu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rhythms of heaven and earth. Instantly, the myriad manifestations that had appeared countless times before materialized once again. Just as before, the rhythms of nature surged forth to assist Guxiu in imprinting the talismans. However, this time was slightly different. After crafting several talismans, Guxiu opened his eyes, refraining from using his consciousness to control the natural rhythms. Instead, he turned his head and called out, "Xiaohei, it's your turn to take action." Upon hearing this, the long-awaited and spirited skeleton, seated atop a tracking puppet, immediately lit up with excitement. Chapter 87. The Enhanced Talisman, Returning Day and Night. Crafting talismans is currently Guxiu's most significant source of spirit stones, even allowing him to earn an amount each day that many wandering cultivators could not amass in a lifetime. However, every advantage carries its disadvantages. While Guxiu's ability to produce talismans enables him to accumulate vast quantities of spirit stones and cultivation materials, it also demands a substantial investment of his time. Since he first began crafting talismans, his training time has been perpetually compressed. Although his talisman-making efficiency appears effortless to outsiders, in reality, it requires Guxiu's undivided concentration. He must continuously attune himself to the rhythms of heaven and earth, skillfully manipulating these forces to create the talismans he requires. In essence, during the crafting process, Guxiu is unable to engage in any other activities. For cultivators, while wealth is undoubtedly important, one's own cultivation level forms the true foundation. Sacrificing too much training time in pursuit of spirit stones could easily prove counterproductive. Yet, there is little choice for Guxiao. Unlike those hailing from powerful clans or sects who only need to focus on their cultivation as a wandering cultivator, he cannot afford to overlook the need for spirit stones and resources. His only option is to seek a balance between earning spirit stones and cultivating. However, at present, Guxiao has conceived a new idea. With a loud call, the skeletal monkey, now controlling the tracking puppet, emerged, adorned with a small red cloak. It presented quite the commanding presence. As it appeared, the previously lifeless 30 wooden puppets began to tremble slightly, as if paying homage to royalty. This scene sparked an epiphany in Guxiao. He had previously worried that the wooden puppets might be unmanageable for the skeletal monkey. Yet it now seemed that the puppets forged through puppet techniques could indeed be effectively commanded. Soon, the tracking puppet positioned itself before the 30 wooden puppets. The skeletal monkey leaped onto the puppet's head and began to emit a series of high-pitched calls. Though the words were unintelligible, the previously mindless puppets immediately knelt on one knee in unison before the skeletal monkey. However, the skeletal monkey quickly dodged and gestured towards Guxiao, prompting the puppets to shift direction and kneel before him instead. "All right, let us give it a try," Guxiao instructed. The skeletal monkey nodded vigorously and let out another series of calls to the puppets. In response, the group of puppets organized themselves into teams of 3, each assigned a task: one to hold the talisman paper, another to manage the ink, and the last to collect the completed talismans. Guxiao did not relax. Instead, he began to communicate with the rhythms of heaven and earth. Moments later, as the ethereal rhythms of the world began to harmonize with the movements of the puppets, each one commenced to actively assist in their creation. This spectacle illuminated Guxiao's eyes. He endeavored to gradually sever the control of his own will, merely drawing in the celestial rhythms without any further manipulation. To his amazement, it proved effective. The celestial rhythms, even in the absence of Guxiao's guiding intent, willingly transformed into talismans before him. Although their enthusiasm was not as fervent as before, with the aid of the puppets, he was still able to craft exceptionally standard talismans. Of course, the speed could not compare to when Guxiao exerted his full effort. However, he was currently only managing 30 puppets. What if he were to command 300, 3,000, or even more? More importantly, this indicated that Guxiao would no longer have to sacrifice his training time to create talismans. He could devote more of his time to expedite his cultivation. Furthermore, these puppets were merely ordinary iron pearwood puppets. Should he acquire more formidable puppets in the future, he might transcend the limitations of first-tier talismans. At that moment, Guxiao's eyes sparkled with determination. Without hesitation, he produced the various cultivation techniques he had accumulated over time. Now it was time for training. Meanwhile, at the Mo peak of the Qingxian sacred ground, a group of disciples was jubilantly celebrating. Another talisman had been crafted. Remarkable. The little master uncle is truly extraordinary. From previously creating 3 talismans simultaneously to now being able to produce 10, such capability is beyond imagination. Is this what it means to be a genius? In a time when capturing and depicting celestial rhythms is exceptionally challenging, he has forged a path forward, truly impressive. With such a master uncle, how could our sect not flourish? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Sun swiftly wielded his brush, rapidly creating talismans. Compared to his previous ability to refine 3 talismans simultaneously, Jiang Sun had made significant progress. He could now refine 10 at once. It was nothing short of miraculous. Do not merely boast. Remember the words of your little master uncle, Qin Mo Ran interjected. The celestial rhythms are indeed difficult to harmonize with, complicating our talisman crafting. Nevertheless, these rhythms frequently manifest, allowing us to better capture the patterns of the rhythms. Remember, while celestial rhythms require affinity, if one can meticulously depict even the slightest trace of these rhythms, even if they are of lower tiers, they will still be absorbed into the talismans. One must understand that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Who knows if the loss of a horse is not a blessing? The recent challenges in capturing the rhythms have indeed made talisman crafting difficult, yet they also present an opportunity for self-improvement. As an elder of Mo Peak, Qin Mo Ran's words resonated deeply with the disciples, prompting them to focus their minds and observe closely. Observing the obedient demeanor of his disciples, Qin Mo Rant's expression softened instantly as he turned to glance at Jiang Sun, his eyes brimming with admiration. The talent of this junior brother is indeed exceptional. Given time, surpassing his own achievements in the realm of talismans seems merely a matter of time. However, the smile on Qin Mo Rant's face did not linger for long. Elder, the 2 disciples we dispatched to Yunxiao City have sustained grave injuries. The golden manager of the Wanbao building is currently en route to apologize. He should arrive at our Qingxian sacred ground shortly. What? The news caused Qin Mo Rant's brows to furrow immediately. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that the 2 disciples had meddled and probed the formations of the Wanbao building, nearly losing their lives in the process. Qin Mo Rant's countenance darkened. 2 fools. Did I not instruct them to merely establish contact with Wanbao building or Lingbao studio and secure a contract? How has this task transpired? One disciple hesitated, murmuring, it was a failure. Wanbao building currently has no need for our talismans, and as for Lingbao studio. What about Lingbao studio? Qin Mo Rant pressed, frowning. They look down upon our talismans, the disciple awkwardly admitted, unable to muster the courage to disclose that their talismans were deemed trash. Look down upon our talismans? Qin Mo Rant's anger turned to incredulity. Are you certain? Our esteemed Qingxian sacred grounds talismans are deemed undesirable? Can you elaborate on the specifics? Peak Master, recently, the situation in Yunxiao City has been rather peculiar. The quantity of talismans produced by Wanbao building is astonishingly high, and they are exclusively Dao talismans. What? Not only Wanbao building, but Lingbao studio is in a similar predicament. The 2 establishments have ceased competition and are now coexisting peacefully, each producing over 10,000 Dao talismans daily. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo Rant was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Dao talismans cannot simply be conjured at will. Over 10,000 Dao talismans? Are we dreaming? The disciple speaks the unvarnished truth, devoid of exaggeration. The disciple, feeling helpless, then retrieved a few talismans from his robe. These are Dao talismans sent from Yunxiao City. Both Wanbao building and Lingbao studio are currently selling this type of talisman. Qin Mo Rant furrowed his brow, still unwilling to believe the words. Yet he accepted the talismans and examined them meticulously. After a mere glance, Qin Mo Rant's pupils widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, not far from the gates of Qingxian sacred ground, a figure with white hair and a flowing white dress, frail to the point of being toppled by a breeze, was laboriously making her way toward the sacred ground. She seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze toward Qingxian sacred ground, her eyes revealing a fierce intensity that had never been seen before. Chapter 88. Traitor, do you know your crime? What manner of person crafted this talisman? Qin Muron fixed her gaze on the talisman before her, her eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. At the very moment she laid eyes upon this talisman, she felt as if she were not merely observing an object, but rather gazing upon the very essence of the cosmos itself. Every intricate detail, every divine nuance mirrored the celestial rhythm of the universe, transcending mere appearance to embody its spirit. The markings on the talisman seemed to pulsate with the vitality of the heavens. This was no ordinary talisman. It was a genuine masterpiece, akin to having the cosmic rhythm captured and imprinted upon the talisman, forever ensnared within its paper confines. Such prowess was not a skill to be found among mortals. Though Qin Muron had dedicated 5 centuries to this craft, she had never encountered a talisman of such caliber. The mere existence of this singular talisman brought forth a seismic shock within her. The disciple, unaware of the gravity of the situation, hastily responded, Elder, this talisman is sold at Wanbao Tower. As for its creator, I am not privy to that information. Sold at Wanbao Tower? Qin Muron was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief palpable. To possess even one of such talismans could be considered an extraordinary rarity. How could they possibly be offering it for sale? The disciple, bewildered, thought to himself, isn't it just a talisman? Though rare, surely many talisman masters can produce them occasionally? Yet, he did not dare to be dismissive and quickly added, what I say is indeed true. In fact, it is not only Wanbao Tower. Lingbao Studio has begun selling such talismans as well. Do they truly have so many to spare? Qin Muron inquired, perplexed. They should, I suppose. What do you mean? Wanbao Tower can produce at least 50,000 talismans daily, while Lingbao Studio, though slightly less, manages to produce around 20,000. What did you say? At that moment, Qin Muron was utterly stunned, springing to her feet in disbelief. This was a perfect talisman. She had devoted her entire life to this art and had yet to create even one, yet they were producing tens of thousands daily? What kind of jest was this? Suddenly, Qin Muron grasped the crux of the matter, since both Wanbao Tower and Lingbao Studio possessed such talismans. It was evident that these were not independently crafted, but likely supplied by the same entity. Do you know which faction provides their talismans? Does this supplying faction possess some special means? The disciple appeared embarrassed, replying, I do not know. Do not know? Qin Muron frowned. Forgive me, Elder, I truly do not have that information. The disciple of Qing Xian spoke urgently. This talisman was first introduced by Wanbao Tower, which has long claimed mastery of this secret art, refusing to share it with others. Subsequently, Lingbao Studio also acquired this talisman, and both parties publicly asserted that they had cooperated to jointly master this technique. As soon as Gu Xiao and Zhong Qing reached an agreement, Lingbao Studio and Wanbao Tower set aside their rivalry and joined forces with a clear objective, to safeguard the mysterious power at play. As Qin Muron listened to the disciple's report, her frown deepened with each revelation. Having resided in the Qingxian Holy Land for an extended period, she had remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. She never anticipated that so much had transpired beyond her knowledge. During this time, countless talisman masters had gathered in Yunshao City, drawn by the allure of the Wan Yun worship. Wanbao Tower's introduction of this talisman had piqued the curiosity of many. Yet due to the city's regulations, no useful clues had emerged. The disciple continued to explain. Hearing this, Qin Muron furrowed her brow. She had been monitoring the Wan Yun worship closely, and the Qingxian Holy Land had already dispatched disciples to investigate, but no news had surfaced until now. This time, I must visit Yunshao City, Qin Muron resolved. I shall personally investigate the matter of the Wan Yun worship. I refuse to believe that Wanbao Tower can continue to conceal the truth if I am there. This matter is of great significance and must be clarified. The disciple was eager for Qin Muron to undertake the investigation, yet hesitated to remind her. But Elder, the completion of the little Shirshu's Dao sword is imminent. If you leave now. Qin Muron frowned, glancing back at Jiang Sun, who was still crafting talismans. For the Qingxian Holy Land, the little shitty was the utmost priority. All other matters must be postponed. However, it should take a few more days for Second Shiji. I can make a swift trip there and return quickly. Qin Muron gritted her teeth, still troubled by the matter of the heavenly Dao rhyme. With that, she made her decision. Without further hesitation, she summoned her magical artifact and prepared to depart from the Qingxian Holy Land. But just as she reached the sect's entrance, she suddenly froze. She saw a figure approaching, having traversed an unknown distance, just now entering the gates of Qingxian Mountain. Elder sister, Qin Muron exclaimed. The figure was none other than Nian Chaoshi, the master of the lineage of Qingxian Holy Land. Nian Chaoshi had been away for an extended period, causing considerable concern among the sect members. Seeing her return, Qin Muron's face lit up with joy. Elder sister, you have finally returned. Everyone has been worried about you during your absence. Elder sister, you. As she spoke, Qin Muron's words faltered. She noticed that her elder sister, with her snow-white hair, cast a detached glance in her direction. That gaze held profound implications. She could not decipher the emotions concealed within it, but it bore a hint of estrangement. Elder sister seems to have changed. Suddenly, a thought arose in Qin Mai's mind, but before she could contemplate it further, she noticed Nian Chaoshi cough lightly, followed by a trickle of fresh blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her body swayed, as if she were about to collapse. Senior sister. Qin Mai quickly supported her, but upon lifting her, she was struck with horror as she gazed at Nian Chaoshi, exclaiming, Senior sister, how could your injuries be so grave? Moreover, why do I sense that your life essence is rapidly depleting? She could feel it. At this moment, Nian Chaoshi appeared as fragile as a piece of paper, as though a mere gust of wind could topple her. Even more terrifying was the fact that her life essence was vanishing at an alarming rate. The once robust senior sister now seemed to have aged significantly, as if on the brink of departing this world at any moment. It's nothing, Nian Chaoshi replied with a shake of her head. I merely walked slowly and pondered too much, asked too many questions. Pondered? Asked. Qin Mai was momentarily taken aback, then realized that her senior sister practiced the art of divination and had likely consulted the heavens too frequently on this journey. However, before Qin Moi could voice her thoughts, a figure appeared in an instant from the heavens above. Qin Moi looked up and immediately knelt to the ground. I pay my respects to Master. The figure that had appeared was none other than the sect leader, Guan Shuolan. At that moment, Guan Shuolan's gaze bore a heavy darkness as she fixed her eyes upon her eldest disciple. Rebellious disciple, do you even know to return? Disciple greets Master. Nian Chaoshi said with a slight bow. Humph. Guan Shuolan snorted coldly. Go to the main hall of the sect. Prepare to receive your punishment. Qin Mai was startled and hurriedly interjected on Nian Chaoshi's behalf. Master, my senior sister is currently. Unfortunately, before she could finish her sentence, Guan Shuolan had already turned to leave. Nian Chaoshi, however, remained composed, freeing herself from Qin Mai's support and taking measured steps towards the main hall of the sect. Along the way, she encountered many disciples of Qin Xian, all of whom were exceedingly respectful and revered. Yet, Nian Chaoshi offered no response, simply proceeding step by step into the grand hall from the mountain gate. As she walked, her heart grew heavier. This journey from Yinshao City back to the sacred land of Qin Xian, undertaken without the use of her cultivation or formidable power, made her acutely aware that it was all too late. Still, she wished to retrace the path her junior brother had walked. In the past, as a powerful figure, she had thought that such a journey would be a fleeting moment. However, without the aid of her powers, she discovered that the road was indeed long and perilous. What she had believed to be her limit now felt far surpassed as she traversed the vast sacred land of Qin Xian. The changes were profound, and the distance she needed to cover was great. Yet, as she faced those disciples who regarded her with the utmost reverence, Nian Chaoshi felt a pang in her heart. She was held in high esteem, but what of her junior brother? Desiring to bear the burdens and tribulations experienced by my junior, yet forever unable to truly grasp the depth of his suffering. At long last, after an arduous journey and navigating through numerous sect barriers, Nian Chaoshi finally arrived at the entrance of the grand hall of the sect. Inside, Guan Shuolan sat solemnly in the main seat, while several of my fellow junior sisters had been waiting for quite some time. Taking a deep breath, Nian Chaoshi stepped forward into the hall. Rebellious disciple, Guan Shuolan's voice thundered. Do you know your crime? I am aware of my transgressions, Nian Chaoshi replied, lowering her head. Guan Shuolan, with an icy demeanor, inquired, pray tell. What is your crime? The sin of timidity, came the hesitant response. What? And the sin of overestimating my own abilities. What are you saying? Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow. In a soft voice, Nian Chaoshi continued, I, as a timid disciple, failed to assist junior brother Gu after his downfall. This is my sin. What? The declaration left everyone present momentarily stunned, their disbelief palpable. Even Guan Shuolan was taken aback. Yet Nian Chaoshi persisted. In my moments of regret for the past, I foolishly believed I could rectify everything. Yet, in truth, I was merely overestimating my own capabilities. This, too, is a sin. Chapter 89. Master, will you feel sad? With a resounding exclamation, Nian Chaoshi's words stirred a tempest of astonishment among all present. Qin Moyin could not help but cover her mouth, casting a look of sheer disbelief at Nian Chaoshi. Senior sister, what has happened? Unruly disciple. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Shuolan erupted in anger. Is this what I asked? Even now, you defend that traitor Gu Xiu? This is an act of defiance against the heavens. The overwhelming pressure of her cultivation surged forth, and Nian Chaoshi, already in a weakened state, was struck as if by an iron fist to her chest. She was sent flying, blood spewing forth. Her white dress stained crimson, reminiscent of a blossoming red flower, both radiant and sorrowful. Senior sister, senior. A few junior sisters were startled and rushed to support Nian Chaoshi. Even Guan Shuolan, who had struck her, frowned, stepping forward to place a hand on Nian Chaoshi's back. Moments later, a heavy feeling settled in her heart. Rebellious disciple, what have you done? Without waiting for a response, she infused her profound energy into Nian Chaoshi, attempting to heal her wounds and stabilize her rapidly depleting life essence. But what was happening? Guan Shuolan was taken aback. She tried to halt the flow of her disciple's life essence, but could only manage to slightly slow its escape, unable to stop the torrent that surged forth. Furrowing her brow, Guan Shuolan produced several pills from her robe and forced them into Nian Chaoshi's mouth. Yet their efficacy was disappointingly minimal. Master, it is futile. I have read the omens too often. My lifespan has reached its end. It is the natural course of fate, and there is no need to force it. Nian Chaoshi smiled faintly, her eyes filled with a sense of acceptance. Senior sister, it cannot be. You will be fine. Indeed. Senior sister, this realm is replete with opportunities. Though lifespans may be finite, solutions must surely exist. Senior sister, the junior sisters chimed in, their eyes glistening with tears for their beloved elder. Such concern, once invaluable to Nian Chaoshi, now only deepened the bitterness in her heart. Since your time is short, I shall not pursue this matter further, Guan Shualan said with a furrowed brow, ultimately returning to her seat. Nian Chaoshi lowered her head in silence. Guan Shualan, however, suddenly bore a piercing gaze, fixating intently on Nian Chaoshi. I ask you, is the tale of the fortune true or false? As this question hung in the air, everyone turned their eyes towards Nian Chaoshi. The recent peculiar events within the sect had left many bewildered. Though most present were skeptical of the alleged fortune, the bizarre occurrences had inevitably sown seeds of doubt. And amidst the weight of their collective gaze, Nian Chaoshi, with a calm demeanor, directly shook her head and declared, false. What? False? The crowd was taken aback. Even Guan Shualan gazed at her eldest disciple with a look of bewilderment. After all, this disciple had previously exerted considerable effort to assert the veracity of the so-called fortune source. She had even claimed that the sect's ascension to a sacred status over 5 centuries was due to the fortune's support, a statement now contradicted. The disciple, having once been misled by the supposed fortune source, now reflected upon it and concluded that it was nothing but an illusion. Nian Chaoshi sighed, it's all false. All of it. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over the younger sisters. I always said, there is no such thing as a fortune source in this world. It is merely a comfort for the incapable, exclaimed the youngest sister, Lu Qingyao, her face alight with joy. The others nodded in agreement, realizing that the recent tribulations faced by the sect had no connection to the fortune source. I have long believed that the notion of a fortune source is sheer nonsense. Nothing more than a grand deception that has ensnared us for 5 centuries. Someone remarked, if there is no fortune source, does that mean it has nothing to do with Gu Xiu's abandonment of the sect? As Gu Xiu's name was mentioned, Nian Chaoshi cast a glance at the speaker. Her 4th junior sister, Shi Siling. Just then, another voice interjected, 4th sister, why bring up that dismal topic on such a joyous occasion of the eldest sister's return? What merit is there in mentioning that forsaken wretch? This remark caused Nian Chaoshi to slightly alter her expression, her brows knitting together as she regarded the speaker. What is it, eldest sister? Surely you must agree with my sentiments? Lu Qingyao chimed in with a sweet smile, revealing her freshly polished white teeth, appearing rather playful and endearing. Yet, Nian Chaoshi merely frowned. Junior sister, you ought to smile less. Lu Qingyao was puzzled, sensing that today's eldest sister felt somewhat different than usual, perhaps a bit fierce. When Gu Xiu was brought up again, Guan Shualan, seated at the head, narrowed her eyes. You were once so enamored with Gu Xiu. I wish to inquire, where is he now? Master, why do you ask? You don't intend to bring that useless fellow back, do you? Lu Qingyao was the first to respond, with the other sisters sharing her confusion. However, Guan Shualan ignored their inquiries, her gaze fixed intently on Nian Chaoshi, awaiting her answer. Gu Xiu has returned to the underworld. Nian Chaoshi replied after a moment of silence, pressing her lips together. What? The words struck the assembly with shock. Gu Xiu is dead? How did this happen? Where did he die? The crowd erupted with questions, and even Guan Shualan's face was a mask of astonishment, her beautiful eyes locked onto Nian Chaoshi with unwavering intensity. Nian Chaoshi, no longer bowing his head, raised it instead and scanned the assembly with unwavering eyes, speaking candidly. Junior brother Gu encountered his former nemesis, El Dongshan, within the Tianqi Mountains and was slain on the spot, his form and spirit utterly extinguished. As the words utterly extinguished left his lips, tears cascaded down Nian Chaoshi's cheeks. The listeners, upon hearing this news, exhibited a spectrum of expressions. On this day within the grand hall of the sect, the 2nd and 3rd sisters were absent, while the young disciple Jiang Sun remained at Ma Shifeng, leaving the remaining members present. Some faces contorted in shock, brows furrowed, others gasped in horror, while some stood frozen, wide-eyed. Yet there were those like the younger sister, Lu Qingyao, who exclaimed, how splendid! I was troubled by the notion that good people do not live long. and that calamities endure for millennia. But it seems such evildoers need not linger for long. Ha ha ha. This is truly a moment for celebration. I shall return to my Beastmaster peak and revel in this triumph. Her laughter was bright, her movements exuberant. Although the other sisters frowned slightly, they ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Nian Chaoshi cast a profound glance in her direction. Are you certain that Gu Xiao is truly dead? Guan Xuelan could not help but express her astonishment. Meeting her gaze, Nian Chaoshi replied with sorrow, Master, do you not wish to believe that junior brother Gu has not perished? I, too, am reluctant to accept this truth. With that, Nian Chaoshi could no longer contain her grief, and her tears flowed freely at last, allowing her remorse to pour forth. Junior brother Gu, I am so sorry. Sister, I am sorry to you. Witnessing her state, Guan Xuelan chose not to press further, but instead focused on Nian Chaoshi's well-being. Suddenly, Nian Chaoshi inquired, Master, if Gu Xiao has died, would you be saddened? Guan Xuelan paused momentarily before nodding. You are correct to remind me. Though Gu Xiao has forsaken our sect, he once shared a bond with our Qingxian Holy Land. Despite his callousness, our sect cannot be ungrateful. Issue a decree. From today onward, Qingxian Holy Land shall observe 3 days of mourning. Meanwhile, within the rain-listening pavilion of Yunxiao City, Gu Xiao, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, which seemed to harbor the light of countless stars. A celestial phenomenon flickered above, though it ultimately did not manifest. The heavy pull within Gu Xiao's heart began to dissipate, yet he remained undaunted. Just moments ago, he had almost invoked the heavens, risking a divine descent due to the nature of his cultivation. He had recently completed the integration of all the techniques he had gathered during this period, culminating in a singular method floating within his dantian, a technique known as the Heavenly Harmonization Sutra. This technique had reached the threshold of half-step celestial rank. Chapter 90. Ascending in Broad Daylight. The bloom of the purple bamboo flowered during this period, apart from amassing a considerable quantity of spirit stones and requisite resources. Gu Xiao's primary focus has been the collection of cultivation techniques. With the assistance of the Guangxing Gang, Wanbao Building, and Lingbao Studio, Gu Xiao has nearly gathered all the lower-tier cultivation methods available in the market, the total number of which has astonishingly surpassed 1,000. Although these techniques may not possess high ranks, they have nonetheless propelled his abilities to the threshold of the half-step celestial tier. It is merely a matter of time before he fully ascends, and it shall not be long. The greatest shortcomings of a loose cultivator are twofold: an ample supply of cultivation resources and a powerful lineage. However, for Gu Xiao, these constraints have, at least for the time being, ceased to be limiting factors. He is now self-sufficient in cultivation resources, rivaling the majority of sections. As for lineage, he can forge his own legacy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Upon noticing Gu Xiao pausing in his training, the little black monkey scuttled over. Gu Xiao smiled gently and waved his sleeve, releasing a pile of spirit stones. The little black monkey's eyes sparkled with delight as it dove into the mound of spirit stones, swiftly grabbing one and munching on it with an audible crunch, as if it were indulging in candy rather than precious stones. This was a delightful quirk Gu Xiao had inadvertently discovered about the little creature. It had an insatiable appetite and was not picky at all. It relished various fruits, but had an especially profound affection for spirit stones. Remarkably, it could consume hundreds of spirit stones in one go without any concern for its teeth. In the past, Gu Xiao might have lamented the expense of such a companion. But now, a mere 100 spirit stones? That was but a trifling matter. Eat, feast to its heart's content. Moreover, the little black monkey's ability to control puppets had transformed it into Gu Xiao's most lucrative asset for acquiring spirit stones. And the consumption of spirit stones by the little black monkey was not wasteful. Gu Xiao observed that, despite the little monkey's lack of cultivation aptitude, being utterly incapable of grasping the techniques he attempted to teach, it was nonetheless experiencing a gradual strengthening of its physique. There were even faint traces of spiritual energy accumulating within it. If it continued this way, the little creature's future achievements could be astonishing. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Gu Xiao raised his brow and stepped out of the backyard, only to find Xiao He, who was sweeping the front yard with a broom, frozen in place, clearly at a loss. The spiritual energy he had sensed emanated from within her. This was Qi gathering. This seemingly unremarkable girl, devoid of any cultivation talent, had inexplicably embarked on the path of cultivation? Feng Xianzhang. Upon seeing Gu Xiaohe looked over with a panicked expression. I don't know why, but it feels like something is different. Will Xiaohe? Will I die? She was merely a mortal with no aptitude for cultivation. Although her father was once a solitary cultivator and she had attempted to gather qi under his guidance in her youth, she had never succeeded. Now, faced with an unfamiliar scene, she was engulfed in panic, fearing for her life. Gu Xiao, however, merely smiled faintly and offered gentle guidance. Sit cross-legged, focus your mind, and calm your spirit. His words served as a beacon for those embarking on the path of cultivation. Gu Xiao had accumulated considerable experience, and, in this moment, his guidance flowed with a practiced ease. Yet, a tinge of doubt lingered in his heart. Xiaohe had previously displayed no aptitude for cultivation, by conventional standards. Her journey into the realm of cultivation seemed implausible. Even if she employed certain esoteric methods to embark on this path, it should not manifest in such a manner as to cultivate in broad daylight, a feat that, in the mortal realm, could be likened to ascending to the heavens during the day. This was an exceedingly rare occurrence. As Xiaohe floundered in her efforts, under Gu Xiao's mentorship, she prepared to experience her first gathering of qi. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred ground, Nian Chaoshi had departed from the grand hall of the sect and arrived before the ominous, pitch-black Yudan Peak, which resembled a desolate wasteland. Legends spoke of the peak's master, Su Wanqing, concocting celestial-grade elixirs, invoking heavenly tribulations that obliterated all life upon the peak. However, Nian Chaoshi held little belief in such tales. As she ascended to the summit, she encountered a mound of ruins along the way. Overhearing disciples of Yudan Peak lament that no spiritual flora could be cultivated there any longer, and that the peak was soon to be abandoned. To this, Nian Chaoshi's expression darkened further, yet she remained unmoved. Unbeknownst to her, within the remnants of the destroyed mound lay an unseen presence that quietly settled upon her. What has become of your peak master? Upon reaching a newly constructed dwelling at the summit, Nian Chaoshi inquired about Su Wanqing's condition. Several disciples, not daring to be negligent, promptly replied, Fortunately, during this time, the sect master has been visiting daily to assist the peak master in her recovery. Her condition has stabilized, though she is temporarily unable to wield her powers. Master has regained some strength and has just awakened. We heard that after your return, you planned to visit the Grand Hall. They added, knowing you were coming, Master was quite delighted. Listening to them, Nian Chaoshi merely nodded in silence. She dismissed the disciples and entered the room, where a fragrant aroma enveloped her, instilling a sense of tranquility and peace within her heart. Senior sister, a somewhat feeble voice called out, revealing Su Wanqing seated in a wooden wheelchair, her face alight with joy upon seeing Nian Chaoshi. She seemed to have been tending to the flowers within the room, her hands still stained with soil. Upon noticing Nian Chaoshi's arrival, Su Wanqing pointed towards several pots of flowers and enthusiastically exclaimed, These are the 9-loop grass and purple bamboo flowers sent by junior brother. I adore them. Since I cannot utilize my powers for the time being, I can only care for the plants. Alas, the last few pots of purple bamboo flowers you sent were destroyed by the tribulation. Thankfully, junior brother did not hold it against me. Senior sister, would you like me to give you a couple of pots later? As she spoke, Su Wanqing discreetly glanced up at Nian Chaoshi, only to find her senior sister gazing at herself with an expression as cold as frost. Su Wanqing feigned ignorance and continued with a smile. Senior sister, I must tell you, the purple bamboo flower is truly a marvelous thing. It can calm the mind and alleviate mental fatigue. Yet, despite its reputed calming properties, the flower merely serves to numb one's own spirit. Nian Chaoshi, with an air of indifference, interjected, Surely, you are not oblivious to this fact? At this, Su Wanqing's hand momentarily froze. Senior sister, I sense a bit of fatigue. Perhaps you should return first. Once I regain my strength, we can seek you out at the heavenly pavilion, she suggested. Nian Chaoshi remained silent, steadfast in her position. Su Wanqing pursed her lips. Senior sister, I know of Gu Xiao's demise. You are grieving, and I share in your sorrow. Such words, once unspoken, now pierced the air, causing Nian Chaoshi, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, to reveal a frigid expression. Grieving? You mourn for Gu Xiao? Naturally, for he was once my junior brother, Su Wanqing replied. Was he truly your junior brother? Nian Chaoshi questioned, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. Then, might I inquire why you sought to take Guxiu's life? To take Guxiu's life. The very utterance caused Su Wanqing's gaze to falter. I am unaware of what you imply, senior sister. Unaware? Su Wanqing, do you genuinely believe your actions went unnoticed, that the sect remains oblivious to your deeds? The tension was palpable. Su Wanqing's eyelids twitched as she met her senior sister's gaze. The unprecedented hatred reflected in Nian Chaoxi's eyes compelled Su Wanqing to finally relent. Indeed, I did wish to end Guxiu's life. Her admission, though anticipated, drained Nian Chaoxi of strength, leaving her in disbelief at the revelation of her kind-hearted, life-saving junior sister. Why? I sought to free him from his suffering, driven by past affections, Su Wanqing replied. Such utter nonsense. Nian Chaoxi retorted angrily. I understand, senior sister, that you may find it incomprehensible, and I do not expect your understanding, Su Wanqing declared, baring her soul. Guxiu was once renowned, with friends and foes alike scattered across the realm. If they were to learn of his return, stripped of his powers and bereft of the protection of Qingxian, do you grasp the implications? What implications? Nian Chaoxi inquired. It signifies his impending death, one that would be excruciatingly horrific, perhaps even leading to an unprecedented humiliation before his demise. Su Wanqing asserted. By ending his life, I am granting him liberation. Nian Chaoxi nearly shattered her pearly teeth in frustration. This is your justification? There is another reason, one that pertains to our sect, Su Wanqing continued. For the sect? Nian Chaoxi echoed. Yes, for the sect, Su Wanqing affirmed. For 5 centuries, Qingxian has ascended to greatness, accumulating numerous enemies. They hesitate to act recklessly, for our sacred ground possesses formidable strength. However, if news of Guxiu's departure were to spread, our enemies would undoubtedly seize him, using him as leverage against our sect. At such a moment, Qingxian, caught in hesitation, might inadvertently cause chaos and even take Guxiu's life, leaving us vulnerable and once again invincible. Nian Chaoxi fixed her gaze intently on Su Wanqing, taking several deep breaths before inquiring. Is there more? Similarly, there is talk of fortune and destiny. Su Wanqing nodded, seemingly resolved, and spoke candidly. Indeed, some peculiar occurrences have transpired within the sect recently, raising doubts about the notion of fortune, all seemingly pointing towards Guxiu. Given this, it is only natural to consider taking action. To eliminate him, regardless of the veracity of the fortune, would be prudent. As Su Wanqing conveyed this, Nian Chaoxi had already closed her eyes, a solitary tear poised to fall. Yet she gently brushed it away, turning her gaze back to Su Wanqing. Is there anything else? There is. Su Wanqing affirmed once more. Nian Chaoxi asked, what is this for? To which Su Wanqing replied, likewise, it is for you, senior sister. Chapter 91. The words of the 6th junior sister were indeed accurate. For me? Nian Chaoxi's expression had turned completely cold as she focused intently on her 3rd junior sister. Softly inquiring, what do you mean for me? Ziyuanqing, her face etched with concern, replied, senior sister, you have been troubled by Guxiu's abandonment of the sect, exhausting your spirit and overindulging in the art of divination, which has severely harmed you. I cannot bear to see you tormenting yourself in such a manner, so I have taken it upon myself to play the villain and assist you in severing your worries. Ziyuanqing's words were imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Her eyes filled with genuine care and concern as they rested upon Nian Chaoxi. In the past, confronted with such a gaze and such sentiments, Nian Chaoxi would have found it difficult to harbor any resentment towards Ziyuanqing. After all, though she had erred, her intentions were never selfish. Yet at this moment, facing this junior sister, who had always portrayed herself as a compassionate and selfless being, Nian Chaoxi felt an unexpected discomfort. Nausea rose within her. She struggled to reconcile the image of the junior sister before her with the one etched in her memories. Had she changed? Or had she simply failed to truly see this junior sister in the past? After a moment of silence, Nian Chaoxi asked again, do you have other reasons? You have been quite close to junior brother Jiang. Surely you must also have thoughts regarding him? Nian Chaoxi inquired. Indeed, but this does not pertain to junior brother. After a brief silence, Ziyuanqing nodded. Since Guxiu's departure, junior brother has mentioned his longing for Guxiu multiple times, wishing to reconcile the misunderstandings between him and the sect. He even had a dispute with our master over this matter and has been distracted in his cultivation, indicating that Guxiu's abandonment has affected him. If this continues, it will not bode well. At last, Nian Chaoshi refrained from pressing further, merely letting out a deep sigh, filled with regret, sorrow, and confusion. Senior sister, you are sentimental, clinging to the past, which is both a blessing and a curse. As cultivators, our path lies beneath our feet, with the way ahead. Indulgence in the past may lead to the descent into heart demons. Zhu Yuanqing said, her face full of concern. Heart demons? Nian Chaoshi replied with a bitter smile. When did the junior brother from 500 years ago become a heart demon? Senior sister. Yet Nian Chaoshi, her eyes brimming with disappointment, interjected. When the sixth junior sister was half-possessed by demons, she scolded all of us sisters without restraint. At that time, I felt nothing amiss. But looking back now, her words were indeed profound. Zhu Yuanqing remarked, Senior sister, do you remember how she spoke of you? Nian Chaoshi coldly dismissed her, stating, "A odd of compassion conceals a venomous heart, yet she prides herself on possessing a saintly spirit." Zhu Yuanqing immediately frowned. Everything you do is driven by your own reasons. For the world, for your fellow disciples, for the sect, and for all others. It seems you have never considered yourself. Suddenly, Nian Chaoshi inquired, I want to ask, your act of killing Gu Xiao, was there truly no personal motive behind it? This question caused Su Wanqing's expression to subtly shift as she fell into silence. Gu Xiao was once your junior brother, someone who had shed blood, endured hardship, and stood in the way of danger. Nian Chaoshi, gritting her teeth, accused. What could possibly justify your ruthless decision to take his life? Are you truly so heartless and ungrateful? Unfortunately, no matter how relentlessly Nian Chaoshi pressed or scolded, Su Wanqing remained silent. Since you refuse to speak, I shall inquire myself. Nian Chaoshi, with determination, produced the celestial cycle mirror. Upon seeing it, Su Wanqing could no longer restrain herself and raised her hand to intervene. Sister, if you use the celestial cycle mirror again, it will only diminish your lifespan. What use is a lifespan? Nian Chaoshi retorted. You save lives, assist others in attaining longevity, but have you ever considered that if one suffers day and night, what value does that longevity hold? Su Wanqing was at a loss for words, feeling a pang in her heart. She recognized the inner turmoil of her senior sister, akin to being scorched by fire or enduring the torturous fate of dismemberment. After a moment of hesitation, Su Wanqing finally spoke softly. Sister, please refrain from using the celestial cycle mirror. Given your current lifespan, if you seek an oracle, it will surely lead to your demise. Do you think I fear death? Nian Chaoshi queried. Of course, you are not afraid. But what if your lifespan is exhausted and you still cannot find the answer? Su Wanqing pressed her lips together. Indeed, I have my reasons for killing Gu Xiao. What are they? Nian Chaoshi asked. But Su Wanqing shook her head. This reason is one I cannot disclose. Even though Gu Xiao is already dead, Nian Chaoshi frowned and decided against further inquiries, preparing to activate the celestial cycle mirror. Even in death, she was resolute in her pursuit of the truth. However, Su Wanqing swiftly obstructed her. Senior sister, I know you are utterly disappointed in me and reluctant to believe my words, but this matter is of utmost importance. If carelessly revealed, it could lead to the complete destruction of Qingxian. What? Nian Chaoshi was taken aback, looking at Su Wanqing in astonishment, who bore a grave expression. It is not that I doubt your sincerity, but this truly concerns something of great significance, perhaps involving forces beyond my comprehension. Her face reflected an unprecedented seriousness, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Though she had resolved to no longer trust Su Wanqing, the intensity of her gaze stirred something within Nian Chaoshi. There was a colossal secret that Su Wanqing could not divulge. I understand that my words may not alter your perspective, so let us establish an agreement. An agreement? Indeed. If the senior sister can accomplish this, I would willingly divulge everything I know in meticulous detail. What is the agreement? The agreement. Su Wanqing pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment. If the senior sister can evoke a sense of guilt and regret in either a senior or junior sister for Gu Xiao, then I shall reveal the answer to the senior sister. This statement immediately caused Nian Chaoshi to furrow her brows. Yet, Su Wanqing continued, I understand your sentiments for Gu Xiao, yet he has passed, and no one in the sect mourns him. Does the senior sister not wish to restore his name within the sect? Every person has a vulnerability, and in this moment, Nian Chaoshi's vulnerability was Gu Xiao. What Su Wanqing proposed was indeed her desire. However, I know you are concerned that I might deceive you. I can swear an oath by heaven and earth that if I were to break this vow, my soul shall endure eternal torment. The oath by heaven and earth is no trivial jest. It is akin to the power of talismans, a rule that a cultivator must not and cannot violate. Seeing her firmly establish her oath, Nian Chaoshi gazed at her intently before finally nodding. I shall accomplish this. I only hope that your secret, junior sister, can persuade me. With that, Nian Chaoshi turned and departed. The day she bestowed blessings. She did not seek death, but chose to return to the sect, not out of fear of death, nor for the allure of being the esteemed disciple of Qing Xian. She acted for Gu Xiuxiu. She did not aspire for him to forgive anyone, nor to return to how things once were. What she sought was justice for Gu Xiuxiu. She aimed to uncover the truth behind the changes of the past 5 centuries. She had once sought divination. However, the lifespan required for that reading was beyond her endurance, leaving her unable to uncover even a hint, as if a monumental secret lay concealed within. She was determined to discover the reason behind it all. Should there be someone obstructing her, then they would face death. At this moment, within the sacred land of Qing Xian, no one was aware of the resolve that Nian Chaoshi harbored upon her return, nor the profound transformation of her heart. At the very least, at this moment, Lu Qingyao was completely oblivious. Just as Nian Chaoshi emerged from Su Wangqing's residence, she encountered Lu Qingyao, exuberantly riding a celestial crane. Senior sister, you are here too? Lu Qingyao exclaimed with surprise, but quickly waved her hand with excitement. Hurry, summon junior sister San. Let us go to my spirit beast peak. What shall we do there? Nian Chaoshi frowned. What else could we possibly do? Of course, we are going to feast at my spirit beast peak. Feast? Indeed. My junior sister's spirit beast peak is hosting a banquet tonight, and I have brought out my cherished spirit fruits and spirit wine. At such a time, you still wish to hold a grand banquet? Senior sister, what you say is quite the question. If not now, then when? Lu Qingyao chuckled. With Gu Xiuxiu, that troublemaker, dead, this is certainly a cause for celebration. It is a moment worthy of universal celebration, a banquet to rejoice. As these words were spoken, Nian Chaoshi cast a profound gaze upon Lu Qingyao once more. She had long harbored a reservoir of grievances accumulated from Su Wangqing, and now, it appears, the timing is indeed fortuitous. Chapter 92, The Might of the Senior Sister. Do you submit or not? Lu Qingyao was unaware that the senior sister, who had always been amiable and never raised her voice, now regarded her with an unusual gaze. Lu Qingyao continued to chatter. Senior sister, how did Gu Xiu meet his end? Was it a complete obliteration of both body and spirit? We must ensure he does not tread the path of reincarnation. Otherwise, he will inevitably become a menace. Is there a remnant of his corpse left? If so, please tell me where it is, so I can exhume it and ask Sixth Sister to assist me in crafting a puppet from it. I can easily disfigure its face and make it serve me in menial tasks. It would be most convenient. This person has caused considerable harm, not only to me, but also to junior brother on numerous occasions. Dying so easily seems far too lenient. Her large eyes sparkled with clever mischief. Yet her words sent a chill down Nian Chaoshi's spine. Observing the young woman before her, Nian Chaoshi felt an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity, though her appearance remained unchanged. As if frozen in time for 500 years, beneath this innocent facade lurked a demon seemingly risen from the depths of the underworld. Finally sensing Nian Chaoshi's strangeness, Lu Qingyao curiously inquired, Senior sister, why have you fallen silent? I am pondering a question, Nian Chaoshi replied. What question? Lu Qingyao asked, intrigued. If you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. I am Qing Shan Baixiaoxing. There is nothing within our sect that I do not know. I wish to know, Nian Chaoshi whispered, suddenly lifting her gaze, her eyes now shimmering with an otherworldly light. Who are you? Lu Qingyao responded, bewildered. Senior sister, what sort of question is that? I am Qing Shan. Who else could I be? Nian Chaoshi remained silent, her luminous gaze still fixed on Lu Qingyao. After a prolonged moment, she withdrew her stare and a hint of self-deprecation graced her features. I find myself still hoping my little junior sister has been possessed by another. What? Senior sister, why would you think I have been possessed? Lu Qingyao laughed heartily. Although I may possess the lowest cultivation among our sisterhood, my consciousness is formidable. How could an ordinary person possibly seize my body? Nian Chaoshi sighed indeed. This response displeased Lu Qingyao. Senior sister, what is the matter with you? Why do I feel as though you wish for me to be possessed? I do harbor such a wish, Nian Chaoshi admitted. What? At least it would allow me to retain beautiful memories of that clever, innocent, and utterly guileless little sister I once knew, she said. These words caused Lu Qingyao's expression to freeze completely. Senior sister, what is wrong with you? How can you speak such curses? If you are unwilling to attend the banquet at my peak, you need not go. Why speak so coldly? With that, she huffed and turned to leave, intending to bypass Nian Chaoshi. However, with her icy demeanor, Nian Chaoshi retorted sharply, Did I permit you to leave? What? Lu Qingyao was taken aback. As I spoke, Nian Chaoshi advanced a step, her authority as the senior sister emanating. Did I permit you to leave? Sister you. Lu Qingyao was about to respond, but Nian Chaoshi coldly interjected, a slap on the face. At her words, an invisible force suddenly manifested, and with a resounding crack, Lu Qingyao staggered and fell to the ground, clutching her face in bewilderment. A distinct handprint appeared on her cheek. Lu Qingyao touched her delicate face, incredulously gazing at Nian Chaoshi. You hit me? This slap is for your disrespect towards our master. Nian Chaoshi said sternly, Today, our master has just decreed a 3-day banquet ban, and you openly defy the master's orders. I strike you. Do you submit? No. Lu Qingyao began to argue, but Nian Chaoshi cut her off again. Another slap. Crack. Once more, the invisible force struck, and the loud slap sent Lu Qingyao tumbling twice on the ground, her body now covered in soot. Nian Chaoshi continued, This slap is for your lack of respect towards your elders. As the senior sister, your disrespect towards me warrants punishment. Do you submit? I. Lu Qingyao attempted to speak, yet the words failed to come out. Nian Chaoshi, however, was already preparing to strike again. Another slap. Crack. This time, Lu Qingyao braced herself. But Nian Chaoshi's strength was beyond what a mere golden core cultivator could withstand, and she fell once more. Nian Chaoshi's cold voice rang out. This slap is for your failure to observe the rules. Do you submit? This time, Lu Qingyao dared not respond, but even in her silence, Nian Chaoshi was relentless. Another slap. This one is for your malicious heart, akin to that of a demonic sect. Do you submit? Lu Qingyao pouted, tears welling in her eyes, helplessly wanting to cry. Another slap. This one is for your resentment towards others. Do you submit? At last, Lu Qingyao succumbed to her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Another slap. This is for your lack of diligence in cultivation, indulging in distractions. Do you submit? Lu Qingyao was utterly broken, her tears stifled in fear. She trembled, her gaze filled with dread, daring not to utter a sound. The beating had stripped her of her spirit, fearing that even a single tear would bring further punishment. Fortunately, seeing her in such a state, Nian Chaoshi finally ceased her strikes and simply asked, Do you submit? I. Lu Qingyao pouted, but upon seeing Nian Chaoshi's narrowed eyes, she hastily shook her head and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, I submit. I submit. Junior sister was wrong. Senior sister's admonition is just. I shall never dare again. Observing her contrition, Nian Chaoshi maintained her stern demeanor, disregarding Lu Qingyao's pitiful expression, and turned away, not uttering another word to her. Lu Qingyao gazed at the receding figure of Nian Chaoshi, paralyzed with fear, not daring to move an inch, nor allowing the slightest hint of resentment to escape her eyes, lest she invite another devastating blow. Once Nian Chaoshi's silhouette had completely vanished, Lu Qingyao collapsed onto the ground, gingerly touching her swollen cheeks. The humiliation she had just endured overwhelmed her, and she could no longer contain herself. With a heart-wrenching cry, she burst into tears. As the junior sister of the sect, she had always been the object of adoration, indulged in every whim since childhood, receiving unparalleled affection, even from her 2 junior brothers. Never had she faced such indignity. Now, as she watched Nian Chaoshi depart, her eyes brimmed with bitterness. Yet, before this resentment could fully take root, a voice thundered in her ear. A slap. With a resounding smack, the force of the blow was even greater than before, sending Lu Qingyao flying into the charred remnants beside her. When she emerged, disheveled and covered in dirt, Nian Chaoshi's voice echoed in her ears. This slap is for your burgeoning resentment. Do you submit? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao shivered, no longer daring to exhibit even a trace of animosity. Meanwhile, Nian Chaoshi, having reached the base of Yudon Peak, felt no sense of relief. Instead, a heavy gloom settled upon her. She was aware that her senior sisters had undergone some transformations, Yet she had not anticipated such drastic changes, which were even more terrifying than possession. Her time was running short. She feared that she might never achieve the purpose of her return before her demise. As she pondered these matters, a figure blocked her path. Looking up, she saw her fourth junior sister, Siling. Nian Chaoshi inquired, "Are you here to stand up for the junior sister?" "No, she deserved the punishment," Siling replied, shaking her head. Nian Chaoshi sighed in relief. This strongest junior sister seemed to have undergone little change. "Do you need something from me?" "Yes," Siling nodded. "What is it?" "I wish to ask you, where is Lu Dongshan? What do you intend to do?" "To kill him." Meanwhile, in a brothel within a certain city, Lu Dongshan, clad in luxurious garments and cradling a beautiful woman, suddenly shivered inexplicably. He glanced at the sky, feeling as though a great calamity was looming. "Damn it! Could it be that the Tiansu mansion is still pursuing me? If it comes to that, I'll find that scoundrel Gu Xiao, after all. He caused this mess and must take responsibility." Chapter 93. The opportunity for Gu Xiao and others has arrived. "Junior sister, do you intend to avenge Gu Xiao?" A glimmer of hope illuminated Nian Chaoshi's eyes. She noted that upon Gu Xiao's demise, some rejoiced while others fell into a contemplative silence. Yet, no one expressed the desire to seek vengeance. Their rationalizations were compelling. Gu Xiao was merely a forsaken disciple. The Qingxian sacred land had no obligation to confront a formidable god transformation master, adept in the arts of evasion and deception, over the death of someone who had severed all ties with the sect via a forsaken contract. Indeed, the Qingxian sacred land was esteemed. Yet its vast influence meant that if a god transformation expert sought to wreak havoc, it would inevitably bring troubles to the sect. For Gu Xiao's sake, it was simply not worth it. Nian Chaoshi discerned this truth, her heart heavy with bitterness, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. Now, Siling was the first and only one to inquire about El Dongshan. However, vengeance? As Nian Chaoshi harbored a glimmer of hope, Siling shook her head resolutely. Of course not. Not. Nian Chaoshi was taken aback. Naturally not. Gu Xiao was a forsaken disciple. What purpose would avenging him serve? But Nian Chaoshi hesitated, clinging to her last shred of expectation. "Why do you wish to kill El Dongshan then?" El Dongshan had once been considered a prodigy, having been trapped by his inner demons for 5 centuries. Now, having suddenly achieved enlightenment, he was poised for a meteoric rise, accumulating 500 years of experience. "I intend to use him as my whetstone," Siling replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Nian Chaoshi felt a pang of bitterness. Indeed, this was her devoted fourth junior sister. How could she possibly seek revenge for Gu Xiao's death? Yet, despite grasping this reality, Nian Chaoshi still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. "Fourth junior sister, do you truly feel no concern for Gu Xiao?" Siling shook her head. "Sister, a cultivator's life follows but a single path, which is to forge ahead relentlessly. Those who perish along the way, turning to dust, are merely the vanquished. Having failed, what is there left to discuss?" Siling maintained an expression of calm throughout, while Nian Chaoshi felt a swell of indignation. But he was Gu Xiao, our once beloved junior brother. Is there truly no bond of affection left? Siling shook her head, her tone icy. "Sister, you yourself said it. Those were merely pastimes." Before she could finish her thought, Siling suddenly paused, for she noticed that Nian Chaoshi was holding a rough, unremarkable compass in her hand. Yet, it was this seemingly ordinary compass that caused a shift in Siling's demeanor. Elsewhere, in Yunshao City, at the Listening Rain Pavilion, I feel a surge of energy coursing through my body. The soreness in my shoulders from the past few days has vanished. Wherever this energy flows, I feel at ease. How marvelous, Master Fengxian. Is this what it means to be an immortal? Xiaohe was immersed in the experience of her transformation. Gu Xiao nodded, continuing to impart some essential cultivation insights to her. Upon successfully initiating the process of energy gathering for the first time, one might squander a great deal of time wandering aimlessly without proper guidance. Gu Xiao had previously led numerous individuals along this path. Thus, he was quite adept at imparting knowledge using the simplest of terms. Xiaohe listened attentively, nodding earnestly as she absorbed the information. "That should suffice. You may explore on your own from here. Should any doubts arise, feel free to inquire at any time," Gu Xiao remarked as he prepared to take his leave. "Master Feng," Xiaohe exclaimed, hastily blocking his path and kneeling before him. "I am immensely grateful for your teachings and the opportunity to ascend. Your cultivation is a result of your own enlightenment and the serendipity of fate. There is no need for excessive gratitude, Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head. The path of cultivation is ultimately a solitary journey. The many detours one takes are not always in vain. They often become integral to one's personal growth. With that, Gu Xiu turned and departed. Xiao He's sudden and inexplicable elevation, while curious, did not particularly concern Gu Xiu, who did not connect it to his own circumstances. Exiting the Tingyu residence, he traversed a dim alleyway. Gu Xiu's appearance had transformed significantly. After trading for talismans at an inn, he began to meander through the city, eventually making his way to a tea house in the eastern part of the town. True to form, he chose a seat nestled in a corner. As he sipped his tea while listening to music, Gu Xiu remained seated for over an hour. Just as he set down his cup to rise, a flamboyantly dressed woman, exuding an air of the worldly, entered the establishment. Upon noticing her, Gu Xiu instinctively lifted his cup once more. The woman possessed a modest level of cultivation, merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, which was not particularly notable in Yunxiao City, abundant as it was with scattered practitioners. After surveying the surroundings, she settled at an adjacent empty table next to Gu Xiu. Before long, 2 additional figures entered. One was shrouded in a black robe, emanating an unsettling aura, while the other, clad in a dark Taoist robe and sporting a goat-like beard, wore a perpetual smile that belied a chilling gaze, his smile devoid of warmth. Compared to the worldly woman, the presence of these two was inscrutable. However, their substantial aura indicated formidable cultivation. The 3 individuals convened at the tea house, and soon the smiling Taoist with the goat beard produced a talisman, causing the trio's forms to become ethereal, rendering them imperceptible to the outside world. Gu Xiu felt no sense of loss. Instead, he experienced a tinge of excitement. He had waited in Yunxiao City for an extended period, precisely for the arrival of these 3. Logically, Gu Xiu should have departed, for he had already glimpsed their discussions in a vision from an eternity ago. Yet, captivated by the celestial rhythms swirling around the 3, curiosity stirred within him. His understanding of talismans diverged significantly from that of many talismans masters, as he could conjure them with but a flick of his wrist. Can one wield control over the talismans crafted by others? With this thought in mind, Gu Xiu began to gently manipulate the celestial talisman, and in a fleeting moment, he perceived a subtle opening in the cosmic resonance surrounding the trio. Startled, Gu Xiu listened intently as the dialogue among the 3 at the table reached his ears. Tang Pinger, cease your seductive techniques from the Hahuan sect. If you wish to collaborate, refrain from employing such enchantments. You members of the bloodslaughter sect are indeed dreadfully dull, fixated solely on slaughter, while failing to comprehend the earthly delights. The Taoist Sanquan is far more entertaining. This revelation caused Gu Xiu to raise an eyebrow. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the once indistinct figures of the 3 now appeared vividly clear, their words ringing crystal clear in his ears. Observing those around him, he found them utterly indifferent. It was evident that the celestial resonance's hidden passage was perceptible only to him. The 3, shrouded in the protection of the talismans they had summoned, remained oblivious to the fact that their own enchantments, capable of shielding against eavesdropping and even consciousness probing, had inadvertently opened a backdoor for him. They engaged in conversation without the slightest discretion. I have specifically summoned 2 fellow Taoists for a momentous endeavor. A slight misstep could lead to our utter annihilation. Thus, I hope we can unite our efforts and collaborate harmoniously. Taoist Sanquan, you are rather reticent. I have inquired several times about the opportunity you mentioned, yet you remain unwilling to disclose it. If you do not reveal it, how are we to ascertain its worthiness for our pursuit? Fairy Tang, do not be hasty. We must leave some anticipation, do we not? For now, we should carefully strategize how to approach this opportunity. Through the ongoing discourse, Gu Xiu became increasingly convinced that all he had witnessed in that dream of 1,000 years was indeed reality. These 3 hailed from the North Sea, representing the quintessential essence of demonic cultivators. Apart from Taoist Sanquan, who was a solitary cultivator, the other 2 were renowned disciples of the North Sea's formidable demonic sections. Furthermore, they were all at the Golden Core stage. Their gathering aimed to seize a monumental opportunity present within the city of cloud skies. As for this opportunity, the treasure we seek is concealed within the premier vault of the Four Seas sect, one of the 3 major factions in Cloud Sky City. I have been a member of the Four Seas sect for 2 years, and have thoroughly grasped the situation. However, relying solely on my strength is insufficient to procure the treasure, which is why I require the unique strengths of my two fellow Taoists to jointly seize it. The trio exhibited considerable audacity. Although all were at the golden core stage, they sought to claim the prized possession of the Four Seas sect, destined for peril. Yet, in that dream of 1,000 years, the three had plotted for an extended period, expending considerable time and effort, nearly tearing a hole in the heavens, ultimately securing the opportunity. Alas, human calculations fall short of heavenly designs, and in the end, some perished while others fled. Ultimately, it was the wandering Jiang Xin who reaped the benefits. Regarding this matter, Gu Xiu is determined to obtain it and will certainly not allow everything to fall into Jiang Jin's hands. He intends to seize the opportunity. Chapter 94. The Loud Conspiracy. He considers me human. The scheme devised by these three individuals is remarkably straightforward. Firstly, there is the Taoist of the Three Full Paths, who has been a member of the Four Seas gang for many years and has now become a core member, possessing a thorough understanding of the gang's terrain and personnel. The entire plan is crafted by him. His responsibility is to coordinate from the center, ensuring that the Four Seas gang remains oblivious to the trio's intentions. The second individual is Tang Pinger, a disciple of the Joyful Union sect. This sect is renowned for its unique enchanting methods, and the guardian of the treasury is the vice leader of the Four Seas gang, an accomplished nascent soul expert. Tang Pinger is tasked with managing this formidable being. Her approach is simple. She will disguise herself as an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner, integrating into the Four Seas gang to become the vice leader's favored concubine. At a pivotal moment, she will seduce and distract him, granting the other two time and opportunity. The third individual is a member of the Bloodslaughter sect, named Lu Yutian, an elder of the sect. Not only is he exceptionally powerful, but he also possesses the secret technique known as blood staining the sky. This technique is crucial to the trio's operation, as the treasury of the Four Seas gang is fortified with terrifying prohibitions that cannot be forcibly breached, let alone dismantled silently while allowing time for escape. Thus, they require the Bloodslaughter sect's secret technique to taint the treasury's prohibitions, rendering them ineffective and providing an opportunity for theft. You two are no longer affiliated with the Four Seas gang. Coincidentally, I am responsible for the recruitment of new members. I shall introduce you both into the sect. We must each fulfill our roles. I have faith in Miss Tang's abilities. To avoid suspicion, we must pretend not to know one another. As for Brother Lu, being a Golden Core expert, the Four Seas gang will naturally welcome such prowess. However, new entrants are also met with heightened vigilance, so you must earn their trust, demonstrate your capabilities, and qualify for access to the inner sanctum. Only by entering the inner sanctum will you have the chance to approach the treasury. Exercise utmost caution before securing the treasure, and we must have a plan for a timely escape afterward. The three individuals spoke in hushed tones within the confines of the talisman-sealed area, acutely aware of the gravity of their undertaking. Even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, unbeknownst to them, as they concluded their conspiracy and prepared to set their plan into motion, a seemingly unremarkable rogue cultivator seated nearby had already discerned their loud machinations in their entirety. Observing as the trio departed, Gu Xiu did not hasten to leave, but leisurely sipped tea for another half-hour before ambling towards his rain-listening pavilion. The scheme of these three mirrors precisely that of the plan from the dream that spans a millennium. His involvement is minimal, allowing him to remain an observer throughout the process, merely waiting to play the role of the yellow sparrow when the mantis captures the cicada. Before that, however, he can already sense the imminent arrival of great perfection. Once achieved, with the power of his recultivation, he should be able to establish a solid foundation directly. However, if it were possible to elevate his cultivation technique to the celestial tier before achieving a breakthrough, it might lead to a perfect foundation in Qi refinement. 5 centuries ago, he was hailed as a transcendent prodigy, nearly invincible among his peers, and the outside world lauded his boundless potential. Yet, only Gu Xiu understood the truth. This so-called invincibility among peers was merely a result of the absence of true geniuses capable of suppressing him. Moreover, it was because he could only measure himself against his contemporaries. Now, as he retraced his path of cultivation, Gu Xiu aspired for accomplishments that transcended those he had achieved 500 years prior. He wished not merely to be invincible among his peers, If possible, he desired to dominate an entire era. Currently, his foundation was exceptionally solid, and establishing a foundation would not be an overstatement. However, if he could forge a foundation platform with a celestial tier technique, it would render him a truly perfect foundation builder. Yet, Gushio was not overly fixated on this matter. He planned to ascend to the foundational stage in the coming days. If he could break through to a celestial tier technique within this time frame, it would be a joyous occasion. If not, there was no need for excessive worry. As Gushio pondered this, he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to the side. There, at the entrance of a tavern, a group of people was mercilessly beating an old drunkard. This beggar dares to come and eat without money, deceiving the wine from my establishment. Beat him hard. This old man, when he first arrived, I thought he was some master, but he can't even produce a single spirit stone and still dares to swindle food and drink. This scene caused Gushio to raise an eyebrow. The man being assaulted was the old drunkard he had encountered at the city gate, entangled in the aura of the Tao. However, Gushio merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away. He had long since outgrown the age of meddling in others' affairs. Yet, after taking a few steps, he heard a commotion behind him. Someone had intervened to assist the old man, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Gushio turned back to see a middle-aged scholar in a Confucian robe, exuding an aura of righteousness. If someone from the Qingxian Holy Land were present, they might recognize this man's demeanor as reminiscent of a certain individual within their sect. Upon seeing him, Gushio's eyes narrowed slightly, but after a brief moment, he turned away again and departed from the scene. The middle-aged scholar seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his gaze toward Gushio's retreating figure, his eyes even betraying a hint of murderous intent. At that moment, the old drunkard gently patted the scholar's arm, gratitude etched across his face. "Thank you, young man." Distracted, the middle-aged scholar looked up again, but the familiar silhouette he had perceived earlier had vanished without a trace of familiarity. Meanwhile, Gushio continued walking briskly until he reached the entrance of the Listening Rain Pavilion, at which point he removed the three-layered mask he had been wearing. However, a slight frown creased his brow. He had not anticipated that the person who had been evading him would also arrive in this cloud sky city. What a marvel it is! Is there truly no corner of the world where we do not meet? Shaking his head, Gushio stepped into his rain listening pavilion, only to find Tsurume already present, with Xiaohe kneeling before her. "I implore you, Su manager, do not transfer Xiaohe away. She wishes to remain in the rain listening pavilion and serve Lord Feng." "You foolish girl, you are now a cultivator. In the eyes of mortals, that makes you akin to an immortal. You need not be a servant any longer. Do you not understand?" Tsurume advised. "Then, may I beseech you, Su manager, to nullify my cultivation, allowing me to live as a mere mortal?" "What utter nonsense!" Tsurume exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you not realize that becoming a cultivator extends one's lifespan and leads to the path of immortality?" "Su manager, my biological father was also a cultivator. Yet he perished before the age of 40, falling victim to strife," Xiaohe replied, shaking her head. "The path of cultivation indeed harbors dangers, but it is still far superior to that of an ordinary mortal," Tsurume insisted. "As a cultivator, one can move mountains and fill seas, living freely and unrestrained." "Where is this freedom?" Xiaohe retorted. "Since my birth, I have witnessed my father worry over our livelihood more than once." Tsurume, a gold core cultivator, was known for her eloquence, yet she found herself at a loss when faced with Xiaohe, an inexperienced novice. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Tsurume asked, "You and Feng Bugue are merely master and servant, having known each other for a short time. Why would you be willing to abandon your cultivation merely to serve him tea?" Xiaohe pressed her lips together before answering earnestly, "Lord Feng treats me as a person." "What?" Tsurume was momentarily taken aback before suddenly realizing. Xiaohe was an orphan, her father a wandering cultivator. After his death, she endured considerable hardship, ultimately becoming a servant at Wanbao Tower, essentially reduced to a mere subordinate. To her, serving Gushio during this brief period had granted her, for the first time since her father's passing, the profound realization that she was indeed a person. Moreover, Xiaohe possessed a keen self-awareness. She reiterated, "I am aware of my own limited talent. Though I ascended fortuitously, my future achievements will likely be modest. Talk of extending life and moving mountains feels distant and unattainable. If becoming an immortal means I can no longer serve Lord Feng, then it is far better to remain an ordinary mortal. Su Rumei fell silent. Rather than chase after the elusive and precarious status of an immortal, it seemed preferable to be a humble maid, knowing only to serve tea. If Xiao wished to stay, then Su Rumei would facilitate her desire. At that moment, Gu Xiu entered and remarked, "My affairs are not so burdensome. I doubt they would impede her cultivation." Upon hearing this, Xiao was filled with joy, eagerly looking towards Su Rumei. Su Rumei, however, was taken aback, not because Gu Xiu had interceded on Xiao's behalf, but because she had not even noticed his entrance. Although startled by Xiao's words, Su Rumei believed that her own cultivation should allow her to perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy within Gu Xiu, even without the use of divine consciousness. Yet, paradoxically, the aura of spiritual energy remained concealed. Could it be a celestial-grade cultivation technique? Su Rumei felt a surge of astonishment. She had always known that the individual before her, despite not possessing exceedingly high cultivation, demonstrated an exquisite mastery over the manipulation of spiritual energy, which should typically reveal the nature of their technique. However, in this instance, she had failed to detect anything even upon approaching. This could only indicate that the cultivation method employed by Feng Bugui had reached the celestial tier, or at the very least, was half a step into it. The convergence of all methods. This was the essence of the convergence of all methods. Who exactly was this person? Su Guancher? Xiao inquired eagerly. Su Rumei smiled. Since Taoist Feng is willing to keep you, then you may stay. Upon hearing these words, Xiao instantly leaped with excitement and hurried off to the kitchen, claiming she would prepare dinner for Gu Xiu. Observing her jubilant demeanor and the palpable energy surrounding her, Su Rumei, who had previously harbored some concerns due to Yingzi's words, ultimately arrived at a decisive resolution. She touched her storage ring, within which lay 5 meticulously gathered Earth-tier cultivation techniques. Chapter 95, The Primordial Bell Toll. The Celestial Gate emerges. Half an hour later, Su Rumei took her leave. Gu Xiu personally escorted her to the entrance. In his embrace, he held 5 jade slips containing Earth-level cultivation techniques, a generous gift from Su Rumei. These treasures were of immense value. It is essential to understand that Earth-tier techniques belong to the esteemed legacies of top-tier sects, and the jade slips themselves are exceedingly rare. The loss of even one is significant. In terms of market value, each jade slip is worth over 1 to 2 million spiritual stones, and their availability is scarce. Yet, Su Rumei bestowed them upon Gu Xiu with remarkable generosity. This kindness bears great weight. Friend Feng, there is no need for you to see me off. Your formations have successfully defended Wanbao Tower against an attack from the Four Seas gang, preserving our reputation. Although these 5 jade slips are precious, they pale in comparison to your invaluable assistance. Thus, you need not feel any pressure. Su Rumei paused, turning with a smile. Of course. I hope that when our master arrives at Wanbao Tower, you will be understanding. Earlier, Su Rumei had not only presented the techniques, but also advised Gu Xiu to remain composed when facing the master of Wanbao Tower, urging him to overlook any potentially unpleasant remarks. Gu Xiu comprehended her intent and merely smiled. Given that Wanbao Tower has thrived for over 500 years, I trust the master must not be a person of unreasonable temperament. Su Rumei felt a tinge of embarrassment. What you may not know is that the new master of Wanbao Tower is actually our young heir. He is quite young and sometimes speaks and acts without much forethought. So, Gu Xiu paused in surprise, then smiled and nodded. I see now. Rest assured, Manager Su, I am well aware. That's good to hear. I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your cultivation, Su Rumei said, realizing she had conveyed everything necessary, and finally departed without lingering. Yet, in her heart, she harbored lingering concerns. Is it really necessary? Such assistance? You freely gifted 5 Earth-level techniques, including the peach blossom technique you personally cultivated? A shadow questioned. Unable to contain their curiosity, Gu Xiu might not grasp the sudden reason behind her generous gift, but the shadow understood well. Su Rumei had come to preemptively safeguard against potential discord. The master's arrival was imminent, and Su Rumei was uncertain of how the master would regard Feng Bugui. She sought to cultivate goodwill with Feng Bugui, not wishing to see her previous efforts go to waste due to the master's indifference. Su Rumei shook her head. The former master has shown me great favor. I have sworn an oath of loyalty to the Wan family. Feng Bugui is no ordinary individual. Although the 5 Earth-level techniques are precious, they are worthwhile if they can prevent any rift between him and Wanbao Tower. But have you forgotten my earlier words? Feng Bugue may bring fortune, yet he could also unleash catastrophic calamities. Are you not afraid that this will ultimately plunge Wanbao Tower into peril? The shadow inquired. That is utterly impossible. Su Rumei replied with conviction. Why? Regrettably, when questioned about the shadow, Su Rumei merely shook her head in silence, unwilling to divulge even a hint more. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the foot of Wanbao Tower. However, just as they reached the entrance, a startled exclamation of ouch pierced the air, followed by the sight of a pale-faced scholar tumbling down the stairs like a rolling gourd. His head was bruised and swollen. A pitiful sight indeed. Almost immediately, a haughty voice echoed. Previously, I could not handle you alone, hence I feigned politeness. Now that I am back on my home ground, do you truly believe I can be so easily deceived? Come, seize this pretentious scoundrel. In an instant, a group of Wanbao Tower's attendants sprang into action, apprehending the pale scholar on the spot. Simultaneously, a young girl dressed in a pink skirt descended the stairs. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her cascading hair was adorned with numerous glittering hairpins. Yet, the once adorable girl now stood with her hands on her hips, deliberately projecting the demeanor of a little tyrant. Upon seeing this girl, Su Rumei was momentarily taken aback and quickly bowed. I am Su Rumei, the chief steward of Wanbao Tower, at your service, esteemed owner. This girl was none other than the proprietor of Wanbao Tower, Wan Xiaobei. Ah, Sister Su has returned, Wan Xiaobei exclaimed, her eyes shining like crescent moons as she rushed over and leaped into Su Rumei's embrace. Su Rumei was taken aback and cautiously held the little mistress, only to find Wan Xiaobei wriggling in her arms, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over her. Gently, she pulled the girl away. Hee, Sister Su. You are so enviable that little Bei can't help but admire you. But look at you, still so unrefined at this age. With a sense of helplessness, Su Rumei turned her attention to the pale scholar, who was now bound tightly. Speaking of this, it truly infuriates me, Wan Xiaobei said, her anger palpable. I had sneaked away from home for a little adventure, and on the way, I encountered this fellow. I intended to travel together, but he insisted on reciting poetry and engaging in sentimental nonsense, trying to cozy up to me. If he were genuinely a lovesick fool, it might have been tolerable. Yet, I soon discovered that he is nothing but a proud and roguish scoundrel. If my skills had been sufficient, I would have torn him apart long ago. Why would I waste my time with him? Now that I am back at Wanbao Tower, I must teach him a lesson. Well, that may not be necessary. Su Rumei responded, a bit dumbfounded. Why not? Wan Xiaobei shook her head defiantly. I have already resolved that in my life, I shall marry only one person. All others are unworthy of my gaze. This scoundrel dares to plot against me, and yet I must suppress the urge to strike him down and instead feign a smile. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Observing Wan Xiaobei's disgusted expression, Su Rumei grew curious. Did you not previously declare that you would never marry? When did you change your mind? Wan Xiaobei beamed with pride. I have heard the story of a remarkable person, and thus I have decided that I shall marry no one but him. Whose story? Su Rumei inquired, intrigued. Yet, Wan Xiaobei shook her head and declared, no one supports my aspirations for the azure skies. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's peak. Gazing down upon the bones of the heavenly gifted, I look back at the azure sword immortal. The one I wish to marry is but a single soul, azure sword immortal, Gu Xiuxian. Meanwhile, in the rain-listening pavilion, the former azure sword immortal Gu Xiu remained blissfully unaware of the innocent admiration bestowed upon him by a young girl. He was absorbed in introspection, focusing on the qi within his dantian. Employing his qi as a brush, he meticulously inscribed the earth-tier cultivation technique sent by Su Rumei upon the revered manuscript. Between each deliberate stroke, an immense quantity of spirit stones amassed before Gu Xiu, transforming fervently into spiritual energy and surging towards his dantian's qi. The spiritual energy, already on the cusp of perfection, continued to rapidly collect, gradually filling his boundless qi. As this qi approached its capacity, an ethereal platform began to emerge within the roiling depths. Once 4 out of the 5 cultivation techniques from Su Rumei had been inscribed and integrated, the platform within his dantian became increasingly discernible. Yet, Gu Xiu abruptly halted. He then retrieved a box, extracting the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment pill that Su Rumei had gifted him earlier. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole and closed his eyes once more. Boom. The foundation platform, now barely perceptible within the Qi sea, grew ever more prominent, as if it were about to rise from the depths and breach the surface. However, Gu Xiu remained unfazed, diligently continuing to inscribe the final earth-tier technique upon the revered manuscript. As the last stroke fell, the technique, already of superior earth-tier quality, transformed instantaneously into a new manuscript capable of reaching the threshold of half-step celestial quality. Moreover, it began to merge with Gu Xiu's original manuscript. In that fleeting moment, myriad resonances of the Tao materialized from thin air. Numerous creatures, both avian and terrestrial, peered forth, and even the clouds above Cloud City seemed to be torn asunder by an unseen hand. As the clouds dispersed, the phantom of an ancient colossal bell quietly emerged. The next instant, a resonant hum echoed, as if struck deep within the soul. Accompanying this chime, a magnificent golden gate slowly materialized in the heavens, adorned with supreme Tao rhythms, impossible to gaze upon directly, yet impossible to disregard. The primordial bell tolls, the heavenly gate manifests. Thus, this path may indeed lead to immortality. Chapter 96. The beginning of the Golden Bell, the lotus born of the Tao in the sacred land of Qingxian, atop the Red Cloud Peak. Fourth Sister Shursailing held a rather unremarkable compass, her mind echoing with the fervent words of her past. The heavenly Tao is devoid of compassion, yet humanity possesses sentiment. Fourth Sister, can you truly be so heartless? Though her cultivation had reached a notable level, proclaiming herself untroubled by emotions and steadfast in her heart, she could not help but recall the days when her cultivation had faltered, and she had to reconstruct her path. Who had fought for her opportunities? Who had helped her reclaim the path of cultivation? This compass, forged by Gu Xiu himself, had witnessed the bloodshed of her ascent. Had she truly forgotten? He was Gu Xiu. It is known to all that Shursailing practiced the source technique, capable of opening celestial sources and seizing heavenly secrets, making her second only to her master, Guan Shuolan, in the sacred land of Qingxian. Yet, few were aware that she had once been an ordinary seeker, enduring countless tribulations on her path. There was a time when she had plummeted from the clouds, her cultivation completely dissipated, almost reducing her to a mere mortal, severing her chances of advancement entirely. She nearly perished outside the gates of Qingxian. It was during that dark time that Gu Xiu intervened, aiding her in reconstructing her Tao heart, guiding her in the quest for enlightenment, and helping her reclaim heavenly secrets, with the compass stained in blood yet devoid of regret. However, that individual was now deceased. The mountain remains carefree, as snow turns white, and the water remains untroubled, as the wind stirs ripples. Just as a subtle turbulence stirred within Shursailing's heart, the primordial divine bell began to manifest in the heavens, its resonant chime echoing with a clarity that could stir the soul, awakening her from her reverie. She lifted her gaze skyward. Shursailing was momentarily taken aback, for there above her, the primordial divine bell resonated, accompanied by the faint emergence of the heavenly gate. This scene compelled her to suppress her inner thoughts, her brow furrowing in concentration. After a brief contemplation, Shursailing did not hesitate, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she ascended toward the main peak. Before the grand hall, her master, Guan Shuolan, gazed upward at the heavenly gate, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning. Shursailing understood that yearning, every cultivator, throughout their lives, pondered what lay beyond that gate, yet it remained an impenetrable barrier for most, eternally excluding them. The primordial bell's resonance and the appearance of the heavenly gate signified the arrival of a new celestial grade technique. Who among the mighty had the prowess to invent such a method? It could not be too far off, yet who could it be? The other sects near the sacred land of Qingxian had no prominent Mahayana cultivators. Could it be that the lord of the Shuiyun sect had attained enlightenment and ascended to Mahayana? Or perhaps the ancient creature from Laya Shaking, who had been silent for years, had quietly achieved Mahayana? Regardless of which faction it might be, should they aim for the sacred land, their proximity to Qingxian was hardly a favorable omen. The other disciples had already arrived, witnessing the celestial anomaly. The primordial bell rang, and the heavenly gate manifested. This signifies that a new celestial grade technique has been birthed, recognized by the resonance of heaven and earth. This is no trifling matter. Typically, Only those of the Great Ascension can forge such celestial techniques, and they must possess extraordinary fortune alongside a profound understanding of the Tao at its zenith, allowing inspiration to flourish. More importantly, if a Great Ascension cultivator were to create a celestial grade technique, it would herald the emergence of a new sanctum in the world. This is certainly not a trivial matter for the Qingxian sacred land. While I have not sensed the presence of any other Great Ascension practitioners nearby, the anomalies associated with celestial grade techniques are unmistakable. At this moment, Guan Shuolan speaks. Judging by the direction, it should be towards Yunshao City. I must dispatch someone to Yunshao City to investigate the origin of the primordial bell's resonance. Many others share the same sentiment as the Qingxian sacred land. The primordial bell signifies the emergence of a celestial grade technique, and we must swiftly uncover who is responsible for this creation. Our Sha family has an opportunity at hand. The celestial technique has manifested, and it is not merely a Great Ascension's work. Go and bring this technique back. The celestial gate has appeared, and the Tao can lead to immortality. We must ascertain the identity of this individual. Even the peak masters of the Qingxian sacred land have emerged from their sanctuaries, and countless ancient beings concealed in the surroundings have begun to awaken, turning their attention to this matter. Celestial grade techniques are exceedingly rare. The individuals capable of creating such techniques are even scarcer. If this were a Great Ascension cultivator, the lord of a sacred land, there would be no one daring to act. Yet, in this realm, there is only one Great Ascension master, the esteemed Shuolan of the Qingxian sacred land, which opens the door to many potential schemes. On this day, numerous sects and families flung open their gates, dispatching throngs of disciples. This is merely the response of the surrounding forces of Yunshao City. Meanwhile, within Yunshao City itself, which directly faced the celestial anomaly, chaos erupted. The primordial bell's resonance signals the realization of a celestial grade technique. Is it a Great Ascension master or someone else? It is overwhelmingly powerful. Issue a command to our subordinates to avoid unnecessary conflicts with outsiders. Could it be the former city lord? The old city lord's path has been obstructed, rendering his quest for enlightenment futile. Yet, it is conceivable that he may have discovered an alternate route. Can we ascertain the direction within the city? The area is too vast to determine, and we can only confirm that it lies within Yunshao City. Yunshao City, already a melting pot of various factions, has now been completely stirred into tumult. Each guild and faction is in a state of shock. Some seek to forge alliances with formidable beings, others harbor covetous intentions, while yet others restrain their subordinates from rash actions. The chaos, already exacerbated by the events surrounding the 10,000 Rhythms pilgrimage, has reached unprecedented levels. However, amidst the clamor, while some are astonished, others remain indifferent, and the scene at the Wanbao Tower presents a markedly different atmosphere. The heavenly stage cultivation method is indeed remarkable. Allow me to tell you about the esteemed Gu Xianzun, whom I deeply admire. He is a paragon of excellence. With merely a volume of profound techniques, he carved a path through the ancient realms of immortality. Do you grasp the significance of this? It implies that true prodigies regard techniques merely as embellishments. Even in the absence of such methods, they can achieve the grand Tao with their mortal forms. This is the ideal partner I envision in my heart, Wan Xiaobei. Within the Wanbao building, the newly appointed master, Wan Xiaobei, was passionately discussing matters of significance amidst a gathering of managers and staff. At that moment, an indiscreet attendant inquired, "But master, wouldn't it be better for such extraordinary talents to acquire the heavenly stage techniques? It would be a formidable alliance." This statement bore merit, yet it provoked displeasure from his superior. "What you say is indeed true, yet you dare to contradict the master." The punishment was swift, a deduction of salary for the loquacious attendant. Only in this world, where the indiscreet attendant faced the consequences, did the Wanbao building once again resonate with harmony. "Master, you spoke of the illustrious Gu Xianzun. Where might he be found now? Need you even ask? He is undoubtedly in the Qingxian sacred land. The master's stature is extraordinary, for those whom he admires are titans who dominate an era." After hearing the tales of Gu Xianzun from the master, I found myself filled with reverence. Indeed, who could be unremarkable if they have captured the master's admiration? As this group conversed, Wan Xiaobei's countenance radiated with pride. However, Su Ru Mei remained detached. Seated by the window, gazing at the celestial phenomena above, her eyes drifting, occasionally resting in the direction of Ting Yuju. She was uncertain about the origins of the heavenly stage techniques, yet if she were to speculate, she would have but one conjecture. Ting Yuju, Fengbu Gui? Lost in thought, Su Rumei suddenly noticed an old drunkard downstairs, staring blankly at the heavens, murmuring to himself. Initially, she presumed he was astonished by the celestial manifestations of the heavenly stage techniques, yet she was perplexed to hear him muttering something entirely different. Beginning bell as golden shadow. Tao gives birth to lotus. This is perfect Qi refinement. It is the legendary perfect Qi refinement, the indestructible Tao platform. This revelation left Su Rumei bewildered. Following the old man's gaze upward, she scrutinized the sky for quite some time, but discerned no peculiarities. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, she suddenly noticed faint threads of golden light emerging from the primordial Tao bell, which continued to resonate. Moreover, the heavenly gate became vaguely visible. Amidst the clouds before the heavenly gate, lotus leaves floated gracefully. Within this extraordinary phenomenon, an additional marvel lay concealed. Yet, most were captivated by the spectacle of the heavenly stage techniques and failed to recognize that within this extraordinary manifestation of the heavenly tribulation techniques, there resided another layer of the perfect Qi refinement celestial wonder. At that moment, even Su Rumei, who had long prided herself on having glimpsed the truth, could not resist standing up. 4. The creation of the celestial tier technique is indeed a rarity in this world. However, in reality, many witnessed a similar scene 30 years ago, during the year when Guan Shuolan of the Qingxian sect achieved enlightenment and successfully comprehended the celestial tier technique. Subsequently, with the aid of this technique, the Qingxian sect firmly established its position as a sacred land. To put it plainly, while the celestial tier technique is indeed uncommon, it is not without precedent. Yet, perfect Qi refinement, indestructible Tao platform, these exist solely within the realm of legend. Chapter 97. The Eternal Tao Platform. Eager to achieve as the heavens bore witness to astonishing phenomena, within the listening rain pavilion, Gu Xiu remained unaffected, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Sitting cross-legged, he turned his gaze inward, contemplating his own essence. At this moment, within his boundless sea of Qi, a monumental transformation was unfolding. When speaking of the sea of Qi in the Dantian, the term sea may not be entirely apt, for it is fundamentally composed of gaseous spiritual energy. In the past, this sea resembled a vast expanse of clouds. However, at this moment, the infinite cloudscape began to swirl, coalesce, and compress rapidly, ultimately transforming into droplets of spiritual liquid that fell into the boundless sea of Qi. This was the ability to transmute spiritual energy into liquid, a hallmark of foundation establishment. Upon reaching this stage, the gaseous spiritual energy of the Qi refining period would fully convert into liquid spiritual energy, becoming more refined and significantly enhancing the practitioner's strength. A stark contrast to its former state. At this juncture, Gu Xiu's focus was not on the liquefaction of spiritual energy, but rather on constructing the foundational Tao platform at the very center of that vast sea of Qi. The so-called Tao platform of foundation establishment is an essential construct for a practitioner to reach the foundational realm. It serves as the bedrock of cultivation and the primary direction for those in the foundation establishment stage. Gu Xiu was meticulously compressing the boundless spiritual power within his Dantian into liquid form, continuously guiding it towards the center of the sea of Qi to construct the Tao platform. Only upon the successful completion of the Tao platform could one truly step into the foundational realm. His internal spiritual energy surged rapidly, operating in accordance with the celestial level cultivation technique. Amidst this fervent mobilization, the Tao platform, which had previously been somewhat indistinct, became increasingly vivid. Finally, when the spiritual energy accumulated at a pivotal point, Gu Xiu suddenly proclaimed, "Rise." In an instant, the sea of Qi in his Dantian erupted with tumultuous waves, and a colossal entity surged forth from within. Typically, when practitioners establish their foundations, they too construct their own Tao platforms, an inevitable path for every foundation establishment practitioner. However, due to variations in cultivation methods and levels of energy accumulation, the Tao platforms manifest differently. Some may resemble a simple wooden plank, while others may take on the form of a stubborn stone. There are also masters whose platforms are slightly more intricate. Yet, at this moment, Gu Xiao's Dao platform materialized as a magnificent 8 trigrams cloud platform. This platform, symbolizing the principles of the Dao, was exceptionally clear, each inch appearing meticulously crafted. Surrounding the Dao platform were circles upon circles of multicolored auspicious clouds. Each cloud was distinctly visible, seemingly alive as it floated around the platform. Even more astonishing was the fact that the entirety of Gu Xiao's Dao platform was enveloped in celestial inscriptions, flowing like ethereal symbols. Merely gazing upon this Dao platform evoked an irresistible thought. This platform emanated an aura of immortality. Moreover, there was one exceedingly unique aspect of Gu Xiao's 8 trigrams cloud platform: its grandiosity. It is essential to understand that a newly initiated cultivator, upon embarking on their journey, may possess a Dao platform no larger than a grain of rice. Even those endowed with exceptional talent may only achieve a size comparable to the palm of a hand. To attain a platform the size of a typical meditation cushion would already mark one as a remarkable prodigy. Subsequently, all foundational cultivators must continuously transform spiritual energy into liquid form, persistently constructing and expanding their Dao platform. And when further expansion becomes impossible, they elevate the tiers of their platform. Yet what of Gu Xiao? He has merely just entered the foundational realm. Yet his Bagua Dao platform has already attained the size of a dwelling. Such a comparison is nothing short of terrifying. The subsequent growth of a Dao platform is inherently limited. The larger and more expansive it is at the outset, the more extensive it will become in the future. Merely confronting this Dao platform could shatter the resolve of countless cultivators, for this platform is unbreakable. It is crucial to recognize that a Dao platform serves not only as a visual representation, it constitutes the very foundation of a cultivator. As one ascends in cultivation, the power that the Dao platform must bear intensifies. Should the foundation suffer damage or experience a deficit during the foundational stage, it could lead to a catastrophic collapse in the future. Years ago, Gu Xiao's Dantian was destroyed, and his foundational Dao platform crumbled. A fate closely tied to his relentless battles within the forbidden grounds and the grievous injuries he sustained. Yet, the fundamental cause was singular: an insufficient foundation, an unstable Dao platform. 5 centuries ago, Gu Xiao, propelled by a series of fortuitous encounters and an unwavering belief in his invincibility, advanced at a breakneck pace. Had it not been for these circumstances, he would not have been deemed a celestial prodigy. While outsiders spoke of him, the Qing Xian sword immortal, as a figure who commanded awe throughout the realms, they remained oblivious to the fact that his foundation had always been somewhat lacking. Relying solely on an abundance of fortuitous encounters and an unyielding heart of invincibility to ascend the ranks. However, upon entering that forbidden domain, the frailty of his foundation finally manifested. His Dao platform proved ultimately unstable. Ordinary adversaries could not discern this weakness, but within that forbidden realm, he faced unparalleled masters, true paragons of excellence. After enduring a series of intense battles, he ultimately paid the price for his unstable foundation. Despite relying on his indomitable spirit and a desperate resolve, he managed to escape that perilous place, only to find himself rendered utterly incapacitated by the final blow. Now, however, with the successful establishment of the new auspicious Bagua Dao platform, Gu Xiao can assert with confidence that, should he face a similar ordeal again, he would never allow his cultivation to dissipate nor descend into a state of helplessness. For this is an indestructible Dao platform. In this world, not even immortals can obliterate this platform. This represents Gu Xiao's profound insights into the Dao accrued over centuries, the enhancement derived from his cultivation practices, and the explosive energy accumulated during his qi refining period. Perfectly refined qi culminates in an indestructible Dao platform. As Gu Xiao stepped into the foundational realm, a vast influx of celestial spiritual energy converged upon him in an instant. This is the bounty of the heavenly Dao, a true manifestation of innate spiritual energy with extraordinary benefits. Gu Xiao wasted no time. He settled into a meditative posture, fervently absorbing the energy. He was determined to elevate his Dao platform to unprecedented heights. However, after merely a brief moment of cultivation, Gu Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, squinting to glance outside the window. Yet, it was but a fleeting gaze, for he soon closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, on a small building opposite Gu Xiu's listening rain pavilion, two figures appeared silently, their eyes fixed intently on Gu Xiu's courtyard, imbued with a hint of murderous intent. Today, the entire city was captivated by the celestial phenomenon, and if one sought to make swift accomplishments, the opportune moment was undeniably now. I have discovered that residing within this listening rain pavilion is a rogue cultivator named Feng Bugui, whose cultivation level is modest, merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Yet he possesses exceptional mastery over formations. More crucially, he appears to have a close relationship with Su Rumei from Wanbao Tower, who frequently visits this place. And it is evident that he holds significant importance to the Wanbao Tower, as they have stationed guards here for an extended period. One of the figures spoke, revealing his true appearance under the moonlight. This individual was a formidable master of the Four Seas gang, known as the Sanquan Taoist. Beside him stood another recent addition to the Four Seas gang, a golden core expert from the Bloodslaughter sect, Lu Yutian. As key enforcers of the Four Seas gang, amidst the ongoing covert and overt conflicts with Wanbao Tower, they were eager to contribute to their faction's efforts. Thus, their sights were set firmly upon the listening rain pavilion before them. Do not underestimate this person, cautioned the Sanquan Taoist. Though his cultivation is low, his array skills are unparalleled. The last time our experts from the Four Seas gang attempted to ambush Wanbao Tower, they were thwarted and returned empty-handed due to his 3-layered formation. Brother Lu, you must exercise utmost caution. Thank you for the reminder, Sanquan Taoist. I am fully aware. Lu Yutian replied, nodding, though a trace of disdain lingered in his gaze. He inquired, are you certain that if I capture this individual, I will earn the leader's recognition and gain entry to the inner court? The Sanquan Taoist nodded affirmatively. That is assured. Although our Four Seas gang has yet to formally declare war on Wanbao Tower, the leader is already preparing for a grand confrontation. While we cannot intervene directly on their side, if we succeed in a surprise attack and capture their crucial array master, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. In that case, with your merits, Brother Lu, you will surely gain recognition, and I will speak favorably on your behalf. Consequently, our actions will draw nearer. In the clash of armies, the swiftest path to promotion lies in slaying enemies and achieving merit. Capturing a lowly cultivator who wields unique abilities and is suspected of being favored by the enemy's general presents the most opportune chance for accomplishment. With their objectives clear, the two set their sights on the highly regarded Feng Bugui, intending to capture or slay him and return to claim their accolades. In that case, I shall take the lead, Sanquan Taoist, await my good news. Having grown impatient from waiting, Lu Yutian finally resolved to act. In a flash, he entered Gu Xiu's courtyard. As a golden core cultivator, he felt no fear of a mere qi refinement practitioner. As for formations, the Bloodfiend sect's bloodstained sky can corrupt any restrictive formations, rendering them ineffective. This remarkable achievement is effortlessly within reach. Chapter 98. Could he have slaughtered 10 cities? What a trivial qi refining novice, yet he must exercise such caution. The 3 pure Taoist has cultivated for so long, yet his courage seems to have diminished with time. How laughable. After parting ways with the 3 pure Taoist, Lu Yutian couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the Taoist lacked the confidence one would expect from a golden elixir cultivator. This so-called caution, when viewed less charitably, could simply be termed cowardice. It was clear to Lu Yutian that such a mindset would not lead to great achievements in the future. Lost in thought, Lu Yutian soon arrived at the front of Gu Xiu's courtyard. A brief glance was enough to provoke a sneer from him. After all, he was merely a novice in qi refinement. Despite his own knowledge of formations and having set one up, it had not been activated. It seemed today was destined to be his last. Though he paid little heed to a qi refining cultivator, his understanding of formations kept him moderately cautious. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned traces of a formation within the courtyard. However, a meticulous examination revealed that the formation had been deactivated, not in use. Whether this was to conserve spirit stones or due to the formidable strength of the Wanbao Tower guards outside, he could not say. Regardless, in Lu Yutian's eyes, Feng Bugui was certainly courting death. Having confirmed that the courtyard's formation was inactive, Lu Yutian decided not to waste any more time and leaped directly into the courtyard. To his surprise, even the maidservant attending the place was merely an initial qi refining cultivator. It seemed that Wanbao Tower truly held high hopes for this rogue cultivator. Upon entering, Lu Yutian promptly detected the presence of Xiao He, who was dozing lightly in a side room. He couldn't help but shake his head. A cultivator who neglects diligent training, choosing instead to indulge in slumber, was destined to remain a mere maidservant. Yet, he sensed a hint of danger emanating from the girl, as if she were accompanied by a killing formation. Was this mere illusion, or did she possess some concealed weapon? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yutian refrained from disturbing Xiao He. His true objective was Feng Bugui, and it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. He traversed through the hall and entered the back courtyard. Upon stepping inside, he couldn't help but find it amusing. The area was filled with a dense array of iron pearwood puppets, all of them Qi refining level 5, resembling a miniature army. Was this person a fool? Such pathetic puppets might have some utility on the battlefield, but what could they possibly hope to achieve in this setting? Before true masters, no matter how numerous these puppets were, they would ultimately be reduced to mere rubble. With a disdainful smile, Lu Yutian strode purposefully toward the room. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he sensed something amiss and turned back. The puppets remained utterly motionless, silent, and still. Was it an illusion? Why did he feel as if those puppets had just moved? Puzzled, Lu Yutian shook his head and withdrew his gaze, though his consciousness remained fixed on those puppets. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. The puppets remained utterly motionless. However, no. Lu Yutian suddenly turned his head, only to find that the puppets were still unmoving, yet their eyes were all fixed upon him. The discomfort he had felt earlier stemmed from the gaze of these puppets, which his consciousness had failed to detect. Damn it, who was responsible for this? Lu Yutian shouted in anger and approached one of the puppets, effortlessly shattering it to dust with a mere flick of his hand. They were mere ordinary iron pearwood puppets, purely combat constructs devoid of any intellect. Without the manipulation of the string technique, they were nothing but a pile of useless timber. After a thorough inspection, Lu Yutian found nothing amiss. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Never mind. This place is sinister. I should capture Feng Bugui as soon as possible. After much contemplation, Lu Yutian resolved to suppress the peculiar feelings within him and quickened his pace towards Gu Xiu's chamber. Upon arrival, his consciousness had already ventured inside to investigate. In an instant, the scene within was laid bare before Lu Yutian's mind's eye. Oh, he has actually formed his foundation? It appears he has just done so. How unfortunate. Even with a foundation established, you are still doomed. Confirming that no other dangers lurked within, only a lone figure seated with their back to him in meditation. An icy smile crept across Lu Yutian's face. Though he was uncertain why this individual had created such an array of puppets, instilling a sense of dread even in a golden core cultivator like himself, it mattered little. He could return the discomfort he felt 1,000-fold. Let this little cultivator from the eastern wasteland experience the terror wielded by the blood fiend sect from the northern abyss. The corners of Lu Yutian's mouth curled upwards as he refrained from entering, instead standing outside the door and slowly raising his palm. Then, with a gentle motion, he directed his hand towards the interior of the room. In an instant, an overwhelmingly nauseating stench of blood erupted within, laden with chaos, malice, and an insatiable murderous intent. Faintly, the cries of countless vengeful spirits echoed. This was the blood fiend sect's unique blood fiend ghost palm. It could unsettle the mind, plunging one into fear, causing hearts to tremble, and ultimately leading to death amidst despair. The blood of terrified cultivators was far more delectable, serving as the finest elixir for those of the blood fiend sect, and it was Lu Yutian's most cherished prize. He intended to transform Feng Bugui into his own blood feast, ensnared in boundless despair and terror. At that moment, under Lu Yutian's command, the blood fiend energy that flooded into the room coalesced into a massive hand, gradually reaching towards Gu Xiu at the center. Yet, was this fool oblivious to the impending danger? Lu Yutian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He desired to instill fear in Feng Bugui, yet the latter remained utterly still, seemingly unaware of the ominous phenomenon. This left him somewhat disheartened. However, disappointment was but a fleeting moment, for in the next instant, Lu Yutian suddenly froze. What is happening? He realized that the bloodthirsty ghostly claw, poised to ensnare Gu Xiu, had come to an abrupt halt. The once ferocious and violent aura of bloodthirst had suddenly calmed, losing its malevolence. Even the eerie wails of the vengeful spirits fell silent one by one. What is this? Why has my bloodthirsty ghostly claw suddenly ceased to function? Lu Yutian was bewildered. This was an unprecedented situation for him. As a disciple of the Bloodthirst sect and a formidable golden core cultivator, he was not one to dismiss the extraordinary. Unwilling to concede defeat, he formed a hand seal, channeling his power once more. The bloodthirsty claw within Gu Xiu's abode transformed into countless wraiths, surging toward him. Yet, as these myriad wraiths neared Feng Bugue, they suddenly trembled and, one by one, disintegrated into nothingness. What is happening? Could it be that this young man possesses a force that counters bloodthirst? Lu Yutian snorted disdainfully. I have underestimated this mere foundation establishment cultivator. With that, he retrieved a cloth bag from his storage ring. This was his bloodthirst bag. As he opened it slightly, a dense, purplish aura of bloodthirst surged into the room. Instantly, it morphed into bloodthirsty ghostly kings brandishing weapons, infused with an overwhelming malevolence. Charging toward Feng Bugue. However, this time, these bloodthirsty souls did not crumble. Instead, upon reaching their adversary, they relinquished their weapons and knelt upon the ground, bowing before the foundation establishment cultivator. How is this possible? My bloodthirst sect cultivators are defined by their mastery of bloodthirst. Each one must vanquish countless vengeful spirits. The bloodthirst I command has annihilated 3 cities, utilizing the blood of countless mortals to cultivate to my current state. Even a fellow golden core cultivator of the same rank should be affected. Why does it have no effect in the presence of this individual? Lu Yutian exclaimed, incredulous, and then suddenly realized something. No, it is not that my bloodthirst has failed. Rather, this person possesses a bloodthirst more potent than my own, rendering my aura incapable of inflicting harm. Could it be that he has slaughtered 10 cities? This is impossible. We are in the eastern wasteland, not the northern sea. How could there be so many mortal cities to ravage? And how could such an immense aura of malevolence exist? Lu Yutian was perplexed, yet he remained obstinate. He promptly formed a hand seal, gritting his teeth, and with a swift motion, he drew a line across his eyelid. In an instant, the skin broke, and blood flowed, coating his eye. This was a secret technique of the bloodthirst sect, the blood observation technique. Through this art, one could discern the bloodthirsty aura within others. He first glanced at himself, enveloped in a torrent of crimson light, subtly tinged with violet. This was the sinister aura he had accumulated after slaughtering 3 cities of mortals and refining their essence. He had always held a profound confidence in this malevolent energy. I shall see what means you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, have employed. Lu Yutian snorted coldly, preparing to lift his head. Yet, before he could do so, he was suddenly startled into retreating a few paces, for he beheld a myriad of inky black ghostly hands emerging from the crevice of the door, incessantly reaching towards him. These ghostly appendages appeared almost tangible, voraciously consuming the bloodthirsty aura emanating from his being. The malevolent energy he had amassed from the annihilation of 3 cities seemed to serve as the most exquisite sustenance for those obsidian hands. He felt utterly powerless to resist, forced to submit to their harvesting. How can this be? How could such a dense bloodthirsty aura manifest here so suddenly? Lu Yutian felt a chill crawl down his spine, an overwhelming cold enveloping him. The bloodthirsty energies could indeed devour one another, but it was a matter of hierarchy. Larger fish consume smaller ones. The denser the bloodthirsty aura, the more it could absorb the relatively weaker energies. This multitude of ghostly hands emerging from the door, even a single one, possessed a richness of malevolent energy that far surpassed his own sinister aura. How is this even possible? Lu Yutian gasped in shock, and then a sudden realization struck him, causing his heart to lurch. Could it be? Bloodthirsty energy does not appear without reason. It is always accompanied by a person or a malevolent artifact. It is inconceivable for such a potent bloodthirsty aura to exist here. There is only one possibility. Feng Bugue. Upon this thought, Lu Yutian raised his gaze. Just a single glance, and he felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, his pupils dilating to an extreme. Chapter 99. Displaying skills before the master, the arrival of Qingtian Wat. What kind of killing deity is this? At this moment, Lu Yutian felt an overwhelming sense of dread engulfing him, rendering him utterly devoid of any will to resist. Through the observation technique, he gazed towards the room, only to behold an expanse of darkness, as tangible as a cloud of black mist. This was the essence of blood and malice, so intensely condensed and potent that it had transformed into an inky void. The black spectral hands he had previously witnessed were merely a product of the room's constricted space, forcibly manifesting into tendrils. In contrast to the overwhelming malevolence saturating the room, those ghostly appendages were but a triviality. For at this moment, it seemed that the confines of the room could not possibly contain such a dense accumulation of sinister energy, resulting in a thick black vortex swirling above, piercing through the ceiling and soaring into the heavens. In a fleeting glance, it appeared boundless. What have I truly provoked? Lu Yutian murmured, feeling every muscle in his body quivering uncontrollably, his internal energy entirely inaccessible. This was the suppression from the blood malice. And even though he was a golden core cultivator with formidable prowess, he found himself rendered powerless before this entity, reduced to the state of a frail mortal. A vulnerable soul. Indeed, the opposing force merely needed to summon a fraction of that overwhelming malice to utterly obliterate him, reducing him to mere dust. At this moment, he finally comprehended why all his previous blood malice techniques had been futile. His own feeble essence of malice paled in comparison, barely sufficient even as an appetizer, let alone a substantial challenge. The audacity of attempting to wield blood malice against this being was utterly reckless. Creak. Just then, the door that had remained shut throughout suddenly swung open of its own accord, revealing a horde of blood malice apparitions rushing forth from within, each one drooling hungrily. Advancing towards him, Lu Yutian yearned to resist, to flee, yet he found himself completely immobilized, helplessly watching the encroaching tide of malevolence, awaiting the inevitable fate that awaited him. Fortunately, just as those fiendish spirits were about to close in, a voice resonated from within the room. You have destroyed one of my puppets, creating a debt between us. I shall seek recompense from you. With the utterance of this proclamation, the malevolent apparitions instantly dissipated into thin air. Lu Yutian stood in bewilderment, for as the dark malice dispersed, he caught a glimpse of a figure, a white-haired cultivator, turned away from him, clad in white garments. The figure's silvery tresses lent an air of solitude, their presence tranquil as still water, seemingly detached from the worldly realm. This stood in stark contrast to the surrounding oppressive malevolence. This is rather peculiar. The overwhelming aura of malevolence here could easily lead one to believe that a ghostly emperor or a divine killer resides in this place. Yet, paradoxically, the individual before me exudes no trace of malice whatsoever. Instead, he imparts a warm, spring-like gentleness. In an instant, Lu Yutian, who was already engulfed in terror, found his fear reaching unprecedented heights. Without a moment's hesitation, he prostrated himself, fervently expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed senior. I, a mere insignificant person, failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. I shall take my leave at once. Upon uttering these words, Lu Yutian, nearly collapsing under the weight of his dread, scrambled away from the listening rain pavilion. Along the way, he encountered the puppets that had previously unsettled him. Now, however, they appeared remarkably amiable and comforting. Stumbling and tumbling, he finally burst through the entrance of the pavilion. The moment he crossed the threshold, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed, disregarding the dust and muck beneath him. Suddenly, clutching his head, he began to wail. Meanwhile, the Taoist Sanquan, observing from the opposite building, was utterly taken aback by Lu Yutian's behavior. A dignified golden core cultivator, crying at someone else's doorstep? Lu, my friend, are you all right? The words faltered upon witnessing Lu Yutian's tear-filled eyes, brimming with helplessness and fear. He had been utterly terrified. Regardless of San Chuan's inquiries, Lu Yutian merely insisted, do not offend this esteemed senior. Under no circumstances should you provoke him. This left Sanquan in a state of utter confusion. Little did he know that Lu Yutian's terror stemmed not solely from the overwhelming aura of malevolence, but from the realization that the individual bore no signs of demonic influence or malevolent corruption. This implied two possibilities. Either the individual had mastered the essence of blood and malice to an unparalleled degree, or he was someone who had killed countless foes, having achieved mastery over such forces himself. As Sanquan assisted the terrified Lu Yutian back, on another front, Guxiu had gradually opened his eyes. He cast a glance at the surrounding aura of malevolence, which, upon meeting his gaze, appeared as though it had been targeted by some unfathomably fearsome entity. The once agitated and tumultuous aura, which seemed poised to pierce the heavens, suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. "Withdraw," Gu Xiu commanded sharply. In the next moment, the now subdued malevolent aura began to swiftly retract and compress, ultimately merging into Gu Xiu's shadow, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary shadow, as if the overwhelming malice had never existed. However, just as this transformation occurred, Gu Xiu's brow furrowed, and his complexion turned as pale as parchment. The injury from his path had reemerged once more. Gu Xiu gritted his teeth, steadfastly seated in a lotus position, his hands weaving intricate gestures, attempting to alleviate the relentless torment inflicted by the wounds of the soul path through foundational techniques. There was some effect, yet, despite the series of foundational techniques he employed to mitigate the agony, the excruciating pain from the soul path continued to make him sweat profusely. Squeak! The black monkey, known as Heike, rushed over, anxiously circling around Gu Xiu before extending a finger, unleashing a surge of formidable soul power. A gentle force enveloped Gu Xiu, significantly easing his suffering. Nevertheless, the overwhelming pain that felt as if his soul might be torn asunder compelled Gu Xiu to endure, only finally releasing a long, pale breath as dawn began to break. He had persevered. He picked up the unconscious Heike, who had succumbed to exhaustion, and gently smoothed the furrowed brow of the creature, whispering, "It is merely a slight torment. There is no need for concern. Before long, this injury shall heal." Upon hearing these words, the creature's brow gradually relaxed, though its small paw remained tightly grasped around Gu Xiu. Meanwhile, in a different location, outside the gates of Yunxiao City, a figure descended slowly from the heavens, stepping briskly toward the city as the sun rose. A group of city guards, upon seeing the newcomer, initially intended to intervene, but upon recognizing the individual, immediately clasped their fists in salute, proclaiming, "We greet the immortal Qin. There is no need for such formalities. I have merely come to pay a visit to the Lord of Yunxiao City and attend to some personal matters." The celestial being replied with a gentle nod before proceeding into the city. The guard, not daring to show even a hint of negligence, promptly penned a confidential letter for a companion to deliver within the city. In the letter, only 9 characters were inscribed. "Qin Xian, Qin Mo Ran, has arrived at Yunxiao." Chapter 100. The Lord of Yunxiao City. The aged lord spoke. "I am aware, my disciple Buju. I greet you, master." The disciple had prepared a residence for her mentor. "Shall we proceed now for a brief respite?" As Qin Muron entered the city, a woman clad in the azure robes of the Qingshan sacred land, exuding a scholarly aura akin to her own, approached her. This individual was Qin Muron's disciple, Tang Buju, who had arrived in Yunxiao City a few days prior. In response to her disciple's suggestion, Qin Muron shook her head. "My time is limited. I cannot linger. Let us first visit the city lord's mansion to pay respects to the former city lord. Please, recount the current affairs of the city." Tang Buju, not daring to be negligent, immediately began her report. The situation was rather straightforward. Firstly, regarding the worship of Wan Yun, the cessation of their rituals rendered any investigation fruitless, not only for the Qingshan sacred land, but for other sects as well. In recent days, many talisman masters had begun to depart from Yunxiao City. As for the primordial bell's toll and the manifestation of the heavenly gate last night, discussions had burgeoned within the city, yet akin to the Wan Yun worship. The only certainty was that someone had induced these anomalies within Yunxiao City. However, the identity of this individual remained a mystery. Upon hearing this rather stagnant report, Qin Muron expressed her dissatisfaction. "What of Wan Bailu? Have they not disclosed the origin of their perfect talismans?" Wan Bailu had persistently concealed information regarding this matter, particularly the manager Su, who, even when questioned by the disciples, continually insisted that it was a commercial secret of Wan Bailu, not to be divulged. Tang Buju's expression reflected her displeasure. "Wan Bailu has grown excessively arrogant this time. With you here, master, they will surely not dare to conceal anything further." Qin Muron raised an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying her disciple's assertion. As they conversed, the two arrived before the city lord's mansion. Just as they were about to announce their presence, a sprightly old man with a full head of white hair stepped out, exclaiming, "Ha! Qin girl has come. Why did you not inform me in advance?" Upon seeing him, Qin Muron quickly bowed. I pay my respects to Elder Sang. This humble girl greets City Lord Sang. Before her stood none other than the true master of Yunxiao City, City Lord Sang Shoudao. A genuine legend, he was once a distinguished disciple of the Lansong sacred land in the central continent. After leaving the sect, he became a wandering cultivator and personally established this sanctuary for wandering practitioners. The exalted status of Yunxiao City, which offers refuge to those fleeing here, is primarily due to Sang Shoudao's presence. Even with the Qingshan sacred land backing her, Qin Muran could only conduct herself with the utmost respect in the presence of Sang Shoudao, refraining from any semblance of arrogance. No need for such formality, rise quickly. Sang Shoudao chuckled heartily, gesturing for her to stand. He then welcomed Qin Muran and her disciple into the mansion. After serving tea, it was noted that Tang Buju did not take a seat but stood obediently behind Qin Muran, attending to her needs. This sight caused Sang Shoudao to reminisce. It has been many years. The little girl from back then has now grown into a mentor herself. Mo Ran merely hopes to avoid the severance of tradition. If it came to accepting disciples, were it not for the elder Sang's modesty, he would likely have countless disciples scattered across the land by now. Qin Mo Ran responded politely. Haha, this old man lacks the patience for such endeavors. Sang Shoudao chuckled, shaking his head. He casually inquired, I wonder how that lad Guxiu has been lately? I have heard he returned from that perilous place ages ago. Yet he has not come to visit this old man in Yunxiao City. Guxiu, he is undoubtedly well, continuously in seclusion at the sect to recuperate from his injuries. It has been quite some time since I last saw him, Qin Mo Ran replied, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Oh, is that so? Sang Shoudao mused. Well, it's good to have him back. With your Qingxian sacred land's protection, even the gravest of injuries should be adequately treated. Though this was merely an offhand remark, it caused Qin Mo Ran's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. He hastily shifted the topic. Elder Sang, I have come to inquire about the primordial bell's resonance and the appearance of the heavenly gate last night. That was I, Sang Shoudao interjected. It was the sudden insight of this old man that led to the creation of a celestial grade technique known as the Yunxiao Ju. Sang Shoudao acknowledged openly, yet lamented, regrettably, this technique requires further refinement. I have merely grazed the threshold of the lower tier of celestial grade techniques. He sighed, expressing a touch of melancholy akin to a hero in his twilight years. Hearing this, Qin Mo Ran rose swiftly, offering his congratulations. Congratulations, Elder. Your mastery has reached fruition. Celestial grade techniques are exceedingly rare, and your creation of one signifies a profound understanding of the path. Given time, you may well attain enlightenment and ascend to the celestial realm. This cascade of auspicious words brought a broad smile to Sang Shoudao's face, while Qin Mo Ran felt a wave of relief. The emergence of a celestial grade technique could have significant implications. The greatest concern for the Qingxian sacred land was the potential for new sects to arise, leading to inevitable conflicts. However, as it appeared, this technique was birthed from the solitary cultivator Sang Shoudao, rendering such apprehensions unnecessary. After all, solitary cultivators could never rival established sects, nor pose a threat to the interests of the Qingxian sacred land. Upon further reflection, it became clear that if anyone in Yunxiao City were to create a celestial grade technique, it would most likely be the present Sang Shoudao. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qin Mo Ran ventured again. Elder, if I may be so bold, could I inquire about another matter? You wish to ask about the 10,000 rhythms of worship, or perhaps the perfect Dao talisman? Sang Shoudao replied with a smile. Qin Mo Ran nodded. Yunxiao City was indeed forged by Sang Shoudao's own hands, and if there were any secrets within its confines, only he could easily unravel them. It would be peculiar for him to claim ignorance on such matters. As anticipated, the worship of myriad melodies is indeed connected to my Yunxiao City, remarked Sang Shoudao with a nod. Oh, recently, someone has crafted talismans that transcend the heavens, achieving the pinnacle of talismanic mastery, which has stirred the worship of myriad melodies. Who is this person? No need to rush. Sang Shoudao shook his head and continued. Subsequently, that individual's faction employed some peculiar methods that even the aged cannot comprehend, producing flawless talismans. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qin Moran's pupils instantly contracted. She had previously speculated that the sudden influx of perfect talismans must be linked to the worship of myriad melodies, and now it seemed her conjecture was validated. However, That individual-less faction? Qin Moran noted the crucial point. Was it a singular faction? They can produce over 100,000 perfect talismans daily. Would you believe it if I said it was the work of a single person? Sang Shoudao inquired. That. Qin Moran shook her head. I do not know what faction that could be. Yet upon posing this question, Sang Shoudao offered no response, merely gazing at her with an enigmatic smile. Qin Moran was momentarily taken aback, then stated, I have come here solely to investigate this matter and assure you that I will not act rashly in Yunxiao City. I hope that your Qingxian Holy Land can uphold this. Sang Shoudao replied, shaking his head. However, upon reflection, you likely would not act recklessly either. What do you mean by that, Senior Sang? Qin Moran queried. In the realm of talismans, there once existed a pinnacle faction. Have you ever heard of it? The pinnacle faction of talismanic mastery. Qin Moran pondered, and then her eyes widened in sudden realization. Could it be the Mohan Tower? At the pinnacle of talismanic arts, the name of Mohan was revered. A millennium ago, the supreme figure of talismans, named Su Muzi, wielded the celestial talismanic scriptures. Countless melodies bowed in submission. With a mere talisman, entire clans were obliterated. A drop of ink could sever a major sect. He suppressed an era, leaving no room for respite. During that time, Su Muzi established a unique faction dedicated to the exploration of talismanic arts. It is said that at its zenith, even sixth-tier talismans were merely the entry point, becoming the aspiration of countless talismancers. This faction was known as the Mohan Tower. Any talismancer may be unaware of the current number of transcendent masters, but they would undoubtedly have heard the legends of the Mohan Tower. However, according to ancient texts, the Mohan Tower vanished without a trace within a year after Su Muzi ascended to immortality, and it has been 10 millennia since. Qin Moran wondered, could this faction have resurfaced? Indeed, it has, and right here in Yunxiao City, Sang Shoudao affirmed, providing a direct answer. Yet this revelation left Qin Moran restless. The Mohan Tower, which had been lost for 10,000 years, had re-emerged, and here in Yunxiao City. It was even collaborating with the Wanbao Tower to sell talismans. What could their intentions be? Who leads the current Mohan Tower? How have they acquired such capabilities? The series of inquiries led Qin Moran to feel as though she had uncovered a monumental secret. Grateful for the enlightenment provided by Senior Sang, she could no longer remain seated and stood up to take her leave. Sang Shoudao chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Guxiao once rendered me a favor, and although I generally harbor little affection for the various sects and clans within Yunxiao City, I must extend my courtesy for the sake of young Guxiao. This statement caused Qin Moran's expression to stiffen momentarily, yet she could only nod in acknowledgement. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my junior. No need for that, Sang Shoudao replied, turning his gaze thoughtfully toward a certain direction within the city, and continued with a hint of melancholy. If he finds it convenient, he will come to express his thanks personally. If he does not arrive, it simply means he is unable to. An old man like me understands. At that very moment, within the listening rain pavilion, Guxiao seemed to sense something. Opening his eyes and glancing toward the direction of the city lord's residence, a subtle smile graced his otherwise calm countenance, as he murmured, Thank you, Senior, for your consideration. Chapter 101. From now on, let us embrace the spring breeze with a smile, and aspire to be immortals of longevity in this world. Master, are we to return now? Although the MHN Tower had once been renowned a millennium ago, the passage of time has rendered its former glory utterly diminished in the river of history, leaving few to ascertain its current state. It is said that the MHN Tower possesses the celestial script talismans, and now that we are aware of its presence in Yunxiao City, does that not present us with an opportunity? As they exited the city lord's manor, Qin Moran's disciple, Tiang Bizich, immediately spoke up. In the presence of Shudo, Qin Moran was merely a junior, and Tiang even more so. Hence she dared not breathe a word. However, now that they had stepped outside, she proposed MHN Tower, celestial script talismans. Such a lure holds immense temptation for any talisman master. Having presumed MHN Tower to be lost to the annals of time, its re-emergence must not be overlooked. Qin Moran hesitated. She believed it prudent to return to the sect and report this matter, seeking her master Gu in Su Ln's decision. Yet, this opportunity was indeed rare, and should they abandon it, in tower might vanish once more. Since they had come this far, it was best to pay a visit to WNBO Tower first. Ultimately, Qin Mrn resolved to lead her disciple directly to WNBO Tower. On their way, Ting Bzh remarked, "Master, the people of WNBO Tower have been particularly arrogant lately. They not only severed our collaboration on talismans, but have even demanded that our people bow to their whims when visiting." The disciple felt it was necessary to teach them a lesson, reminding them that they were from the sacred land. As she spoke, Ting Bzh suddenly paused. Noticing her master had halted, turning to frown in her direction. Under that gaze, Ting Bzh felt a twinge of fear. "Master, have you been reading lately?" Qin Mrn inquired. "Yes, indeed. The disciple reads the sacred texts in her spare time every day. Do the sacred texts instruct you to oppress others through power? This, or perhaps they teach you to harbor resentment and plot in the shadows. Aye. Or do they encourage you to chatter incessantly?" The disciple faltered, realizing her previous comments were ill-considered, and promptly knelt on the ground. "I have erred in my understanding, and I humbly request your punishment, Master. You must remember, the sacred texts are meant to guide you in discerning right from wrong, to clarify your heart's intentions, and to rectify your faults." Qin Mrn admonished, furrowing her brow. "Reflect on this downstairs. I shall return to question you later." With that, Qin Mrn turned and ascended WNBO Tower, leaving Ting Bzh standing awkwardly in place, pouting in frustration, yet daring not to express it. She could only mutter inwardly, "Master cannot even adhere to her own teachings, yet she chides me. Yet, it is the esteemed Master Jiang who captivates with his charm. I wonder if Master Jiang's sword has been forged. It is said that once his sword is complete, he shall descend the mountain to hone his skills. How delightful it would be to embark on this journey alongside him." Lost in thought, Ting Bzh suddenly paused, her gaze drawn forward to a figure amidst the crowd. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Before her stood a middle-aged scholar, weaving through the throng. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, Ting Bzh could not help but exclaim, "That person possesses an aura reminiscent of my master." Meanwhile, within the confines of Wanbao Tower, Qin Mrn remained oblivious to the happenings outside. At that moment, she scrutinized the figure of Su Rumei before her, her expression cold as she spoke. "Manager Su, since I have come here, you must understand that I cannot be dismissed simply because of your association with Guzhua. Senior, you jest. If the esteemed one has queries, Rumei shall answer with utmost sincerity, without evasion." Su Rumei replied respectfully from the side. "Is that so? Then allow me to inquire." Qin Mrn fixed her gaze on Su Rumei, pressing, "What is the origin of the force that collaborates with your Wanbao Tower?" Senior, I regret to inform you that I am unable to answer that question, as I, too, am unaware of the origins of that force." "Humph." Qin Mrn scoffed coldly. "Manager Su, do you truly intend to deceive me?" Her patience was wearing thin. Since entering Wanbao Tower, she had been subtly probing into the nature of the collaboration between the tower and that mysterious force, yet Su Rumei maintained an air of utmost respect throughout, meandering around the subject without addressing it directly. The chill in Qin Mrn's demeanor thickened the atmosphere within the room, leaving the staff of Wanbao Tower visibly pale with fright. "Senior, you have wronged me. That force has never contacted me. Our collaboration has always been one-sided. We truly have no knowledge of their origins," Su Rumei said with a bitter smile. "Moreover, to speak candidly, even if I were privy to such information, I could not disclose it." "What do you mean? Are you saying that even in my presence, it cannot be revealed?" Qin Mrn frowned in discontent. "It cannot be disclosed. You." Before Qin Mrn could unleash her wrath, Su Rumei interjected, "Senior, please do not take offense. I harbor no intention of disrespecting you or the Qingxian sacred land. However, given our long-standing collaboration with the Qingxian sacred land, it is understood that Wanbao Tower upholds the confidentiality of its clients and partners, never revealing such matters to others. As a scholar well-versed in the classics, you understand the importance of principles. Not only do we at Wanbao Tower lack clarity on this matter, but even if we did, we would refrain from sharing it. I trust you will comprehend our position. After all, if we were to compromise our principles, Wanbao Tower would not have withstood the test of time." Her words were neither humble nor arrogant, leaving Qin Mrn momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. As a person of reason and education, she found herself at a disadvantage against Su Rumei, who was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. After a brief contemplation, she suddenly inquired, "How many individuals are there in the Emohan Tower?" Emohan Tower? Su Rumei's face was a mask of confusion. Qin Muron pressed further. "Are you truly unaware?" "I am not aware," Su Rumei replied, shaking her head, only to abruptly realize, "Are you implying that the force we, the Wanbao Tower, are collaborating with is the legendary Emohan Tower?" This question elicited no response from Qin Muron. She continued to fixate intently on Su Rumei. After a prolonged gaze, she became certain in her heart. The woman before her was completely oblivious to the fact that the force they were collaborating with was indeed the Emohan Tower. "If Wanbao Tower adheres to its principles, then I shall respect your esteemed establishment." At last, Qin Muron rose to depart, prompting Su Rumei to hastily stand and see her off. While she appeared composed in the presence of Qin Muron, she was inwardly drenched in sweat, burdened by the immense pressure of confronting this elder from the sacred land. However, just as Qin Muron was about to leave, a figure rushed in with urgency, blocking her path. "Qin Fairy, are you returning to the Qingxian sacred land?" "And you are?" Qin Muron furrowed her brow. Su Rumei interjected, "This is our Wanbao Tower's newly appointed leader." "Wanbao Tower's new leader?" Qin Muron was taken aback. She scrutinized the newcomer, Wan Xiaobei. Although Wanbao Tower could not compare to the Qingxian sacred land, it had existed for many years, and the Wan family behind it possessed strength rivaling that of top sects and families. This girl, could she be the highly favored young lady of the Wan family, known for her extraordinary talent? Wan Xiaobei, filled with admiration, remarked, "I have long heard that Qin Fairy of the Mo Shu Peak at Qingxian sacred land is an unparalleled beauty. Meeting you in person indeed makes one feel inferior. You are truly stunning. As cultivators, we should not overly concern ourselves with appearances." Qin Muron frowned. As a learned individual, she was not particularly fond of compliments regarding her beauty. "I find that sentiment disagreeable." Wan Xiaobei shook her head earnestly. "Individuals like Qin Fairy, who are immensely powerful, well-read, and knowledgeable, being beautiful aligns perfectly with my vision of the ideal fairy." Her sincere, wide eyes rendered Qin Muron somewhat bashful. Clearing her throat, she asked, "Do you have a matter to discuss, Leader Wan?" Indeed. Wan Xiaobei nodded vigorously. "I wish to request a favor from Qin Fairy." Qin Muron was puzzled. "What favor?" "I would like to ask Qin Fairy to deliver something for me." "Deliver what?" With a flushed face, Wan Xiaobei produced an envelope. "A letter?" "Ah, I have long admired the junior disciple of Fairy Qin, though we have never met, yet I have yearned for him for quite some time. Thus, I have penned a few verses in hopes that Fairy Qin might assist me." As Wan Xiaobei spoke, her cheeks grew progressively crimson, until her words became scarcely audible. The sight of this bashful young maiden brought a hint of amusement to Qin Muron's expression. Yet she nodded and accepted the verses. "I shall personally deliver them to my junior disciple, Jiang Sun." "Thank you, Fairy Qin." "Huh." Wan Xiaobei paused abruptly, her expression shifting. No. What is this Jiang Sun nonsense?" "Fairy Qin, is your junior disciple not the esteemed Qingxian sword immortal, Gu Xiuzhen?" Upon uttering these words, the smile on Qin Muron's face instantly froze. "You wish to send this letter to Gu Xiuzhen?" "Of course," Wan Xiaobei exclaimed, her head bobbing enthusiastically as she declared, "Gu Xiuzhen, clad in azure robes with a white sword, battles fiercely for the Qingxian sacred land. A figure of unparalleled elegance. Who else could it be?" At this, Qin Muron fell into silence. Meanwhile, Wan Xiaobei remained animated, retrieving an item from her bosom. Oh. Previously, I had the fortune to visit the Qing mountain city where you and Gu Xiuzhen once resided, and I obtained this." Qin Muron turned her gaze, observing as Wan Xiaobei held up a piece of silk. "This is a poem I inscribed upon the spring wind stone in Qing mountain city." As she spoke, Wan Xiaobei unfurled the silk, revealing a strikingly elegant line of poetry written in a flamboyant script. "From now on, I shall embrace the spring breeze's laughter and become a celestial being of longevity among mortals." It is said that this verse was left behind by Gu Xiuzhen and Fairy Qin together. Merely gazing upon this poem, I can almost envision the carefree and unrestrained Gu Xiuzhen. "Fairy Qin, I wonder if the current Gu Xiuzhen has indeed become the immortal of longevity depicted in that verse." Chapter 102. The Ink-Tinted Master and the Bamboo Fishing Rod Master. You have finally emerged. How did the negotiations at Wanbao Tower go? Have you learned any news regarding the Emohan Tower? Are we to gather reinforcements and ensnare the Emohan Tower in one fell swoop? As twilight descended, Qin Mo Ran finally exited Wanbao Tower, where her disciple Tang Baizhu had been anxiously awaiting her return. However, as the conversation unfolded, Tang Baizhu sensed an unsettling change. Master, what is the matter? She observed that her master, Qin Mo Ran, appeared profoundly dejected, her demeanor distracted, with a letter clutched tightly in her hand. What could be the cause of this distress? Hadn't she gone to Wanbao Tower to investigate the Emohan Tower? Why did she seem as though she had been stabbed in the heart? Baizhu, how long have you been my disciple? Qin Mo Ran suddenly inquired. Tang Baizhu, taken aback, responded, it has been 30 years now. 30 years, how swiftly time passes. 30 years ago, when you first arrived at Emoshu Peak, you were cautious and reserved. Yet, in just 3 decades, you have undergone such a transformation. Qin Mo Ran murmured. This revelation startled Tang Baizhu, who hastily knelt. Master, forgive me. I have overstepped. Not at all, not at all, Qin Mo Ran replied, shaking her head, lost in thought. In merely 3 years, a cheerful and optimistic person can lose their radiant smile and become taciturn. How much more so after 30 years of change? Tang Baizhu, bewildered, cast a furtive glance at her master, only to find Qin Mo Ran's already pale complexion now ashen, devoid of color. Under the moonlight, it appeared as if tears were welling in her eyes, but just as Tang Baizhu sought to scrutinize further, Qin Mo Ran turned away, unwilling to reveal her vulnerabilities before her disciple. Earlier, at Wanbao Tower, Wan Xiaobei had pestered her for quite some time, incessantly discussing Guxiu. In the past, such conversations might have filled Qin Mo Ran with pride and joy. Yet this time, Wan Xiaobei's words felt like flames scorching her heart. In her mind, echoes of a voice that seemed to transcend time resurfaced, lingering in her heart. Sister, though the path of cultivation is long and arduous, if one can maintain a smiling countenance and the company of spring breezes, I believe no hardship is insurmountable. It is but the path of talismans that remains unrefined. A smile brightens the spirit, while a frown diminishes one's charm. Let us make a pact by this stone today. Let us vow to keep our smiles and ensure that whoever loses their joy shall be the true loser. 5 centuries ago, that spirited, optimistic voice, unafraid even if the sky were to fall, now resonated in the depths of Qin Mo Ran's mind. Yet, it felt akin to sharp blades, slicing through the very depths of her heart. The pain, for she could not recall, that once optimistic junior, who was always accompanied by the gentle spring breeze and wore a constant smile, the one who had vowed to become a transcendent being on earth, free and unrestrained. When was the last time he laughed? It seemed she had perpetually regarded him as that optimistic soul, capable of dispelling all shadows and rescuing her from her darkest moments. Yet, she had conveniently forgotten. This once cheerful individual appeared to have long since lost his optimism. He was evidently ensnared in frost. Yet what had she done? She merely watched with indifference, standing by as the disciples of Ma Shifeng humiliated Guxiu, feigning ignorance. Moreover, sister, in matters of summoning the divine, one must not rush for quick results. Patience is key, awaiting the flowers to bloom. Even if you cannot summon the divine, my junior has ways to assist you. Those words, uttered long ago by the aged Guxiu, were something she had never taken to heart, nor regarded with seriousness. Instead, she had dismissed them as a mere jest. In this moment, even as Qin Moshuan repeatedly insisted within her heart that Guxiu harbored a grudge against her, she could not convince her own soul. She suddenly felt an overwhelming fear. Fear of what? She could not articulate. Perhaps it was something she dared not acknowledge. Master, I have something to report. Just as Qin Moshuan's thoughts became tumultuous, Tang Baizhu suddenly interjected. I just saw someone in the city. Who? Qin Moshuan inquired. Your teacher. What? Qin Moshuan was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. You mean you saw who? I inadvertently caught sight of someone who seemed familiar. His demeanor resembled yours, master. I observed him from a distance and discovered. Tang Baizhu stole a glance at Qin Moshuan, then continued. I found that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in the painting you have hanging at Ma Shifeng. Upon hearing this, Qin Moshuan's heart raced violently. Her master was, of course, the esteemed Guan Yuelin of the Qingxian Holy Land. Yet, she also had another mentor, the one who introduced her to the art of talismans and taught her the profound ways of talismanic practice. However, that teacher had vanished long ago. Qin Mashuan had searched tirelessly for over a century, yet had been unable to find him, even coming to believe that he might have perished. But now, where was he? I do not know, only that he headed south from the city, as if in search of something. South of the city? Qin Mashuan's gaze sharpened as she turned toward the southern direction. Meanwhile, in the southern region of Yunshao City, a middle-aged scholar paused in a narrow alley. His brow furrowed, fixated on the talisman in his hand. A mere moment later, the middle-aged scholar's expression darkened to an extreme. Damn it, how has it broken again? Why does my seventh-tier Dao rhythm always vanish entirely after tracing to the southern part of the city? Is there some force at play here? His gaze swept around. But alas, this was merely a secluded alley, devoid of anything remarkable. Even with the formidable powers of a talisman master at his disposal, he found nothing. This left him utterly perplexed. He had been in this cloud sky city for several days now. Although there were numerous powerful talisman masters within the city, he possessed unique methods and was confident he could uncover the truth behind the myriad rhythms of worship. Yet, regrettably, no matter how he searched, he remained stuck in place. Cursed be it. The number of visitors from the Qingxian sacred land is steadily increasing. If I cannot find any leads before Guxiu arrives, I will have no chance of turning the situation around. Damn it. Damn it all. Meanwhile, as the middle-aged scholar continued to curse and search for the truth behind the myriad rhythms of worship, Guxiu silently retrieved the green bamboo rod once more. Ever since he had caught the black monkey carcass, the bamboo rod was ready for use again. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. He once again gathered spirit energy, deftly swung the bamboo rod, and cast his line. He waited patiently, drawing from his previous experience with the black monkey carcass. Guxiu had cultivated ample patience and resolved to wait slowly. Yet, just as he prepared to bide his time, the tip of the fishing rod suddenly dipped, indicating a successful catch. Guxiu raised an eyebrow and immediately pulled up the rod. However, as he looked, he found himself momentarily stunned. What is this? Why has it returned? At that moment, celestial music resonated from above, and as Guxiu stepped out of his room, he beheld the celestial gate that had vanished not long ago reappearing in the heavens. However, this time, the celestial gate was not directed towards Cloud Sky City. Instead, it was aimed at the Qingxian sacred land. Someone had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, condensing a perfect golden core. Without a doubt, Guxiu recognized that the person who had formed the golden core must be Jiang Sun. Yet, glancing at the object he had just caught, Guxiu's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Chapter 103. Has the master changed his mind? At this moment, in the sacred land of Qingtian, clouds of auspiciousness filled the sky, and countless disciples of Qingtian emerged, gazing at the celestial gate suspended above with fervent cries. The heavenly gate has manifested. The heavenly gate has manifested. This is the glory of our sacred land of Qingtian, the perfect golden Dan, truly the perfect golden Dan. With our little martial uncle in Qingtian, prosperity is inevitable. How formidable! Today marks a grand era for the sacred land of Qingtian. Jiang Jun has attained the golden Dan. As the little martial uncle of Qingtian, Jiang Jun is undoubtedly the hope of the sacred land. Though his advancement may not be the swiftest, he is certainly the most stable. He has spent considerable time in foundation establishment, consuming vast resources from the sect and exhausting countless efforts from Guanshu Alan. Now, witnessing the celestial phenomena brought forth by the perfect golden Dan above, one thought resonates in everyone's heart. It is all worthwhile. How splendid! The earlier celestial phenomena in Yunshao City had been a thorn in my throat, weighing heavily on my heart. But now our sacred land of Qingtian has also birthed a phenomenon, allowing us to hold our heads high. The little junior brother, having achieved consummate foundation establishment, could easily defeat ordinary Golden Dan masters. Now, having attained the perfect Golden Dan, he possesses the means of self-preservation even when confronted with formidable adversaries. With a steady approach and a solid foundation, the potential of our little junior brother will undoubtedly surpass ours by leaps and bounds. Even those unparalleled prodigies will pale in comparison before him. In the days to come, he shall undoubtedly bring great renown to our sacred land of Qingtian, weaving countless tales of glory. Several senior sisters beamed with joy. This little junior brother is the future of the sacred land of Qingtian. Master, When do you intend to let the little junior brother venture out for training? Lu Qingyao inquired of Guan Shuolan. Although Jiang Jun had previously descended the mountain, his lower realm posed risks, limiting his outings. He had never truly ventured out for training. However, things are different now. Having reached the realm of Golden Dan, and with a perfect Golden Dan, he possesses the ability to escape and protect himself. Guan Shuolan smiled slightly. The sword crafted by Chunlei should be completed soon. Once the sword is ready, Jiang Jun can take his sword and embark on his training. Then, Master, may I accompany the little junior brother? Lu Qingyao asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling. You? Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow. Lu Qingyao immediately pleaded, Master, although my cultivation is not high, I am quite knowledgeable and experienced in the ways of the world. My skills are numerous. And accompanying the little junior brother will not only prevent him from faltering, but also help him avoid many detours. Please, Master, grant your disciple this request. Guan Shuolan hesitated. Aware of her seventh disciple's capabilities, despite her realm being merely Golden Dan, her skills were indeed considerable. Seeing the eager expression on Lu Qingyao's face, Guan Shuolan ultimately nodded. Very well, I shall inquire about your junior apprentice's intentions at that time. If he is willing to accompany you, then you may join him. Yea, my junior apprentice will surely not refuse me. Lu Qingyao exclaimed with a gleeful chuckle, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. She had already begun to envision the delightful scenarios of adventuring alongside Jiang Qin, vying for opportunities and triumphing over ordinary cultivators. Meanwhile, Shi Siling expressed concern regarding another matter. Master, now that the junior apprentice has formed his core, will you be bestowing upon him the sect's jade token? Upon her words, the gaze of the assembly shifted towards them. The sect's jade token signifies the clear designation of the future heir of the sect's sacred ground, representing the sect's will in all actions and words outside its confines. Furthermore, it serves not merely as a symbol of status, but also as a premier protective talisman. It embodies the power of the sect and can shield its bearer from insurmountable attacks in times of peril. The stronger the sect, the mightier the token's power. Thus, with the prestige of Qingshuan's sacred ground, the life-preserving capabilities of this jade token are truly exceptional, unless one were to renounce the sect or perish. This token can be regarded as a personal life-saving treasure. Previously, the owner of the jade token was Gu Xiao. However, now that Gu Xiao has signed a renunciation contract and departed, the token naturally became ownerless, leading many to speculate when Guan Shuolan would present it to Jiang Qin. At this moment, the timing was evidently fortuitous. Guan Shuolan, seemingly having a plan in mind, nodded and declared, I was just about to address this matter. Inform everyone and summon all disciples and elders to align with the influence of our Qingxian sacred ground. In 3 days, we shall hold a grand ceremony to formally recognize Jiang Qin. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Lu Qingyao leaped in exhilaration. However, some expressed hesitation. Master, if we widely publicize the ceremony, the news of Gu Xiao's departure and presumed demise will undoubtedly spread swiftly. Others furrowed their brows in agreement. Indeed, Gu Xiao's existence was too significant for Qingxian sacred ground. 5 centuries ago, his brilliance was unmatched, and his connections were vast. Even after Gu Xiao's return from the Forbidden Domain, Qingxian had refrained from making a grand announcement. Following Gu Xiao's renunciation, the sect maintained complete silence, leading many to remain unaware of his survival. Even those who were cognizant often believed he was merely recuperating in seclusion. Now, hosting a grand ceremony would almost proclaim to the world that Gu Xiao was no more. Whether this would be beneficial or detrimental for the sect, or what other repercussions it might entail, none could ascertain. That worthless individual is already dead. I see no reason to conceal it. We should simply declare his death. In doing so, Gu Xiao's former enemies will likely cease their pursuit of our Qingxian sacred ground, Lu Qingyao suggested first. Absolutely not. Severely injured and yet unhealed. Su Wanqing shook her head. Gu Xiao is dead. Inevitably, questions will arise regarding the manner of his demise. Should anyone uncover the truth that he abandoned the sect and ultimately perished outside, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of our Qingxian Holy Land. He left the sect of his own volition. What concern is it of ours? Lu Jingyao retorted. Little junior sister, you fail to grasp the complexities of human nature. Su Wanqing replied, shaking her head. In this world, there are many malevolent individuals. Without a suitable explanation, malicious rumors will surely propagate. It would be enough to assert that our Qingxian Holy Land's hero was compelled to abandon the sect in his twilight years, and that we failed to safeguard him, allowing his demise to unfold unchecked. Should such narratives emerge, they would severely impact our Holy Land's reputation. Lu Jingyao scoffed, still clinging to the cliché of 500 years past, as if our Qingxian Holy Land could not rise without him. Anyone with a modicum of sense knows that is implausible. Rumors can indeed be lethal, and considering the prominence of our Qingxian Holy Land, it is inevitable that some will speak thus, Su Wanqing asserted. Lu Jingyao suggested, then we shall declare that Gu Xiu attempted to kill his master and persecute Qingxian, descending into depravity. Ultimately, the master spared him, allowing him to leave, only for him to be foolishly slain by another. This bears no relation to our Qingxian. After all, he is dead. How it is spun is still within our control. That may not suffice. Gu Xiu's renown from 500 years ago is too formidable for such claims to be readily accepted, Su Wanqing countered. Nothing seems feasible. Then, third senior sister, what do you propose? Lu Jingyao expressed her frustration. The optimal approach is to first allow Jiang Sun to establish his own reputation, Su Wanqing suggested. We must overshadow Gu Xiu's former glory and erase his traces. Time is our most potent weapon. 500 years is ample for old figures to fade into obscurity, making way for new ones to ascend to greatness. Her words prompted nods of agreement among the crowd. Indeed, it was a commendable strategy. However, this seems rather unjust to our junior brother. Has he not attained the golden core stage? Should he not be granted the sect master's jade token? Lu Jingyao protested on Jiang Sun's behalf. Su Wanqing shook her head. The token must certainly be given, as our junior brother ventures forth. The sect master's jade token will serve as a vital protective talisman. My intent is merely to suggest that we refrain from making a grand announcement for the time being. Now, the others comprehended her meaning. Su Wanqing proposed to bestow the sect master's jade token upon Jiang Sun, while the formal ceremony could be postponed. Once Jiang Sun had made a name for himself, the matter could be addressed with legitimacy. Though Lu Jingyao remained discontented on Jiang Sun's behalf, upon reflection, she recognized that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Initially believing that Mo Rant's absence left our sect's council lacking, she now saw that Wanqing's intellect was no less than his. How splendid! This also serves as a test for Jiang Sun. I am certain he will not disappoint the sect's high expectations, Guan Shualan exclaimed, gently brushing her storage ring. In an instant, the previously smiling expression of Guan Shualan became stiff as she stood in place, her face a mask of astonishment. She then retrieved another storage ring to search once more. However, the more she searched, the more bewildered she became. At that very moment, Jiang Sun, who had already entered the golden core stage, approached with an expression of exhilaration, eager to share the joy of his recent achievement. Junior brother, Master just mentioned that you are to be bestowed the sect leader's jade token. From now on, you shall be the future head of our esteemed Qingxian Holy Land. Lu Jingyao, standing nearby, shared this delightful news, causing Jiang Sun's eyes to gleam with excitement. Although he modestly declined, stating that his qualifications were still insufficient and that the senior sisters were far more suitable. This was merely a display of humility, as everyone could see through it. Yet, unexpectedly, to everyone's astonishment, Guan Shualan, still clutching the storage ring and wearing a look of utter disbelief, nodded slightly and said, "Very well, let us postpone the bestowal of the sect leader's jade token for the time being." At these words, the crowd was instantly struck with shock. Even the beaming Jiang Sun found himself frozen in place, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Has Master changed her mind? Chapter 104. The Master's jade token is missing. Jiang Sun, known for his gentle demeanor in the Qingxian sacred land, found himself unable to suppress a shadow of gloom at this moment. Yet, he was not an ordinary individual. The chill in his eyes had not fully manifested before he quickly reined it in. With a slight smile, he calmly remarked, "Master, your concerns are well-founded. The Master's jade token bears great significance. Although my realm has advanced, my achievements are insufficient to command respect. I shall strive to accumulate merit for our sect, ensuring the jade token is rightfully mine." His words were spoken with candor and integrity, devoid of questioning or self-pity. Instead, he expressed understanding while maintaining a spirit of ambition, prompting admiration from those present. Master, look at junior brother Jiang. Who else in the entire Qingxian sacred land is worthy of inheriting the sect? Lu Qingyao immediately defended Jiang's son, asserting such a trial is entirely unnecessary. Others turned their gaze towards Guan Shuolan, believing she should be the one testing Jiang's son. Otherwise, why would she have suddenly changed her stance? However, Guan Shuolan, confronted by these looks, wore a countenance as still as water. I have my own considerations. Jiang's son, you should take these next few days to solidify your realm. With that, without waiting for further discussion, she stepped forward and vanished in an instant. In the next moment, she appeared within the grand hall of the sect. Her previously frigid expression now revealed no pretense, her face shadowed with the utmost severity. What is happening? The Master's Jade token, which I clearly placed in my storage ring, has vanished without a trace. Was it lost due to spatial instability, or did some nefarious thief make off with it? Meanwhile, in Yunyao City, at the Listening Rain Pavilion, Guxiu activated the array and employed several isolation talismans. Once he confirmed everything was secure, he returned to his chamber, gazing at the jade token inscribed with the characters Qingxian. His brow furrowed deeply. This was the very object he had just fished out with a bamboo pole. In truth, Guxiu was somewhat familiar with this Master's Jade token. 500 years prior to entering the Forbidden Realm, he had possessed it, although its protective properties had dissipated within that treacherous land. The token had instilled in him the conviction to persevere, preventing him from losing himself in that dreadful place. It served as a source of hope. Yet, upon seeing the jade token again, Guxiu felt no stirrings of emotion. Instead, his brow furrowed in contemplation of how to destroy it. This token was a relic of the Qingxian sacred land, possessing boundless utility, but it could only be wielded by those of Qingxian lineage. To Guxiu, it was not only useless, but also a hot potato. Indeed, as this thought crossed his mind, the Master's Jade token of the Qingxian sacred land suddenly began to tremble violently, exuding a powerful aura. It was Guan Shuolan summoning the object. Guxiu furrowed his brow, activating a shielding array to temporarily prevent Guan Shuolan from tracking him, though he knew it would not hold for long. However, just as he pondered how to break free from his predicament, the sect's jade token before him suddenly trembled. To his astonishment, it forcibly severed Guan Shuolan's summons. Following that, it soared into the air, descending gracefully before Guxiu. The token shimmered with a radiant glow, as if it were both appeasing and pleading with him, yearning for Guxiu to once again become its master. This scene elicited a raised eyebrow from Guxiu. Could it be that the jade token possessed sentience? Yet, rather than feeling any joy at this revelation, Guxiu's expression darkened with suspicion as he spoke warily. I have signed the abandoned sect's spiritual pact, and I am no longer associated with the Qingxian sacred land, nor am I its disciple. If you possess a spirit, you should not be entangled with me. The jade token, though sentient, did not speak. It continued to hover before Guxiu, who could vaguely sense that it was persistently exuding goodwill, still beseeching him. However, such goodwill and supplication were unwelcome to Guxiu. Observing the token's reluctance to depart, he stood resolutely, producing several talismans, followed by the shadow blade. His gaze icy as he addressed the token. I have spoken my piece. Should you persist in your entanglement, I shall endeavor to destroy you. His tone, though calm, was imbued with unwavering conviction, affirming that his words were not mere bluster. The jade token evidently sensed this, continuing to quiver, and Guxiu could perceive a new emotion emanating from it. It seemed to be pleading for assistance, as if it were facing an immense crisis that only he could resolve. Should he choose not to intervene, it would surely face dire consequences. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Qingxian sacred land, Guan Shuolan abruptly opened her eyes with a start, accompanied by a soft gasp. What is happening? Why have I failed? The jade token of inheritance from the Qingxian sacred land, which she, as the master of Qingxian, could not connect with or even ascertain its whereabouts. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty and disbelief. As the leader of a sect, losing even the token that represented her sect's legacy was utterly unacceptable. Even her secret methods could not retrieve it. This was simply illogical. What struck her even more with trepidation was an inexplicable feeling that permeated her thoughts, as if Qingxian had betrayed her. This was impossible. Someone must have employed spatial powers to seize the sect's jade token from within my storage ring, seeking to undermine Qingxian. Guan Shuilan murmured, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, her resolve solidifying around her suspicions. As the master of a sect, the sovereign of the Qingxian sacred land, a transcendent being, and the strongest in the vicinity, there was no one who could challenge her authority, let alone betray her. Thus, there could only be one explanation. Other Mahayana practitioners have plotted against themselves. They are mere phantoms, lurking in the shadows, unable to withstand the light. Do they truly believe that I am afraid of them? Do they think that I possess only such means? With a firm resolution in her heart, Guan Shuilan let out a furious snort, her eyes glinting with ferocity. She swiftly formed a spell with her hands. Break for me. In an instant, the jade token of the sect leader from the Qingxian sacred land, which Gu Xiu had been fervently beseeching for aid, seemed to sense something and intensified its desperate call for help. Moreover, a vast, ominous force was surging towards it, seemingly intent on its destruction. Gu Xiu's expression shifted slightly. He was not concerned about the jade token's potential shattering. The artifacts of the Qingxian sacred land could be obliterated without consequence to him. A man bound by an abandoned sect's spirit contract. His worry lay in the terrifying power contained within the token. If it were to unleash itself, the repercussions would undoubtedly affect him. Time was of the essence. Gu Xiu swiftly retrieved the demon god's fingerbone, aiming it directly at the jade token before him. The power was formidable, and he could not afford to flee. The optimal course of action was to confront it with an equally potent force. He was uncertain whether the fingerbone, which had absorbed vast amounts of spiritual stones, could withstand the oncoming terror. Yet, it was a risk that must be taken. As for the fact that it was a treasured relic of the Qingxian sacred land, a companion to him for 5 centuries, Gu Xiu paid it no mind. He was not a heartless wretch, yet neither was he a fool bound by misplaced loyalty. The Qingxian had indeed bestowed kindness upon him, whether through the old sect leader's nurturing or the cultivation he received from Qingxian in his earlier years. These were genuine debts of gratitude. However, those debts had been repaid in full 500 years ago. From the moment he signed the abandonment contract, he had severed all ties with the Qingxian sacred land. Grudges and kindness, both were now at an end. In this lifetime, he would never again be shackled by Qingxian. It mattered not if it was merely a jade token. Even if Su Wanqing stood before him at this moment, he would harbor no hesitation in taking action. Yet, just as Gu Xiu began to channel the power of the demon god's fingerbone, ready to unleash a torrent of fury, a sharp crack resounded. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the jade token of the sect leader from the Qingxian sacred land was suddenly fracturing, minute cracks appearing almost instantly upon its surface. This sect leader token was about to self-destruct. Gu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, his grip loosening slightly as he scrutinized it further, only to discover that it was not self-destruction. The sentient jade token was attempting to break and then reform. Indeed, as this revelation dawned upon him, golden rays of light began to manifest upon the surface of the token, shimmering forth and ultimately transforming into a series of characters. These characters were remarkably familiar to Gu Xiu, because these words are identical to the paper he wrote when he departed from the Qingxian sacred land. Inscribed upon it is, The Abandonment Sect Spirit Pact. Chapter 105, The Legacy Treasure of Qingxian. Abandoning the sect? The sacred relic of the Qingxian Holy Land. The jade tablet, symbolizing the position of the sect leader, astonishingly manifested sentience and inscribed a pact of sect abandonment before Gu Xiu's very eyes. At this moment, even Gu Xiu, despite his extensive experience and steadfast resolve akin to the wind, could not suppress his astonishment. How extraordinary! The emergence of sentience in a sect's relic is, in itself, a concept beyond comprehension. It is something unseen and unheard of. Yet, Gu Xiu not only witnessed this phenomenon, but was further astounded by the fact that the very first act of this sentient relic was to abandon the sect? No, this is not merely an abandonment. This is a betrayal of the sect. When Gu Xiu initially inscribed the pact of sect abandonment, it was due to his insufficient strength and the fact that he was merely a disciple. According to the celestial laws, for the abandonment to take effect, he required the personal endorsement of the sect leader, Guan Shuilan. However, the jade tablet before him clearly possessed the power to command the forces of the Qingxian Holy Land, and as a relic of inheritance, it held an exceptionally unique status. In fact, from another perspective, This jade tablet of the sect leader is an entity even more legitimate than the current leader of the Qingxian Holy Land. In the judgment of celestial laws, the status of this jade tablet, which has been passed down through generations of the Qingxian sect, utterly surpasses that of any single sect leader. Therefore, when this jade tablet manifested sentience and opted to abandon the sect, it did not require the signature or consent of Guan Xuelan, the sect leader. This, although I have witnessed countless absurdities in my lifetime, if one were to reckon the most outrageous event I have ever encountered, it would undoubtedly be this. Gu Xiu was momentarily speechless, experiencing a profound sense of enlightenment. It is not that my temperament is lacking, rather, the spectacle unfolding before me is simply too bizarre and uncanny. This is akin to the founding patriarch of a sect, after thousands of years of resting in their coffin, suddenly emerging one day, having received countless offerings, and then betraying the sect. It is utterly preposterous. However, while Gu Xiu was merely astonished, the Qingxian Holy Land was indeed shaken to its core at this moment. For as the golden light transformed into the pact of sect abandonment, manifesting before Gu Xiu, in another part of the Qingxian Holy Land, the aftermath of Jiang Sun depleting vast resources to create a perfect golden dam and attract the celestial phenomenon was now overshadowed. At this moment, the projection of the pact of sect abandonment, rendered in golden characters, appeared. Whether intentional or not, this projection seemed to cast a grand net, obstructing the celestial gate that Jiang Sun had drawn forth, preventing those who wished to behold the gate from seeing anything but the golden characters, through which they could only catch a glimpse of the extraordinary. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that all members of the sect were captivated by Jiang Jin's extraordinary vision, causing them to gaze skyward. This collective action resulted in every individual within the sect witnessing the grand manifestation of the abandonment covenant. At that moment, all disciples were left agape, their mouths wide open in astonishment. In the next instant, a flurry of discussions erupted. What is happening? Is that not the abandonment covenant? Why does it appear in the heavens? Who is behind this mischief? Our Qingxian sacred land is at its zenith, basking in glory. Yet someone dares to contemplate abandonment. What folly is this? No, ordinarily, an abandonment covenant could not possess such overwhelming power. Has the sect leader forsaken the sect? Otherwise, how could there be such commotion? Is this the action of a senior elder of the sect? How can such might be present? Everyone was bewildered. Not only the ordinary disciples, but even a few senior sisters of the Qingxian sect were frozen in place, staring at the abandonment covenant with expressions of utter disbelief. Senior sister, what is happening? One inquired. Third sister, you are the most astute. Do you comprehend the situation? Another asked. Fourth sister, you are well versed in the ways of the world. Could you enlighten me on the nature of this abandonment covenant and its sudden appearance? However, Lu Qingyao received nothing but silence in return, an oppressive, deathly silence. No one could elucidate the scene unfolding before them. Yet, amidst the thrall of the abandonment covenant, none noticed Jiang Jin, whose complexion had already been less than favorable, now wore an expression of profound bewilderment. In that moment of astonishment, a flicker of malevolence briefly crossed his gaze. Damn it! Just then, a voice of reproach pierced the air. Following that, a plume of feathers drifted down from the heavens, rapidly enlarging, and in the blink of an eye, it loomed before the abandonment covenant, obscuring the view of all present. It was the celestial feathers, the handiwork of Guan Xuelan. Indeed, when one glanced aside, they would find that Guan Xuelan had ascended to the firmament, visibly struggling to maintain control, her body trembling uncontrollably from fury. While others remained oblivious to the underlying cause, she, as the sect leader, could distinctly sense the aura emanating from the object. It bore the essence of the sect leader's jade token. The jade token of the sect leader had betrayed them. Of course, it was also possible that a mysterious master, lurking in the shadows, had employed some arcane means to forcibly strip the Qingxian sacred land of its sect leader's jade token. Regardless of the scenario, it represented a profound disgrace for the Qingxian sacred land. This abandonment covenant was intended for your eyes. With a clenched jaw, Guan Xuelan finally spoke. Gu Xiu's departure from the sect was his own choice. However, considering he was once a member of our Qingxian sacred land, and recalling the past, we must refrain from publicly declaring this oath for the time being to prevent him from being pursued by enemies. Do you all understand? As these words left her lips, the crowd suddenly realized the implications. So, this abandonment contract was indeed projected by the sect leader, purposefully revealed to all disciples? The sect leader, with a kind heart, is always remembered by the disciples. Although Guxiu has turned his back on the sect still cherishes the bonds of the past, demonstrating loyalty and affection. The sect leader is generous and compassionate. The disciples erupted in fervent cheers, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. However, Lu Qingyao and her companions sensed something amiss. After all, they were aware that Guxiu was already deceased, by both sentiment and reason. Their master should not behave in such a manner. Was there perhaps another hidden truth? Yet before they could inquire further, the Qingxian sacred land suddenly trembled, followed by an overwhelming force that sent chills through their hearts. What was happening? The crowd was puzzled. In their confusion, a colossal sword appeared in the heavens above. Soon after, a second, third, and fourth sword followed. Wasn't this the protective formation of the Qingxian sacred land, the Qingxian sword array? Why had it suddenly begun to operate on its own? Someone questioned with astonishment. Other disciples wore expressions of bewilderment, but in the next moment, their confusion morphed into terror. One disciple murmured with difficulty, "Why do I feel as if our protective formation intends to harm our own people?" As the disciples of the Qingxian sacred land were gripped with fear, at the same time in Yuxiao City's Tingyu residence, Guxiu was holding the sect leader's jade token, which originally belonged to the Qingxian sacred land. Although it was known as the Qingxian sect leader's jade token, it now bore no trace of the Qingxian sacred land's aura. After shattering, it had inscribed the abandonment contract and subsequently reformed. The characters Qingxian that once adorned it had now transformed into Xiao Yao. The Qingxian inheritance jade token had been transformed into the Xiao Yao pendant. Even the unique patterns that once characterized it had morphed into swirling clouds. This was a brand new magical treasure, the Xiao Yao pendant. At the moment of its formation, it willingly acknowledged Guxiu as its master. This pendant was now entirely severed from the Qingxian sacred land and could no longer utilize its protective powers. However, this did not imply that the pendant was lacking in strength. At the very least, Guxiu, now in possession of the Xiao Yao pendant, felt a resonance within. The Xiao Yao pendant could withstand the power of the nascent soul. This effect was nothing short of miraculous, especially for Guxiu in this moment. It had arrived just in time. Yet, Guxiu felt a lingering confusion in his heart. He glanced at the green bamboo pole and then at the carefree pendant before him. How could such a precious treasure of the Qingxian lineage inexplicably transform and end up in his possession? Chapter 106. The Ninefold Tao Platform, Suffering Heavy Losses Buzzing. As if sensing Guxiu's confusion, the Xiaoyao pendant suddenly vibrated softly, emitting a gentle hum, which conveyed an emotional resonance to Guxiu. It was a sentiment of reliance and affection. This feeling eased the furrowed brow of Guxiu. "Though I do not comprehend your reasons, since you have forsaken your sect and severed ties with your past, you may follow me from now on. If this jade token belonged to the Qingxian sacred land, I would undoubtedly refuse it. However, since this token possesses spirit and has willingly abandoned its sect, it is henceforth an unclaimed object. I shall accept it." Upon hearing this, the jade token buzzed joyfully, eagerly moving closer to Guxiu, only to be halted by a small furry paw. It was the little black monkey. This mischievous creature stood defiantly before the jade token, chattering away, as if to assert its position as Guxiu's foremost companion, insisting that the Xiaoyao pendant should take a step back. The Xiaoyao pendant, displaying remarkable composure, obediently followed behind the little black monkey, appearing content to play the second fiddle, which brought a smile to Guxiu's face. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. He could not fathom why the jade token sought him, so he chose to dismiss such thoughts. Moreover, rather than dwell on these uncertainties, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to enhance his own capabilities. Although I have successfully established a perfect foundation, preparing for the next step towards achieving a flawless golden core requires considerable effort, Guxiu murmured to himself, recalling the extraordinary phenomenon of Jiang Sun's perfect golden core. It was not surprising that Jiang Sun attained such mastery, as he was supported by the Qingxian sacred land, bolstered by the combined strength of the entire sect. To put it bluntly, with such abundant resources, even a mere pig could ascend to the heavens. Not to mention, Jiang Sun's innate talent was exceptionally formidable, Indeed, among all those Gu Xiu had encountered in his life, Jiang Sun's talent could easily rank within the top 3. While perfect golden cores are rare, they are not entirely absent. In fact, the likelihood of achieving a perfect golden core is significantly higher than that of a perfect foundation. However, even among perfect golden cores, there exists a distinction between great perfection and lesser perfection. If the dream of 1,000 years did not deceive him, Jiang Sun's attainment could only be classified as a lesser perfect golden core. Not only because his foundation did not reach perfection, but also due to the scarcity of certain Dao platform materials, which even the Qingxian sacred land could not procure. Thus, there remained a trace of incompleteness. Gu Xiu murmured, his eyes sparkling with determination. The crux of the foundational stage lies in constructing the Dao platform. The Dao platform comprises 7 tiers. The first 2 tiers represent the early stage of foundation building, while up to 4 tiers signify the mid-stage. Upon reaching the 5th and 6th tiers, one enters the late stage. Achieving the 7th tier marks the completion of the foundational stage, allowing one to form a golden core and strive for its attainment. However, in fact, after reaching the 7th foundation stage, cultivators have the option to forego the formation of the golden core and instead continue to construct the foundation stage. Should they manage to establish the 8th foundation stage before forming their core, they may be referred to as possessing the heavenly level golden core. However, if one remains unwilling to form the core at this juncture and opts to pursue the 9th foundation stage instead, upon successful formation of the core, they may be deemed to possess the perfect golden core. Nevertheless, this still does not constitute the supreme perfection, for to attain such a status, one must achieve a level of perfection from the 1st foundation stage all the way through to the 9th. Only then can one ultimately attain the supreme perfection golden core. Most individuals, upon achieving mere perfection in the 1st foundation stage, have already forfeited their chance at the supreme perfection golden core. Gu Xiu has currently attained a perfect foundation, with his 1st foundation stage already embodying supreme perfection. What remains is to thoroughly stabilize this stage. Yet, there still lie 8 more foundation stages ahead, and the endeavor to achieve supreme perfection in all of them remains immensely arduous. Each stage requires not only the usual resources such as spiritual stones, but also various rare heavenly materials and treasures. The initial stages may be manageable if one possesses spiritual stones and has access to procurement channels. With sufficient time and effort, such resources can be gathered. However, the latter stages demand exceedingly rare materials, which may not even be purchasable with spiritual stones. The reason Jiang Jun took so long to form his golden core is precisely because even within the esteemed Qingxian sacred land, a considerable amount of resources and time was necessary to gather the required materials. Yet, despite these efforts, Jiang Jun still fell short of the supreme perfection golden core. Jiang Jun has a total of 9 foundation stages. The first was unable to achieve perfect foundation, thus precluding the possibility of supreme perfection, while the subsequent 7 stages were all perfected. However, the final stage ultimately also fell short of completeness due to a lack of materials. It is essential to note that this is a prominent sacred land. Even with the combined might of a sacred domain, it remains a formidable challenge to amass all necessary materials, highlighting the arduous nature of this path. In the past, Gu Xiu would not have dared to even contemplate the notion of the supreme perfection golden core. Yet now, the most challenging 1st foundation stage has already reached this level of perfection. To neglect the pursuit of supreme perfection would leave Gu Xiu feeling a sense of loss. Moreover, with my foresight into the myriad changes of the future, should I still fail to gather the materials for the supreme perfection golden core, it would indeed be a tremendous farce. If all goes as anticipated, several materials will soon come into existence. I must seize the moment to elevate my capabilities swiftly, and concurrently, I must attend to the healing of my spiritual injuries. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Gu Xiu resolved to act without hesitation. He would cultivate. He would persist in his relentless pursuit of improvement. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiu immersed himself in rigorous training in the city of Qingxian, situated at the foot of the Qingxian sacred land, countless individuals raised their gazes towards the distant sacred land, their faces etched with confusion. They beheld that the once radiantly illuminated Qingxian sacred land was now shrouded in a dense mist, rendering it impossible to discern its circumstances, even from within Qingxian city. In an ordinary tea house within the city, Hushed whispers echoed ominously. Recently, the Qingxian sacred land has been experiencing various anomalies, the reasons for which remain elusive. Do you think something has transpired at the Qingxian sacred land? Indeed, it is true that thunderclouds have appeared sporadically over the past days. Today, although the celestial door of the perfect golden core was revealed, it was soon shrouded by celestial feathers, and now it is further enveloped in mist, seemingly unwilling to let the outside world glimpse its secrets. Could it be that the Qingxian sacred land harbors some earth-shattering secret or a grand conspiracy? Regardless, we must keep a close watch on them, especially on Gu Xiu of Qingxian, who has been in seclusion for 3 years. If he emerges, it will undoubtedly cause a tremendous upheaval. The elder has warned us to be cautious of this individual. So much time has passed, yet Gu Xiu has remained silent, to the extent that many ordinary disciples of Qingxian are unaware of his name. Do you think he might have perished? Gu Xiu perish? What a laughable notion. The elder once stated that this man is blessed with immense fortune, a being of great auspiciousness. How could he possibly meet his end? If Gu Xiu were truly dead, then the Qingxian sacred land would become a tempting prize. The entire Qingxian sacred land, shrouded in mist, appears normal to most mortals, while cultivators merely express astonishment. The Qingxian sacred land is unmatched in strength, capable of easily concealing the entire mountain gate. Yet, what remains unknown is that at this moment, the Qingxian sacred land is steeped in sorrow. Should someone venture into the Qingxian sacred land, crossing the mountain gate and observing closely, they might question whether the sacred land has been plowed anew. The entire mountain gate has been cleaved in two by a single sword, the main peak pierced through, and the once exquisite jade bridge has been shattered into fragments. Most terrifying of all are the abyssal chasms before the sect's grand hall, where terrifying sword energy pervades the air, as if a powerful warrior had swept through with a multitude of swords. The once pristine Qingxian sacred land has been ravaged in a single night. A group of disheveled disciples is now tirelessly casting spells, cleansing the bloodstains from the floor while lamenting their fate. Many others are gathering the remains of fallen disciples, transporting them to the back mountain for a unified burial. This is a calamity. What was meant to be a joyous occasion celebrating the small master uncle's ascension to the perfect golden core has unexpectedly turned into a horrific upheaval. The protective formation of the Qingxian sacred land has gone awry. Such incidents of formation malfunctioning and spiraling out of control are not unheard of. Yet, for the protective formation of a sacred sect to lose control, and, even worse, to turn against its own, nearly slaughtering the entire sect, is utterly unprecedented. It is a tale so absurd that it would make one laugh uncontrollably. Had it not been for the adept intervention of sect master Guan Xuelan, who swiftly employed formidable power to dismantle the protective formation and avert widespread casualties, the situation would have been far graver. The Qingxian sacred land is poised to become the first sect to be annihilated by its own protective array, a scandal of monumental proportions. While the disciples mournfully gather the remnants of their sect, the atmosphere within the great hall is as dark as the depths of water. Reporting to the sect master, it has come to light that the protective array has spiraled out of control, resulting in the tragic deaths of 683 disciples and 39 elders. Additionally, over 5,000 individuals have sustained injuries. Beyond the human toll, the protective array has also decimated our sect's library, destroying a vast number of texts. Although the majority comprised ordinary formations and techniques compiled 5 centuries ago, a significant number of rare and unique manuscripts have been irrevocably lost. Chapter 107. Qingxian's Astonishment. The yellow bird strikes. Moreover, on the spirit beast peak of the 7th master uncle, nearly half of the spirit beasts fell victim to the devastating array, with numerous others severely injured and in dire need of ample medicinal pills for healing. At this moment, a trembling elder of the sect stood in the grand hall, reporting the losses suffered by the Qingxian sacred land. Each word he uttered sent chills down his spine, not only due to the oppressive and terrifying aura emanating from the seat of the hall, occupied by Guan Xuelan, but also because every statement he made represented a tremendous loss for the Qingxian sacred land. The toll this time was indeed overwhelming. Although the protective formation had gone awry, Guan Xuelan, leveraging her mastery as a great ascendant, swiftly dismantled the formation. Yet, the damage was still substantial. Lives were lost. Spirit beasts perished, the library was destroyed, and the newly planted spiritual herbs were obliterated. The entire sect felt as if it had been ravaged by a ferocious tempest. Now that the storm had receded, the scars it left behind were starkly visible, signifying not merely loss, but a profound humiliation. Such an event, being slain by one's own formation, had never occurred in the history of the Qingxian sect. Finally, Guan Xuelan, seated in the main position, interrupted the elder's report, commanding, "Now, gather your forces and devote yourselves entirely to restoring the sect." "Yes, sect master." The elder nodded and prepared to depart, fully aware that the forthcoming discussions were beyond the purview of their ears. However, just as he was about to exit, Guan Xuelan added, "During this period, the sect shall be sealed. No disciples are permitted to leave. As for the matters concerning the Qingxian sword formation, they must not be divulged in the slightest. Should anyone contravene this order, they shall face execution without mercy." The last 3 words, imbued with a chilling murderous intent, left the elder feeling an icy dread within, prompting him to nod hastily and exit. Once he departed, the remaining disciples in the grand hall could no longer contain their anxiety. "Master, what is happening? Why did the protective formation suddenly go awry? So many of my spirit beasts have perished. My heart aches." Lu Qingyao was the first to voice her lament, appearing utterly disheveled, her clothes torn and hair disarrayed, tears streaming down her face like rain on a withered pear blossom. The losses on her spirit beast peak were catastrophic, and her own fortune had been exceedingly unfortunate. She had nearly fallen victim to the Qingxian formation's onslaught. In that moment, dozens of sword lights had aimed to strike her down. Had she not possessed unique abilities beyond that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, coupled with Guan Xuelan's timely intervention to dismantle the protective formation, she would likely now be a lifeless corpse. Seeing her 7th disciple in such despair, Guan Xuelan's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "There is a great ascendant operating in the shadows." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the Qingxian sacred land immediately tensed, and even Lu Qingyao, who was still sobbing, found herself rendered speechless, frozen in place. In the next moment, the formidable presence of the great ascendant emerged. Did the master know who this individual was? Who would resort to such measures without cause? And what were their intentions? From which faction did this great ascendant originate? A flurry of inquiries erupted instantaneously. Even the typically composed Shi Xiling could not suppress her astonishment. The involvement of a great ascendant was indeed no trivial matter. "I am not certain," Guan Yuelan replied, pursing her lips as she glanced at Jiang Kun standing nearby. "I had intended to bestow the sect leader's jade token upon Jiang Kun today, but it was stolen from my spatial ring." "What?" The crowd gasped in shock. The sect leader's jade token was stolen from the storage ring of a great ascendant? Guan Yuelan continued. "The thief employed a special method to compel the sect leader to abandon the sect, which in turn led to the disruption of the protective formation, resulting in indiscriminate slaughter among the disciples. The disciples present were momentarily stunned, some experiencing a sudden clarity, while others felt a chill run down their spines. The clarity came from finally understanding the peculiarity of the day's events, while the chill stemmed from the gravity of the situation. A great ascendant had intervened, stealing the jade token that symbolized the sect's legacy and using it to incite betrayal. "Master," Lu Qingyao swallowed hard. "Are we certain it was a great ascendant? Who else could execute such a scheme right under my nose without a trace, if not a great ascendant?" Guan Yuelan furrowed her brow. Lu Qingyao pressed on, "Then, what does this supreme being intend to achieve?" Guan Yuelan furrowed her brow again, remaining silent. She too was at a loss regarding the motives of this shadowy figure, who would stoop so low as to steal their sect's jade token and even plot against the Qingxian sacred land. This individual's strength was likely not superior to that of her master, Shi Xiling remarked from the side. Otherwise, they would not be so secretive. Su Wanqing frowned. "That seems likely, but what could their purpose be? Although the theft of our legacy jade token poses challenges, it is not irreparable. It would serve no purpose to simply vex us." "Vex us?" Lu Qingyao knitted her brows. "Our Qingxian sacred land has always been benevolent since attaining the status of a sacred land, seldom extinguishing entire lineages without cause. Why would a great ascendant target us without provocation? Could it be Gu Xiao?" "What?" The crowd was taken aback, particularly Nian Zhao, who had remained silent until now, her expression shifting dramatically. "Fortunately," Lu Qingyao continued, "Gu Xiao is dead." Could it be that someone believes we were responsible for his demise, and thus has acted with malice? I can think of no other vile individual capable of such treachery. The group frowned in contemplation. Although Gu Xiu had once been hailed as the transcendent immortal of his time and revered as the Qingxian sword immortal, it seemed improbable that a great ascendant would forge a friendship with him, let alone take action against the Qingxian sacred land out of loyalty to Gu Xiu. I suspect that someone may have set their sights on our Qingxian sacred land, intending to weaken our strength. At this moment, senior sister Su Wanqing furrowed her brow and said, "It is possible that other sacred lands or influential families are taking action, seeking to gradually diminish our Qingxian, or perhaps even deliberately aiming to embarrass us. By drawing the world's attention to our Qingxian, they aim to convey a sense of our weakness, creating an opportunity to wreak havoc." These words darkened the expressions of all present, for this conjecture bore a greater likelihood than the previous assertions made by Lu Qingyao. Yet simultaneously, this theory was perilous. If it were indeed true, the implications would be grave. Although our Qingxian has not been established for long, it has been built upon the efforts of countless generations. How audacious it is for anyone to covet our sacred land. At that moment, Lu Qingyao proposed, "Master, should we not annihilate a few sects?" Guan Shuolan raised an eyebrow. "Since someone wishes to see our Qingxian sacred land ridiculed and desires the outside world to believe in our decline, we should respond forcefully, striking decisively to deter the malicious," Lu Qingyao asserted. This suggestion prompted deep contemplation among the group. It seemed a viable strategy. However, Guan Shuolan interjected, "We need justification. A sacred land is not a demonic sect. We must maintain our dignity. We cannot simply slaughter indiscriminately, or nearby sects will be thrown into chaos, making governance difficult. We must at least occupy the moral high ground." Lu Qingyao appeared to have a plan. "Then let the junior brother venture out for training. Whoever provokes him, we shall eradicate them completely." As the Qingxian sacred land pondered the identity of their unseen adversary and considered their next course of action, elsewhere in Yunqiao City, at the Listening Rain residence, the night was marked by an unexpected event. Gu Xiu, who had been immersed in diligent cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced in a certain direction. A battle was underway. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were alarmingly intense. Stepping out of the courtyard, he was met by Xiao He, who rushed in a flurry. Upon seeing Gu Xiu, she exclaimed, "Wind Immortal, just now?" The Wanbao building was attacked by the Four Seas gang. "Steward Su sent someone to inform you to stay indoors tonight, lest you be caught in the crossfire." The Wanbao building was assaulted? Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Xiao He hurriedly replied, "Yes, the specifics are unclear, but I heard from a messenger at Wanbao that the Four Seas gang has mobilized their elite forces and is currently engaged in battle before the Wanbao building." This news made Gu Xiu's eyelids twitch. The Four Seas gang attacking the Wanbao building had been anticipated by Su Rumei, who had made ample preparations and had previously briefed Gu Xiu. He was not concerned about the Wanbao building's losses. Instead, he pondered another matter. With the Four Seas gang fully mobilized and officially clashing with the Wanbao building, could the three long-awaited cultivators from Sanquan, Dao still remain composed? Little he was unaware of Gu Xiu's thoughts. Seeing his silence, she assumed he was worried and wished to offer assistance. She promptly said, "Master Feng, the individual sent by Steward Su has particularly emphasized that you must not intervene in this matter to avoid attracting calamity. You need only to focus on your cultivation." She further assured him that Wanbao Tower had made preparations and that there would be no issues, urging him to rest easy. This statement prompted Gu Xiu to nod in acknowledgement. He, Feng Bugue, was not one to disregard counsel. Since Wanbao Tower had specially dispatched someone, he would certainly refrain from recklessly adding to the chaos on their battlefield. Without delay, he activated the grand formation of Tingyu residence, subsequently setting numerous talismans and restrictions in place. Having completed these tasks, Gu Xiu retreated back into his room, continuing his arduous cultivation. Despite the multitude of barriers that even obstructed divine perception, should anyone stand outside the window, they would faintly discern the figure seated in meditation within, motionless, truly embodying the essence of being oblivious to the affairs beyond the window, wholly dedicated to his self-improvement. However, while Feng Bugue remained secluded, engrossed in his training, a figure clad in black robes quietly appeared outside the courtyard. This person then traversed the shadows within the city. There was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from them. At first glance, they seemed like an ordinary mortal, yet each step they took was remarkably precise, evading all gazes. Before long, the figure arrived at the entrance of a grand estate in the southern part of the city, a forbidden ground for most cultivators in Yunxiao City, as it belonged to the headquarters of the Sihai Gang, one of the three major factions in the city. The figure cast a glance at the courtyard but did not enter. Instead, they circled to the side entrance of the estate, producing a talisman to activate. In the next instant, the figure completely melded into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. There was no further movement. This night, under the dark moon and gusty winds, was an auspicious time for healing one's spiritual injuries. Moreover, it was a propitious moment for a cunning little bird to take flight. Chapter 108. The Yellow Sparrow takes the lead, fortune at hand. At this very moment, within the confines of the courtyard, two shadowy figures clad in black cautiously advanced. Friend Lu, you must exercise utmost caution. This rear courtyard is fraught with hidden perils. Stay close to me and tread carefully. One of them intoned solemnly. Though others have ventured to the Wanbao Tower to engage in battle, and the deputy leader tasked with guarding the treasury has been ensnared by Fairy Tang. We must remain vigilant. Otherwise, we risk plunging into an abyss. Rest assured, just hurry. The other responded with a hint of impatience. These two were none other than the Taoist Sanquan and Lu Yutian. They had invested considerable effort in seizing the opportunity to claim the treasury of the Sihai Gang. And now, with the Sihai Gang embroiled in conflict with the Wanbao Tower, the internal defenses were significantly weakened, presenting a prime opportunity for action. Having spent nearly 3 years infiltrating the Sihai Gang, Taoist Sanquan was well acquainted with the various restrictions in place, diligently instructing Lu Yutian as they advanced swiftly. At last, after deftly evading all dangers, they halted just 5 feet from the treasury. Before them, the formidable array of restrictions loomed ominously. The interlocking formations here were impenetrable. Without possessing the array disc, even the most skilled array master would find it impossible to breach this barrier. Now, it rests upon you, friend Lu, Taoist Sanquan declared. Nodding gravely, Lu Yutian scrutinized the array and furrowed his brow. This is a linked formation, flawless in its design. Even if I were to employ blood-stained firmament to nullify these restrictions, I cannot guarantee evasion from the primary array's overseer. Is there no solution at all? There is one. I can utilize blood-stained firmament to create a cover for 10 breaths. Only 10 breaths. At most, 10 breaths. This, Taoist Sanquan grimaced. Fairy Tang has employed a secret method to beguile the deputy leader. She should be able to delay him longer. No? That remains uncertain, but 10 breaths is my limit. In that case, we shall seize the treasures and withdraw immediately. Agreed. With the decision made, there was no turning back. Lu Yutian produced a blood-red wine flask, gritting his teeth as he activated the secret method. Instantly, the flask erupted with a surge of bloodthirsty energy. Taoist Sanquan, initially inclined to lean closer, recoiled in fear upon witnessing the overwhelming malevolence. In a hushed tone, Lu Yutian commanded, blood-stained firmament. In an instant, the vast expanse of bloodthirsty energy surged forth, enveloping the surroundings as if the very heavens had been stained crimson. Under Lu Yutian's unique manipulation, this terrifying aura swiftly infiltrated the array of restrictions before them. In a heartbeat, the once formidable array seemed to sink into a viscous quagmire, its brilliance extinguished and its spiritual energy severed. Open for me. Lu Yutian let out a low exclamation, and immediately, the viscous barrier of the formation appeared to be corroded, revealing an entrance formed by a malevolent aura. I shall enter now, Sanquan. I rely on you for protection, Lu Yutian declared before swiftly stepping inside. This was the Blood Fiend Gate secret technique, infused with a potent malevolence that ordinary individuals could not withstand. Sanquan could only wait at the entrance, yet as he watched his companion enter, a cold smirk flickered in his eyes. In his hand, he had already retrieved several talismans. None of them were virtuous souls. When it came to treasures, it was undoubtedly better to monopolize than to share. However, just as Sanquan was preparing for his plans at the Blood Fiend entrance, the malevolent energy surged unexpectedly, causing him to instinctively retreat slightly. Fortunately, this sudden spike in malevolence dissipated almost instantly, and Sanquan paid it no mind. Meanwhile, within the treasure vault, Lu Yutian was oblivious to such thoughts. The moment he entered, he dashed toward the depths of the vault, sweeping his gaze around him. As a treasure trove of the Four Seas gang, it was laden with riches, with spirit stones piled high like small mountains, alongside various materials and elixirs. These treasures were irresistibly tempting to any cultivator. Nevertheless, Lu Yutian did not forget San Juan's admonition. Although the vault was brimming with treasures, the most precious items lay within the innermost chamber. Soon, Lu Yutian arrived at the deepest part of the vault. Indeed, he discovered a small area isolated by another, even more formidable barrier. Yet, Lu Yutian was well prepared. He invoked the bloodstained sky once more, and the small formation revealed a flaw in an instant. Lu Yutian focused intently, peering inside, and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He finally comprehended the opportunity that San Juan had been scheming for over 3 years. Within this diminutive formation lay a withered branch, no larger than a small finger, upon which rested a delicate sprout so feeble that even a gust of wind could blow it away. It appeared ordinary, yet the moment the formation was breached, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, accompanied by a fragrant aroma, began to waft outward. Just inhaling it made Lu Yutian feel as though he were floating in the heavens. An elixir. This was half a divine herb. The Four Seas gang had been harboring half a divine herb. However, at that moment of astonishment, Lu Yutian dared not linger. He immediately reached out, grasping the herb in his hand. Yet, just as the herb was secured, a faint runic mark unexpectedly followed his palm and burrowed into his body. This is bad. A tracking mechanism was concealed within. Lu Yutian's complexion changed dramatically. He immediately employed the blood-dyed sky technique, sealing his entire arm along with half a precious herb. Without hesitation, he swiftly evaded and fled, unsure of how long his spell could contain the tracking talisman. He could not afford to linger. The commotion was bound to attract the attention of the vice leader of the Four Seas gang. Should that individual arrive, his chance of survival would be utterly extinguished. As he made his escape, Lu Yutian deftly stuffed several treasures into his storage ring. However, he dared not place the half-herb within. While it would not grow, it was still a living entity, and once deposited in the ring, it would irrevocably perish. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yutian reached the entrance of the Blood Fiend cave. Only 6 breaths had passed, yet he had already amassed considerable spoils. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged out of the cave. However, just as he emerged, his expression shifted in an instant, for he sensed someone forcefully dispelling his blood fiend aura the moment he stepped out. Subsequently, the half-herb in his grasp was violently snatched away. Cursed be it. Lu Yutian's face paled as he turned back, only to be met with several talismans and a whisk expanding before his eyes. He then heard the cold voice of San Juan Taoist. Lu, my friend, you've toiled. You may go ahead, and shortly I will send Fairy Tang to keep you company. Lu Yutian desired to resist, but to his horror, he found his spiritual energy in utter disarray, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the fatal whisk and talismans severed his lifeline. Even in death, his face bore an expression of shock and terror. Lu, my friend, having spent so long with this old Taoist without any precautions, I can only say you ought to be more cautious in your next life, San Juan Taoist sneered. He then glanced at Lu Yutian's empty palm, his expression suddenly changing. Cursed be it. This fool, could it be he placed the living herb into the storage ring? Simultaneously, a powerful consciousness swept toward them. Without a moment to ponder, San Juan Taoist waved his whisk, snatching Lu Yutian's storage ring. He then wasted no time and fled at full speed. Just as he took a couple of steps, a furious roar echoed, infused with an overwhelming force that even cracked the golden core that had fallen from Lu Yutian's lifeless body. As for San Juan Taoist, who had barely escaped a few paces, he stumbled, spitting blood. Yet, he dared not linger, immediately leaping and vanishing from the courtyard. In the next moment, a figure appeared, hastily donning his garments. It was Chao Tiniu, the vice leader responsible for guarding the treasury. He cast a glance at the lifeless Lu Yutian sprawled on the ground, and then at the disheveled courtyard, ruined by his own thunderous roar. No longer hesitating, he took a step forward, pursuing the Taoist of the three completeness. However, as the two departed, one in front and the other behind, they failed to notice a silhouette emerging at the entrance of the treasury. It was none other than Gu Xiao. He brushed the somewhat dimmed carefree pendant, reflecting on the underestimated capabilities of the deputy leader of the Four Seas gang. Had it not been for the carefree pendant, he would undoubtedly have encountered considerable trouble this time. Casting a glance in the direction the two had departed, Guxiu hesitated no longer and immediately stepped forth, fleeing in another direction. In his grasp, the half-segment of celestial medicine was affixed with several talismans, meticulously prepared in advance, preventing any trace of spiritual energy from escaping. He had effectively thwarted any attempt at tracking him. This yellow bird could now withdraw successfully. According to the predetermined course of events, the Taoist of the Three Completeness, having prepared for years and employing numerous stratagems, managed to evade the pursuit of Chao Tiniu from the Four Seas gang while fleeing. Yet ultimately, his intricate plans would lead him to fall victim to the machinations of Tang Ping'er from the Hahuan sect, resulting in his demise and the extinguishment of his path. This exemplifies the saying, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. However, the seemingly fortunate Tang Ping'er would also meet an unfortunate end. In his final moments, the Taoist unleashed a counterattack that exposed Tang Ping'er, leading her to be hunted by the Four Seas gang, enduring numerous harrowing experiences. Ultimately, she encountered Jiang Qin, who had just embarked on a journey of sect training, thus unwittingly reaping the benefits. Yet this time, the opportunity had fallen into Guxiu's hands, leaving Jiang Qin with no further chances. This signified that Guxiu need not deliberate any longer. His sole focus should be on healing his wounds. However, at this moment, Guxiu had not anticipated that this fortune, intercepted in advance, would not only preclude Jiang Qin's opportunity, but would also unwittingly entangle him with someone from the Qingxian sacred ground, creating a web of causality. At that very moment, Qin Moran, who had been observing the fierce battle between the Wanbao Tower and the Four Seas gang with a detached gaze, contemplating the opportune moment to act in order to make the Wanbao Tower owe him a tremendous favor, turned his head and caught sight of Tang Ping'er, who had just bent down to retrieve the storage ring from the corpse of the Taoist of the Three Completeness. As their gazes met, both pairs of eyes subtly shifted, reflecting a change in their expressions. Chapter 109, Absurd. She is slandering my true self. The young lady did not intend to offend the esteemed senior. Let us part ways here. As she met Qin Muron's gaze, Tang Ping'er instinctively concealed the storage ring she had just seized from the Sanquan Taoist. She immediately prepared to flee. However, just as she was about to leave, Qin Muron's presence swiftly locked onto her, causing Tang Ping'er's expression to shift dramatically as she nervously looked at Qin Muron, esteemed senior. The younger generation merely happened to pass through this place. I humbly request that you spare me. Should there be an opportunity in the future, I would gladly serve you in gratitude for your kindness today. As a disciple of the Hahuan sect, she was exceptionally skilled in disguise and acting. At this moment, she appeared to be a harmless and exquisitely beautiful solitary cultivator. Alas, daring to pretend before my true self? Qin Muron merely scoffed, and in an instant, Tang Ping'er's ruse was unraveled. Revealing her true identity as a disciple of the Hahuan sect, Qin Muron hardly spared her another glance, instead surveying the lifeless body of the Sanquan Taoist and the storage ring in Tang Ping'er's hand, then lightly gestured. Hand it over. Esteemed senior. Tang Ping'er's expression tightened. Qin Muron spoke plainly. I am merely curious about what treasures you disciples of the demonic sect have orchestrated such elaborate schemes to obtain. Present it for my inspection. Tang Ping'er bit her lip. Truth be told, she was still unaware of what lay within the storage ring, as the Sanquan Taoist had never disclosed the nature of this opportunity. Yet, confronted with Qin Muron's icy gaze, she could only reluctantly comply and obediently produce the storage ring. Qin Muron accepted the storage ring and, after a brief moment of inspection with her divine sense, slightly furrowed her brow. Is this all for such trifles? Truly, disciples of the demonic sect will resort to murder for mere resources. Trifles? Tang Ping'er was baffled, but she saw Qin Muron toss the storage ring back to her. She quickly caught it and examined its contents. To her astonishment, aside from a plethora of blood and slaughter cultivation materials, there were merely some spirit stones and resources, nothing particularly rare or precious. What is happening? Wasn't it said there was a grand opportunity? Before she could gather her thoughts, a powerful presence suddenly emerged, and she soon saw Chao Tiniu of the Sihai gang, who had lost track of the Sanquan Taoist. Catch up, vile woman. I sensed something amiss with you earlier. How bold of you to scheme against me. Qin Fengzhu. Have you of the Qingxian sacred land also come to covet what belongs to my Sihai gang? Chao Tiniu was ready to strike. But upon seeing Qin Muron's countenance, he immediately became apprehensive and exceedingly wary. Qin Muron, however, appeared unfazed, casually waving her hand. I am merely passing through. Please, continue. With that, she turned and prepared to leave. However, as she took merely 2 steps, Tang Ping suddenly knelt down and exclaimed, Senior, you cannot destroy the bridge after crossing the river. What? Qin Mo Ran furrowed her brow. The young girl was merely coerced by the Sanquan Daoist. How could she dare to covet the possessions of the Four Seas gang? She had just slain the Sanquan Daoist to atone for her past transgressions. Tang Pinger hastily continued. But senior, you have seized what I intended for atonement, leaving me abandoned. Is this not tantamount to condemning me? Her words were delivered with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Chao Tiniu also fixed his gaze intently on Qin Mo Ran. Utter nonsense. When did I ever take your belongings? Qin Mo Ran frowned. As for the rubbish in your storage ring, how could I ever desire it? Although Tang Pinger was a golden core cultivator, she was feeble in the presence of Qin Mo Ran, unable to even move under her cold stare, let alone counter her argument. It was Chao Tiniu who then spoke somberly. If it were merely trivial items, the esteemed Qin Fairy, as the peak master of the Qingxian sacred land, would surely find them beneath her notice. But what if it were a fragment of an elixir that our Four Seas gang expended tremendous effort to procure? What? A fragment of an elixir? This revelation left not only Tang Pinger wide-eyed and gasping in shock, but even Qin Mo Ran momentarily lost her composure. An elixir? Such a treasure could even tempt the most exalted of beings. The Four Seas gang had been concealing a fragment of an elixir all along, and it had even been taken from them. However, Qin Mo Ran quickly regained her senses, retorting, Do not speak falsely. I have not taken anything. I certainly do not doubt the words of Peak Master Qin, yet given the gravity of this matter, it must be clarified, Chao Tiniu replied coldly. Without waiting for Qin Mo Ran's response, he suddenly seized Tang Pinger and unleashed his spiritual power. Soul-searching. In an instant, Tang Pinger shrieked in terror, her memories flooding into Chao Tiniu's mind. Within them lay the invitation and entire scheme orchestrated by the Sanquan Daoist, as well as Tang Pinger's role as the unsuspecting pawn, ultimately leading to her acquisition of the storage ring. Moreover, it also contained the recent memory of Qin Mo Ran examining the storage ring. Most crucially, although Tang Pinger had not witnessed Qin Mo Ran taking anything from the storage ring, she was utterly convinced that it was indeed Qin Mo Ran who had stealthily appropriated the treasures within. After all, Lu Yutian had succeeded, the Sanquan Daoist had succeeded. And ultimately, she had succeeded. Had there been even the slightest hiccup along the way, her plan could never have unfolded so seamlessly. The only unforeseen event was encountering Qin Mo Ran. If it wasn't her, who else could it be? Wretched woman. Chao Tiniu concluded the soul search and unceremoniously cast the dazed Tang Pinger to the ground. He glared at Qin Muron, coldly asserting, Although my Four Seas gang is but a minor organization, is it not rather unreasonable for you, Master Qin, to seize half of our celestial medicine? I did not take it, Qin Muron replied, furrowing his brow. As the esteemed leader of the Mo Shu Peak of the Qingxian sacred land, well-versed in the classics, I have no desire to tarnish my reputation, and I trust you understand this. Suppressing his rage, Chao Tiniu responded politely. I kindly request that you return what rightfully belongs to my Four Seas gang. I assure you, I shall keep today's incident to myself and will not divulge it to others. I did not take it, Qin Muron retorted, his irritation palpable. I stand by my word. If I say I did not take it, then I did not. Do not persist in this matter. Is Master Qin denying it? Chao Tiniu's anger flared as he sensed the gathering spiritual energy, a clear threat. He shouted back, Do not say I did not take it. Even if I did. What would you do? Would you dare to lay hands on me? This statement shattered Chao Tiniu's composure. How outrageous. Yet ultimately, he refrained from taking rash action, merely uttering, The Qingxian sacred land is indeed domineering, before turning away. He dared not act impulsively, for this was a peak leader of the Qingxian sacred land. A decisive judgment was needed immediately. The Qingxian sacred land. This grudge is noted. The matter of the celestial medicine cannot simply be swept under the rug. Meanwhile, Qin Muron, observing Chao Tiniu's furious departure, also felt a deep sense of frustration. For the first time in his life, he found himself the target of slander. On another front, Gushio was unaware of Qin Muron's plight. He had returned to his listening rain abode, where he was surrounded by a plethora of materials meticulously arranged before him. During this time, a significant portion of his resources had been dedicated not only to cultivation but also to the preparations for his current endeavor. Days prior, he had successfully gathered all the materials he required, save for this half-piece of celestial medicine. Now, with the celestial medicine within reach, the next step would be to restore his spiritual injuries. This was no simple task. Spiritual injuries are notoriously difficult to heal. The ancient adage states that no medicine or supreme being can remedy them. There are two primary reasons for this. Firstly, the healing of spiritual wounds cannot be achieved through mere spiritual energy or time. True healing requires rare and precious items that are nearly non-existent in the world. Currently, the only known remedies are twofold, one being the celestial medicine, Earth Cloud Bud. The so-called celestial medicine is not of this realm. Even if it possesses vitality here, it can never continue to grow. Each use diminishes its existence. Among these, the Earth Cloud Bud. As it stands, it is one of the only two elixirs capable of mending the soul, a rarity in the world that draws the attention of the most powerful beings whenever it appears. The alternative, the Golden Feather Divine Pill, pales significantly in comparison to the Earth Cloud Sprout. The Four Seas Gang has guarded this treasure with utmost caution, fearing that its discovery might bring about their demise. Yet now, through a serendipitous moment of revelation, Gushio has successfully acquired it. However, this does not guarantee the healing of his soul's wounds, for the restoration of the soul is not the crux of the matter. The true essence lies in the injuries of the Tao. The wounds of the Tao entwined with the soul will persist like a relentless parasite, inescapable and haunting for a lifetime. Nevertheless, Gushio once stumbled upon a conjectured method for treating the injuries of the soul in an ancient tome. Though merely a hypothesis, it remains the only approach he knows. Without hesitation, he meticulously organized all the materials before him, retrieving an alchemical furnace and a collection of talismans. Recalling the formula etched in his memory, he then activated the talismans, igniting the flames of alchemy. He was set to commence the refining process. Meanwhile, in the Lord's residence of Cloud Sky City, the old Lord Sang Shodao sat alone beneath the moonlit courtyard, sipping wine. In an instant, he could not help but frown slightly. As his consciousness swept through the surroundings, the furrow in his brow began to ease. He sighed, placing his cup down, and silently retrieved a longbow, gently polishing it. A serious expression crossed his face, his eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. Young one, though I know you have come to Cloud Sky City without wishing to meet me to avoid bringing trouble upon the old man, do not forget that these hands of mine once drew a great bow. With that thought, a pleasant memory seemed to wash over him, and he lifted his cup once more, draining its contents before softly reciting, "Who says life has no second chances? The water flows in front of the door, yet can still head west. Do not let white hair sing of yellow chickens." On this day, the Lord of Cloud Sky City, dormant for centuries, resolved to undertake an endeavor befitting his very name. Chapter 110, Grinding the Soul and Healing Wounds. Before the listening rain abode in the realm of alchemy, Gushio had previously acquired some knowledge under the tutelage of Su Wanqing at Yudon Peak. While he could not be deemed a master, he possessed a foundational understanding. By conventional standards, crafting an elixir of immortality was beyond Gushio's current capabilities. However, the unique properties of the Diyun sprout rendered the process less stringent. As long as the requisite materials were gathered, even a novice alchemist could succeed. At this moment, Gushio unceremoniously cast all the materials into the cauldron and retrieved a grinding disc. The instant it was taken out, a sharp pang shot through his soul. For this was the soul-shattering mill, an instrument of torment forged from countless materials during his arduous endeavors. The agony of having one's soul ground to fragments was an unimaginable torment. Yet, this device was not intended for others. It was prepared for Gushio himself. The method he had discovered in ancient texts posited that soul injuries, akin to parasites, would incessantly cling to the spirit. Theoretically, as long as the soul endured, so too would the injury. To eradicate this affliction, one must first dismantle it. Of course, the soul lacked the capacity for self-healing, once damaged. It could not simply be reborn without assistance from an elixir. Fortunately, Gushio was now in possession of two paramount materials for soul restoration: the the golden feather soul elixir, and the Duyun sprout. According to the ancient manuscripts, the Duyun sprout alone sufficed for restoration. However, Guxiu only had a half sprout. As a precaution, he added the golden feather soul elixir, which he had procured from Shang Zhongqing. If these two supreme materials for soul repair proved insufficient, Guxiu would have to resign himself to fate. Before long, several materials within the cauldron had already fused. Guxiu, seizing the moment, produced the Duyun sprout, festooned with talismans. As he gently peeled away the talismans, a terrifying aura surged forth. Yet, Guxiu acted swiftly, concealing the aura once more. Without further hesitation, he pinched off a tender shoot and cast it into the cauldron. In an instant, the elixir, which had already begun to amalgamate, surged toward the sprout. After a brief quarter of an hour, Guxiu finally removed the talismans from beneath the cauldron and poured out the concoction. An exquisite fragrance wafted through the air. Taking a deep breath, Guxiu, with newfound resolve, raised his head and drank deeply. Boom! Instantly, the fragrant elixir transformed into a potent force, rushing toward Guxiu's soul and swiftly initiating the restoration of his spiritual power. Yet, as previously surmised, while the soul began to mend, the injury lingered, ever present like a shadow. Without hesitation, Guxiu placed the golden feather soul elixir atop his head and swiftly retrieved the soul-shattering mill. A determined glint flashed in his eyes as he braced himself. Soul-shattering. The moment he made contact, Guxiu nearly lost his composure, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The pain. It was the excruciating agony of his soul fracturing. Even more agonizing than being cast into a millstone, slowly and painfully ground to death, is the torment that arises from the very essence of one's soul, a suffering unparalleled, deemed a form of extreme punishment. More critically, despite the unbearable anguish, one must remain lucid, meticulously controlling the soul-crushing mill, gradually shattering one's own spirit while ensuring that complete annihilation does not ensue. Meanwhile, just 3 feet away from Guxiu, the little black monkey and the carefree companion anxiously leaped about, refraining from uttering a sound or recklessly advancing. They had been forewarned by Guxiu himself. Yet, witnessing his excruciating ordeal filled their hearts with unease and distress. Fortunately, amidst the intense suffering, Guxiu seemed to sense their concern and, through gritted teeth, managed to muster a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Do not worry. This level of pain is but a trifle, compared to the torment of the Forbidden Realm endured over 5 centuries, and the recurring injuries from the Tao that have plagued me over the past 3 years since my return to the sect. The agony of soul fragmentation, though extreme, is not insufferable. Moreover, Guxiu discovered that as his spirit was continually shattered and healed, the Tao injuries that had tormented him for years were gradually being ground away and dissipated. This revelation invigorated him further, prompting him to grit his teeth and accelerate his efforts. Nevertheless, the suffering of soul fragmentation is profound, and even with his iron will, Guxiu could only exert his utmost. As Guxiu endured his pain, the rhythms of heaven and earth above the sky manifested erratically, oscillating between clarity and chaos. At that very moment, in a hidden corner of the city, a middle-aged scholar suddenly found his vision illuminated as he retrieved a 7th-tier talisman. Upon it was inscribed a unique character, Seek. This talisman, dedicated to searching, probing, and tracking, is a rarity in the world. Though merely a 7th-tier talisman master and having only summoned spirits once, the Seek character endowed him with a tracking ability that most other talisman masters lack. Gazing at the shimmering brilliance of the talisman, the middle-aged scholar hesitated no longer and commenced his pursuit. Why does tonight's rhythm of heaven and earth seem so frenzied? I can even sense their disdain for all living beings. It feels as though, should calamity befall someone, these rhythms would obliterate the world. The middle-aged scholar murmured to himself, a sense of dread creeping into his heart, yet his steps did not waver. At last, he stood before the entrance of the Listening Rain Pavilion. This is the place. The mysterious force, the one capable of summoning the homage of myriad rhythms, resides here. However, why do I sense a terrifying wave of spiritual energy within? Surely, even those at the nascent soul or transformation stage would not emanate such a frightful spiritual disturbance. The middle-aged scholar hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, his expression hardened. I have no time to lose. If Guxiao discovers that I have not fulfilled our pact from years past, I will be doomed. I shall risk it all. He ultimately reached a decision. The pact from years past loomed over him like a curse. With Guxiao's return, it felt as if a specter demanded his life, leaving him no time to linger any longer. Just as he was about to push open the door and step into the courtyard, a voice, chilling and unsettling, pierced the air. "Teacher?" The middle-aged scholar felt as if struck by lightning. Turning back, he beheld his former student, who had once fervently followed him to learn the art of talismans. Gazing at him with astonishment, it was Qin Mo Ran from the Qin Xian sacred land. She had come. In that moment, despair engulfed the scholar's heart. Yet Qin Mo Ran remained blissfully unaware of her teacher's turmoil, exclaiming joyfully, "Teacher, it truly is you. I have searched high and low for you, and feared you had met with misfortune. Where have you been all these years? Why haven't you visited Qin Xian to see Mo Ran?" At that moment, Qin Mo Ran bore no semblance of the astute strategist from the Qin Xian sacred land or the master of both painting and calligraphy. Instead, she appeared as a simple maiden with a heart untainted. However, just as Qin Mo Ran was overwhelmed with joy, the middle-aged scholar, rooted to the spot, could no longer contain himself and cried out, "Enough! You hypocritical, venomous wretch! You have found me, and still wish to continue your masquerade. What?" Qin Mo Ran, taken aback, gazed incredulously at her teacher. Yet the next moment, the scholar coldly interrogated, "Where is Guxiao? Where is he?" "Guxiao? Teacher, do you still wish to pretend?" The scholar let out a disdainful snort. "You sought me out to compel me to fulfill the promise made to Guxiao. Spare me the pretense of calling me teacher. It sickens me." At this, the scholar glared at Qin Mo Ran with a face twisted in resentment. "What you desire is nothing but my talismans." What? Confused and feeling wronged due to false accusations, Qin Mo Ran felt increasingly distressed under her teacher's loathing gaze. "Teacher, what on earth are you talking about? I am Mo Ran, your most cherished disciple, the one you praised for her discernment and wisdom, the student who received your true teachings. I told you not to call me teacher." Before Qin Mo Ran could finish her plea, the middle-aged scholar cut her off without hesitation, seemingly resigned, his eyes icy. "Indeed, I am bound by a promise to Guxiao. My life belongs to him, and my talismans are entrusted to me for your safekeeping. These truths, I, Shu, cannot deny. But you, Qin Mo Ran, do you not feel a sense of revulsion at your own feigned sincerity?" Chapter 111. Qin Mo Ran, "Without Guxiao, what are you worth? A mere pretense? Hypocrisy?" These words, uttered from the lips of her most esteemed teacher, left Qin Mo Ran momentarily stunned. She soon felt a sense of bewilderment. "Teacher, did you just say that your life belongs to Guxiao? That your talisman is held by your student? You still wish to feign ignorance?" The middle-aged scholar Shu looked upon her with disdain. "Qin Mo Ran, I once thought you, despite your somewhat pedantic nature, possessed a profound understanding of the sage's teachings and a heart that was not entirely corrupt. However, it seems I was gravely mistaken. You are truly an eye-opener, pretending to be oblivious despite knowing the truth." Once again scolded, Qin Mo Ran felt even more aggrieved. Her master was Guan Shuelan, yet in the realm of talismans, it was Shu who had guided her. In his youth, Shu was unparalleled in knowledge, having risen to the status of a cultivator from a mere mortal scholar. He subsequently devoted himself to the study of talismans, becoming a highly revered talisman master. The sect leader had invested considerable effort to invite him to teach Qin Mo Ran the intricacies of the written word and the art of talismans. Throughout her life, Qin Mo Ran held this teacher in the highest regard, viewing him as a sage from the texts, omniscient and ever adhering to the path of the virtuous. Yet now, being berated by the very person she respected most filled her heart with profound sorrow. "Your pitiable demeanor could rival that of the shameless harlots from the Hehuan sect," Shu remarked venomously. This statement rendered Qin Mo Ran increasingly pale. How could her teacher, a man of wisdom, equate her, a student of the sages, to those devoid of shame from the Hehuan sect? "What, are you dissatisfied? Teacher, while I, Shu, may not be a paragon of virtue, at least I am not as hypocritical as you. I admit my past transgressions. I failed Guxiao. Why must you continue this charade?" "No, teacher." Qin Mo Ran finally could no longer contain herself. "What are you saying? I truly know nothing." "Nothing?" Shu looked at her with skepticism. Did not Guxiao send you to find me? Guxiao. Qin Mo Ran pressed her lips together, gazing into her teacher's expectant eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she vaguely replied, Guxiao merely said that if the student finds the teacher, the truth will naturally unfold. As soon as those words left her mouth, Yin Wenshu's anticipation dissipated instantly. I knew it. I knew it. Even after 500 years. Guxiao would not let me off the hook. He sent you to see if I would acknowledge our past agreement. Intending to humiliate me in front of my proud disciple. Qin Mo Ran's lips moved, yet she ultimately remained silent. She sensed that her teacher harbored monumental secrets within. So be it. If it can be done, why fear the knowledge of others? Guxiao was reluctant to speak, merely wishing to preserve my dignity as a teacher. However, that dignity was long lost, 500 years ago. With a sigh, Yin Wenshu ultimately opened his mouth, recounting events from 5 centuries past. He was once an ordinary scholar of remarkable intellect, well-versed in literature and philosophy. By chance, he embarked on the path of cultivation, resigning from his official duties. And after attaining a modest level of success, he began to delve into the arcane art of talismans. Indeed, he was an extraordinary talisman master, with profound insights into the realm of talismans, and he devoted himself to disseminating wisdom, adhering to both Confucian and Taoist teachings. Upon meeting this remarkable individual, the old patriarch of Qingxian sect, recalling his disciple Qin Majin's keen interest in talismans, made multiple visits to plead for Yin Wenshu's involvement. Eventually, he persuaded him to become Qin Majin's mentor. At that time, Qin Majin was still quite young, fascinated by the art of talismans, yet making little progress, as no one in Qingxian sect could offer guidance. It was Yin Wenshu's arrival that ignited the flourishing of the Inkstone Peak, the sacred ground of Qingxian sect. Even Guxiao had once followed Yin Wenshu alongside Qin Majin to study the art of talismans. Yin Wenshu inquired, Do you recall how Guxiao used to favor the last few pages during his studies? I do, Qin Majin replied, her lips pressed together, ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. She could not deny it. The cyclical wisdom of the heavens had already revealed the answer. Guxiao's preference for the concluding pages was entirely due to her. Suddenly, Yin Wenshu interjected, I specifically informed him. What? Qin Majin's eyes widened in surprise. Every talisman master inevitably encounters the tribulation of spirit summoning, myself included. When I was teaching you, I had already faced this challenge and contemplated forcibly summoning spirits. Yin Wenshu explained. Qin Majin resonated with his words, though she found it puzzling. What does that have to do with you informing Guxiao? It has a significant connection. He replied. Back then, Guxiao was still quite young, but upon learning of my tribulation, he inquired whether he would face similar challenges in the future. With a sigh, Yin Wenshu continued, I spoke candidly, also informing him about the notion of forcibly summoning spirits. Do you know what his first question was upon hearing of this? What was it? Qin Majin instinctively asked. He questioned me. If there is a way to forcibly summon spirits, is there a method akin to substituting one with another to help you bear the consequences of such an attempt, enabling a successful spirit summoning? Qin Majin pursed her lips. When she encountered failure in her spirit summoning, Guxiao indeed employed a method of substitution, and to this day, she remained bewildered by how he accomplished it. Yet, it now appeared, he had learned it from Yin Wenshu. Even as a child, Guxiao was already contemplating such matters. You have a commendable junior. Yin Wenshu remarked coldly. Not only is he willing to help you bear the consequences of failed spirit summoning, but he has also made an agreement with me to mitigate all risks. What have you agreed upon? Qin Mo Ran asked with great difficulty, his voice trembling. What else could it be? Yin Wenshu replied. I forcibly summoned the spirit, and he endured the consequences using the method of substituting one for another. But we also agreed that if I were to summon the spirit a second time, I would give that spirit to you. Upon hearing these words, it felt as if all the strength had been drained from Qin Mo Ran's body. A talisman master capable of summoning spirits, if endowed with tremendous willpower and not weakened by blood and energy depletion, could indeed transfer their summoned spirit to another. However, once the spirit was given away, there would be no opportunity to summon again in this lifetime. They might even be met with the disdain of the heavens and earth, rendering them incapable of inscribing any talisman ever again. Thus, to bestow a spirit was something an ordinary person would never contemplate. Suddenly, Qin Mo Ran recalled something and stared at Yin Wenshu in disbelief. Your seeking character. Indeed, my seeking character was forcibly summoned. Gu Xiao endured the consequences of that summoning. You, how could you do such a thing? Faced with Qin Mo Ran's reproach, Yin Wenshu's expression became somewhat unnatural, and he merely lowered his head, saying, "At that time, I thought, to hear the Tao in the morning, to die in the evening. I yearned so desperately to summon the spirit. I wished to glimpse the realm of a seventh-tier talisman master. At that moment, I thought that even if I could only step into that realm for a year, a month, or even a day, I would be willing to pay the price of dying immediately. You are also a talisman master. Do you not understand this feeling?" Looking at the seemingly crazed Yin Wenshu before him, Qin Mo Ran felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, chilled to the bone. Gu Xiao had made full preparations from the very beginning. No wonder that when he had considered forcibly summoning the spirit, Gu Xiao had repeatedly claimed he had a solution. It turned out, this was his solution. In this moment, Qin Mo Ran felt a tremendous weight pressing on his heart. Trembling as he spoke, Why didn't he tell me these things? This question, in truth, Qin Mo Ran already knew the answer. Gu Xiao did not wish to shatter the image of the mentor he had always revered and aspired to. He did not want Qin Mo Ran to know this brutal truth. At this instant, Qin Mo Ran felt an overwhelming frustration, followed swiftly by boundless anger. You summoned the spirit when Gu Xiao was merely in his teens, a child barely over 10 years old, and you let him learn the method of substitution to bear the consequences of your forcible summoning? Yin Wenshu's gaze faltered as he stammered. This is the backlash of the seeking character. Though perilous, it is accompanied by opportunities. Qin Mo Ran frowned. Opportunities? The backlash of the seeking character will continuously weaken the spirit of the one affected, making it easier for them to suffer Tao injuries. However, if one could find celestial herbs similar to the earth cloud bud to restore his spirit, then the long-term weakening from the seeking character could transform into a nurturing force, enhancing his innate spiritual power. Moreover, the longer the torment endures, the more terrifying the eventual restoration of one's spiritual power will be. This is one of the few known methods in this world to enhance the soul. He speaks the truth. Spiritual power is the only aspect of cultivation that cannot be increased through practice, entirely predetermined by one's innate nature. Common means are utterly incapable of augmenting spiritual strength. The character-seeking technique is also a rare and perilous path to enlightenment. Yet, a tremor coursed through Qin Mo Ran's heart as she inquired, "What if the earth cloud bud is not found? If it remains unfound?" Yin Wenshu pursed his lips, stating that the soul would be diminished to an extreme weakness, the longer the duration of this erosion, potentially leading to a soul-searching that could shatter one's very essence. Even in the absence of peril to the soul, it would render one more susceptible to spiritual injuries. This revelation brought tears to Qin Mo Ran's eyes. She recalled how her master, Guan Shuelan, had often mentioned that Gu Xiao's innate spiritual essence was frail, rendering him nearly incapable of mastering soul techniques. She also remembered how, since his return from that forbidden realm, Gu Xiao had frequently suffered from spiritual injuries, enduring such agony that he prepared chains in his room, locking himself in upon the resurgence of pain. The torment was boundless. In retrospect, it became clear that his soul was not inherently weak. Rather, it had endured the trials of the character seeking for his own sake. Even his suffering upon returning from the forbidden area, encountering spiritual injuries, all of this was because of her. Yin Wenshu, I have always regarded you as an esteemed figure, believing you to be a sage from the sacred texts. Qin Mo Ran gritted her teeth and declared, "Yet I never imagined you to be such a petty person." To her astonishment, Yin Wenshu furrowed his brow and retorted, "Who do you think you are to speak to me? What? I admit I failed Gu Xiao, but who are you? Gu Xiao acted for your sake, and you dare pursue me? What right have you to criticize me? You, Qin Mo Ran, do not feign innocence. Knowing Gu Xiao sacrificed for you, your first thought is to blame me instead of lamenting or regretting your own actions. Do you know what that signifies? Qin Mo Ran, you are nothing but a wretched creature." Yin Wenshu's face was cold as he continued, "You possess merely a commendable junior. If Gu Xiao were to vanish one day, do you truly believe you hold any significance?" This barrage of accusations caused Qin Mo Ran's complexion to shift dramatically, leaving her stammering and speechless. My mind was in turmoil, as she appeared dazed. A glint of cold light flickered in Wenchu's eyes. Suddenly, he scattered a handful of talismans from his cloak and advanced with a heavy palm strike aimed at Qin Mo Ran. Bang! Caught off guard, Qin Mo Ran was propelled backward, crashing directly into the barrier of the Tingyu pavilion before falling heavily to the ground. A sudden spurt of blood erupted from her mouth, yet before she could react, several talismans swiftly sealed Qin Moran's meridians, rendering her immobile. Witnessing the success of his plan, a murderous intent flickered in Wenchu's eyes. However, at that moment, a surge of energy rippled through the air, signaling the arrival of someone. Gritting his teeth, Wenchu ultimately chose to retreat, swiftly vanishing from sight. Just as he departed, at the end of the alley, the figure of Chao Tiniu from the Four Seas gang gradually emerged. Chapter 112. A Choice Across the Seas. The Supreme Mentor arrives. Guxiao. Your calligraphy is exquisite. How is it that I cannot replicate such beauty? From this day forth, you shall no longer address me as Sister Mo Ran. You have officially become my disciple, and I expect you to call me Fifth Senior Sister, understood? In the future, when I have become a powerful talisman master, I shall forge talismans solely for you. Our Qingxian sect may be impoverished, but when you venture out into the world, rest assured, your talismans will be unparalleled. Inside the listening rain chamber, Guxiao sat cross-legged. The torment of his shattered soul seemed to have lessened somewhat. Even the pain inflicted by the soul's suffering appeared to have abated. Yet, this did not signify the end of his trials. In truth, this moment was the most perilous of all. For Guxiao's fragmented soul had reached its final phase, the most grievous point of his spiritual injuries. Should anyone possess the ability to penetrate the veil of his soul, they would witness his spirit, aglow with white light, shrouded in a thick, inky darkness. As the dual forces of his fragmented soul and the earthly cloud buds exerted their influence, the inky mists could only retreat. However, it became evident that such retreat would not thwart the relentless pressure of the soul's grinding and the earthly bud's assault. Thus, they resorted to desperately extracting Guxiao's memories, attempting to disrupt his resolve. At this very instant, cherished memories from Guxiao's past began to materialize before him. Yet, they remained merely echoes of what once was. The past is ultimately the past. Guxiao sat in tranquil acceptance, neither shunning these recollections nor allowing them to stir even the slightest ripple within his heart. He remained as free as the wind and as steadfast as a rock. The inky mist seemed to recognize the futility of their efforts and swiftly altered the scene before Guxiao. Qin Mo Ran appeared, still adorned in her beloved ink-wash gown. Yet her eyes were filled with sorrow, weeping like pear blossoms in the rain. Junior brother, I was wrong. I am sorry. I regret my actions. I misunderstood you. And I was deceived. I am deeply remorseful. Will you ever forgive me? It was I who betrayed you. I am the one who bears the guilt. I implore you. Please forgive me. This was but a phantasm of the soul, and even Guxiao himself was certain that this moment was vividly real. Yet, in the face of Qin Mo Ran's anguished pleas, although he understood their authenticity, he remained unmoved, gazing at the remorseful figure before him with the indifference of a passerby. Suddenly, the scene shifted again. Qin Mo Ran was now marked by numerous bloody scars, surrounded by countless formidable foes exuding a menacing aura. Her face pale as porcelain, she turned to Guxiao, pleading, Junior brother, save me. I am on the brink of death. Please save me. I owe an apology to your junior, and I implore you to assist me in making amends. Yet, Guxiao remained seated in silence, an observer with a cold gaze. His countenance betraying neither turbulence nor emotion, his heart untouched by sorrow or joy. It was not until Qin Muron, besieged by formidable foes, had her heart pulse shattered, her primordial infant crushed, and her soul ground to dust, that Guxiao maintained his tranquility. It was as though he gazed not upon the woman who once vowed to uphold her path, but regarded merely a stranger, utterly unrelated to him. Unperturbed, he did not comprehend the illusions of the soul that danced before him, yet he was acutely aware that he and the Qingxian sacred land were irrevocably severed. Whether they felt regret, resentment, jealousy, or sorrow, whether they lived or perished, was of no concern to him. However, it seemed that when Guxiao's resolve was unshakable, the torment of his soul burgeoned anew, relentlessly assailing his spirit, as if seeking to obliterate it entirely. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Guxiao endured the excruciating agony of soul torment. At this very moment, Outside the rain-listening pavilion, the members of the Four Seas gang stood in bewilderment, gazing at Qin Muron, who lay upon the ground, blood pooling from her lips. What has happened to this woman? Who possesses such audacity to strike against the peak master of the Qingxian sacred land? What course of action should we take now? The celestial medicine has been lost, and all fingers point towards Qin Muron, the peak master of the Mo Shu peak of Qingxian sacred land. Though the Four Seas gang wished to avoid conflict with the sacred land, this was, after all, a celestial elixir. Even the most exalted would be tempted by such an item. The Four Seas gang had safeguarded this treasure for many years, not for personal use, but in hopes of presenting it as an opportunity to ascend the ranks of power. And yet, it was stolen by 3 petty thieves, ultimately intercepted by a peak master of the Qingxian sacred land. The humiliation was unbearable. Upon returning, Chao Tiniu's anger grew with each passing thought, prompting him to rally the elite of the Four Seas gang to ambush Qin Muron. As for the nature of their encounter, whether it would lead to enmity or otherwise, he himself was uncertain, but he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, he would swallow this bitter pill whole, and when the gang leader emerged from seclusion, he would face dire consequences. Furthermore, it was unreasonable to allow someone to seize their possessions while he simply swallowed his grievances. Yet, he had envisioned various scenarios for their reunion, never anticipating such a dire situation. Deputy leader, what shall we do? Taking advantage of her illness to claim her life for daring to rob the Four Seas gang must come at a price. That cannot be. She is the peak master of a sacred land. Should we act recklessly and provoke the wrath of the exalted, the Four Seas gang would face annihilation, and all would perish. What then? The precious Yunya herb, which even the leader cherishes, has been intercepted by her. If the leader were to learn of this, we would all be doomed. Let us capture her and imprison her. As long as no one knows, even the exalted will remain oblivious. However, the methods of the exalted are beyond comprehension. Such actions may prove unwise. Observing Qin Moryen, gravely injured and bound by talismans, unable to move or speak, the members of the Sihai gang began to murmur amongst themselves. They yearned to act, yet hesitated in fear. It was undeniably a frustrating predicament, yet it reflected the stark reality. Despite the Sihai gang's formidable strength, they were, in the face of the sacred land, merely slightly larger ants. Enough of this chatter. Finally, it was Chao Tiniu who broke the silence with an irritable snort, his teeth clenched as he declared, "Focus on saving him." What? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Chao Tiniu would utter such words. After all, their adversary was perched atop their heads, and now that fortune had turned against him, it was unexpected to see them show compassion rather than strike when he was down. Yet, Chao Tiniu pressed on, lips pursed. Diyun Bud is a celestial herb, and such treasures are typically bestowed upon those with fate. Our Sihai gang has preserved this precious elixir for the Qingxian sacred land for many years. Now that the opportunity has arisen, gifting it to Qin Xinzi would forge a benevolent bond between our Sihai gang and the Qingxian sacred land. This revelation left some in disbelief, while others quickly grasped Chao Tiniu's intention. They dared not harm Qin Moryen, even though she was incapacitated. Should they act against her now, the Qingxian sacred land would undoubtedly seek retribution. In light of this, it seemed prudent to retreat strategically. I shall arrange for the news of this matter to be disseminated far and wide, declared Chao Tiniu. Let it be known that our Sihai gang has gifted a celestial herb to the Qingxian sacred land, and even saved one of their peak masters, thus binding our fates together. Even if the gang leader returns and learns of this outcome, he shall have no choice but to accept it. After all, the Diyun Bud was always intended for the sacred land or a noble family, although the Qingxian sacred land was not the preferred choice. It was the best course of action under the circumstances. Perhaps Qin Moryen, being a scholar, might acknowledge their act of salvation and return the Diyun Bud to them. After a thorough discussion, the members of the gang sprang into action. Some went forth to announce the news to the world, while others busied themselves with an array of elixirs to tend to Qin Moryen's wounds. Indeed, the Sihai gang operated with remarkable speed. Within the span of merely half an hour, the news of their amicable relations with the Qingxian sacred land spread throughout Yinshao City. Even the Wanbao building, which had just engaged in a fierce battle with the Sihai gang, found themselves unsettled upon hearing this news. No one anticipated that the Sihai gang would so willingly part with a celestial herb to curry favor with the Qingxian sacred land. This signified that the Sihai gang's standing in Yunshao City could potentially rise once more. In an instant, the entire Yunshao City trembled with excitement. Countless pieces of information radiated outward, centered around Yunshao City. This was precisely what the Sihai gang hoped to achieve, although they had lost the celestial herb. The crucial factor now was to secure their alliance with the Qingxian sacred land. Even that very night, numerous disciples of the Four Seas gang were lost in reverie, contemplating the possibility of beholding the Supreme Being's true visage. Naturally, such thoughts were mere fantasies. Even if an opportunity to witness it arose, it would undoubtedly require time. Yet, none could have anticipated that, in the dead of night, a figure would silently materialize within the courtyard of the Four Seas gang. Initially, the patrolling disciples did not take heed, mistaking the apparition for an assassin or a thief. However, upon discerning the person's features, they were so startled that they collapsed to the ground. It was the Supreme Being. Chapter 113. The Reforging of the Soul. Aiming for the Supreme. Before him stood a figure clad in a black imperial robe, with a demeanor as cold as ice. There was not a hint of aura emanating from him. Even if one stood before him, the slightest probing with divine sense would yield nothing. Chao Tiniu arrived promptly, cupping his fists and bowing in respect. I am Chao Tiniu of the Four Seas gang, paying my respects to the revered Supreme Master Guan. My apologies for the lack of proper reception. I hope the Supreme will forgive my shortcomings. His heart raced uncontrollably at the presence of the Supreme. The illustrious master of the Qingxian sacred land, the formidable Supreme Guan Xuelan, had truly graced them with her presence. Although he had fantasized about this moment when rescuing Qin Moran, he never anticipated it would come to fruition so swiftly. The Supreme of the Qingxian sacred land had arrived with such haste. At this moment, Guan Xuelan paid no heed to Chao Tiniu's words, her expression remaining indifferent as she inquired, I have heard that you possess the Earth Cloud Bud? Chao Tiniu nodded fervently, reporting to the Supreme. We indeed fortuitously acquired half a stalk of the Earth Cloud Bud, and have been seeking an opportunity to present it to the Qingxian sacred land. Then hand it over to me, Guan Xuelan interjected, extending her hand. This decisive action left Chao Tiniu momentarily stunned, yet he managed a wry smile. To be frank, the Earth Cloud Bud has already been intercepted by Master Qin. In the presence of the Supreme, he dared not hesitate. Recounting the events in their entirety while casting a discreet glance at Guan Xuelan's expression. Regrettably, her countenance remained unchanged throughout, her face as cold as ever. Even upon hearing of her disciple Qin Muron's severe injuries and unconscious state, there was no sign of concern or worry. This Supreme appeared to possess a naturally aloof disposition. Chao Tiniu mused inwardly, though he kept such thoughts to himself as he continued explaining while guiding Guan Xuelan to the room where Qin Muron was recuperating. The Four Seas gang had indeed invested heavily. An abundance of spirit elixirs piled high like mountains, alongside countless resources of spiritual stones, clearly indicating their commitment to treating Qin Muron. Chao Tiniu elaborated, Master Qin's injuries are not too grave. However, she seems unwilling to awaken, which is why she remains unconscious. This was a rather unfortunate predicament. The Four Seas gang had gone to such lengths merely to secure a favorable word from Qin Muron, only to find her in a state of faintness. Thankfully, their meticulous preparations had not been in vain. For now, this Supreme had witnessed the extent of their efforts firsthand. Unexpectedly, Chao Tiniu had anticipated that Guan Xuelan would express concern for her disciple's condition upon seeing Qin Muron, yet she did not. Instead, she stepped forward decisively, arriving at Qin Muron's side, and then reached out with her soul force. However, this did not seem like an act of healing. Rather, it appeared to be a soul search. The revered Supreme, the master of the Qingxian sacred land, was directly probing the soul of her unconscious disciple. Chao Tiniu stood in stunned silence, unable to believe what he was witnessing. He dared not voice his thoughts, bowing his head and remaining silent. For the actions of the Supreme One were beyond his authority to comment upon. Soul-searching was no trivial matter. Many whose spirits were frail would find themselves shattered or gravely injured in the process. Even the most formidable practitioners would endure excruciating torment if subjected to such an ordeal. At that moment, as Guan Xuelan commenced her soul search, Qin Moran, who had previously been unconscious, began to emit painful groans, visibly weakening by the second. Yet Guan Shuolan remained unfazed, her focus unwavering as she delved into her disciples' memories. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible ripple of energy surged from a distance, prompting her to squint and abruptly halt her probing. She stepped outside, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, quickly honing in on Listening Rain Pavilion. Meanwhile, within the confines of Listening Rain Pavilion, Guxiu's torment of the soul had reached its final stage. The last remnant of his spirit had succumbed to a pitch-black corruption. After a moment's contemplation, Guxiu resolved to proceed. Soul grind. Shatter. In an instant, the terrifying soul grinder hesitated no more, completely obliterating the final vestige of Guxiu's spirit. With this destruction came the annihilation of his path's injuries, which had been driven to the brink. However, even as Guxiu's spirit was utterly shattered, the scattered fragments did not dissipate. Instead, at the moment of their rupture, they began to coalesce anew, emanating an overwhelmingly potent aura. These shards of spirit not only converged, but were also infused with a unique resonance of the heavens and earth, surging into the nebulous remnants of his soul. This was the reward of the seeking character. Now, with the aid of the seeking character, the earth cloud bud, and the golden feather soul pill, Guxiu's spirit was undergoing a profound reconstruction, a resurrection from the brink of obliteration. Yet, just as his essence began to reassemble, an unsettling chill swept through Yunshao City, stirring a restless energy. The soul, a mysterious force accessible only to those who have reached the nascent soul stage, is inherent to all beings. Even in death, if the spirit remains intact, it may manifest as a vengeful ghost. Moreover, the power of the soul is directly linked to consciousness. While souls cannot be fortified through conventional cultivation, mastering various soul techniques can significantly enhance one's prowess, allowing even the weakest to vanquish foes of greater strength. After all, despite their might, even the strongest practitioners often possess inherently fragile souls. If one can bypass their formidable spiritual and physical defenses to strike at their essence, those powerful beings may ultimately prove to be mere paper tigers. Once a soul shatters, it is destined to disperse into oblivion. Due to its overwhelming power, the art of the soul has been a subject of study for countless individuals throughout history. However, the majority practice it merely as an auxiliary means, enhancing their defenses to a degree that prevents their souls from being easily shattered. Yet, there are those who deviate from this path, including practitioners of demonic arts who focus solely on soul cultivation. Moreover, there exist the spectral souls that wander through the realms, these entities being the only ones capable of evolving by devouring and assimilating soul energy. They are ferocious and brutal, with most lacking any self-awareness, instinctively consuming the souls of their kind and the remnants of shattered souls. Consequently, due to their limited self-awareness, most spectral souls maintain an unspoken truce with cultivators, existing as if from two separate worlds, completely unconnected and uninvolved with one another. However, at this moment, it is evident that when these spectral souls catch a whiff of Guxiu's fragmented soul, especially with the added powers of the earth cloud bud, golden feather divine pill, and the seeking character, his soul becomes an exquisite delicacy to countless spectral entities. It is sufficient to transform them into ravenous beasts drawn to the scent of blood. Even Guan Shuolan, within the halls of the Four Seas gang, momentarily revealed a glimmer of greed in her gaze. Yet, this expression was fleeting. She then turned and stated, "If you wish to ally with my Qingxian sacred land, you must demonstrate your strength. Rest assured, Your Excellency, the Four Seas gang will go through fire and water without hesitation." Chao Tiniu replied without a moment's pause. The presence of this esteemed figure struck him as somewhat peculiar, though he quickly suppressed his irritation. He had saved Qin Mordian for this very opportunity, and now that the moment had arrived, what more was there to discuss? Pointing towards the Listening Rain Pavilion, Guan Shuolan commanded, "Summon the experts to that courtyard and dismantle the great formation and restrictions within." What? Chao Tiniu was momentarily taken aback. He had just returned from the entrance of the Listening Rain Pavilion and had indeed found it curious why Qin Mordian had collapsed there, as well as the significant formations and restrictions that presumably lay within. However, the notion that the esteemed figure required assistance from the Four Seas gang to break the formations was perplexing. Yet, this doubt swiftly transformed into delight, The esteemed one was willing to provide the Four Seas gang an opportunity to showcase their prowess. Rest assured, we shall not disappoint you. Immediately, Chao Tiniu summoned the elite members of his gang, and they proceeded towards the Listening Rain Pavilion in a grand procession. Along the way, he gathered information about the identity of the pavilion's master, Feng Bugui, a solitary cultivator and a guest of the Wanbao Tower, reputed to possess knowledge of various formations. He did not understand what qualifications such an individual had to attract the attention of the esteemed figure, but now was not the time for such contemplation. The esteemed one had presented an opportunity, and all that remained was to seize it. The significance of that solitary cultivator was of no concern. Soon, a throng of individuals arrived with great fervor at the entrance of Listening to the Rain Pavilion. Without hesitation, they commenced their efforts to dismantle the grand formation surrounding the pavilion. However, just as they made contact with the array, a brilliant arrow suddenly shot down from the vast sky. This was no ordinary projectile, but rather a spirit arrow imbued with terrifying power, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to subtly warp and shatter upon its arrival. It was the strike of a formidable being. Even a master like Chao Tiniu felt a prickling sense of dread and helplessness in the face of such a shot. What was even more crucial was that this arrow was aimed directly at the unsuspecting Guan Xuelan. Someone was preparing to make a move against the Supreme. Chapter 114. The Three Strikes of the Body. The revered ghost of Azure Xian. How audacious! Who dares to lay hands upon the Supreme? Cease at once. The sudden onslaught of a terrifying spiritual arrow startled everyone present. While some chose to retreat, others gritted their teeth and advanced, intent on obstructing the threat. These were the astute ones. It was not a lack of fear for their lives, but a conviction worth fighting for. After all, standing behind them was a supreme being. And though this arrow was formidable, it was certainly not a match for the Supreme. A mere flick of her hand could easily thwart the attack. In that event, not only would they be safe, but they could also earn favor in the eyes of the Supreme, potentially unlocking immense opportunities with a simple wave of her hand. However, the intentions were noble. Yet, as the crowd surged forward, they suddenly realized that the powerful Azure Xian sect master, the Supreme, had taken a slight step back. Oh, Supreme, save me. In a moment of distraction, one individual was pierced by the horrifying arrow, a gaping hole torn through his chest, leaving half his body shattered. Those who had rushed forward were instantly paralyzed with fear, cold sweat breaking out on their brows as they halted in their tracks. The power was overwhelming. They had adequately anticipated the strength of this arrow, yet they never imagined it could be so ferocious, imbued with unparalleled spiritual energy, as if capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Despite their retreat, Guan Xuelan scoffed, "What are you standing there for? If you cannot withstand this wretched arrow, what right does your Four Seas Guild have to be esteemed by my Azure Xian sacred land?" Upon hearing this, the hesitant individuals, after a brief moment of contemplation, steeled themselves. They would fight. In an instant, a group of them sprang into action. All were elite members of the Four Seas Guild, including several nascent soul and golden core experts. In any ordinary sect, they would be considered the pinnacle of power. Yet, even with their combined efforts against this unparalleled spiritual arrow, it remained unstoppable. In a fleeting moment, two more fell beneath the arrow's might. Fortunately, despite the arrow's strength, the spiritual energy it carried was ultimately finite, and as the collective efforts of the group wore it down, the arrow finally dissipated just 3 feet from Guan Xuelan. "Continue breaking the formation," she commanded coldly. This left the crowd feeling somewhat frustrated. 3 lives had been lost. Yet the Supreme of the Azure Xian sacred land showed no sign of acknowledgement, instead urging them to persist in their efforts. "Break the formation, break the formation. Do not delay the Supreme Master." Chao Tiniu was the first to speak up. Having chosen this path, there could be no turning back. However, just as the group resumed their assault on the formation, a powerful aura descended from the heavens above. Looking up, they beheld yet another spiritual arrow hurtling toward them. Moreover, this arrow was even stronger than the last. Long before it arrived, they could already sense the terrifying force it carried, as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. The crowd instinctively glanced at Guan Xuelan, only to find her still icy in demeanor. "Block this wretched arrow, and continue breaking the formation. The Supreme, this arrow is too powerful, we cannot withstand it. We implore the Supreme to intervene," someone pleaded. Yet, Before the words could fully escape their lips, they were rendered mute. Guan Shuolan merely cast a glance at the individual, who then stood frozen in place, only to collapse abruptly, devoid of any visible wounds. Yet their soul had shattered. With just a glance, merely a glance, and a formidable soul was obliterated. Guan Shuolan spoke, "Whatever I command, you shall obey. Should there be any dissent, I would not hesitate to eradicate you all." Her tone was as frigid as eternal ice, her expression utterly indifferent, instilling fear in all who beheld her. A chill gripped their hearts. This was dire. They had initially believed that by offering the elixir to heal the peak master of the Qingxian sacred land and adhering to the Supreme's directives, they would ascend to greater heights. However, now it felt as though they were merely being used as cannon fodder. The Supreme before them clearly had no intention of intervening. "Assisting me is a privilege. Do you not desire such honor?" Guan Shuolan's chilling voice echoed once more. Her words left them bitter. This was no honor, but rather a threat. Just then, a surge of soul power emerged quietly, and in the next moment, a group from the Four Seas gang appeared momentarily dazed, as if they had lost their luster in an instant. "Break the formation. Quickly break the formation. Assisting me is your fortune. You need only shatter the array." These thoughts crept into the minds of all present. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The Four Seas gang's experts seemed to have lost their souls, completely disregarding the terrifying spiritual arrows above. Their only focus was on breaking the formation before them. Even if it meant death, it would be worthwhile. Humph. At that moment, a furious snort resonated from the heavens. "Wraiths and phantoms, dare you cause chaos in my Yuntian?" The words struck like a thunderclap, jolting the entranced members of the Four Seas gang back to their senses. Cold sweat broke out as they looked up to see a figure in silver armor, bow in hand, with hair and beard as white as snow. The City Lord. "We pay our respects to the City Lord." The members of the Four Seas gang gasped, hastily bowing. The figure that had arrived was none other than the City Lord of Yuntian, Sang Shoudao, the founder of Yuntian City, renowned as the mightiest rogue cultivator under heaven, had finally made his appearance. Facing the bowing crowd, Sang Shoudao merely grunted, "You lot, why do you not flee?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Four Seas gang dared not hesitate. They turned to escape. Yet, just as they were about to leave, Guan Shuolan's cold voice rang out, "I wonder who dares to depart." As the members of the Four Seas gang hesitated upon hearing the words, they found themselves entangled in a dilemma. On one side stood the Lord of Yunshao City, and on the other, the supreme being of the Qingxian Holy Land, both figures deemed untouchable by them. They were trapped in indecision, unable to advance or retreat. "You dare to thwart my endeavors, Sang Shoudao," exclaimed the Lord of Yunshao City. Meanwhile, Guan Shuolan turned her gaze towards Sang Shoudao and inquired, "Are you truly intent on destroying Yunshao City today?" Sang Shoudao replied calmly, "There are those I must protect within this courtyard. If I cannot defend this place, then this city may as well be forsaken." "You seek death." Guan Shuolan's demeanor darkened instantly. "Death?" Sang Shoudao suddenly burst into laughter. "You are but a remnant soul severed by the Supreme Being. Do you truly believe you embody the essence of the Qingxian Supreme? You tread upon my Yunshao City, yet tell me, who shall meet their demise in the end? What? The revelation of the remnant soul of the Supreme sent shockwaves through the members of the Four Seas gang. This was not the Qingxian Supreme in the flesh. It was rumored that to ascend to immortality, the Supreme must sever their body, spirit, and soul. Could this be the self-slain remnant of Guan Supreme? I wondered why this person bore no trace of spiritual energy, yet their soul power instills such dread. It appears this individual has transformed into a manifestation of the soul. This power must be akin to that of a ghost king. We have been deceived. In that moment, terror gripped the hearts of the Four Seas gang, and one by one, they prepared to flee. Yet, Guan Shuolan's voice echoed hauntingly, "You think you can escape after being with me for so long?" Instantly, a chilling wind swept through the air. Those it touched found themselves frozen in place, their souls involuntarily separating from their bodies, drifting slowly towards Guan Shuolan under the influence of that frigid gust. Such was the terrifying power of the soul, no matter their cultivation level. They were rendered powerless against it. "An old man stands here. Even a mere ghost king dares to cause mischief." Sang Shoudao would not stand idly by. With a thunderous shout, he notched an arrow into his longbow, charging it with formidable soul power. and released a terrifying spiritual arrow aimed directly at Guan Xuelan. This arrow possessed the ability to pierce through souls. However, Guan Xuelan merely scoffed at the approaching threat. Without any visible movement, the mighty arrow pierced through her very being, continuing on its trajectory while she remained entirely unscathed. With a swift motion, she extended her hands, capturing the souls of the Four Seas Gang's elite in her grasp. Then, she opened her mouth and consumed them whole. In an instant, the elite of the Four Seas Gang were nearly annihilated. The taste of powerful souls is simply exquisite. Guan Xuelan narrowed her eyes, savoring what felt akin to a sumptuous delicacy. At that moment, her strength began to surge once more. Upon witnessing this scene, Sang Shoudao's brow furrowed tightly. To skillfully manipulate the human heart, weaken the spirit, and disrupt their minds, ultimately eliminating these formidable opponents. Moreover, to disregard my shattered soul arrow. You are not merely the Ghost King, you are the Ghost Sovereign? The Ghost Sovereign, although the spirits and phantoms typically lack self-awareness, remaining indifferent to mortals or cultivators, should a spirit grow in strength, it may indeed awaken intelligence. The Ghost Generals already possess such awareness. Beyond them lie the Ghost Kings, Ghost Sovereigns, and Ghost Emperors. The Ghost Sovereign no longer fears cultivators beneath the ascendant stage. Sang Shoudao, having already discerned the strength of the true entity. Do you now comprehend your choice? At that moment, the Ghost King, resembling Guan Xuelan, cast a cold smile towards Sang Shoudao. I can sense delectable sustenance within this grand formation, and I am willing to agree that as long as you refrain from meddling, we shall coexist in peace. Otherwise, I too wish to sample the essence of a spirit that has severed its path. The Supreme does not emerge, yet the Ghost Sovereign can still ascend to greatness. This does not imply that the Ghost Sovereign is inherently more powerful than a void refinement cultivator, but rather that the nature of ghostly practitioners is inscrutable. They are, after all, manifestations of spirits, their path exceedingly arduous, specializing in the art of spiritual cultivation. Elusive and enigmatic, rendering ordinary methods utterly ineffective. The Void Refinement Sovereign is indeed immensely powerful. However, when confronted with a Ghost Sovereign, many Void Refinement Sovereigns find their efforts to harm it fruitless, and simple spiritual assaults fail to make any impact. In fact, they may even risk their own downfall. Sang Shoudao understood these complexities. Yet, the old man had previously declared that the individuals within this courtyard were those he vowed to protect. With that, Sang Shoudao stepped forward, standing at the entrance of the Listening Rain Pavilion, gently polishing his longbow. The Ghost Sovereign, resembling Guan Xuelan, coldly remarked, "What if you cannot protect them? Even if I cannot protect them, I must still try." Sang Shoudao retorted, silently lifting his longbow, aiming it once more at the Ghost Sovereign before him. "This young man once guarded me for 3 days. Now that he has arrived in Yuntian City, what harm is there in me protecting him for 3 years? Chapter 115. The Path of Preservation. What path do you adhere to, Sangu Dao? A path to self-destruction. The obstinacy of Sangu Dao exasperated the ghostly sovereign, who, though still appearing as Guan Xuelan, bore a countenance as foreboding as the depths of the netherworld. With a slight elevation of her hand, a spectral claw lunged towards Sangu Dao, exuding a chilling aura accompanied by a cacophony of wails. Sangu Dao furrowed his brow, and the longbow he had drawn was released in an instant. With a reverberating hum, a terrifying arrow, devoid of a physical shaft, shot forth with lethal intensity. Yet the Ghost Sovereign merely smirked at this formidable projectile. However, as the smile graced her visage, it swiftly froze. Her form retreated in a frantic bid for safety. Yet her reflexes, though swift, were ultimately a fraction too slow. The arrow reached her in a blink, piercing through her left shoulder and exiting with a thunderous explosion. To her astonishment, the Ghost Sovereign, who should have been impervious to spiritual assaults, felt her left shoulder erupt in agony, leading her to emit a pained scream. Her gaze fixed upon Sangu Dao, now fraught with terror. "Have you lost your mind? To harm me, you would sever your own soul?" She could hardly comprehend that this seemingly formidable elder, a master of the ethereal realm, had chosen not to wield his formidable powers, but instead opted for a soul-severing strike. The arrow just released was imbued with Sangu Dao's very essence, not a mere technique of the spirit, but a genuine severance of his own soul, transformed into a lethal weapon. "Old as I am, my path is obstructed, and my lifespan dwindles. What use do I have for this soul? Sang Dao stated coldly before gesturing with his hand. In an instant, the very arrow that had pierced the ghost sovereign now turned back, hurtling towards her once more. Startled, the ghost sovereign evaded in haste, shouting in fury, "You are mad. If you were to die peacefully, you could enter the cycle of reincarnation or cultivate the art of the Een spirit to become a ghost king. By severing your soul, you doom yourself to disintegration, forsaking the six paths and reincarnation." Yet Sengu Dao remained unfazed, silent, and resolute. Instead, he drew his bow once more, releasing another arrow with a swift motion. He had indeed severed his soul again. The two soul-severing arrows pursued the ghost sovereign relentlessly, embodying a determination to not relent until one of them was vanquished. Madness. Utter madness. The once self-assured ghost sovereign now found herself in a desperate plight. As a ghost sovereign, she was impervious to ordinary assaults. Yet a master of the ethereal realm, wielding the power to sever souls, was a different matter altogether. Even she could not afford to provoke such an adversary. She could only evade while bellowing, "The one within is merely a foundational cultivator. You would risk your life for such a being? I have lived beyond 3 millennia, traversed countless paths, experienced the heights of ambition, the beauty of the mortal realm, the pain of betrayal, and witnessed the ebb and flow of time. I, an old man, have lived enough." Yet, one could see Sang Shoudao smile faintly, speaking in a calm manner as he once again drew his bow and nocked an arrow, unleashing the soul-cutting arrow for the third time. As the arrow flew forth, Sang Shoudao's complexion turned ashen, his gaze becoming vacant. To sever the soul thrice, such an act posed a peril, even for the most exalted beings. Yet, it seemed Sang Shoudao had long since resolved himself to death. He merely shook his head and continued, "Years ago, before the city of Yunshao, in my youthful fervor, I fought for 3 days, allowing this old man to survive for 5 centuries. Surely, I cannot fail to protect him now. Today, I stand here, vowing to guard this door." The 3 soul-cutting arrows left the ghost sovereign in a state of utter despair. In mere moments, he was grievously wounded, the sinister ghostly aura enveloping him now as fragile as parchment. Accompanying Sang Shoudao's 3 arrows, the multitude of malevolent spirits drawn by Gu Xiu's soul reforging trembled in fear, hesitating to advance. Experience prevails. He wields the power to sever souls, yet also to intimidate foes. With the sacrifice of his own soul severing, he instilled terror among all specters within Yunshao City. His words were indeed his bond, a sworn promise to defend this entrance. "Madman, Sang Shoudao, you are truly a madman." At last, with a piercing scream, the ghost sovereign, resembling Guan Xuelan, was obliterated by the 3 soul-cutting arrows, her essence scattered into nothingness. The ghost sovereign was dead. She had never fathomed that this man would willingly self-destruct to slay her. As the formidable adversary was vanquished, Sang Shoudao could no longer suppress the tremor in his form. The 3 soul severings had inflicted grievous harm upon him. He positioned his longbow behind him, standing resolutely at the entrance of Tingyu residence, and then began to weave a spell with his hands. In an instant, the myriad forces of restriction within Yunshao City surged towards Gu Xiu's Tingyu residence. Reminiscent of the first time the old city lord employed the city's restraining powers 500 years ago, all to safeguard Tingyu residence and protect Gu Xiu. However, amidst these actions, Sang Shoudao's consciousness was swiftly fading, and his awareness of the surroundings had diminished to its nadir. He was oblivious to the shadow that stealthily approached from behind him. Just as he activated the citywide restrictions, a terrifying force of soul energy suddenly penetrated his being. Shortly thereafter, a voice echoed from within his consciousness. "Sang Shoudao, you have grown old. Though I am merely a ghost sovereign, I am also a supreme being capable of severing souls. Do you truly believe that mere 3 arrows can slay me?" Upon hearing this voice, Sang Shoudao's previously dulled pupils regained a semblance of clarity. Yet, in that moment of clarity, a profound anguish resurfaced. Possession. The ghost sovereign sought to possess him. Though you are aged and frail, your corporeal form still bears the strength of a virtual cultivator. Rest assured, I shall utilize it well. However, I must admit, I am curious about this young cultivator within you. Who could inspire such loyalty in you? Let me take a moment to observe. In an instant, fragmented memories began to surface in Sang Shudao's mind. "Shudao, what path do you truly safeguard?" "Sang Shudao, You have been bewitched by this enchantress. I command you to swiftly slay her to clarify your mind and establish the true way. Errant disciple, do you even comprehend what path you are upholding? Do you realize that by betraying your sect, you have made yourself an enemy of the Lansong Holy Land? That enchantress is dead. Why do you remain obstinately unaware? This is the Valley of 100 Flowers, where one can gaze upon the stars and seas and feel the gentle breezes of the world. I intend to build a city here, erect a tomb, and guard a person. Old man, why are you dawdling? Drink up. I must tell you, in this life, I admire those who are adept at safeguarding, and I aspire to become a person like the lord of this city, even if the road ahead is fraught with peril. Master sang, the sect has dispatched me to take your life. Young man, since you have entered this game and acknowledged this old man as a friend, even with my meager strength, I wish to test myself and guard this place for 3 days. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You old man have no idea what I have endured in these 3 days. I tell you, this Yinshao city will one day be my second home. If I return, you must grant me easy passage. Elders sang, the mountains are high and the road is long. We shall meet again. Life is lengthy, long enough to forget much. Yet, life is also brief, short enough that one can flit through it in the blink of an eye. As these fragments flicker by, in the backyard of the Lord's residence in Yunshao City, beside the stone chair where the old lord often drinks alone under the moonlight, a small mound suddenly sparkles with faint starlight. Meanwhile, in the sea of consciousness, the aged figure completely engulfed by the black specter suddenly opens his eyes again. The twinkling starlight, having drifted in unawares, transforms into countless butterflies, irresistibly drawing the old man's gaze. As he observes, he softly inquires, how long have you lived? What? The black specter is momentarily taken aback. I have lived for 3,000 years. The old man suddenly sighs. Before me, you are but a child. As he speaks, the elder struggles to rise. This scene causes the specter to exclaim in disbelief. This is impossible. How can you still move? Move? Sang Shudao shakes his head. You are mistaken. I have not moved. What? The specter appears dazed, but in the next moment, it becomes horrified and attempts to flee in terror. This old man, after severing the soul, continues to sever souls. Even the Supreme can only sever 3 times, body, spirit, and soul. Yet Sang Shudao's 3 severings are all aimed at the soul. Even more terrifying is that he intends to sever a 4th time. At this moment, Sang Shudao's spirit slightly raises a hand, and his essence becomes even more translucent, rendering him nearly invisible. The severed souls, in an instant, transformed into an infinite blaze of soul fire, swiftly igniting the spirit of the ghostly sovereign that clung to them. In that moment, a chilling scream echoed, as the ghostly sovereign, intent on seizing control, immediately howled in despair, attempting to flee. Yet, just as he sought to escape, a great fire erupted. 5 slashes. Sang Shudao, after 4 slashes, continued with a 5th. At this juncture, the ghostly sovereign found himself with no avenue of retreat. He could only curse the madman while furiously struggling against the overwhelming inferno of soul fire. This was no mere scattering of souls. The remnants of his existence were to be obliterated. After today, there would be no more Sang Shudao in this world. Even the memories of him would vanish. In this moment, Sang Shudao's spirit had become entirely translucent, his corporeal form gradually dissipating, barely visible as he leaned against the longbow, softly reciting the same verse he had sung countless times before. Who says life cannot be relived? The stream before the door still flows westward. Do not let white hair sing of the yellow chicken. Life is worth living. Haraha. And amidst the resounding echoes of his exuberant laughter, Gushio within the room suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 116. The Loss of My True Essence in the Sacred Land of Qingxian at the Weniange Pavilion. A gentle breeze swept through as Nian Chaoshi, seated in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes and gazed towards the door. Master, Guan Shuilan nodded slightly and stepped into the pavilion. Upon observing her eldest disciple with a mane of white hair, she remained silent for a moment before speaking. Are you still preoccupied with Gushio? Yes. Is he truly dead? Indeed. Then why do you still dwell on it? Master, though one traverses this world and ultimately returns to dust, there remain indelible traces of existence. Naive and ignorant, Guan Shuilan shook her head. Do you not understand that if a cultivator severs their own soul too many times, the memories of others regarding them will vanish entirely? Without memory, where are the traces you speak of? Whether memory fades, I cannot say, but I do know one thing. What is that? Those worthy of remembrance will always linger in the heart. Even if memories are lost and traces erased, one shall ultimately recall that there was someone who caused me lifelong regret. Nian Chaoxi's words caused Guan Shuolan to furrow her brow slightly. Her eldest disciple had changed significantly during this time, becoming estranged from both her and the other junior sisters. She no longer ventured out as frequently, and when she did encounter others, the once careful and graceful demeanor had dissipated. However, Guan Shuolan chose not to pursue this topic further and instead stated, "I have come to seek your assistance in divination. What does Master wish to inquire about?" Nian Chaoxi asked. Guan Shuolan replied, "I wish for you to inquire about the fragment of my wasted soul that I severed long ago." This question surprised Nian Chaoxi. Years ago, Guan Shuolan had indeed severed her own soul, and convention suggested that the severed fragment should have been incinerated on the spot. Yet, remarkably, that fragment had unexpectedly escaped at the moment of severance, vanishing without a trace. Guan Shuolan had previously mobilized the forces of the sacred land of Qingxian to search for that fragment, but she abruptly ceased her search and never mentioned it again. Nian Chaoxi had always assumed that the fragment had been destroyed. Now, with the topic resurfacing, could it be that the fragment had not perished, but had instead survived and advanced to the level of a ghost sovereign, only to be slain by someone else today? What? After all these years, it has not been destroyed, and it has cultivated to the realm of ghost sovereign, and yet it has been killed by someone? However, Nian Chaoxi soon noticed a peculiar expression on her master's face, filled with extreme anger. This was understandable. Logically, a severed fragment of the soul could summon retribution at any moment, especially one that had reached the realm of a ghost sovereign. Its destruction at the hands of another should be considered fortunate. Why, then, was her master so enraged? Although it was merely a fragment of her true essence, it was, by all accounts, deemed useless. Yet, Guan Shuolan had acquired a secret method through fortuitous circumstances, which would have allowed her to harness the powers of that fragment once it reached fruition, refining it for personal use, strengthening one's spirit. Noticing the confusion of her greatest disciple, Guan Shuolan did not conceal the truth and directly explained. Nian Chaoxi, in disbelief, remarked, "Master, although the discarded soul is not you, it is still entwined with you by fate. If that discarded soul misbehaves, it will ultimately implicate you. How could you engage in such actions?" It was hard for her to fathom, though it was merely a fragment of a discarded soul. The karmic ties meant that the sins committed by that soul would be borne by Guan Shuolan. Moreover, that discarded soul had already ascended to become a ghost sovereign, and one could only imagine how many vengeful souls it had devoured and how much bloodshed it had caused. All these karmic repercussions would ultimately fall upon Guan Shuolan. Yet, Guan Shuolan seemed to regard that discarded soul as a path to enlightenment. As a supreme being, if she were to shy away from karma, what worth would she have as a supreme entity? Furthermore, do you not understand that if that discarded soul were to ascend to the rank of Ghost Emperor and I were to merge with it, my spiritual power would surpass all other beings of the same rank? Now, however, the discarded soul I had meticulously planned for has been utterly destroyed, not merely shattered, but completely incinerated. This signifies that the opportunity for my spiritual enhancement has been obliterated. Guan Shuolan's voice quivered with barely contained rage, leaving Nian Chaoxi momentarily stunned. Turning her head, she felt an unfamiliarity in her master. Nevertheless, the flicker of doubt in her eyes quickly subsided as she asked, "Master, what do you wish for me to do?" "I need you to divine and uncover who dares to incinerate my discarded soul," Guan Shuolan replied coldly, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The pressure had been mounting for some time, and with the loss of her carefully plotted path to enlightenment, her heart was filled with a desire for vengeance. Nian Chaoxi trembled slightly, but spoke truthfully. "Master, that fragment of your discarded soul was ensnared by a technique of celestial concealment at the moment of its escape, and now I am powerless to investigate." "There is no need for you to investigate. I merely wish for you to assist me in identifying a person." "Who?" San. As Guan Shuolan spoke, she suddenly furrowed her brow. "Before my discarded soul was incinerated, it harbored a deep grudge against a particular name. That individual was called. How strange, why can I not recall that name?" Nian Chaoxi was perplexed. Guan Shuolan frowned. "I can sense that person is still alive. Furthermore, my incinerated discarded soul has been absorbed entirely as nourishment by someone. This means my path to enlightenment has been seized. However, Guan Shuolan, deep in thought, shook her head after a moment. At this time, I cannot recall that person's name. How infuriating. That discarded soul is indeed worthless, incapable of conveying such critical information. It deserves its fate, a true waste. Guan Shuolan was exceedingly vexed. Nian Chaoshi found this peculiar. Upon reflection, her master's temperament had seemed increasingly erratic over the years. Could there be something amiss beneath the surface? However, before she could ponder further, a surge of ethereal energy suddenly emanated from a distance. Guan Shuolan's eyes brightened. It was the spirit peak of Chunlei, and it appeared that Jiang Sun's Dao sword was nearing completion. But what of Mo Ran? Had she not yet returned? She needed to hasten back to the sect. Jiang Sun's Dao sword required her talismanic prowess for enhancement. Nevertheless, it seemed that Mo Ran had been dawdling lately. Perhaps it would be best to send the fourth one, as she was the most decisive in her actions. Instruct her to swiftly bring Mo Ran back. It was imperative not to delay the forging of Jiang Sun's sword. On the other side, in Yunshao City, the weather was delightful, and the skies were clear. In the early morning, the atmosphere of Yunshao City was particularly vibrant, with an unusual buzz of voices filling the air. Many cultivators, who typically remained secluded, emerged to bask in the sunlight. Strange, I had a night filled with nightmares. Even during my cultivation, I found it impossible to calm my mind, as an ominous chill enveloped me, instilling a profound sense of dread, as if some great terror were imminent. I heard a fellow ghost cultivator mention that last night, spectral soldiers traversed the path, and a horde of ghosts surged forth, nearly siphoning away my spirit. It was truly terrifying. Is this true? A horde of ghosts? Aren't the spirits reluctant to engage with the living? Our Yunshao City is fortified with formidable barriers. What spirits would dare approach? Speaking of which, the city's barriers were indeed disturbed last night, gathering within the city. I wonder what transpired. By the way, what is the history of Yunshao City? I seem to have forgotten. What does the past matter? Quickly, tell me what happened with the horde of ghosts last night. I don't know. That ghost cultivator merely stated that initially, spectral soldiers had crossed paths, and then a multitude of ghosts surged forth. However, suddenly, they all fled, claiming that a great horror resided within the city, causing countless spirits to escape overnight. That ghost cultivator hastily departed as soon as the city gates opened today, fearing for his life. On the streets, people were discussing the incident, yet none could clarify what had truly occurred last night. What a jumble. As Wan Xiaobei walked through the streets, listening to the chatter, she felt somewhat dissatisfied and turned to Su Rume. Speaking of which, I have visited Yunshao City a few times, yet I remain unaware of when it was established or who built it. This, Su Rume pondered. I too am uncertain. I believe I have heard mention of it before, but perhaps it was so long ago that it has faded from memory. What of the city lord? What is their name? Wan Xiaobei inquired. This, Su Rume contemplated again. I do not know the city lord's name either, but they are the master of the city's defenses, possessing immense strength, though they seem rarely to venture outside. I have encountered them a few times, yet I have never seen their true visage. Mysterious indeed. I have heard that the esteemed Gu Xiuxian fought here over 500 years ago against a prodigy from a sacred land. Yet I am unaware of the details of that battle. Such a pity. Wan Xiaobei shook her head, feeling a sense of regret. As they conversed, the two arrived at the entrance of a courtyard and paused. The host remarked, "This rain-listening pavilion is indeed the dwelling of Feng Bugue." Su Rume added, "Host, when we encounter him, do not underestimate Feng Bugue. Just over a month ago, he was merely a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement. But recently he has established his foundation, which is quite remarkable." I know. Wan Xiaobei waved her hand dismissively. "How many times must you repeat this? I am aware that this loose cultivator is extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been personally invited to become a revered guest of our Wanbao Pavilion. Rest assured, let us hasten to announce our arrival." The conflict between Wanbao Pavilion and the Sihai Gang concluded last night. Although it was somewhat unexpected that the Sihai Gang had ingratiated themselves with the Qingxian Holy Land through the use of celestial herbs, it was imperative to not delay the matter of Feng Bugue's invitation any further. The purpose of their visit was to honor Feng Bugue and formally invite him to become a revered guest of Wanbao Pavilion. Noticing her host's earnestness, Su Rume nodded in agreement and approached the door to knock. However, just as her hand was raised, the previously closed courtyard door was suddenly swung open from within. Immediately, an elderly man, his waist adorned with a gourd and a long bow slung across his back, emerged with a beaming smile. As he walked, he waved his hand behind him and exclaimed, "I thought that since you rarely return home, I would take my turn to guard you. But it seems I have ended up watching over you once again. It appears that my promise to guard you for 3 years is indeed destined to be fulfilled." Chapter 117. A Day of Sermon. The soul returns to the Purple Mansion. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the venerable elder from the Gushio courtyard, Tsurume was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, yet unable to place the individual. However, sensing the aura emanating from the elder and its connection to the prohibitions of Yunxiao City, Tsurume promptly bowed and addressed him. "I am Tsurume of Wanbao Tower. Honored to meet the city lord." This elder was none other than the lord of Yunxiao City, Sang Shoudao. In the depths of night, Sang Shoudao had severed his own divine soul with 5 strikes, rendering him a being forgotten by this realm. All traces and memories of Sang Shoudao would vanish completely. As for Sang Shoudao himself, he too was destined to dissipate entirely. Yet, amidst this process, an unforeseen event transpired. "There is no need for such formalities, young one. I am merely a leisurely city lord, devoid of such constraints," Sang Shoudao chuckled. With these words, without any visible action from him, Tsurume, who had already bowed, found herself standing upright as if compelled by an unseen force. This simple gesture sent a profound shock through her heart. Was it the manifestation of spoken intent? No. There was no domain at play here, nor any flow of spiritual energy, nor the stimulation of rule-based power. Rather, it was the power of the divine soul. This was the ability to attest to the soul's path. The force of the divine soul is most formidable. A powerful soul can invade and seize another's essence, can reincarnate through possession, and even infiltrate during a moment of soul fluctuation. It is said that some ghostly emperors, upon reaching the pinnacle of soul power, can alter another's actions or consciousness with but a single utterance. This elder, who seldom ventured forth and whom Tsurume had scarcely encountered, was now capable of altering her actions with mere words. This was utterly terrifying. If he commanded her to take her own life, would she comply in the same manner? "Do not fret, young one. I am not so idle," Sang Shoudao interjected as Tsurume's heart swelled with trepidation. His words instantly quelled her fear. Seemingly resigned, Sang Shoudao turned to Gushio and waved his hand, saying, "This grand opportunity one have encountered must be properly contemplated. Otherwise, I fear that speaking carelessly may lead to great chaos. I shall take my leave." With that, Sang Shoudao turned and departed. With each step he took, ethereal purple mist seemed to swirl around him, only to dissipate moments later. This scene left Tsurume and her companion utterly astounded. Unbeknownst to them, on that fateful night, as Sang Shoudao successfully severed his soul, he was cast aside by the world, yet heaven showed mercy. Coinciding with Gushio's soul's rebirth, a rare celestial phenomenon quietly unfolded. It was an unparalleled spectacle of the universe, the soul returning to the Purple Mansion. This phenomenon is the most enigmatic and domineering manifestation within the realm of the soul. Its mystery lies in its silent emergence, departing as inconspicuously as the wind. Its dominance, however, is evident in the fact that the manifestation of the soul returning to the Purple Mansion represents the greatest opportunity in the eyes of all spectral souls and ghostly cultivators. It is even said to provide the chance to attain enlightenment in a single day. The concept of the soul returning to the Purple Mansion involves the body serving as the mansion and the spirit as the guiding force, gathering countless spectral souls and absorbing fragments of the world's essence, forming a terrifying vortex akin to a funnel. When the soul returning to the Purple Mansion appeared, an endless multitude of spectral souls from the Cloud Sky City were drawn into it, including the discarded soul of Guan Shuolan's ghostly sovereign and the self-destructive Sang Shoudao. For spectral beings, this was a monumental opportunity. Before the Purple Mansion was established, the myriad souls within it were the embodiment of the mansion itself. Should any spectral soul conquer all adversaries, it could ascend to the status of the unified mansion of souls. The situation was perilous. Guan Shuolan's discarded soul sovereign even revived with the intent to seize this immense opportunity. Unfortunately for her, Gushio stood nearby, unwilling to allow her to create further turmoil. Although his cultivation was insufficient and he had yet to master the techniques of the soul, he was endowed with the formidable triple enhancement of the Earth Cloud Bud, the Golden Feather Soul Pill, and the rewards from the Seeking character. Thus, his soul could be deemed one of the most potent in existence. As Sin Shodao had stated, Gushio once again safeguarded him. With his own formidable soul power, Gushio resolutely defended Sin Shodao, granting him the chance to consolidate his spirit and subsequently aiding him in gradually absorbing the other souls within the funnel. Ultimately, this effort proved insurmountable even for Guan Shuolan's discarded soul sovereign, who could do nothing but watch helplessly as the old man Sin Shodao forged his path to enlightenment. In the end, she could only observe in despair as Sin Shodao consumed her essence, transforming it into sustenance. Having lost everything the previous night, Sin Shodao simultaneously gained everything. His self-destructive act indeed bore fruit. Most of the memories and traces regarding Sin Shodao in the world had vanished. But what was lost was merely the past incarnation of Sin Shodao. A new Sin Shodao was reborn within the soul returning to the Purple Mansion, destined to attain enlightenment. Had Sin Shodao been a pure ghostly cultivator, unbound by the limitations of his physical form, he could have opened the heavenly gates and transcended to immortality that very night. Nevertheless, even so, while his strength remained at the level of refining the void, his soul power had ascended beyond that of mere immortality. This was a genuine source of boundless fortune. However, gazing at Sin Shodao's silhouette, Gushio smiled slightly, his eyes momentarily flashing with an ungraspable violet vortex. Sin Shodao had acquired an unparalleled opportunity, yet Gushio's fortune was even more earth-shattering. If the greatest opportunity of the soul returning to the Purple Mansion lay in becoming the mansion itself during the manifestation, then Gushio had attained the very essence of that mansion. At this moment, upon the Tao platform that should have been devoid of any substance, a mansion radiating with violet brilliance had already materialized. His current realm is insufficient. He has yet to open the sea of consciousness. The strength of his spirit cannot presently rival that of Sang Shodao. However, he possesses the true Purple Mansion of the soul returning to the Purple Mansion. Sang Shodao represents the present, while he embodies the future. One day, when Gushio's realm is sufficient and he has opened the sea of consciousness, this Purple Mansion will transform into boundless opportunities. Su Guanshi, may I inquire the purpose of your visit today? As Su Rumei was still in a daze, Gushio took the initiative to speak. Coming back to her senses, Su Rumei hurriedly replied, "We are here to invite Taoist Feng to become a venerated member of Wanbao Tower." To become a venerated member? Gushio was not surprised. His gaze instinctively flicked to Wan Xiaobei beside him. He had seen this person in a dream from eons ago and was naturally aware of her identity. Su Rumei quickly nodded. Yes, Wanbao Tower wishes to invite Taoist Feng to become an 8th grade venerated member. However, Wan Xiaobei suddenly shook her head, interrupting Su Rumei. She then slightly inclined her body towards Gushio and said, "I am Wan Xiaobei, and I have come to invite Taoist Feng to serve as our most prestigious venerated member, a 9th grade venerated member." What? Upon hearing this, Su Rumei was stunned. There were numerous venerated members in Wanbao Tower, with the lowest being 1st grade and the highest reaching 9th grade. Although she had previously contemplated proposing him for the 9th grade position, she had ultimately settled for persuading Wan Xiaobei to suggest the 8th grade title, given Feng Bugui's relatively low cultivation. This was already a tremendous honor. Yet, she never anticipated that upon meeting Feng Bugui, Wan Xiaobei would directly amend her proposal from 8th grade to 9th grade. Not only Su Rumei, but even Gushio was taken aback. Taoist Feng, as a 9th grade venerated member of Wanbao Tower, you shall enjoy all the privileges that come with it. Whatever you require, whatever you seek, as long as it is within our capabilities, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your requests. Wan Xiaobei declared with resounding clarity, her demeanor exceedingly polite, as if she were addressing a genuine paragon of unparalleled prowess rather than an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. Gushio regarded her intently, somewhat surprised by her boldness, yet not entirely incredulous. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "I appreciate Master Wan's esteemed regard. I am willing to accept the position of 9th grade venerated member. However, I believe that one should not reap rewards without merit. I surmise that Master Wan has matters to discuss with a mere foundation-building cultivator like myself." At this, Wan Xiaobei's eyelids twitched. Could it be that he is aware of that matter? Nonetheless, while she remained infatuated with the Qing Xian sword immortal, her capability to lead the tower was evident. Thus, she refrained from any pointless probing and confidently nodded. Wanbao Tower indeed has a matter requiring Taoist Feng's assistance. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiu entered Wanbao Tower to accept the honors of the 9th grade venerated member, the situation at the Four Seas gang was unfolding. A powerful practitioner, who had long secluded himself, now wore a grim expression. He gazed upon the treasury, stripped of its prized yunya, and then at the extinguished soul lamps, numbering in the dozens. Qin Xian, you have gone too far. Chapter 118. The leader of the Four Seas gang. The Rainfall Valley unfolds not long ago. We engaged in battle with the Wanbao Tower. During our moment of internal vulnerability, someone seized the opportunity to pilfer the earth cloud bud. Deputy Leader Chao pursued the thief, only to discover that the precious bud had been taken by Elder Qin Mai of the Qing Xian sacred land. Upon confronting Qin, Deputy Leader Chao found him gravely injured and ultimately decided to extend kindness in return for grievance, bringing Qin back for healing and care. That very night, a supreme from the Qing Xian sacred land arrived, subsequently departing with Deputy Leader Chao and several other leaders. By dawn, their soul lamps extinguished one by one. A member of the Four Seas gang knelt on the ground, his face a mask of grief and indignation, trembling as he relayed the news. Seated in the prominent position of the assembly hall was a middle-aged man, seemingly honest and trustworthy. He was Yu Sihai, the leader of the Four Seas gang in Yunshao City, a legendary figure, once a mere mortal in the North Ming demon domain. He led a modest yet content life until calamity struck during an outing. His city fell prey to formidable demon cultivators who wrought destruction in their quest for refining artifacts. Upon his return, he found his parents and family had been reduced to lifeless husks. In his despair, Yu Sihai did not succumb to self-destruction as many would. Instead, he resolved to avenge his loved ones. Thus began his journey. He joined the very demonic sect responsible for his tragedy, rising from a mere outer disciple to the core of the sect, ultimately orchestrating its complete annihilation, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, he became a target of relentless pursuit, fleeing to the East Wilderness and arriving in Yunshao City. At that time, Yunshao City was rife with gangs, and Yu Sihai was merely an ordinary loose cultivator. He was amiable and struggled for survival, yet the world is cruel, and kindness often invites contempt. Yu Sihai endured public humiliation, swallowing his pride as if it were routine. He bore the taunts and scorn, branded a cowardly wretch. However, this so-called cowardly wretch, after 3 years, completely overturned the most renowned gang in Yunshao City, establishing the Four Seas gang and assuming the title of its leader. Listening to his subordinates report, Yu Sihai's earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by an unruffled calm that concealed the depths of his thoughts. Do you know how they met their demise? He finally inquired. There were rumors before their deaths. The subordinate swallowed hard, lowering his voice. What rumors? Supreme Soul Devourer. At this revelation, a glint of cold light flickered in Yu Sihai's eyes, yet he composed himself and replied, I understand. You may leave now. The followers nodded in agreement, yet before departing, one hesitated and said, Leader, Qin Mo ran from the Qing Xian sacred land remains unconscious and has consistently denied taking our elixir. It appears she is unwilling to show gratitude. Leave it be. Before he could finish, Yu Sihai merely waved his hand, and the followers, sensing the leader's resolve, hurriedly departed. Once the hall was left with only Yu Sihai, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the side. Leader Yu, have you come to a decision? Yu Sihai remained silent, yet the individual continued. The Qing Xian sacred land is filled with ungrateful scoundrels. If you place your hopes on them, believing that a mere fragment of the elixir will grant you passage aboard their warship, you are gravely mistaken. Qin Mo Ran is the epitome of hypocrisy, strict with others yet lenient towards herself. She values her image highly and will deny having taken your elixir time and again. With your skilled members now deceased, it signifies that those privy to the truth have been eliminated. You have wagered on the wrong horse. Yu Sihai raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. The individual pressed on. Accept my proposal, and I shall ensure that you, Yu Sihai, are free from the Qing Xian sacred land's threats. Yu Sihai continued to ponder in silence, his brow furrowed. The individual did not seem rushed. Finally, Yu Sihai inquired, What you require of me is merely to ascertain the fate of Guxiu from the Qing Xin sacred land, nothing more? Indeed, the individual replied. All I ask is that you confirm whether Guxiu is alive. If he lives, what then? He must never emerge. And if he is dead? If he is dead. Leader Yu, should you strategize wisely, an immense opportunity will ultimately fall into your hands. Meanwhile, in the Wanbao building, a solemn consecration ceremony was underway. Light the soul lamp. With the lamp ignited, it safeguarded Wanbao. Present the jade tablet. The tablet was crafted, and the offering was honored. Bow to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao witnessed, and the earthly respected observed. Ceremony complete. Congratulations to Senior Feng Bugue for becoming our Wanbao building's 9th rank devotee. The term devotee refers to individuals whom Wanbao building willingly supports, considered eternal friends of the establishment. Such matters are not casually determined with a few words. They necessitate a complete set of rituals presided over by the steward, sanctioned by the building's master. This consecration ceremony was not of the ordinary kind, as devotion is not one-sided. Wanbao building's support requires the devotee to vow their allegiance and contribute to the establishment. However, Guxiu is to be honored as a top-tier 9th rank devotee, which considerably streamlined the entire process. As a 9th rank devotee, Wanbao building is obliged to provide unconditional support as soon as the devotee speaks. Wanbao building will assist wholeheartedly, treating them as though the master were personally present at any branch. Most importantly, unlike other devotees who face certain constraints, the 9th rank devotee is free from any limitations. Even if they do nothing for Wanbao Tower, even if they merely watch it perish, it would bear no consequence. It seems that the 9th rank veneration of Wanbao Tower is merely a means of spending money to seek ancestral favor. However, in truth, this is also the reason Wanbao Tower has withstood the test of centuries and continues to expand its influence. After all, not all formidable cultivators are indifferent to the repercussions of their actions. Once the ceremony concluded, Wan Xiaobei was the first to speak. Friend Feng, we are grateful for your willingness to serve as our veneration at Wanbao Tower. With your esteemed presence, I am certain our establishment will ascend to greater heights. It should be I who thank Master Wan for your regard, Guxiu replied with a subtle smile. Friend Feng, you are too modest. The formations you set within Wanbao Tower proved immensely beneficial once again last night. For this alone, countless factions wish to cultivate a relationship with you, Wan Xiaobei reiterated. Although she appeared somewhat infatuated in the presence of Su Rumei and others, she conducted herself appropriately when faced with serious matters, reflecting her worthiness as the master of the tower. Her esteem for Feng Bugue stemmed not only from his prowess in formations, but also from Su Rumei's repeated mention of the boundless fortune he possessed. Wan Xiaobei held a skeptical view of this notion. However, what weighed more heavily on her mind was the fact that today, Sang Shoudao emerged from Guxiu's listening rain pavilion. While the specifics of their relationship were unclear, their brief exchanges hinted at a strong rapport. What was there to hesitate about? Su Rumei was known for her gambling acumen, and Wan Xiaobei was even more so. After all, business inherently involves taking risks, regardless of whether this individual merited a 9th rank position of veneration. Placing a bet was undoubtedly preferable to missing out entirely. After exchanging a few words, Wan Xiaobei inquired, given your remarkable strength in formations, might you have some time to spare recently? Should Master Wan have matters to discuss, please speak freely, Guxiu replied. Are you aware of the Rainfall Valley? The moment those 3 words left her lips, Guxiu's eyes lit up. Having resolved the injury to his soul, this was the second opportunity he awaited. Rainfall Valley is a unique area hidden deep within the Tianqi mountain range, an ancient secret realm whose origins are lost to time. It is perpetually shrouded in rain, teeming with danger. Even a great ascendant cultivator cannot force their way inside. The sole means of entry is during the fluctuation of restrictions that occurs once every 30 years. Rich in various celestial materials and earthly treasures, each opening attracts a multitude of skilled individuals vying for the opportunities within, marking it as the most extraordinary region in the Tianqi mountain range. The Rainfall Valley may only be accessed once every 30 years, and only cultivators below the golden core stage are permitted entry, as it is home to numerous rare materials. Due to an agreement made 5 centuries ago, the Rainfall Valley has consistently been controlled by the 5 sects and 3 clans. Ordinary loose cultivators are barred from entry. Wanbao Tower had no chance of entering, but a century ago, we successfully persuaded the 5 sects and 3 clans to grant us the opportunity to send a team into the valley. However, it must be said, without fear of Wind Daoist ridicule, that although we, at Wanbao Tower, have ventured into the Rainfall Valley 3 times, we have yet to glean any significant rewards. The power of the prohibitive formations within is exceedingly formidable. Many who enter are met with. Wan Xiaobei began to elaborate to Gu Xiu. Yet, after much discourse, she noticed that Feng Bugui maintained an unwaveringly calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the mention of the Rainfall Valley. This compelled Wan Xiaobei to recall Gu Xiu's earlier words at the entrance of Tingyu residence. Hesitating for a moment, she inquired, Daoist Feng, are you familiar with the Rainfall Valley? Only have a passing acquaintance, Gu Xiu replied. In truth, he was not only familiar with it, but quite well acquainted. When the Rainfall Valley first emerged, the 5 sects and 3 clans, of comparable strength, fought fiercely for the right to enter this secret realm. Subsequently, the agreement allowing these factions to enter was orchestrated solely by him. As for the situation within the Rainfall Valley, no one could claim to know it better than Gu Xiu himself. The second opportunity that Gu Xiu valued lay within that very place. 500 years ago, the opportunity was still in its infancy. Now, with 5 centuries having elapsed, it is time to seize this long-awaited chance. Chapter 119. The Spirit Ascends to the Clouds. Mo Ran debates the heart since there was no dissent from Feng. Wan Xiaobei immediately spoke up. Friend Feng, your strength is precisely beneath the Golden Course stage, and you are now a patron of Wanbao Tower, well-versed in the art of formations. If you are willing to proceed, then please wait for 3 days. Once the other members of Wanbao Tower, who are also set to enter, arrive in Yunxiao City, we shall embark together. Gu Xiu naturally had no objections. Before departing, he assisted Wanbao Tower in repairing all the formations and took some materials with him as he left the premises. With their departure set for 3 days hence, time was of the essence. He not only needed to fulfill the supply of talismans for the upcoming period, but also intended to elevate his first Dao platform to perfection during this brief interval. During this time, apart from preparing to mend the wounds of his divine soul, Gu Xiu was also diligently accumulating resources for his foundation establishment. Most of the resources for the Dao platforms were already gathered, ensuring that the perfect forging of the initial few platforms would not pose any problems. Therefore, beyond pushing the first Dao platform to its zenith, Gu Xiu also aspired to forge a second Dao platform before their departure, if circumstances allowed. As he strolled through the city, Gu Xiu suddenly sensed something amiss and instinctively darted into a nearby alley. In the blink of an eye, he donned 3 masks. Simultaneously, a wave of spiritual consciousness swept across the vicinity. Gu Xiu paid it no mind, allowing the inquiry to scan him briefly before it retreated, as if it had never been there. Not far behind Gu Xiu, a disciple of Qing Xian furrowed her brow. This individual was none other than Tang Bijou, a disciple of Qin Mo Ran. Accompanying her were several others who, upon noticing Tang Bijou's sudden halt, curiously inquired, "What's the matter, senior sister? Why did you stop?" "It's nothing. I mistook someone for an acquaintance," Tang Bijou replied, shaking her head. An acquaintance? The others were puzzled. However, Tang Bijou did not dwell on it further. Let us move swiftly to the city gate. We must not delay the reception of our 4th master. Without hesitation, the group quickened their pace towards the city gate. Soon, they arrived to await the arrival of their master. Although he had yet to appear, several disciples began to discuss among themselves. "I wonder what has happened to 5th master. He remains unconscious. The 4C's gang is truly inept. If it weren't for their decent care of our master, I would consider asking our master to unleash a fury upon them. What hope can there be from such a minor gang? Their leader must be exceedingly polite and submissive even upon meeting us. This gang lacks any backbone. I cannot fathom how they sustain themselves in Yunxiao City. It is not that they are weak. Rather, we of Qing Xian are simply too strong." Speaking of which, our next destination is the Falling Rain Valley. Perhaps we may encounter considerable opportunities there. Not only that, but another group is arriving. What? Isn't it stipulated that each sect can only send a maximum of 30 disciples? If more people come, won't we end up with over 100? What does it matter? Had there not been a prior agreement, the Rainfall Valley would have long been the private domain of our Qingtian sacred land. Allowing others to enter is already a generous concession. Who would dare to voice any objections? Indeed, I believe we need not adhere to the pact of the 5 sects and 3 clans. We could simply subdue everyone. The treasures within belong solely to our Qingtian sacred land. Why should we share them with others? It is a pity that our junior master has already attained the golden core. Otherwise, he might have accompanied us on this expedition to explore the secret realms. I had hoped to venture into the mysteries alongside him. It would surely be safe. No need to rush. I have heard our junior master, despite being unable to enter the secret realm due to his golden core, has chosen Rainfall Valley as the first stop on his journey. He might very well come to support us. These are all disciples from the younger generation of Qingtian sacred land. After all, it is a sacred land. Even the weakest among them possesses mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, with many boasting late-stage and peak foundation establishment prowess. They hail from various peaks of Qingtian, regarded as the elite within their sect. So many have gathered here, all for the forthcoming secret realm of Rainfall Valley. As they spoke, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the heavens. Looking up, they beheld a warship hovering majestically above the city gates. Upon that ship stood an extraordinarily graceful figure. Greetings, Fourth Master. Greetings, Fourth Uncle. Greetings, Peak Master. Upon sighting this individual, the previously jovial disciples of Qingtian immediately saluted with utmost decorum, their expressions turning solemn and respectful, not daring to show any sign of negligence. For the one who had arrived was none other than the strongest Peak Master of Qingtian sacred land, the most stringent among them, Sure-Siling. With a mere step, Sure-Siling descended from the warship, appearing before the gathered disciples in an instant. With a casual wave of her hand, the ship above shrank down to a jade pendant, resting at her waist. However, after a brief glance at a few disciples, she furrowed her brow slightly. One disciple, under her scrutinizing gaze, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat trickling down his back. Fortunately, Sure-Siling quickly averted her gaze, but before the disciple could breathe a sigh of relief, she remarked lightly, "As a disciple of Qingtian, you present yourself in such disarray, utterly unkempt. You need not attend the Rainfall Valley this time. Return to the sect and accept your punishment." With that, Sure-Siling turned and departed. The other disciples hurried to follow, while the one reprimanded for his appearance was filled with indignation. He had merely failed to smooth his garment as hem. Yet he dared not oppose her, bowing respectfully before dejectedly leaving the group, his heart heavy as he prepared to return to Qingtian's sacred land to face the consequences. Other disciples scarcely cast a glance in his direction, as if the individual, who had previously shared camaraderie with them, was now a complete stranger. Sure-Siling, however, paid little heed to this. She lifted her gaze to the towering Yunshao city, a flicker of confusion in her eyes as she pondered its history, regrettably. It seemed that Yunshao city's past had not been documented, rendering her unable to recall any details. After a brief moment, Sure-Siling shook her head, pulling her thoughts back. She was not there to investigate Yunshao city. As she stepped into the city, intending to request guidance from a Qingxian disciple, she noticed a figure already respectfully awaiting her at the city gate. This person promptly approached her, bowing deeply. Yusher Hai, the leader of the Four Seas gang, pays his respects to Sect Master Sure. Yusher Hai? Sure-Siling regarded him with indifference. It is indeed I. Upon hearing that Sect Master Sure was coming, I arranged a grand banquet to welcome you. No need. I have come solely to bring back my junior sister. Indeed, the Qingxian Holy Land is as deeply bonded as rumored. I commend your eagerness for your junior sister, and I shall not waste your time. Allow me to lead the way. I kindly request Sect Master Sure and the esteemed disciples to follow. Thus, the leader of the Four Seas gang personally guided Sure-Siling and the other disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land straight to the Four Seas gang. Along the way, Yusher Hai maintained a humble demeanor, continuously seeking opportunities to converse with Sure-Siling. Noticing her disinterest, he remained unfazed, turning instead to engage animatedly with the group of Qingxian disciples, appearing less like a gang leader and more like a commoner. Even passers-by occasionally pointed fingers at Yusher Hai. Meanwhile, the Qingxian disciples displayed little respect towards him, treating him more like a servant than a senior figure. Initially, Sure-Siling frowned at this behavior. However, upon realizing that Yusher Hai seemed entirely unconcerned with the lack of respect, she decided against further comment, regarding him with a hint of disdain. Being a proud individual, she believed that cultivators should uphold a certain dignity, and she looked down upon someone like Yusher Hai, who seemed to disregard even the most basic semblance of respect. Nonetheless, considering him as the leader of a gang within a city of loose cultivators, she thought that if a few bones were thrown his way, he could serve as a useful pawn for the Qingxian Holy Land. Yet, these considerations were fleeting, as her attention remained firmly on her junior sister, Qin Muron, who lay unconscious on the bed. Upon closer inspection, Shi Xiling could not suppress a frown. Why is my junior sister like this? Well, Yu Shihai shook his head. Our people found sect master Qin in this state, and despite our 4C's gang dispatching numerous experts to investigate, we have made little progress thus far. Shi Xiling's frown deepened. Qin Muron's condition was indeed dire. Her injuries had been fully treated, yet her spirit seemed reluctant to awaken, leaving her in a prolonged slumber. It was as though one were evading something. You may leave first, said Shi Feng. Is the master truly going to take matters into their own hands for healing? If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to speak. Our Sihai gang. The master insisted, you must leave first. Oh, I shall not disturb the master any longer. I will wait outside, Yu Sihai said awkwardly, retreating from the room with a humble demeanor, presenting no semblance of threat. Shi Xiling, however, paid him no mind. As she observed Yu Sihai's departure, she cast a lingering frown at Qin Moryan and, after a moment's hesitation, finally raised a finger. With a swift motion, she touched Qin Moryan's brow. Junior sister, since you have woven yourself into a cocoon and entangled your soul in a dream, allow me to glimpse the visions that occupy your slumber. I shall assist you in severing this dream. She discerned that Qin Moryan was reluctant to awaken because she had ensnared her spirit within a dream, which had caused her prolonged unconsciousness. What she intended to do was to enter Qin Moryan's dreamscape. May she achieve the severance of dreams. Shi Xiling, being the most formidable disciple of the Qingxian Sacred Land's second generation, summoned her spiritual power, instantly penetrating into Qin Moryan's sea of consciousness. What should have been an expansive realm now bore an unexpected wooden cabin, its door tightly shut and bound by chains. This was the manifestation of a self-imposed prison of the heart. Shi Xiling furrowed her brow, but refrained from immediately shattering the chains within the cabin. Instead, she approached the door with deliberate steps. Yet, as she drew near, she froze in place, for she heard Qin Moryan's voice emanating from the shackled wooden cabin. I knew it from the very beginning. I have wronged the sacred texts I have read. I have wronged Guxiao. I have wronged my sect. I am no gentleman. I am a hypocrite, a thoroughgoing hypocrite. I am a sinner, a great sinner. Qin Moryan, you deserve to perish. The repeated curses caused Shi Xiling's initial resolve to enter the cabin to falter. Was Qin Moryan wallowing in self-reproach? However, just as Shi Xiling's brow furrowed deeper in concern, another voice from within the cabin rang out. No, I am not in the wrong. I have been well versed in literature since childhood, raised on the sacred texts. I comprehend all truths and discern right from wrong. I am the sage of the Qingxian Sacred Land, the most intelligent person in all of Qingxian. I cannot be at fault. The fault lies with Guxiao. He is the one at fault. Hearing these two distinct voices from within the cabin, both belonging to the same individual, yet contrasting in tone and attitude, Shi Xiling's brow knitted tightly. This was a conflict of the heart. Chapter 120. One day, you will regret for a lifetime. The concept of debating one's heart refers to the state in which a practitioner, on the verge of losing their way, their resolve shaken, or even contemplating self-destruction, may experience a conflict of ideas that starkly contrast with their inner self. This internal debate serves as a means of self-preservation. Should the debate prove successful, it elevates the practitioner's resolve to a higher plane. However, failure in this endeavor can lead to a binding of the heart, resulting in a lifetime of slumber or, in severe cases, the scattering of the soul and the severing of all vitality. Even Shi Xiling, despite her formidable strength, hesitated to act recklessly. She stood outside the door, lost in contemplation. What could have transpired to compel Mo Rian to engage in such a struggle? It seemed to be related to Guxiao, yet he was already deceased. Why then would she seek to debate her heart on his account? Her unwavering resolve appeared to waver. Otherwise, she would not find herself in such a predicament. Shi Xiling was a person of steadfast conviction, rarely troubled by emotions or confined by thoughts. Witnessing Qin Mo Rian ensnared in this internal conflict made her shake her head in dismay. It was unwise to entangle oneself for the sake of someone already gone. You are deluded. It is clearly your own fault. How can you place the blame on Gu Xiao? The teachings you have studied were meant to enlighten you, not to turn you into a villain who distorts the truth. What villain? Gu Xiao was at fault. If it were not for him, how could the master have fallen to such a state? He is the root of all evil, but he sacrificed so much for you. How can you speak such words? What did he sacrifice? Just a life, a mere inconvenience, a little suffering. But why should he bring harm to the master or to you? You are utterly unreasonable. If you are indeed this Qin Mo Rian, what distinguishes you from a beast? It is you who are laughable. You possess some fault, but it is a mistake born of ignorance. To seek self-destruction over such trivial errors makes you worthless. The argument within the room continued unabated, neither side able to sway the other, resulting in a stalemate that caused Shi Xiling to frown. She remained unaware of the full extent of the situation. Yet from the fragments of conversation, it was evident that Qin Mo Rian's struggle was bound to be arduous. Shi Xiling, an adept in the arts of the mind, had considerable knowledge of spiritual matters. While she could not completely resolve the dilemma at hand, she contemplated whether to intervene. She possessed the means to seal one side of the debate, which, although it would not eradicate the heart's demons entirely, could potentially rouse Qin Mo Rian from her stupor. However, the process of debating one's heart relied fundamentally on the individual. Any external interference would only complicate matters further. Moreover, should Shi Xiling choose to assist, the sealed party would inevitably transform into a genuine heart demon. Sister, you are now ensnared in a labyrinth of thoughts, unable to extricate yourself. I, as your elder sister, should not impose my will upon you. Yet our junior brother's mastery of the sword is nearing completion and requires your assistance. I must temporarily seal your self-destructive desires. Although this may manifest as inner demons, I believe you will ultimately sever these chains and emerge from this mire. At last, Shi Xiling made a resolute decision. With a flourish, she formed a seal and forcefully directed her energy towards the chains overhead. Confinement. Instantly, the clamor within the room ceased. In the next moment, the dark chains enveloping the dwelling began to dissipate slowly, causing the very wooden structure to appear ethereal. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Qin Moran. Her eyes sparkled with triumph. Behind her, a figure identical to her own was ensnared tightly by the dark chains, henceforth to be known as the inner demon. This demon, shackled by the chains, raged like a wild creature, vociferously denouncing, Qin Moran, you are nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing, a hypocrite destined for perdition. Abruptly, she spotted Shi Xiling at the threshold, her gaze sharpening like a blade. She admonished, Shi Xiling, you are mistaken, grievously mistaken. One day, you shall regret this choice for all eternity. Simultaneously, within the courtyard of Tingyu residence, fortified with myriad arrays and talismans, Gu Xiao sat cross-legged. Sensing a stirring in the air, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, but after a mere moment, he returned his attention to the small black figure, who was riding the tracking puppet and circling the courtyard. Little Black, the task is now entrusted to you. The little monkey nodded vigorously before turning to the multitude of puppets in the yard and issuing a rallying cry. In an instant, the puppets, previously standing in perfect formation, sprang into action, working diligently in groups of 3 to fulfill their daily talisman tasks. For the next 3 days, they would labor tirelessly, dedicating themselves to the creation of talismans. Gu Xiao, too, was not idle. Before him lay a vast array of materials and spirit stones meticulously arranged. With no hesitation, he focused inwardly on his Dantian's energy sea. In just a few days, his Dantian had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once ethereal spirals of spirit energy had truly coalesced into a vast ocean of energy, rippling magnificently under Gu Xiao's gaze. At the heart of this ocean, the previously house-sized 8 trigrams cloud platform had expanded more than twofold. This exemplifies the advantages of energy cultivation. Even at this stage, he had reached the limits of countless practitioners' platforms. However, this was not Gu Xiao's final threshold. His platform could continue to grow, and this time, he aimed to push it to its absolute limits. With a mere gesture, Gu Xiao summoned the vast accumulation of spirit stones before him, transforming them instantaneously into a fine powder. A torrent of spiritual energy swiftly coursed through his meridians before converging into his Dantian. This influx of spiritual liquid, under Gu Xiao's adept guidance, began to drift gradually toward the foundation-laying platform. As these spiritual essences infused the already expansive platform, it commenced a rapid expansion anew. However, the growth soon stagnated, halting abruptly, with even the absorption of spiritual energy ceasing entirely. Unperturbed, Guxiu raised his hand once more, consuming an array of various elixirs he had meticulously gathered. Following this, he placed his palm over the diverse treasures before him. In an instant, these rare materials transformed into pure energy, merging with the medicinal liquids and heading toward Guxiu's foundation-laying platform. The once stagnant Bagua cloud platform resumed its growth. What ensued was a continuous cycle of this process. While it may have appeared monotonous, this was merely a reflection of Guxiu's exceptional innate talent and extensive experience. Otherwise, each step would undoubtedly present formidable challenges, fraught with peril, demanding the utmost diligence. Moreover, for ordinary cultivators, whether in amassing spiritual energy or gathering rare materials, considerable time is required for accumulation. For someone like Guxiu, with an exceedingly vast dantian and an expansive platform, most individuals would need several years to gather sufficient resources, followed by more years to absorb them. To illustrate, the resources he utilized daily would equate to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Ordinary practitioners, even those affiliated with sects, would scarcely dare to emulate his approach. Yet for Guxiu in this moment, any issue solvable with spirit stones was merely a trivial matter. After all, even a modest sect might not earn as many spirit stones in a year as Guxiu, a solitary cultivator, could amass. With resources ample, the next step was to surge forward with full force. Meanwhile, as Guxiu devoted himself to intense cultivation, two unexpected visitors had already appeared in the alleyway where Tingyu residence was located. One of them cast a glance toward Tingyu residence and remarked, "Junior sister, do you believe your teacher, Shu, resides here?" Chapter 121. Such a tremendous favor. Your relationship must be extraordinarily close. At this moment, the two individuals in question are none other than the esteemed peak masters of the Qingxian sacred land, Shi Siling and Qin Moryan, who are sisters. In response to Shi Siling's inquiry, Qin Moryan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, fourth senior sister. At that moment, I observed my master, Shu, standing at the entrance of this residence, seemingly intending to enter, but I called out to him. Then he likely does not reside here. Even if he does, he has probably already slipped away," Shi Siling remarked, shaking her head. "We must at least attempt to find him. Otherwise, my heart will remain unsettled," Qin Moryan added with a furrowed brow. "Moreover, he still owes me something that I wish to reclaim." Shi Siling was puzzled, as she was unaware of the specifics regarding Qin Moryan's situation. All she knew was that the one who had acted against her sister was her former master, Shu. The reasons behind his actions and what he owed her remained a mystery. However, seeing that Qin Moryan was reluctant to elaborate, Shi Siling did not press further. Just as they approached the entrance of the Listening Rain residence, intending to take action, several figures suddenly materialized, blocking their path. "Greetings, Fairy Shi, Fairy Qin. The Listening Rain residence is the sanctum of the Wanbao Tower. We kindly request that you refrain from proceeding." The sanctum of Wanbao Tower? Both Shi Siling and Qin Moryan raised their eyebrows in surprise. The individuals standing before them were all cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, with the leader being a golden core practitioner. Such prowess was not particularly daunting to the sisters. Yet the fact that such skilled individuals were stationed as guardians indicated that the owner of the Listening Rain residence was formidable indeed. Curiosity piqued, Shi Siling boldly declared, "Since you are from the Wanbao Tower, summon the individual. I wish to meet him. I regret to inform you, Fairy Shi, that today the Wind Guardian has explicitly stated that he is in seclusion for cultivation and is not receiving guests," the guard replied apologetically. Shi Siling frowned. "Not even for me." The guard hesitated briefly before ultimately shaking his head. Even if the Tower Master were present, it would still be the same. Wanbao Tower truly wields considerable influence. We cannot even secure an audience with a mere guardian? Qin Moryan interjected, her brow furrowed. During her recent visits to Yinxiao City, she had encountered numerous setbacks at Wanbao Tower, experiencing a series of disheartening failures. The talismans from Wanbao Tower were deemed insufficient, and her attempts to investigate the matters surrounding Wan Yun had yielded no results. She had even been ensnared by Wan Xiaobei for an exasperatingly long conversation regarding Guxiu, which had left her feeling quite embarrassed. Naturally, Her patience was wearing thin at this moment. Faced with her pointed inquiry, the guard began to sweat profusely but remained steadfast in his position, resolutely stating, "I apologize, fairies, but the Listening Rain residents must decline visitors today." "Are you certain?" Qin Moryan narrowed her eyes. The Golden Core guard felt a sudden wave of pressure and hesitated, unable to respond. At a critical moment, a voice rang out, "Ah, Sister Qin, have you returned to Yunxiao City again?" Turning around, the speaker was none other than Wan Xiaobei, the master of Wanbao Tower. She appeared oblivious to the events that had transpired with Qin Mashuan days prior, mistakenly believing that Qin Mashuan had returned to her sect and was now awaiting a reply from the esteemed Gu Xiu. "What news, Sister Qin? Has the letter been delivered? Did the esteemed Gu Xiu respond to me?" Naturally, the absence of a reply mattered little, but she inquired whether Gu Xiu had mentioned anything upon receiving the letter or taken any action. This barrage of questions caused Qin Mashuan to furrow her brow, retorting coldly, "I have delivered the letter." Gu Xiu said nothing. Wan Xiaobei's disappointment was palpable, yet her enthusiasm quickly reignited. "Then last time, when I asked Sister Qin to bring me a portrait of Gu Xiu." "A portrait?" Qin Mashuan was momentarily taken aback. The last time, she had been so bewildered by Wan Xiaobei's insistence that she had inadvertently agreed to the request without much thought. "But I haven't brought it, have I?" Seeing the expression on Qin Mashuan's face, Wan Xiaobei's disappointment resurfaced. "I mentioned before that I would never circulate the portraits of the esteemed Xianzun." Her admiration for Gu Xiu stemmed from the tales she had heard about him. However, the Qingxian sacred ground had purged all images of Gu Xiu from the world, and even Wan Xiaobei, as the master of Wanbao Tower, had never laid eyes on his likeness. One could not help but notice that Wan Xiaobei, with her innocent and endearing demeanor, appeared quite pitiful at this moment, evoking a sense of sympathy in Qin Mashuan. Fortunately, Shirling Shi, who was standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you the master of Wanbao Tower?" "Yes, indeed." Wan Xiaobei nodded, then curiously asked, "And you are?" "I am Shirling Shi." Shirling Shi. Wan Xiaobei pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up. "Are you the one on the Source Saint ranking?" "Indeed, that is I," Shirling Shi affirmed, standing tall. However, just as she straightened her posture, Wan Xiaobei continued, "It is said that your ascent in the Source Arts was aided by the esteemed Gu Xiu. You must have a close relationship with him, right?" This question caused the smile on Shirling Shi's face to falter. Shortly after, Wan Xiaobei added, "It stands to reason you must be close. Given that he helped you establish your path anew, how could it be otherwise?" Shirling Shi was left speechless. As Wan Xiaobei seemed poised to say more, Qin Mashuan interjected, "Master Wan, is the individual residing within the tower one of your offerings?" She was well aware of Wan Xiaobei's prowess and wished to steer the conversation away from topics that were difficult to navigate. "Yes, indeed. The individual residing here is our new offering at Wanbao Tower," Wan Xiaobei confirmed with a nod. "What is it, esteemed sisters? Do you know Feng Gongfu?" "Feng Gongfu. Is he not of the Yin clan?" "Yin." Wan Xiaobei immediately shook his head. "Of course not. Our newly appointed offering at Wanbao Tower is Taoist Feng Bugui." "Feng Bugui? Is this offering a talisman master?" "Not at all." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain. Although offering Feng possesses remarkable abilities, he is utterly devoid of talent in the realm of talismans. Might we request a meeting with him?" "That would be quite impossible." "Oh." Offering Feng is currently in a critical period of cultivation and prefers not to be disturbed. If you wish to meet him, you may wait until he emerges from seclusion. After a brief exchange, both women could not help but frown and exchange glances, with Qin Moran's brow furrowing even tighter. "When will he finish his seclusion?" "That is uncertain," Wan Xiaobei replied, shaking his head. "You know, sect leader Qin, cultivators often remain in seclusion for 3 to 5 months, and no one can accurately predict the duration." This remark deepened the frowns of both women. The guard cast a peculiar glance at his master. If he recalled correctly, offering Feng had mentioned a seclusion of merely 3 days. However, in such circumstances, he could not expose his master's deception and nodded in agreement. Indeed, offering Feng prepared resources for 5 months of seclusion. This revelation swiftly extinguished any lingering thoughts of waiting and stone siling in Qin Moran's minds. From Wan Xiaobei's words, it was evident that the individual in question was not Yin Wenshu. Thus, it seemed that their encounter that day was merely coincidental, or perhaps, as for waiting, the completion of their junior brother's Dao sword was imminent. They could not afford to delay. As Stone Siling and Qin Moran prepared to depart, Surume, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain her curiosity. I thought your admiration for the esteemed Gu Xiuxian of the Qingxian sacred land meant you would speak freely about it. You are mistaken, Wan Xiaobei replied. I only admire Gu Xiuxian. It has nothing to do with the Qingxian sacred land. Why not? Aren't they one and the same? Do you not find something amiss with the people of the Qingxian sacred land? Amiss? What do you mean? Every time I mention Gu Xiuxian, the people of the Qingxian sacred land react peculiarly. Peculiarly? Yes, it seems that when I speak of Gu Xiuxian, their response is not that of reverence for a hero who has greatly contributed to the sect, but rather, Wan Xiaobei frowned, as if they were hearing the name of a loathed enemy. 3 days swiftly passed. Gu Xiu was unaware of the events that transpired outside his door 3 days prior. And even if he did, he would not overly concern himself. For a cultivator, the pursuit of cultivation is of paramount importance. During these 3 days, Gu Xiu consumed vast resources, and correspondingly, his strength made significant advancements. At this moment, should anyone have the chance to observe the state of his Dantian Qi Si, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For within, a remarkable transformation had occurred, most notably the presence of a perfect Bagua cloud platform. When he had first condensed this Dao platform, it was merely the beginning. The platform has now reached a size comparable to a dwelling, and now, it has expanded to a magnitude reminiscent of a mountain range. One can only glimpse its end by gazing into the distance. This is the ultimate limit of the platform. No matter how much material or spiritual energy is added, it cannot be further enlarged. Such an immense, boundless, indestructible platform would surely astonish even celestial beings in the heavens. Most notably, as this platform has reached its limit, the myriad celestial inscriptions originally floating above it have become increasingly luminous, occasionally revealing Dao light that exudes an aura of mystery and antiquity. Merely facing this platform, Gu Xiu experiences a subtle urge to comprehend the Dao. However, the primary function of this platform is not merely to enhance the rare opportunity for enlightenment. Its greatest purpose lies in the fact that Gu Xiu's already terrifyingly pure spiritual energy will become even more refined through the platform's activation. His spiritual energy alone is already comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. When combined with the boundless spiritual energy, he could easily overpower an average late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It is important to note that this refers solely to the sheer force of spiritual energy. Even if Gu Xiu were to regress to a mere 3-year-old child, devoid of combat experience, the purity of his spiritual energy would suffice to obliterate an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This is the remarkable effect of the perfect platform. To aspire to be a prodigy, one must be prepared to battle beyond their level, and the platform serves as the optimal opportunity for such ascendance. The stronger the platform, the greater the disparity in power. Many prodigies emerge during the foundation establishment phase precisely for this reason. Now, with the foundation establishment platform as a foundation and over 500 years of experience, Gu Xiu can be truly regarded as a prodigy. Ultimately, I underestimated the limits of this first platform. In such a short time, it is impossible to condense a second platform. Gu Xiu shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. In truth, the condensation of a platform after foundation establishment requires more than just diligent cultivation and resources. The rank of the cultivation method also plays a significant role in the platform's formation. Similarly, there are certain opportunities that may allow a cultivator to forge a unique platform, or even recreate an indestructible one. For Gu Xiu, the first 2 or 3 platforms are not particularly challenging, at least for the second platform he is about to condense. With a bit of time and the celestial-grade cultivation method he possesses, he could successfully manifest a perfect platform. However, glancing at the time, he realizes there is no need for haste, for today marks the day of his journey to the Rainfall Valley. On this outing, Gu Xiu not only donned the carefree pendant, but also brought along the ape skeleton. He subsequently packed 50 puppets, truly arming himself to the teeth. Activating the 3 masks, Gu Xiu's visage underwent a slight transformation. Finally, he rubbed the bone of his finger and stepped forward, crossing the threshold of his courtyard. As the most formidable sect among the 5 clans and 3 lineages, the opening of the Rainfall Valley is of great significance, naturally drawing many to its gates. Gu Xiu has not forgotten this. He once vowed to eliminate a certain individual from the Qingxian sacred land. Should fate allow for their encounter this time, he shall make his move. Chapter 122. The Wind Patron. Do you know Gu Xiuxian? Esteemed Lord, your status is exalted. While the casualties in the Rainfall Valley may be few, it remains a perilous secret realm. Should any misfortune occur, we, your subordinates, cannot absolve ourselves of the responsibility. Indeed, my lord, it is imperative that you do not put yourself in danger. There is no necessity for you to venture into such treacherous territories. Before the gates of Yunxiao City, upon the flying vessel, a group of stewards from Wanbao Tower earnestly implored their master. As the newly appointed master of Wanbao Tower, Wan Xiaobei was resolute in her decision to don her armor and personally embark on an expedition to the Rainfall Valley, even intending to delve into its depths. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. She had previously expressed her desire to explore the valley and had made considerable preparations. However, as the master, her esteemed status naturally prompted her subordinates to discourage her from braving the risks. Yet, alas, did we not agree that I would undertake this experience? Why have you all changed your minds? The Rainfall Valley has been explored for so many years. What danger could possibly remain? Even if there were peril, I am a consummate expert at the peak of foundational cultivation, equipped with numerous protective artifacts. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Wan Xiaobei was unyielding, exuding an air of determination that left her companions at a loss for words. While she was indeed the master, she was also a prodigy. A little adventure could be beneficial. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. Everyone furrowed their brows. Yet Wan Xiaobei's eyes sparkled as they turned in unison to behold the newcomer, clad in black and wearing a broad-brimmed hat that obscured much of his face. The individual appeared rather ordinary at first glance. However, the jade token he bore quickly revealed his identity to the crowd. Wind Patron? It is I. Gu Xiu replied with a nod. In an instant, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Even the two Yuanying experts from Wanbao Tower regarded Gu Xiu with disbelief. Although Feng Bugue held the esteemed position of the 9th grade patron of Wanbao Tower, his strength only reached the foundational level. The journey to the Rainfall Valley was fraught with uncertainty, and to safeguard him, the group had proposed 3 days prior that Gu Xiu should disguise himself. In fact, they had even prepared numerous rare resources for this very purpose aboard the vessel. Yet, observing Gu Xiu in his current state, even probing with divine sense, they found it nearly impossible to discern the truth of his disguise. It was indeed alarming. The ability to slay foundational cultivators with merely the qi refining level, mastery over formations that could dismantle the Chengqi bamboo trap, and the capacity to set up defenses against Golden Core experts. Not to mention his acquaintance with peak Yuanying powers and the Lord of Yunxiao City. Now, he displayed an enigmatic and inscrutable art of disguise. What other astonishing capabilities does this individual possess? Ah, did you hear that? Even the Wind Patron has spoken. You cannot hinder me any longer. Wan Xiaobei chuckled playfully. The group, resigned, could only nod in agreement. All right, everyone, let's prepare quickly. Once the people from the Qingxian sacred land arrive, we shall set off immediately. Wan Xiaobei instructed with a wave of her hand. After the crowd dispersed, she turned to Gu Xiu and said, "Rest assured, honored Feng. I possess the cultivation of a perfected foundation establishment. I am a genuine expert. During our upcoming journey to the Rainfall Valley, I will protect you." As the master of the Wanbao building, Wan Xiaobei was accustomed to receiving countless favors since childhood. She was certainly no ordinary individual. Never had she worried about resources. And both her strength and magical artifacts were beyond the reach of common folk. However, in comparison to Gu Xiu, her abilities seemed somewhat lacking. Gu Xiu, understanding the context, smiled and nodded. "Then I am grateful for your protection, Master Wan." "Not at all. The person I admire has protected others on numerous occasions. This is but a small matter," Wan Xiaobei replied with a chuckle. "Admired person?" Gu Xiu inquired curiously. Wan Xiaobei nodded vigorously and boasted, "Indeed, I have heard tales of someone whom I greatly admire, wishing to take him as my life's goal." "Oh, then Master Wan must surely be capable of achieving that." Gu Xiu expressed his surprise. "Why don't you ask me who that person is?" She teased. Who is it?" Gu Xiu prompted. "The Qingxian sword immortal. Gu Xiu, the immortal sovereign." "Who? You don't know?" Wan Xiaobei was taken aback, then quickly realized. After all, 5 centuries have passed, and the Qingxian sacred land seldom promotes itself. It's not surprising you're unaware. Let me tell you, that Qingxian sword immortal is truly formidable. Subsequently, Wan Xiaobei began to introduce Gu Xiu to Feng Bugui. The Gu Xiu she spoke of was a young hero, forging friendships across the realms and battling foes from all directions. He had once sought justice for mortals, confronting mighty beings. He had also made countless enemies for the growth of his sect, and he had shared drinks and laughter with old friends who had fallen from grace. What I admire most is not his immense strength nor his exceptional talent, but rather his unwavering commitment to his word. It is his determination to sacrifice everything for those he protects. He has kicked aside the burdens of the mundane world, shouldering the sorrows of the ages. In the future, I too wish to become someone like Gu Xiu, safeguarding those I cherish, without any regrets until the end. At that moment, Wan Xiaobei radiated the youthful vigor unique to a prodigious talent, her eyes sparkling as if they held the brilliance of stars. After a brief silence, Gu Xiu remarked, "To be like him is not an easy task. Why not? It can be exhausting." Exhausting? Carrying too many burdens can indeed be quite tiring. But it is worth it, Wan Xiaobei intended to say, yet her thoughts turned to the unsettling aspects she had observed in Qin Moran and Shi Siling. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Gu Xiu turned away, his voice lingering in the air. The affairs of life are like a vessel adrift in a sea of suffering. Floating and drifting, one is never truly free. It would be better to be unburdened, to soar freely and let go, never to look back upon the world again. Wan Xiaobei stood momentarily stunned. As she gazed at the retreating figure of Feng Bugui, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. She wished to retort, yet the words eluded her. A sense of inexplicable melancholy began to swell within her heart. Surely not. Soon, Wan Xiaobei shook her head vigorously. How could someone of Gu Xiu's stature lack freedom? Moreover, he had already returned from that dreadful forbidden place. He was most likely reveling in the carefree life at the Qingxian sacred land. To this, Gu Xiu merely smiled without turning back. He was not indulging in self-pity. Rather, he wished to spare the clear-eyed Wan Xiaobei from the burdens he had once borne. Having said enough, Wan Xiaobei felt a surge of indignation, sensing that Gu Xiu portrayed the esteemed immortal in an overly dismal light. Such a figure, endowed with formidable power, could hardly be considered unfree. At that moment, a messenger rushed in to report, "Master, the immortals from the Qingxian sacred land have arrived. Finally, they have come. Quickly, invite them aboard." Wan Xiaobei's eyes sparkled. While outsiders might be unaware of Gu Xiu's circumstances, surely the disciples of the Qingxian sacred land would know better. Yet, as she pondered this, she noticed the messenger hesitating. Curiously, she inquired, "What is it?" "The immortals from the Qingxian sacred land. They are reluctant to board the vessel." "Why?" "They claim that this flying boat is too small." Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaobei furrowed her brow. As the sole third-party force permitted to enter the Rainfall Valley, apart from the 5 sects and 3 clans, Wan Beilu understood the necessity of offering sacrifices. In truth, each year, Wan Beilu was required to provide substantial resources to the 5 sects and 3 clans, including the warships destined for the Rainfall Valley. Traditionally, the disciples of the Qingxian sacred land awaited Wan Beilu at the gates of Qingxian Mountain for their reception. However, this time, they had been instructed to wait in Yuntian City while the Qingxian sacred land reconstructed its protective array. Yet, was this warship truly too small? The vessel dispatched by Wan Beilu could accommodate at least 500 individuals. While it may not seem a vast number, its opulence was unmatched, filled with myriad restrictive formations. The spiritual energy expended for each journey was immense. This craft had been specifically prepared for the Qingxian sacred land. And still, they found it lacking? How many had come? Wan Xiaobei inquired. 300. How many? Wan Xiaobei exclaimed, astonished as the messenger confirmed the number again, unable to contain her surprise. The 5 sects and 3 clans had an agreement limiting each faction to send only 30 individuals, even if additional skilled practitioners joined from outside. 50 was typically sufficient. Why, then, was the Qingxian sacred land sending such a multitude? Surely, even with 300, this flying boat would be more than adequate. Wan Xiaobei frowned. Yet the messenger lowered his voice, saying, "Master, I just heard that the Qingxian sacred land intends to revise the rules governing the Rainfall Valley this time." Revise the rules? The mere utterance of those words sent an unsettling feeling through Wan Xiaobei. Nevertheless, she was decisive and promptly announced a change of vessels. This time, a warship capable of carrying 1,000 individuals was summoned. However, they still found it lacking. The expression on the young man's face was one of frustration. Wan Xiaobei raised an eyebrow and declared, "Then let us change again." Soon, they replaced it with a vessel capable of accommodating 3,000 people. Yet the Qingxian Holy Land still seemed dissatisfied, leading the members of Wanbelu to realize that the Qingxian Holy Land was intentionally being difficult. Nevertheless, Wan Xiaobei decisively ordered another change without argument or complaint. With a wave of his hand, they would continue to replace the vessel until the Qingxian Holy Land was content. Fortunately, when they finally boarded a warship that could hold 5,000, the disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land ceased their complaints. However, the members of Wanbelu did not relax. For as they attempted to access the upper deck of the ship, they were halted by the disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land. Members of Wanbelu, take heed. The upper deck is now our resting area. Uninvited guests are not permitted. Recognize your place. You are merely the boatman. Should we find ourselves unable to rest well, you shall bear the consequences. Let me remind you, do not think about the matters of the Rainfall Valley with your 30-plus individuals. Your sole duty is to serve us diligently. These words nearly shattered the composure of the Wanbelu members. The audacity was overwhelming. Even Wan Xiaobei, who had concealed his identity as the master of the building, wore a frosty expression. The quota for Wanbelu was limited to merely 10, which meant that aside from a few attendants and managers, there were only those selected to handle daily provisions. Yet, even these attendants were meticulously chosen. Now, on their own ship, they were being commanded by a group of outsiders, and a simmering anger began to brew within them. Ultimately, however, they had no choice but to suppress their indignation, for all understood that the matters concerning the Rainfall Valley were likely to be far more complex than they appeared. Indeed, the flying vessel sped onward, and by nightfall, the warship reached the entrance of the Rainfall Valley's secret realm. Representatives from the other 4 sects and 3 clans had long awaited their arrival. Finally, the Qingxian Holy Land announced that they would be altering the regulations regarding the fixed quotas of the 5 sects and 3 clans. Effective immediately, these rules shall be abolished. Chapter 123. Are these the prodigies you speak of? The speaker is the 4th disciple of the esteemed Tao Source Peak of the Qingxian Sacred Land, Shirling. The master of Shirling Peak, Bian Fei. As the most powerful disciple of the Peak Master, Bian Fei is undeniably a true prodigy even within the Qingxian Sacred Land. Possessing a consummate foundation and having activated 7 Tao platforms, he serves as the leading disciple for this expedition to the Qingxian Sacred Land. At this moment, his words left the representatives of the 4 sects and 3 clans momentarily stunned, while the members of the Wanbao Tower also displayed a change in countenance. Bien, what do you mean by that? Indeed, what do you mean by saying that the fixed quotas of the 5 sects and 3 clans are to be altered? This rule has been in place for over 500 years. Has it not been functioning well all this time? A clamor ensued. The representatives of the 4 sects and 3 clans pressed for answers. Even the senior elders among them furrowed their brows. After all, Bian Fei was a leader. In the face of these inquiries, he maintained an expression of calm, showing no sign of trepidation, patiently waiting for the uproar to subside. Once silence fell, he cast his gaze over the assembly. Since ancient times, we cultivators have relied on defiance against the heavens. Opportunities in this world have always been claimed through competition and seizing. This not only sharpens our own abilities, but also ensures that we are worthy of those opportunities. However, the chance presented by the Rainfall Valley has been flawed from the outset. As cultivators, we have lost our drive to contend, instead waiting passively for the time to arrive and then entering to reap the benefits. This, in itself, contradicts the very path of cultivation. If cultivators have forsaken their ambition, then what do they still count as? Upon hearing this, the assembly frowned in contemplation. Was it not the Qingxian Sacred Land that proposed this agreement 500 years ago? Now you stand here and assert it is flawed. Are you suggesting that the forebears of your Qingxian Sacred Land were in error? The speaker was a robust man with a bushy beard, wielding a large blade upon his shoulder, a prodigy from the Golden Blade sect named Fan Yongtai. Known for his audacity and having offended many, he was nonetheless a formidable force, having once fought Bian Fei to a draw, offering no concessions. Bian Fei raised an eyebrow but did not exhibit anger. Instead, he nodded slightly. Indeed, the forebears were mistaken. Ah, Bian Fei, you possess quite the audacity to voice such sentiments. Do you realize that the agreement concerning the Rainfall Valley was established by your Qingxian sword immortal? You dare to declare your own celestial master erroneous. Do you not fear the repercussions upon your return? Interjected a woman clad in a flowing skirt. Her name was Xia Zhaoyu, a prodigy of the Xia clan, equally formidable in strength. The principles of the world are as such. A mistake is a mistake, Bian Yifei replied, neither humble nor arrogant. This statement elicited further furrowing of brows among those present. If you assert this, then surely you must possess alternative thoughts. Do share them openly. Inquired a handsome man dressed in a white robe adorned with golden-edged Qilin embroidery. Beside him stood a stunning woman in a blue dress, who nodded in agreement. If the Qingxian sacred land has intentions to express, let it be stated plainly. There is no need for these feeble excuses. These two individuals, in the presence of Bai Qizong's prodigy Qi Yu and Bibo Zong's talented Yu Xueqing, two disciples from different sects remained silent. Yet their gazes towards Bian Yifei were laden with trepidation. In response to the inquiry, Bian Yifei did not withhold information. Over 500 years ago, the emergence of the Rainfall Valley led to fierce battles among the 5 sects and 3 families, resulting in significant losses. Ultimately, a fixed quota was established, and since then, our 5 sects and 3 families have adhered to this agreement. However, a century ago, we collectively decided to include the Wanbao Tower. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and over 5 centuries, some have soared to great heights while others have succumbed to decline. To continue adhering to the agreements of the past would squander precious opportunities. Upon hearing this, 2 ordinary-looking men in the crowd changed countenance. The phrase soared to great heights clearly referred to the Qingxian sacred land, while the mention of succumbing to decline pointed directly to the Zhou family, one of the 3 clans, which had rapidly weakened following the demise of their ancestral elder, leaving their strongest member at merely the golden core level. The second among the fallen was the Qian sect, one of the 5 sects, which faced a devastating catastrophe and now found its influence continuously shrinking. They were now barely surviving, hoping for revival through the Rainfall Valley. Others merely raised their eyebrows, remaining silent. One disciple from the Zhou family, standing beside his compatriot, inquired, "Are you suggesting we alter the original agreement and redistribute the entry quotas for the Rainfall Valley?" This speaker was Qi Kuping, a prodigy of the Qi clan. Indeed, Bian Yifei affirmed. According to the original agreement, each of our 5 sects and 3 families could send 30 individuals into the secret realm, with an additional 10 quotas previously rotated among several families and granted to the Wanbao Tower a century ago. However, this ultimately wasted opportunities. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to redistribute the quotas, for none would wish to see precious chances monopolized by those who were once disregarded. At this, apart from the Zhou family and Qian sect disciples, the remaining attendees could not help but furrow their brows in contemplation. How do you propose to allocate these quotas? Xia Zhaoyu of the Xia family queried first. Quite simply, Bian Yifei replied, "Those with the strongest fists shall gain entry." The crowd frowned, yet Bian Yifei continued, "We can establish challenges. After all, to fully unlock the Rainfall Valley, we require the collective effort of the senior practitioners, which will likely take 3 days. We can utilize this time to redefine the entry qualifications for each sect and family." As the crowd pondered, they began to ask, "What sort of challenges do you envision? How will fairness be ensured? How will the quotas be determined?" The disciples from the Zhou family and Qian sect wore pained expressions, for they realized that all those posing questions were casting glances in their direction, clearly intent on seizing their respective 30 quotas. Yet, even though they recognized that everyone coveted their quotas, they found themselves powerless to act. What good would it do to harbor resentment? Lacking sufficient strength, any sense of grievance or injustice had to be endured. The weak must learn to remain silent. "We shall adopt the simplest of methods." Bian Yifei spoke forth, "Defend the arena." Defend the arena? The crowd squinted in curiosity. Bian Yifei continued directly. A total of 250 slots are available, with each sect and clan, aside from Wanbao Tower, entitled to 30 slots. Thus, we shall consider 10 slots per contender. Each sect and clan shall dispatch 3 representatives to select one to defend the arena while the others challenge, whether the defender or the challenger. Winning once grants them the 10 slots represented by the opponent, and the victor may continue to defend until defeated, at which point a replacement is made. Upon Bian Yifei's proposal, Reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The jubilant included formidable factions like the Sha family and Jindao sect, who had ample talents to choose from and only needed to triumph over one challenger to secure 10 slots for their respective factions. This was indeed advantageous. Conversely, the expressions of Qi Yin's sect and the Zhou family darkened, for their strength ranked at the bottom. Though their leaders had achieved the pinnacle of foundation building, their abilities were mediocre. Winning would require sheer luck, and consecutive defenses were utterly implausible. The remaining 2 slots would prove futile. Bian Fei's suggestion was a blatant attempt to seize their slots. With a slight misstep, they risked losing their original 30 slots entirely. Friend Bian, I find this proposal inappropriate. Indeed, friend Bian. This was an agreement established over 500 years ago. How can it be altered so easily? The two spoke up to oppose. Unfortunately, I find it quite agreeable. Yes, this method is acceptable. After 500 years of stagnation, a change would indeed be more engaging. I have no objections. I concur. The crowd nodded in agreement, casting the Qi Yin sect and Zhou family into despair. They had hoped this expedition to the Rainfall Valley would revive their fortunes, yet now, it seemed they might lose even the 30 slots bequeathed by their ancestors. Observing this scene, a cold smile appeared in Bian Fei's eyes. While several factions valued only the qualifications of the Qi Yin sect, they remained oblivious to Qing Xuan's true objective, the entirety of the 250 slots in the Rainfall Valley. They were determined not to let a single one slip away. Who shall defend the arena first? Asked Yu Xueqing of the Bibao sect, remaining the most composed. Her inquiry prompted the crowd to realize the implications. The 250 slots corresponded to 25 individuals, yet if there were indeed only 25, the defender in the first round, regardless of victory or defeat, would prematurely secure 10 slots. This would be unjust. No matter who was chosen, discontent would ensue. However, a solution was not entirely out of reach. The simplest approach would be to add one more participant. In the first round of the defending battle, victory would yield opportunities, while defeat would grant nothing. However, this essentially grants a certain faction an additional quota, an extra opportunity, and regardless of who obtains it, discontent will prevail. Fortunately, Bian Fei had long been prepared and at this moment turned to face the individuals from Wanbeilu, who were not even qualified to partake in this discussion. Over a century ago, we relinquished 10 surplus quotas to Wanbeilu, and now, the question of who deserves the extra slot is bound to incite dissatisfaction among all. Therefore, I propose we bestow an additional quota upon Wanbeilu, allowing them to defend their position in the first round. What are your thoughts on this? The crowd narrowed their eyes, though they felt displeased about allocating a quota to Wanbeilu. However, over the past 100 years, the 5 sects and 3 clans had indeed received numerous benefits from Wanbeilu. Moreover, granting them an additional opportunity seemed preferable to offering it to others. This proposal appeared feasible. While this news may seem favorable for Wanbeilu upon its arrival, a wave of apprehension washed over the hearts of its members. Wanbeilu excelled in the commercial realm, boasting many skilled individuals, yet they remained merely ordinary cultivators. If they aimed to rival the true prodigies within the entire Wanbeilu team, even selecting one exceptional individual would prove challenging, let alone 2. Wan Xiaobei could be considered a semi-prodigy. Her innate talents were commendable, and with Wanbeilu's abundant resources, she could triumph in terms of cultivation level and artifacts. However, she was ultimately a sheltered flower, lacking in battle experience. To rely on her for defense would likely result in a farcical outcome. This was a fact well understood by all, including Wan Xiaobei herself. Despite her boastful claims of being a prodigy and her possessions being nearly indestructible, the prospect of stepping into the arena filled her with trepidation. Yet, observing the accompanying group of foundational cultivators from Wanbeilu, who were ostensibly assured of their quotas, she realized that these were merely ordinary practitioners, potentially less formidable than herself. As her gaze roamed, Wan Xiaobei suddenly noticed someone in her team, leaning against a wall with a fragment of a finger bone, occasionally casting glances towards the Qingtian Sacred Lands team, seemingly searching for someone. Recalling what Su Rumei had mentioned to her, after much hesitation, she approached. Feng Gongfeng, may I ask you a question? Gu Xiu regretfully withdrew his gaze. Do you believe a prodigy of foundational cultivation can contend with you? Wan Xiaobei inquired. Immediately after posing the question, she felt a pang of regret. Here was Feng Bugui, merely at the initial stage of foundational cultivation, and she had come to ask him such a question. Wasn't that somewhat embarrassing? As expected, Gu Xiu glanced at Bian Yifei and his entourage, asking, "Are these the prodigies you speak of?" "Ah," Wan Xiaobei replied awkwardly. "I was merely curious and meant no offense. After all, these individuals are the meticulously nurtured prodigies of esteemed sects and families, vastly different from ordinary loose cultivators. Thus, it is understandable if Feng Gongfeng cannot compete." With a swift motion, a sword was drawn. Before Chang could utter a word, Gu Xiu unexpectedly interjected with two words that left Wan Xiaobei momentarily taken aback. "What?" Gu Xiu replied nonchalantly, "Below the golden core, a single sword is sufficient." Chapter 124, The Azure Xian Son-in-Law, once again at the Dao platform. One sword is sufficient for cultivators below the golden core stage. Gu Xiu stated with an air of indifference, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. However, for Wan Xiaobei, this pronouncement was so astonishing that she questioned her own hearing. What? Does this imply that a single sword is adequate to defeat cultivators beneath the golden core stage? Are you merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment? It is not that we, the disciples of Wan Tower, lack experience. But the words of Feng Bugui before her were simply too incredible to fathom. The distinction of a prodigy lies primarily in their ability to battle beyond their rank. Yet, there exists a crucial difference between advancing a rank and surpassing it entirely. A prodigy at the initial stage of foundation establishment may contend with those at the mid-stage, which is commendable, while one who can surpass the late stage is indeed a supreme prodigy. To vanquish a cultivator at the great perfection of foundation establishment with a single sword is no longer the mark of a prodigy. It borders on the monstrous, an unparalleled anomaly. As Wan Xiaobei pondered, counting on her fingers, she realized that even among the ancient sacred lands or the exceptional divine dynasties, such beings were exceedingly rare, scarcely amounting to 5. Even her esteemed Gu Xiu, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, had never exhibited such outrageous prowess. "How many slots does Wan Baolu require?" Gu Xiu inquired abruptly, breaking her reverie. She hesitated for a moment before responding. "The more, the better. If we could secure all 250 slots, that would be remarkable." "Very well," he replied nonchalantly. "Then make haste to summon more individuals. Otherwise, we risk wasting those slots." "What? But we might not even retain the 10 slots we currently have, and you want me to gather more people?" Wan Xiaobei was bewildered, only to hear Gu Xiu add, "I shall be the first to step forward." She was momentarily taken aback. Was he serious? Could he be overly confident? She herself did not possess such certainty. Yet, observing Gu Xiu once more entering a meditative state, she hesitated but ultimately refrained from voicing her doubts. After all, she understood the reality. The 4 sects and 3 clans had seemingly granted Wan Baolu an opportunity, yet they were assured of their inevitable defeat. In that case, it mattered little who took the first step. Her own 9th rank offering wished to try his hand at it. Let him go. What mattered most was her own performance. In the days to come, she must secure at least one victory to preserve those 10 slots for Wan Baolu. The night that followed was destined to be tumultuous. The 4 sects and 3 clans were engulfed in discussions prompted by the sudden alteration of rules by the Azure Xian sacred land. Some were sharpening their blades with fervor, while others were consumed by anxiety. Yet, one thing remained consistent. No one dared to oppose the decision of the Azure Xian sacred land. After all, this sect, once comparable in strength over 5 centuries ago, had soared to unimaginable heights, becoming a revered sanctuary that they now gazed upon with awe. Resistance was futile. Even though this time, Qing Xian's visit to the territory consisted merely of ordinary golden core stewards and elders from the sect, no one dared to act recklessly or resist. Moreover, at this very moment, someone approached Wanbao Tower. As the arena competition is set to commence tomorrow, the Qing Xian Holy Land will be the first to challenge. You, being the first to defend, should concede early to avoid unnecessary exhaustion. The messenger was not a disciple of Qing Xian, but rather a prodigy from the Qi clan. Qi Keping. His words instantly incensed Wan Xiaobei. Given that the rules are clearly established, what arrangements Wanbao Tower makes should not be dictated by your Qi clan. Are your hands reaching too far? Rules? Qi Keping replied coldly, asserting that Wanbao Tower should recognize its place and not misjudge itself, lest it invites its own demise. Wan Xiaobei laughed. Invite our own demise? Is it merely by your Qi clan's doing that you wish to extinguish us? While Wanbao Tower possesses certain capabilities, do you truly believe that if we were to vanquish your group, we would remain silent? Then try it. Qi Keping replied coolly. Let me remind you, my Qi clan is soon to be united in marriage with the Qing Xian Holy Land, at which point, what will Wanbao Tower amount to? Marriage? Wan Xiaobei scoffed, scrutinizing Qi Keping from head to toe. Is it truly a marriage? I have heard that it is you, the prodigy of the Qi clan, who is to be married into the Qing Xian Holy Land as a son-in-law to the Peak Master of Qiming Peak. This statement momentarily stunned Qi Keping, followed immediately by a surge of murderous intent. He, being the contemporary prodigy of the Qi clan, found his family only marginally better off than the Zhou family. In a bid to secure protection from Qing Xian, his family had orchestrated a union with a direct disciple of the Peak Master of Qiming Peak. However, he was required to marry into Qing Xian. This was a choice born of necessity, a profound humiliation for someone of his stature. Yet ordinary folk would rarely mention such matters. He never anticipated that this young girl from Wanbao Tower would so bluntly expose it, igniting his murderous thoughts. Yet before he could speak, a robust voice interrupted. Useless fool, why are you here sneaking around with the vixens of Wanbao Tower in the dead of night? What do you intend to do? Do you believe I won't divorce you? Upon hearing this, Qi Keping's murderous intent instantly stiffened, turning to see a stout woman, devouring a beast's leg with grease dripping from her mouth, glaring at him in fury. This woman was none other than Niu Shifang, a disciple of Yuqi Chunlei, the Peak Master of Qiming Peak, who was to be his betrothed. At the sight of Niu Shifang's plump visage and the grease staining her clothes, a hint of sorrow flickered in Qi Keping's eyes. Yet, in a moment, his sorrow transformed into surprise and awkward laughter. Fong Fong, what brings you here? You must have misunderstood me. My heart and eyes are solely for you. How could I ever do anything to betray you? What brings you here? Niu Shifang inquired with suspicion. Qi Keping, with a face full of sincerity, replied, I have come to ensure that the people of Wanbao Tower do not recklessly deplete your spiritual energy, Fong Fong. If that were to happen, it would grieve me deeply. To be fair, Qi Keping was rather handsome. Though somewhat gaunt, his features were well defined. At that moment, his words caused Niu Shifang to blush. You, with your sweet talk. Sweet talk? Qi Keping glanced at the grease still lingering at the corner of Niu Shifang's mouth, but pressed on with determination. What I speak is nothing but the truth. Fong Fong, you are the most exquisite woman in my eyes, gentle, beautiful, and unparalleled in charm. Not even the celestial maidens can compare to you. Is that truly so? Indeed, my heart bears witness, as does the universe. Niu Shifang was so moved that she threw herself into Qi Keping's embrace, her eyes brimming with affection. Qi Lang, you are truly wonderful. No, I am not yet good enough. I aspire to be even better. Qi Keping shook his head repeatedly, struggling to ignore the grease left by Niu Shifang on his clothes. Yet his face remained adorned with a warm smile, his gaze filled with tenderness. Witnessing this scene, Wan Xiaobei could no longer contain a shiver. The mockery in Qi Keping's eyes had vanished, replaced by admiration. I shall not intrude upon your exchange any longer. I take my leave. With those words, Wan Xiaobei prepared to depart, feeling uncomfortable at the sight of Niu Shifang's grease-stained appearance. Rumor had it that Wei Qi Chunlei, the master of Qiming Peak in the Qingxian sacred land, did not prioritize appearances, and it seemed the disciples he raised were similarly unconcerned. As she was about to leave, a sudden gust of wind swept towards her from behind. Wan Xiaobei was startled and immediately summoned her spiritual energy for protection. However, despite her efforts, she was caught off guard and propelled several steps forward by a punch before regaining her footing. Turning around, she saw the grease-laden Niu Shifang coldly declare, Dare to entice my Qi Lang? Consider this punch a lesson for you. Now be gone. This statement made Wan Xiaobei's expression harden, yet ultimately, she refrained from retorting, merely casting a deep glance at Niu Shifang before turning to leave. Not long after, a figure appeared at Wan Xiaobei's side. Master of the tower, it is my fault for failing to protect you. Are you unscathed? It is my own fault for lacking vigilance. It seems this world of martial arts is indeed not so simple, Wan Xiaobei replied, shaking her head. By the way, have you investigated why? During each opening of the Falling Rain Valley, the Qingxian sacred land sends a supreme disciple to oversee. Why are there only these individuals this year? I inquired and found out that the 9th disciple of the Supreme is forging a Tao sword, and all the direct disciples have gathered at the Qingxian sacred land. It seems they are waiting for the completion of the sword to arrive here. It appears this 9th disciple is quite favored. The individual in question is named Jiang Jin, who seems to enjoy an esteemed reputation within the Qingxian sacred land, greatly favored by the Supreme and several of his direct disciples. It is anticipated that he shall soon traverse the world. But where will his journey commence? Might it be at the Rainfall Valley? This, Elder Chen pondered, it is highly probable. In that case, let preparations be made to send some gifts to the Qingxian sacred land, to congratulate that esteemed 9th uncle on the successful forging of his divine sword. During their conversation, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy emanated from a distance. Turning to look, Mo Xiaobei displayed a look of astonishment, and Elder Chen beside him could not help but be taken aback, exclaiming, "The wind deity is already on the verge of condensing his second Tao platform? How can this be so swift? Furthermore, the Tao platform he is forming is a perfect one." Chapter 125. Who is next? This aura. Is someone constructing a Tao platform here? The fluctuations in energy are remarkably intense. The spiritual essence is surging like a tempest, such as the hallmark of a perfect Tao platform. Who could it be that has achieved this? It must be from Wanbao Tower. This sudden surge of spiritual energy immediately captured the attention of various factions at the entrance of the Falling Rain Valley secret realm, particularly as the arena competition was about to commence. At such a moment, the construction of a Tao platform, especially a perfect one, is bound to attract scrutiny. However, the collective gaze of the crowd did not linger for long before they diverted their attention. Just a nascent foundation cultivator. I was expecting someone significant, and it startled me. Ha! I too was taken aback, thinking someone had constructed the 8th or 9th perfect Tao platform. It seems this is merely the construction of the second Tao platform. As long as sufficient resources are available and the accumulation and techniques are adequate, it is generally feasible to construct a perfect Tao platform. Thus, there is nothing particularly extraordinary about it. One cannot deny that Wanbao Tower indeed possesses great wealth, allowing even a mere nascent foundation cultivator to invest in the resources for a perfect Tao platform. As the discourse continued, the crowd that had been momentarily captivated began to disperse once more. Although it is a perfect Tao platform constructed by a nascent foundation cultivator, it does not warrant extraordinary attention. After all, as one advances, the construction of Tao platforms becomes increasingly challenging, and the second Tao platform is the simplest to establish, with the construction of a perfect one not being excessively difficult. Nonetheless, while the uninformed remained indifferent, the members of Wanbao Tower could not help but engage in hushed discussions. How long has it been since the second Tao platform was constructed? If memory serves correctly, just a few days prior, Elder Feng had only just broken through to the nascent foundation stage from the Qi refining stage. How can he progress so swiftly? What terrifying aptitude is this? Even with abundant resources, refining spiritual energy requires time, does it not? The most alarming aspect is that Elder Feng had only been at the 4th layer of Qi refining before. In just over a month, he has transitioned from the 4th layer of Qi refining to the 2nd layer of the nascent foundation stage. Such speed is utterly astonishing. While the average observer may regard him as a typical nascent foundation cultivator, those from Wanbao Tower are acutely aware that this cultivator was merely at the 4th layer of Qi refining just over a month ago. For most cultivators, a month is merely a period for seclusion, not to mention surpassing a major realm. Even breaking through a minor realm is not guaranteed. Such aptitude is indeed extraordinary. Master, did Manager Su mention how Elder Feng fared during his breakthrough to the Qi refining stage and the status of his first Tao platform? At this moment, Elder Chen, beside Wan Xiaobei, inquired suddenly. No, he did not, Wan Xiaobei replied, shaking his head. Why? Old Chen remarked. Indeed, the construction of the second Tao platform is relatively straightforward. Theoretically, as long as sufficient resources are available, there are hardly any significant bottlenecks, and it can naturally coalesce. However, ease of construction does not imply that it can be achieved without effort, and the speed of forming the second platform is somewhat correlated with the first. The more solid the foundation of the first Tao platform, the quicker the second can materialize. Yet, even with increased speed, there are limits. Achieving the second Tao platform within 3 months would be a commendable feat, while accomplishing it in 1 month would be considered extraordinarily swift. as for completing it within a matter of days, particularly a flawless Dao platform. Old Qin cast a deep glance at Gu Xiu and then turned back to Wan Xiaobei, saying, "Master, it seems that our Wanbao Tower has truly stumbled upon a treasure this time." While some were astounded and others watched Gu Xiu's progress with indifference, Gu Xiu himself had entirely focused his thoughts within his Dantian's Qi Si, within his Dantian, which had already reached its limits, resembling vast mountains yet devoid of substance. A new Dao platform had emerged. This was a lotus Dao platform, a lifelike lotus blossoming forth, with the center where the seed pod resided, shimmering with countless unique luminescent streams and myriad special runes. This was the 7-treasure lotus platform. However, the most captivating aspect of this 7-treasure lotus platform was not merely the vivid lotus itself, but rather its union with the Bagua Cloud Dao platform. On this 7-treasure lotus platform, an aura identical to that of the Bagua Cloud Dao platform manifested. This was the indomitable power. Under the enhancement of the Bagua Cloud Dao platform, this Dao platform, at the moment of its appearance, also transformed into an indestructible Dao platform, merging into one entity. Moreover, this Dao platform, like the initial Bagua Cloud Dao platform, had also reached a size comparable to that of a dwelling. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely be left in utter astonishment. Yet, Gu Xiu remained remarkably composed. Prior to his departure, he had envisioned condensing the second Dao platform first, but underestimating the formidable nature of the Bagua Cloud Dao platform had led to his failure in achieving it before setting out. Throughout the journey, he had immersed himself in cultivation. Thus, achieving success now felt entirely natural. However, despite his calm demeanor, Gu Xiu was indeed filled with a sense of eager anticipation. Although both Dao platforms were still in the early stages of foundation building, the power bestowed by these two flawless platforms enabled him to wield his other sword. He had once been hailed as the Qingxian sword immortal, and his mastery of swordsmanship had reached its zenith, naturally encompassing more than just the stunning swan sword. At that moment, a ray of morning sunlight broke through. Gu Xiu rose to his feet. Daylight had arrived. The arena battle was about to commence. Following a night of arrangements and preparations by the 5 sects and 3 clans, all necessary preparations for the arena battle had been completed, and they had designated an area in an open space to serve as the arena. The disciples of the 5 clans and 3 families had already assembled around the arena, and even Wan Xiaobei was prepared to take the stage. Upon seeing Gu Xiu, she expressed her surprise. "Feng Gongfeng, did you not just consolidate your Dao platform? Should you not be solidifying your realm now?" "It matters not. Do not delay the affairs of Wanbeilu," Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head. Indeed, after recently coalescing his Dao platform, consolidation was necessary. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could shatter it, leading to a significant decline in strength. Gu Xiu, too, needed to solidify his Dao platform, but his purpose was not to prevent its collapse, but rather to enhance his capabilities. After all, an indestructible Dao platform endures eternally. However, as his gaze swept over the arena's edge, observing the eager disciples ready to take the stage, he realized that the necessity of consolidation was somewhat inconsequential. Wan Xiaobei intended to persuade him further when, atop the arena, Niu Shifang, a direct disciple of the Qingxian sacred land, leapt forward and addressed Wan Xiaobei, "Fox Vixen, I have pondered, and I believe that last night's punch did not inflict sufficient damage upon you. Come up here, and allow me to thoroughly deal with you. Let it be understood that on this arena, we cannot afford to hold back, nor should we easily concede. Otherwise, it would be a slight against my Qingxian sacred land." Upon hearing this, all eyes converged on Wan Xiaobei, causing her expression to darken. Niu Shifang's previous strike, albeit a sneak attack, had not harmed her. And considering the other's stature, Wan Xiaobei had no intention of holding a grudge. Yet, she did not anticipate that Niu Shifang would be so aggressive, clearly intent on publicly humiliating her. Wan Xiaobei was furious, wanting to confront this woman, who resembled a bloated pig. However, as she attempted to step forward, an unbidden trepidation gripped her heart, and she involuntarily envisioned herself losing and being humiliated in the arena. Her lack of combat experience was evident. The limited encounters she had were merely sparring with those from Wanbeilu, and she had never engaged with outsiders. At that moment, her anxiety reached its peak. "What is the matter? Are you afraid to step forward? Can't even find someone to defend Wanbeilu? If you lack the courage to take the stage, you might as well concede and relinquish your spot." Laughter erupted, echoing like a dagger piercing Wan Xiaobei's heart, rendering her expression ashen and her teeth clenched in frustration. A sense of cowardice began to creep into her heart. Fear of losing is only natural. Just then, a voice reached her ears, and she was momentarily taken aback to see Feng Bugui passing by her side, continuing to speak. The purpose of cultivation is to transform fear into fearlessness. Yet, fearlessness is not the reckless bravado of a Navi youth, but rather a deliberate choice made after careful consideration. Momentary fear is not a sign of weakness. In the midst of conversation, Gu Xiu had already taken his place on the arena. Wan Xiaobei stood in a daze, observing Feng Bugui's silhouette, suddenly struck by an unsettling familiarity emanating from him. The impudent little fiend, so timid that he lacks the courage to step onto the stage? As she pondered this, she noticed Niu Shifang had already begun her tirade, then cast a dissatisfied glance at Gu Xiu. Is this all that Wanbao Tower can muster? Sending a mere foundational stage novice to court death? Do you comprehend my current fury? I seek to vent my anger, and should you step forward, it is quite possible that you will soon descend as a lifeless corpse. Is killing permitted on the arena? Gu Xiu inquired. The rules dictate otherwise. Yet in the chaos of battle, where blades have no eyes, who can truly say? Niu Shifang sneered. Regardless, I rarely hold back against foundational stage practitioners. However, as her words trailed off, Niu Shifang noticed that the foundational practitioner before her exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he gently shook his head and began muttering softly. Upon closer inspection, she could faintly discern, in broad daylight, it is best not to kill. For now, I shall spare her life. What? Niu Shifang was taken aback, finding it amusing that this meager foundational stage cultivator dared to suggest sparing her life. Shall we commence? Gu Xiu queried. Niu Shifang smirked. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall indulge you. You may strike at any moment. I will ensure you experience true despair. Yet before she could finish her sentence, a sudden tremor shook her form. Confused, she glanced down at her chest. What was she doing? The onlookers were baffled. But in the next instant, everyone's eyes widened in shock, for they witnessed a crimson spray erupting from just beneath Niu Shifang's heart. The blood gushed forth uncontrollably, and as it poured out, her massive frame abruptly collapsed to the ground. With a resounding thud, she fell, having made no move to strike, yet already defeated. Standing a mere 2 yards away, Gu Xiu calmly turned and declared, Next, who will come forth? Chapter 126, A Sword That Terrifies. Forging the Divine Sword Again. Next, who dares to step forward? The words, light as a feather, lacked grandeur and the chilling aura of impending death. They were spoken with such casualness that they seemed trivial. Yet, in that moment, those 5 seemingly inconsequential words bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, striking heavily upon the hearts of all present. An oppressive silence enveloped the arena for 3 breaths. Then, with a thunderous roar, chaos erupted. What transpired? How could Niu Shifang be defeated? Did anyone witness how this early-stage foundation cultivator accomplished such a feat? It is impossible. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. At that moment, no one could maintain their composure. All eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Gu Xiu, as if he were a monstrous apparition. The leading disciples from the 5 sects and 3 clans had their pupils constrict in unison. Did you see that? The speed was blinding. They had failed to grasp the situation. Observing Niu Shifang's injury, it was evidently a sword wound, yet this individual was unarmed. Without even a sword in hand, how could this be achieved? Was this person truly a foundation cultivator? Such a method was unheard of, unseen. Niu Shifang, chosen as the first challenger by the Qinxian Holy Land, was already immensely powerful. Her aura was as steady as a mountain, her presence as solid as iron. It should have been impossible for her to lose so inexplicably. Those who had reached this arena were the elite of the 5 sects and 3 clans, all immensely strong, each worthy of the title of Invincible Foundation Cultivators. Yet, the preceding spectacle was so swift that none discerned how Niu Shifang had been vanquished. Even the disciples of Qinxian Holy Land who rushed to the stage to assist Niu Shifang were now left staring vacantly at her wounds. The injury appeared to be a sword thrust that pierced through her chest and exited through her back, executed with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Sister Niu was a direct disciple of the Qi Ming Peak, her presence as vast as the ocean, though her strength lay in brute force rather than speed. It was inconceivable that she would remain completely unaware of the assault. This individual must have held back. Had it not been so, that sword would have pierced her heart, and Sister Nyo would have faced certain doom, rather than merely sustaining an injury. Several disciples from Qinxian Holy Land murmured, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Even Bian Yifei narrowed his eyes, intently scrutinizing Niu Shifang's injuries. Ultimately, however, they were left with nothing but unanswered questions. Even Bian Yifei found his pupils slightly constricting, unable to discern how the strike had been delivered. But perhaps he employed some unique technique. Niu Shifang fell due to underestimating him. This individual will inevitably be defeated, Bian Yifei declared. He was a prodigy, a standout of Qinxian Holy Land. He would not tremble before a mere foundation cultivator from Wanbao Tower. Nor could he be intimidated by a single sword strike. The other disciples from the 4 sects and 3 clans shared a similar sentiment. Niu Shifang was defeated due to her complacency. As long as the next challenger remains vigilant, the outcome will be entirely different. Swiftly, the second challenger ascended the stage. This time, a disciple from the Qi Yin sect took the stage. The Qi Yin sect was already in a state of decline, and this disciple's strength could be considered the weakest among them. However, even at the bottom, he was still at the late stage of foundation establishment. Crushing a mere early-stage foundation establishment practitioner was undoubtedly within his capabilities. Previously, he had been disheartened, believing he was to face the formidable Qinxian Niu Shifang. Yet now, upon realizing that his opponent was merely a fledgling cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he was elated. It felt as though the opportunity had been handed to him on a silver platter. Heaven had favored the Qi Yin sect. Nevertheless, despite his inner excitement, he did not become arrogant. Upon ascending the platform, he immediately channeled his spiritual energy, enveloping himself in a protective layer of spiritual aura. He then cautiously fixed his gaze upon Gu Xiu, eager to discern how the latter had executed that enigmatic sword strike. Not only he, but the entire audience also focused intently on Gu Xiu, hoping to unravel the truth behind Niu Shifang's defeat. Gu Xiu, however, remained composed and turned to the side, inquiring, "May we begin?" "Yes," nodded the several Golden Core experts responsible for overseeing this arena challenge. They too were curious about how Gu Xiu had achieved such a feat yet. Just as everyone was fixated on Gu Xiu, they suddenly noticed that the Qi Yin sect disciple, who had been observing quietly, was now clutching his chest, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. As the crowd scrutinized the situation, their eyes widened in disbelief. Once again, it was a wound just below the heart. A piercing sword injury. Gu Xiu then spoke again. "Next, who will step forward?" This prompted all present to furrow their brows. "Did you see what happened? I didn't see anything at all. How is that possible? This fool was so weak he couldn't even put up a fight. Let us have the next one be a capable opponent." The crowd buzzed with discussions, still unable to discern the truth, while blaming the Qi Yin disciple for his inadequacy. Next, a third challenger took the stage. This time, a true prodigy emerged. Although not the leader of any sect, his prowess could be deemed invincible within the foundation establishment realm. Most importantly, he was exceedingly cautious. Upon climbing onto the platform, he quickly began to inspect it, clearly wary of any tricks Gu Xiu might have employed. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he nodded, signaling for the match to commence. However, at the very moment he nodded, instead of remaining stationary to receive the attack, he swiftly employed powerful footwork, charging toward Gu Xiu. This was a commendable strategy. The person from Wanbao Tower was exceedingly enigmatic, always maintaining distance from his opponents. By closing in and launching an immediate offensive, it would undoubtedly disrupt Gu Xiu's preparations. Indeed, the Wanbao Tower individual must have utilized some peculiar technique, but ultimately, his strength was still merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. An aggressive rush would surely leave him flustered. A prodigy began to analyze the situation. Yet just as he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the arena once more. For on the stage, that very prodigy who had launched the attack, at a distance of merely 1 zhang from Gu Xiu, he suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. The injury was identical. Even the next one, "Who shall come?" The phrase, uttered thrice, bore no alteration whatsoever. How is this possible? This individual possesses extraordinary strength, deserving of utmost respect. Even now, I have yet to discern how he executed his strike. What manner of monster has emerged from the shadows, wielding such techniques that slay with invisibility? Is this truly the method of foundation establishment? Could he be a disguised golden core practitioner? The onlookers were incredulous, casting glances towards their own golden core experts at the arena's edge. Yet even these fleeting golden core masters wore expressions of astonishment, exchanging bewildered looks before shaking their heads slightly. This person has not employed a shred of spiritual awareness. He is not a golden core. He is indeed a foundation establishment. This revelation left the crowd in disbelief. How could this be? What foundation establishment cultivator possesses such prowess? They were all prodigies, dominating their peers within their respective sections. Regardless of varying strengths, they should at least comprehend each other's methods, should they not? Yet now, despite their numbers, they could not fathom how their opponent struck. Even more terrifying was the fact that Wanbao Tower had already defended the arena 3 times, signifying that they had secured 30 spots to enter the Rainfall Valley. Someone suddenly spoke up to remind them. Upon hearing this, almost instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards the direction of Wanbao Tower. What they perceived, however, was only Wan Xiaobei's expression, utterly dazed, as if in a dream. It was evident that even Wan Xiaobei had never anticipated that this Feng elder could be so formidable. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual must be vanquished. The Rainfall Valley belongs to our 5 sects and 3 clans. Wanbao Tower is merely an afterthought. They cannot possibly seize all the qualifications to enter, can they? This was the consensus of the 5 sects and 3 clans. They needed to swiftly defeat the one guarding the arena. They must dispatch their experts. Yet thoughts remained merely thoughts. The outcome had not shifted in the slightest. Subsequently, the experts of the 5 sects and 3 clans took turns to challenge the arena. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. In the blink of an eye, all challengers from the 5 sects and 3 clans had made their appearance. Each unleashed their unique techniques, showcasing their utmost prowess. Yet ultimately, each was pierced through by a single sword, collapsing to the ground. Moreover, each one, upon falling, would hear the guardian's indifferent voice. Next, who shall come? This phrase had previously weighed heavily upon the hearts of the crowd like a colossal stone. But now, it seemed to transform into a chilling wind, sending a bone-deep chill through the disciples of the 5 sects and 3 clans, leaving them all drenched in cold sweat. Their hearts quaked with fear. In recent days, the once proud young talents have been rendered speechless, while the elders accompanying various clans, who had refrained from intervening, now find themselves gripped by a chilling sense of dread. It is as if I can faintly perceive that this individual has been manipulating spiritual energy, akin to controlling a flying sword. Yet, the mechanics of it elude even my understanding. Typically, the mastery of flying sword techniques necessitates one to be at least in the mid-foundation stage, requiring a minimum of 2 perfected Dao platforms to engage effectively in combat. How can this person, who has only just forged their 2nd divine platform, possibly wield sword techniques with such uncanny finesse? Though my cultivation surpasses theirs, I too am unable to discern the depths of their swordsmanship, which has reached an echelon beyond my reach. At this moment, no one can remain indifferent. Whether it be the young prodigies from the 5 sects and 3 clans, or the accompanying array of golden elixir elders, all are struck by a profound sense of unease. This singular sword strike has severed the morale of the 5 sects and 3 clans. Likewise, it instills a pervasive anxiety within everyone, should this individual continue unabated. The qualifications for entering the Rainfall Valley may very well fall entirely into the hands of the Treasure Pavilion. We would become the subject of ridicule. Meanwhile, before the entrance to the Rainfall Valley, as the 5 sects and 3 clans are shaken to their core by the unpredictable sword strike. On the other side at the Qingxian Sacred Ground, atop the Qiming Peak, vibrant rainbows illuminate the sky. Countless disciples of the Qingxian Sacred Ground have taken their positions around the peak. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would discern a formidable formation. This grand array comprises over 1,000 disciples and more than 100 elders. The esteemed Qingxian sovereign, Guan Xuelan, stands resolutely at the summit, while her 6 disciples have also taken their designated positions. The gravity of the situation is palpable on each face, and all eyes are fixated on the divine forging platform, ablaze with an explosion of radiant hues. Today marks an immensely significant occasion for the Qingxian Sacred Ground. It is the day the sword of our junior master, Jiang's son, shall be forged. Chapter 127, The Dazzling Dragon Dance, Falling petal sword style, the radiant spectacle of the rainbow glow is upon us. Even before the sword takes its final form, the brilliance of the rainbow light shines forth. The divine blade crafted by Master Wei Qi has reached a stable celestial tier. Observe the convergence of spiritual energy. This is no ordinary celestial artifact, but perhaps a celestial-grade Dao sword, or even a celestial-grade divine sword. The spiritual energy flows like a dragon, accompanied by the resplendent rainbow light. Once this unparalleled divine weapon is forged, Master Jiang's power is bound to surge dramatically. A throng of disciples from the Qingxian sect gazes with eager anticipation at the celestial-grade forging platform atop Qiming Peak. Although the specifics remain obscured, the myriad extraordinary phenomena unfolding outside are sufficient to ignite excitement in countless hearts. This signifies that the sword of our junior uncle is anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, atop Qiming Peak, several masters of Qingxian, having established a grand formation, where expressions of joy, the enhancement of our second sister, is strikingly evident. This sword is even stronger than the previous Longyin sword. The manifestations preceding the sword's forging are astonishing. One can hardly fathom the sword's might once it is completed. This sword is indeed fortunate. Our junior brother is soon to traverse the world, and it shall accompany him in his quest for renown, a true honor for the blade. However, one wonders if unforeseen events will arise again, as they did with the 7 fiendish in calamity last time. The master has assured us that the previous misfortune stemmed from inadequate preparation. This time, we are fully equipped and fearless. Even in the face of the 7 fiendish in thunder, our junior brother Jiang Sun's Dao sword was destroyed in the last mishap, leaving many saddened for him. Now, as we forge the Dao sword anew, Supreme Master Guanshuolan has made extensive preparations to avert a repeat of past calamities. Not only has she mobilized a significant number of elite members from the sect to establish the Star Disc defensive array, but she has also coordinated with the remaining 6 members, aside from Jiang Sun and the forging master Weiqi Chunlei, to set up the 6 Harmonies Dao Sutra formation. These 2 formidable arrays are designed explicitly for defense. Regardless of whether the celestial thunder reappears, Guanshuolan will not permit any mishaps today. She is the supreme authority here in Qingxian, and her word is law. Yet, amidst the discussions filled with hope among the disciples, Nian Chaoshi, standing at the edge of the formation, remained detached, quietly entranced by the celestial phenomena unfolding in the heavens. "Senior sister, what are you gazing at?" inquired the 6th junior sister, He Mingyun, with curiosity. "It is merely the spectacle of rainbow phenomena, nothing extraordinary," Nian Chaoshi replied, pursing her lips, her gaze still fixed on the shimmering rainbows. "Do you not think those rainbows resemble dragons?" "Dragons?" He Mingyun pondered, glancing again at the undulating rainbows, and then nodded. "Indeed, they do bear some resemblance, almost like celestial dragons gliding across the firmament." "Not celestial dragons, but rather swimming dragons," Nian Chaoshi corrected gently. "Swimming dragons?" He Mingyun paused, then suddenly recalled something. "Senior sister, are you thinking of Guxiu again?" Guxiu was once hailed as the sword immortal of Qingxian, possessing extraordinary talent and mastery in the art of swordsmanship, having created 2 formidable sword techniques. Nian Chaoshi softly remarked. "The first is named Jinghong and the second is Yolo." He Mingyun gazed at the vast expanse of rainbow-hued clouds, and then glanced at her senior sister, ultimately nodding in agreement. The Jinghong sword of that era exuded a certain solitary bravery, while the Yulong sword resembled a celestial blade, truly deserving of the title of prodigious genius. The sword immortal of Qingxian. Guxiu's prowess in the realm of swordsmanship back then was indeed undeniable. I recall that Guxiu's Yulong sword was seemingly a revelation he achieved while practicing the sword control technique, blending it with the Jinghong sword to create something new. Beside them, Shi Xiling also nodded in agreement, stating, "When unleashed, it does not carry the overwhelming might of other flying swords, but instead flows like a dragon in the clouds, appearing and disappearing, substantial yet elusive. In stillness, it is indistinct, and in motion, it resembles a startled swan, making the already unassailable Jinghong sword even more enigmatic. Graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a wandering dragon, Shi Xiling, a renowned powerhouse, typically regarded ordinary individuals as inconsequential, seldom pausing her gaze upon them. Yet at this moment, when discussing Guxiu's Yulong sword, she could not help but express her admiration. Gu Xiao's Jinghong and Yulong were indeed remarkable. However, what do these Jinghong and Yulong matter? They are merely ostentatious, lacking substance. And that wasteful fool's techniques have remained unlearned by anyone for years. What use are they? Lu Qingyao interjected with a scoff, in my opinion. The most formidable is the falling petals sword that our junior brother comprehended, with countless sword lights overwhelming the skies, indistinguishable between falsehood and reality, containing both essence and illusion. Truly invincible. More importantly, this falling petals sword can be mastered by many inner sect disciples, thereby strengthening our Qingxuan's power. This is what I deem truly formidable. This statement made Nian Chaoshi furrow her brows. Upon seeing her frown, Lu Qingyao immediately recoiled, fearing that her senior sister might scold her. Junior sister, you are mistaken, Shi Xiling asserted, shaking her head. Gu Xiao's Jinghong and Yulong are indeed astonishing, and this cannot be denied. The reason no one has learned them is that few disciples of Qingxian comprehend the sword intent, and none have grasped it in the same way as Gu Xiao. Thus, no one has managed to learn them over the years. However, the sword manual for Jinghong and Yulong remains perpetually refreshing, and if one can cultivate their thoughts and study it meticulously, their understanding of swordsmanship will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. While it is true that no one in the sect can execute Jinghong and Yulong, they can certainly forge their own sword path based on these two techniques, which largely owe their merit to them. So great as you say, does that mean junior brother's falling petals sword is not as powerful? Lu Qingyao retorted, unconvinced. Shi Xiling fell silent, realizing she had no basis for comparison. After all, Gu Xiao has perished, and the mesmerizing Jinghong Yulong will never again be manifested. Since no one can truly execute it, it naturally cannot be compared to the Luoying sword. Nonetheless, she cautioned, if my memory serves me correctly, Jiang Sun's Luoying sword was conceived after witnessing Jinghong Yulong, which could be considered a form of enlightenment. Enlightenment indeed. Fourth senior sister, you are overly flattering that deceased individual. The relic left behind over 5 centuries ago is hardly worthy of reverence. It would be a blessing for junior brother to even catch a glimpse of it, let alone ascribe him any merit. Does he truly deserve it? Lu Jingyao scoffed, her disdain evident. Shi Xiling shook her head, choosing not to engage further in the debate. She merely glanced at the increasingly potent Hongxia on the forging platform and murmured, whether Jinghong Yulong is superior or if Luoying reigns supreme will remain unverified. Yet with the crafting of this divine sword by junior brother, the title of Qingxian sword immortal may indeed be ready for a new bearer. Meanwhile, before the Luyu Valley, the strength of this individual exceeded our expectations. He aimed to have senior sister Niu block the first round, yet she has already missed out on all available slots. I cannot discern the nature of his sword strike, nor have I seen his weapon. What kind of swordplay is this that inspires such terror? What shall we do next? If this individual continues his winning streak, our plans will be utterly thwarted. The disciples of Qingxian Holy Land wore expressions of profound concern. They sought to seize 250 slots. Brimming with confidence, especially with the Peak Master's direct disciples present, prepared with numerous strategies. However, no one anticipated that Niu Shifang, who was expected to secure a victory, would fail without utilizing any tactics, causing them to miss an entire round of opportunities, nearly resulting in total disaster. More critically, who shall we send next? Zhou Mingyu, will you go? I cannot fathom his sword techniques. Perhaps we should send Tang Tianhao? No, I lack absolute certainty. If I were to lose again, we would miss yet another round. What then? The disciples of Qingxian, at this moment, began to shift responsibility among themselves, having witnessed that enigmatic and formidable sword strike. Even the most distinguished talents from Qingxian Holy Land felt a twinge of trepidation, none daring to step forward recklessly. I shall take it upon myself. Finally, it was Bian Fei, the leading disciple from Qingxian, who emerged first. As he stepped forward, the crowd's expressions brightened. With senior brother Bian in action, success was assured. Indeed, this individual possesses exceptional swordsmanship, yet so does senior brother Bian, who has received direct guidance from Uncle Jiang and has fully mastered the Luoying sword. The guardian of Wanbao Tower may exhibit remarkable skills, but if Luoying's sword is unleashed, he too shall falter. Despite the flattery surrounding him, Bian Fei's countenance bore no trace of joy. According to the plan, he intended to be the third to engage, yet he had not anticipated the rapid shifts in circumstances. The emergence of the Guardian of Wanbao Tower instilled a profound sense of trepidation in all present. Even as Qing Xian ascended the stage, this group of individuals hesitated in their responsibilities. If word of this spread, what would become of Qing Xuan's reputation? A band of ineffectuals. With a fierce internal reprimand, Bian Yifei wasted no time in unsheathing his flying sword, soaring directly to the arena. As he made his entrance, all eyes swiftly converged upon him. There was no other reason. Bian Yifei was acknowledged as one of the most formidable figures among the 5 sects and 3 clans of Ligu. Although the 5 sects and 3 clans had already suffered a round of defeats, their strongest members had refrained from taking the stage, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. Now, with Bian Yifei stepping forth, it would reveal the true strength of the Guardian on the platform. At the very least, it could serve to deplete their opponent's energy. Each sect and clan harbored their own strategies, and Bian Yifei was well aware of their intentions, yet he could afford no further delay. Standing upon the stage, he fixed his gaze intently on Gu Xiu, surprised to discover such a formidable opponent in Wanbao Tower. However, encountering me shall be your misfortune, for I am about to unleash the most potent swordsmanship taught to me by my esteemed junior master, the Falling Petals Sword. Chapter 128, The Falling Blossoms. The Sword of Destiny, the Falling Blossom Sword. Could it be that this is the most formidable technique of Bian Yifei? To commence with his strongest strike against the enemy. It appears that we are about to witness a fierce contest, a veritable clash of titans. For us, this bodes well, regardless of who emerges victorious from this duel. Both participants will undoubtedly expend significant energy, thus presenting us with an opportunity. As Bian Yifei and the Guardian from Wanbao Tower prepared to make their move, the disciples of the 4 sects and 3 clans observed with eager anticipation, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In contrast, Gu Xiu on the platform maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion or Bian Yifei's confident proclamations, merely turning to inquire, "May we commence?" The elder at the edge of the arena hesitated, glancing at Bian Yifei before responding. It is unexpected for Wanbao Tower to harbor such arrogance." Feeling slighted by Gu Xiu's indifference, Bian Yifei seethed with fury but refrained from demanding the start directly, mindful of Niu Shifeng's previous misstep. Without delay, he summoned his flying sword, swiftly executing a series of hand signals. In an instant, the sword soared into the sky at an astonishing speed, shimmering briefly before vanishing from sight. Just as the audience assumed the sword had completely disappeared, it reappeared in the celestial expanse, radiating beams of light with remarkable swiftness, its movements elusive and unpredictable. Amidst the dazzling sword light, red petals seemingly materialized from thin air, cascading gently from above like a rain of blossoms. This was indeed a true spectacle of falling petals. Yet, this sword technique was far from merely superficial. On the contrary, each exquisite petal descending bore a faint aura of spiritual energy. These seemingly beautiful petals concealed a lethal intent. While each petal might appear ordinary, it could swiftly transform into a harbinger of death. This sword technique was immensely potent. Was this the Falling Blossom Sword? Such a powerful martial art. The essence of this sword lies in its deceptive nature. What appears substantial is ethereal, and what seems insubstantial can be solid. It is nearly impossible to discern or grasp. Faced with such a technique, I would scarcely know how to evade it. It is astonishing that Bian Yifei has mastered such a formidable swordplay. If confronted today, one could be caught off guard. Should this technique be unleashed, who could stand against him? At the arena's edge, members of the Golden Blade sect, including Fan Yangtai, began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes toward Bian Yifei, tinged with apprehension. "Elder Chun, what is your opinion on this sword technique?" inquired Wan Xiaobei, equally concerned, turning to Elder Chun beside her. Elder Chun frowned, remarking, "The Falling Blossom Sword is indeed remarkable. Bian Yifei has mastered the flying sword technique with great finesse, utilizing it to maneuver the sword in a manner that creates an effect akin to a sword formation, relying solely on a single blade. Even a golden core practitioner with spiritual awareness could suffer a setback if not vigilant. Without such awareness, it would be exceedingly challenging to defend against this sword." And how does the Falling Blossom Sword compare to Feng Bugui's sword techniques? Which is superior? Wan Xiaobei pressed further. "It is quite difficult to discern." Elder Chen pondered, Although I can glean a hint or two of the swordsmanship of Feng Bugui, I cannot perceive its specifics, as it relies heavily on an understanding of swordplay and demands exceedingly high standards of oneself. Thus, I am unable to judge. Can Feng Bugui win? Wan Xiaobei inquired. Elder Qin fell silent this time, his expression already conveying the answer. The strength of Feng Bugui's swordplay remains uncertain. However, his realm is ultimately too low. Bian Yifei is a prodigy of the 7 respected Dao platforms. This represents a fundamental disparity in strength. Not to mention, Feng Bugui has already slain 7 individuals. Despite appearing to have accomplished this with a single stroke, the expenditure of energy must be considerable. At this moment, Feng Bugui's spiritual energy is likely on the brink of depletion. Confronting Bian Yifei, victory seems implausible. Wan Xiaobei pressed her lips together. If that is the case, then regardless of the outcome, Elder Qin, you must ensure Feng Bugui's safety. He must not come to harm. Elder Qin nodded, his demeanor serious. I am prepared, esteemed elders. We may commence. Just then, Bian Yifei spoke. Since both sides are ready, let the contest begin. With the voices of several elders resonating, Bian Yifei immediately formed a sword seal, causing a flurry of petals to swirl as if caught in the wind, swiftly directed towards Gu Xiu. This formidable attack seemed to evoke a sense of danger in Gu Xiu, who squinted, fixating on the cascading petals. For the first time, Gu Xiu did not dispatch his opponent with swift precision. This realization sparked a glimmer of excitement in Bian Yifei. The swordsmanship of my junior uncle is indeed formidable. Even though the guardian of Wanbeilu possesses exceptional sword skills, he too must bow before my junior uncle's technique. Yet, just as this thought arose, Bian Yifei noticed Gu Xiu, who had been fixated on the petals, suddenly lift his gaze beyond them to the seemingly empty sky. This moment went unnoticed by others. But a sense of foreboding surged within Bian Yifei, for he saw that Gu Xiu's gaze was tracking an indistinct shadow high above, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Could it be that he has seen through this strike? How is that possible? Just as this thought emerged, Gu Xiu abruptly withdrew his gaze and shook his head. His expression remained calm, yet the brilliance in his eyes seemed to convey that this strike was rather ordinary. In the next instant, a faint sound of sword resonance pierced the air, akin to a dragon's roar. Bian Yifei's heart sank, and instinctively he sought to evade, but as he made the move, he realized it was too late. For by the time he heard the sword's cry, a searing pain had already surged through his chest, accompanied by a chilling sensation that penetrated to his very bones, causing him to collapse to the ground. His pupils dilated, filled with disbelief. I have lost. I have been defeated. My junior uncle's swordsmanship has also faltered. In the next moment, a formidable and terrifying spiritual force sealed his heart pulse, causing his eyes to roll back as he fainted on the spot. Yet, he still managed to slay with a single strike. Damn, why can I not discern the essence of this person's sword even now? If things continue this way, what chances of victory remain for us? Such a sword technique must surely consume tremendous amounts of spiritual energy. How can he unleash it so many times? Bian Yifei has been defeated. Even after employing the sword techniques of his junior uncle Jiang Sun from the Qingshan sacred land. At this moment, no one could maintain their composure. The forthcoming challengers were frantically contemplating strategies, while the elders from the 5 sects and 3 clans squinted their eyes, directing their gazes towards Gu Xiu. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. With his strength, if this continues, the Rainfall Valley might sever all ties with the 5 sects and 3 clans. Instinctively, several elders exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a peculiar brilliance. However, just as they were about to make a decision, within the Wanbao Tower camp, the seemingly inconspicuous Elder Chun, who had been following Wan Xiaobei, stepped forward. He approached the edge of the arena and called out, "Respectable Feng, you are indeed formidable. But do you require a moment's respite?" As he spoke, Elder Qin subtly glanced at the few elders, his aura revealing itself slightly, prompting them to raise their eyebrows and shift their focus away from Gu Xiu. Naturally, Gu Xiu understood Elder Qin's intention. After all, the Wanbao Tower was merely a merchant faction, powerful enough but not capable of completely monopolizing all 250 qualifications. If that were the case, the 5 sects and 3 clans would undoubtedly turn against them immediately. Nevertheless, Gu Xiu cast a glance at Wan Xiaobei, who appeared momentarily dazed before quickly regaining her composure and stating, "That's sufficient, phone. 100 slots are plenty. She had indeed jokingly mentioned wanting to seize all the qualifications from the Rainfall Valley. But who could have anticipated that Feng Bugue would genuinely achieve that? Guxiao, being straightforward, waved his hands. The consumption today has indeed been rather significant. You all may continue. With that, he stepped down from the arena. He spoke the truth. His cultivation level was not particularly high, and the consumption of the Yulong sword was immense. Having unleashed 9 strikes today had already drained about 10 to 12% of his spiritual energy. Such an expenditure was something he had not experienced in a long while. However, as he exited the arena, Guxiao suddenly paused, turning back to glance at the proud individuals who were relieved by his departure. He pondered about the opportunities of the Rainfall Valley. Indeed, it required some outsiders to bear the burden. The only uncertainty was which sect's fortunate individual would gain more. Meanwhile, within the Rainfall Valley arena, as the connection with Wanbao Tower faded, the members of the Qingshan sacred land were in a frenzy over their last remaining opportunity. At this very moment, within the Qingshan sacred land, the dazzling celestial radiance that had long enveloped the skies suddenly erupted in brilliance. Following this, extraordinary phenomena began to manifest above the firmament, where ethereal shadows of countless deities appeared. In the next moment, a snow-white 3-foot sword, known as the Qing Feng, soared from the Qi Ming Peak, hanging majestically in the heavens. Soon after, a robust figure, drenched in sweat, emerged as Wei Qi Chun Lei, standing firm in the air. He cast his gaze downward at the long-awaiting Jiang Sun. Junior brother Jiang, what are you waiting for? Quickly take the sword and pledge your blood for ownership. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun nodded firmly. However, as he was about to step forward, he instinctively glanced at the sky, noticing only the myriad of flickering phenomena with nothing more. With a subtle sigh of relief, he advanced, swiftly arriving beside the divine sword. Upon a glance, Jiang Sun's face lit up with astonishment. A heavenly grade Dao sword. Senior sister, you have forged a heavenly grade Dao sword. At the moment of its crafting, I felt an inspiration, coupled with ample resources, which fortuitously led to the creation of this heavenly grade Dao sword. Junior brother Jiang, quickly drop your blood to acknowledge ownership. In the future, use it wisely to allow it to cultivate a spirit, elevating its prowess further. Wei Qi Chun Lei's words prompted Jiang Sun to nod resolutely, and without hesitation, he drew forth a drop of his essence blood, allowing it to fall upon the heavenly grade Dao sword before him. Although the sword lacked a spirit, it was not easily claimed by blood, yet Jiang Sun's extraordinary prowess facilitated the sword's immediate absorption of the droplet. The bond was formed through the act of blood acknowledgement. As the final trace of blood was absorbed by the heavenly grade Dao sword, Jiang Sun's eyes widened in delight. Junior brother, are you pleased? Indeed, I am very satisfied. Senior sister, thank you. No need for formality. The sword is yet to be named, so you shall bestow it with a title. Pondering for a moment, Jiang Sun spoke. This sword embodies your dedication, senior sister, and represents the resources of our sect. I wish to name it Unyielding, signifying that I shall not fail the trust placed in me by my esteemed seniors and masters. Upon uttering these words, the once tense disciples of Qing Xian displayed softened expressions. Jiang Sun was indeed a person worthy of trust. However, at that moment, the newly named unyielding sword unexpectedly ascended into the air, swiftly soaring toward the heavens. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. How could this sword, which had yet to cultivate a spirit, behave so? Congratulations, junior brother. Congratulations. It appeared that Wei Qi Chun Lei had an epiphany, laughing heartily. True to its name, this sword must be exceedingly delighted. Its ascent into the firmament signifies its joy, suggesting that it may soon cultivate a spirit. Even if fortune smiles upon us, this sword may perhaps come to fruition today, on the day of its forging, instantly bringing forth vitality. Chapter 129, Jiang Sun. Where is my sword? On the day the sword is forged, life is born. These 8 simple words stirred the hearts of everyone present. Many of the legendary weapons were said to bring forth life the moment they were crafted. Could it be that the Qingxian sacred land is also destined to encounter such extraordinary fortune? What a remarkable blessing this would be. Although it is possible for a weapon spirit to be born later, if it emerges on the day of crafting, it is deemed a congenital weapon spirit, far more powerful than those that require a protracted period of nurturing. Imagine, If this weapon spirit truly comes to life today, might this sword ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly tier, transforming into a divine, sort of celestial quality? Indeed, it seems quite plausible. If that were the case, the illustrious name of this sword would surely echo through the heavens, and when my junior master wields it, traversing the world, it could claim its rightful place among the divine artifacts. The disciples of the Qingxian sacred land buzzed with excitement, their faces illuminated with fervor. Several senior sisters, who had been poised for battle against a non-existent tribulation, now gathered around Jiang Sun, congratulating him on his acquisition of the unfailing sword. Harmony and joy filled the air. Even Guan Xuelan, who had been tirelessly reconstructing the sect's grand formation, displayed a gentle expression. If the unfailing sword can indeed birth a spirit today, then we must celebrate Jiang Sun's achievement. Master, this is a foregone conclusion. I shall arrange for a grand banquet at once. Lu Qingyao interjected. Su Wanqing and Shi Siling echoed her sentiments. Indeed, the mere name of the unfailing sword has already elevated it to the heavens, indicating that it possesses a degree of sentience. Even if it does not achieve full spirit today, it has already proven its extraordinary nature. This banquet is a must, indeed. It should be a grand affair to celebrate our junior brother's triumph and to herald his future exploits, ensuring that the name of Jiang Sun resonates far and wide. Very well, Guan Xuelan acquiesced. Let it be known that today we shall host a grand feast for the entire sect. Given the many challenges we have faced recently, it is indeed a rare occasion worthy of celebration. With the supreme command issued, the entire Qingxian sacred land sprang into action. Numerous disciples busied themselves with preparations for the evening's banquet. However, upon returning from coordinating the festivities, Lu Qingyao wore a somewhat sullen expression. If only our Qingxian protective formation had been successfully rebuilt, we could have invited individuals from other sacred lands to witness the prowess of our junior brother. The protective formation had previously faltered and was forcibly dismantled by the supreme Guan Xuelan. While dismantling was straightforward, reconstruction posed significant challenges. Guan Xuelan had been preoccupied with this task, and although their supreme was present to ensure safety, the absence of the protective formation meant that inviting other sacred lands was out of the question. After all, without the protective formation, even the Qingxian sacred land could not guarantee security against potential disruptions from other supremes. For safety's sake, it was prudent to refrain from extending invitations to other sacred lands. Su Wanqing smiled gently. Junior sister, there is no rush to celebrate. Now that the second senior sister has successfully forged the sword, we should focus on crafting the sect leader's jade token, rather than celebrating prematurely. It would be far more splendid to wait until junior brother has made a name for himself and the new jade token is completed. Then we can host a grand feast for all. Despite her words, the thought of waiting further stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within her. After all, it had been 3 long years since our Qingxian sacred land had held a grand banquet, and I find myself longing for it. Lu Qingyao, feeling dejected, responded. It's all Guxiu's fault. If he had to die, why not do so 3 years earlier? Dying directly in the forbidden area would have been better. Now he returns in such a pitiful state, and we must consider his reputation, hindering our ability to host a grand feast for 3 years. Even in death, we are compelled to conceal his disgrace. It is simply infuriating. As her words echoed, the atmosphere fell silent. Standing at the edge, Nian Chaoshi squinted at Lu Qingyao. However, before she could intervene, Qin Moran shook her head. Junior sister, you have misjudged the situation. Misjudged? How so? Lu Qingyao retorted defiantly. One must understand that adversity reveals courage. Only through tempering can one achieve excellence. Qin Moran replied, shaking her head. Not announcing Guxiu's demise is to prevent comparisons to our junior brother whenever he is mentioned. To hastily arrange a grand feast would not be beneficial for him. If we have faith in our junior brother, we can afford to wait a little longer. When he wields the sword that bears no burdens and captures the attention of the masses, then we can host a magnificent banquet and present him with the sect's jade token. Would that not be far more splendid? I am aware of this reasoning. Lu Qingyao pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. But it is hard not to feel indignant for junior brother. Guxiu has merely died, yet our junior brother must bear so much more. It truly pains my heart. Have you all noticed? At that moment, a soft and gentle voice interrupted. The crowd turned to see 6th junior sister He Mengyun, who hesitated for a moment before pointing to the sky. It seems that junior brother's sword has been flying for quite some time now. Upon hearing this, everyone snapped back to reality. Indeed, where was the sword? Even if it was soaring joyfully, it should have returned to junior brother Jiang Sun by now, yet it had not come back for so long. Perhaps it was merely too excited and needed a little more time. After all, it was just a sword. Even if it had gained a spirit, its intelligence could not rival that of a human. A fleeting moment of playfulness was only natural. Mengyun, you tend to overthink. It has already accepted its master through blood. It cannot simply flee. Oh, sixth junior sister, you are quite the chatterbox. The sword I personally forged, the one that junior brother named upon accepting it. Do you truly believe it could just vanish? The group speculated, their faces brightening once again. He Mengyun, who already possessed little presence, meekly echoed a soft "oh" and fell silent thereafter. In the ensuing moments, the disciples of Qing Xian were still engrossed in the preparations for the evening banquet, while several senior sisters had gathered around Jiang Sun, imparting various insights on traversing the martial world. Junior brother, one began, as you navigate the world, it is imperative to maintain vigilance towards everyone around you. The outside world lacks the harmonious atmosphere of our Qing Xian sacred land, filled with many nefarious individuals. Never trust others lightly. Remember, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. I have prepared some advanced talismans for you. Take them all with you. For any issue that can be resolved with talismans, do not hesitate to use them. Additionally, I possess some exquisite elixirs. These are of the finest quality and should be kept on hand when venturing out. Remember, you hail from the Qing Xian sacred land, where resources are abundant, so there is no need to be frugal. I will ensure you have a variety of elixirs. Simply send a message when you require more, and I will deliver them to you. Junior brother, it is vital that you make it known you are from the Qing Xian sacred land when you venture out, as this will deter those old monsters from attacking you easily. Should you encounter danger, do not forget to call for help at the earliest opportunity. Amidst the flurry of advice from the senior sisters, the array of magical resources within Jiang Sun's storage ring visibly increased. However, as concern for the junior brother lingered, he Mengyun hesitated momentarily before reminding, "Sisters, what about the unfettered sword? Hasn't it been gone for quite some time?" Everyone paused, frowning as they looked towards the sky. This sword appeared rather unruly. When the spirit of the unfettered sword fully matured, it would indeed require some discipline from you. Junior brother, it had been rather rebellious to roam so far from its master for such an extended period. Too much defiance is not a good thing. Fear not. Junior brother, I will teach you a few techniques for controlling instruments. This sword, with its spirit, is undeniably unruly when the time comes. You can use these techniques to discipline it, and it will surely learn to behave in the future. The group chastised the unfettered sword for its excessive mischief, even arranging how Jiang Sun might gently reprimand it. Yet, despite their plans for discipline, one pressing question remained. Where was the sword? It had been nearly 2 hours since the unfettered sword had soared into the clouds, and still, it had not returned. Do not worry. This only signifies that the potential of this sword's spirit is boundless. It has ventured far even before fully forming, which is a good sign. We must wait patiently. With the second sister's reassurance, they continued to wait. However, this wait stretched from the bright sun overhead to the dimming light of dusk, and then from dusk to a sky full of stars. Masters, the grand banquet is ready. Shall we commence? Came a prompt from the disciples preparing for the evening feast. Yet, the pressing question remained. Where was the unfettered sword? Simultaneously, at the entrance of the Rainfall Valley, within a cabin of the Wanbao Tower warship, Gu Xiao, who had just prepared his bamboo pole for fishing, wore a perplexed expression. Gazing before me, I beheld an inexplicable Dao sword that had descended from the heavens. Appearing right beside me, I fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 130. Is this sword truly not an evil blade? Upon the conclusion of today's competition, Gu Xiao returned directly to his cabin without paying much attention to the events on the arena. Instead, he focused on consolidating his cultivation within the confines of the ship. As night fell and the moment arrived for him to fish with his bamboo rod once more, Gu Xiao set up a formation and imposed restrictions before retrieving the rod. However, before he could cast his line, a celestial-grade sword suddenly descended from the heavens, piercing through the formation and halting just before Gu Xiao. Initially, he thought he was under attack, especially upon noticing a small insignia on the sword, which he quickly recognized as belonging to Wei Qi Chun Lei. the master of Ming Feng Peak from the Qing Xian Holy Land. Immediately, Gu Xiu became alert, summoning his flawed immortal sword, Shadow, and even drawing forth a fragment of divine bone, prepared for battle. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the sword that arrived bore no hostility. Instead, it paused 3 feet away from him, as if either intimidated by Gu Xiu or by the presence of his immortal sword, and gently trembled toward the ground, emanating a faint aura of goodwill. It seemed to beckon Gu Xiu to take it. The sword's intelligence was evidently not fully developed, exhibiting a consciousness that was far weaker compared to that of the carefree pendant. This peculiar scene caused Gu Xiu to raise an eyebrow, recalling a similar occurrence when he had previously fished for a sect jade token from the Qing Xian Holy Land. However, on that occasion, he had employed the bamboo rod. Now, he had merely retrieved it and had not yet begun to fish. Was it truly so eager as to hook itself? Yet, instead of feeling elated, Gu Xiu furrowed his brow, his instincts heightened. He discerned that this sword had already recognized its master. The phrase blood oath recognition signified a binding contract for any artifact, one that could not be broken or defied, devoid of any potential for betrayal. Even if others sought to subdue it without special means, they would find it utterly impossible. But what was the nature of this sword? It appeared to possess only a semblance of intelligence, inexplicably drawn to him, hoping to acknowledge him as its master. Gu Xiu pondered, his brow furrowed in contemplation. As soon as the thought escaped his lips, the inexplicable celestial-grade sword quivered in response, as if affirming his speculation. Had he truly guessed correctly? Gu Xiu was taken aback. And then, unexpectedly, he received a faint and arduous message within his mind. The information was puzzling, consisting solely of 2 words, not failing. Not failing. Was that its name? Whom did it not wish to fail? Gu Xiu was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing the sword closely, but after a brief moment, he shook his head. Whether it succeeded or failed mattered little to him. It was but fleeting smoke. You are an entity of the azure profound, endowed with the essence of azure causation. I have severed all ties with the azure, and your pursuit of me is ultimately a futile endeavor. Please retreat. He is disinclined to accept this sword, reluctant to entangle himself with the azure's fate, much like his earlier rejection of the azure jade tablet, refusing to possess anything tainted by its influence. Yet, the sword before him, the unfettered blade, seemed unable to comprehend his words, continuously radiating goodwill and still hoping to acknowledge Gu Xiu as its master. This left Gu Xiu somewhat exasperated, realizing that the sword, in its incomplete sentience, likely could not grasp his intentions. After some contemplation, he stated, I already possess a shadow blade. I have no need for another sword. Even if I were to accept you, it would serve no purpose and would only overshadow your brilliance. This assertion appeared to bear little effect, as the unfettered blade persisted in its fervent display of kindness. Gu Xiu, feeling a headache coming on, resolutely continued. You have already recognized your master through blood. Even if you wish it, a sword cannot have 2 masters. I cannot take on the role of your master. It seemed the unfettered blade finally comprehended this, displaying a sense of reluctance. Ultimately, it began to withdraw from Gu Xiu, much like a person gradually retreating. However, as the sword reached the edge of the restraint, it suddenly conveyed a thought to Gu Xiu. Given the sword's incomplete consciousness, it took Gu Xiu a while to decipher the message contained within, and upon understanding, he found himself frozen in place. For the unfettered blade posed an inquiry. If my master were to perish, could you become my master? Gu Xiu was rendered speechless. What? No. An entity bound by blood could entertain such notions? Is this sword truly not a malevolent one? Before he could respond, he noticed the previously quiet and serene Xiaoyao pendant, suddenly animated as if awakened, dancing about in circles before the unfettered blade. The 2 spirits seemed to engage in an exchange. Moments later, the unfettered blade quivered towards Gu Xiu, then appeared to bow slightly before abruptly turning away and bursting forth from Gu Xiu's barrier. When Gu Xiu exited the room, he beheld the unfettered blade transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the vast expanse, its trajectory leading towards the azure profound. Gu Xiu's eyelids twitched. He glanced back at the Xiaoyao pendant, which had just moments ago been lively as if under the influence of some potion, now returned to his waist, obediently calm and innocent. You didn't teach the unfettered blade anything untoward, did you? Gu Xiu couldn't help but inquire. The Xiaoyao pendant. possessing a slightly greater intelligence yet still unable to articulate clearly, simply conveyed a message. Master, am I obedient? This seemed to be an evasive answer. Gu Xiao, puzzled, cast another glance at the unfettered blade that had vanished into the night sky. Ultimately, he chose not to dwell on it further. Regardless of the azure profound, what concern is it of mine? Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Gu Xiao returned to the cabin, lifted the restrictions, and fortuitously enhanced the formation. Only then did he retrieve the green bamboo pole once more. At this moment, strengthening oneself was of utmost importance. Yet, he pondered what he might catch this time. However, as Gu Xiao busied himself with the bamboo pole, he remained oblivious to the shadowy ape, Haiji, in the corner of the room, diligently gnawing on spirit stones. Seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Suddenly, with a furtive glance, he gave a thumbs up towards the Xiaoyao pendant. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred ground, anxiety brewed. Why had he not returned yet? Was the sword's absence prolonged beyond reason? Elder sister, why is the item we bonded with taking so long? I've never heard of such a situation. At this moment on Qiming Peak, several elder sisters gazed skyward. Their expressions transformed from initial calm to palpable concern. There was no way around it. This was exceedingly bizarre. Normally, even if a spirit weapon were to wander excitedly upon its birth, it would only stray for a brief moment before returning to its master. After all, the master is the most nurturing figure to the spirit, akin to a biological parent. But what about the unfettered sword? The spirit had not even fully manifested yet, and it had been gone for half a day. This was not mere mischief. It was outright rebellion, a clear act of defiance. Even Yuqi Chunlei, the one who forged the unfettered sword, wore a look of confusion. After much hesitation, she murmured, "According to common logic, blood bonding signifies complete recognition. There should be no possibility of separation. Is there an alternative to common logic?" Qin Imo ran pressed. "There is, but it is improbable," she replied. "What do you mean?" "A heavenly grade treasure inherently possesses its own spirit. If that spirit were to be invaded by a malevolent force while still in the early stages of recognizing its master, it might indeed be deceived." "What? Is the unfettered sword being invaded by a malevolent force?" "That is impossible." Yuqi Chunlei shook her head. "Our master is nearby, and we, the many sisters, are all present. What kind of evil could accomplish such a feat? Moreover, our junior brother is both talented and virtuous. Once the spirit recognizes its master, there is a bond formed. The more virtuous the master, the less likely the spirit is to be corrupted. If such a thing could happen, even immortals would be incapable of achieving it." The group fell into contemplation, finding her reasoning sound. "Then why isn't the unfettered sword returned?" Lu Qingyao asked anxiously. Yuqi Chunlei hesitated. While she is undeniably the strongest artifact forger in Qingxian and the one who crafted the unfettered sword, but this situation is indeed peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it. Just then, a voice echoed, foolish and beyond comprehension. "Master, teacher." A group of disciples promptly bowed, only to find that the previously departed Guan Shuolan had returned. With a frosty glare, she first scrutinized Wei Qi Chunlei before finally turning her attention to Jiang Sun. "Jiang Sun, since you have established a blood bond with the unfettered sword, a connection has been formed. Attempt to summon it and ascertain its location." Jiang Sun responded with a hint of helplessness, respectfully reporting to Master, "I have made the attempt, yet for reasons unknown, the sword resists my summons." "Resists your summons?" Wei Qi Chunlei explained. Although the junior disciple has established a bond, he still lacks certain ritualistic methods, rendering many techniques unavailable. Useless. Shouldn't such matters have been addressed beforehand? Guan Shuolan cast a disdainful glance at her, her face contorted with contempt. Wei Qi Chunlei recoiled, shrinking her neck in silence. "Let me seek it myself. Should it choose to depart, Jiang Sun, you must ensure it is well disciplined and honed henceforth. If, by chance, any malevolent presence descends, I shall unleash a massacre today," Guan Shuolan declared coldly, her formidable consciousness instantly radiating outward. However, just as her consciousness unfurled, a glimmer of cold light appeared in the sky above, igniting surprise among the gathered. "It has returned. It has returned. It's the junior disciple's unfettered sword. Such a fitting name. Surely it will not betray him. This wretched sword has made us wait so long. Junior disciple, when it arrives, ensure you refine and polish it well," they exclaimed, joy illuminating their faces. Relief washed over the group. The waiting had indeed stretched on longer than expected. But with the sword's imminent return, their worries dissipated. Junior disciple, the unfettered sword has returned. Do not delay in retrieving it, urged the second senior sister, Wei Chi Chunlei. Indeed, Jiang Sun nodded fervently, then stepped into the air, moving toward the approaching unfettered sword with a beaming expression. He had yet to wield this treasured blade since its forging and was eager to test its might. Yet, just as he pondered this, he noticed that the unfettered sword, now drawing near, showed no signs of diminishing speed. In fact, it bore an aura of murderous intent. Chapter 131. Wei Chi Chunlei. Little junior brother, do you trust me? What is happening? Jiang Sun, who had previously worn a smile, was taken aback, instinctively retreating to the side, narrowly evading the lethal strike of the unyielding sword. Be careful, junior brother. This sword seeks to devour its master. Damn, this wretched sword has some audacity. Jiang Sun's sudden movement did not go unnoticed by the other senior sisters present, who immediately scolded him, preparing to intervene. Suppress the unyielding sword. Even the esteemed Qing Xian, Guan Xuelan, had a glint of cold light in her eyes. Don't panic. Everyone must remain calm and refrain from intervening. However, just as they were about to act, a loud voice called out. Everyone turned to see that it was Wei Chi Chunlei who spoke. Second sister, what do you mean? Do you not see that this sword intends to devour its master? Lu Qingyao asked indignantly. No, this is not an act of devouring the master. Not devouring the master? Wei Chi Chunlei nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this is not an act of devouring. It is an opportunity for our junior brother, a tremendous chance. An opportunity? The crowd was left bewildered. Fortunately, although Wei Chi Chunlei was the most naive among the 7 senior sisters, she recognized that this was not the time for delay and promptly spoke. The recognition of a divine weapon by its master is inherently a reciprocal process. It is not only the person selecting the weapon, but also the weapon selecting its master. The more powerful the divine weapon, the higher the standards it demands. Even if an ordinary person drops blood to acknowledge it, they may still struggle to subdue a formidable divine weapon. Therefore, divine weapons will likewise test their masters. The crowd was astonished and somewhat surprised. The second sister's words held truth. At that moment, the knowledgeable Shi Xiling nodded in agreement. Indeed, some divine weapons, especially those possessing powerful weapon spirits or formidable artifacts, will choose their own masters. Many extraordinary divine weapons set trials for their masters. If they succeed, the weapons will serve their masters eternally and align more closely with them, growing in strength. However, should the chosen one fail the trial, these divine weapons may unleash formidable willpower, preferring self-destruction over serving an unworthy master. But Shi Xiling hesitated, turning to Wei Chi Chunlei. Are you certain that this sword is currently in such a state? Its murderous intent does not seem like a trial. Others nodded in agreement, looking towards Wei Chi Chunlei. It must be a trial. Wei Chi Chunlei asserted. Sisters, you may not realize that every divine weapon has its unique method of testing. While they rarely direct murderous intent towards their master, consider this. What if the trial of this sword manifests in such a manner? This is the trial? The crowd was bewildered, pondering deeply. Qin Mo ran, the most astute among them, suddenly illuminated with insight. This sword is named unyielding. Thus, the one entrusted with it must undoubtedly be an unyielding person. Indeed, the sword is a test. The master it chooses must undoubtedly be one who is true to themselves. This sword seeks to discern whether its master will place absolute trust in it, whether they will honor the commitment bestowed upon them. The others nodded in agreement. Even Guan Xuelan, who was poised to act, found some merit in the words of her second disciple, and thus she nodded in acknowledgement. In light of this, what should Jiang Kun do next? We cannot retaliate, nor can we resist. It was then that Wei Chi Chunlei spoke. Junior brother, remember, this sword is testing you. You must place your unwavering trust in it. Regardless of its actions, you must not resist. Isn't that a bit too reckless? What if this cursed sword injures our junior brother? Lu Qingyao expressed her concern. It will not. Wei Chi Chunlei countered confidently, shaking her head. Though I am not particularly clever, I possess unparalleled expertise in the craft of forging. There will be no mistakes. However, before the others could respond, they beheld Jiang Kun in the heavens above, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of grandeur. Second sister, have no worries. I trust you completely. Master, sisters, from here on, you need only observe my performance. Do not fret for me. If I cannot even subdue a mere sword, how shall I command respect in the world? How shall I earn the praise of all under heaven? At that moment, Jiang Kun radiated confidence and vigor. The elder sisters below were momentarily entranced, their intentions to offer counsel dissipating into silence. They believed in their junior brother. Even Guan Shuelan silently nodded, her gaze towards her junior disciple filled with growing admiration. Then, in the sight of all, Jiang Kun, suspended in midair, relinquished all resistance. Opening his arms wide, boldly proclaiming, "To honor the sword, since I, Jiang Kun, choose to be your master and name you unfettered, I shall undoubtedly remain true to you. If you wish to test me, then do so freely. I shall not evade." As these words echoed, the unfettered sword adjusted its point, advancing once more towards Jiang Kun. With a smile upon his face, Jiang Kun did not even spare the sword a glance, seemingly indifferent, instead gazing upwards. He declared with fervor, "The valor of youth intertwines with the might of the 5 capitals. My heart and spirit are undeterred." Each word resonated with immense power, invigorating him further with passion. Stealing a glance at the unfettered sword, now just 3 feet away, Jiang Kun remained unafraid, a slight smile upon his lips as he shouted, "A promise is worth 1,000 gold." Yet, before he could finish, his words abruptly faltered. Jiang Kun paused, his once boundless zeal giving way to bewilderment as he glanced down at the wound upon his chest, blood cascading down. How? Was this not as I had envisioned? Had it not been for my own critical moment, utilizing the protective talisman to obstruct, I would have suffered more than mere injury. My heart's meridian would have been directly pierced. Is this truly happening? Wasn't it agreed that this was merely a test? Junior brother, are you all right? This cursed sword has gone mad. A few senior sisters behind me, anxious, were ready to rush forward, for that treacherous sword had once again turned its tip, preparing to strike Jiang Sun anew. It seeks to devour its master. Naturally, they aimed to intervene. However, just as they prepared to act, a sharp reprimand rang out, "Do not approach." Startled, everyone turned to see Wei Qi Chunlei addressing Jiang Sun. "Junior brother, you must have absolute faith in your sword. It has already recognized its master with blood. If you do not activate your defensive talisman, it would have halted on its own. By activating it, you betray your vow to the sword, showing a lack of trust. If you intervene now, it will lead to utter failure, possibly preventing the sword's spirit from ever taking shape." What? The crowd gasped, but soon dissatisfaction arose. Are we to merely stand by and watch? Yes. What if something were to happen to Junior Jiang? Wei Qi Chunlei disregarded their concerns and instead focused on Jiang Sun. "Junior brother, you have one more chance. Will you trust your senior sister?" Under the weight of Wei Qi Chunlei's expectant gaze, Jiang Sun hesitated, then gritted his teeth and nodded. "I trust second senior sister." "Excellent. Truly my junior brother," Wei Qi Chunlei exclaimed, then cautioned, "Be vigilant, junior brother. You must have unwavering faith in your sword, or the opportunities will diminish." "I understand, senior sister." Jiang Sun gritted his teeth. "Even if I am slain by this treacherous sword today, I shall not resist." During their conversation, the treacherous sword approached once more. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth, fixating intently on the sword. He could sense the murderous intent enveloping it. Yet he forced himself to refrain from striking back or evading. He was determined to subdue the sword. Closer, closer. 3 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch. Jiang Sun could even feel the chilling sword energy emanating from the treacherous sword. This was a heavenly grade sword. A mortal body could not withstand it. Even if Jiang Sun had attained the golden core stage, even if he shattered his heart's meridian, there was still hope. But, sensing the treacherous sword brushing against his chest, as if it were moments away from piercing through his flesh, Jiang Sun ultimately retreated. He dared not gamble, and it was precisely this retreat that allowed the treacherous sword to graze his chest, leaving behind a ghastly blood mark. Yet, as he glanced back, he perceived that the treacherous sword conveyed a hint of consciousness, a disdainful mockery, as if ridiculing his cowardice. Fortunately, before Jiang Sun could feel awkward about his retreat, the group of senior sisters had already begun to angrily chastise. "Damn this cursed sword. How dare it seek to devour its master? Swiftly take action to suppress it and cast it back into the sword-forging furnace. What purpose does this trial serve? It is merely a broken sword. The junior disciple is its master. If it refuses to be disciplined, it ought to be destroyed. Indeed, destroy this sword." As the words were spoken, several individuals sprang into action. However, the fastest among them was the esteemed Guan Xuelan. With a mere gesture, the sword known as Wufu became instantly ensnared, struggling yet unable to move an inch. Humph! A mere broken sword, unwilling to slay for its master, and instead attempting to devour its own creator. Thus, it shall not be spared. With an indignant huff, Guan Xuelan clenched her palm. In that moment, the already restrained Wufu seemed to be under an immense weight, its blade rapidly bending, fracturing inch by inch, as terrifying cracks appeared upon its surface. Wufu was on the brink of destruction, although it was a heavenly grade Tao sword. Unmatched in power, without its master to wield it, it remained merely an extraordinary weapon, utterly powerless in the face of supremacy. The already feeble consciousness of Wufu evidently understood the dire predicament it faced. Yet, it did not submit. Rather, just as it was about to shatter, it suddenly radiated a blinding white light. "What is happening?" Guan Xuelan raised an eyebrow, sensing that the Wufu sword seemed to be undergoing a breakthrough. Just as her mind swirled with questions, she suddenly heard a distant exclamation from Yuqi Chunlei, a sentient being. The Wufu sword has truly become sentient. Once it attains sentience, this sword can ascend to the heavenly grade divine tier. It has achieved sentience even as it teeters on the brink of destruction. Even Guan Xuelan could not suppress her astonishment. However, she quickly lifted her gaze toward the heavens. Above, unbeknownst to her, a terrifyingly ominous calamity cloud had appeared, enveloping the Qingxian sacred land. The tribulation of sentience. The sword had summoned the tribulation of sentience. Yuqi Chunlei cried out in alarm, but soon made another discovery. No, this is not the tribulation of sentience. The sword desires to self-destruct. This is the annihilation tribulation. Master, we must flee. Chapter 132. The annihilation of spirit and catastrophe of the sect. Boom. The moment the word escape erupted from Wei Qi Chunlei's lips, a bolt of black lightning descended from the heavens, striking down with a force akin to the severing of a divine sword. This black tribulation, imbued with an aura of utter annihilation, seemed poised to obliterate all existence. Even Guan Xuelan found herself ensnared within its grasp. Witnessing this scene, a pang of dread surged through Wei Qi Chunlei's heart. However, just as her anxiety peaked, a figure materialized beside her, casting a terrified glance at the ominous black tribulation, demanding with urgency, "Disciple, what on earth is happening?" "Master," Wei Qi Chunlei exclaimed, a mixture of joy and trepidation flooding her senses. Yet, upon meeting her master's exceedingly grim gaze, she felt compelled to respond without delay. Living beings face tribulations. If they endure, they may awaken spiritual essence, renew their vitality, and ascend to greater heights. However, the annihilation of spirits also brings its own tribulation, one devoid of any semblance of life, filled only with death and desolation. It is akin to divine retribution. These words sent shivers down Guan Xuelan's spine. She too sensed the terrifying nature of the impending calamity. Even as a supreme, the mere thought of this tribulation stirred an unsettling fear within her. Indeed, Wei Qi Chunlei continued, ordinary individuals who confront this tribulation will undoubtedly suffer immensely, potentially leading to their complete destruction. Should a great ascendant become the target of this calamity, they might even inadvertently invoke the grand ascension catastrophe. This remark instinctively caused Guan Xuelan to retreat a step. Unprepared and lacking the necessary precautions, she realized that facing the grand ascension catastrophe now was a gamble, even for her. "But, disciple, after such chaos today, do you truly believe I would still trust your words?" Guan Xuelan reproached with skepticism. Wei Qi Chunlei felt a wave of unjust grievance wash over her. "Master, this is not my fault. It was my junior brother who did not believe me and fled. Had he not escaped, this sword might have already awakened the spirit." "Nonsense. The sword clearly sought to devour its master. Had Jiang Qin heeded your words, he would likely have been slain by that very sword." At a loss for words, Wei Qi Chunlei lowered her head, unable to retort, though feelings of injustice lingered in her heart. "You wretched fool, what shall we do now?" Guan Xuelan pressed, for this was no moment for assigning blame. The heavenly tribulation had completely enveloped the Qingxian sacred ground. and even a mere glance filled her with trepidation. Fortunately, Wei Qi Chunlei displayed a modicum of understanding, stating, "Master, fret not. Although the annihilation of spirits is fierce, if no one intervenes to aid the sword, it will not affect others. We simply need to wait for it to be rendered utterly ineffective, at which point the tribulation will dissipate. However, Master, it would be prudent for you to retreat beyond the range of the tribulation clouds. Otherwise, you may inadvertently become a target." The words of Guan Shuilan evoked a mixture of relief and trepidation within her. The relief stemmed from the realization that, although the impending thunder tribulation was indeed terrifying, it appeared to target only the sword itself, leaving bystanders unscathed, allowing them to merely observe the sword's demise. However, her anxiety arose from the possibility of being lured into the thunder tribulation, which could unleash a catastrophic trial upon her. Would the esteemed self truly fear such a trivial thunderstorm? Yet, to prevent any innocent from being harmed, she decided to retreat for the time being, cautioning those around her to remain vigilant until the sword was destroyed and the tribulation passed, advising against any rash actions. With that, Guan Shuilan took a step and vanished from the Qingxian sacred land. The celestial tribulation was indeed daunting, even for the most powerful. However, just as she departed, the sword that had been firmly restrained, seemingly awaiting its own obliteration by the spiritual lightning, suddenly reignited with vigor. In an instant, the sword surged through the air, hurtling towards Jiang Xian once more. This scene sent a chill down Jiang Xian's spine. The sword was a formless entity, and as a perfected golden core cultivator, Jiang Xian, a formidable talent, would ordinarily not fear a sword lacking a master. Yet the pressing concern at this moment was the overwhelming thunder tribulation that loomed behind the sword, an awe-inspiring force capable of instilling fear even in the mightiest of beings. How could Jiang Xian defend against it? How could he dare to stand in its way? "Senior sister, help!" he shouted, hastily making his way towards his senior sisters, hoping they could intervene and shield him from the relentless sword. However, the senior sisters, fully aware of the tribulation's ferocity, instinctively stepped back in unison, leaving Jiang Xian momentarily stunned. Their eyes flickered with resentment. "Little junior brother, do not panic. Just keep running and do not let the sword catch up to you. Remember, under no circumstances should you attack the sword, or you will draw the ire of the tribulation," Wei Qi Chunlei called out from a short distance. Her words, though meant to reassure, only compelled Jiang Xian to turn and rush towards her. "What are you doing, little junior brother? Senior sister, you are well versed in these matters. Please think of a way to help me. The only solution is to wait for that sword to be completely destroyed. The tribulation will dissipate naturally. Quickly, run elsewhere, and do not chase after your senior sister. But the tribulation has blocked my escape route. I have no choice but to flee this way," he pursued. She evaded. This alarming spectacle left the other senior sisters in a state of panic. Faced with such a situation, even their formidable abilities rendered them hesitant to intervene, fearing the tribulation would turn its wrath upon them. "It's all the fault of the second senior sister," Lu Qingyao grumbled from the side. "If it weren't for her wretched sword, we wouldn't be in this predicament. How could the little junior brother be pursued by a sword? It's utterly foolish." She placed the blame squarely on Wei Qi Chunlei, convinced that had her crafting skills been more adept, this calamity would never have arisen. Suddenly, while she was in the midst of her tirade, her words came to an abrupt halt, and her pupils dilated in horror, for she beheld her second senior sister, Wei Qi Chunlei, fervently racing towards her. As she ran, she shouted, "Junior sister, quick, lend us a hand. Your intelligence and myriad skills are needed. We cannot keep pace with Bu Fujian." In that moment, Lu Qingyao felt her spirit plummet. Behind her second senior sister, there was Jiang Sun, and trailing Jiang Sun was Bu Fujian, and following Bu Fujian loomed the cataclysmic spirit-extinguishing thunder. "Do not come any closer. Do not come any closer." Lu Qingyao stumbled, exclaiming in panic, as she swiftly summoned a seven-colored divine deer. With a leap, she urged, "Seven-colored divine deer, quick, quick, run." Yet, the magnificent creature, once brimming with vitality, was instantly paralyzed with fear upon sensing the overwhelming celestial wrath, collapsing onto the ground in a trembling heap. In that fleeting moment, Wei Qi Chunlei reached the rear of the seven-colored divine deer and seized its tail, while Jiang Sun hastily grasped Wei Qi Chunlei. Lu Qingyao glanced backward, and upon witnessing the abyssal, annihilating thundercloud, she felt a tingling dread envelop her. Without a second thought, she produced 3 silver needles and plunged them into the deer's heavenly spirit. In an instant, the eyes of the 7-colored divine deer ignited with frantic madness. This was the beast-taming technique that rendered ferocious creatures utterly bereft of reason, transforming them into fearless, frenzied beasts. The side effects were considerable, and the 7-colored divine deer was doomed. Yet in this dire moment, Lu Qingyao could scarcely concern herself with that. Fortunately, the outcome was indeed effective. The deer, which had previously collapsed, let out a piercing cry and swiftly sprung to its feet, galloping forward with great urgency. It nearly outpaced Bu Fu Jian's relentless pursuit. However, Bu Fu Jian appeared undeterred and accelerated once more, clinging tenaciously to Jiang Sun. They fled, while he chased. This spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, leaving the assembled disciples below, who were preparing for a grand feast, utterly bewildered. Yet, confusion lasted but a fleeting moment. For the next instant, all could no longer remain mere spectators. "Master Uncle, spare us. Master Uncle, please halt, stop. Flee, do not come this way. Master Uncle, save us." The 7-colored divine deer, in a frenzy, was oblivious to where it ought to go or where it ought not to venture, and simply charged forward with all its might, even veering towards the throngs of people gathered. Today, the Qingxian sacred land was hosting a grand banquet, drawing all disciples together in lively assembly. As it surged onward, it was unaware of how many disciples it trampled. Even those fortunate enough to escape unscathed would soon be struck down by a bolt of obliterating thunder, reduced to mere remnants. A horrific path of blood and flesh was rapidly manifesting within the Qingxian sacred land. This was a catastrophe more terrifying than the complete failure of the protective formation. Moreover, what was even more critical, during the last catastrophe, the Supreme Being, Xuelan, was present. Although the losses were considerable, their timely intervention proved beneficial. However, this time, the Supreme is absent. Qingxian shall descend into a hellish abyss.